On my first cultivation attempt, I exhausted all my remaining lifespan, scaring my teacher so badly they wet their adult diaper and immediately called 120 for me. But even while teetering on the brink of death, I felt it wasn't enough, so I borrowed 99 years of life essence from the school bully to keep spending. Everyone thought I was beyond saving, yet when the extraterrestrial evil god invaded and all cowered in its sinister shadow, I alone stood before it with nothing but a blade. You think you can kill me? Just because I've transmigrated to this interstellar era and bound myself to a life-spending system where consuming lifespan allows infinite martial arts derivation to survive in this world where planets explode at the drop of a hat, I had no choice but to desperately spend my lifespan training. But then one day, countless years later, I suddenly realized my lifespan kept increasing the more I spent it. Just moments ago, I was yanked back to reality from endless darkness by excruciating pain, with countless memory fragments exploding in my mind. Dazedly, a string of pale blue text flickered at the corner of my vision. Name, Chun Yuan. Martial Realm Blood Exchange Level 1. Lifespan, 35 years. Martial Art 8 Extremities Thunder Blade. Beginner. Spend lifespan to infinitely derive martial arts. Spend martial resources to extend lifespan. But before I could process what was happening, someone bent down and patted my cheek disdainfully. Oh, still playing tough after all this beating? It's just a blood chi pill, let's see how long that stubborn mouth lasts. Then a powerful kick slammed into my abdomen. Violent suffocation surged upward from my gut, forcing me to curl up like a shrimp. What the hell? I'm getting bullied. The original owner might have been a pushover who got beaten to death, but there's no way I'm taking this. Gritting my teeth through the pain, I forced myself up and glared at Wang Yao, who was sneering as he slowly approached. System, help me burn some lifespan, just don't kill me, I said. The next moment, the lifespan counter in my vision plummeted. Simultaneously, fragments of memories flashed through my mind. 2 years to minor mastery, 9 years to major mastery, 18 years to perfection, and finally at 25 years, I grasped the essence of the 8 Extremities Thunderblade, falling lightning speed. Countless insights about the technique surged into my consciousness. Using my hand as a blade, power flowed like water as I struck with a backward-leading slash, landing a precise hit on Wang Yao's wrist. A crisp crack echoed, followed by a sudden scream. Wang Yao stared at his limp right hand, the searing pain forcing tears and wails from him. He recognized it. I had used the 8 Extremities Thunderblade. Wang Yao looked at me with disbelief. What realm of the 8 Extremities Thunderblade is this? How can it be so fast? I didn't waste words or show mercy. Someone like you shouldn't grow stronger, I said, closing the distance and delivering another falling lightning speed slash to his left arm. The sound of bone fracturing rang clear. Wang Yao couldn't hold on any longer, collapsing to the ground with snot and tears streaming down his face as he begged for mercy. Brother Yuan, Dad Yuan, I was wrong. I knew perfectly well he didn't actually think he was wrong, he just knew he couldn't win. But I didn't press the attack. In this era where martial arts reign supreme, fighting has become second nature. This was also why the original host suffered Wang Yao's school bullying without anyone intervening, because the original host was too weak. However, once deaths are involved, law enforcement would inevitably step in. With my current strength, I'm no match for them, and that would only bring more trouble. I leaned over Wang Yao and searched him, finding not only a vitality pill but also $1,000 new dollars in cash, which I promptly pocketed. After dealing with Wang Yao, I began piecing together the fragmented memories in my mind. Many years ago, humanity had already entered the interstellar era, with various forces, federations, empires, and interstellar dictatorships all mixed together. My current identity was that of a student in Class 2, Grade 3 of Shan City No. 1 High School on Blue White Star. In this world, getting into university for further education was no easy feat. Take martial artists as an example. Just to qualify for the martial arts entrance exams, one had to climb the rankings to the top 10,000 among millions of competitors, only then gaining the right to compete with martial artists from other planets for a university spot. The original host had poor martial talent and no other skills, having given up on university from the start and resigned to working for a company after graduation just to scrape by. Faced with such an exciting world, how could I possibly settle for being a corporate wage slave? The Starry Sea is my true destination. Thinking this, I took out 2 blood chi pills from my pocket and silently recited, System, add lifespan. As the thought flashed through my mind, the 2 pills in my hand vanished into thin air. At that moment, I saw the information displayed. Name, Chun Yuan. Martial Arts, Blood Exchange Realm, First Layer. Lifespan, 20 years. Martial Skill 8 Extremities Thunderblade, Secret Art, Falling Thunder Speed. Watching the change in the lifespan column, just 2 blood chi pills had increased my lifespan by 10 years, what a steal. Now that the 8 Extremities Thunderblade had been pushed to its limit, my actual blood chi hadn't improved. It seemed I'd have to visit the school later to borrow a foundational stance technique for further refinement. But right now, I still don't know what kind of strength is required to break into the top 10,000 on the ladder. I should probably attempt to climb first, then go borrow the stance technique. Having made up my mind, I headed toward the combat room at Mountain City No. 1 High School. Even though it was the weekend, the room was quite crowded. I quietly chose a combat pod in the corner, inserted my student ID into the interface, and lay down inside as the system scanned my information. When I awoke again, I was standing on a massive square bluestone arena, its edges lined with an enormous weapon rack filled with all kinds of arms. I checked my current ranking 593, 999, a truly despairing number. I casually picked a standard longsword, customized it to add a bit of weight, nodded in satisfaction, and silently thought to myself, start ladder matchmaking. Within seconds, a freckle-faced girl suddenly materialized opposite me. I glanced at her cultivation level blood exchange realm, first layer, and noticed her rank was only about 50 places above mine. Clearly another newcomer who had just registered. The girl waved cheerfully and asked, "Hi, I'm from Magic City No. 3 High School, a freshman this year. Where are you from?" "We're both at the blood exchange realm, first layer." But my response was a full-powered thunder slash. A deafening boom, like thunder, echoed around us. The girl who had just greeted me shattered into pieces, her body dissolving into fragments of data that vanished into thin air. System notification, Chen Yuan victorious. I have now inherited my opponent's rank. However, during this battle, I discovered a very serious issue. The thunderclap slash is indeed powerful, but it drains my vitality. Just one strike completely emptied my entire reserve of chi and blood in an instant. Fortunately, this is a virtual combat platform. With just a thought, my depleted chi and blood were instantly restored to full capacity. I continued to queue for matches, eager to see how far I could climb in the rankings with my 8 extremities Thunderblade technique. Again, I didn't have to wait long before another opponent appeared on the arena. I glanced at their info. Lu Qin, Blood Exchange Realm 3rd layer, ranked in the 6 millions. The gap between the first and third layers of the Blood Exchange Realm alone spanned over 2 million ranks. Lu Qin then spoke up. "How did a rookie at the first layer of Blood Exchange Realm end up here?" "Well, kid, blame your bad luck, don't say I didn't warn you." Ignoring the taunt, I focused on the countdown timer above. As it hit 0, my thunderclap slash was already unleashed. What kind of move is this? It's so fast. Lu Qin barely had time to react before the blade's gleam pierced through the air, arriving right in front of her. Lu Qin's spear clattered to the ground with a metallic clang. She felt all her strength instantly drained, her chest bearing a horrifying diagonal wound through which her still beating heart was faintly visible. Lu Qin managed to curse weakly before her corpse instantly dissipated into nothingness. I ignored her words and fully restored my vitality once more. After defeating Lu Qin and inheriting their ranking, I chose to continue matching, wanting to see my limits. My lightning slash technique emphasizes extreme speed. Even a Blood Exchange Realm 4th layer opponent would inevitably lose if caught off guard. With each consecutive victory in matches, my ranking eventually reached around 5.3 million. This time, my opponent was a Blood Exchange Realm 6th layer martial artist wielding a spear, ranked in the 3 million range. The countdown ended, and I continued to unleash this move, accompanied by the roar of thunder. A piercing metallic clash reverberated all around. Chen Yuan's falling thunder speed slash, for the first time, returned without any success. 8 Extreme Thunder Blade? Martial Upanishad? The lance martial artist's hands went numb and he almost failed to hold the lance in his hands, revealing a look of shock. He hurriedly looked at Chen Yuan's realm information, and his eyes instantly glared as he angrily said, "First level of the blood transformation realm? I'm sick of your kind of bleeping. Come and die." A spear stabbed out, and the tip of the spear pierced through Chen Yuan's chest. A shocking force then spread along the lance, instantly blowing Chen Yuan into countless pieces. P.S. Martial Realms, Blood Exchange, Opening of the Aperture, Forging of the Body, Blood Furnace, Chi Coherence, Storage of the Spirit, Jindan, Embodied Spirit, Inscribed Senses, Earthly Martial Saint, Starry Sky Martial God. Many of you may be confused about the martial realm, so I'm writing it here to make it easier for you to draw the line. Chapter 4 Fish Fry. Hiss as expected of the 6th level of the blood transformation realm, his reflexes are really fast, the falling thunder speed chop can even catch it. Chen Yuan jerked up and climbed out of the fighting pod. The virtual fighting platform greatly reduces the pain, plus Ben knows it's virtual, so the death is not unpleasant. And the shocking force that was transmitted along the lance indicates that the opponent's martial art is at least a great success, not to be underestimated. Sure enough, once the base is up, the so-called geniuses appear in batches and piles. Batch after batch. Even if the probability is 1 in a million, there are a full 10,000 people in the 10 billion people of the blue and white planet. This is still just the blue-white star. The star union is so extensive and the celestial pride is gathered, it's really exciting enough. Shen Yuan became more and more excited, itching to ascend to the starry stage right now to witness and participate in the lively scene of this world. No rush. There's no hurry. Sooner or later. Pulling out his student card, Shen Yuan left the fighting room at a quick pace. Next he should follow the plan to borrow the piledriver martial arts to enhance his martial realm. That kid is still quite fast, a total of just laying in for a few minutes. This will give up? Shen Yuan left, someone suddenly laughed. At the same time, someone else asked, who is this kid here? His face is a bit strange, he shouldn't usually come here often, right? At this time, a short-haired, one-horse girl spoke out, Shen Yuan, from our class. Do you know our tigress? How strong is that guy? The crowd laughed. You're the tigress, your whole family is a tigress. Li Mingcat was greatly annoyed and wanted to give these people a hard punch in the face. However, she continued to explain, as far as I know, Shen Yuan used to practice the 8 Extreme Thunder Blade for a while, but later on, he should have realized that he didn't have any talent in martial arts, so he gave it up again, and should be at the first level of the blood transformation realm. After thinking about it, Li Mingcat added, maybe he is unwilling, both his parents were killed by the evil god cultists, maybe he wants to try one last time to get revenge by becoming stronger through martial arts? The crowd was silent at the words. The evil god religionists were the common enemy of all human beings without the slightest possibility of compromise, and knowing Shen Yuan's life, they were instantly speechless. If they were in their place, they would most likely want to give it a try, even if they end up touching their heads and getting nothing. AI, it's a pity that even we are having such a hard time, let alone Shen Yuan, an orphan with no martial arts talent and no family power to support him. Li Mingcat let out a long sigh. Even if they can't get into the university, they can still rely on the bottom of the martial artist to join the army, join the law enforcement team. These are the direction of the martial artist, and they can continue to improve their martial cultivation. Listening to Li Mingcat's sentiments, the people present similarly had no feelings in their hearts. In the whole Mountain City First High School, only a few people enter the ladder of the first 10,000, is the real university seed. Though the stated goal was to honor their ancestors by entering college with the martial arts pathway, it was clear to anyone that that was a path that only very few could follow. And they, who couldn't get through, were reluctant to give up the martial arts path only. Grass. Today, I also ran into a disgusting fish fryer. It's really bad luck. I'll kill my whole family. Suddenly, an angry curse rang out abruptly, breaking the dull atmosphere. Lu Jing, didn't you say you had a new breakthrough and were in a hurry to try it out? Why are you cursing now? Did you get busted? The crowd laughed. Lu Jing everyone knows, obviously martial arts qualification is average, but a stubborn donkey, coupled with a good family background, martial arts on the road also have some achievements. And he is usually a chatterbox, likes to find people to talk to in his spare time, and has a good relationship with all of them. Don't talk about it, need a fried fish fishing, blood exchange realm layer 1, chop me up with a knife. Lu Jing was furious, obviously because of a breakthrough in martial arts, happily came to the school wanting to test it, but the result was that the fried fish man died with a knife, disgusting him enough. Grass. That guy's 8 Extreme Thunderblade is ridiculously fast. The 8 Extreme Thunderblade Chengdu I've seen isn't this terrifying, it's at least a consummate realm. If the blood change realm 8 or 9 layers, I would have recognized, but on the contrary, it is still a blood change realm 1 layer, not to open a new number of fried fish, ITM upside down to eat Xiang. In virtual fighting, you can adjust your martial realm on your own, though you cannot exceed your own martial realm. And this also led to quite a few experts at the 8th or 9th level of blood transfiguration who liked to secretly open a new number, topping the ladder rankings at the end of the ladder, as well as the martial realm at the 1st or 2nd level of blood transfiguration. At the same time, he was making a hand of martial arts that was out of this world, at least at the grand completion realm, and was chopping and slashing his way through the ladder match. Commonly known as fried fish. And people like the fish fryer, who are so disliked by everyone, would be hung in shame for the rest of their lives if they were found out. But you can't help it that there are always people who sneak around and fry fish just to get high. Must be reported. Fish fryers are all cancelled, caught and hanged. Nasty fish fryers again, I've met them many times too, what do you think they figure? The crowd was outraged, most of them having been disgusted by fish fryers, and made their stance known. It's everyone's responsibility to fight the fish fryers. Li Mingcat, however, but feel a little wrong, and the blood change realm layer, and the 8 Extreme Thundersword, plus Chen Yuan and Lu Qing logged out of the time difference. With a beat in her heart, she suddenly spoke up and asked Lu Qing, did you get a good look at what that fish fryer's name was? Ryukin touched his head, not knowing why this tigress asked this question, but still answered honestly, this must be remembered, I reported it 10 times in a row before I logged out.
Called Chen, what's his name? Chen Yuan.
Yes, Chen Yuan. As soon as I heard that name, I knew it was a treacherous, cunning, venomous, and ugly-looking guy. Ryukin suddenly realized that Li Mingcat and the crowd were staring firmly at him and not speaking. He shivered. Why are you guys staring at me like that? Baby scared.
Chen Yuan?
It can't really be the one in your class, Tigress? The one who just left? Someone asked out loud.
8 or 9.
Li Mingcat didn't want to admit it, but it was too much of a coincidence, everything was too coincidental for her not to believe it.
What? Fried fish guy is in Tigress' class?
Ryukin was stunned. Li Mingcat didn't dwell on the fact that Ryukin was calling her Tigress anymore and explained. He didn't blow up the fish, as this would be the first time he's used the fighting pod, you simply had bad luck and ran into Chen Yuan. According to you, the 8 extreme Thunder Blade perfection is so deeply hidden.
No one has seen it. Ryukin was dumbfounded, he had stumbled upon such a coincidence? Then what martial arts realm is this Chen Yuan? He can't really be at the first level of the blood transformation realm, what's he doing customizing a first level of the blood transformation realm? It's useless for the heavenly ladder ranking? Lu Jing was confused. Who knows? Maybe, like you, it's simply to try out the tricks? Geniuses always think differently.
Li Mingcat smiled to himself. Just now, he was still pitying Chen Yuan for not having martial arts talent and pitying the other party for losing his parents. As a result, I turned my head and realized that I had become a clown, so it was really ridiculous. At this moment, Li Mingcat was already convinced that Chen Yuan was a deeply hidden martial arts genius. Now that the ladder settlement was approaching, this was no longer hidden, and he was ready to sprint for the ladder rankings. It's not like something like this hasn't happened before in the history of the Star League. Geniuses are always strange. Chapter 5 Pilework. Mountain City First Middle School, Martial Arts Lending Library. I need a pile gong cultivation method. Chen Yuan found the administrator of the Martial Arts Lending Library and opened the door.
Student ID, bring it.
The administrator raised his head, received the student ID in Chen Yuan's hand and glanced at it. His expression was a little surprised, but he didn't say any more nonsense and started to register the information. Shortly after, he took out a flat plate and handed it to Chen Yuan, while saying, these pile skills are in different directions, pick one for yourself to learn, the basic martial arts are free of charge, and it's fine if you want all of them. However, I need to remind you that the purpose of pile gong is to quench the chi and blood, one discipline is enough, and you can't chew on more than you can chew. You're in your senior year of high school now, I recommend the pile technique that favors the speed of chi and blood cultivation, after all, you don't have any more time to waste. Chen Yuan suddenly understood why the other party showed a surprised expression after looking at his student ID. After all, a student facing graduation in only 3 months' time suddenly wants to borrow a basic stakeout and can't catch up with it anyhow.
Thanks for the reminder. He took the tablet and thanked him.
Basic martial arts, roughly speaking, referred to the martial arts that were not ranked in the blood transformation realm martial artists cultivated, and the 8 extreme Thunderblade was a basic martial art. The pile work used to quench chi and blood in the blood transformation realm was naturally one of them. Basic martial arts can be borrowed for free with a high school student ID, while those who wish to learn a martial art that has entered the grade will need to spend star coins, a portion of which will be given back to the creator of that discipline. Similar to an author writing a book and a reader paying to read it. This form facilitates the stimulation of martial artists' creativity and promotes diversity in the martial arts, creating a positive cycle. Of course, this was for ordinary martial artists. If you enter the university, the middle and low-grade martial arts basically do not need to pay fees, you can borrow and watch as much as you want, and even the tutor is a powerful martial artist, imparting to the students their own creation of martial arts, naturally will not charge fees. Earth-shaking pile, cloud and rain pile, earth dragon pile. Various kinds of pile work appeared on the tablet, skimmed over by Chen Yuan's sliding fingers. Although the fundamental purpose of pile work is to quench chi and blood, the direction of specialization varies according to the pile work. Some focus on the quality of chi and blood cultivation, some focus on the speed of chi and blood cultivation. Chen Yuan took a brief look at it and finally chose a pile gong that could continuously refine the quality of chi and blood, named Great Dragon Pile. During the process of Great Dragon Pile cultivation, one could continuously refine and purify one's own chi and blood, but the disadvantage was also obvious. The time consumed in cultivating this pile technique was quite a bit more than other pile techniques.
But the last thing Chen Yuan lacked was time. 1 year is not enough, then 10 years. 100 years. He doesn't believe he can't practice. Are you sure? Pick the Great Dragon Pile? When the administrator heard Chen Yuan's choice, he had a feeling in his heart that he was talking to a cow. That's it, pass it on to me. Chen Yuan nodded. The administrator did not continue to persuade and simply transferred the cultivation method of the Great Dragon Pile on top of Chen Yuan's personal terminal. Cultivate well, and hopefully I'll see your name in the top 10,000 of the heavenly ladder. I'm borrowing your advice. It wasn't clear if it was a yin and yang, or simply a blessing, but Chen Yuan still politely replied back. Back home. Chen Yuan opened the personal terminal on his wrist and carefully flipped through the contents of the Great Dragon Pile. Like the 8 Extreme Thunderblade, the Great Dragon Pile is still similarly divided into 4 realms: initiation, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and consummation. The difference between each realm, aside from the speed of quenching the chi and blood, is that the purity of the chi and blood is purified once every time the piledriver realm is raised. After the Great Dragon Pile is cultivated to perfection, the chi and blood can be purified to an extremely high level, with 1 portion of chi and blood topping 2 portions of cultivating other pile techniques. Understanding the contents of the Great Dragon Pile, Chen Yuan looked to his personal panel. Name, Chen Yuan. Martial Arts, Blood Transformation Realm Level 1. Lifespan, 20 years. Martial Arts. 8 Extreme Thunderblade Aoi Falling Thunder Speed Slash. With a 20-year lifespan, I don't know if I can kryptonize the Great Dragon Pile to the Perfection Realm. Chen Yuan wasn't sure. The amount of life consumed depends on multiple factors: the difficulty of the martial arts, the degree of fitness in the martial arts, and even the inspiration of the underworld. Come on, brother unicorn, target the Grand Dragon Stake and start the Kryptonite. Derivation, begin. In the first year of practice, you easily cultivate the Great Dragon Pile to the introductory realm, and your martial arts realm, not surprisingly, rises to the second level of the blood-changing realm, and you can't help but sigh. Pile work is quite simple. In the second and third years, you insisted on practicing the Great Dragon Pile every day, but unfortunately your progress was slow, and you gradually realized that something was wrong. In the fifth year, water dripping over a stone, your Great Dragon Pile has finally become a small success. This time, you understand the difficulty of cultivating the Great Dragon Pile. At this time, you are at the third level of the blood. Chi and blood, it's skyrocketing. The moment the Great Dragon Pile derivation was completed, Chen Yuan felt a drastic change in his chi and blood. If the original chi and blood were just drops of water from a faucet that had not been turned off tightly, at this time the chi and blood were already as if the faucet was fully open. Along with the surge in chi and blood, Chen Yuan's physique underwent some slight changes. Taller and stronger in the blink of an eye, not by much, but the change was real and very rapid. This is the 6th level of the blood transformation realm? Whether it's the quality of chi and blood, or the quantity, it's enough to crush the last second of me by more than 10 times. The Great Dragon Pile's usefulness doesn't stop there. He is also a martial art after all, and the pile is supposed to be an excellent basic martial art for exercising the firmness of the lower limbs. With his legs standing on top of the ground, a feeling as if he was rooted in the earth surfaced in Chen Yuan's heart. He could clearly perceive that the flow of force started from the feet, emanated from the legs, and dominated the waist, from the feet to the legs to the waist, complete together. The intangible concept of force had never been so clear in Chen Yuan's perception at this moment. With the great completion of the pile technique, the realization of the axioms of the blade technique, and the 6th layer of the blood transformation realm, the current me can beat the previous me 10 times in one breath. 100. It's just not clear how many of the millions of heavenly ladder contenders I can rank nowadays. Chen Yuan didn't dwell on it too much. Tomorrow he would be able to know the answer when he went directly to the heavenly ladder to try something. In just less than a day's time, his strength had risen to the point where it was now. This kind of cultivation speed was simply appalling. But the cost was not without. Chen Yuan's lifespan, only the last 5 years left. Gotta think of some way to get some cultivation resources plus life. Chapter 6. Mountain City First High School, Senior Class 2. In the first year of the astrological calendar, humanity officially entered the interstellar age, and in the same year encountered the first interstellar race, the Moss. The war with the Moss lasted 3 full years, culminating in the signing of the first peace agreement between representatives of both sides on the planet White Dove. In the 98th year of the astrological calendar, mankind encountered the first starry sky beast, the fiery sun True Phoenix, which fed on stars, and the expeditionary fleet group was massively routed,
and mankind realized the greatness of individual creatures, which were strong enough to counteract, and even crush, our proud fleet group. In the same year, humanity's first martial artist mech draft passed the Star Alliance resolution, and the chapter of the era of individual greatness was opened. On the podium, the bald old man with thinning hair projected a mouthful of words, rattling off the history of the Starlink. Martial artists have the same cultural requirements, just not as high, and the history of the Star Alliance has never heard of examples of martial artists who were able to get into a university only to end up failing because of their cultural failures. In the interstellar era, while martial artists are important, they are not the whole story. The martial arts pathway is not the only one, and there will always be people who show amazing special talent in other areas and enter college by another route. How else would mech and virtual fighting tech be researched? However, it was undeniable that martial artists were one of the pillars of humanity's interplanetary standing today, and their status was recognized by all. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, countless people wanted to embark on the path of martial arts. The greatness of belonging to an individual was enough to make almost everyone's heart flutter. Class dismissed. Chen Yuan, do you want to go to the fighting room together? Chen Yuan was packing up his things when he suddenly saw a short-haired girl rushing towards him and opening her mouth to invite. And he could see that the girl was obviously not low in the class, because the attention of the rest of the class was, if anything, falling on the two of them at the moment. You are? Chen Yuan asked. He didn't remember the original owner ever crossing paths with the other. As for him, Chen Yuan, he just crossed over yesterday, and he is even more of an authentic loner. Li Mingcat, I saw you in the fighting room yesterday. Do you want to go on the virtual fighting platform and spar? Li Mingcat invited in a friendly tone. I see, it seems that my strength was leaked for some unexpected reason. Chen Yuan was dazed. It couldn't be because he had crossed over, and once he released his kingly aura, he let others be convinced and take the initiative to show his goodwill, could it? The only thing that made sense was that the matter of him climbing the heavenly ladder in the fighting room yesterday had been learned by Li Mingcat for some reason, and the other party had taken the initiative to release their goodwill today. No problem, I happen to be ready to go to the fighting room as well. Chen Yuan immediately responded. The original owner knew little about the martial artist community in this world. Now that there was a free guide, he naturally would not refuse. Both of them were martial artists who did things sharply and left straight away. And after they left, the class buzzed with chatter. Li Mingcat is a martial artist. To take the initiative to approach Chen Yuan, what's the situation? Li Mingcat was already a popular figure in his class because of his status as a martial artist. And Chen Yuan? To be honest, none of the people had any deep impression of Chen Yuan. The only impression they had was that of a solitary, aloof, and transparent person to the extreme. Now that Li Mingcat had taken the initiative to invite Chen Yuan, the crowd was a bit puzzled. One of Wang Yao's friends suddenly spoke out. Wang Yao approached me yesterday to borrow money. His hands are all ruined and he is in the hospital. And I watched him hook up with a reluctant Chen Yuan yesterday, and the two left together. Wang Yao, what person, the crowd naturally will not be unaware of, live out of the soft and fearful of hard gangsters, rely on their own forces a little stronger, like to extort and blackmail the students of the lower grades. When Chen Yuan and Wang Yao were together, it was clear to anyone how it was, and the two couldn't be friends anyway. Therefore, combining Wang Yao's tragic situation and Li Mingcat's active invitation, the crowd had some speculations in their hearts at the moment. Chen Yuan, is it hard to be a martial artist? And with the attitude shown by Li Mingcat, Chen Yuan is obviously not an ordinary asshole martial artist, the kind whose strength should definitely not be underestimated. For a while, the crowd's conversation centered around Chen Yuan. It was different from the first time Chen Yuan entered the fighting room. This time, with Li Mingcat leading the way, there were quite a few people who greeted him upon entering the fighting room. Yo! Tigress is here. Who's that next to her? Don't you know? The guy next to Tigress is the fish fryer that Ryu Prime lined up yesterday. Li Mingcat cold face, especially when he heard the word Tigress, the corner of his eyes twitching, but still forced to resist the urge to move. After taking a deep breath, Li Mingcat said to Chen Yuan. Ignore these sandbeaks, find a fighting pod and get on board. Yes, but I want to ask you something after the fight. Chen Yuan looked for the spare fighting pods over and over again as he returned. Beat me, anything. Lemming Cat got into the fighting pod, inserted his student ID, and closed his eyes. Chen Yuan also entered the fighting cabin, his thoughts slightly confused for a moment before he logged into the virtual fighting platform under his real name. I just went online and got a friend request. Li Mingcat requests to add you as a friend. Reject agree.
That was pretty fast. Chen Yuan had just chosen to agree, and the next moment another pop-up window popped up. Li Ming Cat invites you to a 1v1 one-on-one fight. Decline agree. Agreed. Exhale. The breeze is picking up. It's still the exact same 100-100 lapis lazuli ring as before, which is the default singles ring, or you can customize it if you don't like it. This includes the size of the venue, the environment, and even the simulated vacuum weightlessness of the universe. Li Mingcat stood 50 meters from Chen Yuan, picking out a weapon while it was handy. Something worth mentioning was that she had chosen a pair of standardized boxing gloves. Chen Yuan directly chose the standardized longsword he used last time. He did not have high requirements for weapons. Li Ming catapulted his eyes and glanced at his opponent's message. 6th level of the blood transformation realm? Chen Yuan really did deliberately lower his martial realm last time. Although I'm only at the 5th level of the blood transformation realm, my deliberate fist entered the grand completion realm not long ago, and the 6th level of the blood transformation realm may not be unbeatable. It may not be impossible to win in battle. Li Mingcat felt his fighting spirit was high, even his chi and blood were boiling endlessly within his body. His battle spirit was high. As for how Chen Yuan's martial arts mastery was, that was not something she should consider at this moment. Now that she had stepped into the ring, only the thought of winning existed in her mind. This was the martial will that belonged to her. Putting up the starting stance of the deliberate fist, Li Mingcat suddenly felt that his deliberate fist had improved slightly again. In my current state, I can win. On the other side, Chen Yuan didn't have too many thoughts. After beating Li Mingcat, he still had to continue to climb the heavenly ladder and judge his current level of strength. He looked up slightly and glanced at the countdown overhead. 3, 2, 1. The battle begins. Deliberate fist. Li Mingcat, who had long been intentional for a long time, blasted out his most satisfying punch so far. This punch was infused with her majestic fighting spirit, which was the true meaning of the deliberate fist. The more the emotions were stirred up and the more passionate the battle spirit was, the stronger the power of the deliberate fist would be. However, halfway through the deliberate fist swing, Li Mingcat suddenly realized that he couldn't even swing his fist. It was as if 1,000 pounds of force had been exerted on his right arm, and Li Mingcat only felt a little tired and drained. In the next breath, her upper and lower body, starting at her abdomen, slowly staggered and intercepted, turning into speckled data fragments. Falling thunder speed chop. Chen Yuan exhaled and withdrew his sword, then proceeded to recover his depleted chi and blood to open the next ladder match. Chapter 7, Huang Su. How did I lose? Li Mingcat ejected from the fighting pod with a confused expression. Tigress, how was it, did you win? At this time, a group of people who were usually familiar with Li Mingcat hurriedly gathered around and asked. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Li Mingcat had brought Chen Yuan here to fight one-on-one. The crowd was naturally curious as to the outcome of the single combat. Definitely lost. Look at Tigress's face, she's eating Ali, it's weird that she can win. Fish fryer is disgusting, but a low strength can't be a fish fryer. The first layer of the blood-changing realm took me, a third layer, for a second, Tigress definitely can't beat him. Lu Jing did not know when he came, and at this moment, seeing Li Mingcat's performance, his expression was, Li Mingcat reacted, directly grabbed Lu Jing's clothes and shoved him into the fighting cabin beside him. Come. You're quite arrogant, let me see if your strength is worthy of your arrogance. If she couldn't beat Chen Yuan, couldn't she still beat Lu Jing? With that said, Ryukin grimaced bitterly and was forced to enter the fighting pod. With a black face, Li Mingcat once again entered the virtual fighting platform, ready to find Lu Jing to take out his anger. Gotta lose. As soon as the crowd looked at this situation, it was naturally clear that it was Li Mingcat who had lost. Li Mingcat's strength was considered to be on the middle of the pack amongst them, and just like that he had all lost to Chen Yuan. Worthy of being a fish fryer, you can't do it without some skill. They could only give such a sigh of relief. At this moment, inside the virtual fighting platform, defeating Li Mingcat was a normal thing, and Chen Yuan did not care. Because of the effect of the Great Dragon Pile's purification of chi and blood, although his martial realm was only at the 6th level of the blood transformation realm, his chi and blood was not even remotely close to the 7th level of the blood transformation realm. Coupled with the 8 extreme thunder blade above perfection, it would be strange to lose. Open the ladder match. The first opponent, at the 6th level of the blood transformation realm, lost in 1 second. Ladder ranking, 3,799,000. The second opponent, at the 7th level of the blood transformation realm, lost. Ladder rank, 2.7 million.
The third opponent, at the 8th level of the Blood Transformation realm, with a consummate level sword technique, lost after a 3-minute stalemate between the two sides.
Ladder ranking, 1,920,000. Who?
Shen Yuan took a deep breath, feeling the little qi and blood left in his body, and was quite satisfied with this. Most of the martial artists at the 8th level of the Blood Transformation realm had mastered a consummate level martial art, and Shen Yuan's advantage in martial arts was gradually being smoothed out. And the gap between martial realms, in addition to the amount of qi and blood, also represented a multi-dimensional difference between the two sides in terms of strength, speed, and reaction, which became increasingly difficult to compensate for. In the final battle, Shen Yuan and his opponent almost fought to a draw, and finally squeaked out a win. It seems that the heavenly ladder of 1,920,000 is my limit nowadays.
Let's try one last game. Open, ladder match. This time, the smart match took a full minute.
And Shen Yuan's opponent also appeared above the ring. Huang Su, 9th level of the Blood Transformation realm, heavenly ladder ranking, 980,000. 6th level of the Blood Transformation realm. To be able to rank me, it seems that he has comprehended the mysteries of martial arts. Huang Su glanced at his opponent's information and instantly judged that Shen Yuan had definitely hidden his bottom card. Although he had not been able to comprehend the mysteries of his own martial arts either, he had seen a lot and did not worry. The difference between 3 levels of martial realms could not be bridged even by martial arts Upanishads. 980,000. The 9th level of the Blood Transformation realm has only just broken 1 million? Shen Yuan secretly said that the difficulty of the martial arts, Blood Change realm 9 layers, ordinary people do not have the talent, a lifetime is difficult to reach the realm, the sky ladder rankings, but also just barely ranked in the millions of ranks.
This is the age of the stars. The age of the stars. The universe was vast enough to contain and embrace the existence of all celestial pride. 10, 9, 2, 1. The battle begins. Falling thunder speed chop. Thunder explodes. 9 stars in a row. The sword light hunts. Swordsmanship Upanishad. Swordsmanship consummation. At this moment, the two of them were unaware of each other's intentions, and they went all out. Used as phonetic ka. For the first time, the lapis lazuli paved ring produced spiderweb-like cracks under the feet of both sides, and stone chips shot out in all directions. Anum. Thump, thump.
Shen Yuan couldn't stop himself from taking 3 steps back, his face surging with an unnatural flush. The gap in martial realm caused him to fall into a disadvantage in his first head-on confrontation. Huang Su didn't stop, taking advantage of the situation and jumping up high with his sword.
Taking off?
A brilliant light flashed in Shen Yuan's eyes. Taking off in the air meant that his feet were off the ground, losing the source of power and the chance to dodge.
Look at the knife.
It was too late to store up his strength to chop out the falling thunder speed chop. Shen Yuan aimed at Huang Su's neck in midair and chopped away. In the next instant, Huang Su, who was supposed to be unable to utilize his strength in the air, suddenly stepped on nothing in the air, and his body shape instantly drew up a cut, narrowly avoiding Shen Yuan's sure kill knife.
Question mark. Stakeout complete. Brother.
Huang Su laughed, taking advantage of the fact that Shen Yuan's old strength had just gone and his new strength would not come. He pierced his heart with a sword. Brother's knife skill is good, later don't retreat, add a friend, introduce you to a lucrative job.
What the hell? Shen Yuan realization exited the ring with a question mark on his face.
However, in an instant, the intelligence will prompt him to receive a friend application. Open the application to fix his eyes. It is really Huang Su. However, Huang Su added him, but did not speak at first. Instead, his avatar went black and directly disconnected from the network.
This guy, somehow.
Shen Yuan only felt confused, but the virtual fighting platform was connected to his personal terminal, so he didn't continue to wait for Huang Su and logged out directly. After this latter ranking, he had a clear idea of his current strength. Although he was at the 6th level of the Blood Transfiguration realm, he had the combat power of around the 8th level of the Blood Transfiguration realm, and his chances of winning against the 9th level of the Blood Transfiguration realm were less than 10%. I must find a way to get some resources, otherwise with me cultivating on my own, hell knows how long it will take to cultivate.
As for Kryptonite opening? Is it true that being born with a talent for martial arts is not a blessing? Is it possible to be born with a golden key and grow up with it? These are called talents. What makes Shen Yuan's Kryptonite not a talent? It's just a matter of different hangs. A big hang is a hang, But a small hang is not a hang? Small openings are not openings? Huang Su just said to introduce me to money-making jobs, but the result of adding friends themselves instead of backing out in the screw sum? If it wasn't for Huang Su saying that he could make money, Chen Yuan wouldn't be interested in adding the other party's friend. After all, it was just a fight online. It wasn't like the kind of offline acquaintance that Li Mingcat had. Logging out of the virtual fighting platform, Chen Yuan came out of the fighting pod before he found himself surrounded by a bunch of people. Yo, Fish Fry guy finally logged out. Fish Fry, you beat me up so bad yesterday. A yet somehow familiar voice rang in his ears. What Fish Fry guy? Chen Yuan was puzzled. He did understand what fried fish guy meant, but he didn't dare to be sure if it was the fried fish that the other party was talking about. After all, they are two different worlds and differences are inevitable. The eyes fell on Li Mingcat, hoping that the other party could explain the explanation. Li Mingcat sighed, and as soon as he pulled away from the left fish fryer and the right fish fryer, Lu Qing, he explained the meaning of fish frying to Chen Yuan. Chapter 8 Delegation. Fish fry. Chen Yuan can be calculated to understand, meaning that their old players open a new number to abuse people? I actually used a fighting pod for the first time yesterday and I don't know much about these. Although it was clear that he hadn't fried any fish, Chen Yuan still managed to muddle through with the excuse that he wasn't familiar with the virtual fighting platform. This will cut down on some of the unnecessary hassles and less of the talking. As expected, the crowd did not dwell on it when they heard Chen Yuan say so, and even Lu Jing laughed dryly twice and did not continue the topic. The group of martial artists is notoriously strong. You are strong and you are justified. Chen Yuan was able to defeat Li Mingcat. His strength was obvious to all, and he was among the top ranks among them, so naturally, the crowd would not make trouble for themselves. Chen Yuan, how do you usually cultivate to be so strong? What brand of nutrient solution do you usually drink? Share it, I'll try it too. Lu Jing came up and asked seriously. What about the martial arts center? I heard Lu Qing say that your 8 Extreme Thunder Blade is very strong. Did you privately find someone to teach you at the martial arts center? Weak people who want to integrate into an unfamiliar group need to find their own opportunities, topics of conversation, and also need time to bond. And the strong need only to put aside their condescension and take the initiative to express their willingness to join, and they will be quickly accepted by the crowd. This was the case with Chen Yuan, as many people gathered around him and took the initiative to ask questions. What brand of nutrient solution? I don't have any money, so I haven't had any nutrient solution. I wanted to enroll in a martial arts school in the beginning, but I was so shy that I never ended up in one. Chen Yuan didn't lie. When the original owner tried martial arts in the past, he had the will to enroll in a martial arts school, but ended up giving up because of the money issue. But he didn't know that he had, in 2 words, given the crowd a dry silence. Hiss. They then remembered that Li Mingcat had said that Chen Yuan's parents had sacrificed themselves because of the evil god cultists, and that he was now in orphan status. So, never drank the nutrient solution or entered a martial arts school, yet you have the martial arts achievements you have today? The crowd looked at each other, all speechless. At this point they had only one common thought: is this genius? If Chen Yuan was not considered a genius, then what were they? The group of people who took nutrient solution as water every day and had a martial arts teacher to teach them martial arts in their spare time? Garbage? Trash? Chen Yuan, didn't you say earlier that there was something you wanted to ask me? Ask directly now. Li Mingcat opened her mouth and changed the topic to one that didn't make people sad. Chen Yuan sniffed and quickly asked, I would like to know if there is any way for Blood Exchange Realm martial artists to get money faster. Recently I have also found out that the lack of cultivation resources makes the cultivation speed too slow. No training resources? Cultivation speed too slow? If you call this slow cultivation, then aren't we turtles? Chen Yuan's unintentional inquiry had once again dealt the crowd a serious psychological blow. But he really didn't mean it. Lacking cultivation resources and having no way to continue Kryptonite, relying on himself to slowly cultivate was really too slow. The original owner knew very little about the martial circle, and was not at all clear about how to get money, so Chen Yuan could only learn about it through people like Li Mingcat. To be honest, there aren't many things that a blood transformation realm martial artist can do, Li Mingcat said after a moment of contemplation. Lu Jing also chimed in, generally speaking, it's quite lucrative for martial artists to serve as escorts for merchant ships, and nowadays interstellar pirates are rampant, so many interstellar merchant ships need to hire powerful martial artists. Companies like my family's, though not large, employ a lot of martial artists on a permanent basis.
Chen Yuan was a bit cold. The merchant shipguards were indeed good, but unfortunately, with his strength in the blood transformation realm, he was completely inadequate. He asked, undeterred. What about being a tutor? For example, if some kids want to practice martial arts, I'll teach them to practice with a sword. Being a tutor? Then why don't you just go to a martial arts school? People are more professional. Li Mingcat directly retorted. And you don't have any human resources in this area, you don't know who needs a tutor, and others don't know that you want to be a tutor, no one is looking for you. Lu Jing then analyzed it from his own perspective. Tisk. Chen Yuan was a bit helpless. It wasn't easy to make money, but he couldn't wait for the Star Alliance's monthly subsidy of 1 Chi blood dan. That's going to be a monkey's errand. In fact, this aspect of the problem, we do not so much lack of money, no not much, the second middle school C money Huang Su, is the master of this aspect. Lu Jing suddenly said. Chen Yuan listened to the name Huang Su and felt familiar, but not so coincidental, right? When Li Mingcat heard Lu Jing say this, he sighed and said, who is Huang Su? That guy seems to be good at talking, but in reality, he has a high vision. Without some ability, he can't see it. If his mind wasn't focused on making money, with Huang Su's qualifications, he would have entered the Enlightenment realm long ago, and might even be able to compete for the top 100,000 rankings. The Huang Su you guys are talking about, is it the one ranked 980,000 on the heavenly ladder? Chen Yuan silently voiced out from the side. Li Mingcat, Ryu King, you know him? Before Chen Yuan had time to reply, he only saw a bang sound, the door of the fighting room was kicked open, and a man with a sword brow and starry eyes, carrying a long sword on his back with a cold face, walked in. When that person walked into the fighting room, he began to look left and right and observed, and finally his eyes were fixed on Chen Yuan, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly on his expressionless face. I knew you were still in the first grade fighting room. Huang Su was in a good mood and said towards Chen Yuan. Huang Su? Chen Yuan asked with some uncertainty. He still had some difficulty believing that it was really such a coincidence. The Huang Su he encountered in the final battle was actually a student of Mountain City's second middle school. You really know each other, coming straight to the door. The crowd was stunned. Although Huang Su loved money, but not what cats and dogs are willing to make friends, the general people he cannot see. It's me. Huang Su. Huang Su grinned, his cold swordsman's aura suddenly swept away. After adding you as a friend, I realized that your personal information shows that you were in the first middle school of the Mountain City, and talking about things online is ultimately a layer apart, so I came directly to the fighting room of the first middle school to look for you. Not too late after all, you stayed here and didn't leave. So what's this lucrative gig you speak of? Chen Yuan still decided to ask first, don't be cheated by Huang Su, but also help to count the money, then it is really laughable. Huang Su said bluntly, your 8 Extreme Thunderblade isn't comprehending the mysteries, it just so happens that there is a boss's son on my side who is practicing the 8 Extreme Thunderblade, and now he is busy looking for a teacher for his youngest son. How about it, are you interested? Consider it a favor, I, Huang Su, owe you a favor. On the other hand, Li Mingcat, Lu Jing and others are suspecting that they have heard wrong. Huang Su said that Chen Yuan has comprehended the 8 Extreme Thunder Sword axiom, it is the axiom that they think of, right? Wait, Chen Yuan, that slash you slashed me with before, it couldn't be the 8 Extreme Thunder Blades axiom, right? Lu Jing reacted. That fast as a surprise slash still haunts him to this day. And Li Mingcat finally understood why he had been slashed in seconds when he was only one level of realm away from Chen Yuan. Chapter 9, The Arcane Science of Martial Arts. So you all don't know? Huang Su laughed at the sight. Blade Upanishad, is it rare? Chen Yuan, on the other hand, had a puzzled look on his face. The reaction of Li Mingcat and the others was really a bit too big. A martial artist at the 8th or 9th level of the blood transformation realm basically had 1 or 2 martial arts perfected in their hands, and it shouldn't be difficult to comprehend the mysteries after slightly delving into them for a period of time. After all, when Chen Yuan had deduced the 8 Extreme Thunderblade, it had taken him 8 years to go from great completion to perfection, and it had only been 7 years since he had made a perfection breakthrough to Aeon. Upanishads should be quite common amongst blood transformation realm experts. It is not a matter of whether it is rare or not, it is the kind of. How to say it? Li Mingcat's language is confused, hands gesture, trying to explain. Huang Su couldn't look away, and immediately explained, comprehending the Upanishads is really not that difficult to say, the core lies in the cost-effectiveness. How? Chen Yuan raised his eyebrows and came to be interested. Generally speaking, in basic martial arts, whether it's boxing, swordsmanship, bladesmanship, or even staking, when you've practiced it to perfection, the gap between the martial realm and breaking through the enlightenment realm isn't far away. At this point, the martial artist is faced with two choices. One is to continue to spend time delving into basic martial arts and comprehending their own axioms, and the other is to make every effort to prepare for the breakthrough to the enlightenment realm. Basically, all martial artists will choose the latter. Entering the enlightenment realm, not only does one's battle power increase greatly, but one can also learn entry-level martial arts, far more cost-effective than wasting time on basic martial arts. Therefore, you'll generally find it hard to see that the blood transfiguration realm will master the mysteries of basic martial arts because there's no need for it. Just like my double perfection in sword technique and pile technique, it's already enough in the blood-changing realm. Huang Su slowly explained, hoping that Chen Yuan would be able to understand, and this was also the goodwill he was releasing, as he had a request from Chen Yuan nowadays. By completing this commission, he would be able to hitch a ride with that boss's connections, which would be important for his future plans. Originally did not have much hope, did not expect to be bored climbing a ladder, but actually met a comprehension of the 8 Extreme Thunder Blade Upanishad Chen Yuan. It's also right next door to Mountain City Middle School. Huang Su, like Chen Yuan, was marveling at the incredible coincidence. Got it. Chen Yuan nodded. What about the payment? It's best to pay directly in cultivation resources. You can personally talk to the boss about this part. I won't charge you a commission this time. Huang Su patted his chest and assured. With my Huang Su's credibility guarantee, this is definitely a surefire deal. As long as you are recognized, the other party is not bad. Okay, when to go? Chen Yuan wanted Kryptonite. Tomorrow at noon, just wait for me at the entrance of the first middle school. Huang Su replied, relieved that Chen Yuan was willing to take it. At the same time, his mind was anxious to arrange the details of tomorrow's business, so he greeted them and quickly left. Thunderous! Chen Yuan exclaimed in admiration. What thunder and lightning? That's because he's afraid that trouble will come to him. Back then, our first middle school Shangguanji could be pitted by him. If we knew that Huang Su had come to first middle school to throw himself into the net, we definitely wouldn't have missed a beating. Ryukin hemmed and hawed, nodding his head. Shangguanji? Which one is this? There was no information about Shangguanji in the memories Chen Yuan had inherited. It has to be mentioned that the original owner did not hear anything outside the window and read the holy books, not knowing anything. You're not going to tell me that you don't know Shangguanji, are you? Lu Jing looked at Chen Yuan incredulously. A recognized university seat of the first middle school. An enlightened realm powerhouse, ranked 8,321 on the heavenly ladder. More than 8,000. There's no telling, it's really strong. Only martial artists who had participated in the heavenly stairs could truly understand the gold content of this string of numbers. Chen Yuan now also knew that the competition in the interstellar era was fierce, and the population base was too terrifying, causing all the so-called geniuses to be like big cabbages that could be found everywhere. However, Chen Yuan still had another question, then how come I haven't seen Shangguanji and these people in school? Don't they come to the fighting room to climb the ladder? They're not poor, their family has built a separate personal fighting room for them, so naturally they don't need to squeeze in with us. Li Mingkat's tone was quite resentful. Ryukin's family isn't too bad, is it? Why did you run to the school's fighting room? Chen Yuan twisted his head to look at Lu Qing. Listening to Ryu Kang, his family was in the business of interstellar commerce, and he also needed to raise a group of martial artists to guard against interstellar pirates robbing the goods. In this day and age, it's basically not a bad idea to be able to do interstellar commerce. Home doesn't compare to the atmosphere of practicing martial arts in a fighting room. Welcome. Just after stepping through the door, a beautiful-looking waitress took the initiative to come forward. May I take your order? Chen Yuan opened the door and asked, what is the price of the qi and blood pill? Well, that depends on what grade of qi and blood pills. If it's a first-grade qi and blood pill, the price is at 70,000 apiece, while a second-grade qi and blood pill is 300,000 apiece. As for third grade and above, our store has not acquired the qualifications to sell them. The waiter's tone was gentle, not in any way dismissive. They were just ordinary people, and most of the people who walked into this store were martial artists, so naturally, it wasn't worth it to risk offending a martial artist just to vent their emotions at work. What about the nutrient solution? Chen Yuan continued to ask. Earlier in the fighting room, Ryukin had asked what nutrient solution he was using. While nutrient solutions are also categorized by grade, the exact price is more complex and fluctuates more.
For example, it's the same first-grade nutrient liquid, but the nutrient liquids produced by the Divine Arc Corporation and the Lotus Corporation division could be more than 50% more expensive. The attendant replied. Surprisingly so troublesome. Chen Yuan frowned slightly. Shenzhou brand nutrient solution, can we see the physical object? He had another question, that is, does the nutrient solution count on top of the cultivation materials? Could one consume nutrient fluid to extend one's lifespan? Could cultivation materials that weren't his own be forcibly consumed and transformed into a lifespan? So far, the only thing he was certain of was the Qi and blood pills, and one Qi and blood pill increased his lifespan by 5 years, with a market price of 70,000 star coins, not a whole lot more than 1 to 1. All of these questions would require him to test each of them, which was one of the reasons he was here, otherwise he would have been able to check the market price alone, which he could have viewed entirely online. Chapter 10 Departure. Then you come with me. The waiter led Chen Yuan slowly to a counter. Quietly placed inside the counter were several tubes of milky white reagents labeled with grade, price, and the company that made them, all of which were first-rate nutrient solutions. Where the waiter said 30,000 for the Shenzhou brand and only 20,000 for the Lot brand. Chen Yuan silently felt a bit and finally determined that the nutrient solution also belonged to the category of cultivation materials and could be transformed into lifespan. But it can't be converted at the moment, it's supposed to be direct contact that counts. I would rather recommend the Shenzhou brand, it's an old brand of the blue and white planet, penny for penny, there's absolutely no problem with quality, and the favorable rate has always been 99.9% over the centuries. The waiter tried his best to recommend it. The market for nutrient liquid was not contested, unlike the Qi blood pills, where the manufacturing of the elixir type was controlled by Starlink and there were no competitors. Nutrients are not the same, there are many manufacturers and a variety of marketing techniques are needed. The waitress recommended the Shenzhou brand, naturally because she could get a certain amount of drawback from each serving of Shenzhou brand nutrient solution she sold. I don't need it now, I'll come back to purchase it later when I have the chance. Chen Yuan shook his head, cheekily refusing. He's really broke. He's desperately poor. If it weren't for the fact that the old house was the original owner's only hang-up and occupied an important position, he would have been ready to pack up the old house and sell it. Well, welcome to the next one. The waiter was a little disappointed, but it didn't show on his face. And Chen Yuan had just stepped out of the door when he heard someone calling his name. Chen Yuan. Willow Prime? That's right, it's Ryu. I thought you'd gone home. If I knew you were coming this way too, I would have called you along. Ryukin laughed out loud. Came over here for a casual stroll. Chen Yuan casually explained. Lu Jing, on the other hand, saw Chen Yuan walk out of the store with empty hands, and remembered that the other party had said that he had never drank any nutrient solution before, so he had an idea in his heart. What's the hurry? I'll show you around more carefully. Without any further ado, Lu Jing pulled Chen Yuan and stepped into the store behind him once again. Welcome to Amount. The waiter looked at Chen Yuan, who had gone and returned, and his expression visibly froze for a moment. However, when he saw Lu Jing, his eyes lit up, and he secretly said that the big customer had come, so he hurriedly went forward to ask in a soft voice. Young Master Lu, it's the same this time? Same as before, but take an extra serving, this is my friend, remember to give him a discount next time you come. Lu Jing put his arm around Chen Yuan's shoulder and said smilingly. Chen Yuan was silent for a moment and did not refuse, many thanks. He was indeed in dire need of cultivation resources. Small matter, my family has some shares in this store, it won't cost much. Lu Jing waved his hand bashfully, apparently not caring. Since childhood, living in a business environment, under the influence, even if Lu Jing did not deliberately learn, but also subconsciously choose to invest in Chen Yuan. Of course, from his perspective, he simply just felt that Chen Yuan's temperament was to his liking, and martial arts talent and whatnot was conversely a secondary reason. Shenzhou brand nutrient solution, preferred his family, expensive has expensive reasons, reputation is guaranteed. Lu Jing excitedly introduced. Chen Yuan listened to Lu Jing gushing while looking at the nutrient solution in his hand thinking, 30,000 star coins, I wonder how many years of life can be added? Into the night. The cloudless night sky was bright with stars. Nutrient liquid is not the same as Qi and blood pills. Qi and blood pills can be used to accelerate the growth of Qi and blood, and when combined with staking, it's even more effective. Nutrient liquid, on the other hand, is more like a tonic, concentrating many nutrients, which itself does not have any additive effect on martial arts, but it can accelerate the body's recovery cycle and reduce the cooling down of martial arts practice,
which is disguised in favor of the martial artist.
Though it's all the same to me is all.
Shen Yuan shook the first grade of nutrient liquid in his hand. The lavender liquid was a bit sticky, like a pot of thick soup that had been overly juiced. In the next moment, the nutrient solution suddenly disappeared, leaving only an empty bottle.
Shen Yuan then looked at his personal panel. Name, Shen Yuan.
Martial arts, blood transformation realm, 6th level.
Lifespan, 7 years.
Martial arts. 8 extreme thunder blade aoi falling thunder speed slash.
Tai Lung Pile de Shang. Life expectancy has increased by 2 years.
It's equivalent to 30,000 star coins to increase your lifespan by 2 years, while the Qi and Blood Pill increases your lifespan by 5 years for 70,000 star coins. Shen Yuan silently estimated in his mind and finally thought. When you do the math like this, at market price, the Qi and Blood Pills are going to make a little bit of money, and it will add 121 of a lifespan more, which is better than nothing.
As for the nutrient brand factor, Shen Yuan actually had a vague premonition that although the Divine Arc nutrient solution was half as expensive as Lotus, the effect was almost doubled.
In exchange for the Lotus nutrient solution, I'm afraid that it would only enhance the lifespan by 1 year. In other words, in terms of value for money, Qi and Blood Elixir Shenzhou nutrient solution Lotus nutrient solution.
System, Kryptonite. The Great Dragon Pile.
You wanted to cultivate the Great Dragon Pile, but had a hunch that 7 years would be totally insufficient, so you gave it up.
Is this the choice I made in the derivation?
7 years of lifespan was completely insufficient for the Great Dragon Pile to break through to the perfection realm, so Shen Yuan could only wait for tomorrow. If there were no accidents, he would advance a portion of his reward, and his lifespan should then be sufficient to raise the Great Dragon Pile to completion.
There's even some extra surplus. The next day, a few scattered white birds slowly swam on the artificial lake of the first middle school in Mountain City. A gust of wind blew, and the pale blue lake's surface suddenly caused countless ripples, reflecting the school building were slightly blurred. Shen Yuan, this way. This way.
Shen Yuan had just arrived when he saw Huang Su scowling and waving at him from the entrance of the first middle school. Obviously, he was quite handsome, and when he didn't speak his body was filled with a stern swordsman's temperament, but at this time, his movements and demeanor were slightly lewd. Since you're worried about Shang Guanji finding you in trouble, why doesn't the location stay in the second middle school? Shen Yuan was quite speechless.
That's what I call sincerity. Did you feel my sincerity? Huang Su stalked his neck, a dead duck's mouth.
It had to be said that Huang Su's words, coupled with the lack of the loneliness of an expert at the 9th level of the blood transfiguration realm, had invariably brought the distance between the two closer.
Let's go, getting money is important. Shen Yuan greeted. That's right. Screw the money. Get the money.
Huang Su shouted a sentence and led Shen Yuan away.
It was shortly after the two left.
A man with slightly yellow hair came to the school entrance, and after searching for a while, his face was ugly and he gritted his teeth. Damn it, let this yellow fox escape again.
This person is Shang Guanji. Chapter 11, One Move to Determine Victory. Wawa Bay Neighborhood, Entrance. Well, isn't it a bit surprising? Huang Su asked with a smile. A little bit.
Shen Yuan nodded his head in acknowledgement. Although the Waban neighborhood was also known as a wealthy neighborhood in the Mountain City, it was still a bit different from what he had expected. Huang Su bragged all the way about how this boss has a strong background and how powerful he is. Before that, he'd thought it would be a private manor house. Big Brother is a high-ranking member of the Blue and White Stars military and doesn't lack money, but this son is an illegitimate child after all. You know, there are some things that are known in secret, so it's fine, and no one will say anything, but if you make it known to everyone, instead, it's not so good to end. Huang Su spoke at length, carefully explaining for Shen Yuan. I don't care, just pay. Shen Yuan is here to work part-time and earn cultivation resources to facilitate Kryptonite. He is not willing to get too involved in other people's family ethical dramas.
That's right. We have only one purpose, to make.
It was obvious that even if it was only an illegitimate child, the big boss still loved his youngest son and gave him as favorable living conditions as possible. When I entered the room, I didn't see the big boss's son, but the first thing I saw were two other people.
Huang Su. Wang Lei.
Wang Lei's age looked a lot older than Huang Su, and the top of his head was a little sparse, nearly 40 years old or so middle-aged look. The air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder as soon as the two men met.
I haven't seen any movement for so many days. I thought you, Huang Su, were at your wits' end and couldn't find anyone? Wang Lei opened his mouth in an eccentric manner.
And Huang Su wasn't the least bit used to it. Master Wang, you should get out of the way when you're older. It's not a good habit to get in the way of young people.
I'm only 31. You're the grandpa. Wang Lei was instantly anxious.
Just when Chen Yuan thought that the two were so agitated that they were about to fight, Huang Su suddenly changed his face and said seriously. Without further ado, the people we brought will fight with the 8 Extreme Thunderblade, the winner stays and the loser goes.
No problem.
Wang Lei stroked his few hairs and readily agreed. But 2 words, the process, the result quickly finalized, this change of face speed, see Chen Yuan froze.
What, is it hard to believe that you think we're really going to fight here? Huang Su said at Chen Yuan.
All in the same industry, some of my human resources are not good at, the old king happens to run a good business, and vice versa, it is unlikely that there will be cooperation in the future. At the end of the day it's all just about making money, the relationship won't get too frosty.
Growing in knowledge. Chen Yuan drifted off.
It is just to make money, this time cannot earn, and then find another opportunity is, we are all for the sake of making money, there is absolutely no need to have an extra enemy, thankless, and
businessmen, harmony breeds wealth.
Well no, nagging, make it quick, I still have something to do later. Wang Lei urged with a face of impatience.
Go on, show them. Huang Su pushed Chen Yuan without a second thought.
The person that Wang Lei brought, looking at the slightly youthful face, seemed to be a high school student as well, it was just unclear whether or not he was a student of Mountain City.
Li Qingyan. Chen Yuan.
After informing each other of their names, almost at the same time, Huang Su uttered, begin.
Falling Thunder Speed Chop. 8 Extreme Thunder Blade.
Both of them did not use their chi and blood, nor did they use their weapons, simply using their physical strength to catalyze their hand blades and execute their respective 8 Extreme Thunder Blades.
Li Qingdian's 8 Extreme Thunder Blade was extremely proficient, it was definitely at the consummate realm, and it was incredibly fast.
But Chen Yuan was faster than him.
Stronger. Boom.
The air seemed to be detonated by a thunderbolt and boomed in the confined space. Li Qingdian's 8 Extreme Thunder Blade had just been half executed when Chen Yuan's hand blade was already located at his neck, but not by a millimeter.
This is Upanishad? It's so sharp and like a thunderbolt, what is it called? Li Qingdian's tone was somewhat bitter. Falling Thunder Speed Slash.
Chen Yuan closed his hand and returned.
The move is as the name suggests, I lost. Li Qingdian was convinced and decisively admitted defeat.
There is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. After a simple exchange of hands, Li Qingdian knew that his comprehension of the 8 Extreme Thunder Blade was far inferior to Chen Yuan.
Awesome. Awesome. It's actually the 8 Extreme Thunder Blades Upanishad.
Wang Lei clapped excitedly and shouted loudly, and those who didn't know thought that he had one.
With a smile on his face, he came over to Chen Yuan, little brother, add a friend, and in the future, there will be a money-making job brother to inform you. Let's make a lot of money together. This kind of behavior of ignoring Huang Su and prying the corner of the wall in front of him, Wang Lei did not feel ashamed at all, but instead, he had a face of rightfulness. Add it on, there's money for everyone to earn together. Huang Su didn't care.
Chen Yuan also held the idea of multiple friends and more roads, and Wang Lei added friends, and by the way, Li Qingdian also added.
Then I won't bother you guys to make money, Qingya, let's withdraw. Wang Lei's eyes signaled Li Qingya that it was time to withdraw.
Li Qingdian, on the other hand, said to Chen Yuan with a straight face, Chen Yuan, next time use your full strength and spar.
No problem. Chen Yuan answered.
Li Qingdi's strength is very strong, the martial realm should also be in the blood change realm 9th layer or so, if it is really use full strength, at this moment Chen Yuan really cannot beat each other.
But only for the moment.
Once the cultivation resources arrived and all of them were converted into lifespans, the speed at which Chen Yuan became stronger was frightening even to himself. It was only a matter of 3 days before he arrived at his current strength. On the other side, after witnessing Chen Yuan and Li Qingya's one move to determine the winner, the old butler drew back and left, and then came back again after nearly 2 minutes of time. Mr. Huang Su, I just asked for instructions from the big boss. From today onwards, Mr. Chen Yuan is the young master's teacher.
Chapter 12, Your Mom's Dead?
I'll have nothing to do next, so I'll buy you dinner in a few days.
Huang Su patted Chen Yuan's shoulder and left alone.
His mission was to find someone like Chen Yuan and bring him here to test whether he could catch the eye of the big boss. Now that the work is done, it's time to retire. In the end, Chen Yuan and the old housekeeper were left.
How about the remuneration?
If possible, it would be best to settle for martial cultivation resources.
Chen Yuan opened the door and directly inquired about the remuneration.
Settled in martial arts resources? The old butler nodded his head in agreement after a little thought. According to the big boss, Mr. Chen Yuan is also a rare martial arts genius for being able to comprehend the 8 extreme Thunder Blade Upanishad at today's stage. So naturally the compensation won't be stingy, based on 8 lessons per month, 2 first-grade Qi and blood pills per month, as well as 5 portions of Divine Arc brand first-grade nutrient liquid.
2 first-grade Qi and blood pills. 5 Divine Boat brand first-grade nutrient liquid. The market price totals 290,000 star dollars per month. To be honest, Chen Yuan's previous greatest expectation was actually just a first-grade Qi and blood dan, and at most a first-grade nutrient liquid. It had been far more than he had expected. As Huang Su said, the big boss is not bad. This commission, I'll take it. Chen Yuan immediately said.
However, he scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. It's just that can you advance a month's payment? Cultivation has been too lacking lately. The big boss has already anticipated that Mr. Chen Yuan would have this request, so he has already spoken to me, and there is no problem at all. The old butler smiled. It was only normal for high school martial artists who were short of money to have this kind of demand, especially since there were only the last 3 months left before the settlement of the heavenly ladder.
Thanks a lot.
The old butler spoke into the terminal, and after half a minute or so, someone came up with martial arts resources and handed them over to Chen Yuan.
2 first-grade Qi and blood pills. 5 Divine Boat brand first-grade nutrient liquid. 20 years of life expectancy to hand.
Tucking the Qi and blood elixir and the nutrient solution into the pocket on the inside of his shirt, it was time to do something now that the payoff had arrived. Take me to see the young master. I'll start teaching him the 8 extreme Thunder Blade now.
Please follow me. The young master may be a bit stubborn, so I'll ask Mr. Chen Yuan to be more patient.
The old butler brought Chen Yuan to the floor where the young master lived, and when Chen Yuan opened the door and went in, the old butler spoke afterward and silently closed the door.
You're the teacher that cheap old man got me?
We don't interfere with each other. You don't have to worry about me. Stay here until the end of the course and you won't lose a penny of your money. A short-haired boy reclined on the couch, breathless. The son of the big boss, called Yang Rui, is a junior high school student with a somewhat withdrawn and xenophobic personality. With this information flashing through his mind, Chen Yuan retorted, if I'm entrusted with the payment, I have to teach you well, otherwise I won't feel comfortable taking it.
Can you still force me to learn? Yang Rui raised his head and returned defiantly.
Then let me guess why you reject me so much and don't want me to teach you sword techniques. Chen Yuan did not bother with him and said to himself.
Because you're a bastard?
When Yang Rui heard this, he stood up from the sofa like a cat that had exploded its fur, and looked at Chen Yuan angrily. You're the bastard. Your whole family is a bastard. I only have a mom, not a dad.
Not a bastard? No daddy? You mean your mom's dead? You should be an orphan now?
Chen Yuan was very curious and asked seriously. Yang Rui froze for a moment, a little unbelievable. How could this person say such words? You seek death. Suddenly reacting, Yang Rui gritted his teeth and swung his fist towards Chen Yuan's face. Unfortunately, halfway through, he was knocked down by Chen Yuan with a kick, lying on the ground and grimacing in pain. Chen Yuan beat this kind of kid with his bare hands and without any effort. So weak, unable to resist.
Chen Yuan first mocked before asking again.
So?
Is your mom dead yet?
Yang Rui sniffed and once again struggled to get up, kicking out a leg towards a key part of Chen Yuan's lower body. Unfortunately, this little action had long been seen through by Chen Yuan with a glance, and he tripped Yang Rui to the ground with another kick. Knock! Hiss! This time, Yang Rui didn't get back up, but directly entered the pendulum state, lying motionless on the ground, pretending to be dead.
I don't have any malice, just simply asking, is your mom dead? Chen Yuan squatted down and patted Yang Rui's head.
Yang Rui didn't do anything this time, just his body jerked and continued to lie on his back, holding a sentence in his mouth. Your mom's the one who's dead.
Your father is dead.
You're an orphan. I'm an orphan, that's why I'm asking if your mom's dead or else I have nothing to do.
Huh? You're really an orphan?
This time Yang Rui had moved and turned his head to ask with some surprise. My parents were killed by the evil god cultists, and I don't have any relatives, so I'm alone now, and fortunately my family still has an old house, so I don't need to pay rent.
Chen Yuan calmly returned.
It seemed that Chen Yuan's status as an orphan had caused Yang Rui to empathize a bit, and his tone was a bit milder. My mom didn't die, but they wouldn't even let me see her, 3 years ago.
Stop, that's enough to know your mom isn't dead. I don't want to know about your big family ethics drama and I'm not in the mood. Chen Yuan made a stop gesture, forcibly blocking Yang Rui's unspoken words in his throat. You?
Yang Rui was suddenly a bit discouraged, and had a vestigial feeling of playing to a cow, making him a bit tedious. It's no use talking to me, I have to depend on your father's paycheck, it's impossible to help you, you have to rely on yourself. Just like when I wanted to avenge my parents, I could only rely on myself to kill the evil cultists and never expected the Starlead to stand up for me, got it?
You talk a good game. Yang Rui stiffened his mouth.
It's just a layer of physical shackles, as long as you keep moving forward in the martial arts path, one day the shackles will break in response, understand? Chen Yuan said, pulling out a long knife from a weapon rack on the side and throwing it in front of Yang Rui with a clanging sound.
Get up and practice your sword, your mom isn't dead, who are you going to look like you're dying for? I'm not bullying you, you can't make things difficult for me just because I'm a good person, right?
Whoever bullies you, just get stronger in them. Yang Rui held the hilt of his sword, and although his expression was a bit reluctant, he still climbed up and looked at Chen Yuan. In fact, he was now willing to follow Chen Yuan to learn the sword. Everything is afraid of comparison, and Chen Yuan, Yang Rui suddenly realized that his parents are alive and well, life is also rich, not to mention the need to go out to work to earn money to support themselves. Though for some reason, you don't see your own mom these days, and even your old man is often unseen. But compared to Chen Yuan's tragic life, he seems to be not bad? But just now, he had a reluctant face, and now if he became too fast, Yang Rui was a little embarrassed. 8 Extreme Thunder Blade, a blade technique that emphasizes speed, so how do you push the speed? The trick lies in generating power. Strength comes from the feet, the legs are most important. Chen Yuan patiently explained the know-how of the 8 Extreme Thunder Blade to him, while Yang Rui learned it carefully despite his cold face. Soon enough, the day's lesson was pretty much taught. Practice more on your own, use your personal terminal to ask me if you don't know, I'll come back in 3 days, if I find that you've forgotten it all, beware I'll beat you up. Chen Yuan threatened. Yang Rui hesitated for a moment and suddenly said, before I said that your whole family. Orphans that thing. Sorry. Little things. Chen Yuan waved his hand, unconcerned, and dashingly twisted his head to leave. Hardly, he's an orphan. Every traveler is an orphan of the soul, struggling to take root and thrive in this strange universe. Chapter 13, Getting Money. After Chen Yuan left. Master, the young master has opened up a bit and is willing to take the initiative to learn the 8 Extreme Thunder Blade from Mr. Chen Yuan, don't worry. The old butler said to the personal terminal. Well, good. A man's voice came from the terminal, and seemed to think it wasn't quite enough, and added another sentence. After a while, I will personally meet this Chen Yuan and thank him personally. Uncle Chan, are you talking to my old man? Yang Rui appeared at some point, and without waiting for the old butler to react, he shouted at the old butler's personal terminal. Lao Deng, you wait, when I get stronger, I'll carry a knife in you. Big boss. The old butler wiped his sweat, Master, I really didn't teach you. The terminal hangs up. Back home. Chen Yuan didn't hesitate and returned home to convert all the rewards from this time, 2 chi and blood pills and 5 nutrient solutions. Life expectancy increased by 20 years in one breath, coming to 27 years. Next, it's time to break through the Great Dragon Pile to completion. System, start Kryptonite. In Chen Yuan's mind, memories of the push diffusion martial arts began to recall. In the first year, your pile work did not advance an inch, making you wonder if 27 years is not enough to deduce the Great Dragon Pile to the perfection realm. You practiced the Great Dragon Pile painstakingly every day, and finally in the 10th year, your tendons and bones made a crackling sound, and the Great Dragon of your spine seemed to come to life. The Great Dragon Pile was perfected, and your martial realm broke through to the 8th level of the Blood Transformation realm. After this, you felt to yourself that this was the limit of the Great Dragon Pile, and that there was no need for improvement, so you began to train hard in order to break through to the 9th level of the Blood Transformation realm. In the 15th year, the Perfection realm's Great Dragon Pile is extremely fast to cultivate, your chi and blood boils like a dragon, and you arrive at the 9th level of the Blood Transformation realm, and you are clear that the path ahead lacks the Enlightenment realm cultivation technique, so you give it up. End of derivation. The Great Dragon Pile was perfected. At the 9th level of the Blood Transformation realm, there was no way to ascend. Chen Yuan's body was as majestic and vast as a dragon in terms of qi and blood alone, almost more than twice as strong as the 8th level of the blood transformation realm. Moreover, the effect of the Great Dragon Pile's purification of qi and blood caused Chen Yuan's qi and blood to be far more robust than an ordinary person's, with a stronger martial arts foundation. The qi and blood are like the flourish of a dragon.
Power. Hegemony.
For example, the university seed Shangguanji that Li Mingcat and the others are talking about has an Enlightenment Realm cultivation and is ranked 8,320th on the Heavenly Ladder. Chen Yuan did not worry too much about the Heavenly Ladder ranking, even if he did nothing at the back, just relying on the martial arts resources obtained by teaching Yang Rui would be enough for him to break through the Enlightenment Realm. Pouring some more deduction when the time comes, barely squeezing into the top 10,000 of the Heavenly Ladder should be more than enough.
But what I want isn't barely getting in. I have such an amazing talent system. Wouldn't it be a disgrace to the travelers if I just barely acquired the qualifications to compete for a university? It's still a good idea to look for other ways to make money. Chen Yuan still finds that the idea of making money cannot be stopped. What?
The first 1,000,000 places on the Heavenly Ladder are rewarded with 100,000 star coins. The first 100,000 places are rewarded with 500,000.
The top 10,000 university seeds can even directly sign an agreement with the school to receive a high subsidy?
Chen Yuan was shocked beyond words when he learned this news from Li Mingcat. It was the first time he knew that the original ladder ranking itself was a way to make money.
Li Mingcat's face looked odd, as if he was looking at an alien. You don't think the top 1,000,000 is easy to enter, do you?
Not to mention the top 100,000, or even the top 10,000. For the latter to be able to enter the top 1,000,000, even if you can't get into a university, that's a rare talent, and all places welcome people like that. And the top 10,000, moreover, are the most lacking college seeds in every high school. In order to prevent being secretly scooped up by other high schools, they will even sign 4 types of agreements from C to S directly with that student. Even if it's only a C-level agreement, the generous resources in it are enough to make the children of middle-class families blush. Chen Yuan suddenly realized that the original painstakingly searching for a way to make money is not far away, but close at hand. Without further delay, Chen Yuan decisively gave up on the course behind him and immediately moved on.
What do you want?
Li Mingcat was stunned.
What else can I do? Climb the ladder to make money. Chen Yuan didn't look back and left the classroom straight away. This guy's ladder ranking, it can't really be close to 1,000,000, right?
That's not right, that's already the stage where the 9th level of the blood transformation realm is piling up. Isn't he only at the 6th level of the blood transformation realm? Even if he comprehends the Blade Upanishad, he won't be able to arrive, right? Li Mingcat had some vague guesses in his heart, but it felt a bit ridiculous.
But, maybe? After all, it wasn't as if Chen Yuan didn't have a history of pretending to be weak.
On the other hand, on the other side, Chen Yuan, who had just walked to the door of the fighting room, was stopped in his tracks by a person.
You're Chen Yuan? Who are you and what do you want? Chen Yuan didn't really want to pay attention to this person right now. He was anxious to climb the heavenly ladder to make money. But the person in front of us, some of them are not good. You don't recognize me?
Shangguanji wrapped his arms around himself, his tone surprised.
Chen Yuan? Although Chen Yuan didn't say anything, the meaning was all in his expression. Shangguanji immediately stopped playing dumb and said bluntly, I am Shangguanji.
The whole school is well aware of the conflict between me and Huang Su of the 2nd middle school, and I heard that you've been getting close to him lately, which makes me a little uncomfortable. This time it's just a warning, you'd better stay out of Huang Su's affairs, lest I look the other way and step in to injure you. In case you're not aware, I have a B-level agreement with the school, and the school won't ask questions if I hurt you, so be nice.
After saying that, Shangguanji didn't even wait for Chen Yuan to say a few words before he pushed Chen Yuan away and left on his own. Chapter 14 Entry, Millions. He's Shangguanji? Acting in an overbearing manner, he even managed to come over my head.
Chen Yuan frowned, but quickly put it behind him.
The most important thing at the moment is to climb the ladder and get money.
When he walked into the fighting room, Chen Yuan was caught by Ryu Prime, who first looked at the door and didn't see anyone, so he said to Chen Yuan. Be careful lately, just now Shangguanji looked for you, it should be about Huang Su, you'd better avoid it. You're a bit late, Shangguanji has already looked for me and just left. Chen Yuan still had the matter of climbing the heavenly ladder on his mind. But Ryukin doesn't know what's going on, it seems like he's been soaking up the fighting room in the 1st grade all day long, and I see him every time I come in.
Same as an NPC in a fixed location with a fixed refresh. Ah. That guy's temper isn't very good, take it easy on yourself, after all, he's a college seed who signed a B-level agreement, and the school side is protecting him. Ryukin whispered. Chen Yuan waved his hand, don't worry, if he doesn't mess with me, I won't bother with him. After saying that, Chen Yuan impatiently rushed towards the unused fighting pod in the corner, inserted his student ID and entered the virtual fighting platform. Why are you in more of a hurry than I am? Ryu similarly inserted his student ID and entered the virtual fighting platform. Open the ladder match. The waiting time had only passed by about 10 seconds before Chen Yuan's side had already been matched first. He was now over 1 million rankings, and there was quite a lot of competition, with many people waiting to rush the list. In the first round, though, he was matched with an opponent who was ranked a little lower than him, 2 million whole. Then he was sharply resolved by Chen Yuan with a single slash. With the enhancement of chi and blood like a dragon, the power of the falling thunder speed chop was terrifyingly unparalleled at the blood transformation realm stage. Horseshoe matched again, accompanied by a smart alert that the match was successful. The opponent was at the 9th level of blood exchange and ranked 920,000th. 920,000. That's enough. 100,000 star coins in hand if we win this one. Chen Yuan's goal this time had not been placed above the top 10,000 and top 100,000. Without the strength of the Enlightenment realm, he was not qualified to covet these two rankings. From the beginning, his goal was the reward for the first 1,100,000 star coins. Don't look at the fact that it was only a measly 100,000, much less than what he was paid to teach Yang Rui, but the purchasing power of star coins was actually very strong. The old house of Chen Yuan's family was only worth between 200,000 and 300,000 star coins. 100,000 star coins was also enough for Chen Yuan to buy a chi and blood pill, plus a copy of the Divine Ark's nutrient solution, which added up to 7 years of life. Thoughts were running through his mind, but only a few seconds had passed. Chen Yuan's opponent appeared above the ring, just like Huang Su, a sword-wielding martial artist named Duo Long, but with blue eyes and blonde hair. The blue and white planet is under the rule of the Star Alliance, regardless of national power. There are many races of people among them, yellow, white, black and blue, and even the rarer Hierophant, a human being with some animal features. 9th level of the blood transformation realm, heavenly ladder ranking of more than 1,900,000, it seems to be a guy who just broke through and ran to climb the heavenly ladder in impatience. After briefly glancing at Chen Yuan's information, Duo Long instantly made a judgment. He had met such a person many times before. Because the next step was the Enlightenment realm, coupled with the fact that it was extremely difficult to make a breakthrough, there were a very large number of people stuck at the 9th level of the blood transfiguration realm, quite a bit more than those at the 7th to 8th levels combined. Therefore, there were countless hidden experts at the 9th level of the blood transformation realm. Whenever someone broke through the 9th level of the blood transformation realm, they would feel invincible. However, confidently entering the virtual fighting platform and being easily defeated by an opponent at the 9th level of the same blood transfiguration realm, his confidence was immediately struck. This kind of thing could hardly be more unusual. 10, 9, 2, 1. The battle begins. The moment the countdown ended, the majestic chi and blood in Chen Yuan's body raged uncontrollably and heatedly, instantly pouring into the long blade. The lapis lazuli beneath his feet clicked and sank, imprinting two clear, in-stone footprints. Like thunder roaring down in the darkness of the night, it sheathed its sword blatantly. Boom! Falling thunder speed chop. Still striking out at full strength. 8 extreme thunder blade Upanishad falling thunder speed slash. Chen Yuan treats anyone, regardless of their status, regardless of their strength, regardless of male or female, and will deal with them with all his might. What a majestic chi and blood! Surprise flashed through Doran's mind. The strength of this person's chi and blood in front of him was actually a shade higher than him, who was stuck at the 9th level of the blood transformation realm and had been polishing his chi and blood for 2 long years. This sentiment had just flashed through his mind when the roar of thunder suddenly exploded in his ears. Accompanying the sound of exploding thunder was Chen Yuan's slash, whose speed was as fast as the limit of the blood transformation realm. In his haste, Doran only had time to put up his long sword in his hand to block. Dang! One with full strength, one with hasty defense, the result was predictable. Duo Long's longsword was raised high, and although his hands were trembling, they still gripped the hilt of the longsword tightly, not letting go in the slightest. There is still a chance. The sword is still in my hand. I haven't lost yet. He roared inwardly. I'm sorry, you've already lost. Facing the wide-open Duo Long, Chen Yuan's chi and blood suddenly released in a flash, and his long knife violently lifted upwards, from the bottom to the top, as if a hot knife splitting on tofu, cutting it into two without any obstruction. Eventually, Doran's body turned into pieces of information and slowly dissipated. Phew! A mouthful of scalding hot air spewed out of his mouth, vaporizing a cloud of white flowers the moment it touched the air. Chen Yuan's skin was red at the moment, as if it was a branding iron that had been roasting for a long time, and it took a long while for it to gradually ease and subside. Gathering the strongest strike, even an opponent who is also at the 9th level of the blood transformation realm will still fall under my blade if they are not careful. Chen Yuan has always been conservative and does not dare to say that he is invincible at the same level at this moment. However, the Great Dragon Pile quenched out the purest to the core chi and blood, coupled with the 8 Extreme Thunder Blades Upanishadic Slash, and the Perfection Grade Pile technique. Ranked in the first echelon of the blood transformation realm, Chen Yuan was still very confident. And it took him 4 days to go from nothing to where he is now? Or 5 days? Keep up this pace and soon I'll be able to start touching the stage of the stars. Chen Yuan's gaze had never been placed on a single blue and white star, and the most fervent wish of his heart was to rely on the path of martial arts to officially enter the stage of this vast starry sky. Now that we know that this starry sky is not lonely and bustling. If Chen Yuan did not personally step into it and try it out, it would be a bit of a waste of his talent for system, as well as this hard-won opportunity to cross over. And the first step to stepping onto the starry stage is to be in the top 10,000 of the heavenly ladder and gain qualifications to compete for a university. Chen Yuan looked at his current ranking. Ladder rank, 920,000. By defeating Doran, Chen Yuan inherited its ranking, which was 920,000th. If he is defeated one day by someone behind him, he will likewise be replaced by his replacement and regret the fall. But Chen Yuan believed that that day would never come. Chapter 15, Harvest. Meanwhile, just as Chen Yuan defeated Duel Long, his heavenly ladder ranking climbed to 920,000th place. Mountain City 1. Dang. 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 There was a rhythmic knock on the door. Enter. Principal, a student has entered the top 1 million of the heavenly ladder. Li Tianming, the senior's head teacher, walked in. The principal of the first middle school, Fan Yaosheng, didn't even look up as he casually asked, "Is it my nephew, Fan Tianming? Or is it Qi Xian from class 5? None of them." Li Tianming shook his head. "It's Chen Yuan from the second senior class." Chen Yuan? Fan Yaosheng finally raised his head. He was under the impression that there was no one called Chen Yuan among the students at the 9th level of the blood transformation realm, not even at the 8th level of the blood transformation realm. So he asked, "What is Chen Yuan's origin?" Parents were killed in an evil cultist riot, and have been on the rise since 5 days ago, taking a total of 5 days from new registration to entering the top million of the ladder. And the reason for forcing it to show strength should be the same class Wang Yao campus violence led to. Now Wang Yao hands are broken, still in the hospital medical treatment. Li Tianming gave detailed information about Chen Yuan. Sure enough, as soon as the ladder settlement nears, all sorts of obscure rising stars start to make their mark. Do you think they are idle? Or have they read too many novels, thinking of pretending to be pigs and eating tigers all day long, and not afraid of really becoming pigs one day? There was a hint of incomprehension in the tone of the principal, Fan Yaosheng, and a hint of imperceptible grumbling. With every ladder settlement of the Star Federation, there was always a group of originally obscure students who rose to the sky and rocketed up within the virtual fighting platform. You have to come up with a few of these every year, and in how convoluted and swashbuckling the story is, you can get tired of hearing it too much. Meh, it's good they're happy. Li Tianming didn't care. Anyway, he liked to play weak, and if he was bullied and humiliated then he would take it well, and he couldn't blame others. Tell me, what resources do you want me to approve this time? Fan Yaosheng asked bluntly. For a student with potential like Chen Yuan, it is not enough to just have the rewards from Starlink, the school also has to take the initiative to show goodwill. Otherwise, if you don't do it in the snow, it will be a bit late to put the icing on the cake when the students become established. College seeds can't find a place to cry when the time comes if another school pries them away. Li Tianming extended his index finger, a meditation pill. Meditation elixir, an auxiliary elixir used when breaking through the enlightenment realm, with a market price of 100,000 star coins. The meditation pill is not bad, and it's just right for a martial artist at the 9th level of the blood transformation realm. However, Fan Yaosheng did not immediately agree to the approval, and after a little reflection, he said, "But this kind of student mostly likes to hide their hand. It's not guaranteed that they've already broken through the enlightenment realm, so it's better to replace it with the embracement pill, which can be useful for both breaking through the realm and embracing the orifices." The pill of the inner hole, market price $150,000. Headmaster is really exhaustive. Li Tianming smiled slightly at his words. Hey, if these students would settle down, I wouldn't have to labor so much. I hope this brat Chen Yuan had better be in the enlightened realm. Don't let my hard work go to waste. Oh. Fan Yaoxing touched his bald head, and couldn't help but recall his youthful, heroic appearance with long hair. Second center. Huang Su, who was silently recording something, suddenly received a string of messages, which he glanced at absently. However, after seeing the content of the message, his spirit was lifted. Chen Yuan actually made it into the top 1 million of the heavenly ladder? 920,000 places. Isn't that 60,000 places higher than me? But it's also right, with all of the Blade Upanishads comprehended, and the martial realm is only at the 6th level of the blood transformation realm, it's not normal how you think about it. This kid, he's hiding really deep. In a couple of days, after I'm done with what I have in hand, I'll have to pay back the meal I owe him, and show him another surprise on the way. Huang Su was most credible, and every word uttered was kept in his mind. Since he had said that he would invite Chen Yuan for dinner, he would definitely do so. Fighting room. Chen Yuan received an intelligent reminder that the virtual fighting platform belonged directly to the Starlink, and the rewards for the top 1 million in the ladder were also sent directly from the Starlink without any time wasting approvals to act. Now that it had been sent to Chen Yuan's personal terminal, it could be directly extracted and used. 100,000 star coins, here. Instead of continuing to match opponents, Chen Yuan chose to log out directly. Although his strength was considered extremely strong at the 9th level of the blood transformation realm, it was still too difficult for him to enter the top 100,000 places where the enlightenment realm was piled up. As for impacting the top 100,000, or even the top 10,000, it's better to put it after I break through the enlightenment realm. Chen Yuan had already made up his mind to break through the enlightenment realm as soon as possible. After climbing out of the fighting pod, Chen Yuan then realized that Lu Qing and Li Mingcat were surrounding his fighting pod. This deeply hidden Lord Chen Yuan, allow me to take the liberty of asking, what is your current heavenly ladder ranking? Ryukin apparently learned a lot of things from Li Mingcat, and inquired with a somewhat quirky tone. It's fine if you don't want to talk about it. Li Mingcat stated indifferently, although he was curious. Chen Yuan didn't hide it from them and said bluntly, I just entered the 920,000th place and received 100,000 star coins. He didn't have the idea of hiding his strength, after all, his strength was changing too rapidly, one day at a time, and by the time others knew about it, it was already past tense information. Just like who would have thought that 5 days ago he was a guy who was blocked in the corner of the toilet by Wang Yao to extort chi blood pills and didn't dare to fight back. Tigress, I told you were overthinking it. Ryukin looked at Li Mingcat with a smile. Then his eyes glared and he turned his head violently, so fast that his neck even made a clicking sound. He stared tightly at Chen Yuan as if he was looking at a monster, his mouth exaggerated, grip grass. 920,000. Really? Li Mingcat, on the other hand, appeared much more calm as she simply asked in a low voice, 9th level of the blood transformation realm? Like a 9th level of the blood transformation realm. Chen Yuan replied affirmatively. 8 Extreme Thunder Blade Upanishad? Aha! What about staking? Complete, ascending beyond ascension. Having personally learned the desired answer from Chen Yuan, Li Mingcat's heart fell into deep frustration. Once again, she realized that the gap between man and man was sometimes greater than between man and dog. Though she had come to her senses a long time ago. To be honest, she didn't even believe much of what Chen Yuan said right now. After all, Chen Yuan's previous convictions were just too much. Even if a few days later, Chen Yuan suddenly said that he had opened the orifice's realm, Li Mingcat might not be too surprised. Once you're back in the game, you're back in the game. You get used to it more often. $100,000, hurry up and treat us to a big meal. Although Lu Jing was a happy-go-lucky person, he was also a little discouraged in his heart at this time, but more than anything, he was happy from the bottom of his heart about the achievements made by Chen Yuan. The family can't say that he's not doing anything all day long, but making friends with some foxes and dogs, and he's made an unintentional acquaintance with a martial arts genius. He's got a good eye. Although his mouth said to eat a big meal, but in the end, Lu Qing still took the initiative to propose to eat the cafeteria special fried food to come. Final spending 180 star coins. Chapter 16, Yuan Magnetic Exhalation, Dragon Elephant True Technique. Embracing Orifice Pill? The three of them finished their meal and walked out of the cafeteria, but they met Li Tianming, the senior's director of instruction. Li Tianming shushed Chen Yuan for a few moments before giving him the embracing vessel pill, saying that it was support from the school. After encouraging Chen Yuan some more, he left straight away. This is an elixir with a market price of 150,000 star coins. Whether it's for breaking through the enlightenment realm or for the nourishment of the orifices, it's extremely useful. Most of all, it's still that this thing isn't like the Qi and Blood elixir. The Yunqiao elixir is strictly controlled by the Star Alliance, and the Blue and White Star doesn't have much of a quota each year, and when it's our turn in Mountain City No. 1 High School, it's even less. The knowledgeable Ryukin sighed, though he didn't hear much envy in his tone. 150,000 star coins for the embodied vessel pill. Chen Yuan stroked his chin, while in his heart, he was estimating how much longevity this elixir could add. Whether or not the pills were rare or of great use was of little use to him. After all, it wasn't like he needed supplies like pills to cultivate. How much he could enhance his lifespan was what he was most concerned about. After separating from Lu Jing and the others, Chen Yuan immediately chose to transform the embodied vessel pill that had just arrived and had not yet warmed up. Name, Chen Yuan. Martial arts, 9th level of the blood transformation realm. Lifespan, 27 years. Martial arts. 8 Extreme Thunder Blade Aoi Falling Thunder Speed Slash. Tai Lung Pile Successful. From the original 12 years, it has been raised to 27 years, and the Enchanting Vessel Pill, which has a market price of 150,000 apiece, has raised my lifespan by 15 years. Equivalent to 10,000 star coins for a year of life expectancy, it's a bit more cost-effective than the Qi and Blood elixir, but unfortunately there's a market for it, so money doesn't necessarily buy it. Chen Yuan didn't use kryptonite because he still lacked the techniques for the enlightenment realm, and 27 years was ultimately a little less than that, and it wouldn't necessarily be able to support him in breaking through the enlightenment realm. At that moment, a message alert suddenly popped up on his personal terminal. Chen Yuan casually glanced at the contents therein and turned off his personal terminal. Martial Arts Lending Library. There weren't many people in the pavilion, partly because there were fewer martial artists, and partly because it would take years just to cultivate a martial art, so few people ran towards the martial arts lending pavilion for nothing. This time, Chen Yuan did not look for an administrator to help him pick a martial art, but instead made an independent inquiry on the self-service instrument. With his current permissions, he was able to access martial arts information of the blood transformation realm and the enlightenment realm. The first thing he looked for was the enlightenment realm technique. The human body has a total of 361 orifices throughout the body, and also 361 divine caches, all of which are in a state of primitive closure. From the beginning of the orifice opening realm, the human body begins to resonate and sense with the omnipresent cosmic energy, breaking through the blockage of the orifices with the Qi and blood of a dragon, causing the orifices to receive, sift, and absorb the free energy of the universe. This process not only ushered in explosive growth in Qi, blood, and physique, but even brought about some special attributes similar to superpowers in his previous life. Simply put, the attack carries an enchanted attribute. The type of enchantment attribute depended largely on the enlightenment realm feat chosen. Explosive 8 vomiting technique, cultivation has an increase in power outbursts, no subsequent supporting techniques, choose carefully. Chen Yuan carefully read the contents. The lack of subsequent supporting techniques meant that it only had the enlightenment realm portion, and after the enlightenment realm, one would need to switch to other types of techniques. Not only was it a waste of time, but it wasn't a lineage of Kung Fu, so there was ultimately a conflict. Chen Yuan chose to directly filter out such feats and instead searched for mainstream recommended feats, many of which were created by contemporary martial gods. The price was expensive, but the subsequent supporting feats were enough to cultivate for a long time. As for the technique to cultivate to martial god? At that level, it is no longer enough just to be able to learn, but to constantly innovate, that is, to get out of one's own way. The population of the Star Union was countless, yet there were only 1,000 martial gods, and the distribution of the Blue and White Star could not even be shared by a single martial god. This was still the result of the long lifespan of the martial god and the accumulation of thousands of years of light. Yuan Magnetic Vomiting Method, the technique practiced by the Lei Yao martial god, priced at 100,000 star coins, just what I can afford. After a brief deliberation, Chen Yuan chose the Yuan Magnet Vomiting Method. There's not much money left, I can't afford the matching martial arts, let's look at something else. The reward of 1 million places on Chen Yuan's heavenly ladder was instantly consumed. Poor in literature and rich in martial arts, that was more than just talk. The amount of money burned to train a martial artist was enough to send a middle-class family into bankruptcy. Flipping through the pages, a martial art with no grade markings suddenly appeared in Chen Yuan's eyes. What attracted Chen Yuan's gaze was not the reason for its unique lack of delineation of grades,
but the opening annotation from the Dragon Image Martial God. Mixed Elements Dragon Elephant True Technique. I witnessed the realm of Dragon Elephant Martial God, all in this. I have been extremely gifted since I was a child, and when I learned that true Kung Fu was difficult and unconvincing, I attempted it. The 13 layers of the true power are progressive and there is no bottleneck, and all people in the world can cultivate them. 3 years 1 layer, 10 years 2 layers, 30 years 3 layers, 100 years 4 layers. Into the martial arts god, thousands of years of time, many strange encounters plus body, can be 9 layers. Legend has it that those who have the 13th layer of true power, raise their hands and feet accompanied by the divine power of 10 dragons and 10 elephants. I have no hope in this life.
Real Kung Fu? Evil Kung Fu. Those who are not superbly gifted do not practice. Those who do not have a long lifespan will not practice. Dragon Elephant Martial God. Amongst a group of martial gods known for their strength, even he evaluates this martial art in such a way, it's really a bit intriguing. According to the Dragon Elephant Martial God, this evil martial art, even with the martial god's talent, one would need to progress gradually and rely on time to accumulate breakthroughs. The Dragon Elephant Martial God has been practicing for thousands of years, and has only just managed to enter the 9th level of the realm, and there are still 4 more levels upwards, forcing him to lament the hopelessness of this life. The divine power of 10 dragons and 10 elephants. The Dragon and Elephant Martial God has only cultivated to the 9th layer. If I had this power, I'm afraid that a martial god would be able to blow it up with one punch, right? The dragons and elephants here refer to the true dragon and the heavenly elephant, both legendary divine beasts known for their power. Although Chen Yuan's talent was average and could even be said to be inferior, he had a lot of lifespan. Even if it's hard to cultivate, even if it's all about gradual progress, is a 10,000-year lifespan enough? Not enough? Then 100,000 years. A million years. As long as there are enough martial arts resources, the last thing Chen Yuan lacks is life expectancy, ruthless kryptonite life. Do not believe that the mixed dragon elephant true skill cannot be cultivated to the 13th layer. But one look at the price of the hybrid dragon elephant true skill, Chen Yuan instantly shriveled up. The first level of the mixed dragon elephant true technique, 200,000 star coins. It's nifty, or the first level. Even Mountain City 1 only has the first tier of purchase channels, and the remaining 12 tiers can only be found in another way, such as joining the army, which surely has a true merit to follow. Or perhaps the university that brings together the resources of the entire Starlink, and definitely has real work to follow. The Mixed Elements Dragon Elephant True Technique is simply tailor-made for me in general. I must try to cultivate it. Chen Yuan's heart was itching to do so, but he was unable to do so because he was strapped for cash. So simply leave the martial arts lending library. Get the money. Chapter 17 Earth Dragon Meat. And Bay Neighborhoods. Yang Rui waved the long knife in his hand and began to hand in his homework to Chen Yuan. Although the process was a bit stumbling, Yang Rui still managed to make a complete set of 8 Extreme Thunder Blade in its entirety. Obviously, Yang Rui had practiced the 8 Extreme Thunder Blade diligently during these 3 days. It doesn't look lazy, but there are still quite a lot of mistakes. First of all, it's a problem of power, your waist is too stiff. In fact, Yang Rui's talent was far higher than Chen Yuan's, whether it was the comprehension of the 8 Extreme Thunder Blade or the progress of quenching his chi and blood. However, Chen Yuan's 8 Extreme Thunder Blade comprehended the mysteries, and it was still very easy to correct Yang Rui's 8 Extreme Thunder Blade's mistakes when he wanted to do so at a high level. It's like asking a battered high school student to solve elementary school quadratic equations. I'll try. Yang Rui's expression was serious as he began to correct his 8 Extreme Thunder Blade according to the method taught by Chen Yuan. There's no need to think about saying exactly what I said. You should find out which 8 Extreme Thunder Blade suits you so that you can comprehend the mysteries of it. Chen Yuan voiced out a reminder. The martial art of the 8 Extreme Thunder Blade was taught the same, but the axioms that each person comprehended were all different. 1,000 men see 1,000 Hamlets. The same goes for martial arts. Chen Yuan comprehending the falling thunder speed chop, or perhaps Yang Rui comprehending a falling flower slow chop, it was all unpredictable. There has never been a fixed, standardized formula for practicing martial arts, especially as the stronger the martial artist becomes, the more emphasis is placed on innovation. Because only your own martial arts path is best for you. As he practiced, Yang Rui suddenly spoke out and inquired, "Teacher, how many places are you on the heavenly ladder now?" 920,000. Chen Yuan did not hide it and replied. Nowadays, Yang Rui was no longer as resistant to him as he had been when he first arrived, and was able to calmly call Chen Yuan a teacher. "My old man says if I can get into college, I can get my mom back. Do you think I can get in, teacher?"
I'm sure I can pass the exam, as for you, I'm not sure. Chen Yuan drank a glass of water and said indifferently.
Yang Rui. Who's the teacher? You're knocking the confidence of the students? Don't think I don't know. The top 10,000 in the heavenly ladder are only qualified to participate in the university elimination match. You're only 920,000, you're still far from it. Yang Rui would not eat a dumb loss and immediately retorted. Easy as pie. Chen Yuan continued to drink his water and even peeled an orange along the way. Of course Yang Rui didn't believe it, bragging. Chen Yuan doesn't speak. And then Jan Rui was in a hurry. What is earth dragon meat? Chen Yuan was a bit curious.
Huang Su did not explain, with an expression of you'll know later, while signaling the waiter waiting at the door to serve the food. But 2 minutes' time, steaming 4 dishes and 1 soup was presented in front of Chen Yuan's eyes, colorful, just look at the appearance of people mouth-watering. It's all geoduck meat as the main dish, try it.
Try it and you'll see.
Huang Su squeezed his eyebrows and urged Chen Yuan to move his chopsticks. Chen Yuan naturally wouldn't be polite, and immediately picked up a piece of meat, stuffed it into his mouth, and slowly chewed it. The flavors are delicious and worthy of this selling point.
My chi and blood are actually reacting?
The meat had just gone down, and Chen Yuan felt a faint warmth in his stomach. As Chen Yuan ate more and more, this warmth became more and more intense, like a small fireplace had been lit in his stomach. At the same time, the entire body's chi and blood was actually involuntarily running through the body, as if it was slowly digesting this inexplicable heat.
The chi and blood have increased.
Although it is not much, but because of eating this so-called earth dragon meat, it does increase the chi and blood.
Well. Got it.
Huang Su looked at Chen Yuan's surprised expression and heatedly smiled. Earth dragon meat has the effect of promoting the circulation of chi and blood.
Consumed year-round, it is enough to allow an ordinary person who has never cultivated to autonomously raise their chi and blood to around the 2nd level of the blood transformation realm. This is also called a dietary supplement and medicinal meal. Ordinary people can't afford to eat it. This meal alone cost nearly 10,000 star coins.
If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even bother to eat.
Huang Su didn't dare to be careless when he saw Chen Yuan's chopsticks moving more and more rapidly.
Because if he kept on talking nonsense, the whole table was going to be eaten up all by Chen Yuan alone. He hastily picked up his chopsticks and dazzled.
A few minutes later. Phew. Chen Yuan ended up touching his warm stomach and was satisfied.
The 4 dishes and 1 soup on the table, at this moment, not a bit of soup was left, all of which entered Chen Yuan and Huang Su's bellies. This chopstick of yours ended up sticking out with a residual shadow. How come it still has a bit of the 8 extreme thunder blades axiom? Huang Su was a little slower to move his hands because he talked a little too much, and was completely unable to snatch Chen Yuan. It resulted in not having enough to eat at the end and being 3 points short. What do you know? This is called martial arts immersed in the bone marrow, dissolved in daily life. Every move carries the shadow of the 8 extreme thunderblade. Chen Yuan was opening his eyes to bully Huang Su into not comprehending the mysteries.
Huang Su would be damned if he could believe it. Now that we've eaten, it's time to talk about that surprise you were talking about? What kind of surprise? Chen Yuan quickly changed the topic. How can you call it a surprise when it just comes out like that? Huang Su smiled mysteriously. By the way, I heard that your ladder ranking entered the millions. Congratulations. That you even know that?
Chen Yuan was surprised that the school knew that he was not surprised, but Huang Su actually knew that he had entered the top million of the heavenly ladder. I even know that the first form gave you an embodied orifice pill. In our line of work, if you're not better informed, you'd have been drinking the northwest wind a long time ago.
Huang Su tilted his head proudly, then asked, do you know how many people are in the 1st and 2nd middle schools? And what is the name of each person?
Without waiting for Chen Yuan to reply, he said to himself.
I know all about it. Awesome. What else could Chen Yuan say?
One could only silently give Huang Su a thumbs up.
Chapter 18, The Black Market. Black Market?
The surprise Huang Su was talking about was taking Chen Yuan to experience the black market in Mountain City. The black market was located on the outskirts of Mountain City, and after a total of 3 layers of identity interrogation, the two finally entered a huge underground garage.
It's a lot more lively than the usual cold underneath garage.
Everywhere were vendors who set up stalls anywhere, only the things they bought were rather peculiar, poor quality nutrient solutions, unknown brands of elixirs, and Chen Yuan even saw a chi blood elixir that was worth 20,000 star coins.
Compared to the 70,000 apiece on the market, this value on the black market was simply horrifying. Be careful, the black market is full of shoddy products, and newcomers with insufficient eyesight are very easy to be pitted. Huang Su reminded. In fact, without the need for Huang Su to say it, Chen Yuan didn't really believe in the 20,000 star coins of Qi blood pills. It didn't make sense just logically. The factory cost of a first-grade Qi blood dan was more than 20,000, how could anyone do a losing deal? Moreover, Chen Yuan was able to sense that this Qi and blood pill could not be converted into lifespan at all, so it was obviously a fake. Be careful when you come here on your own, the black market forces are mixed, there are more than just crooks among them, there are many rebels, foreigners, and even evil god followers. Huang Su said as he walked. Cultists have it all? The Star League doesn't care? Hearing the evil god religious, Chen Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Gathering in a black market is better than scattering them all over the place. There are quite a few disguised law enforcement team members in the black market, so they can quickly control the situation if something goes wrong. But don't worry too much, the black market has black market rules, as long as you don't mess around, basically there won't be much of a problem, at most you'll be cheated out of some money, just as a tuition fee. When I first came here back then, I was cheated quite a bit, and I grew up later. Huang Su smiled, then brought Chen Yuan to a store with a sheep's head hanging on its door. Although the underground garage on this side of the black market covers a large area, it's just a garage after all. At a glance there are basically stalls of individuals, this has a separate store, obviously a little something. Walked into the store and saw no one. Old Wu, brought you a guest. Potential customers oh. Huang Su shouted at the top of his voice. There was a sudden sound from the ceiling, and a man with a pair of cat ears on his head tumbled down with dexterity. Cathexis? This was the first time Chen Yuan had ever seen a Hierophant with his own eyes. The Hierophants are not a common race, at least not on the blue and white planet, and I've heard that many Hierophants work as interstellar anchors. However, the blue and white planet only had a local area network and could not connect to the Starlink's star network, and Chen Yuan had never seen the so-called star anchor. Huang Su, I told you not to bring just anyone to my place, the law enforcement team is not to be messed with. Old Wu coldly came in front of the two. However, when his gaze landed on Chen Yuan, the indifference on his face melted for a few moments and he nodded. This kid, he's better than you. That's why I brought him here to get to know him, maybe he'll be your big customer in the future. Huang Su casually pulled over a stool and sat down. Chen Yuan. Just call me Old Wu, you can find me if you need medicines and cultivation resources, the price is definitely cheaper than the market price. A few brief introductions were made, and then it was a matter of getting to know each other. The pile technique you cultivate is the Great Dragon Pile? Old Wu suddenly asked in a loud voice. Chen Yuan didn't expect that Old Wu could see through the pile work he practiced with a single glance. Could it be that he was an expert? Huang Su looked like he saw through Chen Yuan's thoughts. Don't think too much, Old Wu has never practiced martial arts, he's just been exposed to a lot of it, plus being a cathexis, his senses are much stronger than ordinary people. I was also bluffed by Old Wu when I first met him. But you actually cultivate the Great Dragon Pile? Although that thing purifies qi and blood is very strong, it's too time-consuming, and usually very few people would actively choose the Great Dragon Pile. Old Wu didn't care about Huang Su revealing his bottom line. The flavor of the qi and blood cultivated by the Great Dragon Pile is more mellow than the other piles, just like an old wine that has been treasured for decades. Kid, are you interested in selling your blood? I'll pay a high price for it. How about 10,000 star coins for 100 milliliters? Selling blood? Chen Yuan hurriedly shook his head. The blood of a martial artist was not something that could be sold casually. The way of qi and blood relies on blood as an important pathway, and excessive loss of blood can very easily lead to qi and blood deficiency. In severe cases, even the martial realm would be affected, and it was not impossible to drop from the 9th level of the blood transformation realm to the 7th level. Old Wu shook his head with some disappointment. You're still not short of money enough. Back then, Huang Su was the one who had to come to me every so often to sell his blood. You're so short of money, aren't you? And sold blood? Chen Yuan looked at Huang Su, very surprised. It's all about looking back at the bad old days. Huang Su shrugged his shoulders, expressing helplessness and not explaining too much. Allow me to ask, what do you need the blood for, Lao Wu? It's not for drinking, is it? Thinking of Old Wu's analogy of his qi and blood flavor, Chen Yuan's face looked a little odd. Drinking blood? Huang Su and Old Wu both froze for a moment, then looked at each other and laughed. How can you associate it with drinking blood? Of course it's used for research. There are also some pills that require a martial artist's blood as a primer. This is the case with the Qi and Blood Elixir, for example. I'm not practicing any demonic skills, and I'm not an evil spiritist, so what else can I do if I want blood? Qi and blood pills? Chen Yuan, on the other hand, noticed the point. You still sell Qi blood pills here? Isn't that something strictly controlled by the Star Alliance? Old Wu patiently explained, I don't just sell Qi blood pills, I make them myself. It wasn't that difficult in the first place. In the end, back then, the Star Alliance also obtained the refining method of the early Qi and blood pills from the folk, and subsequently went through many modifications before forming the current Qi and blood pills. But the pill business is so ridiculously lucrative that the Star Alliance simply monopolizes it outright and doesn't even allow folk to make their own Qi and blood pills. Huang Su, on the other hand, added, but the Star Union is such a large starfield, where can it manage? Everyone secretly refines it and puts it on the black market for sale, and as long as it doesn't get publicized, the Star Alliance won't bother. Back then, the Star Alliance even tried to monopolize all the nutrient solution business, but something happened that forced them to pull back again. In the future, if you want to buy Qi blood pills, just come to Old Wu here. The market price is 70,000, he sells 60,000, and there are more discounts for wholesaling, and the quality is absolutely guaranteed, no worse than the Starlink production. $60,000. $10,000 cheaper, which is no small amount. Huang Su had brought him to the black market, and had not helped him much. I will come and patronize in the future. Chen Yuan nodded, then took the initiative to say, Alright, let's get straight to business. You can't just be taking me around the black market, can you? Straight to the point. Huang Su wastes this effort, if only to bring him to see the world, not a little fuss. After all, really speaking, how many times had he and Huang Su met in total? The relationship wasn't as good as this. Chen Yuan never believed that once he let go of his kingly aura, everyone would be good to him with all their hearts and souls. That would be too unrealistic. The smile on Huang Su's face came to a screeching halt, then he looked at Old Wu. After Old Wu nodded, he said, well then, I won't beat around the bush, let's get straight to business. Chapter 19 Enlightenment Realm, Broken. Aren't you short of money? We happen to have a lucrative job here, it's up to you if you're willing to earn it. Huang Su slowly opened his mouth. Dangerous? Chen Yuan asked. He could see that this job was obviously not something like the last time he taught Yang Rui the 8 Extreme Thunder Blade. It's dangerous to the point of not being dangerous, but there is a real risk of death. Let's be open about it. Old Wu found a live 3-headed python in the Black Mountain. He didn't have the strength to acquire it, so he entrusted it to me. 3-headed python. The mountain town is surrounded by mountains on all sides, and is also called Black Mountain because the leaves of the trees on the mountain take on a strange basal black color, making the mountain look black. It is said that the trees take on a black color because of a great battle that took place on the blue and white planet, where the blood of a star beast dripped down, causing the environmental ecology of the Black Mountain to change drastically. Even the creatures that survived in them had mutated and were extremely powerful, collectively known as Fey Beasts. This was the case with the most common red-toothed tigers in Black Mountain, which could be classified as strong in the Enlightenment realm according to the division of strength of human martial artists. On the blue and white star side, because of the value of the existence of the beasts themselves, they didn't choose to completely liquidate them, but swept them once a year, like cutting leeks, slowly squeezing their value. However, ordinary people are not prohibited from going into the mountains to hunt foreign beasts, because this is a matter of selling one's life, and ordinary people do not dare to do it. 3-headed python, ordinary Enlightenment realm experts retreat when they meet it, and the 3 of us can hunt it? Chen Yuan was surprised. If he can make money he surely does, but it doesn't mean sending them to their deaths. Reality is not a virtual fighting platform, dead is dead, no way to resurrect. I'm not stupid, the 3-headed python that Old Wu found is about to spawn, and once the spawning is complete, that's the period when its strength is weak. The 2 of us teaming up is completely enough. After pondering for a moment, Chen Yuan realized that if the situation was true, then it was indeed feasible. Where's the payoff? Old Wu added from the side, I only need the eggs of the 3-headed python while paying the 2 of you 300,000 star coins each as the difference. And the skin, meat, blood, and even bones of the 3-headed python, there are people collecting them on the black market, selling them for 400,000 won't be a problem, and it's almost 500,000 star coins or so combined. First things first, it's just the 2 of you who are going to make a move, and I'm only responsible for providing information on the 3-headed python. This time Chen Yuan did not hesitate and directly nodded his head in agreement. 500,000 star coins was worth the risk. In addition to that, Chen Yuan also had his own mind.
familiarizing and adapting to the environment of Black Mountain, he could completely hunt and kill foreign beasts on his own for money afterward, one more way to make money. And the virtual fighting platform Sparring, no matter how realistic the simulation is, it's still fake after all. Chen Yuan needed to improve his practical experience in reality, because the university examination was a practical battle in reality. Not dying in a bloody battle is worth 10 years of hard work. This was a feeling that martial artists could not experience in the virtual fighting platform, and there had never been a martial god who relied on the virtual fighting platform for their achievements. Then set it for a week from now. In my experience, that's about the time the three-headed python spawns. Seeing no problem, Lao Wu set a time. And naturally, Huang Su and Chen Yuan had no opinion. Prepare well, bring about 3 days' worth of supplies, and don't forget to bring weapons. Huang Su reminded. I know. 7 days, Chen Yuan naturally did not do nothing and just waited home. The first thing he did was to approach the people at the bank, and with his 920,000th place on the heavenly ladder, and his family's old house, he took out a loan of 300,000 star coins. Anyway, it's a loan, just pay it back later, it's not a problem for Chen Yuan. Then with a loan of $300,000, Chen Yuan directly approached old Wu to buy 5 chi blood pills, spending 280,000. Experiencing 3 failures, you recognize the fact that you are an ordinary person, but the 3 failures have also made you remember the details of the breakthrough particularly well, and you begin to recuperate from your injuries while delving into the epiphanies of the breakthrough. In the 30th year, you make all preparations and begin to break through. This time, you have complete confidence. Perhaps because of the confidence of the spirit, or perhaps because of the experience accumulated from 3 failures, this time your breakthrough is unclogged. 30 years of time, the enlightenment realm, finally broken. End of derivation. The enlightened realm. It's done. The moment the deduction ended, Chen Yuan suddenly realized that his senses had changed. Unable to say it explicitly, what Chen Yuan saw and heard was generally the same as before, but only vaguely sensed that there was something more. Cosmic energy. It was everywhere, yet it required a martial artist to enter the enlightened realm in order to perceive it. On top of that, there was also strength, speed, and reaction, all of which had been qualitatively improved in an instant. The blood transformation realm breaking through the enlightenment realm was essentially a leap of life, an evolution. Countless people, even if they knew they had no talent for martial arts, still went forward to break into the martial arts because of this reason. Thousands of greatness in one body, this is the martial artist. Name, Chen Yuan. Martial arts, enlightenment realm. Lifespan, 42 years. Martial arts. 8 extreme thunder blade Aoi falling thunder speed slash. Tai lung pile successful. Metamagnetic vomiting method 0361. How come the lifespan isn't 22 years, what happened to 42? The life expectancy before the deduction was 52 years, the deduction to break through the enlightenment realm consumed a total of 30 years, and there should still be 22 years left. However, when Chen Yuan checked his panel, he found that his lifespan had inexplicably increased by 20 years, coming to 42 years. In a flash of light, he thought of the reason. Right, the leap of life. When the blood transformation realm breaks through the enlightenment realm, it would have increased the lifespan, and this 20 years of lifespan is the benefit of the breakthrough. This unexpected joy makes Chen Yuan can't help but feel the joy of buying a lottery ticket casually, but winning the jackpot. Chapter 20, The Big Boss. On this day, Chen Yuan came to the Huan neighborhood as usual. However, just as he stepped through the door, his footsteps gave a slight lurch, sensing that there was something wrong with the atmosphere. It wasn't just the atmosphere, he could sense, if anything, that someone was spying on him. More than one, several masters. Where? Thanks to breaking through the enlightenment realm, Chen Yuan's senses in the underworld were much stronger, and in a different blood transformation realm, he would definitely not be able to discover it. Unfortunately, no matter how much he observed, he couldn't detect a single thing wrong at all, nor could he find a single trace of the person who was spying on him. The old housekeeper walked out at this time and said to Chen Yuan, "Mr. Chen Yuan, the big boss is back and he wishes to meet with you." The big boss is back. Chen Yuan's heart instantly realized, the big boss is the military high level, spying on their own should be the protection of the big boss. I am afraid that the strength is only high but not low. Lead the way. The old butler led Chen Yuan to the top floor, opened the door and signaled Chen Yuan to go in alone, then slowly closed the door. The impression that Big Boss gave Chen Yuan was first and foremost ordinary. That's right, it was just ordinary. If he was mixed in the crowd, Chen Yuan would never believe that this person would be a big shot in the military.
The big boss, in terms of looks and temperament, was just like an ordinary person.
You must be Qin Yuan, no need to be formal, please sit down. The big boss was the first to speak out, his voice gentle. Chen Yuan was not polite and walked across to the tea table in front of the big boss, pulling out the chair as soon as he could and sat straight down while inquiring.
I wonder what the big boss wants with me. Nothing much, just want to see my son's teacher. The big boss explained, then personally made a cup of tea for Chen Yuan. What does the big boss think? Being your youngest son's teacher should be qualified enough. Chen Yuan took a sip and didn't get much flavor out of it. Although he knew that the tea brewed by the big boss must be extraordinary, he didn't know anything about tea and couldn't say any words of praise. Hold back one at most, yummy.
Joking aside, there are many teachers who teach Yang Rui, very few can convince him. Big boss smiled, I owe Yang Rui a lot, as long as he's happy, I don't really care about strength or anything. So I would like to enter into a long-term agreement with you to continue teaching my son, and I was wondering if you would be willing to do that. If you wish, the salary can be 5 times what it is today, and it will be increased year by year in the future, so you won't be at a disadvantage. Surprisingly to the big boss, Chen Yuan refused with little thought and with an arrogant reason. I'm sorry, the university exams will be soon, and after that I might not be at the Blue and White Star, and I won't be able to teach Yang Rui. His point was simple, college he was bound to get. The big boss didn't scoff or persuade, after a slight nod, then let it go, if you change your mind, you can talk to the steward, the promised payment is always valid. Chen Yuan read the big boss's intention to drive people away, and wisely took the initiative to speak up, then there's nothing else, I'll teach Yang Rui to go, there are quite a few lessons today. Well, it's a lot of work for you. After Chen Yuan left, the big boss stared at the teacup that Chen Yuan had finished in one gulp, not moving as if he was in a daze. The old butler walked in and cleared the tea table while opening his mouth to inquire. Master, how is Mr. Chen Yuan? 4 words came out of the big boss's mouth in a single word, unbridled. The future is destined to either do great things or make great noise and die before it stops. On the other side, Chen Yuan went out and realized that the prying feeling, if any, had disappeared. Without thinking too much, Chen Yuan came to Yang Rui's room. Opening the door with his first words, Chen Yuan said bluntly, I just met with your father. Ah. Yang Rui's face changed, and he asked somewhat nervously, my old man didn't do anything to you, did he? I'll go find him and talk to him. The corners of Chen Yuan's mouth rose slightly, you don't think that your old man thinks I'm bad, and is specifically here to dismiss me this time, do you? Or else? While asking rhetorically under his breath, Yang Rui put his heart down. Chen Yuan's behavior like this showed that the truth was completely different from what he thought. Your old man wanted to extend the agreement and let me teach you for a few more years, but I refused. Chen Yuan explained. Yang Rui was quite puzzled, why did you refuse, our family isn't poor. Because the university isn't on the blue and white planet, and I won't have much time to teach you once you get into college. Heh, 92,000 names, and you still want to go to college, dream on. Why don't you continue to teach me, maybe you can earn more money to marry your daughter-in-law. Yang Rui grunted, his skepticism overflowing. Chen Yuan did not continue to explore this topic, but instead rubbed Yang Rui's hair. Talent, resources, connections, you don't lack anything, your chances of getting into a university are still quite high, work hard. In the future, you may even be my junior. Now, rehearse the 8 Extreme Thunderblade once, let me see if you've been lazy. Chen Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed, breathing long and slow, running the Yuan magnetism vomiting method, trying to capture the free cosmic energy around him. There are many different kinds of cosmic energies, and depending on the method of exhalation, there are different kinds of cosmic energies that need to be focused on capturing. The Yuan magnetism vomiting method requires capturing the cosmic energy that favors the thunder and electricity attributes, or the magnetic attribute. The human body has a total of 361 orifices, but the innate closed congestion, the need for cosmic energy to slowly break the orifices, broken open orifices will form a resonance with the body's chi and blood. Once the orifices are opened, it is like opening a divine treasure, breathing in and out on its own, slowly forming a small circumferential cycle in the body. Changing the blood, opening the aperture, forging the body, also known as the small golden body of the martial arts, the body formed its own small circumference, the cycle of self-sufficiency, can survive for 3 hours in the cosmic space without dying. One of the reasons why Chen Yuan did not rush the Kryptonian life and tried the process of breaking the orifices on his own was to feel the hardship of breaking the orifices once more. 1 night passed. This speed, it's slower than a snail climbing a tree. If I really have to rely on my own cultivation, I don't know when I'll be able to break through an orifice, a year?
Or 2 years. Not to mention 361 orifices fully opened.
Chen Yuan had known that his martial arts talent was poor, but it was inevitable that he was a bit discouraged. In fact, it is not a poor talent, blue and white star ordinary people level just, but compared with those who choose the path of martial arts, his talent is a little inadequate. However, Chen Yuan quickly pulled himself together again, which martial arts talent of Lu Qing and Li Mingcat was not better than his, still struggling in the first few layers of the blood transformation realm. The blue and white star has a population of 10 billion, how many of them can follow the path of martial arts? 1 in 10,000 is too high. The hard road is never congested. The 8 Extreme Thunderblades Upanishad isn't that much of a difference compared to ordinary entry-grade martial arts, and it suits me much better, and I can continue to use it as a means of output, but it's doomed to be given up in the aftermath. Unless I continue my Kryptonian life and deduce the 8 Extreme Thunderblade to an entry-grade martial art, but I don't need to innovate at my current realm, and wasting my lifespan like this is not worth the effort. There's no rush to use the 42 years of life, even if you meet danger, it's just a matter of a split second to deduce and break the orifices. Chen Yuan didn't rush Kryptonian life because he was still thinking about the mixed elements dragon image technique that he had discovered last time. The speed at which he broke through the realm and became stronger was so fast that ordinary martial arts could easily fail to keep up with him, leading to rapid elimination, the 8 Extreme Thunderblade being an example of a martial art that couldn't be used further up the ladder. The mixed elements dragon image technique was different, even the martial god had difficulty cultivating to the 13th layer, enough for Chen Yuan to keep cultivating until the later stages and remain useful. Chen Yuan did not lack of life, completely can continue to deduce, there will be a day to cultivate to the 13th layer, then the 10 dragons and 10 elephants of the divine power of the body, who can be defeated. After slaughtering the 3-headed python and earning star coins, I'll go exchange the first layer of the mixed elements dragon elephant true technique. I'd like to see how difficult it can be when even the dragon elephant martial god exclaims that it's difficult, difficult, difficult.
Chapter 21, Entering the Mountain. At the appointed time.
Chen Yuan carried a traveling bag on his back containing about 3 days' worth of food and water, while holding a standardized long knife. All he had left of his fortune was basically used up, with this knife making up the bulk of it. It's still the virtual fighting platform that's convenient, you can hand rub whatever weapon you want. Chen Yuan sighed with emotion. However, that can only be used as an auxiliary, if all rely on the virtual fighting platform, even in how amazing talent, and finally will be obliterated. It had never been heard of that there was a martial god that was born without experiencing a deadly battle, relying on virtual technology. Martial artists, only through 100 battles, can break the shackles of the limit and move forward. Eventually, they will achieve the way of the martial god. Arriving at the set meeting place, Huang Su and Lao Wu had already arrived early, with a roughly shaped SUV parked next to them.
Chen Yuan, get in the car. Huang Su shouted.
Lao Wu is responsible for providing information, as well as driving, intelligence, and stalking. Aside from not being involved in combat, Lao Wu basically knew a little bit of everything. Chen Yuan sat on the car and put his backpack away, only to find Huang Su with a face like an enemy, his legs dead against the seat in front of him, and his hands firmly gripping the armrests.
Trenching. Before I could react, a strong feeling of pushing back hit me instantly.
For blue flames erupted from the rear of the car, like the eruption of 4 small volcanoes, with outrageous power.
Phew!
The view out the window was continuous, passing by like a shooting star.
That's the beauty of the internal combustion engine.
Old Wu, who was sitting in the driver's seat, his cat ears twitched, his spirit had to stand up, and he shouted with a sudden maniacal look. Like bumping into something, the car suddenly flew up, and then fell down with a rumble, and the top of Chen Yuan's head directly came into close contact with the roof of the car because of inertia. Chen Yuan even suspected that a few more times, this car might just fall apart.
Huang Su, you damn well didn't say so earlier.
This NEMA-modified car changed a little too much, right, breaking the law. Chen Yuan hurriedly followed Huang Su's example and pressed his hands and feet against each other to death, keeping his body firmly stuck on the seat. A bumpy road, with the powerful body of a martial artist, Chen Yuan slowly adapted to it, not as uncomfortable as it was at the beginning. Soon, the three arrived at the foot of Black Mountain. And after Old Wu got out of the car, the person suddenly calmed down quite a bit again, as if what Chen Yuan had seen before was all an illusion. This is not fast. In the future, if you martial artists are equipped with mechs, the speed will easily break the sound barrier, but unfortunately I won't be able to enjoy it in my life. Old Wu let out a laugh, only about 10 years older than Chen Yuan and Huang Su, but his tone was old-fashioned. And the mech he was talking about was one of the many creations of the Star League. Ordinary people simply couldn't carry the mech's terrifying acceleration and impact, so it had to be maneuvered with the body of a martial artist. The strength of a martial artist with a mech can be almost doubled. But that wasn't something that Chen Yuan could access right now, at least not until he entered college before he could start getting involved in mecha manipulation. Old Wu, the three-headed python might spawn at some point, take us to keep an eye on it first, and when it spawns, Chen Yuan and I will do it together. Huang Su spoke out. They only knew that the spawning time should be in the next few days, but they couldn't accurately predict when exactly, even Old Wu wasn't sure. So it's just a matter of keeping an eye on it and waiting for the right moment. The three-headed python's perception isn't weak, so if it gets a little bit closer, it will be discovered, and then it will instead startle the snake, right? Chen Yuan questioned. Since I brought you here, there must be a way. Old Wu put down the huge backpack behind him and pulled out 3 pairs of rather mechanical glasses from it, handing them to the two of them. Biodetectors, day or night, are enough for us to keep an eye on the three-headed python, but the range isn't great, but we'll make do. You made it yourself? Chen Yuan put on his glasses and linked to the personal terminal in his hand as if he had discovered a new continent. Layers of sand and stone and other dead things faded away, only the trees gave off a faint green glow, the birds hidden in their branches were blue, and the two beside them were a massive yellow. It's just a small trick. If you guys are willing to spend your time practicing martial arts to learn it, as usual, you won't be much worse than me. Old Wu said modestly. This time, apart from the foreign beasts present in the Black Mountain, the biggest threat is instead the other foreign beast hunters. Wealth must not be exposed, and their desire ambitions must not be underestimated. Huang Su finally reminded. Fey beasts that could be exchanged for money existed in Black Mountain, and even though they were dangerous, there was no shortage of people who hunted and killed them, known as Fey hunters. Hard power is nowhere near as good as martial artists, but they are more experienced and can use firearms guns. If one was not careful, even an expert in the blood transformation realm would easily suffer. Don't worry. Old Wu and Huang Su moved skillfully, obviously both had been to Black Mountain and were experienced. Chen Yuan was not stupid and naturally listened to their opinions, while preparing to learn a bit to prepare for hunting foreign beasts sometime in the future. Old Wu pulled out a homemade large-caliber shotgun while Chen Yuan and Huang Su, on the other hand, gripped the knives and swords in their hands. Don't worry about me when you meet an accident. Although I'm not as good as you martial artists, I have quite a few means, and I'm more than capable of defending myself. Lao Wu said to the two just in case. Then they acted as the leader, with Chen Yuan in the center and Huang Su in the back, and the three of them broke headlong into the Black Mountain. Montenegro is not just a mountain, he is just the outer edge of a mountain range. Looking from a distance, Black Mountain, as its name suggests, is dark, without a trace of greenery, and looks dead. But as we entered the Black Mountain, the noise of the various creatures seemed to tell us that this place had its own complete biosphere. The first time I came was when I was snubbed by Old Wu. I had only just entered high school and had no choice but to come to Black Mountain with Old Wu to hunt foreign beasts because of a lack of money. I was in charge of killing, and Old Wu was in charge of handling and selling, and I made quite a bit of money, but later I realized that it's better to be an intermediary and make money without effort, so I don't come to the Black Mountain side much anymore. Huang Su smilingly livened up the atmosphere on the sidelines, so that Chen Yuan couldn't help but relax a bit. Having been on high alert, Chen Yuan couldn't help but feel a little tired. In the beginning you were so cute, you listened to everything you said, which is like now, you've become an old smoothie, it's no fun. In front of the road in the Old Wu took the time to return a sentence. There are ready-made trails in the Black Hills, and while they are not well traveled, they are much easier than making your own way. However, Old Wu was obviously not prepared to take the path, but instead directly drilled into an overgrown forest, taking out a rusty long knife to chop the weeds and force a path. So why are you in such a hurry to make money? You've made so much money over the years, it should be enough for you to cultivate, right? Chen Yuan couldn't help but ask. This time, Huang Su didn't skirt the topic and spread his hands to Chen Yuan. This can have what reason, just as the family accident. Mom needs a sum of money every month to hang life. I can only come out to earn money well. Huang Su's tone was flat, as if he was talking about a small but usual matter. He smiled. It's much better now that the strength is up, plus the connections are much wider, and it's much easier to make money. When it was difficult to borrow money everywhere, see what makes money buried head rush in, eat a lot of dumb losses. You're really miserable, but you've made it through. Chen Yuan shook his head. Huang Su tilted his head. You kids still say I'm miserable, you're more miserable than me, alright. Chen Yuan thought about it, and there was really nothing wrong with it. From Huang Su's perspective, his parents had died due to an accident, leaving him alone and forced to come out and venture out to earn martial arts resources.
He was really not wrong to say that he was worse off than Huang Su. Though the traveler himself has never been self-conscious about it is all. Chapter 22, Kill Kill Kill. Thumbs up. A black snake with a triangular head catapulted out, but was instantly pinched by a hand that pinched the snake's head and crushed it. Old Wu, does anyone have this? How much is it worth? Chen Yuan handed the black snake with only its body left in his hand to Old Wu for a look. Old Wu glanced at it. Maybe some old people would like to use it to make wine. Anyway, this kind of contraption with no special effects, I definitely don't accept it. That's okay. Chen Yuan casually threw it out and hung it on the tree. There were quite a few poisonous snakes in the Black Mountain, but they were not a threat to martial artists at all, and the so-called snake venom was even not useful at all. Martial artists have a ridiculously high resistance to common poisons. There were also quite a few swarms of mosquitoes and ants that annoyed the hunters, and with a slight tremor of qi and blood, a piece of them could fall, and the consumption of the martial artist was even negligible. This was the martial artist, whose advantages in all aspects were the envy of ordinary people. Old Wu, when will it arrive? Huang Su asked once again. Soon. This is the fourth time you've said it's fast. Almost 3 hours have passed since the first time you said it. This is ing called fast? Huang Su stared wide-eyed, his tone full of distrust. It wasn't Old Wu's fault, after all. They needed to open up a path first, and traveling was naturally slow. At this time, Old Wu, who was leading the way in front, suddenly stopped and made a gesture behind him. Chen Yuan and Huang Su understood in a second and immediately put on the life detector that Old Wu had given them, that is, the glasses that were full of mechanical sense. The field of view began to stratify, with various colors of green, blue, and yellow intertwined, with a very distinct long strip of a signal source that was stark yellow in color. Three-headed python. Adult three-headed python, head born with 3 heads, body length of nearly 18 meters, a mouthful can easily swallow an adult human, a slight sweep of the tail can stop and break a half-meter diameter tree stump. When an ordinary person encounters this type of ferocious beast, they basically have no chance of survival. Even that snakeskin could absorb and store kinetic energy so well that when ordinary firearms and guns hit it, not even white spots could be seen. This is the beast, after layers of mutation living creatures, powerful and valuable, attracting many beast hunters fearless to break into the Black Mountain. At this time, they were about 80 meters away from the three-headed python, and as long as they didn't deliberately make a big noise, the three-headed python wouldn't be able to find them. It doesn't look like they've spawned yet, so as planned, I'll spread out and keep watch. I'll be on duty at night, and in the morning you two will switch. Old Wu finished speaking and drilled in towards the left forest. This was the plan they had agreed upon long before. Old Wu had no martial arts strength and had to rely on props of his own making. The two of them, Chen Yuan and Huang Su, were the decisive combatants in the assault on the three-headed python. The long night was left to Old Wu, while he spread out just in case there was an accident or to alert the other two. Looks like we can only wait. I'll keep an eye on it first. You rest for a while, I'll call you when it's time. Huang Su took out a bottle of water from his bag and gulped a mouthful. Aha! After Chen Yuan ate something, he began to close his eyes and recuperate. Of course, he didn't fall into a complete slumber, but remained slightly alert. Once there was a bit of a breeze around him, he could wake up immediately, and while the quality of sleep wasn't great, there was nothing else he could do at the moment. It was not that Chen Yuan could not trust Huang Su and Lao Wu, but he preferred to trust himself and hold all variables in his hands as much as possible. The three of them just took turns to keep an eye on the three-headed python's movements. Add to that the fact that the three-headed python was close to spawning, and there was basically no noticeable activity, so there were no surprises. At the same time, Huang Su was somewhat surprised that Chen Yuan was so resistant to loneliness. 2 days of time, a little bit of anxiety did not show on his face. Because he's had this experience many times, and Chen Yuan? It was his first time in Black Mountain. It can only be described as a gift, in other words, a natural hunter. Evening. The reddish sunset was half visible in the sky, and the dusky twilight slowly poured down. Chen Yuan and Huang Su's spirits lifted as they both sensed something strange. The three-headed python was about to spawn. There's no rush. The moment he finishes spawning, that's when the strength is weakened the most. Huang Su whispered. Strike with all your might and kill in one blow. This was Chen Yuan's reminder. Be stealthy in your strikes, and don't make too much noise, lest you be discovered by the other Fey hunters and be in trouble at that time. Old Wu's voice came out from the personal terminal. The three-headed python was an exotic beast, and the time for laying eggs differed from that of ordinary snakes, ranging from 5 to 8 hours according to Old Wu. The three waited in silence until the early hours of the morning. The sky hangs around a bright curved moon,
all around the quiet, occasionally ringing insects and insects Woody's light song. Almost there, get ready! In Chen Yuan's eyes, the reddish-yellow light cluster that represented the three-headed python became dim, a sign that the three-headed python's vital signs were decreasing. That was until another ball of pale yellow oval light appeared beside the three-headed python. Do it! Old Wu's excited, but trying his best to suppress it, hoarse low growl came from the terminal. Without needing to be reminded, Chen Yuan and Huang Su had already struck out blatantly. Falling Thunder Speed Chop. 9 stars in a row. As said before, the two of them struck out with all their might, making sure to build up their success with one blow. At the same time, both of them were startled in their hearts, as they both sensed the aura of the beginning Enlightenment realm from the moment the other struck out. Both of them were surprisingly at the Enlightenment realm. The distance of 80 meters was almost swept under the feet of the two men in the space of a breath. One person is like a swift thunder, and one person is like a falling meteor, leaving 2 faint white traces in the air that will be cut. The three-headed python had just finished laying its eggs and only had time to raise its head slightly and spit out its letter. In the next moment, the two silhouettes crossed paths. Thumbs up! The muffled sound of what seemed like a soft gauze being separated by scissors rang through the night haze. The three-headed python's figure lurched, and the two snake heads split apart in the blink of an eye, slamming into the ground with a loud bang, raising gusts of smoke and dust. Chop again! Chen Yuan's feet violently stomped on the ground, his body turned around, his chi and blood exploded, chopping at the last head of the three-headed python. Whoosh! The three-headed python, which had already suffered a huge drop in strength and suffered a heavy blow, had its last snakehead leave its body and flew high into the air. The snake's body, which was standing tall, slammed helplessly on the ground, purple blood spurting and splattering along the 3 breaks, and a stomach-churning stench began to spread and permeate the surroundings. Who? Chen Yuan took a long breath. If it's really the 3 heads in their complete state, I'm afraid we can't win even if both of us have entered the enlightened realm. Huang Su said as he walked quickly. Not a moment later, old Wu's figure rushed out, gleefully picking up the hot and wet snake eggs and loading them into his bag, while saying, "The snake's meat is not very useful, strip off the snake's skin, as well as collect the guts and blood. These 3 items take up most of the value of the three-headed python's entire body." Chen Yuan and Huang Su had their hands on the snake and began to peel the skin and collect the snake's blood. The snakeskin alone filled 2 large bulging bags. Chen Yuan and Huang Su each shared one bag, while old Wu carefully packed the snake gallbladder into a glass bottle and sandwiched it between a pile of foam. Chapter 23. Just as the trio had almost finished packing and were about to withdraw, Chen Yuan's heart suddenly jumped, and then his long sword was erected in front of him like lightning, the face of the blade protecting his head. Dang! A blinding yellow spark suddenly lit up in the murky blackness. Boo! Rough gunfire plummeted immediately afterward. Ha! Damn it, how come the alarm didn't trigger? Old Wu hurriedly got down on the ground. You mean those old triggered alarms? How many years old are they still in use? 3 men with guns slowly came out of the woods, but stopped when they were about 50 meters away. TSK, you really ran into a Fey hunter. I've said long ago, old Wu, with your wide but not refined skills, sooner or later, you'll have to suffer a big loss. Huang Su was still in the mood to flirt with old Wu for a few moments. Chen Yuan's face was unsightly, even for a martial artist who was new to the Enlightenment realm. If he was hit by a firearm, the bullet would get stuck in his muscles, making it difficult to jeopardize his internal organs, and he would be lightly injured at best. However, it did not include the skull and these vital parts. If the brain was pierced and the heart was blown out, the martial artist of the Enlightenment realm would die as usual. The bullet that had just been fired was clearly headed for his head, trying to kill him in one blow. These two should be martial artists. Let's have a good talk. According to the old rules, meet and share half of it. Let's be at peace with each other. Well water does not offend river water. The leading bald man looked at the bulging backpack that Chen Yuan's trio had packed, as well as the 3-headed python that had only blood and flesh left in it, his gaze revealing undisguised greed. This kind of good goods they do not often meet. Even if they meet, also do not dare to hit the idea of the 3-headed python. After all, I do not know how many people have to die, only to be able to consume the death of a beast that is not afraid of unusual firearms. Now that you have met such a good opportunity, you naturally won't let it go. Chen Yuan looked at Huang Su. The meaning in his gaze was clear: fight or not. Seemingly sensing that the opposite side wanted to make a move, the bald man fired a shot into the sky, and at the same time, rhythmic gunshots rang out from the woods in all directions. Just by listening to the gunshots, one could surmise that there were less than 10 people on the other side. I know you martial artists are powerful, but there are more than 3 of us on our side, so you should think carefully." The bald man wrapped his arms in front of him with confidence. It wasn't like they hadn't killed martial artists before. Even the so-called 9th level of the blood transformation realm martial artists were just a little faster, a little stronger, and a little thicker skinned. Get your head blown off and you still deserve to die. What to do? You guys have more experience, give a suggestion. Chen Yuan quirked his lips and asked in a low voice. Don't you have a decision in your mind? Why are you asking me? Huang Su lifted his sword and shook off the blood stains on his sword. His head didn't move as he returned. Hey! Chen Yuan grinned. After the exchange, Chen Yuan looked at the bald man who was nearly 50 meters away from him and narrowed his eyes. Across the street, catch! He put down the big bag behind his back, his right arm muscles bulged, vigorously erected, directly threw towards the other party. With the force of a martial artist, throwing this distance was easy. The little brother beside the bald head stared at the large package thrown in midair, and hurriedly reached out to prepare to catch it. However, in the next moment, he saw his own torso being smashed by the package to fly the scene. What's with the vision? It wasn't until his headless body appeared in his field of vision that he suddenly came to the realization that he had been decapitated. Rubbish looking for death, you should all burn high incense if I don't rob you. How dare you come and rob me? Chen Yuan never took a loss. Even if he was not as strong as he was, he still had to bite his opponent. Not to mention that he was now an enlightened realm martial artist, he was the one who had the upper hand. As the big boss gave him credit for recklessness. With a falling thunder speed slash, while the opponent's attention was attracted by the package containing the snakeskin and completely failed to react, he decapitated his head with a single slash. Huang Su, on the other hand, was one step slower than Chen Yuan, and his figure violently catapulted out, cutting the other junior brother beside the bald head at the waist with a sword. What a fast speed! Much faster than the one at the 9th level of the blood transformation realm that I slaughtered earlier. The bald head in an instant cold sweat. Just now that knife, if he is chopped, then he as usual cannot react, will die. But which of those who dared to come to Black Mountain to hunt and kill the foreign beasts were really afraid of death? Those who are afraid of death don't even dare to enter the Black Mountain. Want a bloodbath? Who's afraid of who? Brothers, there's no need to hold back, slaughter them. The bald man roared while the gun was aimed at Chen Yuan and pulled the trigger violently. He knew that he would definitely die if he was approached by a martial artist at this moment, but his brother would avenge him. Since becoming a Fey hunter, he had long been prepared for death. Chen Yuan and Huang Su's movements were practically identical, lunging violently into the weeds in front of them, trying their best to avoid the impending rain of bullets. However, the shots unexpectedly did not ring out. What's going on? Chen Yuan was puzzled in his mind. He was ready to take a few bullets, but the gun didn't even go off. Just the bald guy took a shot and dodged it with a lunge. There's infighting? Or is this bald guy swindling us? Huang Su secretly guessed in his heart. However, after the duo waited for more than 10 seconds, there really wasn't a single movement emerging. Got ripped off. Chen Yuan leapt out with a whoosh and gave the bald man a kick in the face, yet there was still not the slightest movement. Not once did the gunshots that the bald man and he had been playing along with each other before go off. Where's my brother? Where are my ING brothers? Why aren't they shooting? The bald man was in a trance at the moment, muttering something in his mouth. He had given up at this moment, being caught by 2 martial artists. With his strength, he would definitely not be able to escape. He just wondered why his brothers didn't shoot. You don't say, it's quite a good costume. I froze and didn't see a single crack. 2 enlightened realm martial artists, bluffed by a piece of trash. Huang Su also popped up at this time, and began to doubt his own powers of observation. Brothers. Halfway through his reading, the bald man was physically interrupted by Chen Yuan's slap. It's all come to this, what are you still pretending for? Still quite dedicated. At this time, old Wu suddenly stood out. He might not be loaded, something's gone terribly wrong. What do you mean? Chen Yuan frowned. What do you mean something went terribly wrong? Then he realized something was wrong. The 3-headed python, which had been stripped of its skin and drained of its blood by them before, leaving only a lump of rotten flesh, was slowly squirming. A thread of blood-red lines gradually emerged on the ground, like the veins of the earth, and kept slowly converging on the mess of rotten flesh of the 3-headed python. The Church of the Final Death. Old Wu spat out word for word. This means of manipulating the corpses of living creatures is inevitably the Church of the Final Death. Huang Su's face changed, then he immediately thought. This three-headed python is a product of the Church of the End. We accidentally slaughtered it and triggered the buried backhand of the Church of the End in advance. Retreat. The Church of the Final Death, a church that believes in evil gods. Chen Yuan also could not wait to ask too many things, hurriedly put on his backpack, and Huang Su and the others stepped away and ran. Right, almost forgot about you. What are you doing? The bald man froze. Ah. The bald man's arms and legs were chopped off in unison by Chen Yuan, and he could only fall to the ground and keep rolling and wailing. Help us stall a bit, thanks a lot. After doing so, Chen Yuan turned around and pulled his legs out to run. Chapter 24, Arrival of Accounts. In the sky above Black Mountain, several silver-white figures crossed the sky like white ponies, leaving white trails across the sky. Dugout, even the Mets are out, it looks like things are getting serious. Chen Yuan ran while looking up at the sky. Deafening hissing roars kept coming from behind them, and the deathly three-headed python kept sucking in the lifeforms around them, expanding even more in size. The bald hunter's companions, it seemed, had died that way, and instead they had gotten close and somehow escaped the initial danger instead. At this moment, even though they had already run out a distance of nearly a kilometer, Chen Yuan and the others only had to turn around to see the figure of the three-headed python, which had already swelled hundreds of times. At the moment it could no longer be called a three-headed python, it was more like a monster piled up with countless pieces of rotten meat, full of bloated and disgusting sarcomas. Then, it was the Mets flying from the direction of Mountain City that launched their attacks, and there was a constant roar that resounded through the sky. Hurry up and slip away, it's a bit dangerous. Huang Su carried old Wu, burying his head and running wildly. Soon, the trio returned to the initial location. Throwing the bag in the car, Wu got into the driver's seat and the three of them left in a puff of smoke. Say, can these things still be sold for money? Chen Yuan was talking about the eggs, skin of the three-headed python. This beast was clearly a product of the Church of the Final Death. I'm afraid that what he and the others had gone through so much trouble to get was not clean. You're overthinking this, it's precisely because of the tainted cult factor that I'm afraid these things will be worth more. Old Wu re-sit in the car, at this time his faded fear, face only left glee. I know some of the official people, if you guys trust me, leave it to me, and you should be able to make a lot more money than you expected before. I'll leave it to you then. Chen Yuan and Huang Su directly responded, now the hot potato in the bag, they are not really good at dealing with it. Okay, in a few days the payment will be directly on your account, we will have the opportunity to cooperate again. Old Wu laughed. I hope the next time won't be as exciting as today. Huang Su was helpless. A bright light erupted from Black Mesa, which they could see when they looked back, and it was obviously a fierce fight. If they ran slower, the three of them tied together would not be a match for that monster, and the corpses would become sustenance for its growth. This was also Chen Yuan's first contact with an evil god believer, and although it was only one of their creations, it still left Chen Yuan with an indelible impression. It's hard not to remember when you research such a contraption in Montenegro without saying a word. The three of them returned to the mountain town, said some goodbyes to each other and then went back to their respective homes. As for Chen Yuan, after experiencing the trip to Black Mountain for a few days, he was also physically and mentally exhausted at this moment, and after simply rinsing off a bath, he laid down on the bed and went to sleep. Blue and White Star, Mountain City First High School. There are 52 days until the settlement of the latter. The sky was as blue as a wash, the breeze was gentle and it was an excellent day. Did you hear about the discovery of the cult followers in Black Mountain not long ago? It was said that quite a few Mets were deployed, and at that time the fire at night was so bright that I could vaguely see it while sitting at home. With a mysterious expression, Lu Jing came over to Chen Yuan and said, "Isn't that something that everyone knows? What's there to say?" Chen Yuan naturally would not say that that incident was caused by himself. After that day, the entire mountain city knew about the existence of evil god believers in Black Mountain, and the plot that had been planned for a long time was detected in advance by the wise and incomparable Mountain City law enforcement team, who fought to destroy it. Chen Yuan and Huang Su waited for a few days, but did not wait for the money that Lao Wu said arrived. Go to the black market to find people also did not find, the message also did not return, if not the other party left a note, said to wait for a while longer. Chen Yuan are suspected of the old Wu absconded with the money. Get less involved in the affairs of evil god believers, there are quite a few cases of some otherwise normal people being fooled into turning to believe in evil gods. Li Mingcat reminded from the side. Okay, let's not talk about it. Lu Jing was obviously a bit scared about the matter about the evil god, and immediately changed the topic. Hey, there are still more than 50 days left, we will graduate, and my good days are over, I am ready to go home to inherit the family fortune.
My old man is going to find some projects for me to practice on, and he's letting me tag along with the boat. He's trying to tire me out. Li Mingkat said coldly, I'm going to join the army and continue practicing martial arts. Then, the two gazes focused on the silent Chen Yuan. I'm going to college, said it many times. Chen Yuan emphasized again. You're really preparing to go to college. I thought it was just a casual remark. Ryukin said in surprise. Everyone talks about going to college, but it's really just talk. It's more about giving yourself a goal for your martial arts path, a goal that you can keep pursuing. He who seeks the top gets the middle, he who seeks the middle gets the bottom, and he who seeks the bottom gets nothing. Then you'll have to step up your game for a while. Once the ladder rankings are settled, you'll soon have to board a starship and then compete for university qualifications with geniuses from other planets. There are only 4 college seeds in the first grade at the moment, and it's not certain how many of them will actually end up going to college. Didn't one of them not make it last term, and the principal's face turned green with anger. Li Mingkat is now no longer discouraged, and she is ready to join the army to continue honing her martial arts skills. Even if you don't get into college, it's much better than giving up. I remember that the entire university examination is live-streamed, right, so you guys can just cheer for me when the time comes. Chen Yuanxin said. Quite confident. Ryukin was speechless. Let's talk about it when you get into the top 10,000 on the ladder. Li Mingkat laid into the fighting pod, closed his eyes and started sparring. After another 3 days, Chen Yuan finally received a transfer from Old Wu. 800,000. That much? Yes, Chen Yuan also carefully counted and made sure that it was 800,000 in total, and this also solved Chen Yuan's urgent problem. Without hesitation, he went directly to the martial arts lending library and bought the first layer of the heartfelt mixed elements dragon image technique. There's still 600,000 left, exchange them all for chi and blood pills to dislike the lifespan. Being in possession of a huge sum of money, Chen Yuan's heart was full of pride. He had never fought a battle so rich. Although Black Mountain was dangerous, the rewards were indeed worth it, but Chen Yuan had already dismissed the idea of hunting and killing foreign beasts to make money. He was worried that the evil god believers would haunt him. After all, the Church of the Final Death had not known how long it had been planning for the 3-headed python to be slaughtered by the likes of himself, and had also involved the attention of the Mountain City law enforcement team. Come to think of it, it's safer to stay in the mountain town. Chen Yuan was going to go to Old Wu and exchange the money in his hand for chi and blood dan, then finish Krypton in one breath within today. It was thought that after this time, his strength would see an explosive increase. However, just as he arrived at the black market, he was stopped by an aggressive group of people who took out their documents and waved them in front of Chen Yuan's eyes. We are from the Starlink Faith Research Department and need you to come with us. Chapter 25, The Power of the Mixed Dragon Elephant, Becoming. The Ministry of Faith Studies? What's that? Chen Yuan's first thought, can it be that the black market has been wiped out in one fell swoop? However, he soon realized that the purpose of this group of people looking for him was not the black market, but the matter of the flesh and blood monster that had erupted in Black Mountain. Because he realized that Lao Wu and Huang Su were likewise in the Faith Research Department's car. Yo, you're here too. Huang Su greeted, not embarrassed at all. Don't think too much, just tell the truth, they are still taking credit because of us. Old Wu grunted. A few minutes later. Faith Researchers separated the 3 men and questioned them in detail about the details of the Montenegro incident. Chen Yuan did not lie, and there is no need for this. After all, Huang Su and Lao Wu are also being interrogated, and mutual corroboration will be able to determine who was lying between each other. And one lie needs more lies to fix it, and it's easy to get in trouble when the time comes instead. The interrogation lasted for almost half an hour, then Chen Yuan was released, together with Huang Su and Lao Wu. Only after the people from the Faith Research Department left did Chen Yuan ask, what's going on here? The Faith Research Department, which specializes in researching extraterrestrial evil gods, should have been targeted when I sold the 3-headed python eggs. You're aware of everything that happened back there, so it's good to know that it's not a big deal. Old Wu shrugged helplessly. Chen Yuan expressed his understanding, and it just so happened that Old Wu was here, so he directly stated his purpose, to buy cultivation resources. And after hearing Chen Yuan's request, Old Wu couldn't help but be surprised. Are you crazy? You want to spend $600,000 on a chi and blood elixir? This stuff can't be taken as a meal, it will develop resistance. Once the chi and blood pill was taken multiple times in a short period of time, the effect would gradually diminish, which was its resistance. The most serious situation is that the chi and blood pills are completely useless,
and there is no difference between taking them and drinking a mouthful of water, so people generally take qi and blood pills for a certain period of time.
And Chen Yuan wanted to buy 600,000 star coins of qi blood pills in one breath. Wasn't that just like eating for dinner?
Even Huang Su couldn't help but give a slight side-eye when he heard this request. I have other roles to play, just say if you're selling or not, if not I can find someone else. Chen Yuan was too lazy to explain and said directly.
Sell. Sell. I'll count you 12 qi and blood pills, okay? To have money and not earn it is a little cute.
Old Wu didn't bother to care what Chen Yuan was doing with so many qi blood pills and nodded his head in agreement.
In the 10th year, you noticed that your weight had grown by 10 kilograms, which seemed to be due to the mixed elements dragon elephant true technique?
You are not sure, but this change still excites you because it means that you are making progress in practicing the mixed elements dragon elephant true technique. The 30th year is enough time to cultivate a basic martial art to the Aeon, yet your mixed dragon elephant true technique still hasn't changed much, but your weight has skyrocketed by 30 kilograms.
In the 5th decade, the progress is slow. You know that your martial arts talent is not extremely bad in the blue and white star, but it is only ordinary, and there is a world of difference between the sky and the martial god, so you are not in a hurry. In the 68th year, you have integrated the cultivation of the mixed elements dragon image true technique into your daily routine, and it has become a habit to practice diligently on time every day. In the 73rd year, the first layer of the mixed dragon elephant true skill finally broke through. And you, with no waves in your heart. Derivation ends.
The Chen Yuan in reality seemed to have been affected by the derivation, and even when the first layer of the mixed dragon elephant true technique was completed, there were no violent fluctuations in his heart. But he quickly shook himself out of that frame of mind, and at the same time began to observe the changes in himself. At the first level, the dragon elephant martial god spent 3 years, while I spent a full 73 years.
Is this the difference in martial talent between me and the martial god? What a heavenly difference!
For an ordinary person to practice the first layer, it would take nearly a lifetime. No wonder the dragon elephant martial god said that you can't practice if you don't live long enough. However, it is said that when a martial artist achieves the Jindan realm, when the inner Jindan is embedded, he can reshape the roots and bones of the martial arts. At that time, not to say that he will become a martial arts heavenly pride in a single leap, how can I say that it is also many times better than now?
After briefly lamenting the amazing talent of the martial god, Chen Yuan didn't even half envy it.
After all, the martial god's talent was only a small opening, the real big hang-up was still on him, Chen Yuan. The first and most intuitive thing was the power, surging power rushing through the whole body. Chen Yuan could not even describe the strength of this power.
Hate the sky without a handle. Hate the earth without a ring. That's a reflection of him at this point.
Chen Yuan was even certain that he could compete with the Black Mountain three-headed python in terms of pure strength and win the battle easily. Fortunately, the process of deduction is also the process of my cultivation, and this power is completely controllable, or else I'd have to topple this house if I moved around a little.
In addition to that bottomless strength, Chen Yuan's weight had likewise skyrocketed.
A brief weighing showed an increase of 80 kilograms over the previous one, but there was no noticeable change in shape. This meant that Chen Yuan's flesh density had become greater. The process of a martial artist's cultivation, the density of flesh was always in a state of increasing. When Chen Yuan first entered the enlightenment realm, he weighed close to around 130 kilograms. However, the weight added by the mixed dragon elephant true technique was still a bit appalling, and it was impossible to say whether it was good or bad. I've heard that martial god powerhouses can even distort space and time. Is it possible that the density is also too great?
Chen Yuan casually guessed. Many massive stars in the universe can distort the space-time around them, and so can the Wookiee.
But he wasn't a martial god, so naturally he wasn't sure of the exact reason. Then looking at the remaining 29 years of his lifespan, Chen Yuan chose to continue with kryptonite.
Metamagnetic vomiting method. Derivation begins.
In the first year, you broke 1, in the 10th year, 9, in the 20th year, 21, and in the 28th year, 30.
Derivation ends. The process of opening the orifices was plain and simple, 28 years and 30 orifices. This was Chen Yuan's limit.
The qi and blood have increased, and it seems to come with some of the power of lightning, which is better than nothing. Compared to the power of lightning, Chen Yuan was more interested in the power of magnetism. After all, that was one of the 4 fundamental forces, with endless wonderful uses. But nowadays, he couldn't feel the presence of the magnetic force yet, and naturally, he couldn't control it.
Name, Chen Yuan. Martial arts, enlightenment realm. Lifespan, 1 year. Martial arts.
8 extreme thunder blade Aoi falling thunder speed slash.
Tai Lung pile successful. Metamagnetic Vomiting Method 3361. Mixed Elements Dragon Elephant True Technique First Level. Thriving. Looking at his current panel, Chen Yuan lamented. In a month or so, he was so strong that he couldn't believe it himself. Chapter 26. From the first time they met the star beasts in the universe, the human race began to research and develop their individual power, and the martial artist mecha model began to flourish. Nowadays, a martial god paired with an exclusive god-class mecha is already enough to fight against adult starry sky behemoths, standing proudly at the peak of the universe's individual combat power. The Starlink starfield is so vast, and the population is even measured in trillions, yet the only ones who can go as far as a martial god are only in the thousands. Each martial god is a pillar that maintains the peace of the human race. In the classroom, Chen Yuan listened attentively to the history about the development of Starlink. Blue and White Planet only has a local area network, cannot connect to the Starlink's network, many things are introduced vaguely, or even simply not there, often only these old professors who have experienced the alien voyage can know more. Of course, the vast starry sky naturally has more than just wars, commerce and cultural exchanges are extremely well developed, but that was only after a long time that the present day has flourished. In the beginning, the interstellar races distributed in all corners of the universe were more like isolated islands in the sea that were far apart. The distance was too far, not to mention commerce and trade, even the exchange of information had to cross countless distances, it was extremely troublesome. It wasn't until the human race, along with many interstellar races, jointly developed the Stargate teleportation technology that the quiet starry sky finally began to bustle with countless interstellar companies springing up. Cultural fusion and technological explosion. It was the era of the most rapid and dizzying change, with new technologies and products being born almost every day. The Blue and White Planet is large, but small in relation to the cosmic scale, so I would like you to go out into the universe to see for yourselves and witness what's going on in the universe today. Huang Su, have you ever left the Blue and White Planet and traveled to the universe? Huang Su froze, not knowing why Chen Yuan would suddenly ask such a question. He thought for a moment and said, I've never been there. If you simply want to see the star universe, spend some money on a starship sightseeing ticket and consider it a trip. I'm not talking about this kind of. Chen Yuan shook his head, he wasn't sure how to explain it. If you just want to experience the vastness of the universe, it's really simple, and it's just a matter of spending a little more money. But that's not what he wants. Whatever, come on. Continue the fight. Chen Yuan stood up and walked towards the ring. Holy, you're trying to wear me out. Huang Su grumbled, but still lifted his sword and moved. Recently, Chen Yuan seldom entered the virtual fighting platform, even the ladder rankings didn't improve much, he focused more on real-life sparring. Experiencing the battle with the three-headed python, Chen Yuan did realize that there was a great difference between the virtual and the real. It's not just talk when you can't die. NA bloodbath, against 10 years of hard work. Virtual fighting could at most add some experience in martial arts, while in a real battle in reality, the details of chi and blood transportation, the reaction in the face of a crisis, and even the recovery of chi and blood to improve after the battle, were far from being comparable to virtual fighting. University tests are also only for actual combat, never virtual fighting. That's why Chen Yuan always looked for Huang Su during this period of time, and the two of them fought for real, and nowadays, only Huang Su could fight with him. It would be a waste of time to fight even 100 matches between Ryu Kang and Li Mingcat and the others. Of course, Chen Yuan and Huang Su fought without utilizing the hybrid dragon elephant true technique, and even their chi and blood had to be slightly restricted. Huang Su was also only at the beginning of the Enlightenment realm. If both sides were to explode with full force, he wouldn't be able to catch a single move from Chen Yuan. The battle was over quickly. You fellow, you're progressing a bit too fast. Huang Su wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and panted. Chen Yuan's speed of becoming stronger far exceeded his imagination. Still remembering the battle with the three-headed python, the two were more or less the same. I'm aiming for college, and this progress isn't enough. Chen Yuan stretched his joints, there wasn't even a drop of sweat on his head, his breath was only slightly disorganized and quickly calmed down. Huang Su smiled, he actually knew that Chen Yuan was harboring secrets, such as why he had been purchasing chi and blood pills from Old Wu. A simple guess revealed that this must have something to do with Chen Yuan becoming stronger. But he won't say it explicitly, who doesn't have a little secret in his life? He, Huang Su, likewise has. So what? Getting into college. Then you have to cheer up. Huang Su inexplicably lamented, after high school, I'm going to do business with Old Wu. Aren't you going to rush the heavenly stairs? There's a slight chance for the enlightened realm. Chen Yuan was puzzled.
According to his understanding, whether in the first or second university seeds, are in the realm of enlightenment. Huang Su, if you are willing to fight, really not necessarily.
Ha, it's not that simple to get into college, even if you become a college seed, isn't that still not in college? The college seeds of the last first and second middle schools, that was a total wipeout, not a single one of them made it into college, and they could all be in the enlightened realm. My talent is good, but that's all, people stronger than me abound under this starry sky. Huang Su laughed, but he was afraid of hitting Chen Yuan's confidence, so he decisively changed the topic. Aren't you going to ask what kind of business old Wu and I do? It's related to the universe you just talked about. Oh. Hardly interstellar commerce? You guys have this kind of capital? Chen Yuan's expression was surprised. The cost in overhead of just the most common cargo starship is astronomical, and the average person can't afford to do that. Interstellar commerce? You really think highly of me. Huang Su was a bit speechless and didn't continue to play dumb, speaking bluntly. Old Wu and I are going to do Star Anchor. Chen Yuan? Interstellar, anchor, those two words together always sound weird. Ha, didn't expect it. Huang Su grinned, I didn't think I'd be doing this before either. Our blue and white planet is a LAN, so there are basically no star anchors active, but if we were to switch to the Starlink's network, then star anchors would be very common. With the purchase of a special device, you can experience what the star anchor experiences, see, hear, smell. Be there. Old Wu is a Hierophant, and Hierophants don't really excel in all their talents, but they're all intergalactic anchor material. We're going to recruit a group of Greeks, and with the connections that Old Wu and I have accumulated, it's still a bit promising. I have to thank you here, the big boss of the Key Link is the one you helped me with, otherwise a lot of problems would be difficult to solve. Chen Yuan expressed his understanding that everyone has their own path, their own choices. Huang Su's martial arts talent, placed in the entire Blue and White Star, is considered to be the top, whether to participate in the military, or in the Blue and White Star to participate in politics, can have a good job. But, to each his own. Then I wish you and Old Wu a lot of money in advance. Chen Yuan clasped his fists and laughed. Take your word for it, if you're tired of practicing martial arts one day, come find me and I'll recruit you as an anchor. Huang Su said jokingly. Tired? How can I be tired? Practicing martial arts is fun. Chen Yuan said. Chapter 27, Fury. Blue and White Star, Mountain City First High School. There are still the last 43 days until the settlement of the ladder rankings. Chen Yuan came to the door of the fighting room, after grinding against Huang Su. All aspects tend to be perfected, it is time to sprint for the ladder ranking. He hadn't forgotten that there were generous rewards for 100,000 and 10,000 places on the heavenly ladder. The matter of Montenegro has completely dashed Chen Yuan's plans, and there is no hope for a stable source of funding. He hadn't dinged in for days. With my current strength, even if I don't use the hybrid dragon-elephant true technique, entering the top 10,000 of the heavenly ladder shouldn't be a problem. Those who were able to enter the top 10,000 of the heavenly ladder were all experts of the enlightenment realm, but there were differences. Chen Yuan is now 30th in enlightenment, far stronger than first entering the enlightenment realm. Huang Su has a chance to enter the 10,000th place when he first enters, let alone him. 8 Extreme Thunder Blade Upanishad, since it is a move I comprehended on my own, it is more suitable for me than ordinary entry-grade martial arts, able to bring out 10% of its power, and in all aspects it is not inferior to an expert who has been breaking through the enlightenment realm for many years. Today, Chen Yuan was bound to enter the top 10,000 of the heavenly ladder. Fighting room. Grass, do not give face at all, my father and his father still have business dealings. When the banquet is still a table dinner to come. In the future, when I inherit the family fortune, I'll hire a few bodyguards to beat the hell out of Shang Wanji. Let him know that he knows how powerful Little Master is. Punch someone in the face. Ryuken's face was bruised and purple, and he muttered under his breath while rubbing his face. This is an enlightenment realm powerhouse. Really strong, I can't even catch a single move from Shang Wanji. Li Mingcat was cold, not visible from the outside, but his face was slightly pale and his feet were weak and feeble. I originally thought that Shang Wanji should give face, so I helped this brat Chen Yuan to maneuver around, but it turns out that pretending didn't work out, and instead I got punched in the face. Lost strategy, lost strategy. Lu Jing sighed. Yesterday Shang Wanji came to the fighting room to squat on Chen Yuan, and by the look on his face, it was clear that the visitor was not good. So Lu Qing thought that he and Shang Wanji were more or less friends, so he took the initiative to talk to Shang Wanji, wanting to regulate the conflict between Shang Wanji and Chen Yuan.
Who knew that Shang Guanji would strike out at the drop of a hat? Li Mingcat shot out and went up to stop it, and was easily defeated by Shang Guanji with a single move, but instead suffered internal injuries.
I gave Chen Yuan advice, it's him who doesn't cherish it, so don't blame me. You two look like you know that little brat well, remember to say that I hit him. Let him come to me by himself, or I'll beat you up every time I see you. Before leaving, Shang Guanji warned the two.
Naturally, Ryukin and Li Mingcat weren't the only ones in the fighting room. There were quite a few other people who were aware of what happened yesterday. At this moment, when they heard Lu Jing's sigh, someone immediately opened their mouth to persuade them.
Second young Lu, and Tigress, what do you think you guys are doing meddling in this?
Chen Yuan thinks he's strong and is willing to go and cause trouble. What are you guys getting involved in? Don't put your hot faces on your cold asses when the time comes. Recently Chen Yuan has gotten stronger and more discerning. I see that he's distanced himself from you two quite a bit.
He doesn't even come to the fighting room with you guys anymore.
If you ask me, Shang Guanji is not a good person, and Chen Yuan is similar. They both look down on us guys with mediocre talent based on their strength, snakes and rats in a nest.
Lu Jing, Li Mingcat.
You guys treat Chen Yuan as a friend, but he doesn't necessarily treat you as friends.
He might want to stay away from you.
Lu Jing blared at once and raised his eyebrows. Bull.
Chen Yuan just has something going on lately.
Be quiet, it's just not as strong as others.
Li Mingcat said silently.
The crowd did not continue to persuade. If it wasn't for the fact that Lu Qing was relatively well liked, they wouldn't have taken the initiative to say more. After all, Shang Guanji and Chen Yuan, and their relationship are general. These two people fight, they can still watch the fun. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind the crowd.
Ryukin, Li Mingcat, what's going on?
Chen Yuan just came. He only vaguely heard Shang Guanji face or something, although not clear about the specific content. But combined with the injuries on Ryukin and Li Mingcat's, it was more or less a guess. Lu Jing was shocked in his heart. He didn't even realize when Chen Yuan came, and he stammered.
Nothing much. I cut a deal with Tigress and am now discussing the post-battle gains and losses.
Li Mingcat was cold and didn't say anything. Instead, he held his hands and sulked, still torn about why he was so different from the others.
Shang Guanji did this? Because of me?
Chen Yuan naturally wouldn't believe this preamble of Lu Jing's words, and directly stated his own speculation. As soon as Lu Jing's expression stagnated, Chen Yuan knew that he had guessed correctly.
Chen Yuan, Lu Qing and Li Mingcat stood up for you and were beaten up by Shang Guanji. Within the onlookers, someone immediately spoke out to prove Chen Yuan's guess.
Very good, very good. Chen Yuan grimaced. Originally he wanted to slowly climb the heavenly ladder to enter the 10,000th place, but now he didn't have to go through so much trouble.
He immediately turned around and strutted out of the fighting room. Chen Yuan, what are you doing?
Lu Jing's heart felt bad, and he hurriedly raised his voice to inquire.
Chen Yuan didn't even look back and said, help you guys beat it back. Bad. Li Mingcat didn't dwell on it either. She had fought Shang Guanji and knew that Chen Yuan would never be able to beat Shang Guanji.
Even if Chen Yuan was at the Enlightenment realm as she had guessed in her mind, Shang Guanji had broken through the Enlightenment realm as early as the second half of the second semester of her senior year of high school.
How weak can a year's accumulation be?
They wanted to stop them and persuade Chen Yuan to just avoid it, but just as they went out, they realized that Chen Yuan's figure had already disappeared. And when the people in the fighting room saw Chen Yuan's attitude, they instantly knew they were in for a treat. So there was no more training, and they all walked out of the fighting room.
Move. Move quickly. If we're late, we won't have a show. Chen Yuan is going to fight Shang Guanji. Chen Yuan suddenly realized that he didn't even know where Shang Guanji was. What class is Kamikaze in? So he grabbed one of the students at random and asked in a low voice. The classmate he grabbed looked confused, his expression a bit reluctant. Of course he knew of the celebrity Shang Guanji, but at the moment being forcefully grabbed, no one would want to do that. However, the moment he came into contact with Chen Yuan's eyes, he actually felt as if he was being stared at by a fierce beast, and his whole body resisted. Martial artists, and very powerful ones at that. He trembled and said, Shang Guanji is in the 8th class of the senior year. The 3rd floor of the 5th teaching building. You'll know it if you look straight down there. Thanks a lot. Chen Yuan gently put him down and turned away in an instant. Mountain City First High School, Senior Class 8.
It was now time for class to end, and inside the classroom of the 8th senior class, some students were burying their heads and brushing up on problems, while others were chatting with each other. But a corner by the window, everyone spontaneously stayed away. That was Shang Guanji's position. This one was notoriously impatient. Even if he was in the same class, as long as he was upset, he would slap him over. A lot of people have been punched in the face, but there's no way to tell. Shang Guanji. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared in front of the entrance of Senior Class 8. Who? Didn't see me. When Shang Guanji heard someone call out to him, a flash of impatience appeared on his face, but suddenly he heard the rustling sound of a sharp weapon cutting through the air. He hastily stomped the ground and leapt back as a long knife narrowly grazed his face, cleaving the long table in front of him in half. Chen Yuan. Shang Guanji looked up and recognized the person in front of him. It was Chen Yuan. Chapter 28 Heavenly Ladder Battle. You seek death. Seeing that the visitor was Chen Yuan, Shang Guanji was instantly furious. He hadn't even bothered Chen Yuan yet, but this little brat dared to bother himself. Splitting his own table. Looking for death? You're the one looking for death. You're the one who's 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 looking for death. Chen Yuan snorted coldly and chopped down at Shang Guanji's face. Shang Guanji was scolded with a split face, his blood rushed up and he drew his sword. Think I'm not afraid of you? Dang. It was as if a large bell had been struck in the classroom of the 8th senior class, and the buzzing sound was unceasing. A silhouette appeared in the middle of the fight between Chen Yuan and Shang Guanji. A knife and a sword were casually clutched in both of their hands, emitting a clicking groan, unable to move. The sound of a large bell buzzing was resounding from this person's hands. Principal? The crowd exclaimed. The person who appeared in the middle of the two in a flash and blocked their attack was clearly the principal of Mountain City No. 1 Middle School, Fan Yaoshang. Haha, our first middle school really hides crouching tigers. Chen Yuan, you even broke through the enlightenment realm as well. It looks like there's going to be a 5th university seat in first middle school. Principal Fan Yaoshang laughed while loosening the sword in his hand. Chen Yuan and Shang Guanji immediately drew back and stopped fighting at once. Headmaster Fan Yaoshang? It's really a master. Chen Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. This was something he had naturally considered a long time ago. Although the principal of the first middle school didn't appear often, he was by no means a handful. Just now, even if he didn't utilize the power of the mixed dragon elephant true technique, the principal was able to take it so easily, far from the enlightenment realm level. At least forging, and beyond. Everyone is a middle school student. The university examinations still need to collaborate and cooperate. It's not good to have a too stiff relationship. Fan Yaoshang laughed and touched his bald head, cheerfully rounding off the scene. Chen Yuan pushed me too far. Entering the door was a knife. If I hadn't dodged quickly, I'm afraid I'd be dead by now. Shang Guanji opened his mouth to defend himself. At the same time he looked to his class for corroboration. However, Shang Guanji's gaze swept across the class, and his classmates bowed their heads and didn't say anything, infuriating him so much that he wanted to give each of them a slap. Chen Yuan, on the other hand, said in a cold voice, Shang Guanji injured my friend. Wasn't he trying to make me angry and provoke me to make a move? How come you've become a shrinking turtle now instead? At this time, Lu Qing and Li Ming Cat happened to arrive, and they were not sure what exactly had just happened. But it was clear that Chen Yuan was standing up for them. Headmaster, look at how Shang Guanji punched me in the face. I won't be able to find a girlfriend in the future. I obviously didn't mess with him, and he said he'd beat me up every time he sees me in the future. Lu Jing put his face in front of the principal. Let the principal carefully observe the Shang Guanji's masterpiece. Shang Guanji is worthy of being an expert of the enlightenment realm. Seriously injuring me in one move, it's really powerful. Li Ming Cat is not as shameless as Lu Qing, only his face is getting paler and paler, and his body is slightly shaking, a look of being unable to support himself and about to fall to the ground. Yeah, we all saw it with our own eyes when Shang Guanji beat up Lu Qing at the entrance of the fighting room. It was a miserable mess. Yeah, Lu Qing, a blood exchange realm 3rd layer, where to beat Shang Guanji, this college seed Lu. The crowd that ran from the fighting room to watch the show, seeing that Chen Yuan was so ballsy, immediately echoed a few words. They can tell the truth without a hint of falsehood. Fan Yaosheng hurriedly pushed away Lu Qing, who still kept crying miserably, while looking at Shang Guanji. Student Shang Guanji, it looks like you started it. Why don't you apologize and leave it at that? No way. Shang Guanji refused without thinking. How is it possible for him to apologize to Chen Yuan? And at that moment, Chen Yuan suddenly spoke out, Headmaster, I'm initiating an offline ladder date with Shang Guanji. Ladder dating. The top 10,000 on the ladder can be matched in fights on the virtual fighting platform, with the winner going up and the loser going down. On top of that, there are offline ladder dates. The rules are exactly the same, winner goes up, loser goes down. The person who is being asked to fight can refuse, otherwise no one can afford to be asked to fight every day, and no one can afford to be worn out like that. But at this moment, when Shang Wanji was faced with Chun Yuan's appointment, could he refuse? No way. Shang Wanji refused at this time, clearly afraid of Chen Yuan, do not dare to respond to the battle, when the face swept down to the ground. Not only the first middle school, by then the entire mountain city would know that Shang Wanji did not dare to fight because he was afraid of Chen Yuan. For someone like Shang Wanji, this situation was worse than death. Chen Yuan didn't think of injuring Shang Wanji with his first slash, and from the very beginning, he didn't intend to settle the matter privately. After all, even if he won, the school side would find that he was fighting in private and seriously violating the school rules, and in the end, it would turn out to be unreasonable for him. University seat is the school's treasure, ordinary people private fight school lazy to care, but if the university seat accident, the school can be heartbroken. Chen Yuan's purpose was clear, it was for the latter appointment. Shang Wanji had to agree, and Principal Fan Yaoshang likewise had to agree. I accept. Shang Wanji said through gritted teeth. Sure enough, as Chen Yuan thought, Shang Wanji barely hesitated and directly accepted his latter appointment. At this point, even the principal, Fan Yaoshang, had no reason to stop it. Anyway, no matter who wins or loses, he's got an extra college seat in his first school, so he's not losing out left and right. So after thinking for a moment, Fan Yaoshang nodded. Then, as you wish, 3 days later, at the first middle school Grand Ring, I will personally host the Heavenly Ladder Testament for you then. Thank you, Headmaster. Chen Yuan cupped his fists. He was unscrupulous, but unscrupulousness was not an unlimited indulgence of the desires of the heart, and if there was a more effective solution, he was bound to prioritize it. Unless there's only one way out, there's a better solution, so why does he have to rashly act like he has to do things in a broken way? Of course, Chen Yuan never lacked the mentality to lift the table. If there is really no way, he will also directly lift the table, since you cannot eat, then all are not allowed to eat. Since Chancellor Fan Yaoshang had made the decision, there was no room for maneuver. Shang Wanji glared angrily at Chen Yuan and gestured his mouth, wait for me. When Chen Yuan saw this, he let out a sneer in his heart, dog donkey like trash, enjoy your 3 complete days. Surrounded by the crowd, Chen Yuan slowly left. Shang Wanji held his longsword tightly in his hand, his face gloomy and uncertain. He warned Chen Yuan once, but Chen Yuan turned a deaf ear and continued to interact frequently with Huang Su. But who knew that what he originally thought was a waste of space had broken through the Enlightenment realm? With the qualifications to arm wrestle with him. I'll let you know that the gap between the Enlightenment realm is sometimes bigger than a human and a dog. Shang Wanji stared intently at Chen Yuan as he left, the veins on his right hand that was holding the longsword rippling. Fan Yaoshang touched his smooth bald head and sighed involuntarily. Hey, what the hell? What should have been a happy event with an additional college seat is now making such a big fuss. But the good thing is that even if you lose, the losing side's ladder rankings can be fought back again. The strength is there, the strength of the ladder ranking is honored, no one can steal it. Anyway, it's still a good thing. Thinking this way, Fan Yaoshang was in a much better mood. Chapter 29, Making Big Money. Chen Yuan, are you sure? Lu Jing couldn't help but ask out loud. Although you are also at the Enlightenment realm, it has been a year since Shang Wanji broke through the Enlightenment realm, so I can't say that you have already mastered the entry-grade martial arts, you're being a bit impulsive. There were only 4 college seeds in the entire first middle school today, and Shang Wanji was one of them, and his strength was obvious to all. When have I ever done anything I wasn't sure of? Chen Yuan did not answer positively, but asked in return. Lu Jing wasn't sure why Chen Yuan was so confident, but he clenched his teeth. Since you're sure, I'll bet 200,000 star coins on you to win this time. Chen Yuan looked stunned. Bet on me to win? What do you mean? It's the ladder date between you and Shang Wanji. It's such a big deal this time that Principal Fan Yaoshang is personally hosting it. A bunch of people will definitely watch you two fight at that time. Since there are people watching, then there must be someone opening a handicap. If you're really confident, I'll press more, just as compensation for my handsome face being ruined. Lu Qing said with a smile. Bet on. Chen Yuan had a bit of an idea. Wasun Restaurant, 3rd floor private room. Huang Su couldn't help but fall into deep thought as he stared at the entire 6 plates of earth dragon meat on the table.
When did you become so generous? It was never him who paid out money to invite Chen Yuan. Today the sun really came out of the west. The Iron Rooster Chen Yuan even took the initiative to call and invite him to eat? And he ordered so many plates of ground dragon meat in one meal. Usually he couldn't afford to be so extravagant. Usually you treat me, this time it's my turn to treat you. Chen Yuan said back. Huang Su didn't believe it. He stared at Chen Yuan's eyes, but couldn't see anything, so he spoke bluntly. Say, what is it that you want me to do? You say things first or I won't move my chopsticks. Chen Yuan immediately stopped hiding and asked mysteriously, Huang Su, are you going to make a lot of money? If you want to make big money, I'll take you to make it right away. Make a lot of money, how? Huang Su froze. He should be the one to bring Chen Yuan to make money, right? Chen Yuan told him about his appointment with Shang Guanji and then said, You advance a little money, just bet it all on me to win, and we'll split it 50-50 afterward. Shang Guanji. That guy can't be dealt with. Anyway, I've been avoiding him just because I can't beat him. Huang Su didn't agree lightly and asked in return. With a chance, why don't you press yourself to win? Chen Yuan sniffed and spread his hands. There's no money. My house is mortgaged, and I haven't paid it back yet. Are you really sure? Huang Su aggravated his tone. It's a guaranteed win. Chen Yuan confidently said back. Alright, then I'll accompany you to bet, but 50-50 definitely won't work. The risk is all on me, at most 70-30. Huang Su nodded his head after pondering for a few seconds. It's fine, I knew you dared to bet. Chen Yuan put his heart down and laughed. Ryuken's one sentence made him discover a business opportunity to make money again, and this time he was able to make a large sum of money to continue his kryptonite. Since the matter of the Black Mountain three-headed python, he had not had any funds coming in and his strength had been stagnant. Now, the opportunity has come. He's going to rake in the big bucks all at once. Since you're all sure of winning, why don't you just bring old Wu along as well? I'll go persuade him to bet on you to win, the same 73 points, how's that? Huang Su continued to assist. Chen Yuan was confident, no problem, how much can you pull? You'd better not roll over, the risk is all on us payers, and if you don't win, your credibility will be in tatters. I won't believe it in the future. Huang Su spoke at length. Must make money. Come on, eat. Chen Yuan was the first to move his chopsticks, picking up a slice of ground dragon meat and stuffing it into his mouth as he began to feast on it. Huang Su also picked up his chopsticks, but when he was about to down his chopsticks, he suddenly realized an extremely serious problem. Wait, you said you don't have any money on you, so how are you going to pay for this meal? Chen Yuan did not lift his head back. You first helped me advance, this time to make money directly from the inside deductions. Huang Su. I really just caught him with a goat and gripped him hard. Chen Yuan was confident that he could win, and Shang Guanji was equally so. Clank. The tip of the sword trembled slightly, piercing through the air in an instant, pointing on top of the wooden stake in front of him, the accumulated force surging out like a flood. The wooden stake exploded with a loud bang, splashing wood shavings in all directions. Shang Guanji retracted his sword in satisfaction, then looked at his sword art teacher. Shang Guanji, your star explosion sword technique has entered the realm of Mingli, all the forces concentrated at one point to explode, the power cannot be underestimated. The sword art teacher was naturally full of praise. He was not flattering, but it was true. Martial arts were divided into grades, and the Enlightenment realm would begin to touch the entry-grade martial arts. Beginning with the first piece, each piece can be divided into 4 stages, the beginning realm, clarity, subtlety, and the realm of transformation. Each stage represented one's mastery and understanding of martial arts, and the power exerted was even more vastly different. Shang Guanji's swordsmanship talent was extremely high, and having mastered the first-grade starburst sword technique to the realm of Mingli, he had already surpassed a large number of Enlightenment realm experts. Martial Dao realm and martial science realm complemented each other, with the former being the foundation of the martial artist and the latter being the means of output, and both were indispensable. Your teacher is wrong, I'm nowhere near the threshold of college. Although his mouth said so, then the corners of Shang Guanji's mouth lifted slightly, and a proud look could not help but appear on his face. No one who can be called a university seed is a mediocrity. Without that talent, even if one took nutrient solution baths every day, the upper limit of strength wouldn't be that high. Shang Guanji was indeed qualified to be proud. His sword art teacher counseled, don't be discouraged, the university examination doesn't only test the realm, there are extremely many influencing factors, even luck plays a part. You just need to play carefully, even if you fall short, no one will blame you.
Because being able to go on the platform of the university examination is enough to prove your talent. Even if you don't enter the university, with your family's support, you'll still be able to make a career in the blue and white star. Even if he was as proud as Shang Guanji, he had to admit that he really didn't have a certainty that he would be able to enter the university, and that there weren't a lot of competitors who were stronger than him. But in the blue and white star, I'm the recognized genius. It seems to have been silent for too long, making certain people think they can outsmart me. 3 days later at the Heavenly Ladder Testament, I'll let them know what it means to be a true genius. Chen Yuan. Wait for me. Shang Guanji's eyes were fierce and he gritted his teeth. He had never suffered a loss like that in his life, and in his opinion, a waste like Chen Yuan should have been born to be stepped on by him. And now, the trash under his feet dared to take the initiative to call him out. This was all due to the fact that he rarely struck out after entering the Enlightenment realm, causing the losers in the school to forget how powerful he was. I've also heard about what happened at your school, that Chen Yuan is just an orphan. As long as you play steadily, it'll be easy for you to beat him. Remember, do not let your anger overwhelm you. The only thing that controls your body is your will, not any emotion. Seeing this, the fencing teacher couldn't help but remind him. Shang Guanji took a long breath and suppressed the anger in his heart, arching his hand and calmly saying, "The student honors the teacher's teachings. I, Shang Guanji, will win." Chapter 30, Before the War. 3 days later. Mountain City 1. The battle for the top 10,000 of the ladder rankings was at stake, with one of them still being the current college seed Shang Guanji, and an unheralded Chen Yuan. The two men's heavenly ladder date was making a lot of noise, and even those who usually didn't pay much attention to the martial arts world were forced to learn something about it from all sides. Coupled with the fact that it was a relatively rare offline tournament, many people reported watching the event and pinched their time to come to Mountain City No. 1 Middle School. There was no lack of martial arts geniuses and university seeds from several other high schools in Mountain City, who similarly wanted to get to know this Chen Yuan, who dared to call the shots with Shang Guanji, to see just what kind of god he was. After all, there are only double-digit college seeds in the Hilltowns combined, and we've all basically met and gotten to know each other, and even had a few hands-on fights on the ladder. But this sudden appearance of a never-heard-of Chen Yuan inevitably made people curious, so they came. If this heavenly ladder appointment, Chen Yuan really won against Shang Guanji, then perhaps they would become their friends, or rivals, and it was never a bad thing to get to know them in advance. Li Guangming, it's been a long time since I've seen you. It's rare to even see you online once on the ladder. If it wasn't for the guaranteed descending segment mechanism, are you preparing to directly hide until the university examination? Don't think too much, my Tian Ming fist is in a critical period of breakthrough. If I can break through before the university examination, my chances of entering the university will definitely be greatly improved. Isn't this Wang Qianjun from the first middle school? This Chen Yuan from your first middle school, what exactly is his origin? How come I've never heard of him? I'm not sure, I was sent out on a mission earlier and just returned to school. Wang Qianjun is one of the 4 college seeds in the first school and is ranked in the 6,000s on the ladder. Unlike Shang Guanji, Wang Qianjun's family was born from a poor family. His father died early, leaving him and his mother to depend on each other. After contacting the martial arts, he began to emerge, and his extremely strong martial arts talent first appeared, and then he was valued by the law enforcement team and joined the law enforcement team. Normally, through some merits, he exchanged for martial cultivation resources, a solid expert. Wang Qianjun was also puzzled. He had only been sent out by the law enforcement team to carry out a mission. How did a Chen Yuan pop up when he came back? There was no sign at all. He had never heard of the name Chen Yuan before. It's like it popped out of a rock. Your first middle school is really powerful. There is another college seed reserve without saying a word. We only have 2 in the 8th middle school now. Someone he knew complimented. Wang Qianjun smiled kindly and did not say anything. He was not good at dealing with these people. More than that, he would have preferred to practice a few more sets of his favorite punches against a dummy that couldn't talk. The location of the appointment between Chen Yuan and Shang Guanji was located at the back of the mountain of the first middle school, a large 300x300 ring specially built for martial artists. The interior of the large ring was a block of tough lapis lazuli, while the outer layer was poured with a layer of special alloy. Even if a student at the 9th level of the blood transformation realm swung with all their might using a sword, they would only be able to leave an invisible scratch on it. When it was time to build this big ring, the first high school had put in a lot of money. Around the large ring, there were circle after circle of stone seats spreading outwards, enough to accommodate thousands of teachers and students to be seated at the same time. At this time, there were already quite a few people sitting on the front rows of these seats, all of whom had come to see the Heavenly Ladder Testament battle. Among them were student martial artists, teachers, and even the leaders of a few other middle schools, but most of them were just ordinary students watching. After all, no matter how popular martial artists were, they were ultimately only a minority, and more were still ordinary students. Old fan, this is the 5th college seat in your 1st grade, isn't it? It's really good luck. Fan Yasheng, the principal of the 1st middle school, suddenly heard a familiar voice shouting at him and turned around to see that it was the principal of the 2nd middle school. He was puzzled. The latter date was not a big deal. What was the point of coming to his 1st high school? It's just 2 students competing? How come you're here to join in the fun? The principal of the 2nd middle school was a blond man with a kind face. He smiled and said, "Where is this coming from? There are a total of 5 college seeds in the 1st middle school. I definitely want to come and congratulate them." With your character of not rising early without profit, you'll come to 1st middle school for nothing? Fan Yasheng grunted, clearly not believing the other party's words. He, can't hide it from you. The principal of the 2nd middle school narrowed his eyes and smiled, patting his stomach. "Let's leave you alone for now. When I'm done with my work I'll come to your office. Let's nag and nag. And by the way, we're discussing the college test." Off stage. Chen Yuan told Wu, "And I have bet half of our worth on you winning. If we win, we'll split it 70-30 as promised. If you lose, it's fine on my side, but old Wu has made a stern statement that you won't be able to buy any discounted resources from him after you lose. You've got to be spirited. This is a ladder date, not the usual skirmish." Huang Su looked grave. It was not possible for him not to be serious. After all, the money invested in it can be quite a lot. If he really wanted to lose it in one breath, although it wasn't considered to hurt his bones, it was enough for him to have a flesh ache for several years. In fact, Lao Wu was reluctant at first. After all, the risk is all borne by them, and Chen Yuan lost nothing, but when instead of sharing 30%? Where in heaven's name is such a good thing? Giving Chen Yuan 10% is more than enough. In the end, Huang Su persuaded Lao Wu. After all, Chen Yuan was feuding with Shang Guanji because of him. Huang Su had some guilt in his heart, thinking that he could simply let Chen Yuan earn more and make up for his guilt. AI. Shen Yuan sighed. Huang Su had already rambled in his ear many times and he had answered many times. But this is the Gold Master but also rely on Huang Su to make money. So Chen Yuan still continued to patiently reply to those 5 words. "Don't worry, it's a wrap." After thinking about it he added one more sentence. "I usually beat you all to force, afraid of a knife to chop you to death, this time I'd ease it." Huang Su at this time also do not pick Chen Yuan afraid of a knife to kill him thing. Instead, after hearing Chen Yuan say this, he compared his own strength with Shang Guanji's and was relieved. If Chen Yuan hadn't bragged and could really slice himself to death with a single slash, then beating up Shang Guanji wouldn't really be a problem. The premise is that Chen Yuan didn't lie. Alright, I see that the principal has gone to the podium, so it's time for me to go to the big ring as well. Chen Yuan waved his hand. "Go for it then, I've long seen this Shang Guanji guy in a bad light, punch him more for me." Huang Su punched the air twice and laughed. "No problem, buy one get one free, I'll give him an extra punch, 2 total." Chen Yuan did not turn around and waved his hand behind him. Then, under the gaze of the crowd of nearly 1,000 people in the stands, he slowly ascended the large ring. Chapter 31, Going to War. On the bleachers, the principal, Fan Yaosheng, began to read from a script, from the school's establishment of the hardships, the development of the hard, pouring his heart and soul into the students, and so on. It's clear to anyone familiar with it that it doesn't go on for a while. He's Chen Yuan? I wonder how strong it really is. In the audience, Wang Qianjun sat in the 3rd row, looking at Chen Yuan in the big ring. For Chen Yuan, although Wang Qianjun had not dealt with him, he had understood that Chen Yuan's parents had passed away due to an accident, and now he was relying on himself to get to this point on his own. Wang Qianjun empathized with the situation, so he initially carried a bit of goodwill towards Chen Yuan. The other 3 college seeds in the 1st high school all have prominent families, only he Wang Qianjun is not the same. It is difficult for him to integrate into the circle of these people, and he is not willing to integrate. Unsuitable is unsuitable, and Wang Qianjun was too lazy to force himself. Wang Qianjun, who do you think will win between these 2 in the ring? The person sitting next to Wang Qianjun asked. I can't be sure, but I've heard that Chen Yuan is at the beginning of the Enlightenment realm, while Shang Guanji has been at the Enlightenment realm for a long time, and his mastery of martial arts is equally not bad. If you analyze it rationally, Shang Guanji has a higher chance of winning. Wang Qianjun inwardly analyzed silently and finally concluded. I was thinking the same as you. And the fact that Chen Yuan's odds are a few points higher than Shang Guanji's means that in the eyes of those who open the market, Chen Yuan has a lower chance of winning. I've bet on Shang Guanji to win, he mustn't lose. The man next to him laughed out loud, getting Wang Qianjuan's reply. He inwardly became even more determined that Shang Guanji was likely to win. Wang Qianjun silently shook his head. He had never gambled, even the so-called small bets for pleasure did not exist at all with him. And who can tell when martial artists fight each other? Maybe a single detail makes the difference between a win and a loss. However, Wang Qianjun was hoping that Chen Yuan would win. Regardless of whether we win or lose, find him after the fight and have a chat to exchange cultivation tips. Wang Qianjun thought so in his heart. On the podium, the eloquent Fan Yaoxing finally got to the end. Friendship first, competition second, all students of the first high school, all fighting for the peace of the human race. This concludes the address. Fan Yaoxing slowly retreated, while the principal of the second middle school looked at the duo in the ring and asked curiously. Old Van, who's going to win these two? Unclear. Van Yaoxing shook his head. Not clear? The principal of the second middle school looked stunned. These two are both students of your first middle school, how dare you say you're not sure? Don't think I don't know, at that time these two boys fought, but you stopped them on the spot. Can you not detect the strength of the two of them? To be reasonable, Shang Guanji has a higher chance of winning. Fan Yaoxing smiled, but did you know Chen Yuan before? The principal of the second middle school shook his head. He had never heard of this Chen Yuan before. Ha, Chen Yuan came into prominence only a short while ago, and in a short period of time, he has displayed the strength of the Enlightenment realm, and has traveled all the way to this point. Before this, even I didn't see that this kid had something to hide. So how can I be sure if this brat Chen Yuan is still hiding certain things? Maybe what he shows later on will dazzle us two old guys. Fan Yaoxing said all that, summarized in fact is 6 words, he is not sure. The principal of the second high school was speechless. Come on, say it like you didn't say it, like I didn't ask. Enjoy watching, I'm actually looking forward to it. Fan Yaoxing stroked his smooth bald head with gusto. The big ring. Chen Yuan and Shang Guanji were separated by 100 meters, and the two of them stood opposite each other. Neither of them spoke, nor did their eyes even fall on each other. Shang Guanji was disdainful of the weak, while Chen Yuan simply did not have the habit of talking nonsense before battle. He preferred to talk nonsense with the dead. Dead people don't retort, they don't suddenly explode, they don't create surprises. The martial arts teacher who had been temporarily enlisted as a referee between the two had originally wanted to wait for the two to say a few words before the battle to liven up the atmosphere. But when I saw this, I knew it wasn't necessary. Amidst the anticipation of many spectators, the referee teacher raised his right hand high and dropped it heavily. The latter testament, now, begins. Almost as soon as the word start fell, Shang Guanji took the lead. In the eyes of the spectators who did not have martial arts cultivation, at this time Shang Guanji bent down and stabbed forward. His body suddenly seemed to be transformed into clouds and mist, illusory and indistinct. This is a first-grade martial art Zhan Yunbu. But it's a pity that clinging to pace changes is only at the beginning of the realm after all. Wang Qianjun hadn't fought with Shang Guanji, and he hadn't met him even once in the heavenly stairs. Coupled with the fact that he was usually basically on a mission and rarely crossed paths with people like Shang Guanji, this was the first time he had ever seen Shang Guanji make a move. Chen Yuan was really bluffed for a moment when he saw a first-grade body martial art for the first time. Instead of attacking rashly, he chose to wait for the enemy, swinging his sword with all his might in defense, the light of the sword waving densely around his body. The lion wrestles with the hare, but he still uses his full strength. But that's knowing you're a lion and your opponent is a rabbit. Normally, Chen Yuan had only sparred with Huang Su, and had yet to fight an opponent like Shang Guanji, even though he knew he was stronger than Shang Guanji. But how strong is a question mark? Chen Yuan still decided to be careful and feel the bottom of Shang Guanji. He was confident but not arrogant. If you blindly went on full strength at the beginning, once you were dodged, the brakes would be wide open and it would be extremely easy to roll over. Ding! Dang! Ding! The sound of weapons clashing kept ringing out. In the eyes of the ordinary spectators, on the other hand, it was Chen Yuan who was completely suppressed by Shang Guanji, being unable to fight back and only able to passively defend. Sure enough, it still has to be Shang Guanji who was a college seed, so fast that my eyes are blinded. Ha, I bought Shang Guanji to win. I'm sure I'll make some money this time. I've lost more than 10 times in a row. What kind of gambler loses every day? Hey, this time it's still too unstable. thinking that Chen Yuan has higher odds. Next time I definitely won't be greedy. However, in the eyes of people like Wang Qianjun and Huang Su, they all know very well in their hearts, don't look at the field to fight wonderfully. In reality, both sides are testing, not using their full strength at all. And it is, indeed. Chen Yuan had just exchanged blows with Shang Guanji when he realized that something was wrong. It wasn't that Shang Guanji's strength was beyond his imagination, quite the contrary, it was that Shang Guanji was too weak. It turns out that Shang Guanji, who was ranked over 8,000 on the heavenly ladder, has about the same number of enlightenments as me? It's only about 30 or so. This was where Chen Yuan realized something was wrong. His preconception of the number of Shang Guanji's enlightenment before the battle started was between 80 and 100. If you don't use the mixed dragon elephant true technique, the gap in the number of openings means that the chi and blood, strength, speed, and reaction are almost completely crushed. However, after some trial and error, Chen Yuan suddenly realized that Shang Guanji's number of enlightenment was similar to his own. The opponent that he had imagined for a long time was so weak that it made Chen Yuan a little upset. In that case, there's no need to be careful. 10 seconds, finish him. Chapter 32 Weak. Too weak. What's wrong? Punks that only hide? Shang Guanji was unable to take down Chen Yuan, who was fully defending, for half a day, and felt tricky. Once they exchanged blows, he suddenly realized that the difference between Chen Yuan's number of enlightenments and his own was actually not that great. What about the promised first entry into the enlightened realm? And Chen Yuan had already figured out Shang Guanji's strength at this moment, especially this body technique that had bluffed him a bit before, which looked arcane, but in actuality, its use was only to interfere with the opponent's line of sight. When you really cross paths, you can find out that it's false and useless. As you wish. Chen Yuan's feet powered up, his chi and blood and the power of the hybrid dragon elephant stormed up, and the muscles of his entire body tightened up at once, and his entire body instantly swelled up by a circle, holding up his loose tunic and bulging it up tightly. The 30 orifices exhaled and operated in unison, and a trace of blue electric arcs leapt between Chen Yuan's hands. Boom! The sound of muffled thunder exploded in the cloudless, sunny sky. Falling thunder speed chop. In the next moment, Chen Yuan's body seemed to transform into an electric light, accompanied by thunderous booms as he chopped at his opponent. Ha, the basic martial art 8 Extreme Thunderblade, you haven't even mastered an entry-level martial art. Shang Guanji saw this and was greatly relieved. At the same time, the whole body's chi and blood were mobilized and converged on the tip of the sword. Bursting star. Boom! In an instant, the swords collided, and substantial waves of air spread out like a gale. Click! The sound of weapons shattering rang out. Chen Yuan's sword shattered, turning into dozens of fragments that shot out in all directions. These bouncing pieces were stopped by the referee teachers one by one so that the audience would not suffer. Ha ha! The sword is broken, how can you defeat me? Shang Guanji laughed out loud. Chen Yuan was only slightly surprised. After all, this knife was supposed to be cheap. Along with his increased strength and the addition of the power of the mixed dragon elephant, it was normal to not be able to hold on under an all-out outburst. It was just a pity that the restriction of the sword caused his strike to suddenly shatter just as he sparred with Shang Guanji, only exerting 30% to 40% of his strength. It's time to end it. Accidents are just accidents after all. Chen Yuan slammed his foot forward, and the large ring, which was made of fine iron, was actually stomped out a mark under this foot. Accompanied by the sinews and bones of his entire body, the terrifying power of the hybrid dragon elephant accumulated in his body, and finally exploded in his right fist. There is no technique, it is simply an explosion of power. Shang Guanji was still in a state of euphoria and saw this and raised his sword to swing down. As his right fist blasted the side of the sword, Shang Guanji's smile did not diminish as he followed the force and slashed down at Chen Yuan's head. Ha ha! Click! This time, it was Shang Guanji's sword that shattered. The smile suddenly froze, and Shang Guanji's eyes were full of incredulity. How can that be? This sword of mine is forged from a special grade alloy, how can it be shattered by your punch? Because, you're too weak. So weak that I can't even imagine. Just as Shang Guanji froze, Chen Yuan exhaled and changed his breath, followed by a punch containing the power of the dragon elephant, slamming into Shang Guanji's chest. Click, click, click. Dense, toothsome bone cracking crackled. Shang Guanji's face suddenly turned white, a mouthful of blood gushed uncontrollably up his throat, and his entire body flew out backwards like a broken sack. Then, Chen Yuan flew backwards faster than him. Chen Yuan grabbed Shang Wanji's head with his left hand and yanked him back hard again. The entire process was very short, from Chen Yuan's sword shattering to Shang Wanji suddenly being blown away. It was actually no more than 2 seconds. Even the referee is still in the moment of stepping in to stop the long blade shards.
Chen Yuan, no!
Principal Fan Yaoshan cried out anxiously while his figure skimmed the length of the sky, wanting to make a move to stop it.
However, it's too late. What are you going to do?
Shang Wanji struggled in panic, but Chen Yuan's strength was so great that it was unreasonable, and the hand clasped on his face seemed as if it was going to crush his skull.
Waste you!
A vicious color flashed in Chen Yuan's eyes as he once again blasted his fist at Shang Wanji's chest. This time, there were no ribs in the way, no bone-cracking sounds.
Only the internal organs were severely damaged.
Shang Wanji's bloodshot eyes protruded outwardly, and the pain that was so intense that it caused his head to tilt and he actually fainted. The room was dumbfounded.
Chen Yuan! What are you doing?
Fan Yaosheng arrived late and snatched Shang Wanji from Chen Yuan's hands, and after slightly checking his injuries, his brows were suddenly furrowed.
You've clearly won, why are your shots so vicious? Fan Yaosheng's expression was serious, and he couldn't help but speak out in reproach. Both Shang Wanji and Chen Yuan are college seeds in the first school.
But the injuries that Shang Wanji suffered today, even if he were to make every effort to heal them, would definitely affect the university examination afterwards.
In the Battle of the Ring, injuries are common. Just now Shang Wanji's sword, wasn't it also attacking me with the intention of lording it over me?
He didn't consider so much when he struck out at Lu Qing and the others.
If I'm not strong enough, won't I just have to admit defeat?
Fan Yao grew a long sigh. Even so, you struck a little too hard. There are clearly better choices.
But this way, I'm cool. Chen Yuan grinned. Any punishment, principal, just do it.
Long before he struck, Chen Yuan had anticipated the outcome. But as usual, he seriously injured Shang Wanji, so he didn't worry about the subsequent results of the school's handling of the situation. Chen Yuan was talking about scrapping him, but in reality, Guanji was only seriously injured, and the remaining medical time was too late to have an impact on the subsequent university examination. What Chen Yuan had wasted was not Shang Wanji's strength, but Shang Wanji's university path. But the other party was still alive after all.
That's enough.
When martial artists fight, it is inevitable that they will be injured, and as long as they are not dead, things will not be too big a deal.
Since you did it, wait for the school authorities to deal with it.
I will never condone this kind of thing.
Fan Yaosheng waved his hand to drive Chen Yuan away.
Chen Yuan's expression moved slightly as he slowly retreated from the large ring amidst the silence of the entire crowd.
Just a little doubt in his mind, that's it?
The result was much better than he expected. Don't look at the principal acting like he resented Chen Yuan, but in reality it was just a verbal lecture, practically no.
The principal seemed to be deliberately biased in his favor for some reason? Only in the way of too many people on the scene, the principal had to put up a fair front to deal with this matter. After all, Shang Guanji is also the university seat of his Mountain City No. 1 middle school anyhow. Chen Yuan didn't understand.
On the other hand, Fan Yaosheng quickly called for medical personnel and sent Shang Guanji away with a heartbroken look on his face. It was then that the crowd in the audience seemed to react.
Shang Guanji, you zizi, I came here after losing dozens of times in a row. I'd bet my entire fortune on you to win. You can't afford me. Ha ha, Chen Yuan actually won and made a fortune. I knew the sword was right. This guy Chen Yuan, after this battle, he soared to the heavens. Shang Guanji is surprisingly not even a match for him.
The crowd was talking. The result of this battle was unexpected, but the crowd accepted it, except for those who had bet heavily on Guanji. They didn't care if Shang Guanji was miserable or not. Anyway, they only knew that Shang Guanji had failed them.
What a terrifying power. Does Chen Yuan have some special talent or not, born with divine power? The university seats present all looked serious, including Wang Qianjun. At this moment, they were all thinking about the same question: if they were to face Chen Yuan, could they win?
Those who thought they were weaker than Shang Guanji naturally went without saying that they definitely couldn't win if Shang Guanji was defeated. However, those who felt that they were stronger than Shang Guanji had no bottom in their hearts at the moment, and they were equally skeptical of whether they could resist Chen Yuan's odd divine power.
Chapter 33: Tao Ye's Divine Body.
Fan Yaosheng boarded an old face and came to his office with the principal of the second middle school. Alright, now that there's no one, you can recover, there's no need to pretend in front of me. The principal of the second middle school sounded helpless.
Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Fan Yashing didn't hold back for a moment and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Laugh it up and laugh it up. If I had such a student in the second middle school, I'd have to laugh hard too. The principal of the second middle school casually found a seat and sat down. Fan Yasheng laughed for a while before he stopped. Laugh it up. Time to talk about what you said before. The principal of the second middle school waved his hand. There's no rush. First tell me what's wrong with your student Chen Yuan? Unique physique, or has he practiced some kind of mastery? How come the power is so great? I'm afraid that even if it's an enlightened realm peak martial artist with 361 enlightenment, who has already formed a small circumference within his body, the power is just like that. Fan Yashing didn't rush to answer. He first brewed himself a cup of tea before slowly speaking. I'm actually not too sure, but I have news from my side that Chen Yuan had purchased the mixed dragon elephant true technique not too long ago. When the principal of the second middle school heard this, he rose up in disbelief. Can't it be that Chen Yuan has practiced the mixed dragon elephant true technique? Mixed elements dragon elephant true technique. This martial art first became famous on the occasion of the dragon elephant martial god's breakthrough to martial god. The mixed elements dragon elephant true technique first came from the dragon elephant martial god, but it was not created by him, and this martial god had never revealed its origin. It was only known that it had the dragon elephant as its honorary name, and it was because of this mixed dragon elephant true skill, and the success of the dragon elephant martial god had completely brought fire to this martial art. Countless prides of the Star Union had chosen to cultivate the dragon elephant true technique, and even though the dragon elephant martial god had tried his best to persuade them of the difficulty of this martial art, those who attempted it were still as numerous as the stars. However, they soon met a bottleneck. The first, second and third layers of the mixed dragon elephant true skill were okay, although difficult, there were still many people who practiced it. However, from the fourth layer onwards, even for a supreme heavenly pride with unbelievable qualifications, the time required was hundreds of years long, and very few people had practiced. The power attached to the fourth layer of the mixed dragon elephant true technique, for the heavenly prides at that time, instead became chicken ribs, not very useful at all, but instead wasted a lot of time and energy. As a result, the craze for practicing the mixed elements dragon image true skill quickly faded, and until now, basically no one has focused on this pitiful martial art. Fan Yashing said quietly, it's only been 10 days since he purchased the first layer of the mixed elements dragon image true skill. Do you mean he practiced the first layer in 10 days? Are you dreaming, or am I? The principal of the second middle school sniffed and quickly recovered from his shock, and after calming down, he realized how outrageous what he had just said was. If Chen Yuan could really have practiced the first layer of the mixed elements dragon elephant true technique in 10 days, how could he still be on the blue and white planet? That would have to be treated like an ancestor by the entire Star League. One must know that even the dragon elephant martial god needed to take 3 years to successfully cultivate the first layer. So, what do you think the reason is? It can't really be that you were born with divine power, it's a little too much divine power. The principal of the second middle school asked with some impatience. Fan Yashing didn't continue to hide his words, but said bluntly, I guess that Chen Yuan's probability is that he has a body special physique, and the most probable one is Taotai divine physique. Taotai divine body. The second middle school principal's pupils shrunk slightly, but he quickly calmed down. After all, although the Taotai divine body was rare, it was always more acceptable than practicing the mixed dragon elephant true technique for 10 days. The Taotai divine body that is rumored to be able to devour all things and rapidly increase one's strength? The principal of the second middle school couldn't help but repeat it. Devour all things to feed your body. Strong body. Majestic vigor. Fan Yaosheng said 4 words and continued. And I've secretly checked Chen Yuan, this kid has recently been madly amassing wealth and then purchasing all sorts of cultivation materials, all of which have been consumed in a short period of time. Chen Yuan should have awakened the Taotai divine body not long ago. Almost a year to 3 years. Purchasing the hybrid dragon elephant true technique is more like borrowing this martial art to cover up one's Taotai divine body. The principal of the second middle school stroked his chin, speculated for a few seconds, and then pondered, you don't say. That this possibility is really not low. There are still quite a few holes, but this explanation is arguably the most appropriate at the moment. It couldn't be that Chen Yuan really practiced the mixed dragon elephant true technique in just 10 days, that would be too unscientific. It was still the rumored Taotai divine body that was the most suitable. After all, throughout the history of the Star Alliance, there were just as many talents with special body types. The Taotai divine body is not unheard of, and there have been several instances in Starlink history. It was said that the dragon elephant martial god was the Taotai divine body, which allowed him to practice the mixed dragon elephant true technique to the 9th layer, and I didn't know if it was true or not. Fan Yasheng laughed and said without any concern.
Anyway, Chen Yuan is a student of my first middle school, whether he's a Taotai divine body or not, since he wants to hide it, then I won't poke holes in it.
Everyone's heart is in the right place.
Last year's college seeds were all gone, this year there is Chen Yuan this accident in, at least occupy a college place, I this heart steady. It's just that this time Chen Yuan still struck out a bit more ruthlessly, but there's no harm done, after all, the potential value he embodies is far more important than Shang Guanji. The principal of the second middle school immediately spoke out, it just so happens that the matter I wanted to talk to you about earlier is related to this group of students as well. Let's align ourselves with each other in the university exams in our first and second middle schools, as well as the other middle schools in the other mountain towns. We lost a lot of face last year, we have to earn it back this year no matter what.
Fan Yasheng was a bit surprised and said after a moment, alliances, haven't we always had alliances in Mountain City High School?
The alliance you mentioned is too shaky. Every time a student enters the university examination, the so-called alliance becomes empty words, and they basically fight on their own.
The principal of the second middle school couldn't stop shaking his head.
I want an alliance, the kind where it's a united front and all the students are in it together.
The idea is quite good. Fan Yasheng nodded, but that group of students may not necessarily listen to us, having participated in the university examination. What can we do if they want to do something?
You can find those students who listen to persuasion, let's a few schools join together to shed some blood and get them to sign a same front agreement. The principal of the second middle school carefully explained. This point can't be much of an enticement to those with family support behind them, at most it can unite those students who lack cultivation resources, such as Chen Yuan and Wang Qianjun.
Van Yassen is not hopeful about this idea. Doing your best is better than doing nothing.
The principal of the second high school was actually a little discouraged. It's true that the last major high school in Hill City was really embarrassed, or he wouldn't have been so eager to make a mark this year. The principal of the second school really doesn't want to go through another year as miserable as the last one.
Alright, there's no harm in it anyway, I can't say it'll work by coincidence. Fan Yasheng nodded and agreed.
Then I'll go contact a few other old guys and discuss it together then, we can't lose face this time. The old guy in the second high school principal's mouth naturally referred to the principals of several other high schools. When he finished, he left in a hurry.
Chapter 34. Chen Yuan, you kid is hiding really deep. Shang Wanji is surprisingly not even a match for you.
Chen Yuan had just stepped down from the big ring when he saw Huang Su running headlong with an excited face and yelling under his breath.
We've made a fortune this time. Old Wu just sent me a message asking me to thank you for him.
Chen Yuan didn't care about this, he asked curiously, how much was earned and how much can I share? This tournament will be the most money he's made so far, and not just from Huang Su, Lao Wu, and the rest of his share. There's also the reward of a ladder ranking, and a contract with ICHS afterward. All sorts of miscellaneous add up. Chen Yuan didn't even dare to think how much life expectancy could be added in one breath. This was the harvest from the battle with Shang Guanji, it was by no means just earning that little share of the bet, he could be said to have earned a lot. You should be able to get around $800,000 on your side, and you'll be able to make a payment to your account by the day after tomorrow. Huang Su said excitedly. Chen Yuan made $800,000 empty-handed, accounting for 30% of that, and he and Old Wu together made close to $2 million.
That's not a small amount of money.
It was just a simple bet, but he had earned so much, this $2 million was equivalent to picking up for nothing, it was much more profitable than venturing into the Black Mountain to hunt foreign beasts.
It's okay, a few days late doesn't matter.
Chen Yuan similarly laughed, after so many times of cooperation, there was already the most basic trust between them, and Huang Su was not the kind of person who could do something like absconding with the money. Although Huang Su likes to make money, but only as a means to an end, his goal is not money itself, this is very important. Hey, I can earn this before leaving, originally the hand is quite tight, now finally loose a lot, Chen Yuan, you can really be my lucky star.
Go? How long are you going to leave? Chen Yuan was stunned and then asked.
The smile on Huang Su's face faded, we'll be leaving in a week, the second middle school side has finished the formalities, and Old Wu and I are basically almost ready.
Not in the blue and white star anymore? Chen Yuan asked knowingly.
This place, the Blue and White Star, is so remote that even the Starlink's network is hard to connect to, so how could it be possible to take the path of an interstellar anchor? Huang Su spat, then said, Old Wu is going to take me to his old home planet, Shima, first, to recruit some Xians as the first batch of interstellar anchors, and then set up the company. Old Wu has experience in this area, I'm slowly learning, maybe the next time you see me, I'll be a shareholder in a large company. It's quite good, after I can't mix, I will go to defect to you, also give me an anchor to be, mixing rice. Chen Yuan laughed after a few seconds of silence. He didn't have many friends in this world, Huang Su barely counted as one, and the two of them talked. It's a shame we're parting ways in a week. No problem, find me anytime. Huang Su answered cheerfully. Both of them are clear that the next time they meet, I am afraid that it will be difficult. As for Chen Yuan said that he could not mix down to join him, anyone is clear that it is just a joke. Chen Yuan's talent had long been on display in the battle with Shang Wanji, and after today, those who were better informed in Mountain City would be able to know about Chen Yuan, the budding university seed. If this doesn't mix well, then there aren't many students on Blue and White Star who can. After separating from Huang Su, Chen Yuan was again pestered by Lu Cheng and Li Mingcat. Chen Yuan, why don't you let me in early, just bet 200,000 star coins this time, it's a loss. Lu Jing complained verbally, but the corners of his mouth couldn't be suppressed. In fact, he originally did not hold any hope for Chen Yuan, but simply to support Chen Yuan, casually bet 200,000, but the results were unexpected. Chen Yuan won. How can you blame me? It's obviously because you didn't trust me thoroughly enough, otherwise you should have emptied your family's fortune and bet it all on me. Chen Yuan said that he would not take the blame. You won against Shang Wanji, and now you're ranked over 8,000 on the ladder, and you can continue to rise, so wouldn't you have a chance to enter a university? Li Mingcat exclaimed. She now sees that the gap between man and man is sometimes greater than between man and dog. College she didn't expect, there was always hope when she joined the military and continued to stick to her martial arts and still move towards her goal. I heard that the entire university examination is live-streamed, so I'll cheer you on then. Lu Qing laughed, then added. By the way, my old man's throwing me a party in 3 days on the strength of this whole graduation thing, so you guys can come along for the ride then. I should be out of school for the rest of the year, my old man wants me to go with the ship and grow my knowledge. In such a hurry? Shen Yuan did not expect that, having just left a Huang Su, Lu Qing was actually going to leave as well. It all seems to focus on the time around high school graduation, when everyone individually begins to pursue their own goals. I can't help it, recently my family has a batch of goods to be shipped out, so my old man simply let me go on it, so it's better to choose the right day than the wrong one. And with a few dozen days left, there's not much use for me to stay in school. My martial arts talent is average, after so many years I'm still at the 3rd level of the blood transformation realm, I can't even qualify to join the army, so I'd better be at ease and inherit the family business. You guys keep up the hard work, I've come to the end of my martial arts path and now I'm going to start laying flat. Lu Qing spoke with a smile, yet Chen Yuan could see the unwillingness within his heart. Lu Jing's martial arts talent was really average, even though there was no lack of resources at home, he was still stuck at the 3rd level of the blood transformation realm. However, his love for martial arts was not adulterated in the slightest, or else he would not have been able to hold out for so long in a hopeless situation. If it was anyone else, stuck at the 3rd level of the blood transformation realm for so many years, knowing that his martial arts talent was inferior, he would have long ago given up martial arts and inherited the family business. After all, practicing martial arts is not as cool as lying down and inheriting a family fortune. What about you? You're not going to run away as well, are you? Shen Yuan looked towards Li Mingcat who hadn't spoken much. Li Mingcat froze. Almost, should go before you, I've signed up for the Blue and White Star border guard, there should be more than 10 days left. They're all leaving, looks like I'm the last one to leave. I cannot say that I am sad, after all, it is not a heavenly separation, just Chen Yuan's heart is inevitably a little saddened. The settlement of the ladder rankings was made at the same time as high school graduation, and within 3 days after the settlement, those who had obtained participation in the university examination would board the starship and head to the location of the university examination. Looking at it this way, Chen Yuan was instead the last to leave. It's kind of like the past life of graduating from college, getting into grad school yourself, and silently watching your roommates leave one by one because of their work internships. I'm not dead, why are you getting so sentimental? Lu Jing was a bit unable to stand this atmosphere, he laughed loudly, remember to come to the banquet 3 days later, there are quite a few good goods that you can't eat, it's definitely not a loss. I'd like to see what I can get. Chen Yuan and Li Mingcat responded. Chapter 35, The Pot Loves. Since it is done, it will have to bear the corresponding consequences, this point Chen Yuan's heart has been prepared. He could have gotten more out of it without crippling Shang Wanji, that kind of sanity. But he'll be upset. That's why he chose to cripple Shang Wanji to get his thoughts through. However, the school's punishment turned out to be simply lowering the contract grade, which in turn was a lot lighter than the consequences Chen Yuan had expected. In fact, from yesterday's big ring, Chen Yuan could sense that the principal was a bit of a thunderclap. Chen Yuan kid, I hope you understand that lowering the contract grade is just an attitude that the school needs to give to the outside world. After all, Shangwanji is also a university seat of the first middle school anyways, I hope you don't mind. As for those things you lost, consider it as an exchange for me helping you to block the trouble of the Shangwan family. The Shangwan family's affairs old man will help you out, you just feel free to cultivate.
I understand all that, thanks a lot principal.
Chen Yuan, of course, can distinguish between light and heavy. The principal is obviously toward him, only forced by outside public opinion, had to give him a little explicit punishment.
Very well.
Fan Yaoxing nodded and patted Chen Yuan's shoulder. There's no time to lose, sign the Class B contract now, and just go directly to the finance office to collect the resources promised in the contract. I know you're also quite busy, so I won't waste your time. Perform well in the university exams, and strive for glory for our first high school. After that, Chen Yuan signed the contract on the spot, and with a handwritten letter from the principal, Fan Yaoxing, he received the resources promised in the contract directly at the financial office of the first middle school. Grade B contract, 200,000 star coins, 3 inner vessel pills, 2 second-grade chi and blood pills, a customized longsword valued at 300,000 star coins, and 2 self-selected first-grade martial arts disciplines. The market price of the embodied vessel pill is 150,000, the second-grade chi and blood pill is also 150,000, and the 2 free first-grade martial arts are around 300,000.
The total value is around $1.5 million, isn't that the reward for an A-class contract? Chen Yuan's heart fluttered, it seemed to be the principal's handiwork.
It is advertised as a B-grade contract, but it turns out to be worth an A-grade contract. On top of that, there's Big Boss's salary for this month, 2 chi and blood pills and 5 nutrient solutions. As well as the 500,000 star coins rewarded for 100,000th place on the heavenly ladder, and the Star Alliance's last subsidy of first-grade chi blood elixir. These resources Chen Yuan had also acquired in the last few days, just to hoard them and use them in the last breath. But the Starlink subsidy and the Big Boss side of things, it's all about the last month, after which he's due for his university exams. By the way, there's still the $300,000 house loan to pay off. Chen Yuan can still remember it, he previously took the house as collateral, loaned 300,000 star coins of money, must be returned as soon as possible. Together with the 800,000 share received from Huangsu, what can be converted into lifespan is a total of 1.2 million star coins, 3 first-grade chi and blood pills, 2 second-grade chi and blood pills, as well as 3 embodied aperture pills, and 5 portions of nutrient liquid. Without realizing it, Chen Yuan suddenly realized that he had become violently rich.
It's no exaggeration to say that today is the most money he's ever had.
Keep the 1.2 million star coins as well, and use them later on when you find old Wu to buy a first-grade chi blood pill. As for the rest of these pills, there's no need to keep
the system and transform them all.
Chen Yuan's lifespan, which hadn't moved for more than 10 days, began to increase by leaps and bounds.
1, 2, 3. 90, 91 years. 91 years.
The market price of the second-grade chi and blood pills is $150,000 as well as the Yunquan pills, but the Yunquan pills add 15 years of life expectancy, while the second-grade chi and blood pills only add 10 years, which is not as cost-effective as the first-grade chi and blood pills, so it's no wonder that the Yunquan pills have a price, and are under the firm control of the Star Alliance.
A bunch of elixirs sporadically looks like a lot, but the actual conversion to life expectancy is only 90 years.
Good thing there's still the remaining 1.2 million star coins. If it's exchanged for 60,000 each of the first-grade chi and blood pills, you can buy 20 of them, which is a whole 100 years of life.
1,200,000 star coins. You actually bought all of them for the first-grade chi and blood pills? You kid really takes chi and blood pills as food? Even if you are in dire need of a chi and blood elixir, the effects of a second-grade chi and blood elixir can be much better than a first-grade chi and blood elixir, so it would be better to buy a second-grade chi and blood elixir to get a good deal. In the black market, old Wu was dumbfounded when he heard Chen Yuan's request. An ordinary blood transformation realm martial artist would need about a month's time to digest a single first-grade chi and blood pill. Even if it was an enlightened realm martial artist, it would take half a month for the digestion speed to be discounted. It was the first time he had seen a guy like Chen Yuan who took the chi and blood pills as a meal, as if he had directly ignored the process and time of digestion. Sometimes old Wu even wanted to peel open Chen Yuan's stomach to see what was wrong with this guy's intestines. So digestible? It's like a bottomless pit. I definitely have my own use for it, so just tell me if I can buy it? Chen Yuan didn't even bother making up excuses now. He never had the idea of pretending to be a pig in a poke from the start. Chen Yuan needed martial Dao resources, very much so. Only by converting martial Dao resources into lifespan would he be able to become stronger at an extremely fast rate. If he chooses to conceal his strength and hide in the shadows to play the pig, who will look favorably on him? Who would invest in him? Where would his martial arts resources come from? The school's B contract is unlikely, the big boss is unlikely to pay a high salary, and even Huang Su won't cross paths with him to begin with. While pretending to be a pig and hiding in the shadows, enjoying the feeling of being drunk by everyone, at the same time, hoping that others will think highly of and respect them. It is extremely contradictory and conflicting to dress up as a pig and ask people to look at you as a dragon. Chen Yuan needs to fight for himself. Tell others that he's a genius. Invest in me all you want. In this way, he could become stronger faster. The battle with Shang Guanji was the beginning of Chen Yuan's display of talent. Lao Wu was still ready to persuade him, but Huang Su, who was on the side, stopped him and shook his head at him, making Lao Wu helplessly swallow what he was about to say. Huang Su was a martial artist, so he could see more clearly than old Wu. There was absolutely no doubt that there was something wrong with Chen Yuan's talent. But Chen Yuan himself didn't take the initiative to say it, then he wouldn't ask, and that was the most suitable way to get along. Old Wu, if Chen Yuan needs you, just sell it, 1,200,000 star coins. You can make a small profit. Huang Su smiled faintly. Old Wu also reacted, so he nodded and said, sell. Why not sell? But I don't have much stock here, I need to go to someone else's to get a batch of goods, and I can only give it to you in a couple days. This is kind of my last business in Blue White Star. After I finish your order, Huang Su and I will be ready to leave. Chen Yuan sniffed and said silently, remember to talk to me in advance when the time comes, I'll give you a ride. Definitely can't forget about you. Huang Su laughed. Coming out of the black market, Chen Yuan paid back the loan of 300,000 star coins without stopping. It was worth mentioning that the person in charge had actually recognized Chen Yuan, knowing that he had defeated Shang Guanji and was now over 8,000 on the heavenly ladder. So cool to Chen Yuan waived the interest. Chapter 36, The Reverse Cross. The first layer of the Mixed Elements Dragon Elephant True technique is extremely terrifying in terms of power enhancement, and I'm afraid it would have been popularized a long time ago if it didn't require an extremely high level of talent and longevity. The school side only has the cultivation method for the first level, so if you want to obtain the subsequent techniques, you might have to wait until you enter the university. But even if I get the second layer of the Mixed Dragon Elephant True technique now, the rest of my lifespan won't be able to withstand depletion. The Mixed Elements Dragon Elephant True technique was about gradual progression. The first layer of the Dragon Elephant Martial Spirit took 3 years, and the second layer took 10 years. Chen Yuan had spent 73 years on the first layer, and if he looked at this ratio, he would need at least nearly 200 years to cultivate into the second layer. However, the greater the later stages of the Mixed Elements Dragon Elephant True technique, the more it valued talent and time, and then considering the Dragon Elephant Martial God's martial arts talent. Chen Yuan conservatively estimated that the second layer would take 300 years. 300 years, 61st grade Qi blood pills, market price of $4,200,000, it seems heavenly now, but when I step into the university, this point is nothing. Chen Yuan thought silently in his heart. The most important point of the university is that there is no lack of access to resources. As long as you have the ability, there is absolutely no lack of cultivation resources. Bringing together the resources of the entire Starlink, the university was naturally not a waste of time and had a ridiculously high gold content. Even if he graduated with a hangman's grade and didn't need any tests, he would still be a big man on the side when he was put on the Blue and White Star. Chen Yuan did not worry about the sky. After all, as he became stronger, the exposure to nature was different. When the time comes, there will certainly not be a lack of 300 years of life. Just as he was thinking for a moment, a message from Li Mingcat popped up on his personal terminal. They had agreed early to go together to a party hosted by the Ryukin family, and this was the right moment. Night. Moon Star. Ryukin was well liked at the school, and in addition to Chen Yuan and Li Mingcat, he had invited a few other friends who frequented the fighting room. Chen Yuan also knew them, but it was just a mere acquaintance, a nodding acquaintance. This kid, Lu Qing, although he is not talented in martial arts, but relying on his family background, he will definitely mix better than us in the future. But within our group, in terms of future achievements, we still have to look at Chen Yuan. He's the university seed who defeated Shang Guanji, and is destined for future success. Right, Chen Yuan, don't forget each other if you're rich. When you see it in the future, you have to lift us up more. In the face of these words, Chen Yuan smiled and did not say anything. Chen Yuan's promises were never made easily, even if it was just a joke-like statement. The crowd didn't care about the situation and continued to chat amongst themselves. The banquet was held at the splendid hotel in the center of the mountain city, and it was said that Lu Qing's family had directly chartered a floor as the venue for the banquet. Although the theme was to celebrate Ryu's graduation, it was more about providing a platform for communication, and a number of local celebrities from the mountain city were invited to participate. But the group of them were simply there to mingle for a meal and didn't have much else on their minds. As he walked, Chen Yuan suddenly took a step and stopped while saying, "I just seem to have caught a glimpse of an acquaintance I haven't seen in a long time, and I'm going to say hello to him, so you guys go ahead and I'll catch up with you later." Question mark. Li Mingcat was a bit puzzled. It was pitch black all around. Where did the people come from? "Still," she returned, "we'll go first then, so hurry up and don't go too late." "No problem, if you go and play late, remember to leave me something good." Chen Yuan laughed. "Definitely can't forget you." The others laughed. When the backs of the crowd gradually left, the qi and blood in Chen Yuan's body quietly boiled, ready to strike in an instant, and he said in a deep voice, "Come on out, it's just me now." In the silence of the night, only Chen Yuan's voice echoed silently. Whistling or rushing sound of the wind in trees, the sea, etc. Movement came from the green belt to the side, and a figure wearing a black trench coat with his face hidden in the darkness slowly walked out. He came in front of Chen Yuan, his voice indistinguishable from a man or a woman. "I'm from the Church of the Final Death." In the next moment, his head was blasted by Chen Yuan, who had been storing up his strength for a long time, with a single punch. In that split second when he heard about the End Death Society, Chen Yuan lost the intention of continuing to listen to the follow-up. His qi and blood, and the power of the mixed dragon elephant did not have the slightest reservation and poured out. Pust. The expected scene of the head bursting open as if it were a watermelon did not happen. Instead, the opponent's head was like a dried-up balloon that had leaked under Chen Yuan's full-force punch. And at that moment, Chen Yuan also got a good look at the other party. Eyes, nose, and ears were all missing, and the face was just a lone mouth. Is this human skin? The leaking head, which ended up with only a human skin hanging down on its neck, looked extremely bizarre. "Chen Yuan, there's no need to be nervous. I'm a member of the Church of the Final Death, as well as a member of the Reverse Cross. This time I'm only looking for you in order to fulfill a commission, and I have no hostility towards you." Voices came out from underneath the human skin, and then under Chen Yuan's astonished gaze, it bulged back up as if it had been inflated. Eventually, it reverts to exactly the same as before. This time, Chen Yuan did not choose to make a move. Apart from the fact that he couldn't seem to kill the other party, Chen Yuan was somewhat interested in the reverse cross that this balloon man was talking about. The reverse cross is not among all currently known evil churches. "I can't deal with you, and you can't hurt me, so that's some sincerity, meaning we have a possibility of negotiation. 10 seconds to say exactly why you're here, or I'll contact the law enforcement team directly." When the opposite side sends out balloonists, they can't hurt the other side, and the other side can't hurt themselves, which is called sincerity. Otherwise, if he was too weak and didn't have a chance to speak at all, and if he was too strong, Chen Yuan would definitely contact the law enforcement team at the first opportunity, while escaping at all costs. The balloon man didn't delay, and the only mouth on his face suddenly opened and closed. "I'm here because the Reverse Cross values your talent and has come to invite you to join the Reverse Cross." With that, a black mechanical mosquito flew out from his mouth, wobbling towards Chen Yuan. "The specific information is in here, you can find out for yourself, my mission is accomplished." Chen Yuan held the mosquito that was still flying in mid-air, and when he looked up again, the balloon man had already disappeared. It wasn't that he hadn't noticed the balloonist's departure, he just hadn't made a move to stop him. He couldn't help the other side, and the other side couldn't help themselves, and both sides knew that. Coupled with the fact that the other party was not hostile, there was no reason for Chen Yuan to step in to stop them and add to the trouble. Looking at the tiny mechanical mosquito in his hand, Chen Yuan thought about directly contacting Huang Su. "Chen Yuan, something's wrong?" Over at the terminal, Huang Su's voice came. Chen Yuan did not beat around the bush and said bluntly, "Have you heard of this organization, the Reverse Cross? Someone from the Church of the Final Death just invited me to join the Reverse Cross, gave me a mechanical mosquito, and then left." After all, he was a first-timer and knew very little about the various hidden information of the Star Alliance, at least far less than Huang Su. Huang Su on the other end of the terminal was silent for a few seconds, then sighed, "You kid is famous. The Reverse Cross is considered a big organization when placed in the Star Federation. How could you be chosen?" Carefully? Chen Yuan said.
To put it simply, the Reverse Cross is a slightly more secretive commissioning guild, and only those who are recognized by them can receive an invitation to become their members. That mechanical mosquito is supposed to be a biochip that can link to the Reverse Cross's commissioning interface, but once you use it, it means you're joining the Reverse Cross.
Huang Su explained. Then do you think I should join? Chen Yuan continued to ask. Plus definitely add it. Huang Su quickly replied, this is a free channel to get information, and it doesn't charge. If it wasn't for the fact that this thing has identification, I would have wanted to buy it for myself. And it says you're joining the Reverse Cross, but this organization is incredibly loose, and the fact that you weren't willing to just destroy the biochip that day means you quit, with no worries at all. Understood, many thanks. Chen Yuan sniffed and nodded. After hanging up the communication. Since he had already learned something from Huang Su, Chen Yuan did not hesitate anymore. The mosquito in his hand also underwent a mutation, suddenly disintegrating into a cloud of pitch-black fluid that merged into Chen Yuan's skin. Under Chen Yuan's epidermis, it reassembled into a tiny square chip. Biochips, Church of the Final Death, Reverse Cross. Sure enough, as I become stronger, the secrets of the world will unfold to me of their own accord. In the darkness, Chen Yuan's gaze brightened slightly. Chapter 37, Banquet. Splendid Hotel. Lu Jing received the news and waited in front of the hotel in advance, and when he saw Li Mingcat and the others, he waved and said, "You guys are just in time, the top is just finishing serving. It's called coming in early." Li Mingcat laughed. Lu Jing looked left and right and asked with some concern, "Where is Chen Yuan? Why don't you see him? Won't let me off the hook, right? He ran into an acquaintance on the way and will be rushing over in a while." Li Mingcat explained simply. "Just don't stand me up." Ryukin put his heart down, so he led a few people up the stairs. "Ignore him then, let's go up first." The party wasn't very crowded, about 30 people, all in suits, talking in low voices with glasses of wine. Li Mingcat and the others came in and also attracted a lot of attention, but that was all, not many people paid special attention to them. "Don't mind them, just eat and drink as much as you want, feel free to eat these, they don't cost anything anyway." Ryu took the initiative to liven up the atmosphere, saying that he himself took the lead in picking up a dinner plate and began to pick at the food. He didn't really like this kind of banquet, but after experiencing it more, he had always gotten used to it. However, fortunately, Li Mingcat and the others were all martial artists with strong adaptability, not caring at all about other people's gazes. They came in and directly locked onto the food on the platter. Hearing Ryukin say that, they all let go and started to dry their rice as well. This side of the dinner movement attracted the surrounding people cannot help but slightly frowned, to know that the purpose of organizing this kind of banquet is not to eat, more is relying on this banquet to wide range of contacts and resources. Father Lu borrowed his son Lu Qing's graduation as the reason for specially organizing this banquet, in the hope that Lu Qing would make good use of this opportunity. It's a shame that Ryukin is too stupid and doesn't realize what he's doing with this party. Seeing Lu Jing and his gang of friends eating on the side, the crowd holding up their glasses couldn't help but think in their hearts. Not a moment later, 2 more men came in at the door, and the one in the lead had a 7% similarity in appearance to Lu Jing. "It's the Lu family's boss, Lu Tao, coming," someone whispered. Although Lu Prime is a plaything, but the Lu family still has Lu Tao on top, but it's enough for Lu Prime to be a rich second generation of munching. "No need." Lu Tao interrupted, a touch of disappointment surfacing in his heart. "Little brother, you're graduating from high school soon, it's time to grow up a bit. Pops organized this banquet for you, you should understand, it's for your future. Most of the people in the room were invited by Pops, you should take the initiative to talk to them so that you can have more convenience when running merchant ships in the future. You don't want to let Pops down." This. Ryu was momentarily speechless. Of course he knew exactly what his old man was up to, but he really didn't want to make a friend with an ulterior motive, that would be too tiring to live. Seeing this, Lu Tao did not continue to persuade, but introduced Lu Qing. "This brother next to me is Wan Feng, whom I met on a business trip before. Don't you like practicing martial arts? Brother Wan is an Enlightenment Realm martial artist, and with a heavenly ladder ranking as high as 120,000, he's valued by the bigwigs of the border guard, and is destined to have a bright future in the future. You can usually exchange martial arts and spar with Brother Wan." Wan Feng was expressionless and only slightly nodded towards Lu Qing. "There's no more competing in a cut and thrust, it's easy to injure this little brother of yours, but you can give some pointers in your spare time." Lu Jing was a little embarrassed,
but there was nothing he could say. The gap between him and an Enlightenment realm martial artist was already like a heavenly rift. Brother Wan is a martial artist and speaks straight from the heart, so don't be too concerned. Lu Tao was clear that Wan Fong was a square person and did not mean to humiliate his brother. Just being honest. Big brother, you guys are busy, I'm going to go greet my friends. Ryukin felt uncomfortable all over. Lu Tao waved his hand, go on, it's fine to make friends, but in the future, separate the occasions. Ryukin sniffed and quickly left. Brother Wan, this little brother of mine is very fond of practicing martial arts, and his friends are all martial artists as well, would you be interested in chatting with them? Lu Tao was still trying to pull the Wan Fong strings for Lu Qing. They're all a bunch of blood transformation realm 4th and 5th layers, which is not bad when placed in the ordinary people, but I have nothing to talk to them about. Wan Fong shook his head and refused. Lu Tao stopped talking. He also took a lot of effort to get on the line of Wan Fong. With the arrival of Lu Tao and Wan Fong, the people in the banquet who had originally dispersed, now all gathered around the two of them, and compliments rained out as often as they did. Worthy of being young Master Lu, to know a young talent like Brother Wan Fong, the Lu family is in good hands. Young Lu, long time no see, where have you been busy lately? Brother Wan Fong, we've organized a mountain climbing meeting, I wonder if you're interested in joining? Wan Fong didn't have much to say about this, and just excused himself one by one, citing martial arts practice as the reason. He had seen this kind of scene too many times, and now he was even too lazy to do a perfunctory job. If it wasn't for Lu Tao's face, he wouldn't have come to such a banquet at all. It was simply a waste of time. What? In a bad mood? Li Mingcat looked at Ryu King, who had a downcast look on his face. In fact, from the scene of the situation can be seen, Lu Jing seems to be not very popular, at least far less than that big brother of his Lu Tao. Ryukin didn't say a word, but just opened his mouth to eat. Li Mingcat asked as she looked around, suddenly realizing that her group was a bit out of place. Say it seems like we're the only ones eating, isn't that a little bad? Ryukin put down his chopsticks, the loss on his face had disappeared as if it had never been there. He laughed, martial artists just need to eat enough to have the energy to cultivate. I don't know who said that they would eat me poorly before, so soon it won't work. Li Mingcat shook his head, don't look at me, that's what Chen Yuan said, I didn't say I would eat you poorly. At this time, a voice suddenly came from behind the two. Nonsense, it was obviously Li Mingcat who said it first, okay? The two of them turned around, and Shen Yuan was standing behind them with a plate. Chapter 38, A Change of Face. Chen Yuan. You kid is finally here. Met any acquaintances and chatted for so long? Chen Yuan's arrival made Lu Jing slightly excited. Well, I've tried my best to rush over, it's good that you guys didn't finish eating. Chen Yuan said as he stuffed meat into his mouth. In fact, the balloonist's conversation with him had lasted less than 3 minutes, and the main reason why he had rushed over only now was because Chen Yuan had taken the initiative to make a detour. It's been a long, roundabout way to get here. It's okay, just come, I almost thought you were going to stand me up. Ryukin laughed. Basically no one noticed Chen Yuan's arrival, except for Wan Fong. The new one, is he a friend of your brother? Wan Fong looked at Chen Yuan beside Lu Jing and asked Lu Tao in a low voice. Whom? Who? Lu Tao was a bit confused, he didn't actually figure out who Wan Fong was talking about, but he saw Wan Fong's eyes land on top of the person beside Lu Jing and nodded. That bunch are friends of my brother's, from the same school as him. Which middle school does your brother attend? Wan Fong asked again. Yamashiro 1. Then it seems right. Wan Fong pondered for a moment and said to Lu Tao, go over and get acquainted. Lu Tao, ? Lu Tao was puzzled, clearly Wan Fong had expressed disinterest before, why did he suddenly want to get acquainted again? Wan Fong ignored Lu Tao and walked straight towards Chen Yuan, while Lu Tao hurriedly followed. The people surrounding them were a little uncertain, but they hurriedly followed. Your big brother is coming over. Li Mingcat, who was paying attention to the surrounding area, reminded. Ryukin looked up, what's my brother doing here? But when he saw Wan Fong walk straight to Chen Yuan, he suddenly understood. You're Chen Yuan, right? I've seen your ladder date with Shang Wanji before, it was wonderful. Wan Fong extended his hand and said. You are? Chen Yuan was surprised, but he still reached out and shook the other party's hand briefly. Wan Fong, a student of Magic City 3rd Middle School, ranked 120,000 on the heavenly ladder, it's normal that you don't know me. The corner of Wan Fong's mouth forced out a smile, looking somewhat comical. Lu Tao, who saw this scene,
felt that he had hit a ghost. He had never seen the other party smile since he knew Wan Fong, and once thought that Wan Fong was a paralyzed face. Moreover, who was this Chen Yuan? Even Wan Fong took the initiative to show his favor. He hurriedly pulled the puzzled Lu Qing to one side and asked in a deep voice, "This Chen Yuan is your friend? What's the origin?" He had only been back for a day, and he didn't know anything about what was happening in Mountain City 1. "I invited him here, he must be my friend." Ryukin looked rightful and then said, "As for what origin, Big Brother should want to ask why Wan Fong's attitude has changed. He should know that Chen Yuan's heavenly ladder ranking is more than 8,000 places." "Over 8,000, wouldn't that be a college seed?" Lu Tao took a deep, unbelievable breath. "You know someone like that, then why didn't you say so earlier?" Ryukin smiled bitterly. If he was hard to say, there were quite a few reasons. One was that Chen Yuan was not present at that time, the second was that he was not willing to rely on Chen Yuan as a relationship to show off at the bottom of his heart, and then there was the most important point, which was that he had completely forgotten about it. Honestly, Chen Yuan rushed too quickly, plus their relationship basically didn't change much as a result. This also led to Lu Qing often subconsciously ignoring that Chen Yuan was actually the one who had defeated Shang Guanji and become the seat of the first university in Mountain City. In fact, Lu Tao didn't need to ask Lu Qing to pretty much learn about Chen Yuan's identity. Because along with Wan Fong's introduction, the crowd also recognized Chen Yuan. Who is Chen Yuan? Why does that name sound somewhat familiar? How could you forget? A few days ago, Mountain City No. 1 Middle School made quite a fuss about the ladder battle. Shang Guanji and Chen Yuan. Come to think of it, he's Chen Yuan who defeated Shang Guanji. Over 8,000 on the heavenly ladder and a college seat in the first grade. Not only that, but one can even hear statements such as this one. "I've long seen that this kid Lu Qing is quite chivalrous, and a talented martial artist like Chen Yuan must share the same spirit as Lu Qing, and it's not uncommon for him to become a friend. It's true that tiger fathers don't have sons, these two of the Lu family don't seem to be oil-saving lamps, but it's me who has a narrow path." What a crowd pleaser. Chen Yuan frowned straight away as he listened. He really didn't like this kind of atmosphere. If it wasn't for Lu Qing's face, he wouldn't have come at all. What, not used to it? Wan Fong could see Chen Yuan's thoughts and spoke bluntly. With that, the pressure belonging to the Enlightenment realm violently erupted from his body, and the crowd of onlookers heralded a drastic change in their faces, scattering one after another. Every time a martial art breaks through a realm, it is a leap in life. If we were to discuss it seriously, martial artists could even be called new humans, and if they didn't take the initiative to collect their aura, ordinary people would even fight the feeling of being targeted by a natural enemy. This is the crushing that comes from the level of life. "You guys should be busy, I have important matters to discuss with Mr. Chen Yuan," Wan Fong said indifferently. The crowd sniffed and wisely backed away, leaving a wide open space for them to talk. Chen Yuan could see that Wan Fong was only at the beginning of the Enlightenment realm, about the same strength as Huang Su, and even inferior. However, the other party's actions undoubtedly illustrated once again the unique status of martial artists in the Star Alliance. "Looking for me for something?" Chen Yuan asked. Wan Fong enthusiastically said, "I'm not a university seed, and I have no competition with you, I just happened to meet, I didn't expect you to be Lu Jing's friend, so I came over to get acquainted." Chen Yuan was non-committal, he always felt that Wan Fong was harboring other purposes. However, until the end of the banquet, Wan Fong didn't show anything special, just chatting with Chen Yuan about some useless nonsense. The party is over. It's time to fall apart. "Tomorrow I won't go to school, I'm going to follow the ship as my old man said. Looks like I'm going to enter the universe before Chen Yuan." Lu Qing heatedly laughed. Although this era was technologically advanced, it was as if many people still hadn't flown on an airplane in their previous life, and most people had never gotten on a starship and traveled to the universe. It's just a matter of biting the bullet and buying a ticket, but for most people, it's unnecessary spending. In the future, if something comes up, just send a message on the direct terminal. Chen Yuan finished and waved goodbye. Approaching the graduation of high school, the next time we meet, we do not know when. Good thing there is the existence of the terminal, as long as connected to the network of the Starlink, basically where you can communicate. It was also in the more remote starfield of the blue and white star, otherwise it would not be possible to use the LAN at all, and it would be more convenient to directly access the Starlink's network. Go away, don't get too maudlin. The crowd left in droves. Martial artists do things in a sharp and dry manner. It's impossible to be the same as what is played out in romance dramas. You retain a sentence, I retain a sentence. How long is that going to take?
Looking at a few people leaving, Lu Qing sighed. If he wanted to meet once in the future, he didn't know how long it would be after. Little brother, without saying a word you actually knew Chen Yuan. I underestimated you. Lu Tao slammed Lu Qing and said smilingly. Lu Jing just forced a smile. Unlike this big brother of his, he never expected to gain anything from Chen Yuan. Chapter 39 One Piece of Martial Arts. This is 31st grade Qi and blood pills, take them all. Old Wu threw a small black bag to Chen Yuan. Opening it up, it was filled with grains of full and round Qi and blood pills, and a strong medicinal fragrance came out. Huang Su, on the other hand, laughed. There aren't many scarce resources in the blue and white planet, and the incoming and outgoing merchant ships are even fewer, and today is the docking time of the only ship that's going to the Shima planet. If I miss it, I don't know how long I'll have to wait for the next one. This is about to go away. So, goodbye? Chen Yuan cocked his head. I'll see you next time. The university examination will be broadcast live by the All-Star Alliance. We'll cheer you on then. Huang Su laughed. Kid, don't lose face on the college test. If you play well, I can also brag about it with my old folks. Old Wu laughed. Don't worry, feel free to watch me play, the pack will have face. Saying that, Chen Yuan couldn't help but laugh first. Okay, Huang Su, get in the car and go. See you next time. See you later. Chen Yuan waved his hand. There is no such thing as a heavenly banquet. Chen Yuan looks at it very openly. Converting 30 Qi and blood pills allowed Chen Yuan's lifespan to be plucked up to 241 years in an instant. It's not far from the university examination, so it's time to raise your strength. Since defeating Shang Guanji last time, Chen Yuan's strength hadn't continued to rise. He went on the virtual fighting platform once every few days, randomly matching a handful of people, and would immediately go offline once his activity level reached the mark, and his ladder ranking had only advanced by more than 100 places. Now that he had gained the qualification to participate in the university examination, coupled with the fact that there were no additional benefits, Chen Yuan was too lazy to continue climbing the heavenly ladder. Martial Arts Lending Office. Yang Polarity Transforming Thunderblade, and Taotai Immovable, 2 free first-grade martial arts given by the school. It's useless to use them. Chen Yuan directly redeemed them with alacrity. The Yang Polar Thunder Transformation Blade, the blade martial art that accompanied the Yuan magnetism vomiting method, did not need to be mentioned. Taotai Immobility, on the other hand, is a horizontal martial art that focuses on refining and beating the body. As for why Chen Yuan chose a horizontal martial art, it was still because of the mixed dragon elephant true technique. This was also a problem that he had recently discovered. Although the mixed dragon elephant true technique provided an extremely strong and pure power, his physique seemed to have some difficulty in withstanding this majestic vigor. It was like a balloon filled with air, and once it was fully exerted, there was always the risk of it exploding. This is from the shackles of the flesh. Taotai Immobility specializes in tempering the body. Once practiced, it's enough to double my fleshly defense, enough to carry the power of the mixed dragon elephant true technique. It's also a great enhancement for battle power. As the 2 chances to pick a martial art for free ran out, Chen Yuan did not linger much and quickly left. However, on the way, he met Wang Qianjun. He was not considered familiar with Wang Qianjun. The other party had taken the initiative to find him and chat a few times, that was all. Just in time, the principal is looking for us for something, why don't we go together? Wang Qianjun said. Principal? Chen Yuan opened his personal terminal and indeed found an unread message from the principal, only that he was picking out martial arts earlier and had not noticed it at all. Go! Without much thought, Chen Yuan and Wang Qianjun headed to the principal's office together. When the two arrived at the principal's office, they found 2 other people inside, a man and a woman, in addition to the principal. Shin Songsheng and Su Qingman, the college seeds in the first middle school besides the 2 of us. Wang Qianjun introduced in a low voice. It dawned on Chen Yuan that there were a total of 4 university seeds in the first middle school, and apart from him and Wang Qianjun, it was the 2 people in front of him. And as the principal had gathered the 4 of them together, it was clear that what was about to be said had something to do with university examinations. Only Chen Yuan has a vague feeling that these 2 seem to be hostile to themselves? But he hadn't even seen these 2 before this. Seeing that everyone had come, Fan Yaoxing also opened the door. I believe you guys are also curious about what I'm looking for you guys to do, so I'll cut the crap. Mountain City High School has formed a university examination alliance, expecting to advance and retreat together in this university examination. If you are willing to sign an alliance agreement, the school side can give certain rewards. After saying that, Fan Yaoxing carefully observed the expressions of the 4 people. Unsurprisingly to him, Shin Songsheng and Su Qingman were clearly disdainful of this, while Chen Yuan and Wang Qianjun had some intentions. After a few seconds of silence, Shin Songsheng stepped forward and said, "Headmaster, Su Qingman's family and I both have our own arrangements, so I'm afraid we can't sign this so-called alliance agreement."
"It's fine, it's a voluntary thing. I just hope you'll try to save face when you're dealing with your Yamashiro classmates." Fan Yaosheng waved his hand, signaling that they could leave.
And Shin Songsheng and Su Qingman didn't hesitate and left straight away, not even taking a glance at Chen Yuan and Wang Qianjun from start to finish.
Fan Yaosheng then looked at the remaining Qin Yuan duo and said with a smile on his face, "By the looks of it, you two have some interest?"
After pondering for a moment, Chen Yuan said, "I need to look at the contents of the agreement and what the rewards are before I make any plans."
Wang Qianjun didn't say anything, but looking at his expression, it was obvious that he had the same thoughts as Chen Yuan.
Fan Yaosheng sniffed and opened the drawer to take out 2 alliance agreements, handing them to Chen Yuan and Wang Qianjun respectively. "Take a close look at it, and if you think it's okay, sign it now and go to the treasurer's office to collect your reward." Chen Yuan and Wang Qianjun, on the other hand, silently found a seat and flipped through the agreement in their hands.
Chapter 40, Derivation. Derivation. Heavenly Ladder Settlement. The examination begins. The content of the alliance agreement was quite a bit more lenient than what Chen Yuan had thought. Simply put, it means that in the university examination, you may not strike at the person who has signed the alliance agreement, and at the same time, when you meet an ally in danger, you can choose to assist at your own discretion according to your own situation. The emphasis is on the word discretionary, which is why Mr. Qin Yuan believes that the requirement is lenient. Aside from the fact that you can't take a shot at an ally, it's basically all on your own, and there's no penalty for even not doing it. There were still rewards to be had for nothing, and Chen Yuan really couldn't find a reason to refuse. "Principal, alliance agreement, I sign." "I signed it too." Wang Qianjun said similarly.
"Very good.
Bravo."
Fan Yaosheng nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand. "Go to the finance office to collect the resources, report my name directly, the finance office side has already greeted you." Shortly after Chen Yuan and Wang Qianjun left, Li Tianming, the director of instruction for the senior class, walked in.
Van Yassen smiled and asked, "Guess who signed it?"
Li Tianming revealed an expression that said, "There's no need to guess, Chen Yuan and Wang Qianjun. It's not like Shin Songsheng and Su Qingman are interested in that little bit of cultivation resources. And these big family sons and daughters, university examinations have backhanders arranged by their families, signing an alliance agreement is instead self-defeating." Fan Yaosheng instantly felt a bit meaningless, just like you said, Chen Yuan and Wang Qianjun. After receiving the resources from the finance office, Chen Yuan suddenly realized that what Wang Qianjun received was surprisingly different from himself. It's not a difference in value, it's a difference in use. What Chen Yuan had received were more pills that could be swallowed, while Wang Qianjun had everything, even a second-grade martial art. Why does it feel like this reward was tailor-made for me by the principal? Before parting ways, Wang Qianjun said to Chen Yuan, "How about a sparring session in a few days? As the old saying goes, if you don't sharpen your spear in the battlefield, you won't get it fast enough."
"No problem," Chen Yuan answered. Home.
The elixir Chen Yuan naturally did not keep, and in a moment of transformation, his life expectancy skyrocketed by 80 years to a staggering 321 years.
Almost, life is earned to be spent, it's no use keeping it. System, give me kryptonite. Taotai doesn't move. As well as the young polarizing thunder blade. Dislike full.
With more than 300 years of lifespan in his hands, Chen Yuan was suddenly filled with great pride and was not afraid of not having enough. The district is just 2 first-grade martial arts.
Taotai doesn't move, deduction, begin.
In the first year, you began to try to cultivate Taotai immobility. First-grade martial arts are far more complex than basic martial arts, especially horizontal martial arts are more concerned about accumulation, and it was only in the 8th year that you entered the early first-grade realm. In the 20th year, you concentrated and practiced hard day and night, and finally broke through the first grade of the Mingli realm, and in the 40th year after that, broke through the subtle realm. Another 10 years later, you suddenly realized that you seem to have encountered a bottleneck. Taotai does not move without an inch of progress. In the 71st year, your inspiration suddenly surged, and with the accumulation of diligent study and practice, Taotai immobility finally broke through the first-grade transformation realm.
Yang polarizing thunderblade, derivation, begin.
In the 5th year, seemingly because of the 8 extreme thunder blades' comprehension of the limit-breaking Upanishad, you found yourself cultivating the Yang Pole transformation thunder blade with a lot more ease than the Taotai immobilization blade, and it only took you 5 years to step into the primordial realm. In the 12th year, I entered the realm of reason, and in the 30th year, I broke through to the realm of subtlety. Even the most difficult Yangji Thunder Transformation Blade broke through in the 55th year, achieving the first grade transformation realm.
Derivation, complete. Taotai doesn't move, and the first grade of the realm of transformation. Yangji Thunder Transformation Blade, first grade transformation realm. Countless memories of practicing these two martial arts flashed rapidly in Chen Yuan's mind, and at the same time, his body changed in the blink of an eye. The height suddenly drew up a cut, and the weight and flesh density were even more crazy, rising 50 kilograms in one breath. The muscles underneath the clothes were like steel, and explosive power called out. Under the drumming of qi and blood, the skin was revealing a faint golden luster, getting tougher and tougher. Taotai doesn't move. And the Yangji Thunder Transformation Blade. Chen Yuan's eyes flashed with a brilliant light as he used his hand as a sword and slashed downward. A series of white arcs of electricity seemed to be like the long tail of the hand blade swing, propelling it at a faster, snappier pace, leaving a faint white trail in the air. A burnt smell was all around. A few meters away, a thin, charred black mark suddenly surfaced on the wall. Seeing this kind of power, Chen Yuan was satisfied to close his hand. Next, all remaining lifespan of the Kryptonian Yuan magnet spitting method, enlighten me. Yuan magnetism vomiting method, derivation, begin. 1 year, break 1 orifice, 20 years, break 19 orifices, 100 years, break 95 orifices, 194 years, break 180 orifices. Derivation, complete. 180 orifices. A total of 210 orifices have been opened. The surging qi and blood in his body was like a flood that broke the dike, soaring upwards without reason. A thumb-thin blue arc of electricity began to emerge around Chen Yuan's body, a product that originated from the Yuan magnet spitting method. The 210 orifices in the body exhaled together, and the blue arcs of electricity were absorbed into the interior and stored there. At this point, Chen Yuan's battle power had at least doubled by more than several times. Name, Chen Yuan. Martial Arts, Enlightenment Realm. Lifespan, 1 year. Martial Arts. Metamagnetic Vomiting 210 361. Mixed Elements Dragon Elephant True Technique First Level. Anodized Thunder Blade First Grade Realm of Transformation. Taotai Immobility First Grade Realm of Transformation. With my strength nowadays, I'm finally qualified to sit firmly in the university examination. That would be my first step into the universe. Chen Yuan had never forgotten that he had come all this way to witness the splendor of the universe. Time flies. Chen Yuan lived a regular life during this period of time, occasionally taking time out to teach Yang Rui's sword techniques. This kid was much more talented than him, and the 8 Extreme Thunderblade had already been initiated. In the middle of the way, there is also Li Ming Cat enlisted in the army. Fighting room. Many people choose to be the same as Li Ming Cat. Chen Yuan went to send a ride. The crowd had asked Chen Yuan to perform more wonderfully in the university examination and bring glory to Mountain City No. 1 Middle School. We all watched you perform on the day of the university examination. Li Ming Cat laughed. That has to be watched carefully. After watching my university examination, it will definitely become your capital for bragging with your comrades. Chen Yuan said jokingly. I'll wait. Li Mingcat waved and walked away. As of this moment, Huang Su, Old Wu, Li Mingcat, and Lu Qing, the 4 people Chen Yuan was slightly more familiar with, left Mountain City 1 step ahead of Chen Yuan. Mountain City 1. Boo! Chen Yuan repelled Wang Qianjun with a punch and drew back with a whip kick. White electric arcs leaped on his legs and ruthlessly smashed on top of Wang Qianjun's hands that were protected in front of his body. Anum. Thump, thump. Wang Qianjun couldn't help but retreat to the edge of the big ring, and after stabilizing his stance, he shook off his somewhat numb and trembling hands. You guy, are you sure you didn't hide your strength when you fought Shang Wanji? Originally, he thought that Chen Yuan was at most on par with himself, but who knew that he would quickly fall into a disadvantage in the first sparring session? Can't it be that I've gotten stronger again over the past few days? Chen Yuan said as he jumped out of the ring. Brag about it. Wang Qianjun said on a rare occasion. And further away, Principal Fan Yaoshang and Li Tianming stood on the platform of the building to watch the entire cut through. Hiss, the Taotai divine body you mentioned, is it really that terrifying? It feels like Chen Yuan is a bit stronger than Wang Qianjun. Li Tianming said as he held up a telescope. Why else would I give Chen Yuan so many pills? In the early stages of the Taotai divine body, as long as you have enough resources, you can become stronger faster than anyone can imagine. Fan Yaosheng said with his mouth, but in fact, he was also a little surprised in his heart. It was really that Chen Yuan had become a little too exaggeratedly strong. The qi, blood, and physique seemed to have changed qualitatively. The Taotai divine body, is it really so heaven-defying? Fan Yaosheng wasn't aware of this, and he had half a clue about the information on the various types of god bodies, which were tightly controlled by the Star Alliance. But it didn't prevent him from peeking into the tip of the divine body from Chen Yuan's body. Dang terrifying talent. If it's Chen Yuan, I can't say I'm expected to be in those 3 universities. Fan Yaosheng whispered with emotion. Li Tianming's ears twitched, and then he looked incredulously at the principal of the first middle school beside him. You're saying that Chen Yuan has a chance to enter those 3 universities? It can't be, can it? Even if it's a divine body, the time Chen Yuan awakened is too short, and with the lack of cultivation resources, it hasn't grown up yet. At this moment, he's only a bit stronger than Wang Qianjun. Fan Yaosheng touched his bald head, non-committal, who knows? The heavenly ladder will be settled soon, and the university examination will come right after, so we'll just see the results. Anyway, first middle school must be making a fortune with a Chen Yuan. And Bay neighborhoods. Yang Rui held up a small short sword that suited him and rehearsed the 8 Extreme Thunderblade. Introduced in around 2 months, your talent is considered superior when placed in the blue-white star. Chen Yuan nodded his head in admiration. It had to be said that Yang Rui was indeed considered a martial arts genius. At least in Chen Yuan's opinion, this kid's talent was even stronger than Wang Qianjuan's, and with his father being a big boss, there was usually no lack of cultivation resources at all. Future accomplishments are bound to be noteworthy. Thanks for the compliment, teacher. Yang Rui gasped for air and smiled heatedly. In the future, remember to study hard. The path of martial arts is like rowing against the current. If you don't advance, you'll fall back. With your talent, getting into college won't be a problem. Chen Yuan persuaded, then got up, ready to leave. Is today the last class? Yang Rui asked. He knew very well that tomorrow was the day of the heavenly ladder settlement, and this was the last time Chen Yuan would teach him. Teacher, no matter what university you get into, I will definitely do better than you in the future. Yang Rui suddenly said. I'm afraid that's unlikely. Chen Yuan's words were still somewhat exasperating, but his tone was justified. Then you wait. Yang Rui was even more unconvinced. Well, I'll be waiting. After saying that, Chen Yuan pushed open the door and walked out. At the door, the big boss waited outside the door, and it was worth mentioning that the big boss was followed by a person behind him, Wan Feng, who he had a chance to meet at the Lu Jing banquet. Chen Yuan, hello again. Wan Feng tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing an ugly smile. It's you. Chen Yuan nodded his head while looking at the big boss. This one seemed to have something he wanted to say to him. The big boss didn't say too much, just spoke. If you lose, you can come back and continue to be Mr. Rui, with the same salary as previously stated. Chen Yuan smiled unconcernedly, then turned to leave, leaving behind only 3 words. No way. The two looked at Chen Yuan as he left, and Wan Feng suddenly laughed. What confidence! Unbridled. 4 words spat out of the big boss's mouth before leading Wan Feng into Yang Rui's room. Boss, is your son a good teacher? It's up to you. Waiting for them was a puffed-up Yang Rui, who immediately took the initiative when he saw the duo come in. Pops. I want to practice my sword. I'm going to go to college. A better university than the one Chen Yuan got into. The next day. The sun is shining and there are no clouds. Mountain City First High School announced the graduation of its senior class, and at the same time, the ladder rankings officially went to settlement. Chen Yuan's final ranking, fixed at 8,122, acquired the qualification to participate in the university examination. Meanwhile, a starship from beyond the heavens descended on the only interstellar harbor of the blue and white planet. University examination, start. Chapter 41 Departure. Next day. As the ladder rankings settled, Chen Yuan received a message from the school. Led by Principal Fan Yaosheng, they were sent to the starport to board the starship that was headed to the place of the university examination. Arriving at the school's big ring, Chen Yuan only saw Wang Qianjun alone, half squatting on the steps. Just as he was about to make a voice inquiry, a thick shadow suddenly appeared in mid-air,
enveloping the entire large ring in an instant.
Drone.
A faintly inaudible, low humming sound spread in all directions as if it were a wave. Chen Yuan looked up as a silver-white shuttle-shaped ship hovered still above his head, a wave of heat pounding his face as it slowly landed on the large ring.
It's a
small shuttle ship. Chen Yuan was slightly surprised, while realizing for the first time that the original school's big ring could even be used as a temporary parking stand. On the small shuttlecraft, Headmaster Fan Yaosheng beckoned for the two to get on board. The one who was piloting the small shuttle ship was not Fan Yaosheng, but Director of Instruction Li Tianming.
Don't look, it's just you two, come up and go.
The interior space of the small shuttle ship wasn't large, but it was still more than enough to ride a dozen people, not to mention that there were only 4 people in total at this time.
This was the first time Chen Yuan had ever traveled on such a sci-fi ship, and his eyes revealed undisguised curiosity.
Wang Xianjun, who had obviously ridden it quite a few times and was experienced, came up and found a seat, sitting in a very upright position.
Sit tight, we'll be there in a while.
Fan Yaosheng said as he patted the seat beside him. With a slight shudder, the silver-white shuttlecraft slowly lifted off, and in the blink of an eye, it catapulted out and disappeared over the mountain city. Indeed, as Fan Yaosheng had said, it was only after about 10 minutes or so had passed that Chen Yuan felt the shuttle ship slowly slowing down and dropping in altitude. Walking out of the shuttle ship, Chen Yuan was shocked at first glance. Hundreds of massive commercial starships, ranging from hundreds to thousands of meters in length, stayed in the starport, rising and falling. There were constantly intelligent machines carrying goods in and out of them, looking very busy. Most conspicuous of all was a starship in the center, conspicuous not for its extraordinary size, but also for the fact that it was surrounded by emptiness, and that all the other ships were deliberately moving away from it. Look at the logo on the top of the ship, that's the Star Union ship, the starship responsible for picking you up for the university examination this time. Fan Yaosheng took the initiative to explain. Chen Yuan suddenly realized that the status of the Star Alliance is extraordinary, no wonder the other ships are going around, this is afraid of getting into trouble.
So, Principal, we're leaving? Wang Xianjun asked in a hesitant tone, unsure if the principal had anything else he wanted to say.
You go up first, I'll have a few more words with Chen Yuan.
Fan Yaosheng said. Wang Xianjun sniffed and nodded towards Chen Yuan, then boarded that Starlink starship alone.
Headmaster, you can say whatever you want to say, I'm ready to board the ship as well. Chen Yuan said bluntly. Fan Yaosheng was silent for a while, waiting for Wang Xianjun to walk away before gently patting Chen Yuan's shoulder. Chen Yuan, I know that your kid has hidden a lot of cards, and I don't have any requests, just to help Xianjun more without affecting yourself. Multiple friends make more roads, if Xianjun meets difficulties, you should give him a hand, you should know well that his character knows how to repay kindness. Chen Yuan's face didn't have the slightest bit of consternation from being seen through, and he was calm. Headmaster, I'll try my best. With your words, I am relieved.
Fan Yaosheng relaxed and smiled as he gently pushed Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, go board the ship. Go make the world jaw drop.
Chen Yuan was not surprised that the principal could tell that he had hidden his bottom card. After all, he had never purposely hidden anything other than Krypton's system. No matter how heaven-defying, as long as Chen Yuan's achievements are there are great scholars who will argue for him. As he said, if you want to be looked up to, then you have to show the capital to make others look up to you. If you like to act like a pig, isn't it only right that others treat you like a pig? The principal's last words touched Chen Yuan very much, and were generally the same as what he had thought before. It was precisely through this university examination that he wanted to use this to tell the entire Star Union that underneath this starry sky, there was such a person with such a heaven-defying talent as Chen Yuan. If you want to invest in him, do it before it's too late, or he won't care. Without continuing to think more, Chen Yuan boarded the starship with great strides. What came into view was not the mechanical-filled interior of the airship that Chen Yuan had expected, but rather a room that looked like a hotel layout. An intelligent service robot came to Chen Yuan with a sweet voice. Mr. Chen Yuan, this voyage will take 3 days, your room is located on the 2nd floor, please follow me. Chen Yuan subconsciously nodded his head, but then reacted to the complete lack of this unnecessary. Living in the mountain city, he did not feel the highly developed atmosphere of this future technological science and technology, and it seemed to be just a little bit better than his previous life. But today, when he came to the interstellar port and boarded the starship, Chen Yuan suddenly felt clearly that this was indeed an era of interstellar colonization and future technology. And this, too, was just one of the most remote, unattended corners of the Starlink. Led by the intelligent service robot, Chen Yuan came to the 2nd floor and found his room, just as he was about to open the door.
Click. The next door suddenly opened and Wang Qianjun walked out. Seeing Chen Yuan open the door right next door to him, Wang Qianjun was also slightly stunned, then said, "Just in time, I happen to have something to tell you." Chen Yuan's movement to open the door stopped. "What is it?" Wang Qianjun didn't delay and said directly, "Just now when I boarded the ship and came in, I saw Shang Guanji, and his room is right above us." Shang Guanji? This guy even managed to break back into the 10,000th place on the heavenly ladder?
Hearing this news, Chen Yuan was quite surprised. After all, the injuries that the other party suffered at that time, he himself knew best.
Even after recuperating from his injuries for so many days, Shang Guanji shouldn't be able to utilize 70% of his strength.
Chen Yuan was holding out to abolish Shang Guanji so that he would not be able to participate in the university examination.
Wang Qianjun saw that Chen Yuan didn't have any reaction and was a bit puzzled. "Shang Guanji, he hates you to the bone now, aren't you worried?"
"Worry? What's there to worry about? The underlings are just defeated." Chen Yuan smiled confidently. If the person who lost at his hands could still threaten him, his talent for this Kryptonian life might as well be given to a pig.
No matter what tactics Shang Guanji secretly used, Chen Yuan proceeded and pressed Shang Guanji back again.
"Rather, it's me who was overly concerned." Seeing this, Wang Qianjun smiled slightly. "Get your strength up, the main course will be in 3 days, and you won't be able to rest in peace then." Chen Yuan finished speaking and opened the door to step into his room. Chapter 42 Stargate. The room was around 50 square feet, small as a sparrow but with all the basic necessities.
This panoramic feature seems to be a bit interesting. Chen Yuan linked the room's intelligence with his own terminal and ordered, "Turn on the room's panorama function."
In the next moment, Chen Yuan realized that the wall on one side of the room was slowly becoming transparent, until he could see the scene outside completely. It's like a floor-to-ceiling window with an unobstructed view of the outside world. This is a good function. If you enter the universe, you can enjoy the scenery of the universe. Chen Yuan was amused and began to study the other features in the room one by one. Time passes quietly. The moment when the sun's afterglow begins to dissipate and the night spreads. Chen Yuan detected a slight sense of vibration, and at the same time, the view outside the wall with the panorama function on gradually rose. The room's intelligence began broadcasting a reminder that the crew had arrived and the ship was about to lift off, so please prepare yourselves. It was repeated 3 times in a row. With a slight vibration, the speed of the starship climbed, and the view beyond the walls changed rapidly. Eventually, breaking through the clouds and heading out into the universe. Chen Yuan looked behind him, and the entire blue and white star was reflected in his pupils, with a faint blue aura covering the edges. At first, some stars could be seen dotted around, and then further on, the speed of the ship became more and more terrifying, and even when the panorama function was turned on, all that was left was a lonely darkness. The surrounding area was frighteningly quiet, and Chen Yuan gradually felt a hint of drowsiness, so he fell back to sleep. In a daze, I seem to hear warp engines activated, Stargate approaching, and Starlink services, make way, make way. Then, Chen Yuan suddenly woke up. As a result, curses were heard on the radio. "The stupid ship in front of me, can't you see the Star Federation logo on my ship? Now I'm working for the Star Federation, who dares to get in the way? Big old black, you're arrogant my ass, if it weren't for the face of the Star Alliance, I would have smashed your old ship head on." It seemed that the captain had started a spat with someone and then forgot to turn off the collective radio, causing all of their cursing to be heard clearly by Chen Yuan. Then, Chen Yuan rubbed his eyes and looked out of the ship. In an instant, Chen Yuan's pupils were stunned. He admitted that he was blown away. First, there were the densely packed starships, far more numerous and larger than the harbor of the blue and white star. It was as if they were piled up like a crowing swarm of bees. The starship he was traveling in nowadays was barely medium in size when placed among them. And this was not the fundamental reason that shocked Chen Yuan. Outside the ship, in front of all the starships, a mechanical device so huge that Chen Yuan's field of vision couldn't fully accommodate it, slowly rotated. And this, too, was only a corner. Chen Yuan could only guess the full picture of this device, which should be a ring, through a corner in the field of view between. Like a circular mirror across the universe. This is Stargate? Chen Yuan could guarantee that the Stargate was definitely much bigger than even a star. Even the nearly hundreds of kilometers long megaship of all the starships seemed like a prostrate mole cricket in front of the Stargate. Chen Yuan's feeling at this moment was as if he was on the blue and white star looking down at his feet, unable to see the end of the blue and white star at. Now that we're inside the Stargate, that thing should be okay, right?
What Shen Yuan was talking about was something that the balloon man from the reverse cross had handed him at that time, and it was still hidden under Chen Yuan's skin today, waiting to be activated. However, Chen Yuan had been concerned about fraud before, so he had been delaying until now before he was ready to give it a try. If there really was a scam, he didn't believe that the people of the reverse cross would still be able to burrow into the Stargate. If the other party really wants to have this ability, Chen Yuan has no choice but to admit it. No longer hesitating, Chen Yuan directly chose to activate it, and no surprises occurred, only a series of information streams flashed through his mind. Is this the commissioning interface? The message detailed the function and usage of the device hidden under Chen Yuan's skin and handed to him by the reverse cross. Simply put, it's a commissioning platform similar to the previous world's hollowing out. This was a qualification that only members of the reverse cross had, and they could take and post quests on it, purchase things in the mall, and raise their rank to gain more permissions. Membership in the reverse cross is never limited to anyone who is recognized by them. At the same time, there is no setup for any bondage and you can quit skimming at any time. However, no matter what Chen Yuan thought, the platform was in his possession and could be used and destroyed at any time, so there was no need for him to think too much about anything. It's like a piece of software that has been downloaded, you can use it if you want to and uninstall it if you don't want to. Reflecting the complete lack of restraint that the reverse cross places on its own organizational members, it is one of the members of the reverse cross when needed, and can be withdrawn at any time when it is not needed. What's a reverse cross? Not familiar. Let me see, what are some of the tasks? Chen Yuan carefully flipped through them. To his slight surprise, his level was not the initial hydrogen level, but the higher helium level. The inverse cross has a strict hierarchy, divided by atomic species: hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, and oxygen, a total of 8 grades. Issuing commissions, and even authority in all aspects of the reverse cross are all related to these. There was an error in the network and the purchase failed. Chen Yuan was not surprised by this. It looks like it's because of the Stargate, let's wait until we get out of the Stargate. Chen Yuan thought to himself. One day later, the ship sailed out of the dark zone and sailed through another Stargate. As expected, Chen Yuan purchased the second layer of the mixed elements dragon image true technique through the platform of the reverse cross, and the message of this martial art was successfully transmitted and received by Chen Yuan in the blink of an eye. After sailing for some more time, the ship gradually slowed down and landed. The venue for the university examination has finally arrived. Chapter 43, The Great Escape. This is Air and Space Mothership? A city in the sky. The place where the airship landed was clearly an empty sky mothership in the universe, so large that it could be called a moving city in the sky. Getting off the boat, Chen Yuan realized that he and the others were not the first ones to arrive here. Those are university seeds from other planets, and according to the past pattern, together with our blue and white star, there are 3 planets' university seeds participating in the competition, totaling 30,000 people. And of those 30,000, 27,000 will be eliminated, leaving only the last 3,000 to gain admission to the university. 1 in 10 acceptance rate, that's a college test. Wang Qianjun stood beside Chen Yuan, his expression serious too. Luck, strength, environment, and even clinical play all affect the final grade of a college test. No one but the very top of the heap dares to say that they will certainly be one of those last 3,000. While the two were talking, all the university seeds on the air and space mothership had split into 3 distinct factions. At the same time, 3 people came out from each of the 3 sides of the crowd. Black Shattered Star, Manhwa. Mocha Star, hers. Blue and White Star, Orientation. Manhwa, a man with long soft hair and a handsome face, as if he were an ethereal figure coming out of an ancient painting. Hers, with crimson curly hair, stood about 2.5 meters tall, with a strong, imposing frame. Dongfang Shua, with short hair and dark eyes, dressed in a white power suit, his eyes gleaming with the same extraordinary temperament. Chen Yuan looked at this scene and a string of information flashed through his mind. Dongfang Shua, number 1 on the blue and white star heavenly ladder, specializing in boxing, peak strength in opening the orifices, all 361 orifices open, preliminary completion of the small circumference in the body, an expert among experts. At the same time, he looked at Mo Wan hers, and in his heart, he instantly guessed, so it seems that these two are likewise the number 1 on their respective planets' heavenly ladders. Wang Qianjun, who was beside him, half lamented and half reminded. An expert like Dongfang Shua who is number 1 on the heavenly ladder, run if you can if you meet him, he's targeting those top 3 universities and is usually too lazy to actively trouble us.
Chen Yuan had crossed over for so long, so naturally, he couldn't be ignorant. The Starlink starfield is extremely extensive, with a total of 160 universities, of which 3 are recognized as the top ones, namely Taito University, Dongyao University, and Xinjiang University. Those who could become number 1 on the heavenly ladder naturally wouldn't aim above ordinary universities, and their ultimate goal could only be these 3 universities. Chen Yuan silently estimated the strength gap between himself and Dongfang Shua. Although his enlightenment count was inferior to the other parties, the mixed dragon elephant true technique and the 2 realm of transformation martial arts disciplines were his strengths. However, it would be a rare thing if Dongfang Shua, who was number 1 on the blue-white star's heavenly staircase, didn't have a chemistry realm martial art in his possession. It might be possible to deduce the martial arts to the 2nd grade, and the power would be equally terrifying. Martial realm and martial arts were not a one-to-one relationship generally speaking. A martial artist who could deduce a first-rate martial art to the realm of realization at the enlightenment realm was already a person of exceptional talent. However, with such a large population base, there was always no shortage of those heavenly prides that broke through common sense, and were able to deduce martial arts to the 2nd grade at the enlightenment realm. It's all paper numbers that mean very little, and you have to fight a real fight to determine who's better. However, Chen Yuan was confident that even if he couldn't beat him, Dongfang Shua would definitely not be able to keep him. The atmosphere appeared a bit tense. After all, even people from the same planet were competitors in the university examination. Just then, everyone's personal terminals suddenly received a message alert at the same time. The university examination will open in 1 hour, at which time the examinees will be randomly hauled to the examination location. The theme of this assessment is Battle Royale, and the intelligence will give the final score out of 1,000 based on the overall performance of the examinee. Participants in the examination will not be able to bring any materials into the examination venue, so please be prepared. On top of that, there were numerous details in the message, which Chen Yuan carefully read over one by one. Eventually, he finally understood the format of this test. Simply put, it's a real-life version of chicken. They will be randomly pulled to a certain place in the assessment site. The next is to pick up equipment, development, run the process of poisonous circle. Wang Qianjun finished reading the message and whispered, surprisingly, it's a battle royale type of examination. It's destined to change quite a bit. It's only interesting if there are many variables, otherwise if we were to fight one-on-one, why not just let the top 1,000 on the ladder go straight to college? Chen Yuan laughed. You're right, this change of heart is instead extremely favorable for people like us who are ranked at the bottom of the list, and fighting the ring is instead the least difficult. Wang Qianjun recognized this extremely well. The more changes there are for people like them after the 5,000th place in the ladder, instead, the more likely they are to get smart high scores for certain bright performances that will get them into college. I'll try to release the news when the time comes. If you hear about it, you can come directly to me to rendezvous. Chen Yuan said. Since he had promised the principal, he naturally had to do his best to try to protect Wang Qianjun. Good. Although Wang Qianjun didn't understand how Chen Yuan put out this message, he still nodded his head. This type of battle royale type of assessment, although it is a comprehensive scoring, but the only thing worth recognizing is that the longer you live under the same conditions, the higher the score. The two of them hugged the group, naturally scoring much higher points than one person traveling alone. This kind of thought was not only thought by Chen Yuan and Wang Qianjun. The 30,000 people present were all university seeds, none of them were stupid. At this time, he had already begun to make an agreement with those who were familiar with him, and he would try his best to converge when he entered the examination, so as to strive to live longer. Should we go find Shen Songsheng and Su Qingman? These two are not as strong as me, there is strength in numbers. Wang Qianjun suggested. He voiced this suggestion mainly because they were both students of Mountain City First High School and were supposed to be natural allies. Chen Yuan signaled Wang Qianjun to look to their left. Shen Songsheng, Su Qingman, and Shang Guanji, at this moment, had already been talking and laughing with the people from the other middle schools, apparently forming an alliance. That group of people even looked at Chen Yuan and Wang Qianjun from time to time and pointed, especially the 3 Shang Guanji from the first middle school. Their hostility was simply undisguised. Chen Yuan also finally understood why he and Shen Songsheng and Su Qingman had never met before, but those two were hostile to him in the principal's office that day. They'd had allies for a long time, there's no shortage of us too. Chen Yuan did not consider these few people as allies from the very beginning, there was no need for that. Even if it wasn't for the principal's mandate, Chen Yuan wouldn't even have allied himself with any of them because there was no need for that. Martial artists, with thousands of greatness attributed to themselves, sometimes quantity doesn't matter at all. Chen Yuan was completely convinced that if someone like Dongfang Shua, who was number 1 on the heavenly ladder, was outside the 100th of the heavenly ladder. 50 of them combined would not be enough for him to fight alone. And, no matter how aligned, only 3,000 people will end up getting into college, a 1 in 10 college rate. There are too many monks and not enough meat. This kind of alliance is fine if you meet a weak person, but if you meet a truly strong person, it simply breaks at the touch of a button, and can't stand up to the hammering of a strong person at all.
Chen Yuan had this in mind.
In the end, the strongest martial artist is the only one, even if the test is a battle royale type, it only adds a little uncertainty.
The strong always have the advantage. Chapter 44, Star Anchor. An hour passed in a flash.
Force field traction transmitter ready, please relax your bodies and do not resist. Chen Yuan, if you meet a strong person, avoid them if you can, let's rendezvous first.
Wang Qianjun reminded.
Wang Qianjun was actually not quite as familiar with Chen Yuan, at least not as much as Chen Yuan and Huang Su. But the day before he left, the principal talked to Wang Qianjun alone and told him to just stay close to Chen Yuan and listen to Chen Yuan in everything. Although he wasn't sure why, Wang Qianjun never thought that he was smarter than the principal, and since the principal had said so, he was tied to Chen Yuan in a line. Take care of yourself.
Chen Yuan nodded slightly.
As soon as the words left his mouth, invisible fluctuations erupted over the air and space mothership, and invisible force fields began to lock onto everyone present. Chen Yuan did not resist, relaxing his body and allowing this force field to start pulling himself to move faster.
The direction of the force field pull. Underneath the air mothership.
Then, a scene that shook Chen Yuan's heart and soul appeared. Previously, because the airship was parked directly on top of the empty sky mothership, which was nearly as big as a city, it caused them to completely fail to notice the scene below the empty sky mothership. And at this moment, following the direction of the stance pull, Chen Yuan saw it.
A continent. Man-made continents.
Chen Yuan once heard that in ancient times people believed that the sky is round, that is, the earth is like a chessboard, and the sky is like a bowl upside down on top of the earth. However, with the development of science and technology, mankind's conception of the world has gradually changed, geocentric, heliocentric, and even today's cosmology. What was once the circle of heaven is also a thing of the past. However, today Chen Yuan saw the real place. An entire continental plate, located very abruptly below the air and space mothership, had no stars, no moons, and wasn't even a planet.
A whole continent just lies quietly in the deep space of the universe. This is the site of their college test.
Looking from high above, the continent could be divided into 4 parts, the northern plains, the eastern sea, the southern border, and the western desert. The different sections, with different environments, are snowfields, sea, mountains, and deserts. The 30,000 people who participated in the university examination were like 30,000 meteors, pulled by the force field and forced to land in all corners of this continent. Chen Yuan followed the direction of the force field's traction, his speed going from slow to fast and back again, and finally his feet slowly stepped on top of the earth. His initial place is south of the border. On the blue and white star, most people have already begun to pay attention to this college seeds of the Battle Royale. On top of that, the annual college scrimmage was so hot that a number of star anchors began broadcasting the tournament.
Chen Yanni is one of them.
He had walked away from the blue and white planet for many years, and after a bit of wandering, he eventually became an intergalactic anchor. Usually, he mainly broadcasts some exotic food and culture, and has accumulated a group of original fans. Among this group of fans, many of them were also old folks who had also come out from the blue and white star, so every time this time, Chen Yanni would live broadcast and comment on university examinations related to the blue and white star. At this year's university examination theme is surprisingly Battle Royale. There were quite a few fans who said they wanted to see Battle Royale content the previous year. You guys are really lucky. Chen Yanni was delighted in his heart. This type of university examination of Battle Royale is one of the types that attracts the interest of the audience the most.
I'm sure this one will make a solid profit.
And if the blue and white stars people ended up with the advantage, the blue and white stars old folks in the live broadcast room might swipe a few starships for him once they were happy. Thinking of this, Chen Yanni was excited in his heart and looked at the live broadcast. The messages were all for him to give the perspective to Dongfang Shua.
Well, Dongfang Shua, that's the number 1 on our blue-white stars heavenly ladder. We definitely need to see him.
Chen Yanni hurriedly gave his view to Dongfang Shua and realized that the other party was in the middle of a desert. Dongfang Shua's opening is located in the middle of the western desert, and the 2 people who are the most threatening to him, Manhwa and hers, are both located in the eastern sea and the southern border, respectively. It seems that the intelligent allocation of personnel had taken this into consideration and purposely separated these 3, which is a bit unfortunate. But with the Battle Royale mode, the edge of the continent will gradually crumble and the area will keep getting smaller, so if you don't want to be captured and eliminated by the force field, you can only keep converging towards the center of the continent, and in the end, there's bound to be an exciting showdown.
Let's wait and see.
Dongfang Shua has met his first opponent. Chen Yuan met his first opponent. A blonde guy who looked like he should be a college seed from the planet Mocha. And in the center of the two, a plant was full of what seemed like strawberries, crimson fruits, 3 in all. Chen Yuan recognized this kind of fruit. It was zhugua, which was said to be one of the raw materials of the qi and blood pill. It turns out that not only the finished product, but even these raw materials, can be transformed into my lifespan. I just don't know how efficient the transformation is. Regarding whether it could be transformed into a lifespan, Chen Yuan was able to rely on the sixth sense granted by the system to judge.
The juju in front of us is one of them.
On the opposite side of him, the blonde man grinned when he saw that Chen Yuan froze in place and didn't move, his fists clashing with each other with a muffled sound.
Kid, looks like you haven't found a weapon yet. Do you know why candidates aren't allowed to bring weapons? Because of the need to balance the weakness of the fist cultivator?
Chen Yuan looked at the blonde man and opened his mouth to reply.
At a low realm like the Enlightenment realm, the role of weapons was still obvious.
And although boxing cultivators had gloves as weapons, in actual combat, they often fell into a disadvantage because of their weapons. But if neither side was armed, the advantages of fist cultivation came into play. That's the opening advantage that intelligence gives fistful of fixes.
You know?
The blonde man saw Chen Yuan answering so decisively, his expression was stunned, somewhat puzzled as to whether or not he was bluffing when he saw Chen Yuan.
Whatever, let's try it out first. If you can't beat it, then run.
With both feet powered up, the blonde man's footsteps were nimble, leaping in front of Chen Yuan in a split second, his fist blasting out like lightning.
Boo!
The blonde man's face changed in horror. Because the fist he blasted out was clutched by a large hand, a body of power as if a stone sank into the sea, dissipating without a trace.
What a weak power, is that all a fist cultivator has?
Chen Yuan exerted a slight force, and the blonde man's fist made a clicking sound, and his face turned into a pig's liver color all of a sudden. It's about the same strength as Shang Wanji, but unfortunately, I don't even need to use my martial arts right now to easily defeat him.
After testing his strength, Chen Yuan's hand suddenly loosened and released the other party. The blonde man immediately retreated back and forth with a shocked expression. Why don't you make a move?
The blonde man had already sensed the gap between himself and the person in front of him after the punch he had just thrown, and it was reasonable to say that if the other party wanted to eliminate himself, it would only be a matter of a single breath.
Why did you let yourself go?
It is important to realize that eliminating an opponent is definitely a big plus in the intelligent judgment composite score.
He couldn't figure it out because it didn't make sense.
Gather the cultivation resources and hand them over to me in the end, I can guarantee you entry into the final round. The corner of Chen Yuan's mouth rose slightly as he said indifferently.
Aren't you a bit high on yourself? The blonde man snorted, can't you just enter the final round? Do you think that group of people at the top of the ladder would be willing? You think you're the strongest if you defeat me?
Chen Yuan plucked the vermilion fruit and stuffed it into his mouth in one bite, chewing on it for several mouthfuls before pretending to swallow it. In fact, it was instantly converted into life. Life expectancy rose to 10 years, 1 zhugui is 3 years of life.
Quite a lot of nonsense, since I'm releasing you, then get lost.
Chen Yuan said impatiently, he was not interested in gaining the other party's trust. After saying that, he walked towards the center of the continent without looking back. My name is Chen Yuan, if you meet a strong enemy, you can follow the traces to find me, and if the cultivation resources you have on hand can satisfy me, I will come to your aid. The blonde man looked at Chen Yuan's departing back, still somewhat incredulous.
You really let yourself go just like that?
And while it was still a bit hard for the blonde man to imagine what Chen Yuan had said, a thought couldn't help but pop up in his mind.
What if? Chapter 45, Offering the Sword.
Ever since he discovered that cultivation resources actually existed on this continent, Chen Yuan had changed his previous methods. If he were to slowly search by himself, it would be difficult to find many cultivation resources even if his legs were broken. After all, a person's energy was limited, and he couldn't fully explore all places.
But with more people, it's a different story.
Therefore, Chen Yuan needed many, very many people to help him find it. And the fact that Chen Yuan defeated them without eliminating them was the basis of mutual trust and the basis of the deal. He wasn't lying, he didn't mind sending the other party to the final round as long as they came up with a payment that satisfied him.
As far as eliminating people from scoring? Chen Yuan wasn't worried.
As long as we get to the final round, the cultivation resources will be there, and so will the elimination points.
Perhaps, taking the opportunity of the university examination, I can practice the second layer of the hybrid dragon elephant true technique?
Chen Yuan could not help but think. His current biggest headache was the mixed dragon elephant true skill. This martial art was really strong, but it was also really hard to practice. The first layer took 73 years, and the second layer was even more than 300 years to hit the bottom, so it's hard to say exactly.
Moreover, the second layer of the mixed dragon elephant true skill was successfully cultivated, and I'm afraid that the Taotai of the first grade transformation realm would not be able to carry this power without moving, and would have to be deduced to the second grade. There was also the Yuan magnet spitting method, which had only 210 openings and was still quite a distance from completing 361 of the lesser circumference. With such a calculation, Chen Yuan realized that his many martial arts were actually in a state of wailing. Rumble.
Behind them, a series of booms rang out, accompanied by the ground shaking slightly.
It's starting to shrink the circle, move on, get a knife first. Chen Yuan mused.
The so-called shrinking circle is the gradual breakup of this continent from the edge and the gradual shrinking of the continental plates.
In other words, this continent is disposable.
Just as a disposable exam room for candidates, use it up and throw it away, which shows the bravado of Starlink. But this continent doesn't have a corresponding ecological chain. I'm afraid it's a temporary aggregation. The cost shouldn't be as high as I imagined. It would appear that I'm a frog in the well. When technology develops to a certain extent, the so-called means of the immortals may just be a casual dice. Just for example, that magnificent Stargate, the Star Alliance had also built an unknown number of them. The size of the entire continent naturally couldn't be as big as the blue and white star. It was probably just the size of a province, and it was more than enough to hold 30,000 people.
Boom! Boom!
Chen Yuan's ears twitched as he heard the movement of the battle coming from the front.
Thumbs up!
A fist entwined with burning flames grazed Xianxiu's face, and the short hair on top of his head was now being burned all a bit curly. Xianxiu's chubby size, but at this time, he showed extraordinary flexibility, rolling backward a few times in a vain attempt to pull away. Tear! However, a violent air-breaking sound exploded in his ears, and Xianxiu subconsciously erected the long sword in his hand and blocked it at his side. In the next moment, a wide and thick heavy sword the size of a door panel slashed and came, and a majestic vigor followed the heavy sword and fell with a loud bang. Click! Xianxiu's face suddenly turned white, and his body was like a leather ball that was split hard and flew out. When it smashed on the ground, it even bounced several times, and only then did it get up in a sorry state, with dust puffing all over its body and a miserable face. If it wasn't for bad luck and your teammates spreading out too much, just you two little Yakuza from the planet Mocha would want to make things difficult for your Grandpa Qian. Xianxiu got up and started cursing. Losing is not losing. Anyway, he first cursed cool before. And the two people across from him were clearly twins. The twins, on the other hand, did not say a word in the face of this angry scolding, and after glancing at each other, they violently burst out, ready to completely finish off this fatty in front of them. However, in an instant, they suddenly stopped again and looked at the dense forest behind Xianxiu with a wary expression.
Someone's coming?
Xianxiu's eyes widened, and a glimmer of hope rose in his heart again. Then he saw a blue and white alien, slowly walking out of the lush forest. It's still pretty easy to tell what planet it's from. Black Shatterstar is antiquated, with long, flowing robes. Mocha Star is brawny, with a robust, appalling physique. As for the people of the blue and white planet, Xianxiu, who was a blue and white planet native, naturally recognized them at once. He knew the opportunity had come and shouted in haste. Brother, the two opposite sides are both from Mocha Star. The two of us will definitely be able to defeat them by joining forces. For their part, the twins from Mocha Star were in a dilemma for a while. That fat man's strength, one-on-one, was slightly better than theirs. At this time another person from the blue and white star came. I'm afraid it's not good to win. However, Xianxiu was suddenly a bit desperate. Because the man just stared closely at the long knife in his hand and ventured out, "That's a good knife you have, not bad." "This is preparing to rob yourself." Xianxiu wanted to cry. With a wolf in front of him and a tiger behind him, he felt unlucky. Holding on to the last glimmer of hope, Xianxiu threw the knife to the suddenly appeared person as soon as he roared, "The knife is for you, just give me a hand and help me out of my predicament." Surprisingly, the man took the long knife and nodded at him. Good. Chen Yuan felt lucky that he had casually and surprisingly gotten his hands on the knife. The fat man in front of him was quite sensible. Before he was ready to grab it, the fat man took the initiative to hand over the knife on his own, which was just what he wanted.
He then looked over at the Mokshin twins with his knife.
The twins, on the other hand, were suddenly alarmed. There was already some sense between the two of them, which allowed them to converge so quickly. But at the moment, this sensation, which should have been favorable to both parties, amplified that unpleasant feeling twofold. "Forget about that fat guy, take care of him first," the twin brother bellowed, raising his heavy sword and rushing into the sky. The younger brother, on the other hand, his legs violently stepped on the ground was suddenly concave down for several minutes, his body shape was like a cannonball bursting out, both fists entwined with blazing fire, and swung out with a roar. Chen Yuan's face remained unchanged, his golden-colored left hand suddenly probed out, holding the Inferno Fist in one hand, letting the flames scorch, but even his skin was unable to burn and change color. Holding the sword in his right hand, the blue arc of electricity surged madly, winding above his right arm, the majestic vigor was ready to be released. The heavy sword that fell from the sky, wrapped in gravity, slashed down. Boom! The impact was visible to the naked eye, radiating in all directions. The weeds and greenery with a radius of several meters under Chen Yuan's feet were also uprooted by the strong wind at this moment and blown into the distance. The twins were shaken back tens of meters each, almost one after the other. What a terrifyingly horizontal physique! What a domineering primordial gigantic power! Looking at Chen Yuan's footsteps that had not even moved half an inch, the two men's hearts were suddenly flooded with shocking waves. The two of them cooperated seamlessly, but it was such a combined effort that was still far inferior to the person in front of them. Who is this person? There's no such person in the list given by the principal. The twins' principal had given them both a list of people who could pose a threat to them, but there was no one in front of them. Chapter 46 Publicity. Both of them are good at around 150 enlightenment, the coordination is even better, not bad. Chen Yuan exclaimed in admiration. As the words fell, the blue arcs that surged madly around Chen Yuan's body were drilled into his body, and in an instant, the white arcs were accompanied by the orifices spitting out and wrapped around the long blade in his hand. First grade transformation realm Yangji Thunder Transformation Blade. Here, try the knife. In the next moment, Chen Yuan's figure suddenly blurred, as if he had transformed into a white electric light that sped and ran, slashing at the twin brothers in front of him. The twin brothers immediately looked horrified, knowing that they could not hide at all, and could only similarly drum up their chi and blood, raising their fists and swinging their swords. Hard knocks. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted from the clear sky, and the tree stump at the center of the engagement violently roared and exploded. There was not a hint of stagnation, it was almost a one-sided crush. Twin brothers like a broken sack, a front and a back whoosh flying out backwards, crashed through several trees, before unloading the momentum, fell to the ground. Dig it, where did this slugger come from, guaranteed to be a top 100 expert on the ladder? Qianxiu witnessed the entire battle and was dumbstruck. It looked complicated, but in reality there were only 2 moves in total, and only a few seconds had passed. Those 2 Mocha Star twins who had given Qianxiu a headache and almost sent him to elimination were defeated so easily. At the same time, he was secretly glad that he took the initiative to hand over the knife, more or less also counted as a good karma. The suddenly appeared fierce man should not be difficult for himself. It should be, right? While thinking so in his heart, Qianxiu suddenly realized that something was wrong. No, why aren't the twin brothers being pulled away by the force field? Aren't they considered eliminated yet? There are 3 elimination triggers for this battle royale. First, they are triggered by their own initiative. Second, they are extremely injured and incapable of fighting again. Third, they are judged by the intelligence initiative, and at the moment of crisis, they act forcefully to use the force field to protect the candidates, but at the same time, it also means that they are eliminated. The twin brothers, on the other hand, did not trigger the force field protection, proving that they were not eliminated at all. Meanwhile, the twin brothers slowly stood up, with the older brother with the heavy sword looking at Chen Yuan and asking in a buzzing voice. Why did you just stay your hand, looking down on us? That slash just now, even though their 2 brothers had combined their efforts to block it, they were still instantly disintegrated by that devastating slash. Only at the last moment, they suddenly realized that the other party had actually withdrawn their strength. This also made their 2 brothers look miserable, but in reality, they only had some superficial injuries, which didn't even affect the next battle in the slightest. I'm not hurting you guys, naturally, because I need you guys to work for me. Chen Yuan smiled as he withdrew his sword. Work for you? The twin brother clenched his fists, he was exasperated and laughed. Even if the number 1 of the Maka Star's heavenly ladder, hers, came, there's no way we'd be his henchmen. Don't hold back, keep coming to battle, the big deal is just elimination. Brother raised his heavy sword and swung it through the air as if it were nothing, sending out a hunting wind.
It's not being my men.
Chen Yuan shook his head unhurriedly, then explained, I need you guys to find cultivation resources, and I can guarantee you entry into the final round. If it pleases me, I'll even let the two of you choose the order in which you'll be eliminated, even if it's not impossible to be eliminated later than Hells.
Bully! Xianxiu and the twin brothers sniffed, and these two words popped up in their hearts. But on second thought, it just felt ridiculous. Bailing them out of the final round, which they can understand, but being able to choose the order in which they are eliminated? The absolute strength that would be required. Strength enough to defeat everyone. Even the 3 planets' heavenly ladder firsts put together wouldn't dare to say such big words. Who is this person to say such things? Do you think we're really that gullible? Be sharp.
The twin brother's mouth dropped, but was immediately interrupted by his brother.
He fixed his gaze on Chen Yuan and said in a solemn tone, We'll trust you for now. My name is Mo Sang and my brother's name is Mo Sulfur, so how about we go look for cultivation resources and bail us into the final round as you said? As long as it can satisfy me, then there's no problem, now you guys can leave.
Chen Yuan made a gesture of sending off.
Mo Sulfur still wanted to say something, but was given a hard stare by Mo Sang and tugged him away quickly. The two ran along for several minutes before this stopped. Brother, you don't really believe his nonsense, do you? Even Hells wouldn't dare to give such a promise. Mo Sulfur said in disbelief. Mo Sang sighed long and hard, so what if I believe? So what if you don't believe?
You are also clear about that person's strength, the right to eliminate us both or not is in his hands.
Since he's willing to let us go, then we'll just do as he wishes and hurry up and leave. This is a college test. You can't get carried away. I see. Mo Sulfur nodded his head as if he understood, then asked, so what do we do now? Run laps?
Mo Sang pondered for a moment, shrinking the circle isn't fast, we still have plenty of time to search, so let's go find the cultivation supplies.
Looking for cultivation supplies. Mo Sulfur froze and couldn't help but say, is it really possible to use cultivation materials to find that person to trade?
Mo Sang continued to explain, with his strength, if he's willing to do his best to bail us out, the final round will definitely be fine.
As for his comment about being eliminated later than Hulls, Moxon shook his head and didn't continue, but the meaning was clear.
He did not believe that the man possessed such strength.
Mo Sulfur thought about it a little and realized that his brother was right, they didn't have anything to lose anyway, it wouldn't be a bad idea to try. Go! Go search for supplies. You're still missing a pair of gloves.
Mo Sang made a decision, so without further delay, he took his younger brother Mo Sulfur and ran towards the depths of the woods.
You can go too, what was said to them is just as valid for you.
Chen Yuan looked at Xianxiu who was following closely behind him.
As for this knife, there's no way I'm giving it back to you. It's just a knife, consider it a gift to you, brother Slammer.
Xianxiu's face was piled with smiles as he rubbed his hands together and said,
Brother Slammer, you want cultivation resources, but it's too inefficient to find people one by one like this. But I have a way. Chen Yuan glanced at him and came to be interested, tell me about it?
Wine is also afraid of the deep alley, brother Slugger you have such strength, nowadays you lack an excellent publicity person.
And I, Xianxiu, happen to be a professional master in this area. As long as you leave it to me for a period of time, most of the people who keep this continent will know about your deeds. What do you need? Chen Yuan asked directly. Xianxiu smiled and said, Brother Slammer, you know. The final round thing. Yes.
Chen Yuan nodded his head, if it works out well, more than just the final round, I'll give you the chance to choose your rankings.
Then leave it to me.
I'll guarantee your satisfaction. Xianxiu heatedly smiled and patted his chest to assure him, while asking.
Publicity required, I wonder the name of the slugger brother? Chen Yuan. Chapter 47 Force Field Airdrop.
In fact, Xianxiu didn't believe in the so-called choice ranking at all. After all, Black Shattered Star Manhwa, Mocha Star Hers, Blue and White Star Dongfang Shua, none of them were eaters, and all of them were strong. All three of these men were, on their respective planets, that were disconnected and powerful. But with Chen Yuan's strength, there was still no problem in keeping him in the final round. Quite a few people even did so, making relationships with those experts in advance, either by investing in advance or by luring them with heavy money in order to get some help in the university examination. For Chen Yuan, it didn't cost anything to get a little propaganda powerhouse for free, so why not? It's still the same thing, don't pay for it anyway, more or less believe it.
As you can see, Dongfang Shua deserves to be the number one person in the blue and white star. His strength is simply terrifying as it is, and one can't help but suck in a mouthful of cool skin. Cool air. Several experts of the same enlightenment realm were actually picked off by him with a single shot, and the onlookers fled knowing that they would not be able to defeat him. Chen Nianyi was eloquent and vigorously praised Dongfang Shua. His fan base was all blue and white star people, so naturally he was willing to listen to the anchor praise blue and white star people. Chen Nianyi had been an interstellar anchor for many years, so of course he understood this. And as he himself was a blue and white planetarian, complimenting Dongfang Shua was a superior choice, whether out of subjectivity or objectivity. Listen carefully, everyone. Listen carefully. Do you hear any strange sounds? That's right. The best part of Battle Royale is here. The force field airdrops have appeared. As we all know, one of the best parts of Battle Royale is the force field airdrop battles. Each force field airdrop enhances the candidates extremely significantly, and no one is willing to give it up. As you can see, Orientation went after the force field airdrop. Chen Nianyi suddenly paused for a moment, and before his eyes, an ornate, cumbersome to the extreme interstellar battleship slowly rose into the air. The hundreds of railguns carried on the starfighter all fired at the same time. Dazzling energy rays spewed out in unison, blinding Chen Nianyi's eyes. Whoa, thanks to this wolf of the shimmering star boss for the starship, my little brother kneels for you. Chen Nianyi danced with excitement, itching to kneel down and kowtow a few times to express his gratitude. He knew that broadcasting the blue and white star's oriental shoal would surely result in a big man giving him a fierce bounty. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Then let's move on to Oriental Shocker. What? The boss wants a different candidate perspective? As soon as Chen Nian saw the message from his boss, he was a bit puzzled for a moment, then the next message popped up. Chen Yuan? Who is Chen Yuan? Change. I'll change whatever the boss likes. Chen Nianyi hurriedly responded, then hurriedly switched the perspective of the candidate who was commenting on it, and it took him a while to find Chen Yuan's name. To be honest, he was still willing to explain Dongfang Shua. After all, the reputation of being the number one in the heavenly ladder was there, a very perfect gimmick in itself. But the boss had given away starships, so if he didn't exchange them, wouldn't he be giving face? The examinee's perspective transformed and Chen Yuan's figure appeared, and judging from the map, he was speeding towards the eastern side of the southern border. Well, let's see what this Chen Yuan student is doing. Chen Yuan is chasing the force field airdrop. After separating from Chen Xiu, he found 2 more medicinal fruits along the way, and his lifespan increased to 25 years. This continent was much richer than he had thought, but unfortunately, it was completely impossible to explore with just him alone, which was why he needed the help of the other candidates. After about an hour or so, Chen Yuan noticed a strange sound coming from the sky. That was the sound of a force field airdrop being released. As far as his naked eye could see, a total of 3 force field airdrops slowly fell, with the eastern one being the closest to him. Chen Yuan did not hesitate and chose the closest force field airdrop to run to. The force field airdrop slowly landed, and even if Chen Yuan chose the one closest to him, the force field airdrops quickly disappeared from his view. Only a white trailing tail remained in the sky for a long time, guiding the direction of the force field airdrop's landing. It's a little slow after all, but there's still a chance. Although Chen Yuan did not slow down his pace, he already knew that he would more than likely miss out this time. Force field airdrops are randomly dropped across the continent, and the moment they land they are taken by candidates who have been waiting for a long time. He was so far behind that he knew his chances were slim. However, just at this moment, the direction where the stance airdrop landed, suddenly came the sound of an explosion, and it was not far from Chen Yuan. The next moment, a blond man leapt out of the woods clutching a metal box in a state of disarray. Seeing someone right in front of him blocking the way, the blond man despaired in his heart. After all, what he was holding in his hand was a force field airdrop, the meat and potatoes of Battle Royale. But when he waited to see the man's face clearly, a flash of joy suddenly rose in the blond man's heart, and with the idea of beating a dead horse, he shouted, "Brother, I've gotten quite a few cultivation resources, help me." This blond man was clearly the first candidate that Chen Yuan had defeated when he landed. Even Chen Yuan could not help but sigh, what a coincidence. "I'll help you." At the same time, behind the blond man, 5 silhouettes sped out in unison and happened to hear what Chen Yuan said. "I knew he had help, together. Grab the force field airdrops before we talk about how to distribute them."
5 silhouettes, 3 men and 2 women, not even from the same planet by the looks of their clothing, obviously a makeshift team put together to snatch the force field airdrop from the blonde man's hands. At this moment, the 5 people even instantly spread out and surrounded Chen Yuan in a fan shape, striking out horribly in a flash.
Good timing.
Take this. Chen Yuan's thick chi and blood erupted with a roar, white arcs of electricity surfaced in an instant, propelling the long blade to meet the 5 with open arms. Click. As soon as they exchanged blows, the 5 people's faces changed drastically, and they actually retreated madly in unison. Who? Chen Yuan slightly opened his mouth, and whiteness seemed like boiling water vapor as it rolled out of his mouth. 1 blade defeated 5. White current, black hair, black eyes, and good use of a long sword.
You are Chen Yuan.
Among the 5 people, a white-clothed man's expression moved slightly, as if he remembered something, and he suddenly spoke out.
This guy is Chen Yuan? The expert that Fatty was talking about.
The remaining 4 people were stunned when they heard this.
Not bad, I am Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan nodded his head, not expecting that someone on the opposite side could recognize him.
It was still a person from the Black Shattered Star.
Looks like the money show is starting to kick in.
And as Jian Shou had said, he was the expert in this line of work, and it was only how long ago that Chen Yuan had been recognized.
Can't that fatty be telling the truth? As long as you're given enough cultivation resources, you'll be able to ensure your entry into the final round? The white-clothed man asked straight away.
Of course it's true, I'll guarantee this man now. Chen Yuan pointed the tip of his blade at the blonde man. If you guys also want to enter the final round, just deliver the same cultivation resources to my satisfaction.
Okay, then this time it's even.
The 5 didn't have any nonsense, the slash just now had already shown them the gap. With Chen Yuan around, they were doomed to not get this force field airdrop today, so they might as well leave as early as possible. By the way, that fatty also said that if there are enough resources, you can even decide the final elimination ranking. Is that true or not? Trust me, you can be number 1 all you want, provided that the cultivation resources can satisfy me.
Chen Yuan's tone was flat, as if he was talking about an ordinary trivial matter.
That's what you said. The man in white looked deeply at Chen Yuan, then drew back to be the first to leave. The remaining 4 were afraid that Chen Yuan would make a move to eliminate them, so they naturally didn't dare to stay too long and dispersed as birds and beasts. Chen Yuan was left in place, as well as the blonde man holding the force field airdrop.
Chapter 48 Peak Enlightenment Realm, Success.
Thanks a lot. My name is Carl, number 7122 on the Mocha Star ladder. The blonde man, that is, Carl, said thanks while reluctantly handing the force field airdrop into Chen Yuan's hands. Chen Yuan had helped him out of his predicament and saved him from the end of elimination, and the force field airdrop shouldn't have gone to him anyways. If the other side forcefully grabbed it, then instead of tearing up the face, it would be better to give it away on their own initiative, which would be good for both sides. Chen Yuan did not refuse and took the force field airdrop from Carl. This is force field airdrop. At this time, in Chen Yuan's hands, was a black metal box of the size of a shoebox. Resting on his hands could feel heavy, quite weighty. The top of the force field airdrop is emblazoned with a mark that is uniquely Starlink. Chen Yuan pressed down hard against the Starlink marker. Click. Sound of escaping laughter. With the white gas leaking out, the 4 corners of the force field airdrop popped out, revealing the supplies hidden inside. A weapon similar to a pistol, but 1 size larger and could be called a hand cannon. On top of that, there was a thumb-thin green capsule lying quietly amongst the force field airdrops. Carl also curiously probed and took a look, and immediately his pupil shrank and he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. This is a laser gun. And concentrated life capsules.
You recognize?
Chen Yuan asked. He had never seen a laser gun before, but he knew what it was for by its name. However, the concentrated life capsule, Chen Yuan sensed that this thing could be converted into lifespan, and it was definitely quite a lot.
You don't recognize it?
Carl's expression was surprised. Laser gun, a peak enlightenment realm martial artist hit by this gun will be seriously injured to say the least. As for the concentrated life capsule, the recovery ability is so strong that it's outrageous. Even if an enlightenment realm martial artist is seriously injured, as long as they take this capsule, they'll be as good as new in a few minutes. The laser gun is a good thing. With this thing, you can make it to the final round, to say the least. With that said, Carl had some hard feelings in his mind and simply turned his head sideways, no longer looking at the force field airdrop. Then he realized he had something shoved in his hand.
It's a laser gun.
Carl, ? I can't use the laser gun, keep it for yourself. As for this concentrated life capsule, I'll just laugh it off.
Chen Yuan lowered his head and said.
He was also going to study the force field drop to see if there were any secret doors that might be hiding something good.
I can keep it then?
Carl was still a bit incredulous, and it wasn't until he stuffed the laser gun into his arms that he was really sure that Chen Yuan had indeed thrown the laser gun at him to use. There was no mid-air, sudden attack on him.
It was at this moment that Carl suddenly felt that Chen Yuan seemed to be serious when he said that he guaranteed him entry into the final round. I've actually found some cultivation supplies, can you see if you need them?
Putting away the laser gun, Carl pulled out the cultivation materials he had collected earlier in his head and laid them out in front of Chen Yuan.
Not bad.
Chen Yuan casually glanced at them and accepted them all with a wave of his hand.
Then he looked at Carl and asked seriously, how many names do you want? How many names do I want?
Carl looked stunned for a moment, not understanding the meaning of what Chen Yuan said. The only reason why he had given Chen Yuan the cultivation materials he had searched so hard for was because the other party had given him the laser gun. He hadn't even thought about what he wanted.
Carl then responded, you mean the final eliminated ranking? Battle Royale mode, the final overall score is based on many factors, but it is recognized that the most important is the survival time. The later you are eliminated, the higher your final score will naturally be. This is the ranking of candidates for elimination, with the first ranked being the last candidate eliminated, the second being the penultimate, and so on.
Carl believed that with Chen Yuan's strength, he could guarantee him a place in the final round. But the whole deciding to eliminate rankings thing, Carl always thought Chen Yuan was joking or a gimmick that had no intention of materializing. After all, as long as you survive to the final round, no one can say anything even if you back out.
But Carl now suddenly realized that Chen Yuan seemed to be serious?
That's natural, this capsule can exchange your qualification to enter the final round, the rest of the cultivation materials can determine your ranking. How many places do you want? Chen Yuan said rightfully.
So? First, is that okay? Carl asked carefully, which meant that even Chen Yuan had to be eliminated before him.
Chen Yuan nodded his head, of course you can, but this amount of resources alone will not be enough, and it can even be said to be much worse. He didn't care about rankings or anything, after all, he would be needed to control the entire field in the final round, and he wouldn't even be short of that point when the time came. Cultivation materials were what he valued most. This. Carl was speechless, he saw unrivaled arrogance in the man in front of him. But as long as the strength is worthy of this arrogance, it is absolute dominance. He wasn't sure if Chen Yuan possessed the strength, but it didn't stop him from giving it a try, maybe? Take a gamble. Carl made a decision in his mind that he wasn't losing out anyway, left or right. Chen Yuan, then I'll go look for supplies. If I have the chance, I'll help you publicize a wave by the way. Good, if you run into trouble, you can come towards me. Chen Yuan laughed. He could see that Carl was finally starting to believe him. After Carl left, Chen Yuan converted all the concentrated life capsules he obtained, as well as the supplies Carl had searched for, in one breath. Life expectancy jumped from 25 years to 150 years. 125 years. One of the concentrated life capsules converts to 100 years of life, and the remaining cultivation resources convert to 25 years. Now, it's time to start ascending. The martial realm has been stagnant long enough. Chen Yuan wanted to control the big picture and control everything in the final round. Relying on today's strength alone was not enough. After all, he was struggling to beat one ladder first right now, let alone 3. This continent of the university examination was much richer than he had thought, and now that the plan had been initially realized, it was time to raise his strength. Only strength could guarantee the smooth implementation of his subsequent plans. System, start Kryptonite, metamagnetic spitting method. Enlightenment. Derivation, begin. You start focusing on the Yuan-Mai exhalation method and work on breaking the orifices every day. 10 years, break 11 orifices 20 years, break 23 orifices 50 years, break 58 orifices 80 years, break 90 orifices. In the 135th year, all 361 orifices have been broken, the small circumference heaven has been completed, and the Yuan magnetic vomiting method has been perfected. Derivation, over. The moment the deduction ended, the 361 orifices within Chen Yuan's body were exhaling cosmic energy in an inexplicable pattern. It's all over the place. This was Chen Yuan's first feeling. The cosmic energy, qi and blood,
and the 361 orifices of the entire body were actually running on their own autonomy at the moment without the need for Chen Yuan to take the initiative to control them. The chi and blood and cosmic energy that had just been consumed were restored as before in just a few seconds. The senses were also sharper in an instant, and every move of the surroundings had never been so clear to Chen Yuan's eyes at this moment. All 361 orifices have been broken open, the small circumference in the body has been established. This is the peak of the enlightenment realm. Chen Yuan was confident that those who were first on the heavenly ladder, their respective planetary breakers, were powerful experts. Nowadays it is not as good as you are. Chapter 49, Hirsch. You can see Chen Yuan is chasing after the force field airdrops, but the nearest force field airdrop is still some distance away from him. I'm afraid that by the time he gets to where the force field airdrops landed, it will have long since been empty. Chen Nianyi was a little disappointed, as the force field airdrop was supposed to be the most programmatic segment, and now it seems to be going wrong. At the same time he looked at the number of people in the live room, and it was obvious that some of them were missing. There is no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. Fans naturally love to see the strongest martial artists, the number one on the ladder of each planet. He's now broadcasting a guy whose name is unknown, so naturally, not many people want to watch. However, very soon, Chen Nianyi realized that he had thought wrong. Chen Yuan had surprisingly given him quite a few surprises. Well, this blonde man seems to know Chen Yuan? Let's check. This man's name is Carl, he's from the planet Mocha. How would he know Chen Yuan? 5 guys caught up. They apparently tried to grab the force field airdrop from Carl and they struck. They lost. Holy, Chen Yuan actually defeated the combined strength of 5 people with a single slash. I underestimated him. Worthy of being the one the boss ordered, he's really powerful. Chen Yuan, this wave of bright operation, cannot help but let the fans in the live room have shouted digging, and at the same time also gave Chen Nianyi's live room brought a lot of traffic. The force field airdrop is on, and it's a laser gun. And concentrated life capsules. Chen Yuan holds a laser gun. With his strength, there is absolutely no problem entering the final round. Why did he give the laser gun to Carl from Mocha Star? Why? Not only did Chen Nianyi have doubts, many people in the live room were full of questions. The fact that there was only picture and no sound caused them to not be able to understand what was really going on. Even if it was given to someone from the Blue and White Star, they wouldn't be so surprised because it could be Chen Yuan's friend or comrade in arms. The only person who gave the laser gun to the Mocha Star was puzzling. This guy is obviously from our Blue and White Star, but he's even helping Mocha Stars, eating out of the palm of his hand. Anchor, change the channel. We're going to have to turn it off if we don't watch this again. After the doubt came anger, hateful anger. I can't believe you don't keep the good stuff for yourself, even if you keep it for your teammates, but you give it to the people from Mocha Star. This kind of behavior made the fans belonging to the Blue and White Stars involuntarily start to spray crazy anger. Hey, it's obvious that it's just a little bit effective. What's the point of doing this kind of superfluous thing? Chen Nianyi was helpless in his heart. He glanced at the time to narrate Chen Yuan and realized that it was almost time. Although the gift of a starship is valuable, but he cannot always look at Chen Yuan alone, endured the bad reviews broadcast for so long. He is also worthy of the boss of the Wolf of the Shimmering Starship. Okay, everyone settle down, let's go ahead and switch back to the Eastern perspective. As you can see, Dongfang Shuo has also grabbed a force field airdrop after a fierce battle. Let's see what this force field airdrop has some of. Dig in. Golden Legends. Not only Chen Nianyi was surprised, even the live broadcast is crazy brush Golden Legend, the information constantly screen scrolling. Boss Hells, there's a man named Chen Yuan. It's said that as long as he can be given enough cultivation resources, he'll be able to guarantee someone's entry into the final rounds, and he can even determine the final rankings. The voices of his teammates came to his ears, and before Hers could speak, he heard the rest of the group mocking. Bailing out of the final round and deciding the final ranking? Even our Hells wouldn't dare to say that. Which crazy person spread this rumor again? If you ask me, this is mostly a tricky gimmick, specializing in tricking the weaker ones into finding resources, and then backhandedly reneging on their words and eliminating the weaker ones. Simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Boss Hells, this Chen Yuan is too arrogant. I heard that he's within the southern border. Should we go and find trouble with him? Dare to say such big words. I'd like to see if he can last more than 3 moves in my hands. Hers was expressionless, just silently adapting to the dark-powered gloves above his hands. It was a weapon he had opened from a force field airdrop. Dark-powered gloves were able to greatly enhance the user's strength, enough to increase his strength by more than 30%.
In the face of his men's flirtation, Hal said coldly. Don't waste any time, my only opponents are Dongfang Shua and Manhwa, and I'm bound to meet the two of them for a duel in the final round. Until the last person is left. Chen Yuan? Humph. A nobody, don't worry about him, if he's really strong enough, we'll meet in the final round, then I'll defeat him with my own hands, if he can't even enter the final round, it'll save me the trouble. Chen Yuan met more than a dozen people along the way, but there was no clash because these people were all here to see him to bail out of the final round. Big brother, I heard that you can bail out of the final round here are my cultivation supplies, please smile big brother. And mine. I'm not looking for rankings, as long as I can make it to the final round, you can just eliminate me then, big brother. As long as it was a cultivation resource, Chen Yuan was unanimous in his approach, accepting all of them and transforming them into lifespans. After only a short period of time, the previously depleted life expectancy had actually broken through the 100 mark again. Indeed, there is strength in numbers, much more convenient than searching painstakingly by myself. Chen Yuan was delighted in his heart. At this rate of progress, I'm afraid that the lifespan required to cultivate the second layer of the mixed dragon-elephant true technique would soon be fulfilled. If it wasn't for this university examination, Chen Yuan wouldn't know how long it would take to collect so many cultivation resources. Most of those who came to Chen Yuan for bailout were basically weaker candidates. It was because of their weak strength that they came to Chen Yuan seeking a bailout with the idea of beating a dead horse. Otherwise, on their own, they will soon be eliminated and lose the same hope of entering the university. It's not a safe bet either way, so why not give it a try and maybe it will work? The stronger candidates, on the contrary, did not believe in these rumors, and they only trusted their own strength. At this moment, this group of weak people, united because of Chen Yuan, hung behind Chen Yuan, maintaining a distance that was neither close nor far. Brother Slugger, how's my publicity? Qian Xiu suddenly appeared and said triumphantly. He was accompanied by two other people, a man and a woman, who seemed to be his teammates. Nice. For Qian Xiu's publicity credit, Chen Yuan gives sufficient affirmation, at the same time knowing the truth that in order for a horse to run fast, it has to be fed. So he promised. At the end of the final round, I'll give you the choice of the 30th place qualification, and these two teammates of yours, I can likewise ensure their entry into the final round. Qian Xiu snorted, he still didn't believe in Chen Yuan's strength. But he had come on this trip not only to add an insurance policy for his teammates, but actually for another reason. Brother Slugger, I found a good one, but I need you to do it. Cultivation resources? Not only cultivation resources, but also quite a few weapons and equipment that can definitely increase your strength greatly. Lead the way. Chapter 50 Black Scale Jiao. A place surrounded by mountains and forests was already surrounded by candidates who had come to seize the treasure. In front of them was a deep pool so deep that it seemed like ink and jade, quiet and deep. The pool side of the jagged rocks, covered with slippery moss, the occasional breeze, the surface of the pool will be a circle of tiny ripples. However, underneath the seemingly calm pool of water, there was the shadow of a giant beast faintly passing through, and the dangerous atmosphere made the onlooker candidates not dare to be the slightest bit careless. There were several candidates who had ventured down into the pool to seize the treasure before, but unfortunately, they were saved by the force field just seconds after jumping down, and the crowd didn't even explore much useful information. Why don't we find a way to drain the water? Someone suggested. Why don't you smoke it? Aren't you afraid that Black Scale Jiao will leap out and give you a bite? The proposal was quickly rejected by the crowd. Chen Yuan and Xianxiu rushed to see this scene, a bunch of people surrounded by the deep pool, on and dare not on and do not want to give up, in and out of the dilemma. Puff! Suddenly, a short-haired woman carrying a long stick with a gallant face plunged headlong into the deep pool. Thank you, Vuna. 59th place on our Black Shattered Star ladder. It's still up to us, Black Shattered Stars, good job, no points lost. Seeing Xia Wuna jump down, some people's minds began to be active, shouting I'll help you, also followed and jumped down. When Xian Xiu saw this, he couldn't help but skim his mouth. Xia Wuna is also, even if it's not enough, these few people at the back, with this amount of strength they also want to take the chestnuts out of the fire, it's really a fool's errand. Chen Yuan likewise knew in his heart that the few people behind him were saying that they were helping Xia Wuna, but in actuality, they wanted to let Xia Wuna draw the fire and go seize the treasure themselves. He watched the pool silently, ready to observe the situation. Only to see that as Xia Wuna's group of people piled into the pool of water, the surface of the water began to set off layer after layer of lurid waves and waves, occasionally exploding into a large handful of water splashes. There is a black-scaled Jiao underwater, a very powerful mutant creature. A number of experts have gone down before, but they all folded inside.
Xianxiu introduced to Chen Yuan. And then what? What treasures are there? Chen Yuan only cared about that.
Xianxiu didn't beat around the bush and said directly. The main thing is the Tiani stone embedded in the head of the black-scaled Jiao. That thing can allow one to quickly enter the state of celestial unity. Whether it's for combat or cultivation, it has excellent results. In addition to the Tiani stone, there are quite a few equipment and weapons at the bottom of the pool, all of which are real enhancements to strength and cannot be missed.
Xianxiu finished and slowly retreated.
With his strength, he was unable to get his hands on such a thing, and it was still mainly up to Chen Yuan's strength.
At that moment, his two teammates lowered their voices and asked, Xianxiu, is this man reliable? Why do I feel like he looks like he's fooling people? What else do you say about guaranteeing us entry into the final round, and also letting you rank 30th in the end? Aren't you usually quite smart? Why are you being silly at this time?
Xianxiu listened to the chatter of his two teammates in silence, only sneaking a glance at Chen Yuan, ready to see how this person would deal with the black-scaled Jiao. And although they deliberately lowered their voices, they were still heard clearly by Chen Yuan, only he didn't care. There was still a question in his mind at the moment.
Tiani stone. I wonder how much longevity can be added. Is it comparable to the concentrated life capsule?
Usually such contraptions with names that lean toward the metaphysical are not common goods, and the added longevity is bound to be no less than that. Just as Xianxiu had just retreated, the invisible stance suddenly descended, and the few martial artists who had tried to take the fire before were captured by the force field and slowly rose into the air. It could be seen that the injuries on these people were not light, and there was even one person whose entire right arm had already disappeared, very miserable.
Moo woo!
A roar that seemed like a cow's bellow, but contained penetrating power, resounded from the bottom of the pool. In the next moment, the water surface exploded into countless splashes, and a tens of meters long, Jiao dragon-like, black-scaled Jiao covered with thick black scales violently rushed out of the water. At the same time, Xiaowuna's wretched figure broke free from the water, but the black-scaled Jiao was opening its bloody mouth and fiercely biting at the defenseless Xiaowuna. Seeing that Shavuna was about to die, the force field appeared just in time to forcefully save Shavuna. However, this also meant that Xiaowuna, who was ranked 59th on the Black Shattered Star Heavenly Ladder, was similarly eliminated.
Moo woo!
The black-scaled Jiao hissed angrily up to the sky, its eyes as soulful as a human's, but at the moment, they were filled with rage and unwillingness. If the black-scaled Jiao could speak, it would have been cursing at this point.
Xiaowuna unexpectedly lost.
This black-scaled Jiao is too strong, we can't even shake it with us.
Damn it!
The treasure is right in front of us, that's a heavenly monolith, it can force one into the heavenly unity realm. Don't be in a hurry, our Mocha Star boss hers is coming, the black-scaled Jiao won't be able to run wild for long. Even Xiaowuna was defeated, the crowd was at their wits' end for a while, they could only wait for someone stronger to come over, they couldn't help but get a piece of the pie underneath.
Moo woo!
The black-scaled Jiao once again hissed to the sky, and then its body slowly sank into the water, and the onlooker candidates could only watch, not daring to make a move.
Boom! Thumbs up!
In the eyes of the many candidates, hundreds of white arcs of electricity suddenly flashed by, like small silver white snakes, sailing madly on the surface of the pool.
Chen Yuan stepped in.
Already observed carefully enough, so there was no need to test, Chen Yuan struck with a full-force slash, without the slightest retention. Otherwise, when the black-scaled Jiao entered the water, he also felt troubled.
Anodized Thunder Blade. Hybrid Dragon Elephant True Technique. As well as the peak cultivation of the Enlightenment Realm. Peak Enlightenment Realm, and an expert? Which one of the top 3 experts of the Heavenly Stairs is this again? How come I've never seen it before? Which planet is it from? Before the crowd could marvel, they felt in a trance that a white thunderbolt flashed in front of them, passing through the head of the black-scaled Jiao in an instant, and landing on the opposite side of the deep pool with a bang. After a breath, the black scale auger that had given them a headache, from below the auger's head emerged a smear of bloodlines, the upper and lower auger bodies were slowly displaced and split into 2. Dark purple auger blood splattered out, making the already deep green pool appear more and more turbid. Raula!
The dozens of meters of auger bodies smashed and landed on the water surface with a bang, raising snow-white water splashes more than 10 meters high. The crowd froze in place, their minds still reeling.
Dugout, so strong? Just slaughtered the black-scaled Jiao with a single slash? Xianxiu's teammates were immediately shocked, while finally understanding Xianxiu's previous choice. With that kind of strength, it's not really a problem to bail them out of the final round. Although Qian Xiu was also shouting digs in his heart, at this time he rigidly restrained the twitching expression on his face. At this moment, he was expressionless, as if everything was in his calculations. Chapter 51, Setting Up a Stall. The crowd came back to their senses as the body of the black-scaled Jiao smashed down to the bottom of the pool. The black-scaled Jiao is dead, here's your chance, grab it. There are quite a few good things at the bottom of the pool. We don't want the Tanny Stone, we just want some equipment. This person won't give us a hard time. Get on. Hurry up. If you're slow, it'll all be snatched away by others. With so many people going together, he definitely won't be able to stop them. Dare to take food from the tiger's mouth at this time. Naturally there is no weak, accompanied by the encouragement of those who have the intention. At this time there are already many people who have been overwhelmed by greed, and all of them jumped into the pool of water. Of course, there were quite a few people who maintained their sanity, and their eyes couldn't help but fall on Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, what are you doing? This group of people are going to rob us. Xian Xiu couldn't sit still and shouted. Chen Yuan? Candidates who were still watching listened to the name and always felt something familiar, as if they had heard it somewhere before. Chen Yuan didn't have the intention to step in and stop them, he just silently watched as people continued to dive headfirst into the bottom of the pool. Xian Xiu's eyes were wide with anger. These people who jumped into the deep pool, without exception, were much stronger than him. At this moment, he looked at the group as if what he was robbing was his own. But when Chen Yuan didn't make a move, he could only stomp his feet in anxiety and dryness. At that moment, someone suddenly remembered, I remember. Chen Yuan. The rumor that went viral earlier was that with enough cultivation resources, one could bail out of the final round and even determine the final rankings. This person who killed the black-scaled Jiao with a single slash is Chen Yuan. After this person reminded them, the many candidates all remembered. Originally thought it was a joke, but did not expect that this Chen Yuan was actually extremely strong. Even the black-scaled Jiao that Xiaowuna, who was ranked 59 on the heavenly ladder, had failed with hatred, was beheaded by Chen Yuan with a single slash, and his strength was straight ahead of the top 3 on the heavenly ladder, or even the number 1. And at that moment, the candidates who had previously jumped into the pool all leapt out of the water, embracing a variety of weapons and equipment, the smiles on their faces unable to be suppressed. With these equipments, it was enough to boost their strength by several points and take the lead in the final round afterwards. And at that moment, Chen Yuan finally stood up and looked at this group of candidates who had returned from the bottom of the pool. Your usefulness ends here. Jabla. Familiar white arcs of electricity flashed through the candidates' eyes, only this time, it was no longer against the black-scaled Jiao, but was replaced with themselves. And when the target changed to themselves, that's when they felt the pressure skyrocket, as if they were facing a natural enemy. It was as if the cells of their whole body were trembling, telling them, hurry up and escape. However, since they dared to take food from the tiger's mouth, they were naturally not willing to retreat empty-handed, so someone shouted. Everyone go together. If everyone swarms together, he may not be able to all of us over before his chi runs out. Don't be afraid, make a move. Together. Boom. As the words fell, white blade light followed. The white splash of water that was raised seemed like an inverted waterfall, temporarily obscuring the crowd's view of the outcome. But right at this moment, the onlookers looked up, only to see a dozen force fields fall with a bang, taking away a dozen candidates. With one slash, almost half of the people in the pool were eliminated. Xian Xiu and the onlooker candidates, the same thoughts surfaced in their minds at this time. The water clattered down, and the dozen or so people who still survived looked horrified. Together, they were actually really inferior to Chen Yuan's single slash. What's the point of this bull? So they all threw down their weapons and equipment, panicked and fled frantically. However, how could they be faster than Chen Yuan? This group of people scattered and fled in all directions, nearly allowing Chen Yuan to swing his sword 2 more times and take an extra 10 seconds. Along with the force field continuously landing and taking away one candidate, Xian Xiu and the others' minds were numb at this moment. My boss is hers, you can't. Before the last person could finish his sentence, he was chopped by Chen Yuan. If the force field hadn't fallen fast enough, this person would definitely have been decapitated by Chen Yuan with a single slash, with no exceptions whatsoever. Chen Yuan's strength at this time, the ordinary candidates only by the number of more or less, has not been able to fight with him. To kill it is simply like killing a chicken, not with the second knife. Oh my god, brother Slugger, you're so fierce too. Xian Xiu ran to Chen Yuan with a bounce and kept bragging. He was truly convinced. The strength that Chen Yuan had shown was guaranteed to be the third in the heavenly ladder, or even the kind of steady three to compete. He, Chen Xiu, had made up his mind that he must hold on to this big leg. Go and collect those equipment weapons together, they'll be useful later. Chen Yuan finished speaking, then jumped straight into the bottom of the pool. Before long, he floated out holding the head of the black-scaled Jiao. Tianyi stone is a thumb-cap-sized milky white stone, seems to have been hard stuffed into the black-scale scaly auger's auger head. Digging it out really took Chen Yuan a lot of effort. Chen Yuan stuffed a mouthful into his mouth and chewed, but in reality, he secretly transformed it. Like the concentrated life capsule, the lifespan of the heavenly monolith transformation was also 100 years, and at this time, Chen Yuan's lifespan came to as much as 200 years. It was much more refreshing than when he used to be on the blue and white star, humming and hawing to save up money to buy cheap blood pills. Brother Slammer, how did you eat the heavenly monolith? Shen Xiu could not hide the shock on her face when she saw this scene. Chen Yuan frowned, this is not food? He had recently pretended to be somewhat accustomed to eating all of these resources, and subconsciously treated the Tianyi stone as food as well. This thing needs to be communicated with the spirit, and it can make one enter the state of celestial unity. Eat it, it shouldn't be a problem. Shen Xiu thought about it for half a day, but he didn't know whether he could actually eat it or not. Chen Yuan waved his hand indifferently, it's fine, the Tianyi stone can still communicate in my stomach, the effect is the same. Okay. Chen Xiu shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Chen Yuan is strong and says the right things, Chen Xiu can't beat it and has nothing to say. Well, the next step is to dispose of the weaponry. Chen Yuan stared at the pile of weapons and equipment on the ground, all of which had been fished out from the bottom of the pool by the group he had eliminated earlier. Not only did they help Chen Yuan fish for weapons and equipment, they also gave him elimination points. What a bunch of good guys. He couldn't use these weapons and equipment at all, but Chen Yuan had another use for them, and after letting Chen Xiu pick a few, he swept his eyes over the group of candidates who had gathered outside. They didn't enter the pool to seize the treasure. Chen Yuan was also too lazy to eliminate them. In his eyes, this group of people were all walking storage depots of cultivation materials. Then in the crowd's astonished gazes, Chen Yuan arranged the weapons and equipment one by one, while writing the approximate price in front of each piece of weaponry. Come and see it all. Hemorrhage. Weapons and equipment for sale, cultivation materials only, first come, first served. This was Chen Yuan's intention, to directly set up a stall in situ and earn some cultivation materials. The onlooker candidates looked at me, I looked at you, and were a little heartbroken. Cultivation materials couldn't be converted into battle power for a while, but weapons and equipment were different, instantly increasing their strength by as much as several %. However, just as they were about to go up and ask for the price, they suddenly detected a different aura. That was the scent of the number one on the Moksha Star's heavenly ladder, hers. Chapter 52. Hers. I can't believe he's here. Among the people Chen Yuan eliminated just now, there was someone from Hell's. This is going to be a good show. This Chen Yuan is blowing it out of proportion, and what about the fact that as long as there are enough cultivation resources, he can determine the final rankings of the candidates? I'd like to see who's stronger between him and hers. With the arrival of Hershey's ground, the candidates who were originally prepared to purchase the weapons and equipment in Chen Yuan's hands were now dispersing in an old-fashioned manner, making room and preparing to watch the show. If Hell's had one, that would have been fine, the equipment and weapons would have been gone for sure. But if Chen Yuan won, it would be interesting. However, this possibility was very small, although the strength displayed by Chen Yuan was very strong, enough to be in the top 3 levels of the heavenly ladder. But Hell's was the contemporary number 1 on the ladder in Moksha. The second all the way up to the 10th position on the ladder combined were not even a match for hers alone. That's how powerful the first break in the ladder is. Hers was very strong, his exposed arms were muscular and contained terrifyingly pure strength, as if he were a humanoid beast. Chen Yuan had already guessed that the other party, like himself, had similarly practiced a horizontal martial art as early as the first time he met hers. And it was at least the first-grade transformation realm. Hers eyes first fell on the pile of weaponry, then moved to Chen Yuan. You're Chen Yuan? You're Hell's? Chen Yuan asked rhetorically. Originally he had thought that hers would be a straight-talking person, but it turned out that it didn't seem to be the case. Otherwise you should have done it when you first met, not knowingly. Kid, my boss asked you a question. Before Hurls could speak, his teammate beside him was the first to look away and stepped forward to take offense, only to be stopped by Hurls reaching out. He then asked with a cold face, the person I sent earlier to scout the path was eliminated by you? You mean the guy I ended up eliminating? I remember he did say that his boss was hers. He wanted to seize the treasure, but unfortunately his strength was not good enough to catch even one of my casual slashes. Shen Yuan thought for a moment, then grinned. Provocations. Naked provocation. Hurl's teammates were already full of anger at this point, and Shen Yuan was obviously saying this on purpose. Who is he to dare? On what grounds? And Shen Yuan was indeed as they thought, he was doing it on purpose. He's pretty much done with his plan. The money show is very well publicized and most people have heard about his ensured entry into the final rounds and even the big talk about deciding the final rankings being a thing. Now everything is ready but the east wind. And that wind is Hirsch. Shen Yuan needs to use Hells to prove himself. Strength enough to realize what he said. Strength enough to make the crowd trust him enough to feel assured that they would hand over their cultivation materials to him. Hurls laughed back in anger. Good, very good. I was prepared to finish you off in the final round, but you jumped out on your own to seek death. Then I'll make you happy. If he could hold back at this point, he would not be open-minded, but a shrunken-headed cuckold. Since Chen Yuan wanted to force his hand, it would be as he wished. In the next moment, Hers swelled in size, his loose clothing bulging at that moment, so tight that it seemed about to rip open. A large crater exploded under his feet, and with a distance of 100 meters, Hell swept through in the blink of an eye, his right fist wearing dark energy gloves slamming out. Ha, good timing. Chen Yuan laughed out loud, puffed up his chi and blood, clenched his fists and met him straight on. Both of them did not utilize their martial arts, and just forcefully threw a punch against each other with the strength of their physique refined by martial arts. Boom! The two fists touched each other as if they were pins and needles. Invisible shockwaves stirred, as if an airburst general impact surface rumbled and spread, the tremor spread along the ground, dust flew, debris splattered. Countless grass clippings were uprooted, and the dirt and debris that was lifted and splattered by the two giant forces whooshed through the air. Shen Yuan and Hers flew out backwards one after another, and then their feet stomped on the ground. Their feet seemed to be rooted as if in the mud, until they did not go past their knees, which slowed down the momentum of the rush. The onlooker candidates were stunned when they saw this scene. These two, they're even. Trying one punch against each other, Chen Yuan was actually able to tie with Hers. Chen Yuan actually has the strength of the number one in the heavenly stairs as well? Good. Originally this university examination was a three-pronged situation between Manhwa, Hers, and Dongfang Shua, but now a Chen Yuan has popped up, so it's really ups and downs. The crowd was overwhelmed with emotion. From the results displayed in the punch just now, it was not difficult for them to see that Chen Yuan was surprisingly not inferior to Hers in the slightest by half. The strength is really horrible. However, Xianxiu suddenly jumped out and shouted at the top of his voice, "At the loss of your strength, you guys are still stronger than me, but I didn't expect that your vision would be so narrow. My boss, Chen Yuan, uses a sword, but Hers is a boxing cultivator. And with dark energy gloves. If this can be called a tie, I can have a tie with you guys too." The crowd sniffed and suddenly woke up in general. Yeah. They had only focused on the powerhouse itself, and in turn had ignored both. Chen Yuan and Hurls fought against each other in what appeared to be a tie, but in reality, they had the upper hand. What are you guys babbling about? It's just a test run, neither side is putting out their full strength. What can this tell? Hulse's teammate immediately retorted. They didn't believe that their boss would lose, it was the number one on their Mocha Stars ladder, how could they lose to a nobody? Then they looked to their boss, Hers, only to see Hers with his hands behind his back, silent. "Boss, give the word." The teammate voiced out. Hers shook his head and refused. "There's no need to fight to the death here, I don't have just one opponent in Chen Yuan." At this moment, Hers had to admit that Chen Yuan was qualified to be his opponent. Although he was surprised by Chen Yuan's strength, Hers didn't think he would lose, as his teammate had said, it was just a sparring session, not much could be seen. He still has many cards yet to use, who will win and who will lose at the end of the fight, is ultimately an unknown. Only there was no need for that, he and Chen Yuan lost both of them, and the ones who benefited were Mo Hua and Dongfang Shua instead. "Chen Yuan, I'll see you in the final round," Hurl said in a flat tone before addressing his teammates. "Let's go." Though a bit reluctant, Hers teammates knew their priorities and quickly followed Hers out of the area. Xianxiu held back the joy in his heart and came to Chen Yuan's side, excitedly saying, "Boss Chen Yuan, that's Hells. The number one on the heavenly ladder of Mocha Star. You're actually able to be neck and neck with him, our blue-white star actually has an expert of this level." Chen Yuan ignored Xianxiu's boasting,
he just looked at herself departing back and thought silently in his heart. Rather underestimated him somewhat. Hers has a personality that is the polar opposite of his appearance, steady, cautious, and mindful of the big picture. Originally, Chen Yuan thought that hers would fight against him and fight to the death to determine the final winner. It turned out that Hulse actually backed off of his own accord. Unfortunately, with this retreat, you lost that 1% chance to win against me. A faint smile appeared on Chen Yuan's face. After this battle, by using herself's fame, his plan was finally perfect. Chapter 53 Metamorphosis. Just as Chen Yuan thought, although he and Hulse had only tested each other, it was enough to make the crowd's trust in him rise a few points. Chen Yuan, I have a 9-leaf flower in my hand, is it okay to buy you a molecular chainsaw sword? I've got prickly rose berries here, so sell me these gloves. Not enough? Then how about adding 5 more vermilion fruits? Chen Yuan actually does not know much about weapons and equipment, but he does not understand. Zhenxiu understands. Zhenxiu is responsible for setting the price. Chen Yuan moderate and buyers to cut the price, just need to ensure that the sale is on the line. But in a while, a bunch of weapons and equipment were sold out. Chen Yuan, on the other hand, had harvested a bunch of cultivation materials, and in front of the crowd, he swallowed the cultivation materials one bite at a time, but in reality, he secretly converted them into lifespan. But the others don't know that. They only saw Chen Yuan as if he was a hungry beast with a bottomless pit, unexpectedly swallowing a large pile of cultivation materials in its entirety. What's the situation with this Chen Yuan? With so many cultivation materials, he doesn't even need to digest them? Swallowed it all in one bite? Isn't the main thing that he hasn't exploded his body yet? So much energy hoarded in the body all at once, wouldn't this just explode? Is it hard to believe that this is another special physique? Perhaps this is the reason why Chen Yuan is so strong? In the interstellar context, there are countless special physiques of all kinds, but most of them are useless physiques or even harmful, and only a few of them can shine in specialized fields. Chen Yuan's behavior of devouring cultivation resources in such a reckless manner, if it wasn't for his special physique, he would have burst into flames long ago. This also made the crowd understand why Chen Yuan kept emphasizing on cultivation resources. And what Chen Yuan wanted was this kind of effect. His strength had risen too quickly to be hidden, so he might as well take the initiative to expose it and let others find reasons for him. Don't ask. To ask is to have a special constitution. What kind of special physique are you asking about? I don't know. I was born with it. Chen Yuan understood that as long as he could show his value, then there would be people who would defend him, and that would be enough. At this time, someone suddenly spoke out and asked, Chen Yuan, that thing about deciding the final ranking, does it count? Chen Yuan looked at the person who asked the question. Surprisingly, they were still 2 acquaintances, the twin brothers who had fought with Qianxiu before. Moxin and Mosul. At this time, his brother Mo Sang came to Chen Yuan carrying a small bag, and it was him who had just asked the question. Of course it counts. How many names do you want? Tell me. Chen Yuan nodded his head and smiled. Finally someone had come to him to buy rankings. I'd like to buy about 1,000 names, is that okay? Moxin cautiously returned. In the end, there were only 3,000 admissions, and he was content to get a ranking of around 1,000. After all, if they didn't rely on Chen Yuan, he and his own brother might not even be able to enter the final round. I'll just be 1 place below my brother. Mo Sulfur stated sharply. Chen Yuan looked at the backpacks that the 2 brothers had brought with them, which were filled with cultivation supplies, but the combined transformed lifespan wasn't much, around 20 years of lifespan. Originally, this point was not enough, but considering the first customers of these 2 brothers, it is better to get some incentives. So Chen Yuan nodded and agreed. 1,000th place is fine, right? Go join the group behind you, don't be afraid of someone eliminating you. Chen Yuan was followed by a group of candidates who were weaker but wanted to enter the final round yet, almost 100 people. Because of Chen Yuan, basically no one dared to take a shot at them. At the same time, Chen Yuan looked towards the group of onlooker candidates who had been watching the show and hadn't put up a fight. Their strength was good and they basically had no problem entering the final round. There is no such thing as day or night in this continent, and although there is no stellar sun, it is always in a state of abundant light. Chen Yuan estimated that it had been almost 2 days since they had descended to this continent. Most of the candidates had already been eliminated, and the remaining candidates were either not weak or had a bit of an undercurrent hidden away, and there were no fillers. It should be another day, the 3rd, before the continental plate will be left with less than a small county at its last extent. At that time, it will be the final round.
I'll say at first, buying rankings now, and buying rankings at the end, the price can be very different. If you want to occupy a good ranking, you'd better be proactive now.
Chen Yuan's voice did not have too many ups and downs, echoing continuously in the middle of these woods. As his voice fell, an unexpected number of candidates came looking for him to buy rankings, ranging from 100 to 2,000.
This was the result of Chen Yuan forcing hers to make a move. After this battle, Chen Yuan's strength was affirmed, and even if they didn't believe that he could decide the final rankings, they would more or less hold the mentality of giving it a try and come to Chen Yuan to try it out. A loss is not much of a loss, but a gain is a big gain. It's similar to buying a lottery ticket off the top of your head. As for those who didn't buy the rankings, Chen Yuan didn't make things difficult for these people, and they would definitely have to spit them out in the final round anyway. He has all the patience in the world. So far, with the help of the combined efforts of all the people, Chen Yuan's life expectancy soared. From the original 200 years, it was the first time to break through the 1,000-year mark. A full 1,000 years of life. Name, Chen Yuan. Martial arts, enlightenment realm. Lifespan, 1,000 years. Martial arts. Metamagnetic vomiting 361. Mixed elements dragon elephant true technique first level. Anodized thunder blade first grade realm of transformation. Taotai immobility first grade realm of transformation.
With my strength nowadays, it's not true that I can defeat hers, but even if I do, I'll most likely suffer some injuries. What's more, if I want to control the whole situation and arbitrarily decide the final rankings, my opponents are bound to be more than just one hells. There are also Dongfang Shua and Manhwa, and even more experts.
So it's time to move on to Kryptonite.
Chen Yuan had long since made a decision in his mind, and immediately had no distractions.
Unico, Kryptonite. Hybrid dragon elephant true technique. Second layer. Derivation, begin.
100 years have passed, and the progress of the mixed dragon elephant true technique has been slow, but you are not worried, for you know well that this martial art is most concerned with gradual progress, and there is no so-called bottled realm of difficulty to speak of, and as long as one makes an effort one will be able to see the results. In the 300 years, the progress of the mixed dragon elephant true skill is barely halfway through. The 500th year, cultivating the mixed elements dragon elephant true technique takes much more time than you think, and you realize why even a heavenly pride like the dragon elephant martial god laments that this technique is difficult. Difficult. In the 700 years, every year you have been able to make a tiny bit of progress, although it has taken a long time, and you finally feel that the second layer of the mixed elements dragon elephant true technique is about to be perfected. Year 750. The second layer of the mixed elements dragon elephant true skill, complete. Derivation, complete. No one knew, but in a matter of moments, Chen Yuan's strength had once again undergone a sea change. Chapter 50 for the fans who turned their faces. One person defeated the joint efforts of 5 top 10 experts of the Heavenly Stairs. At this time, Dongfang Shua has no rivals in the Western Desert, and after this battle, Dongfang Shua's forces have once again added several experts. Dongfang Shua has an extremely strong personality, and at this moment, he has already gathered 20 of the top 30 good fighters on the ladder, so he is bound to be preparing for the final round, when a shocking battle will surely break out. And all this time, Dongfang Shua hasn't used that piece of equipment, which means he's still at ease with it, and lifting this bottom card at the time of the duel will definitely catch the others off guard. Chen Yanni is passionately narrating the perspective of Dongfang Shua, and the program is very good. Dongfang Shua was not only extremely strong himself, but also enlisted many experts, and just now he even relied on a big gamble, defeating 5 experts in 30 moves, adding 5 more tough generals to his forces. Sure enough, it's still Dongfang Shua who is popular with the fans. Chen Yanni thought in his mind. Then a starship lit up his eyes again, along with a 3-word message. Replacement of Chen Yuan. At first glance, Chen Yan thought it was the boss of the Wolf of the Shimmering Star again. It turned out to be another unseen big boss. The name of this boss is Big Boss. Not only that, Chen Yanni suddenly realized that there were a lot more fans who wanted to see Chen Yuan in his live room, and many of them were also his 10-year-old fans, all of whom were authentic blue and white star people. Why don't they all look at the Orientals anymore? Chen Yan didn't understand once he thought about it. Shouldn't they all like to see the strongest ladder first? When he broadcast Chen Yuan before, his popularity had dropped quite a bit. Why did these fans suddenly change their faces now? It's so hard to serve. Chen Yanni was a bit tired, but still immediately flicked to Chen Yuan's perspective. It's not a bad way to make money. Chen Yuan actually met hers?
Looking at their situation, the two seem to have a conflict. That's not good. Unexpectedly, as soon as Chen Yanni had just turned to Chen Yuan's perspective, he realized that the atmosphere was not right. Chen Yuan actually messed with hers? As you can see, Chen Yuan said one thing, and as a result, Hurls actually got angry, and Hurls went on. Chen Yuan is too impulsive. Hells and Chen Yuan fought to a draw? Nope. Hells is a boxing practitioner and wears dark energy gloves, how can it be a draw? Chen Nian's eyes glazed over, never expecting this outcome. He hurriedly looked at the live broadcast room. At this time the live broadcast room, Chen Yuan awesome pop-up screen crazy brush screen, clamoring to see Dongfang show a pop-up screen has been squeezed to the side, not many people pay attention to. It was also through the fans in the live broadcast that Chen Yanni roughly understood what was going on. Chen Yuan is actually this strong? It's strong enough to rival the number one on the heavenly ladder. Chen Yanni was instantly excited. This is the kind of explosion that fans like to see. How could a ladder number one like Dongfang Shua have the same programmatic effect as a halfway dark horse like Chen Yuan? At this time, even if there is no boss to brush the gift, Chen Yanni made up his mind. This time the university examination, he is going to keep broadcasting Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan kept moving towards the final round. Behind him, he was followed by more than 100 people, a mixed bag of people from the Black Shattered Star, the Mocha Star, and the Blue and White Star. People who were originally destined to be rivals were talking and laughing at this time, without the slightest hint of a university examination. If an uninformed person saw it, I'm afraid they would be shocked and wonder why the group didn't get into a fight. The greenery that belonged to the southern border continued to decrease in the process as Chen Yuan moved forward. The temperature began to gradually decrease, and the breeze began to be mixed with a faint coolness as well as a slight whistling. The shrinking circle is not centered on this continent, and the edge of the continent is collapsing at an even rate. The East Sea, the South Border, the West Desert, and the North Plains, each of which could be the final round. But in this case, it seems that the final round should be the Northern Plains zone. Chen Yuan silently estimated in his heart. At the same time, he couldn't help but think of Wang Qianjun. At the time of the force field pull, Wang Qianjun's landing point was located next door in the East Sea, so by all rights he should have rendezvoused with me. After not seeing anyone else for so long, it looks like the odds are stacked against it. Wang Qianjun's strength was just barely medium among all the candidates, and now that he was nearing the final round, being eliminated was not unusual. Although Chen Yuan promised the principal that he would take care of Wang Qianjun in the middle of the university examination in an appropriate amount. But the two of them couldn't even converge, and Chen Yuan had nowhere to use his power, so he could only hope that Wang Qianjun was hiding somewhere and hadn't been eliminated yet. And in the midst of his journey to the final round, the plan he had been planning for so long before was slowly gaining momentum at the moment. One after another, candidates approached Chen Yuan, expecting to bail out of the final round, or to buy rankings. Chen Yuan didn't refuse, accepting all of them, and the number of people behind him grew. From 100 people out of the beginning, they had now crossed 200 and were approaching towards 300. Gathering sand into towers, accumulating water into an abyss. Even if each person was only provided with one vermilion fruit, it would be enough to transform Chen Yuan's into a lifespan of hundreds of years. That's exactly what actually happened. Chen Yuan's lifespan at the moment had risen from the beginning of 250 years to 800 years once again. And this is not the limit, there are still people constantly joining the group behind Chen Yuan, a huge piece of candidates, just looks like a lot of people, no one dares to take action against them. If you look down on the whole situation, you can see that at this point in time, the southern border survives the largest number of candidates. Because the other three regions, all of them are constantly fighting for elimination points, and people are being eliminated from the tournament every moment. Only in the southern border, where Chen Yuan was located, most of the weak candidates took the initiative to approach Chen Yuan, requesting to be guaranteed a place in the final round. A bunch of people gathered together. Not only did they not fight, but instead they were laughing and chatting, looking extremely weird. You can't count on these guys though, I'm only in a mercenary relationship with them, something could happen at any time. It's okay to play a smooth game, but if I show a slight decline, this group will inevitably disintegrate internally first and become a mess. Chen Yuan thought silently in his heart. This was the reason why the other few ladder firsts didn't cast a wide net to pull in candidates. A group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals casually send an expert to rush, instantly will be beaten back, seemingly crowded, but in fact, the same as paper mache, frail. If Chen Yuan doesn't fall, everything is fine. As soon as Chen Yuan was defeated, the tree immediately toppled from a sinking ship. Buzz. Everyone looked up into the sky. The last of the force field airdrops began to drop at this time. Shen Yuan looked to the sky, and within his field of vision, 2 force field airdrops slowly descended, one near and one far. Shen Xiu, you take them to the closer force field drop, I'll take care of the far one. Chen Yuan instructed Qian Xiu. In the eyes of the others, Qian Xiu and Chen Yuan had the closest relationship, and all of them were currently looking at Chen Yuan's face and acquiescing to Qian Xiu's position. A couple hundred people grabbing a force field airdrop shouldn't be a problem. For the force field airdrop at the far point, Chen Yuan planned to go alone. After all, the distance was too far and he needed to get there as early as possible so that he wouldn't be shortchanged by others. Okay, I'm sure I'll give Brother Slugger a good job. Qian Xiu gave a thumbs up and led a group of people in a vocal run to the closer force field drop. Chen Yuan, on the other hand, was alone and sped towards the faraway stance airdrop alone. Chapter 55 Wang Qianjun's Bad Adventure. Buzz. Wang Qianjun gasped for breath and looked up over his head while running. A force field airdrop was slowly landing not far from him. Another force field airdrop, but unfortunately with my strength even if I get to it, I won't be able to keep it after all. But it's possible to use this opportunity to get rid of the group of guys behind us and find time to meet up with Chen Yuan. I just don't know if he's been eliminated yet. Wang Qianjun sensed the qi and blood in his body and there was not much left. If he continued like this, he would inevitably not be able to escape the fate of being eliminated by those behind him. Behind Wang Qianjun, 7 people were chasing him like a cat and mouse. 3 of them were clearly Shang Wanji, Shen Songsheng, and Su Qingman. Wang Qianjun meets Shang Wanji, Shen Songsheng, and Su Qingman on his first day, and Shang Wanji presses him about Chen Yuan's whereabouts. Wang Qianjun wasn't stupid. Shang Wanji was coming on strong and clearly didn't have good intentions. He wouldn't tell Chen Yuan's location information to these 3 people directly anymore. So the 3 Shang Wanji surrounded Wang Qianjun, and finally Wang Qianjun forced his way out at the cost of minor injuries. In the back, in order to avoid the search of Shang Wanji and the others, and to recuperate in the meantime, Wang Qianjun dug a hole in the ground and hid. Then he waited until the shrinking circle was approaching, and only then did Wang Qianjun have to come out again, and as a result, his luck was really bad, and he once again met Shang Wanji and the others. This time there were more than just the 3 Shang Wanji, there were 4 more people. The leader of them, Wang Qianjun recognized, was the 330th ranked expert of the Blue and White Star Heavenly Ladder Wan Qinglai. How can this be a Brother Wan? It's a force field airdrop. Wang Qianjun is heading that way too. Shang Wanji warned out loud. Trying to disrupt the situation by force field airdrops and take the opportunity to escape? That's a beautiful thought. Wan Qinglai saw through Wang Qianjun's thoughts at a glance. Force field airdrops are supplies that almost every candidate tries their best to compete for, and there is no shortage of key equipment that can make the difference between winning and losing. As long as they encountered it, most of the candidates were bound to try to obtain it, even if he was no exception. Alright, everyone stop playing, especially Shang Wanji. Wan Qinglai's tone was a bit impatient, that what's-his-name Chen Yuan might have been eliminated a long time ago, and Wang Qianjun isn't much use anymore. Shang Wanji's elimination score is still a little bit short. Eliminating Wang Qianjun is almost enough, otherwise when we enter the final round, even I will have trouble protecting myself, and I don't have the time to protect a few of you. Brother Wan, you have received money. Shang Wanji was a bit unconvinced. He was still ready to seek revenge on Chen Yuan. Wan Qinglai glared at Shang Wanji. I'm charging you Shangwan family's money, and the only thing I promised your father was to help you get into the university. As for what Chen Yuan, I'll naturally help you if I'm in a good mood, but what time is it now that I'm still in the mood to play cat and mouse? If you don't want to go to college, then whatever. Anyway, I won't return anything I received from your Shangwan family. Shang Wanji didn't dare to say more and acquiesced to Wan Qinglai's statement. Stop hiding and explode to full speed before the force field airdrops get a head start. Wan Qinglai shouted violently, his speed surging by a large margin. Seeing this, the rest of the people also puffed up their qi and blood with all their might, trying their best to increase their speed to keep up with Wan Qinglai. Wang Qianjun turned back and looked at Wan Qinglai and the others who were getting closer and closer to him. A few moments of anxiety flashed across his face. He didn't have much chakra left, and it was only a matter of time before he was caught up. Meanwhile, Wang Qianjun observed the force field airdrop in the sky. It was not far away from him, and even by the time he got there, the force field airdrop might not even have landed yet. I also don't know if the force field airdrop can attract the attention of Wan Qinglai and the others, otherwise I might only be able to advance as far as here. Wang Qianjun was quite unwilling in his heart, but did not blame anyone. In the end, it was just a lack of strength. With over 6,000 names on the ladder,
the chances of getting into college were already low. Test is naturally an unexpected joy, but the test is not reasonable. Wang Qianjun can only comfort himself and learn to accept. It was because he detected the group of strong auras hidden around him, each of which was by no means weaker than him. There were few even stronger than him. Sure enough, none of those who managed to survive until now are any good. Thoughts flashed through Wan Qinglai's mind. Let Shang Wanji eliminate Wang Qianjun first and gather enough elimination points. As for the force field airdrop, forget about it if you really can't get it. It's important to make the final round. Wang Qianjun was a bit desperate. There were wolves in front of him and tigers behind him. This was the end of the line for him. The force field airdrop is still floating slowly in mid-air, just waiting for the moment it hits the ground, and the battle will be on. And Wan Qinglai couldn't wait that long. His eyes fell on Shen Songsheng and Su Qingman. Late is late, don't waste time, you two go help Shang Wanji eliminate Wang Qianjun. Good. Shen Songsheng and Su Qingman nodded. Shang Wanji couldn't care less about Chen Yuan's news at the moment. It was still important to get the elimination points first. Finally. I didn't expect that the one who eliminated himself in the end would be a classmate from the same school. It's really a bit ironic. Wang Qianjun took a deep breath and prepared to fight to the death. Then, a voice suddenly rang out, causing Wang Qianjun to be startled. When did this person approach him? Wang Qianjun, I thought you were eliminated. I can't explain it to the principal. Chen Yuan. Wang Qianjun was stunned and then surprised. Chapter 56, Silence. Chen Yuan. Why are you here? Wang Qianjun was surprised in his heart that Chen Yuan hadn't been eliminated yet. Treading through iron shoes and finding no place, it takes no effort to get there, Chen Yuan. Even more excited than Wang Qianjun was Shang Wanji, who was gritting his teeth. Originally thinking that Chen Yuan had been eliminated by the others a long time ago, but it turned out that he had now taken the initiative to appear in front of his eyes, and being able to take revenge with his own hands, how could Shang Wanji not be excited? Thanks to Chen Yuan, he was quite injured after the heavenly staircase battle, and even now he still vaguely felt a sense of tightness in his chest. If it wasn't for the fact that the family had spent a great deal of money to bring in a famous doctor, he wouldn't even be able to hope for a university examination. All of this was caused by Chen Yuan. I told you why Wang Qianjun delayed coming to join me. It seems it's all because of you people. Chen Yuan swept his gaze over the surrounding crowd, and in his heart, he instantly understood. Shang Wanji and the others would inevitably find trouble with him in the university examination, something Chen Yuan had in his heart like a clear mirror. But I didn't expect that as a student of the same Mountain City No. 1 middle school. Obviously Wang Qianjun hadn't messed with Shang Wanji and the others, and was tragically implicated simply because he had a little relationship with himself. Chen Yuan, be more careful. Shang Wanji in their head is Wan Qinglai, a master of over 300 in the heavenly stairs. Wang Qianjun is not stupid, he can hold out until now all because either he is hiding or hiding. Chen Yuan wasn't like someone who had been meticulous, able to survive until now without being eliminated by others. Obviously the strength wasn't the same as what he had shown in Mountain City No. 1 middle school. Moreover, Wang Qianjun recalled the reminder that the principal had given him the day before he boarded the ship, and it was obvious that he had already seen Chen Yuan's extraordinary nature. So nowadays, he was only slightly reminding Chen Yuan, lest Chen Yuan take the enemy lightly. 300 plus on the ladder. Thanks for the reminder. Chen Yuan nodded, then looked at the force field airdrop above his head. There should still be about half a minute before it landed. On the other side, although Shang Wanji was excited because of Chen Yuan, he was equally not stupid. Chen Yuan alone was able to last until now. He was bound to be no weakling. Brother Wan, this man is the Chen Yuan I mentioned before. So Shang Wanji twisted his head to look at Wan Qinglai, hoping to get help from the other party. Wan Qinglai was an expert of the 330 place of the heavenly ladder, and with Wan Qinglai's hand, he would definitely be able to help him avenge his death. It's just a pity that with a strong field protection, at most, you can only get a serious injury. Shang Wanji secretly hated in his heart. However, out of Shang Wanji's expectation, Wan Qinglai simply ignored him and instead took a few steps forward, arching his hand towards Chen Yuan. I didn't realize this one was a friend of my brother's, but it's good to see that nothing went terribly wrong, and now that the force field drop is about to land, why don't we just leave it at that? We're all from the blue and white planet. If the brothers are willing, we can even team up to compete for the force field airdrops and split the supplies inside in half. How about that? Wan Qinglai saw through it. This Chen Yuan who had suddenly appeared was obviously not simple. There was no need for him to offend this person for the sake of a Shang Wanji. Moreover, when he took the Shangwan family's money, all he promised was to help Shang Wanji get into university.
but he didn't promise to help Shang Wanji deal with someone.
If he was in a good mood and things weren't too difficult, he naturally didn't begrudge him his hand. But the situation is a mess at the moment. The unknown strength of Chen Yuan, the force field airdrop that was about to fall to the ground, and the many masters who were eyeing and hiding in the shadows. Wan Qinglai opted for a more stable approach.
Brother Wan. Shang Wanji sniffed and became anxious. Be quiet.
Wan Qinglai glared at him impatiently. If he hadn't received the money, he would have eliminated this annoying male with a slap. Chen Yuan was a bit surprised. He didn't expect that there were quite a lot of smart people. But he wasn't interested in beating around the bush with smart people, so he pointed towards Shang Wanji's side. You can't leave if you hurt my friend.
Wan Qinglai glanced at Shang Wanji and finally gritted his teeth. Shang Wanji is all yours.
Afterward, we will not interfere with each other.
Shang Wanji's expression was stifled. Not expecting to be instantly abandoned, he yelled at once.
Surname Wan, you took money from my old man. If you dare to touch me, my old man will never let you go.
Wan Qinglai didn't pay attention to Shang Wanji. The Shangwan family was just an indigenous power of the blue and white planet, so it was fine to offend.
And the situation was compelling, and there was nothing he could do about it. Chen Yuan shook his head. You seem to have misunderstood. I am not talking about Shang Wanji alone. Shen Songsheng and Su Qingman are also included. As a student of Mountain City No. 1 High School, the university examination took a shot at fellow student Wang Qianjun, and I have to help the school clean up its act.
You're pressing for a conversation?
Wan Qinglai's face was blue. A Shang Wanji, even if, after all, it was Shang Wanji and Chen Yuan who had a grudge in the first place. But if both Shen Songsheng and Su Qingman were to be abandoned by him, then he would offend three forces at the same time, and even he could not carry it off.
Didn't want to talk to you in the first place, just teasing you.
Chen Yuan let out a faint smile. Don't think I can't see that you're deliberately stalling for time, wanting to wait for the force field airdrop to fall and fish in troubled waters? Wan Qinglai's face instantly regained its calmness when he was exposed, as if his previous irritation had never appeared.
Shen Yuan, you're a little late in realizing this.
Knock. The force field airdrop came crashing down, smashing between the two men and splattering them with a cascade of dirt. Ha! The force field airdrops are falling, and it's not up to you to mess up the situation.
Wan Qinglai laughed out loud.
After waiting a few seconds, however, there was silence all around.
Ha ha!
Ha! The scene where he expected many experts to come together to grab the force field airdrop did not happen, and those experts who were hidden in the shadows before seemed to have silenced at this moment.
Sound of escaping laughter.
Chen Yuan walked forward and opened the force field airdrop in front of Wan Qinglai. With a cold mist spraying out, a long box popped out, and a long knife about 1.2 meters in length, resembling a tanged sword, lay quietly in the box.
Power mech saw blade. Wang Qianjun came forward and whispered.
Shen Yuan gripped the hilt of the blade and exerted a little force. The blade actually trembled slightly, and the blade seemed to buzz and vibrate with countless dense serrated teeth that were invisible to the naked eye. And along with the continued increase in his power, the vibration became more and more intense, and even began to emit a shocking heat outwards. The blade was even whiter and whiter, as if it was a layer of untainted white snow, but it revealed a terrifying burning sensation. Wan Qinglai was getting more and more confused.
Hiding in the shadows, don't you guys want this force field airdrop? That's a power-armored saw blade. Enough to cut through the protection of a forged martial artist, a great killing weapon to determine victory or defeat. Wouldn't anyone want it?
As long as you team up with me to deal with Chen Yuan, I'll absolutely give it all to you after it's done, and I won't take a single cent. Wan Qinglai's heart sank with every shout he made around him. What would deter this group of people hiding in the shadows, with strength equal to or even greater than his, from grabbing the force field airdrop?
That's when there is an absolute powerhouse.
Strong enough to make one extinguish the desire of ambition in one's heart by oneself. Wan Qinglai looked towards Chen Yuan, who was testing the power-armored saw blade, and his eyes changed drastically as he instantly sorted out a terrifying fact in his mind. Why is it that the people who were previously stupid enough to just wait for the force field airdrop to land and open up the scramble aren't doing anything about it at this point? Because they were all afraid of Chen Yuan.
Chapter 57, The Eve of the Decisive Battle.
Brother Wan, what's the point of wasting words with him? They're only 2 people, but we're 7.
Together, we can exhaust them.
Shang Wanji didn't think too much about it, since he was sure that Wan Qinglai had no intention of abandoning him. He would take his revenge first. Wan Qinglai's eyes twitched at the corners of his eyes when he heard Shang Wanji's words. He was now in a dilemma, neither advancing nor retreating, frozen in place for a while. At that moment, several voices suddenly sounded in the distance.
Brother Slugger, we're here to pick up the force field airdrop. Boss Chen Yuan, the force field airdrop has arrived. We haven't dared to open it at all, just waiting for you to do it. Boss, my brother told me to ask you what's in your force field drop?
Money Show, Carl the Blonde, and his twin brother, Mo Sulphur, leapt out successively.
Shen Xiu is also holding a force field airdrop in his arms. Then, in the shocked gazes of Shang Guanji and the others, more and more people walked out, gradually surrounding them. So many people? Isn't that Li Changming, who's ranked over 200 on the Blue and White Star's heavenly ladder? It's even stronger than Brother Wan. Why is he calling Boss Chen Yuan? It's not just the Blue White Star, there are also people from the Mocha Star and the Black Shattered Star. What's going on? Why are they all looking up to Chen Yuan?
Nearly 300 of them surrounded the 7 of them, and each one of them stared at them viciously as if they were hungry wolves.
Wang Xianjun was equally confused. How did Chen Yuan somehow become the boss of these hundreds of people?
He and Chen Yuan hadn't seen each other for only 2 days, so how could he feel so changed?
Dongfang Shua doesn't have that much face, does he? It looks as if there are more of me. Chen Yuan let out a light laugh and gestured a fingertip universe gesture. Brother Slammer, do these people have any conflicts with you?
Xianxiu rubbed his fists and was ready to show off.
Add me and my brother one.
Twin brother Moxon raised his hand in a gesture.
This is a good opportunity to perform in front of Chen Yuan.
Maybe this is the one time to make a move, and the final ranking will suddenly rise several hundred places. Even without that, 7 elimination points is a lot of points, and they'd like to try to get some. Chen Yuan had no intention of making a move, he didn't lack elimination points, and there were people who didn't use them, so why bother with the effort on his own?
It's not like there's anything to be gained. It's not like he's beating up people to gain longevity. Whichever one of you snatches it is on you.
Chen Yuan said indifferently, and thoughtfully looked at Shang Wanji, Shin Songshan, and Su Qingman.
The 3 of them beat up and stayed, and Wang Qianjun is still missing a bit of elimination points. Wan Qinglai's scalp tingled at his words. Big brother Chen Yuan, is there any room for discussion?
Nope. Chen Yuan was succinct. Wan Qinglai fell into despair as his qi and blood suddenly exploded, leaving his teammates behind and quickly storming back. In the next moment, hundreds of people rushed towards Wan Qinglai and Shang Guanji's 7 men. Hundreds of qi and blood fluctuations erupted at the same moment, and the scene was even spectacular. However, it had been going on for almost 3 minutes before this righteous group fight came to an end, and Wang Qianjun had picked up 3 heads for nothing. It's true that they're scattered, it took 3 minutes to fight 300 against 7, good thing we didn't expect them in the first place.
Shen Yuan silently watched the entire program and couldn't help but sigh in his heart.
300 people, with a few experts leading the way, even if the rest were all weaker candidates, it wouldn't take 3 minutes to finish off Wan Qinglai and the others. The truth was that this group of people were afraid of being used as backstops, and almost all of them refused to face Shan Wan Qinglai head-on, prioritizing protecting themselves. Grinding and dawdling, retreating at the first blow, and only utilizing 3 parts of his strength. Instead, it was Wan Qinglai and the others who fought with their backs to the wall, completely sacrificing their lives, almost really allowing him to break out of the siege and escape. Brother Slugger, it's settled. Xianxiu hemmed and hawed as he picked up a head, or a small master who was quite a bit stronger than him, adding a lot of elimination points this time.
What about force field airdrops? Chen Yuan asked. Boss Chen Yuan, I have the force field airdrop here. Carl trotted over holding the force field airdrop. Chen Yuan took the force field airdrop in his hand and opened it decisively. Sound of escaping laughter. Not the same as a power-armored saw blade, it's 2 things inside. One of the items was an old friend, a laser gun. Carl had one in his hand, and this one Chen Yuan directly threw to Wang Qianjun to use. Xian Xiu's eyes craved it. The other one was likewise an elixir. Chen Yuan didn't care what exactly it was, he directly stuffed it into his mouth and transformed it into a lifespan. At this point, his lifespan was once again back to 1,000 years. This is the gold content of the university examination. Chen Yuan's gains in these few days are worth dozens of times, or even 100 times in the past. CHCH check, Brother Slugger, that's a 3rd-grade bloodstorm pill. Taking it can temporarily double your chi and blood, but you'll be weakened for about a month after using it. Save it for the final round, it can definitely be used as a base card. Xianxiu was so anxious that he stomped his feet. Is the blood-storming pill that can be eaten indiscriminately? However, Chen Yuan's expression did not change much after hearing this, and he only slightly nodded towards Xianxiu, signaling that he understood.
After waiting for a while, Shen Shou realized that Chen Yuan surprisingly did not act like a chi and blood riot. It looks like Brother Slammer's physique is indeed special. It seems to be able to consume all the pills and cultivation materials directly for strength enhancement. This kind of easy-to-absorb energy physique, I know of no less than 100 kinds, and I don't know which kind Brother Slugger is. After the university examination I would like to find my grandfather to check. Xian Xiu had already guessed that Chen Yuan's physique was special, and at this time, seeing that Stormblood had not been effective, it further confirmed his guess. Chen Yuan didn't care if others saw it or not, or that was originally the effect he wanted. He wouldn't explain it, but there was always someone to explain it for him. Rumble. The crowd looked behind them, where the bordering soil was rapidly collapsing, leaving only the silence and darkness of deep cosmic space. It's time for the final round. Chen Yuan's gaze is ghostly, that is the battlefield he is most looking forward to. Before that, it is just some small fights. South of the border. The final round is finally here. Chen Yuan, a battle of all means, let's see which of us is stronger. Hers took a deep breath, feeling the piercing chill rush down his throat and into his lungs, his mind cleared of gloom. Ever since he had taken the initiative to back down, there had been rumors circulating in the southern borderlands that he was inferior to Chen Yuan. Even his teammates behind him seemed to have this suspicion, but they just didn't ask explicitly for fear of his face. Cheer up. I'll show you what a true Machin lion is. Hurls let out a long whistle to the sky, and his teammates sniffed and their spirits were lifted, once again having confidence in their boss, Hurls. Western Desert. Dongfang Shuo led 28 people, each of whom was at least a top 100, or even top 50 expert on the heavenly stairs, with the blue and white star having the most people, and the mocha star and black shattered star having only a handful of people. Let's all work together, as long as we can beat Hells and Merwa. I'm not short on elimination points, they're all for everyone in the room. Dongfang Shuo encouraged once more. Yes. The crowd responded. With this group of helpers and that weapon, I'm bound to be number one in the university examination this time. Oriental Shuo thought with great bravado. East China Sea. Manhwa stepped out onto the snow alone, and a palm-sized sea serpent burrowed out of his long sleeve. As if the weather was too cold, the sea serpent whooshed back into its long sleeves. I don't lack elimination points, so you guys leave me alone and I won't do anything to you. Feeling the East Sea candidates all around him who were avoiding him, Manhwa said indifferently. In the next moment, the candidates fled in all directions with a roar. The final round, it looks like it's just fans of the live stream, now we've finally come to the best part of Battle Royale, the final round. This time the final round was surprisingly snowy mountains. There's no sense of atmosphere. Originally I thought the final would be a three-way battle between Dongfang Shuo and Manhwa and hers, but I didn't expect Shen Yuan to step in and turn it into a four-way battle. As you can see, Shen Yuan's forces have the most people, nearly 300 people. Just looking at it is a great momentum, although it's not useful, but it can also raise the momentum. Now, let's watch the final in peace. Let's see who is the true number one in this university examination. Chen Nianyi slowly explained. At this time in his perspective, Chen Yuan, with a crow's nest of several hundred people, had already stepped into the snow and sped towards the majestic snowy mountains. Rustle. The feet stepped in the thick snow, leaving a series of footprints. Snowy mountain. Rather a good place for a final. Shen Yuan exhaled a mouthful of white air and looked up as the silhouette of a snowy mountain slowly appeared in front of him. The rolling snow-covered mountains were white under the light, and even emitted a faintly dazzling golden rim that was very bright. Whether it's an island, a desert, or a jungle, the location of the duel doesn't have much effect on the outcome of the duel. Even a martial artist at the 9th level of the blood transformation realm, taking out the vacuum, magma. These kinds of extreme environments, they could still achieve basic cold and heat, not to mention the fact that the candidates were all Enlightenment realm martial artists. If one could break through the body forging realm and achieve a small golden body, one could even survive for a short time in the cosmic space with a terrifyingly tenacious life force. The strong people from the East Sea, West Desert, and North Plains who had survived were all looking at these several hundred people in astonishment at the moment. What's wrong with this group of people? Is it hard to think that a few hundred weaklings united together can beat us? Who's the guy leading? I thought it was one of Dongfang Shuo, Hirsch, or Manhwa who made such a big show, but this guy in the lead hasn't been seen before. Looking at the costume, it seems to be a blue-white star person. He pulled together so many people by himself? Trying to occupy a party with the number of people is a bit too much to underestimate us. Whether it's strong or weak, they see it clearly. There were strong people among these hundreds, but the number was too small, only about 1 or 2, and the rest were all weak, literally hundreds of walking elimination score packets. They had only met such weak opponents when the university examination had just begun, and they could easily get elimination points. In the later stages of the game, especially once you get to the final round at this point, none of them are safe. You want to eliminate people for elimination points, and they still want to use you as an elimination point. Brother Slugger, why do I feel as if these people are trying to eat us? Xianxiu's heart trembled a little. Picking out any random person in the final round could easily take him down. You read it right, they just want to eat you all. Chen Yuan said unapologetically. Boss Chen Yuan, we've paid the protection fee, you have to protect us. Mo Sang sniffed and hurriedly came over to Chen Yuan's side, and in the process dragged his brother, who was looking left and right, over. Boom! Just as they were talking, 3 silhouettes roared out from the snow under their feet, and the snowflakes in the sky were like harsh and extreme darts, whooshing and shooting towards Chen Yuan. Haha, you guys with heart but no guts, we, the 3 Snowplains brothers, will take these elimination points. Amidst the countless shooting snowflakes, the figures of the 3 Snowplains brothers were dissipated in the snowflakes, and their stealthy efforts were extremely skillful. It's the 3 Snowplains brothers from Mocha Star, all 3 of them are experts in the top 100 of Mocha Star's heavenly ladder. Growing up in the extreme north of Mocha Star, the Snowplains is the region they specialize in the most. The 3 of them are so close that when they join forces, even the top 10 candidates on the heavenly stairs will have to avoid the front for a while. Mo Sang from the planet Mocha instantly recognized it and hurriedly explained. Facing countless snow darts at the same time, Mo Sang brought his own brother to quickly dodge in advance. Xianxiu also changed his face and followed Mo Sang to dodge in synchronization, the snow dart he could not catch. The candidates who were still watching in the dark, at this time, pounded their feet and sighed secretly that they had been seized by the 3 Snowplains brothers. With this handful of snow dart tactics, it was easy to eliminate dozens of weaklings. That's a lot of elimination points. Just in time, the chicken that killed the chicken to make an example of the monkey came up on its own. Chen Yuan did not panic and smiled faintly. The rushing qi and blood violently erupted from Chen Yuan's body, the amazing heat poured out, and the snowy ground under his feet with a radius of 50 meters was instantly turned into a large puddle of water. The snow darts shooting in the face are melting into crystal water droplets, and then instantly vaporized, turning into a dense white mist. In an instant, a large area of white aerosol that obscured the line of sight enveloped the top and bottom of the 4 directions, making it impossible for the crowd to see what was in it. Surprisingly, it's a peak enlightenment realm martial artist, it's a hard opponent. The wind is tight pulling and calling. Amidst the dense white mist, the bellowing voice of the snowplane boss came out. BZZZ. As the words fell, the blue arcs that covered the sky suddenly flickered in the white mist. In the next moment, along with a flash of horrifying blade light, the white mist that enveloped the 4 directions exploded and dissipated between heaven and earth. The crowd looked over, only to see that the 3 Snowplains brothers, who had previously clamored 4 elimination points to be returned to us, were now lying peacefully in the snow. All 3 had lost their movement, their skin charred black and faintly emitting a pungent smell of roasting meat. Buzz. 3 force fields came crashing down, hauling away the 3 Yukihara brothers who couldn't get up again. Who is this guy? Other than Dongfang Shua, there's even such a character in Blue White Star? Damn it, there's no information about this person at all in the intelligence. Didn't we say that the Blue and White Stars worth paying attention to are just the top 10 on the ladder? Then what's the situation with this person? The 3 Snowplains brothers were defeated just like that? In the midst of the snow, which is what the 3 brothers are best at, they were defeated by a single slash. However, with the power of a single blade, the 3 Snowplains brothers of Mocha Star's formidable reputation were eliminated by all means. Such an astonishing performance made the others immediately dismiss the idea of making a move, and they even shied away, not daring to meet Chen Yuan's eyes. So far, the road ahead is clear. Chapter 59: The Battle of Snowy Mountain 2. Xianxiu, go to those people and inform them of my idea. The people Chen Yuan was talking about were naturally the group of experts who had broken into the final round by themselves. As for his idea, it was naturally the matter of relying on cultivation resources in exchange for exchanging for the final ranking. Brother Slugger, they're not going to make a sudden move on me, are they? Xianxiu was full of reluctance. He didn't have such strength as Chen Yuan, and he entered the final round because he relied on Chen Yuan's shelter, and as soon as someone else made a move, he dared to be eliminated immediately, without any fluke. What are you afraid of? Do you want to be in the top 20 in the final rankings? When this is done right, you're guaranteed top 20. And if you get eliminated, big deal, I'll just help you get revenge. Of course Chen Yuan knew that in order for a horse to run, it had to be fed. Well, brother Slugger, you keep an eye on it and bail out if you can. Xianxiu thought about it and agreed. Then he decisively ran off to communicate with the masters, though he stayed a little bit away, tugging on his voice to communicate with the others from a distance. The communication didn't go well, and most of the people listened to Qianxiu's words and scoffed at them, running towards the snowy mountains without turning their heads back. Only 6 people followed Qianxiu to Chen Yuan. Is it true what you said, that by handing over a certain amount of cultivation materials, you will be able to determine the final ranking of all of us? A blue-white planetarian inquired with a questioning tone. His name was Song Hao, 13th on the Blue and White Star Heavily ladder ranking. Song Hao and Chen Yuan were from the same blue and white planet, but he had never heard of Chen Yuan as a person. By all rights, someone who could solve the 3 Snowplane brothers with a single slash shouldn't be silent. Not bad, I said. Chen Yuan nodded confidently. Song Hao's tone did not budge in the slightest and continued to question. Do you know exactly what you mean by deciding the ranking of all people means the power to control the whole situation? Dongfang Shua, Hirsch, and Manhwa, which one of them is not a top-notch powerhouse? Can you still defeat the 3 of them? Of course I can. Chen Yuan probably understood the other party's meaning, so he opened the door and asked. Tell me, how can I be trusted? It's easy to make us believe you. Song Hao suddenly drew his sword and pointed it at Chen Yuan. Take my sword. As long as you can take a sword from me unharmed and without a weapon, we'll believe you. At the same time, the other 5 responded, take Song Hao's sword and we'll all trust you. Keep all the cultivation resources that we've kept so far and give them to you. Yes. Chen Yuan threw the power-armored sawblade to Qianxiu for safekeeping and answered confidently with his hands behind his back while saying, but you guys still need to be responsible for helping me publicize and pull more people to join me, how about that? Qianxiu was ultimately too weak, and it was difficult to convince people to let him lobby. Song Hao was different. The small group of 6 had people from all 3 planets, and being able to gain their trust, Song Hao's prestige and appeal was evident. Good point, take this sword from me, and before the duel, I'll pull at least 15 more people for you. Song Hao said as he struck a pose. Candidates who could survive to the final round on their own had far more cultivation resources in their hands than anyone else. 15 people were enough to outnumber the 100 behind Chen Yuan. Come on then. Exhale. Song Hao did not immediately make a move, the power of the whole body instead retracted into the body. At the moment it was like a boulder, ancient and unperturbed. Meteor Star Swordsman Song Hao. Wang Qianjun voiced out. It wasn't until the other party made a move that Wang Qianjun recognized the identity of the other party and whispered towards Chen Yuan. Meteor Star Swordsman Song Hao, 13th in the Heavenly Ladder. His most famous battle was relying on his stored-up Meteor Star Sword to shock Dongfang Shua and recuperate for a month. Be careful. In fact, without the need for Wang Qianjun to remind him, Chen Yuan could see that Song Hao was building up his momentum. This sword could not be used in a normal battle, or else it would be interrupted by an enemy's move before it could build up its momentum. However, there was no doubt that as long as there was time to build up momentum, the power of this sword would be terrifying. Song Hao's aura was climbing, and the snow pile around him was even hardened and compressed and lowered several times by the invisible aura. Chen Yuan, watch out. As the words fell, a shocking aura erupted like a volcano. Only a sword stabbed out, actually really let Chen Yuan feel the shocking feeling of a meteorite crashing down from the sky. But, that's all. The aura was just aura after all, not a true meteorite descending on the earth. Knock. Chen Yuan's right foot stepped down heavily. Hundreds of spectators actually only felt a slight tremor in the ground, and all of them had shocked faces. What power this is! Hybrid Dragon Elephant True Technique. 750 years of merit. Chen Yuan's 5 fingers of his palms were wide open, squeezing down towards his body one in front of the other, and the air was fleeing madly as if it was going to be crushed and exploded. Clank! A sword attacked like a meteor out of the sky, but it was pressed by Chen Yuan's long-awaited double palms empty-handed. The unstoppable meteor came to an abrupt end. Click! Song Hao's sword, shattered. I lost. Song Hao's face showed bitterness as he dropped the long sword in his hand that had long since shattered into several pieces, arching his hand in acknowledgement. Not a bad sword. Chen Yuan affirmed the sword. Without the tremendous power granted by the Mixed Dragon Elephant True Technique, he really wouldn't have been able to take it without injury. Song Hao let out a bitter smile. When he tried to defeat Dongfang Shua with this sword, he failed. And Chen Yuan was even more outrageous, catching this sword of his that had built up momentum with his empty hand without any injuries, and having at least one horizontal martial art of the first great realm of transformation on his body. There was also that sudden outburst of enormous power, which was even more terrifying. This made Song Hao willing to believe that Chen Yuan was far stronger than Dongfang Shua, and by a lot. When did Blue and White Star produce such a character again? Indeed, there are countless heavenly prides in the Star Alliance. One must not be complacent and should work even harder. Song Hao encouraged himself in his heart, then decisively brought his 5 teammates and handed over all the cultivation resources he had searched for along the way to Chen Yuan. And just as he had promised before, on the way to the snowy mountains, Song Hao had pulled in another 20 people for Chen Yuan, 5 more than he had previously agreed upon. Since entering the final round, Chen Yuan had only received a total of 26 people's cultivation resources. But life expectancy jumped by 600 years. This is the efficiency of the strong. At this moment, Chen Yuan's lifespan totaled 1,600 years. 1,600 years should be enough. Everything is ready. Chen Yuan led hundreds of people and slowly ascended to the top of the snowy mountain. At this time, on top of the mountain, all the remaining candidates from the entire continent had converged, and Chen Yuan, with a few hundred people, was definitely the most noticeable party. Chen Yuan, I will defeat you this time. Hells rose to his feet with a loud voice. He is Chen Yuan? I've never met him in the heavenly stairs, but to make herself so afraid, he must be extremely strong. Dongfang Shua thought darkly as he got up. The finals are here, finally we can have a good fight. Manhwa gave a valiant smile, and he was the only one who stood alone, holding his sword proudly. On the occasion of the finals, if they, the group of ladder firsts, didn't make the first move, then no one would dare to move. Chen Yuan took the power-armored saw blade that Qianxiu handed to him, and similarly went up alone to face the 3 heavenly ladder number 1s. How do you fight with 4 people? Manhwa was the first to break the silence. I'm fighting Chen Yuan. You guys aren't allowed to rob. Sparks erupted in all directions as Hell's fists collided. So I'll fight Manhwa? Dongfang Shua's eyes were like electricity, holding a gun and laughing. The gazes of the 3 fell on Chen Yuan in unison, but they saw that the power-armored saw blade in Chen Yuan's hand was already pointing at them as he laughed aloud. Why bother, the 3 of you can just go on together. Chapter 60 Battle of the Snowy Mountains 3. All 3 of you together. When these words came out, the whole audience was shocked. In an instant, everyone suspected that their ears were out of order. Had they heard it right? Chen Yuan actually wanted to take on 3? What does Brother Slugger mean? It's too windy, I kinda missed it. Boss Chen Yuan is going to take on 3 in 1? How could I have such a strange dream? Even Song Hao couldn't help but be stunned and stomped his feet anxiously. Obviously the odds of winning 1-on-1 are extremely high. Why would Chen Yuan do such a thankless thing? They would rather suspect that they had heard wrongly than believe that these words came from Chen Yuan's own mouth. However, Chen Yuan's next move left no room for disbelief. Because Chen Yuan actually took the lead. The 361 orifices were fully opened, the small perimeter heaven had been established, and the cultivation of the peak of the Enlightenment realm was unobtrusively displayed. Dense blue arcs of electricity suddenly emerged from Chen Yuan's body, covering the sky and the earth in an instant, covering 100 meters in a radius. The rushing qi and blood was like a devouring beast, lying dormant within Chen Yuan's body and still manifesting at this moment. Retreat! Retreat! Chen Xiu, Mo Sang and the others' faces changed drastically, greeting the 100 people behind them and hastily retreating. With just the arcs of electricity spreading out, if they didn't deal with it properly, they would instantly be eliminated with serious injuries and completely out of the game. It's an explosive trick for cleaning up stray fish. At this moment, the only experts who were in the top 100 of their respective planets' heavenly ladder were able to harden themselves against this current eruption and stay in place. However, there were always candidates who couldn't react and simply couldn't evacuate in time, and the moment they came into contact with the blue arc of electricity, they suddenly lost their ability to fight. A dozen invisible force fields descended one after another from the airborne motherships above, hauling the seriously injured out of the snowy mountains quickly. Chen Yuan, you have completely angered me. Hells roared up to the sky. Many of those who were seriously injured were under the hands of hers, some were sons and daughters of the family elders, and some were his brothers and friends who had lived and died with him. But the real reason for his anger came from Chen Yuan's scorn.
Hurls named his name and openly stated that he wanted to fight Chen Yuan one-on-one. As a result, Chen Yuan was presumptuous enough to challenge the three of them at the top of the celestial ladder. Doesn't that mean that he, hers alone, is completely inadequate? How could he not be angry? Chen Yuan, you will pay for your arrogance. As the blue arc of electricity like a lurid wave hit hers body, but did not set off half a wave, hers as if a towering immovable reef, the figure of the rapid expansion. His figure quickly drew up. 2 meters, 3 meters, 3.5 meters. Fizzle. Tightened to the limit, the blouse tore abruptly, and strips of cloth drooped in bits and pieces over hers muscular, solidly knotted, and appallingly strong physique. At this moment, hers was already like a humanoid horrifying beast, with a vast and reckless breath that was as terrifying as it was. First grade transformation realm, horizontal martial arts desolate wolf body refining technique. Die for me. Hurls brazenly struck out, blasting Chen Yuan with a punch to the head. Dongfang Shu and Manhwa did not make a move. They were prepared to see what Chen Yuan, who had such a big mouth, had to say to make their three heavenly stairs number ones come together. Ha ha ha, good timing. A horizontal martial art of the first grade transformation realm, I have it too. Chen Yuan looked up to the sky and laughed. His physique was equally strong in a circle in an instant, holding up the loose clothes tightly and bulging, and his bare skin was even faintly glowing with dazzling golden light. Not as terrifying as Hurl's outward changes, but no less imposing. First grade realm of transformation, horizontal martial arts Tao Tai immobility. Not only that, but right after that, there was also the mountain-shaking giant strength mixed dragon elephant true strength. The first time he used this terrifying to the extreme huge force with all his might, even if the Tao Tai, who was carrying the first grade transformation realm, didn't move, Chen Yuan could still sense that this specific prana was overwhelmed and groaned. It was the precursor to an imminent burst of power. In the eyes of Qianxiu, Wang Qianjun and the others, at this moment, Chen Yuan was struggling very hard to swing out his left fist. His movements seemed like slow motion, but in reality, it was a flash of light, as fast as lightning. It collided with the right fist of the behemoth Hells with a loud bang. Boo! The horrific impact raised snowflakes that covered the sky, revealing the gray and white body of the snow-covered mountain rock. Countless densely packed mesh-like cracks continued to spread and burst outward underneath the two men's feet. Ka! With a slight shattering sound, hers large body flew out backwards, the white broken bone on his right arm pierced through the skin and was exposed, countless spots of blood spilling into the midair. How can it be? What's wrong with this power? Surprisingly, it can't even defeat the desolate wolf refined body. Flying backwards on the way, hers face still remains unbelievable, and then his left arm deeply inserted into the mountain rock underneath him, plowing out a 12 meters long scar, which only managed to stop the momentum. Anum. Bang! Slapping the exposed broken bone hard back within his arm, hers subconsciously controlled his muscles to squirm and correct the broken bone, while contracting them to stop the blood from flowing out. After doing this, herself was instantly plunged into self-doubt. He actually lost to Chen Yuan in a purely physical battle? How is that possible? The planet Mocha was famous among the stars for practicing horizontal martial arts. Desolate wolf body refining technique, a horizontal training jutsu that takes into account both physical defense and physical strength. I just sparred with Chen Yuan and surprisingly my defeat is already apparent? Hers was unbelieving. Get up and fight again. Again. In the meantime, we're here to help you. Dongfang Shua and Manhwa were equally astonished. With that punch from Hurls, it was extremely laborious for them to deal with it if they didn't use their undercards. But it was such a hers that was injured by Chen Yuan's punch, whose strength could be imagined. If it was usual then it would be fine, they would definitely benefit greatly from fighting such an expert, but now it was a university examination. At this time, the two of them couldn't care less about bullying the few with the many, and they stepped in to help Hells. If they didn't make a move at this point, when Chen Yuan's momentum was in full swing after defeating hers, wouldn't the two of them be broken one by one? You guys are not allowed to make a move, let me and Chen Yuan have a fair fight. Hers was furious, and the subdued calmness in his heart disappeared without a trace. That pride of the Mokshaeans for horizontal martial arts would never allow Hells to lose to Chen Yuan in a physical fight. Dongfang Shua and Manhwa were silent. Chen Yuan's strength and the seriousness of the university examination made them not dare to have a hint of carelessness. Told you guys to get it together. Chen Yuan laughed out loud, not moving a bit in the face of the three people surrounding him. Buzz, buzz. The power mech saw blade emitted a low roar, emitting a shocking heat, and the snowflakes that drifted and raised up around it were quickly melted and vaporized just as they approached.
The white blade even refracted a light-colored light from the excessive vibration. This power-armored saw blade that could increase the vibration frequency of the blade according to the user's strength. At this moment, in the hands of Chen Yuan, who possessed the power of the mixed dragon elephant true strength, the performance had already exceeded the scope of safe use. Along with the drastic reduction of the weapon's lifespan, the power mech saw blade acquires an unrivaled extreme performance. Facing the three people surrounding him, Chen Yuan advanced instead of retreating. With his left hand, he met Hells with a fist, and with his right hand, he held his sword to cleave back at the combined forces of Dongfang Shuo and Manhwa. The majestic and vast giant power enchantment, the extremely strong physique of horizontal martial arts training, and the power-armored saw blade that was so sharp that it could easily cut through the flesh of a forged martial artist. It made the might of every punch and slash of Chen Yuan frighteningly strong. For a time, he alone actually suppressed three people. This scene, watching the onlookers' candidates were dumbfounded. The number one of the heavenly ladder of 3 planets, at this time, was actually suppressed by a Chen Yuan who had no reputation before this. If the facts were not before them, they would never have believed that such a ridiculous thing could happen. Can't even dream of doing that. Chapter 61 Battle of the Snowy Mountains 4. At this moment, not only the onlooker candidates participating in the university examination were shocked at the battle. The 3 planets of Blue and White Star, Black Shattered Star, and Mocha Star combined, over 10 million, nearly a billion people, were all watching this final that would decide the number 1 spot. And after seeing Chen Yuan fight 1 against 3 and even achieve absolute suppression, everyone was shocked beyond words. The Blue and White Star even had such a heavenly pride? Go! Quickly go and investigate what this Chen Yuan is and what his background is. Is it possible that he is the son of a certain Earth Martial Saint? I remember that Blue White Star has not produced any Earth Martial Saints. Is it possible that he is an illegitimate child? Contact the dignitaries of the Blue and White Planet. I want all the information on Chen Yuan within a minute. With just one person fighting our Mocha Star hers alone, as well as the other 2 planets' heavenly ladder firsts, this Chen Yuan, just what kind of god is he? The various bigwigs who are concerned about this university examination, all of them have their hearts and minds stirred at this moment, eagerly wanting to know Chen Yuan's roots. Part of it was wanting to befriend a teenage heavenly pride like Chen Yuan in advance. The other part was simply curious as to what kind of background it was that could produce a heavenly pride like Chen Yuan, who could crush 3 great masters in one go. However, when the information belonging to Chen Yuan entered their field of vision, it blew everyone's mind. Parents died in a riot of evil believers and are now orphans? How is that possible? How could Chen Yuan grow into the powerhouse he is today without supreme talent, resources, and background? Chen Yuan is definitely the illegitimate son of a certain Earth Martial Saint. This kind of bad publicity is bound to be hidden extremely deeply. It's impossible for us to learn about it easily. Even though Chen Yuan's information was plainly in front of their eyes, most people still preferred to believe what they believed. However, the rational thinking in their hearts told them that the content of the information in their hands was most likely true. Chen Yuan, who was born as an orphan, was alone at the moment and was suppressing the 3 heavenly staircase firsts who had a strong background and overwhelming talent. And Bay neighborhoods. Yang Rui was sitting on the couch with his old man, the big boss, watching the live broadcast of the university examination. All the way up to the time when Chen Yuan had fought 1 against 3 and suppressed 3 heavenly stairs number 1 experts, even Yang Rui could see that something was wrong. He twisted his head to look at his old man and asked, a little unsure of himself. Pops, my teacher is so strong, do you think I can get into my teacher's college? The usually decisive big boss didn't know how to answer at this point. Chen Yuan had no second wind this time, and was bound to be able to enroll in the 3 top universities, and as confident as the big boss was in his own son, he didn't think that his son would really be able to get into the 3 universities. So he could only vaguely reply, practice martial arts well, there is hope. Yang Rui nodded in confusion. Seeing that he had muddled through, the big boss let out a sigh of relief, while his eyes focused on Chen Yuan in the live broadcast of the university examination. 1 against 3, I wasn't wrong about you in the first place, you really are reckless. But there is indeed reckless capital. Chen Yanni's livestream has exploded again. At this moment, in his live room, all kinds of gift special effects kept cycling, not stopping at all. They all came from fans who wanted to see Chen Yuan. Even though it had been repeated many times, Chen Yanni still had to say, Chen Yuan was awesome. Speaking of which, Chen Yuan and I both have the surname Chen, or are in the same family. Chen Yuan and I are really destined for each other. As soon as Chen Yan said that, he couldn't help but laugh himself first. Because he was the first to live stream Chen Yuan, it caused his live room to be flooded with many newcomers and passers-by this time, all of whom were running towards Chen Yuan. Some of these people in turn converted into his fans, making him a lot of money. Shen Yanni not only thanked Chen Yuan, but also the two bosses of Big Boss and Wolf of Shimmering Star who let him broadcast Chen Yuan. Unfortunately, these two bosses, after Chen Yuan became famous, instead disappeared. Picking up his spirits, Chen Yanni began to continue to narrate this duel of 1 against 3. He himself had some martial arts background, so he was able to narrate it roughly. I can't say I understand the exact process, but it doesn't stop him from talking about it wonderfully. Chen Yuan with one hand of the 9 Heavenly Thunder Blade and one hand of the Salvation Demon Destroying Fist, he actually dealt with 3 Heavenly Staircase number 1 experts at the same time. What kind of character is that hers? Horizontal training great, strong physique, but it is also difficult to defeat Chen Yuan's punch. Inside a cargo ship. This is my good brother Chen Yuan, your boss. I even went a few hundred rounds with him at that time, but unfortunately in the end I got careless and ended up losing by 1 move. I have to admit, Chen Yuan's talent is still quite a bit better than mine. Lu Jing stood in front of Chen Yanyi's live screen, his arms crossed, so proud. In front of him, then, was a group of merchant mariners, some of whom spoke bluntly. Little boss, what kind of character is Chen Yuan? If you can go through hundreds of moves with him, how come you should be one of the top 100 experts on our Blue White Star's heavenly ladder? Why did you come to run the ship with us if you didn't go to the college test? Ryukin stammered, unable to find a reason to make up for it for a while. The crowd laughed out loud, as the extremely depressing atmosphere inside and outside the merchant ship, which had been sailing in deep space for a long time, was instantly filled with rapture. Seeing this, Lu Jing smiled to himself in his heart. The deep space of the universe is beautiful, but you get used to it after seeing it for a long time. There is still more eternal solitude and darkness in the universe, and if it is suppressed for too long, the spirit will instead be prone to problems, which will then erupt into sharp conflicts. Now this kind of atmosphere, on the contrary, was the most suitable, and at the same time, it was also the result of Ryu's intentional guidance. Chen Yuan, you kid is surprisingly so strong now, I even had a fight with you back then. Lu Jing turned to himself, and his heart, which was originally ready to give up on martial arts, seemed to have rekindled hope. Practice martial arts. No matter how far I can go, I want to have no regrets. The next time I meet Chen Yuan, I'll look for him to fight again. Try my prime gun. Blue and White Star, Border Guard Station. A bunch of female soldiers who had just finished their training gathered together, constantly tinkering with the projection equipment in front of them, and finally, after a soft ding sound, the female soldiers began to jump for joy. Li Ming Cat. Finally connected to Starlink's network, didn't you say your friend Chen Yuan was a college seed? Come see if you can find Chen Yuan's perspective. Lemming Cat wiped her hands and hurriedly trotted over with the towel around her neck. It's already the final round. I'm afraid that friend of Li Ming Cat's has already been eliminated. Let's look at my idol Dongfang Shua. He's handsome, and he's also the number 1 in the Blue and White Stars ladder, so it won't be easy for him to enter the finals. A slightly chubby girl with short hair suddenly spoke out. She and Li Mingcat weren't on good terms, and a not-so-small conflict had even erupted a few days ago. At this moment, it was hard to catch a chance, so naturally he tried his best to be sarcastic and gloomy. We're going to watch Oriental Sako too. Dongfang Shuo. The number 1 on the heavenly ladder, Dongfang Shua, if only he could be my boyfriend. Most of the people in Blue and White Star knew the great name of Dongfang Shua, and at this moment, the female soldiers had indicated that they wanted to see Dongfang Shua's perspective. Li Ming Cat is a little helpless, the projection equipment is just one, so many people want to see the Oriental Shua, she alone is not good to say anything, and finally thought in her mind. I'll look at the replay next time I'm out in the field. Li Ming Cat consoled himself, but there was ultimately some discomfort in his heart. After all, the things that he had promised Chen Yuan had not been accomplished. The view of the projection device quickly shifted to the Orientalist. Dongfang Shua is so handsome. Wasn't it said that Dongfang Shua was the number 1 on the blue-white planet's heavenly ladder? How come he's now teaming up with people from the other 2 planets to deal with our blue-white stars people? A little bit of eating out of the palm of his hand, isn't it? Someone soon realized that something was wrong. Dongfang Shua, who was the number 1 on the heavenly ladder, was actually fighting more against less. And from the personal introductions there, the female soldiers were able to see that Dongfang Shua was actually with 2 other planets against the blue and white planet's people. There was a lot of grumbling. Yeah, 3 against 1, it's not honorable to win. But Dongfang Shua's opponent is so strong.
He's comfortable in a fight against 3, let me see who this person is. Chen Yuan? Chen Yuan? Isn't that name the name of the friend that Li Mingcat said before? Cat, come and see if this is your friend Chen Yuan. Li Mingcat was originally not interested in watching it, but it turned out that he had heard Chen Yuan's name from his comrade's mouth. She hurriedly came to the projection and really saw Chen Yuan fighting the 3 experts alone. It's really Chen Yuan. Li Mingcat couldn't take his eyes off of him, murmuring incredulously. What? It's really Chen Yuan you're talking about. His opponent is Dongfang Shua, plus the other 2 planets that are number 1 on the ladder. Doesn't this mean that this friend of Cat's is even more powerful than Dongfang Shua? For a while, everyone gathered around Li Mingcat, hoping that she would help introduce Chen Yuan to the group. 4 terminal numbers, 4 blind dates, 4 autographs. It's a mess. Li Mingcat was completely overwhelmed and could only casually muddle through, then carefully watched the live stream of the university examination. Chen Yuan. Surprisingly, it's so strong. Chapter 62 Battle of the Snowy Mountains v. Boom. Hers only felt the raging and surging power coming from his arm, and was once again blown back several meters by Chen Yuan's punch. What's going on? How can Chen Yuan's power be so great that it's even greater than that of a body forging expert? Hers had calmed down long ago at this point. He was clear that if he did not cooperate with Dongfang Shua and Manhwa by himself alone, he was bound to lose at the hands of Chen Yuan. He knows the difference between one and the other. The slight numbness in his right hand, accompanied by a needle-like tingling sensation, made it clear to Hares that the desolate wolf body refining technique that he was so proud of was already somewhat unable to carry Chen Yuan's lurid and strange force. Drunken forgetfulness. Manhwa's mouth suddenly chanted, his sword light was as cold as a cold star, and his figure was indistinct and unsupported. Surprising Dragon 9 Shadows. The tip of Dongfang Shua's lance bloomed with cold light, the lance in his hand was like a swimming dragon, and 9 lance shadows suddenly appeared in mid-air, eventually converging in one place. The 2 attacked Chen Yuan with one on the left and one on the right, striking out with their respective martial arts. All of them are one-piece realms of transformation. Cold current by a few people circling churning, as if a sharp scraper, scraping Xianxiu and other people's faces actually feel a burst of raw pain. If they were to face one of Dongfang Shua or Manhwa, I'm afraid that several hundred people combined wouldn't necessarily be able to defeat them. Chen Yuan shook back hers with a punch, and in the blink of an eye, a sword and a spear were already in front of him. Number 1 on the heavenly ladder, is that all you can do? Exhale. Chen Yuan slightly opened his mouth and inhaled, as if he was swallowing a whale of fish. The surrounding air was all forced into his body in a matter of moments. Surrounding the body of the blue arc of electricity is instantly disappeared, but the white arc of electricity is suddenly emerged, and the hot power mechanical saw blade mirror each other. Yang-ji. Transforming Thunder Blade. Under the impetus of the Dragon Elephant True Technique, the first grade transformation realm's Young Pole Transformation Thunder Blade displayed a might that was strong to the extreme. Boom! Knives, swords, and guns collided with a loud bang. Because of the 4 people's battle, the grayish mountain body that had long since lost its snow cover was now even more cracked and broken, with countless rubble crashing and shooting in all directions. Click! The lance in Dongfang Shua's hand suddenly snapped from the center, and the head part of the lance ejected and hardened into the rock, with only the dinky end remaining to quiver slightly. The 2 figures flew out backwards, one after the other. It's Dongfang Shua and Manhwa. At this moment, an unnatural blush sprang up on both of their faces, but they were forced to suppress it. Weak, too weak. First on the ladder. This is it? You 3 are too disappointing to me. Hurry up and show me your bottom card so I can feel some pressure. There was some impatience in Chen Yuan's tone. He was genuinely a little disappointed that picking 3 out of 1 wasn't a decision he made in the heat of the moment. If it was just to take the first place in the university examination, it would be too simple. Just need to wait for Dongfang Shua and Manhwa and hers to put up a fight, and Chen Yuan would just come out in the end to wrap things up. But Chen Yuan's ultimate goal was not just to take the first place in a university examination. Why does it feel like Brother Slammer is so arrogant? Even I have the urge to beat him to death. Xianxiu couldn't help but think. Obviously, we already have the upper hand. As long as we keep suppressing it, what exactly is Chen Yuan thinking? Song Hao frowned slightly. He couldn't figure it out. Although the contact was brief, Song Hao would never think that Chen Yuan was someone who liked to talk nonsense to his enemies. Have you guys ever felt that Boss Chen Yuan is a bit like that kind of villainous boss in the movies, the kind that likes to crap out at crucial times, and is ultimately killed by the protagonist group's explosive counterkill? Carl muttered in a small voice. He had invested a lot of cultivation resources in Chen Yuan, and was still waiting for Chen Yuan to crush the entire field and finally arrange a good ranking for him. What the hell are you talking about? Boss Chen Yuan is so strong, there's no way he'll flip over. Mo Sang glared at Carl. At this moment, with Chen Yuan suppressing the 3 heavenly ladder number ones all by himself, most people already believed in their hearts that Chen Yuan's strength was able to achieve control of the entire situation and ultimately determine their final rankings. Therefore, they were all expecting Chen Yuan to win. Boo! Chen Yuan turned back suddenly and drew his sword before the gunshot rang out. A dark metal projectile, or cannonball, was chopped off in the center and shot into the rocks by rubbing the sides of Chen Yuan's body, splashing up 2 handfuls of dirt and dust. The group that Dongfang Shua brought? And the electromagnetic sniper rifle? Chen Yuan fixed his eyes and recognized the weapon in the hands of the person who had struck, as well as the identity of that person. Because of the reason that university examinations could not carry weaponry, there was no doubt that this electromagnetic sniper rifle was either searched for or came with it within the force field airdrop. He had previously fired a similar weapon, a laser gun, within the force field airdrop, but threw it to Carl to use. Why doesn't Chen Yuan use it? Because it's totally unnecessary. Seek death. Chen Yuan's figure flickered, and in a flash, he came to the gunman in front of him, slashing out with a knife, and the force field followed closely behind, fishing out the gunman. One person was easily eliminated before a slash even hit. Martial artists, in and of themselves, are already extremely powerful weapons. Dongfang Shua had brought 28 strong men, and in a matter of moments, one of them was resolved by Chen Yuan. However, the other 27 people did not retreat in the slightest and actually rushed towards Chen Yuan in unison. At that moment, Dongfang Shua suddenly roared loudly to the surrounding area, "What are you waiting for? Don't forget the promise Chen Yuan promised to those weaklings. If he wins, you will all be ridden by a bunch of weaklings. Will you not be willing? Will you be willing?" Anyway, I, Dongfang Shua, am definitely not willing. The powerful people who were watching the battle awoke with a start. Yes, if hers, Dongfang Shua, and Manhwa, the 3 number 1 on the heavenly ladder, all lost, then they were even less of a match for Chen Yuan. At that. Right now, finding a way to defeat Chen Yuan was most important. Chapter 63 The Battle of Snowy Mountain 6. Dongfang, and Manhwa, and hers looked at each other, and they couldn't help but carry a point of bitterness in their eyes. Originally, he had thought that the finals would choose the strongest between the 3 of them, but he hadn't expected that a Chen Yuan would pop up in the middle of it. It caused the 3 of them to seem like they were in a game, combining their efforts to attack a boss. It seems like they won't risk their lives without giving them hope of victory. Hells had long since given up on the idea of going one-on-one with Chen Yuan. Right now, he just wants to win. Then it is up to me, hers, to give them hope. Thus, hers took out a dark red elixir, stuffed it into his mouth, and swallowed it directly without chewing. Bloodstorm Pill. Dongfang Shua's pupils shrunk slightly. Violent blood dan can forcibly explode chi and blood, although there are sequelae, but now there is no time to worry about the sequelae. The big deal is to lie down for a period of time afterward. Couldn't be better used for this moment. It's more than that. There's also blood-burning secret technique. Hers low voice angrily shouted, already soaring blood, at this moment is actually once again break through the limit, rushing sky blood stirring the wind and clouds, invisible energy in hers around the body entanglement. The invisible chi and blood had broken through the physical limitations at this moment, and faint blood-red particles spewed out from hers pores, lingering around him. His size once again skyrocketed, and at this moment, he was nearly 5 meters tall, his aura filled with strength and tyranny. A true humanoid blood beast. I'm now strong enough to rival a forging realm powerhouse for a short period of time, so grab whatever means you guys have and use them. Don't be eliminated in the end without having the time to use them. So, I'll go first. Hell's buzzed in. Dang. 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 With every step herself took, his feet left a luridly large footprint in the rock, moving horribly. Even Chen Yuan couldn't help but slightly side-eye it was really because hers was too striking at the moment, regardless of his size and aura. Chen Yuan, again. Let me learn where your Chen Yuan's limits are. A casserole-sized fist might have been an exaggeration before, but in the case of Hells at this point, it wasn't an exaggeration at all, and it was even humbling. A fist wrapped in a strong wind, mixed with a hefty sound, ruthlessly smashed into the top of Chen Yuan's head. The white electric arcs were saving up crazily. Chen Yuan did not get careless and raised his sword to chop out with all. Boss Hells, we're here to help you. What Boss Hells said is so right. What does Chen Yuan have to be afraid of? Let's go side by side. A random slash or punch was wrapped in terrifying power. Only one person, Curls, could slightly resist. Buzz. From time to time, a force field descended in the air, all of whom were eliminated by Chen Yuan's move. I must strike. Manhwa was clear that if this continued, hers and this group of people would all be eliminated by Chen Yuan alone. Let's not forget that the blood-storming pill that Hurls had taken, as well as the unique secret method that inspired it, were both time-sensitive. A sea serpent with a large head and a small body drilled out from within Manhwa's long sleeves. This is Sea Abyss Beast. Aren't college exams not allowed to bring pet beasts? Dongfang Shua was shocked to see this. The Sea Abyss beasts, when they reached adulthood, had the strength of the peak of the forging realm, and although this one of Manhwa's was not yet an adult, it also possessed enough strength to rival any of the first of the heavenly stairs. A foreign beast that could tangle with either him, Dongfang Shua, or hers for a long time. Couldn't it have been one that I took in the middle of the East Sea of this continent? Manhwa laughed slightly. With that, he threw out the Sea Abyss beast in his sleeve. Just see, the Sea Abyss beast will grow against the wind, in the blink of an eye has been more than 20 meters long, the top of the huge head, fishy wind gusts, has not seen the first lovely appearance. Xiao Mo, come with me to defeat Chen Yuan. Mo's expression was soft as he stroked the Sea Abyss beast in front of him. SSSHHHH. The Sea Abyss beast spat out its letter and hissed in a low voice, as if replying to Manhwa. Then, together. Mo's long hair flew and he stepped up with his sword. The target was aimed directly at Chen Yuan in the crowd of melee. SSSHHHH. The Sea Abyss beast hissed towards the sky and followed closely behind. Chapter 64, The Battle of Snowy Mountain 7. Along with the addition of the Sea Abyss beast in Manhwa, Chen Yuan only felt the pressure around him increase violently. The sea abyssal beasts in particular had thick skin and flesh, and although they didn't have much attack power and were slow to move, they were much more resistant to being beaten up than the Hells. It allowed Hells, who was already a bit carried away, to catch his breath. The balance of victory had begun to slowly move away from Chen Yuan's side. No, I'm going to help Chen Yuan. After Wang Qianjun finished this sentence, he immediately stepped out. He was able to enter the final round all because of Chen Yuan, and at this moment, seeing Chen Yuan fighting so many experts alone, he could no longer resist striking out. Even if you know that your power is meager, then you must make a move, otherwise Wang Qianjun will not be able to pass the hurdle in his heart. Wang Qianjun, you may not. Song Hao stopped Wang Qianjun in time and shook his head at him with a serious expression. Don't forget what Chen Yuan told us before this battle. No matter how perilous the situation is, we must not join the battlefield. He has his own way to defuse it. And also has enough strength to defuse it. Then just watch Chen Yuan being besieged? Wang Qianjun's heart was unwilling. The ass decides the head, no matter how hot-blooded, righteous, and deserved hers said, Chen Yuan helped them, the group of weak people. Song Hao, I also feel that we have to help boss Chen Yuan, no matter what, we have to help out. Chen Xiu stepped forward. To be honest, the fact that Chen Yuan was able to bring him into the final round had already made him feel a big surprise, and the university, which he hadn't been very sure of, was basically stable. At this moment, even if he was eliminated, he was still making a big profit. Anyway, we've entered the final round and the score is almost there, so what are we afraid of? The blonde man, Carl, said as he tightly gripped the laser gun that Chen Yuan had handed over to him. The big deal is to be eliminated. The results now have long exceeded our expectations. Twin brothers Mo Sang and Mo Sulfur laughed. A few people said something that drew a lot of nods of recognition. For them, if it wasn't for Chen Yuan, they might have been eliminated as early as the early stages, and there would have been no chance of catching a glimpse of the final round. It's already blood money. What is there to fear from elimination? I'll see who dares to move. Who would have thought that Song Hao's expression didn't change a bit as he directly drew his sword and pointed it at the crowd? Do you think I, Song Hao, am that greedy and afraid of death? If it was useful, I would have gone up with my sword to help. What can you losers do even if you go up? It's just causing trouble for Chen Yuan. Song Hao directly opened his mouth to curse, not caring about the face of the crowd. Any random person pulled out of that battlefield is not a few points weaker than me. If you guys want to help Chen Yuan, then come and defeat me first. If you can't even win against me, who are you to help Chen Yuan? With that brainless one-track mind? Song Hao's gaze swept everyone in a circle, and no one dared to meet his eyes, let alone make a move. Who is he, Song Hao? 13th on the Blue and White Star's heavenly ladder ranking. The famous meteorite swordsman. Even Dongfang Shua had suffered injuries at his hands when he was careless. I'm not afraid to tell you that Chen Yuan secretly discussed with me long ago that if any of you dared to disobey and take the initiative to get involved in the duel, so that Chen Yuan would have to be distracted to protect you, then I, Song Hao, will personally send you back to the Sky Mothership. With this unmerciful scolding, the first one to calm down was instead Wang Qianjun, the one who stood out first. He forcibly suppressed the impulse in his heart and came to Song Hao's side, pacifying the crowd. Song Hao is right, we're not strong enough. If we forcefully get involved in Chen Yuan's battlefield, he'll in turn have to be distracted from protecting us because of his promise. All we can do now is just trust Chen Yuan. Who would have believed at first that Chen Yuan could take us into the final round? Who would have thought that he alone could fight 3 ladder firsts? So, since Chen Yuan is certain, let's just wait for the good news, as he said. Everyone knows that according to the closeness of relationship, Wang Qianjun is the one who was the most anxious. Seeing that he has said so, everyone puts down their hearts and prepares to wait for the final result. Anyway, whether Chen Yuan lost or won, they were already not losing. The big deal is that after losing, they will take revenge for Chen Yuan. Though it's not much use as all. However, right at this moment, the crowd suddenly sensed a different aura that began to appear in the middle of the battlefield. That's Mecha. Mecha. Dark red mech. The original Starlink didn't exist for martial artists, or for mechas. The Star Union's external exploration and expansion relied on the overwhelming swarm of cosmic warships, practicing the use of absolute firepower to suppress all. That was also the first time Starlink had seen the horror of individual biological greatness. At this point, the martial artist program officially passed a resolution, and in the same year, the martial artist mecha program appeared. Only the strong physique of a martial artist could withstand the immense pressure generated by the action of the mech. And a martial artist paired with an adapted mech, even if they were only at the beginning of the Enlightenment realm, would be strong enough to rival a strong person at the peak of the Enlightenment realm. At this moment, on this continent, in the middle of the university examination, there is actually a machine armor out of the world. It's Dongfang Shua. Dongfang Shua actually has a set of mechs. Where did he get it? And it's also the most suitable mecha for Enlightenment realm martial artists. It seems to be intentional on the part of the designer. It should be acquired by Dongfang Shua from among the force field airdrops. Only to see that the mech as a whole was dark red, full of a strong sense of mechanics, with the joints faintly flickering with a ghostly cold metallic luster. 8 small floating cannons hovered around the mech's circumference, their muzzles emitting a light blue glow, signaling that they had completed charging. This nifty battle royale mode can pop out a mecha? The person who designed this university examination, is he a red stone? Bad. At this moment, Dongfang Shua is actually wearing a mech. His strength, speed, and defense will all receive a terrifying increase, and his strength will be enough to cross the gap between the Enlightenment realm and the Forging realm. Chen Yuan's defeat is assured. Chen Yuan was already a bit unable to carry it off, and now with the added surprise of Dongfang Shua, it seems that the end is no longer in doubt. At this moment, the same thought bubbled up in everyone's mind. Chen Yuan defeated. Chapter 65, The Battle of Snowy Mountain 8. Mecha? With a strike of the Yangji Transformation Thunderblade, instantly eliminating the 3 experts who had surrounded him, Chen Yuan suddenly sensed an unusual aura. Turning his head, he saw that it was actually Dongfang Shua wearing a set of dark red mecha. The 8 floating cannons floating around Dongfang Shua were lighting up with a deep blue shimmer. Chen Yuan, you've lost. Before the sound arrived, what arrived faster than the sound were 8 dark blue light cannons that instantly spanned a distance of 100 meters and exploded in front of Chen Yuan. Boom! 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 The terrifying explosions that rang out one after another caused those who had previously surrounded Chen Yuan to scatter, lest they be affected by the aftershocks of the light cannon explosions. Chen Yuan, I admit that you're strong, but you're losing on top of your own arrogance. If I were in my full state, even if I possessed a mech, I'm afraid it would be difficult to match you. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world. Dongfang walked slowly, his slightly distorted voice, carried out from the dark red mech, resonating all around. Chen Yuan, defeated? At this moment, all the candidates' gazes were focused on the aftershocks that still hadn't dissipated. That Chen Yuan, who seemed like the final boss at the bottom of the game and was fiercely unstoppable, had really been defeated by their joint efforts? To be honest, the crowd was a little saddened. It was really because the sense of oppression that Chen Yuan brought to them was too strong, one person fighting 3 heavenly staircase number 1s alone, still comfortable and steadily gaining the upper hand. In the end, a bunch of experts joined in, and the 3 planets' heavenly ladder firsts exploded one after another, constantly lifting up their long-hidden cards, which only allowed them to see the hope of defeating Chen Yuan. The fight was really grueling. When the aftermath dispersed, only a huge pit more than 10 meters deep appeared on the spot, and the edges of the pit had an obvious melting tendency at the moment, covered with a layer of scorching hot charred rock glowing with a dark red color. Cough. Cough. A coughing sound came from below the pit. The force field hasn't appeared yet, Chen Yuan hasn't lost yet. Instantly someone reacted and alerted the others loudly. This is not even defeated. There's no end to it, is there? In fact, there was no need to be reminded. Accompanied by the sound of coughing coming out from the pit, everyone knew that Chen Yuan still had a fighting chance. This feeling as if they had clearly reached the boss decapitation line, and after decapitating the boss, they realized that there was still a tube of bloodstain, making the crowd feel bad for a while. Boo! Chen Yuan's figure leapt out from the pit. What met his eyes was the ghastly injury on Chen Yuan's chest that was bloody and emitted a smell of roasted meat. The burning and stinging sensation entered Chen Yuan's mind, and not only did he not feel atrophied, his spirit even involuntarily started to become exuberant. It was the first time he had been injured so severely, especially after cultivating into Taotai immobility. Ordinary people could not break his defense. However, Chen Yuan was not surprised but pleased. This is the kind of pressure I want. It's not even close. I can feel it, it's so close. Chen Yuan's gaze swept over the people in front of him, hers, Dongfang Shua, Manhwa. Enough, definitely enough. Come. Come and fight. Chen Yuan didn't have much chi and blood left, but he didn't care at all and took the initiative to charge at the crowd. The familiar white arc of electricity erupted once more, causing the crowd to smell the odor of extreme danger. Anodized Thunder Blade. Don't worry, Chen Yuan is already at the end of his strength. Let's combine our efforts to surround him and wear down his chi and blood. He will definitely lose then. The 8 floating cannons around Dongfang Shul once again blasted out, but they were dodged away by the prepared Chen Yuan. Instead, Chen Yuan slashed his sword into the middle of the crowd, and a force field suddenly fell, instantly eliminating another expert. I'll take the front, you guys give it a shot. Hers felt that the effects of the medicine and the secret method in his body were slowly fading. If he didn't solve Chen Yuan as soon as possible, he was afraid that he would be the first to be eliminated from the heavenly ladder. Mo, let's go together. Mo Hua looked at the slightly panicked sea abyss beast beside him. That was the psychological shadow left by Chen Yuan's violent beating earlier. Although the sea abyss beast had thick skin and was very resistant to being beaten up, it could not stand up to Chen Yuan's slash after slash. At this moment, the sea abyss beast's body was covered with dozens of wounds of all sizes, each of which went deep into the skin and flesh, with blood gushing out like a spring, and the intense pain made the sea abyss beast wriggle its huge body in an extremely uneasy manner. However, out of its trust in Manhwa, it still spat out its letter and followed hers to meet Chen Yuan. Everyone go together. We're bound to defeat Chen Yuan this time. The 8 floating cannons beside Dongfang Shua combined together in the blink of an eye to form a dark red lance with a light blue fluorescent light emanating from the connection, the tip of the lance pointing straight at Chen Yuan. On. Chen Yuan is already at the end of his rope. I don't believe he can still win this time. If Chen Yuan can still win with this, I'll go out and perform a handstand and eat shang. I'll accompany one. The crowd chanted one after another. Not only to cheer on my teammates, but also to convince myself that I can win. Otherwise, they would have lost their confidence long ago when they faced Chen Yuan, who seemed to never die or get tired of fighting. After all, after fighting for half a day, there was nothing wrong with Chen Yuan, but their own numbers were getting smaller and smaller instead, so it was inevitable that they felt discouraged. Good timing. Chen Yuan frantically squeezed the chi and blood in his body, and the speed at which the 361 orifices were spitting out cosmic energy was at its limit. Even though he had already achieved the Little Zhou Heaven, and the chi, blood, and cosmic energy in his body could be automatically restored, he could not withstand such a frantic press of consumption by Chen Yuan. After eliminating more than a dozen experts one after another, Chen Yuan's chi and blood were nearing the end of their oil. The crowd that surrounded Chen Yuan also clearly perceived the power of Chen Yuan's strike. Became weaker. It's finally going to wear out Chen Yuan. The onlookers couldn't help but be energized. Everyone, come on together, don't hold back. Chen Yuan's chi and blood are depleted, he will definitely lose this time. Finally.
Chen Yuan is finally going to lose, Starry Sky Marshal God blessing, don't make any more mistakes, hurry up and finish the fight and call it a day. I really don't want to face Chen Yuan, hurry up and finish the fight to settle the score. Whoosh! A blue light bullet suddenly emerged from the tip of Dongfang Shua's lance, grazing the left side of Chen Yuan's abdomen and penetrating through, hard digging out a piece of flesh. Before the blood had time to flow out, it was quickly evaporated, and the wound was instantly scorched, instead saving Chen Yuan the trouble of stopping the bleeding. Taking advantage of the opportunity to muster up all his energy, Hell slammed his fist hard into Chen Yuan's chest, blasting him into the rocks behind him, splattering debris in all directions. Manhwa threw his sword, but he saw Chen Yuan rise again and slice the long sword away. Not even close. Again. At this moment, Chen Yuan is like a trapped beast, although still fight, but the defeat has been obvious. Chen Yuan, hurry up and use whatever cards you have, don't really lose, you kid. Sun Hao only felt his palms sweating, as if he was facing a siege of many experts. He is not the only one who thinks so, Wang Qianjun, Zhenxiu, Carl. The martial artists who were still watching at the moment were all infected by Chen Yuan's battle spirit, and all of them were brought into Chen Yuan's perspective, and their moods were so excited that it was as if they were fighting alone against a group of heroes. Chapter 66 The Battle of Snowy Mountain 9. Chen Yuan this time, I'm afraid there's no way back. Chen Yanni explained with some reluctance. His change of heart is very twisted. From the beginning of the Wolf of the Shimmering Star boss forced the viewpoint from the East Shoa to Chen Yuan. He was not very reluctant, but he was in the way of the big treasure of a starship from his boss, so he briefly relayed Chen Yuan for a while. The audience fanbase had been dropping during that time, so Chen Yanni quickly switched back to the Orientalist perspective. Then the big boss to send gifts, as well as request to watch the Chen Yuan perspective of the fans gradually increased, until Chen Yuan punch and hers even slightly prevailed. Chen Yanni seized the opportunity to become the first star anchor to broadcast Chen Yuan, and that's how he took off. The heat was high among the many interstellar anchors who were broadcasting the university exams in this event that involved the three major planets of Blue and White, Black Shatter, and Mocha. At this time, with Chen Yuan fighting more and more powerless, the defeat is obvious. Chen Yanni's live broadcast room, fans have been divided into two factions. One faction naturally focused on supporting Chen Yuan, admiring Chen Yuan for that one man's powerful solo battle against the three Heavenly Stairs #1s and many experts. The other faction were the fans who spoke out to mock Chen Yuan's arrogance, hardening his hand to play a good hand. I knew Chen Yuan was going to play it off. I could tell from the start that Chen Yuan was not in the right frame of mind. There was not a hint of a strong man's demeanor. He deserves to lose. If it were me, I could have easily fooled these Heaven's Ladder #1s. There's no way I'd lose. It seems that the gold content of this session's ladder isn't working. The three ladder firsts, Dongfang Shua, Manhwa, and hers, were actually beaten like this by a Chen Yuan. I don't think the three of them are strong enough at all. They're all trash. If I were #1 on the ladder, Chen Yuan would have been eliminated by me long ago. How could I let him be arrogant until now? Accompanied by a variety of denigrating and mocking Chen Yuan's frequent remarks, fans who liked Chen Yuan naturally began to defend him. Chen Yanni's live broadcasting room, the two factions of people frantically spoke and argued, as if it was another battlefield. This group of guys? Chen Yanni frowned slightly. It stands to reason that a heated argument today is the situation that is in his best interest, as it will bring in enough traffic to make him a lot of money in a short period of time. But for some reason, Chen Yanni's heart was flooded with a faint anger, and as this matter became bigger and bigger, this anger also rose higher and higher. Perhaps out of the identity of the same blue and white star people like Chen Yuan, or perhaps simply for Chen Yuan this kind of strong man's respect, Chen Yanni unexpectedly personally down the field to open the spray. What are you guys? Chen Yuan can fight three Heavenly Ladder #1s all by himself, what about you guys? Have you ever entered a virtual fighting chamber? Have you ever participated in a ladder ranking? Have you ever ranked in the millions of the Heavenly Ladder? And what you on you're okay? I'm afraid you haven't even taken a university examination. What qualifications do you have to mock Chen Yuan? With that mouth of yours? Since you're upset and despise Chen Yuan. Well then, after the university exams are over, if you have the guts, go and challenge Chen Yuan in public. I don't even expect you to win, I respect you as a man if you dare to challenge me. In the future, if you appear in my live broadcast room, I will call you father. Chen Yanni on the spot in the live broadcast began to spray angrily, sharp words, not the slightest fear of this group of black powder. As if he didn't expect him to state his position so quickly, the pop-up messages in the live broadcast even paused for a moment.
But it was followed by the black fan's unrelenting screen popping. But Chen Yini didn't spoil them. Housekeeping, all these people are banned, what a bunch of ing beeps.
Chen Yina refreshing, like a big summer very thirsty, and then violently pour a large cup of ice water, the whole person through the heart cool, the heart sores. But a moment later, a trace of regret rose in his heart. It didn't seem to be good for him to accumulate fans.
Whatever. The cursing is over, that's it. Chen Yini simply choose to swing, anyway, our spraying finished, he cannot now backtrack, that does not really become a clown?
So, he continued to start narrating Chen Yuan. However, Chen Yuan's situation was not optimistic. The three Heaven's Ladder number ones had all their cards, hers was high on pills and exploded, Manhwa had the Sea Abyss Beast with him, and Dongfang Shua was even wearing a set of mechs, plus dozens of Heaven's Ladder top 100 experts. Chen Yuan was as if he was facing several body-forging realm experts surrounding him at the same time, and even if he was strong, he was inevitably stretched to the limit and had difficulty in supporting himself left and right. At this moment, Lu Qin, Li Mingcat and the others who were watching the battle could not help but sweat for Chen Yuan. Only the big boss looked at his worried son Yang Rui and speculated in his heart.
This kid shouldn't be doing unsure things, right? Is there some undercard that hasn't been shown yet?
The previously white-capped snow-capped mountains, at this time because of a big battle, the snow had long since all melted, and the gray rocks were exposed.
And even the bare rock was not spared, pockmarked and littered with debris.
Chen Yuan, don't hold out any longer, you're bound to lose this time. Dongfang Shua's confidence was extraordinary. The moment he acquired this mech from within the force field airdrop, he knew that his chances of winning had increased greatly. If it wasn't for the sudden emergence of Chen Yuan as an accident, in this final duel, Hirsch and Manhwa combined wouldn't have been his opponent.
Chen Yuan didn't say anything and just swung his sword.
He didn't have much chi and blood left, and his injuries were getting worse, but the majestic and powerful force granted by the mixed dragon-elephant true technique was still working wonders. The number of people who had previously surrounded him was nearly 50, but at this time, with the addition of the three Dongfang Shua people, there were only 18 people left. Aside from Dongfang Shua, Manhwa, and hers, the remaining 15 had begun to wander, their faces hesitant and torn.
They are really scared of being beaten.
From the very beginning, they had thought that they would be able to easily exhaust Chen Yuan to death, who knew that by now, they had eliminated more than 30 people on their side instead.
Inexplicable. It is simply inexplicable. Plants. Fight among yourselves, I won't accompany you.
You guys take your time to fight for this first place.
I'll leave you alone, I'm leaving.
I shouldn't have joined in from the start. I don't care what weaklings step on my head or not, you guys fight whoever you want, I'm pulling out first anyway. One after another, people actively chose to withdraw, and even for those who didn't, their hearts were pretty much worn down by Chen Yuan, and they couldn't play much of a role at all. A stark contrast to the bravado of the beginning.
All of you have taken 99 steps, just short of this final step, and you guys even chose to give up? Dongfang Shua was a bit stunned, but didn't care. No matter, it's the same with or without them anyway.
Chen Yuan was no longer much of a threat in his current form, and Dongfang Shua turned to start thinking about what to do with hers and Manhwa after this. In the hearts of hers and Manhwa, the same thought popped up, and the two of them glanced at each other, already understanding each other.
Once Chen Yuan lost, Dongfang Shua and his mech was the strongest without a doubt.
Both of them were in bad shape, so naturally they had to team up against Dongfang Shua. Even though they were still working together to deal with Chen Yuan, they each had their own thoughts in their hearts. However, Chen Yuan, who had been beaten back by the three of them, suddenly grinned.
Finally. Here it comes.
For some reason, in the hearts of the three Dongfang Shua people, there was a vague feeling of something bad.
Chapter 67 The Battle of Snowy Mountain X.
As martial artists, they all trusted their intuition very much. Don't hold back, we'll talk about the victory or defeat between us later, hurry up and eliminate Chen Yuan. Hers felt bad at once and roared.
I know.
A drop of cold sweat appeared on Manhwa's forehead, no longer the calm and collected person he was before, he kept swinging his sword towards Chen Yuan.
Originally, this move was saved to deal with you too. A flash of annoyance also surfaced in Dongfang Shua's heart, and he immediately stopped hesitating and roared in his heart. Mecha! Give me overclock!
In a flash, the dark red color of the mech faded away, and a bright red that looked like arterial blood slowly covered the entire body of the mech.
Boom! Dongfang Shua's speed and strength, actually once again skyrocketed by a cut. The long spear in his hand was an instant blue light bloom, rushing straight to Chen Yuan. However, late. Chen Yuan laughed softly. In the midst of a violent battle, under heavy pressure, he had caught that flash of opportunity. Brother Tuzi, I'm going to trouble you again. This time Kryptonite, 1600 years of life, all stud. Brother Unicorn, show me your limits. Derivation, begin. A martial artist, born for war, in the midst of battle, can be reborn as a butterfly. After a fierce engagement, forced by great pressure, at this moment you seize that glimpse of opportunity, and combined with your own mastery of martial arts, you vaguely seem to have sensed something. Holding on to this indefinable, fleeting inspiration, you begin to try to understand what you're really sensing. It took 200 years for you to initially understand where that opportunity came from, and part of it stems from the Yangji transformation Thunderblade you learned. In reality, the white arcs of electricity that Chen Yuan had originally dissipated due to the exhaustion of his qi and blood appeared once again, wrapping around Chen Yuan's body. What's this? How did Chen Yuan's qi blood return again? Dongfang Shua, Hirsch, Manhwa and the others had stunned expressions, with intense uneasiness on their faces. If Chen Yuan's qi and blood recovered, they would still be beating the hell out of each other. Dongfang Shua was the first to notice that something was wrong. No, that's not an arc of electricity condensed by qi and blood. Never mind that, quickly strike together to eliminate Chen Yuan. Pops, is teacher about to lose? Yang Rui couldn't help but ask. Anyone could tell that Chen Yuan was not far from being eliminated. No. The big boss nodded helplessly at first. However, when he saw the white arcs of electricity that once again permeated Chen Yuan's body, his unperturbed eyes could not help but slightly condense, and for the first time, such obvious ripples appeared. He touched Yang Rui's head and said in a deep voice, Chen Yuan won't necessarily lose. Provided that he actually succeeds. The process of kryptonite may seem like a long time, but in the outside world it is only a moment. In the 500th year, you comprehended the way of the Yang Pole from the Yang Pole transformation Thunderblade, but that's not enough, not by a long shot. In the 650th year, you recalled the 2 yards, or yin and yang, that had been mentioned in the I Ching in your previous life, and you found what was missing. The Yang Pole was there, and the lesser yin pole was still missing. But you lacked the martial arts background that you had accumulated step by step, so you began to try to pioneer the way of the yin extreme. In the 1100th year, drawing on the Yang Pole transformation Thunderblade, you developed the yin pole way alone. Reality. Following the sudden appearance of white electric arcs, but in an instant, another black electric arc suddenly emerged from Chen Yuan's body. The black and white arcs of electricity, which were mirrored around Chen Yuan, were similarly divided in protest. No matter what exactly happened, it's still close, just a little bit close. The 3 Dongfang Shua attacked Chen Yuan in unison. It was just that the distance that could be crossed in the blink of an eye originally seemed incredibly far away at the moment. Chen Yuan is defeated. Chen Yanni's slightly regretful voice came from within his live broadcast. Although Chen Yuan was defeated, his one-man solo battle against the 3 Heavenly Stairs #1 still makes us. Chen Yanni's speech, which he had prepared for a long time, suddenly got stuck. Because of Chen Yuan's body, but also inexplicably and then white arcs, obviously the blood has been exhausted. Not only that, a black arc of electricity appeared right after it. Chen Yanni's head was full of question marks, but the habits that he had developed from years of live broadcasting allowed him to keenly grasp this change, and he couldn't help but cry out. Still operating. Chen Yuan is still operating. At this moment, but anyone who was watching the live broadcast could notice Chen Yuan's change of heart. The original supposedly doomed ending of this accident-riddled university examination seems to be starting to unravel again. You have realized the yang and yin poles, and the 2 yin and yang are complete, but you begin to think, what exactly are you going to do when you realize them? In the 1200th year, even if it takes 100 years, you are still confused. In the 1300th year, you have realized something, that the yang and yin poles are like theories, and that the only thing you lack today is practice. In the 1400th year, you began to ponder over the I Ching's 2 giving birth to 4 elephants, and the 4 elephants giving birth to 8 trigrams, and finally you found the clue. For the 1500th year, you finally understood and took the first step. Yin and yang transformed everything. For the 1600th year, you continue to polish the way of yin and yang transforming all things. Derivation, complete. In reality, a deep and ghostly light flashed through Chen Yuan's eyes as fragments of the 1,600 years of seeking the Tao clattered through his mind.
And the all-out strikes belonging to Dongfang Shua, Hirsch and Manhwa, in the blink of an eye,
came one after the other. Chen Yuan. Give me peace of mind to be eliminated.
Hers was drumming up the last of his body's blood in chi at the moment. If this strike failed to be effective, the after effects of the blizzard pill and the blood-burning secret method would inevitably erupt together.
He'll never be able to fight again.
Facing the strongest strike that the trio had condensed, Chen Yuan grinned.
Now, let's begin, boss. Stage 2.
White electric arcs wrapped around the blade as Chen Yuan clenched the hilt and slowly launched it out. However, to Chen Yuan's slight surprise, Hers didn't even choose to attack, but instead held on to the blazing power-armored saw blade with his arms wide open. The power mech saw blade went straight through Hal's abdomen, the snow-white tip of the blade stabbing out from the back. Not a single drop of blood was spewed out, because the power-armored saw blade had already scorched Her's abdomen, along with his internal organs, and the blood was instantly vaporized by the scorching heat. Her's forehead veins bulged, and his muscle-bound arms actually firmly pressed down on the long knife in his abdomen, letting the intense to extreme pain hit him.
Dongfang Shua, Manhwa, no matter what other cards Chen Yuan has, I'm controlling him for you. You guys go together. If you can't win this, I'll plant both of your ancestors. Hers erupted into a deafening roar. With many experts surrounding Chen Yuan alone, he had already lost face. If that's not enough to win, Hals is not happy. He was not willing. Hurl's only obsession right now, and that was to beat Chen Yuan, no matter in what way. Even if it means sacrificing yourself. Even if in the end, the two rivals, Dongfang Shua and Manhwa, who had never met before, were brought to their fulfillment. Chapter 68 The Battle of the Snowy Mountains. The end. 3 chapters have been posted, requesting gifts. It was clear to everyone that Chen Yuan had relied on the power-armored saw blade that had been utilized to its extreme performance, coupled with the first-grade transformation realm's blade technique martial arts, and had almost eliminated half of the final round experts. And as long as Chen Yuan was made to lose the help of this power-armored saw blade, it would undoubtedly be breaking one of his arms, causing his battle power to be greatly reduced. But no one did so. The weaker ones didn't have this ability to seize the knife, and the 3 strongest Heavenly Ladder firsts couldn't possibly seize the knife from the tiger's mouth, risking the high probability of being eliminated. And today, someone did. No one had expected that Hurls would change his offensive intent midway and forcefully control Chen Yuan's power-armored saw blade by himself. Yes. Although Dongfang Shua and Manhwa were shocked in their hearts, there wasn't an ounce of sluggishness in their strikes. It would be the greatest disrespect to Hers if the slightest hesitation at this time resulted in Chen Yuan regaining control of the power-armored saw blade. Drunkenness forgets books. Surprising Dragon 9 Shadows. A sword and a spear, 2 first-grade chemistry realm martial arts attacked Chen Yuan in unison, both being the strongest moves that both of them currently had at their disposal. However, even when faced with such an unexpected move from Hers, Chen Yuan's expression remained unperturbed. Since you like the knife, I'll give it to you. Chen Yuan's right hand loosened, and in the midst of the crowd's astonished gazes, he actually took the initiative to give up the power-armored saw blade that had greatly benefited his battle power. In turn, empty hands. One black and one white, one left and one right. 2 distinct arcs of electricity began to emerge above Chen Yuan's hands. Black and white electric arcs shuttled back and forth and leapt between Chen Yuan's hands before returning to calm. This was not the power of thunder and lightning, but rather the yin and yang dichotomy that Chen Yuan had spent 1,600 years comprehending, only to show it through the arc of electricity. Chen Yuan's hands were each covered with one black and one white arc of electricity, as if they were covered with a layer of black and white boxing gloves. In the next moment, the left fist and right palm were slowly launched towards his body. Yet it was but a moment, extremely slow and then to extremely fast. Second-grade yin and yang transformation execution hands. Boo! In a split second, a fist and a palm, respectively, met the two of them, Dongfang Shua and Manhwa, who were going all out. A gun, a sword, a fist and a palm collided with a loud bang. Click. Tot. There wasn't much of a spectacular sight, nor was there a heavenly impact of chi. The crowd just heard a slight muffled sound. Dongfang Shua's gun broke, and Manhwa's sword shattered. Then, one fist in one palm went without losing a single bit of momentum. The left fist heavily bombarded Dongfang Shua's chest, and the right palm fiercely imprinted on Manhwa's face. Buzz buzz. 3 force fields fell with a bang.
One of them was protecting in front of Manhwa, and Chen Yuan's palm blasted on top of this force field, sending waves after waves, but in the end, it failed to break through. However, this also meant that amongst the intelligent judgment, Manhwa was completely unable to resist Chen Yuan's palm. If it hits, Manhwa will die for sure. Manhwa eliminated. The second force field, which landed on top of the Sea Abyss Beast, hard yanked the Sea Abyss Beast to follow Manhwa, leaving the snowy mountain one after the other. The last force field, in the twinkling of an eye, descended on top of hers head, even if he was unwilling to do so, but was Chen Yuan's slash so easy to receive? The fact that he could last this long was still just because of herself's great horizontal training and thick skin. If we delayed for a while longer, I'm afraid we'd really lose our lives. So intelligence finally ruled that hers eliminated. The Orientals, however, can't be protected by a force field. Accompanied by the sudden snapping of the lance in his hand, Dongfang Shua completely did not expect such a scenario to happen, and was unable to dodge in time before his chest was completely hit by Chen Yuan's punch. Click! The mech that covered the entire body, under Chen Yuan's punch, seemed like a piece of poor quality glass, suddenly suffused with countless cracks. My mech! It's cracked? Dongfang Shua's eyes were wide with anger. If he hadn't been wearing a mech, that punch just now could definitely send him back to the top of the sky mothership. It could not have been otherwise. Mecha! Sure is a lot harder than I thought. Chen Yuan withdrew his fist and let out a slight sigh in his heart. The mecha thing, as long as it was paired with a martial artist, was enough to raise the strength of the martial artist by several levels on all fronts. Beginning battle peak cross-border reverse felling. It was because of the Star Alliance's martial artists and mechs that the Star Alliance was as good as gold, and even though the 10,000 races of the stars had resentment, they all paid their respects. Under the starry sky, the Star Alliance is the absolute sky. Since that's the case, let's try this sword and see if it can cut through this turtle shell of yours. Chen Yuan took a deep breath, and a white arc of electricity flashed in his right hand, shooting out. Because of Hurl's elimination, the power mech saw blade had been repelled out of the force field at the moment and was slowly falling. However, before it could fall, it was entangled in mid-air by a circle of white electric arcs and returned to Chen Yuan's hands. Along with Chen Yuan raising the blade high above his head, black and white electric arcs appeared once again. This time, they did not appear above Chen Yuan's hands, but instead, they were wrapped around both sides of the blade. Eventually, it chopped down hard at the mech in front of him. Second grade Yin Yang Transformation Thunder Blade. This was Chen Yuan's independently modified Yangji Thunder Transformation Blade, which was more suitable for his martial arts, and could also be said to be his self-created martial arts. This slash, again, had no earth-shattering movement. As the blade chopped down, the mecha in front of him exploded, revealing a horrified Dongfang Shua inside, looking unbelievably at the blade, slowly falling towards him. Anum. Buzz. The force field appears in time. The blade finally landed half an inch above Dongfang Shua's head, and it was difficult to gain another inch. Orientation eliminated. So far, the three latter number ones, Manhwa, hers, and Dongfang Shua, had been eliminated from the tournament by Chen Yuan. At the moment, the big picture is set. Dig it, Brother Slugger really won? Am I not dreaming? This is too fierce. Xianxiu rubbed his eyes vigorously, still feeling that this scene was so unbelievable and unreal. 1 through 3. Incorrect. One person fighting over 50 people alone. There are also 3 ladder firsts among them. That's a ridiculously high gold content. Boss Chen Yuan, from now on I'll be your die-hard fan. Carl, Moxon, Mosul, and the others were thrilled inside as if it were themselves. Chen Yuan's base card is actually a second-grade martial art. And it's at least at the level of entering the subtle, or even the realm of transformation. Wang Xianjun murmured in a low voice. The Enlightenment realm mastering the second-grade martial arts, this kind of martial arts talent was truly terrifying like this. Wang Xianjun finally understood why in the school, Principal Fan Yaosheng had cautioned himself that he would listen to Chen Yuan in everything during this university examination. So, Principal had long anticipated this scene. He must have known that Chen Yuan had mastered a second-grade martial art. On the other side, Song Hao was equally shocked in his heart. What shocked him was not Chen Yuan's defeat of 3 Heavenly Stairs number 1s in a row, but rather this hand of underhandedness displayed by his opponent. At this moment, hearing Wang Qianjuan's mumbling, Song Hao helplessly rolled his eyes and couldn't help but explain. You're obviously a student who came out of the same high school as Chen Yuan. Why is there so much difference? Into the subtle realm of transformation? That's a grading that only those of us who study need. Chen Yuan doesn't need it anymore. Because he stepped out on his own path of martial arts. Chapter 69. Self-created martial arts? Yang Rui asked curiously. Nice. The big boss nodded and couldn't help but say with more than a little sigh in his tone. Chen Yuan actually really relied on the strong pressure given by the outside world to break through the bottleneck at the last moment. I think he has long been on the verge of breaking through this layer of bottleneck, and this time the opportunity is rare, so this time he deliberately created external pressure on himself to create the environment for a breakthrough. It was a bit risky, but in the end he succeeded. This teacher of yours has an unlimited future. Is creating your own martial arts so strong? Then I will also create my own martial arts. Yang Rui said confidently. The big boss didn't say anything. He didn't want to discourage his son from practicing martial arts. The path of creating one's own martial arts is the path that every powerful martial artist must go through. His own son was too far from that goal. Basically, all the martial arts that could be learned only went up to the 6th grade, which was the boundary that distinguished whether a martial artist could become a truly strong person or not. It wasn't that there weren't 7th, 8th, or even 9th grade martial arts. On the contrary, there were very many of them. However, starting from the 6th grade martial arts, if a martial artist continued to learn the martial arts left behind by others and couldn't come out with their own martial arts path, the upper limit was already locked. Let alone a starry sky martial god, even an earth martial saint would be impossible to achieve. That's why most ambitious and aspiring martial artists would make preparations early and start exploring their future path of martial arts. And what Chen Yuan had shown this time was a martial way that was uniquely his own. Pops, these 2 moves of my teacher are so strong. Are all self-created martial arts this strong? What level are these 2 moves? Into the subtle? Or is it the realm of transformation? Yang Rui asked again. Although his strength was still somewhat low and he was still learning a basic martial art like the 8 Extreme Thunderblade, the tutors he had hired were by no means few, and his eyesight was not low. The 4 major levels of the most basic beginner's realm of the entry-grade martial arts, the Mingli, the subtle, and the realm of transformation, Yang Rui was equally aware of them. Big Boss patiently explained, the so-called 4 major levels of entry-grade martial arts beginning realm, Mingli, subtle, and transformation realm, that refers to your level of mastery of this martial art. Beginner's realm, lucid realm, subtle realm, and transformed realm, which represent 20%, 40%, 60%, and 80% mastery of the martial arts you've learned, respectively. But no matter how hard you practice, the degree of mastery will never reach 100%, because that is ultimately a martial art created by someone else, and will always be suitable only for others, not the learner. And once you use a self-created martial art, that mastery is naturally 100% and is the most suitable martial art for you, bar none. Even if Yang Rui didn't know any better, she understood the power of self-created martial arts, so her little mouth slightly opened. My teacher is so powerful. It's pretty impressive. Big Boss recognized. But I'm going to surpass him. Yang Rui stood up and crossed his arms. If you can get into the same college as your teacher, I'll bring your mom over. The big boss said with a smile on his lips. Really? Of course. Chen Nian's live stream, again and again and again, exploded. He was all a bit numb. This university examination of 3 planets could be said to be full of twists and turns and changes. Especially this guy Chen Yuan, the final duel was similar to his electrocardiogram, with ups and downs that one couldn't help but be alarmed. Chen Yuan ended up winning. This is really surprising. Chen Nian's commentary was breathless. After all, hope despair back and forth. He was also a little distracted. But his live broadcast room can be different. At this moment is full of Chen Yuan fans. Brush screen speech, the degree of fire for a moment. Chen Yuan is awesome. This is one of the most powerful university exams I've ever seen, although other regional university exams still have forging realm experts in existence, but it's completely inferior to Chen Yuan's. This exciting. I'm a student of Falling Star University, and now I'm a Qiguan martial artist. What Chen Yuan showed at the end was definitely a self-created martial art, and there's no way I could be wrong. My recent experimental subject is self-created martial arts related. Self-created martial arts? Self-created martial arts at the Enlightenment realm? Then wouldn't Chen Yuan have the stature of an earth martial saint, or even the hope of becoming a star martial god? Such a terrifying talent? I declare, now I am from black to pink. I am Chen Yuan brainwashed fan. Whoever dares to spray Chen Yuan, I swear to spray him to the end. Although the majority of the live broadcast room was filled with ordinary people, there was no lack of a few truly knowledgeable martial arts experts. After their explanations, Chen Yuan's terrifying talent for creating martial arts once again began to be widely spread. At least in the Blue-White Star, the Black Shattered Star, and the Mocha Star, Chen Yuan was already famous at this moment. Of course, no matter how legendary a person was, there was still no shortage of people with their necks sticking out to look at him in a bad light, and at this point, there were still sporadic people who looked at Chen Yuan in a bad light. But their speeches, quickly drowned in the ocean of the majority, could not make a single wave.
Mountain City 1. Good boy. Good boy. Ha ha ha.
Principal Fan Yaosheng had already smiled from ear to ear, and Director of Instruction Li Tianming had the same face of excitement, pacing back and forth in the office. This time, Chen Yuan's performance really gave them a great deal of face. Even relying on Chen Yuan alone, it would be easy for the two of them to be exalted on the spot next year. As for Lu Qin, Li Mingcat and the others, because of Chen Yuan's friend status, they were already surrounded by people who had watched the live broadcast at the moment, all of them asking for details about Chen Yuan's past.
Cat, when Chen Yuan comes back to Blue-White Star to look for you, you remember to bring me along. Really can't get me an autograph, okay? Little brother, I knew your kid had a unique vision. Pops is asking you, when will you bring Brother Chen to our house as a guest? Any time. Shimer Star.
The Hierophant himself was much less talented than the average person in every way, except in the area of interstellar broadcasting, where the Hierophant was simply uniquely equipped. As one of the few most prominent planets where the Hierophants gathered, the interstellar live broadcast industry was extremely developed.
This kid, Chen Yuan, is hiding quite deeply.
Huang Su also recalled that he had defeated Chen Yuan in the ladder ranking. How did he feel that Chen Yuan had become so strong not long ago?
Although he knew that Chen Yuan was hiding secrets, this was still a bit terrifying.
Old Wu, on the other hand, watched Chen Yanni's live broadcast from the sidelines. This Chen Yanni is considered to be one of the few most famous intergalactic anchors in Blue-White Star. This time after the matter of Chen Yuan, the traffic, fans, and fame have all risen fiercely, as our first wave of recruiting anchors is completely sufficient.
Then I'll go talk to him first? Huang Su asked. Give it a try for now. Old Wu nodded.
At the same time, Chen Yanni's backstage suddenly received a private message from the boss of The Wolf of Shimmering Star.
Chapter 70 University Examinations, the End.
After resolving the 3 Heavenly Stairs number 1s, the little qi and blood that was already left in Chen Yuan's body was finally completely drained at this moment.
But this time, no one dared to make a move. They were all clear that Chen Yuan's qi, blood, and physical strength were bound to be exhausted to the extreme, and there was a high probability that they would be able to defeat Chen Yuan at this moment, and from then on, their reputation would grow. But no one did anything about it.
Chen Yuan slowly sat down on his knees in front of the crowd and began to restore his body's qi and blood while checking his personal panel.
Name, Chen Yuan. Martial Arts, Enlightenment Realm. Lifespan, 0 years. Martial Arts. Metamagnetic Vomiting 361. Mixed Elements Dragon Elephant True Technique 2nd Level. Yin and Yang Thunder Transformation Blade 2nd Grade. Yin and Yang Execution Hands 2nd Grade. Tao Tai Immobility 1st Grade Realm of Transformation.
The Yang Extreme Thunder Transforming Blade martial art was replaced by the Yin Yang Thunder Transforming Blade, and there was also an additional Yin Yang Transforming Execution Hand, while the rest of it didn't change much. Of course, although the life expectancy column shows 0 years, it only shows whole numbers by itself, so it may look like 0 years, but there are actually a few dozen days of life left to make up later.
Not a big problem. Chen Yuan recovered his qi and blood while pondering over the harvest this time.
Creating his own martial arts was much more difficult than he had thought, and he had had this idea as early as when he had gained so much life expectancy of 1600 years. However, when he attempted kryptonite, he was prompted to lack an opportunity, or else he would not be able to take the first step at all, even if all 1600 years of his lifespan were consumed. And what the opportunity needed was, Chen Yuan knew in his heart.
Why are martial artists called martial artists?
The same leap of life, the same ability to prolong life. There were starry sky martial gods who had lived for thousands of years, even 10,000 years.
Then why aren't martial artists called immortal cultivators?
All because, from the very beginning of their existence, martial artists are destined to be a war weapon. So naturally, the opportunity is to be sought in the midst of battle. The so-called opportunity flashes by, and is difficult for ordinary people to capture and deeply understand. Therefore, they need to fight many fierce battles, and continuously accumulate that weak opportunity between life and death, and eventually build up a thick and thin, and create their own path.
Chen Yuan did not need to. As long as he clearly felt this opportunity, he could consume 100, or even 1,000 years of his life in a single moment, and complete the process of opening the way. In addition to creating a martial art that is uniquely mine, this time, my Chen Yuan's name should have some notoriety under the starry sky. Chen Yuan needed cultivation resources, the more the better. And fame and profit. Fame and profit tend to follow each other closely. Chen Yuan wants to profit, then he has to get involved with the name. And this time, the absolute talent that he had shown with the university examination was the source of the name's greatest. Before the university examination, Chen Yuan's name was only known in a tiny mountain town in the Blue and White Star. And after the university examination, most of the people under the starry sky, whether active or passive, should have more or less heard of Chen Yuan's reputation for creating his own martial arts at the Enlightenment realm. So far, Chen Yuan in the university examination has become the biggest winner. Chen Yuan, what you said before about the final ranking, does it still count? Just as Chen Yuan closed his eyes to recuperate, a voice in the distance suddenly interrupted him. Chen Yuan opened his eyes and looked towards a distant mountain rock, and among the many experts who had previously remained neutral and did not make a move, someone spoke out inquiringly. If you still have cultivation resources on you, it naturally counts. But the same rankings don't have the same price today. Chen Yuan nodded slightly. Cultivation resources, he did not mind too much since. After answering this query, another person spoke up and inquired, I don't have many cultivation resources on me, but can I be counted as part of it if I step in to help you eliminate the people who were besieging you before? Sure. Chen Yuan likewise did not forget that amongst the group of people who had surrounded him earlier, about a dozen or so had ended up running away. He's not generous, rather he holds a grudge. But now he was too lazy to make a move, and with the strength of Qianshou's gang not being reliable, now that someone was willing to help him solve this trouble, Chen Yuan was naturally happy to do so. Good. It's a deal. The final lap isn't that big, it's just a few snowy mountains away. The remaining experts didn't dare to make a move against Chen Yuan, but if they eliminated the people who had surrounded Chen Yuan before and played a smooth game, they would be in good spirits. A group of people aggressively began searching all over the place for the candidates who had participated in the siege earlier, but in 10 minutes or so, all of these people were eliminated from the game. And Chen Yuan also reaped the last of the cultivation resources from this university examination, all originating from this last group of neutral experts. Although the number is not large, but the general cultivation resources of this group of guys cannot look at, the hands saved are good things. Thus Chen Yuan's lifespan was once again raised to 800 years. This was the reason why he wasn't worried about his lifespan going to zero, because at the end of this battle, Chen Yuan would be the recognized strongest, the strongest that was strong enough to control whether or not everyone was eliminated. The remaining people would naturally take the initiative to hand over the cultivation resources in their hands to Chen Yuan for the sake of the final ranking. 800 years. After the university examination is over, let's proceed to break through the body forging realm. Chen Yuan thought in his heart. Self-created martial arts would be extremely helpful for future breakthroughs to earth martial saints and even star martial gods though. However, in terms of short-term enhancement of strength, breaking through the forging realm was the most cost-effective option. Once everything was sorted out, it was time to start the final ranking battle. However, unlike other areas where university examinations were fought with great vigor, Chen Yuan's area was simply smooth and terrifying. Many ladder-ranking top experts, before the final round, each eagle-eye, good fierce, want to be in the final round of the fight to the death, a showdown. At this moment, however, his eyes were clear and he waited in place for Chen Yuan's final verdict. Wangsun, you're 830. A tall, thin man in the crowd sniffed, so he took it upon himself to communicate with the intelligence, and in the blink of an eye the force field descended and hauled him away. 200th place to you, Moxon, Mo Sulfur, as you wish. 201. Mo Sulfur scratched his head and laughed nervously, then was eliminated by stance traction, one after the other with his own brother, Mo Sang. The final ranking was decided by Chen Yuan according to the height of their previous contributions. There were experts who were superficially convinced, but their hearts were unwilling. However, Chen Yuan's strength was there, so they didn't dare to make a move, and they could only endure it. One by one, the candidates were teleported away one after another, and soon the final round was down to the last few dozen. Wang Qianjun, 99. Wang Qianjun nodded his head toward Chen Yuan and said, thanks a lot. University examination 99, this time Wang Qianjun dare not dream of ranking. He also did not complain why Chen Yuan cannot give him a higher ranking. From start to finish, it was Chen Yuan who was helping him, and he had never helped Chen Yuan. Wang Qianjun is not that shameless. Carl. 89th place, Song Hao. 42 place, Jen Xiu. 18th place.
Song Hao smiled faintly. He didn't have any extra thoughts. He really admired Chen Yuan.
Wow, Chen Yuan, you are my regenerative parent.
Xian Xiu's expression was exaggerated, and he hated the way he hugged Chen Yuan's thigh and wouldn't let go, but the force field didn't care about that and still hauled him away.
In the end, only Chen Yuan was left.
The snowy mountains of the final round. At the moment only a gray patch of rocks remains. The snow has long been swept away because of the previous great battle. Even the originally pointed peaks of the snowy mountains were plowed flat at the moment, and that was just the damage caused by a group of Enlightenment Realm martial artists. The Enlightenment Realm was nothing more than the beginning of a martial artist. Dang it, I'm getting more and more excited about the path of martial arts afterward. Looking at the scene in front of him, Chen Yuan let the force field pull him away. Along with the departure of the last person, the continent that was temporarily created on this side of the foot finally all disintegrated and dissipated into the deep space of the universe. Chapter 71 Scores. Dongfang Shua and Manhwa, I sprout your ancestors. Chen Yuan had just been hauled back to the airspace mothership when he was caught off guard and heard such a violent roar. Needless to say, these words naturally came from hers. Although Dongfang Shua and Manhwa were pointed at and scolded, they did not return the favor except for some embarrassment on their faces. It's really that last set that Hurls has done well enough, and in turn, the two of them have been pulling crotch quite a bit. One was seconded by a slap from Chen Yuan, and one relied on his mech to carry an extra punch, then was seconded by a slash. It really wasn't their fault that they were weak, only that Chen Yuan was too heaven-defying.
Chen Yuan is finally here.
Hers had just finished cursing when he noticed Chen Yuan, who was being dragged. At this moment, on top of the empty sky mothership, the gazes of 30,000 people all converged on one place, and that was the only protagonist of this university examination. It was also the only protagonist that the crowd did not expect before the university examination. Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, that last move is a self-created martial art? So powerful, what's its name? Hers was very self-conscious and asked with a big grin. Dongfang Shua and Manhwa also came up curiously. Second grade martial art Yin-Yang transformation execution hand. Chen Yuan did not hesitate and told the three directly. This martial arts talent of yours is truly heaven-defying. I'm afraid that you've been thinking of using us from the very beginning to sharpen your own martial arts path.
Dongfang Shua revealed Chen Yuan on the spot.
No wonder he had always felt that Chen Yuan was outrageously rampant and extremely unwise before. But how could someone so unwise have gotten to where he is now? Self-created martial arts. With the stature of an earth martial saint, I'm afraid that the three major universities will rush to take you. Manhwa laughed slightly. Within his long sleeves, the sea abyss beast slightly poked out a head. The moment it saw Chen Yuan again, its pupils shrank and hastily shrunk back again. It was really scared of being punched by Chen Yuan, leaving an indelible psychological shadow. The three big ones that Manhwa was talking about naturally meant Imperial Capital University, Dongyao University, and Xingyuan University, the three big ones being the abbreviations of these three universities.
You guys aren't too bad either. If nothing goes wrong, the big three shouldn't be a problem. Chen Yuan similarly returned.
That's for sure, we were originally going for the big three. It's a pity that all the limelight has been stolen by you kid, and the three of us have all become accompaniments. Hers laughed. Hers and the others still quite admired Chen Yuan, one person fighting against the group, breaking through the bottleneck at the last moment and relying on his self-created martial arts to take the first place, a legendary experience. He patted Chen Yuan on the shoulder. Leave your contact information, you can look me up next time you come to Mocha Star, whether it's for business or pleasure, I'll do my best as a landlord. Black Shattering Star, my MO plan isn't bad either, I'll treat you to plum wine when the time comes.
Manhwa nodded.
Dongfang Shua rubbed his nose and said helplessly, I won't say much more, all of you are from the blue and white planet, you are always welcome to come to my Dongfang family as a guest, and I'll take you around Kyoto more when the time comes.
Definitely.
Chen Yuan nodded his head in response. The four of them now met on top of the air and space mothership, and there was no hint of the hostile and competitive nature of the university examination. After all, they had not been any life and death enemies, and before the university examination were competitors with each other, so they naturally had to use all their means and go all out to achieve better results. Now that the university exams were over and they were back on top of the air and space mothership, they could still be friends, of course. Strong people sympathized with each other, and if they came to other people's planets, there was even the possibility of cooperation in the future. What's more, Chen Yuan had already demonstrated notable martial arts talent, and if he kept going, he was even expected to be in the realm of the Earth Martial Saint. Hers 3 people are not stupid, which does not take the initiative to make friends, but instead take the initiative to make enemies? After a few people chatted, Xianxiu, Carl, Mo Sang, Songhao and others also came to chat with Chen Yuan for a few moments. The content was not too different, all of them left a contact with each other. If Chen Yuan was interested, he could find them to play or something.
Chen Yuan all responded one by one.
Buzz. Accompanied by a soft buzzing, the eyes of the crowd fell on the center of the air and space mothership, above the giant screen. Everyone's eyes burned as they knew full well that this was going to be the final score. The final results of this university examination are as follows. Chen Yuan, 1,000 full points. Hells, 950. Dongfangshuo, 948. Manhwa, 945. There was nothing out of the ordinary, nor was anyone surprised that Chen Yuan's name was clearly in first place, and even more so, he reached a perfect score of 1,000. As for hers and the others at the back, their scores weren't bad either, and they were only a few tens of points away from Chen Yuan. This cannot be blamed on the intelligent judgment is problematic. After all, the university examination capped at 1,000 points, Chen Yuan cannot be higher. On top of that, even with Chen Yuan bailing out the final round and even deciding the final rankings, a lot of people still don't have scores that meet the minimum standards for the university. The judgment factor of achievement is not only the survival time, but also contains elimination score, strength score, realm score. There are many factors. A truly strong player can still have a high score even if he meets the top of the ladder in the opening round, resulting in elimination. A score good enough to get into college, just a lot lower than expected. As for the weaker ones, even if Chen Yuan bailed out of the final round and his grades didn't meet the minimum university admission standards, the scores were much higher than they expected. By relying on this score, they would be able to return to their home planet and have more paths to choose from. Chen Yuan's real influence is still on those who are out of the middle of the pack, that is, pretty much stuck at the minimum admission line, hovering and wavering. Examples include Xianxiu, Wang Qianjun, and Mo Sang. Relying on their extremely high final scores, they ended up scoring just a little more than the minimum accepted score, and at the moment excitedly kept congratulating each other. At the same time, above Chen Yuan's personal terminal, there were constant ringing sounds. He was not the only one. Among the candidates present, there were likewise some who began to check up on their personal terminals. This is the university coming to pull the plug. With your grades, pick one you like. If you're not sure, you can hold off for a while. Dongfang Shuo was right beside Chen Yuan, and at this moment, he kindly reminded him. Chen Yuan checked his personal terminal, which was filled with admission invitations coming from one university after another. Unlike universities in the previous world, Starlink nowadays realizes intelligent handling of most matters in their entirety, even university admissions. Intelligence will determine in a split second whether the candidate meets the criteria of the school, and if so, will initiate an offer of admission for the candidate to choose from. Chen Yuan is, needless to say, full marks. Basically all the universities have thrown olive branches to him, and there is no lack of additional conditions attached to it. Unfortunately, the conditions were not even considered much better in Chen Yuan's eyes, and even accompanied by the conditions, there were all kinds of strict requirements that were counterproductive. Eventually, his eyes landed on the big 3. However, Chen Yuan was not in a hurry to choose, but was prepared to learn more before choosing the university he finally decided to attend. Chapter 72, The Starlink Triad. Chen Yuan looked at hers and the others, who seemed to have figured out the university they needed to go to without the slightest hesitation. So he asked directly, "What college did you guys pick?" Hells returned, Toho University. Manhwa, Imperial University. Eastern, Imperial University. 2 imperial capitals and 1 Dongyao. It was not much of a surprise to Chen Yuan. A good reminder, never mind how other universities try to fool you, pick the big 3 with your eyes closed if you can. Those 3 are just recognized as the strongest, no exceptions. Hall said. Can you tell me about the difference between the 3 major ones? Chen Yuan asked once again. The time he had traveled through was still somewhat short and he did not know much about them. This time, it was Dongfang Shuo who explained it to Chen Yuan. Simply put, strong political resources in the imperial capital, strong military resources in Eastyu, and strong academic resources in Xingyuan. After Dongfang Shuo's brief introduction, Chen Yuan had a preliminary understanding of the big 3 in his mind. The imperial capital university itself was located in the political center of the Star Alliance, and if one were to develop in the direction of a politician in the future, the imperial capital university would be the right choice. Toho University, on the other hand, is a military school, so if you want to join the military after graduation, you can consider it. As for Star Abyss University, I heard that there were many academic lunatics, and that many pills and formulas and strange martial arts came from this university. The founder of Star Abyss University was the one who proposed the mecha martial artist system in the first place. Although Chun Yuan hadn't made an immediate choice, he actually had a bias in his mind. He wasn't a fan of politics, and there were too many rules to join the military that he wasn't destined to fit in. The only thing that was still suitable for him was Star Abyss University. But ask the others for their opinions again, there's still a week to finalize it anyway. There is a total of 1 week between the acceptance invitation and the identification of target universities. When the time comes, a university-only ship will come to meet the candidates and head to the starfield that the university belongs to. At this time, a sudden clamor came from the many candidates. Chen Yuan looked up and was able to see that 3 airships had docked at the outskirts of the Air and Space Mothership, the airships that had picked them up to return to their respective home planets. Chen Yuan, together? Dongfang Shua laughed. At the same time, Wang Xianjun and Xian Xiu and the others came to Chen Yuan's side, and Dongfang Shu also nodded slightly towards a few people. His attitude was nonchalant, maintaining a basic distance. Let's go, back to the blue-white star. Chen Yuan nodded his head. The way back is pretty much the same as the way in. The only thing that still shocked Chen Yuan was seeing the Stargate once again. Stargate, no matter how many times I see it, it still feels incredible. Chen Yuan sighed. Even seeing the Stargate for the second time still gave him a sense of wariness that spread the pores of his entire body. It was no longer the time to come, the people had long been familiar with each other, and Chen Yuan's room was already crowded with many people. Somehow heard Chen Yuan's sentiments and smiled slightly. I heard that the establishment of a Stargate requires the participation of at least one starry sky martial god. Chen Yuan was interested in this aspect, so he immediately asked, how so? Xian Xiu and the others also perked up their ears in curiosity. They didn't know as much as Song Hao did, and held the same questions about the Stargate that had shocked them. Especially when it involved the starry sky martial god, it was even more interesting to them. Song Hao deliberated for a moment, then asked, do you guys know the most basic principle of a Stargate? The astronomical scale is so horrible, so why is the Stargate able to greatly shorten the distance between 2 locations? Even though there are tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of light years apart, which is an astronomical distance that light would take 10,000 years to cross, the Stargate only takes a day or so to help the ship cross it? Chen Yuan and the others shook their heads. How would they know about this? Looking at the inquisitive eyes of these people in front of him, Song Hao only felt exhilarated. When he relied on his martial strength to defeat his enemies, it wasn't even as cool as this reliance on knowledge to crush others. Without continuing to make a pretense, he directly found a square piece of white paper, as well as a pen, and displayed it in front of the crowd. Then, Song Hao used a pen to dot 2 mutually symmetrical black dots on the left and right ends of the white paper, then put the pen aside and asked, how do you say the distance between 2 black dots is the shortest? Wang Xianjun directly stretched out his index finger and drew a straight line between the 2 black dots, between 2 points. Of course the line segment is the shortest. Chen Yuan and Xian Xiu could not help but nod their heads. Such a path was indeed the shortest. It's true that the line segment between 2 points is the shortest. Song Hao hemmed and hawed, but you guys have only considered the 2-dimensional plane, let's think differently. With that, Song Hao folded the white paper from the center, and the 2 black dots symmetrically placed on both sides of the white paper were suddenly reunited. Then, Song Hao used the tip of his pen to poke through the 2 overlapping black dots and look through the holes to the crowd behind the paper. LOL, it's not even shorter. 2 black dots directly next to each other. Chen Yuan understood. They only notice the dimension they are in, but ignore the higher dimensions. So the creation of the Stargate involves a higher dimension? Chen Yuan said in an uncertain tone. Song Hao revealed an expression of a teachable child and nodded his head. Right. Just like 2 black dots on a piece of paper, the 2 black dots are in a 2-dimensional plane, so the line segment between the 2 dots is the shortest. But we humans are in 3 dimensions, and through 3-dimensional interference, we can directly coincide 2 black points within a single spatial coordinate, making the distance far shorter than a 2-dimensional line segment. Even much, much shorter. By this analogy, the creation of the Stargate is the forcible bending of the 3-dimensional spacetime we live in through higher dimensional interference, just as we fold paper, greatly reducing the distance between 2 places. It is said that a starry sky martial god can then perform high-dimensional interference, so the establishment of every Stargate requires the participation of a starry sky martial god. Song Hao took a long breath and finally said with both hands. But all I know is a general principle, how to realize high-dimensional interference, how the ship can resist the distorting force of space-time.
These are all things I don't know. Chen Yuan nodded his head half-knowingly, the reasoning was clear to him. But there's a saying, the more you know, the more unknown you will be.
It's like drawing a circle on a blank sheet of paper, with the inside of the circle representing what is known and the circumference of the circle representing the unknowns that are touched. As the circle gets larger, more is known, the circumference of the circle will also increase, and so will the exposure to the unknown. This is the case with Chen Yuan's current situation. From Song Hao's mouth, he knew the general principle of the Stargate, but the questions within Chen Yuan's heart grew more and more. Thus, during the 3 days of the airship's voyage, Chen Yuan basically caught Song Hao asking questions. Fortunately, Song Hao knew quite a lot, and with his good-for-nothing personality, he was happy to answer Chen Yuan's questions. It was only that the further back he got, the more bizarre Chen Yuan's questions became, to the point where Song Hao didn't know how to answer them either. Well, with the ship docked at the interstellar harbor of the Blue and White Star, Song Hao excused himself. Chapter 73 Commitment Gift Plus, requesting 5 stars. Just as they exited the spaceship, Chen Yuan and Wang Qianjun saw Principal Fan Yasheng, who had come to pick up the two, and behind him, on the pilot seat of the silver-white small shuttle ship, Director of Instruction Li Tianming was smilingly waving at the two. Our Mountain City No. 1 Middle School's meritocracy has finally returned. Fan Yasheng rubbed his hands together, a smile that was hard to suppress piling up on his face. Headmaster, Wang Qianjun said cheerfully. This time, because of Chen Yuan, his final score was just a few tens of points higher than the minimum scoreline, and 3 universities had already extended offers of admission to him. Although all 3 universities were quite average, Wang Qianjun was already satisfied. If it was compared to Chen Yuan, then naturally it was far inferior, but compared to ordinary people, just by entering the university, it was already a pride of heaven. Didn't forget what I told you before? You're not bad, Qianjun. Fan Yasheng was overjoyed. Even though it had been several days, he still had trouble calming his excitement over the fact that his Mountain City No. 1 middle school had produced 2 college students in one breath. Especially, there was also Chen Yuan, the demonic genius who was destined to be accepted by the Big Three. This time, he, Mountain City No. 1 middle school, was famous. Chen Yuan doesn't care at all about verbal compliments, he prefers to be practical. Headmaster, I've given our first middle school a good face with this university examination, haven't I? Long face. A big long face. Yesterday, the Secretary of Education even personally asked me to dinner. Fan Yasheng touched his smooth bald head and said smilingly. So what do you think, such good publicity? Doesn't it take a little? Chen Yuan revealed a you-know-what expression. Fan Yasheng face expression slightly stiff, these days happy bad, many friends looking for him to drink, before he came he really forgot about this. But who is he? He was an old and cunning principal of the first middle school, so he immediately kept his face unchanged and patted Chen Yuan's shoulder while leading the two of them towards the small shuttle ship. That's something I've certainly thought about, Principal. Surely we can't let you, a great meritocracy, Shilna. It will be in your hands before you leave for the university. Only the school is still in the approval to the Education Bureau side, need to wait for a period of time. By the time the approval down, I will add a little out of my own pocket to you, pack your satisfaction surprise. Then I'll wait for the surprise from the principal's mouth. Chen Yuan laughed. Of course, he didn't hold much hope for the school's surprise. Even if the Education Bureau granted him 1,000,000 star coins as a reward, it would only be worth a dozen or so chi blood pills when calculated. It wasn't as much as the fraction of what Chen Yuan had earned in his university exams. Schools do not have rewards. Chen Yuan is not annoyed. There are words as walking on the road to pick up a few dozen dollars for nothing, although not much, but at least the mood on a lot better. Anyway, life expectancy for nothing, not for nothing. On the small shuttle ship, Chen Yuan still asked the principal about which of the 3 major schools to choose. He hadn't rushed his choice just to come back and ask the professionals for their opinion. After all, choosing a university still needed to be done carefully for martial artists. Fan Yasheng seemed to have anticipated that Chen Yuan would have this query and returned without thinking. If it's you, it's inevitable that you'll choose Star Abyss University. That's the best university for you. And the reason? Reason? The corner of Fan Yasheng's mouth contained a smile. This university examination was broadcasted live throughout, and your brat didn't do the slightest thing to hide it, so I'm afraid that the information about your special physique has spread all over the place by now. In this aspect of special physique, Star Abyss University has researched quite deeply. Their group of scientific research maniacs, the remains of the extraterrestrial evil god, dare to get their hands on the research. You'll be right if you go there. Of course, there was something else that Van Yassen hadn't said. According to Chen Yuan's nature, if he went to the Imperial Capital University and Dongyao University, he was bound to cause a great deal of trouble, so it would be good not to have any accidents at that time. Nowadays, the current situation is becoming more and more turbulent. The Star Alliance seems to be powerful, but in reality, various internal forces are tilting against each other, and it is very chaotic. Coupled with the fact that the interstellar races have long been dissatisfied with the Star Alliance's hegemony, all sorts of conflicts will explode at the slightest point, and a great war will be inevitable at that time. Thinking of this, Fan Yaosheng said to Chen Yuan in a serious tone. Chen Yuan brat, as long as you live, I believe that you are destined to have extraordinary achievements in the future, and at that time, if the blue and white star is facing a crisis, I still hope that you will step in and help out. Chen Yuan was a little surprised that he had heard a touch of pessimism from the principal's mouth. And the blue and white planet is in crisis? That's a bit of a red herring, isn't it? Although he was puzzled, Chen Yuan still nodded his head and responded, I come from the blue and white star, and there are still my friends here, so naturally, I won't be able to sit back and do nothing at that time. Good boy, I wasn't wrong about you. Fan Yaosheng smiled faintly and nodded in satisfaction. Chen Yuan walked out of his own martial arts path with the Enlightenment realm, and in the future, as long as there were no surprises, other than that, the achievement of the Earth Martial Saint would be the nail in the coffin. An Earth Martial Saint was more than enough to preserve just one blue and white star. Hill City. Principal Fan Yaosheng stiffly dragged Chen Yuan and Wang Qianjun, plus Director of Instruction Li Tianming, and the four of them had a dinner. During that time, Fan Yaosheng mentioned that there were quite a few families whose people wished for Chen Yuan to be a guest, including Lu Jing's Lu family. But Chen Yuan refused all of them. He didn't have a friendship with the Lu family, only with Lu Jing. If Lu Jing was there, it would be fine for him to go and have some fun, but now that Lu Jing was still running a ship in the universe, what was Chen Yuan doing at the Lu family? Can't a bunch of people sit around staring at each other? Or did you hear the people of the Lu family praising him as a young genius with unlimited future achievements? Chen Yuan came back this time for only a few short days, and besides choosing a university, he also needed to relax. At least, do nothing and be alone for a day or two. And Chen Yuan did the same, staying in the old house for all of 2 days until the third day, when he stepped out of the house. In this world's universities, the timetable was very tight, which could be seen from the fact that it took only 7 days to determine the university, and then an exclusive spaceship would come to pick up the candidates to travel to the university's starfield. University a total of 8 years, the so-called winter vacation, summer vacation, that is not at all. If there is a need to directly ask for leave, there is no so-called legal holidays. The lifespan of humans today, even those who are not martial artists, is generally around 160 years, so 8 years in college doesn't seem like a long time. The original owner's simple short life was an exception. If Chen Yuan left the blue and white star this time, it might not be long before he came back next time. After all, he didn't have any parents or relatives left in the blue and white star. One person to eat the whole family is not hungry, properly an invincible person. As for Lu Jing and Li Ming Cat, these friends, each of them was busy with their own business, and they could also contact each other through the terminal if necessary. Without anything special, Chen Yuan was mostly too lazy to make a special trip back. Now, time to meet the one. Picking himself up, Chen Yuan walked out of the house. Chapter 74 Li Shadong. And Bay Neighborhoods. Chen Yuan met Yang Rui's father, the big boss, again under the old butler's guidance. Sit down. Chen Yuan was not polite and directly sat on his but on the sofa opposite the big boss. The big boss made a cup of tea for Chen Yuan as he did last time, then frankly said, this university examination, your actions have surprised me quite a bit, worthy of your previous performance. I'm flattered. Chen Yuan slowly sipped a small mouthful, carefully reminisced, felt similar to the last time, simply a mouthful directly dry. Yummy. The big boss turned a blind eye to Chen Yuan's wasteful behavior and then asked, Imperial Capital University, Dongyao University, Xingyuan University, ready to think about which one to go to? Although Chen Yuan already had a decision in mind, he still asked, does Big Boss have a recommendation? Naturally. The big boss spoke bluntly, with your character, no matter if you go to the Imperial Capital University, or Dongyao University, you will definitely not be able to stand the rules there, and in the long run, I'm afraid you'll cause trouble. The only one who's tolerant enough to toss around whatever you want is Starbucks University, and it's not a big problem. Starbucks University again?
both the principal and the big boss seemed to be advising him to go to Star Abyss University.
Chen Yuan was also getting more and more curious about Star Abyss University at this time, so he directly stated his thoughts.
What I expected before, again, was Starbucks University.
That's good.
The big boss sniffed, then handed Chen Yuan a note and said,
When starting college, all students are faced with the dilemma of choosing a college advisor, and this choice is important. A college advisor is basically bound to you for life. A lineage of teachers, relationships are all bound to the advisor, and choosing a good college advisor is the first step in college. Chen Yuan opened the note and glanced at it, only to see a name written on it, Li Shadong.
Li Shadong? He murmured in a low voice.
Trust me, if you don't have a college tutor that your family has contacted in advance for you, then go for Li Shadong. He is a scientific research genius that is in no way inferior to your martial talent, as well as being a powerful martial artist himself, and will certainly be able to give you enough help.
The big boss laughed.
Of course, this is just a suggestion. After you enter Star Abyss University, you can first make some contact with Li Shadong to see. After all, I haven't contacted him for more than a decade.
Okay, I'll make a note of it. Chen Yuan nodded.
Can get the big boss so sure. This Li Shadong is bound to be extraordinary, no matter for what purpose. Chen Yuan definitely want to meet. One last word of caution, where there are people there are rivers and lakes, and there is no place of absolute peace under the stars. The same is true of universities, where there are countless factional fights and collusion of all kinds, and casualties are not uncommon. If you meet a difficult problem that cannot be solved, if you can endure it for a while, wait until you achieve the Earth Martial Saint, and all the so-called difficult problems will be solved.
The big boss intoned. University.
Chen Yuan could hear from the big boss's mouth that the university was not simple, but it did not seem to be a place of mere study and martial arts practice.
It's very different from the university in my previous life.
Alright, in fact, there's nothing I'm looking for you for, it's just that my son misses you quite a bit, and once we part this time, the next time we meet will be at least a few years from now.
The big boss said. Yang Rui, that kid, ah.
Chen Yuan had a smile in the corner of his eyes, and after saying goodbye to the big boss, he didn't need the butler to lead the way, he came to Yang Rui's room alone.
Drink!
Yang Rui carried his sword and was constantly practicing the 8 Extreme Thunder Blade in his room. At this moment, when he heard the sound of the room door opening, he immediately said without turning his head back, "Wait a moment, wait for me to finish practicing this set before eating."
The 8 Extreme Thunder Blade has become a small success? Not bad at all.
Yang Rui immediately reacted, this voice is not quite right, not the voice of the housekeeper, but also somewhat familiar.
He looked back at the visitor and said incredulously, "Teacher? It's me."
Chen Yuan nodded with a smile. Yang Rui's talent was much better than his, the 8 Extreme Thunder Blade martial art. When he was Kryptonite at the time, it took him almost a year to go from introductory to minor success. And Yang Rui's time from just touching to small success was just over 2 months in full, less than 3 months. Surprise flashed in his eyes, but Yang Rui immediately asked with a small face. What college did the teacher pick?
Star Abyss University.
Chen Yuan had already made his decision.
Star Abyss University.
Yang Rui lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then raised his head to Chen Yuan and affirmed, then I will definitely be able to get into Star Abyss University as well.
That's kind of hard. Chen Yuan is not Yang Rui's old man, and he is not at all afraid of striking Yang Rui's fragile heart. Yang Rui's expression was a bit strained.
However, Chen Yuan quickly added, however, I can teach you a set of martial arts to increase your strength a little more.
What martial arts? Hearing that Chen Yuan wanted to teach him martial arts, Yang Rui was obviously interested.
After Chen Yuan had conceptualized the idea within his mind for about a few minutes, he began to teach Yang Rui on the spot. You use a knife, but inevitably you run into a situation where you don't have a knife, and that's when you need combat skills. This set of martial arts I'm teaching you isn't simply boxing or palmistry, it's more of a way for you to add an ability to defend yourself if you don't have a sword to use. This set of martial arts belonged to Chen Yuan's temporary self-creation, and could almost be considered a set of basic martial arts, incorporating his own understanding of martial arts. It's not that hard, it's like asking a high school student to give some questions to an elementary school student, and you don't even have to think about it too much to give quite a few puzzles. In this way, an afternoon passed quickly.
It was getting late.
After ensuring that Yang Rui memorized the essentials of the set of martial arts, Chen Yuan was ready to move off.
Teacher, you haven't told me what this martial art is called? Yang Rui asked as he followed behind Chen Yuan.
Shen Yuan hadn't really thought about the name of the martial art, after all, it was just a martial art that he had improvised and created himself, so he answered after a little thought.
Then it will be called Yin Yang Scattered Hands. Time flies. Chen Yuan listened to his advice and eventually chose Starbucks University.
In the blink of an eye, it was the night before the Star Abyss University's exclusive airship arrived. Chen Yuan was in the middle of packing up his things when he started to heat up slightly at the palm of his hand.
Reverse cross. He reacted almost instantly. Knock knock.
The door to the room slammed.
Kinda polite.
Shen Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and the biochip in his palm that had been handed over to him by the reverse cross happened to undergo an anomaly at that moment. No need to guess, it must be someone from reverse cross outside the door. This inexplicable organization, including that biochip, gave Chen Yuan the feeling that he was being targeted by the other side. But since the other party knocked on the door and started, they were obviously releasing goodwill.
At least, no hostility.
Thoughts surged through Chen Yuan's mind, but he still took the initiative to open the door.
Chapter 75 Departure, Star Abyss Starfield.
Standing outside the door was a bald man with a full face, his face painted with a kind of tattoo-like black lines as if worms were wriggling.
Someone from the reverse cross? What do you want with me? Shen Yuan blocked the doorway, his hands flickering quietly with black and white arcs of electricity, already ready to strike.
Regardless of whether the visitor was good or evil, as long as they exchanged hands they were destined to attract the officials of the mountain city.
As for what if this bald head was strong enough to kill Chen Yuan in seconds?
If it was truly strong to such an extent that no matter how Chen Yuan prepared, his opponent would be able to kill him in seconds, then there would be no point in talking about it.
I'm not from the Reverse Cross, to be precise, I'm from the Reverse Star Society. The Reverse Star Society?
Shen Yuan frowned slightly as another organization he had never heard of popped up. Reverse Cross, Reverse Star Society, just by hearing the names you can actually guess that the two are bound to be connected.
Reverse Cross, Reverse Star Society, what's the connection? He asked directly.
The Reverse Cross is one of the many industries under the Reverse Star Association, and I have come this time to invite you to join the Reverse Star Association.
The bald head said in a gentle manner. But didn't I already join?
Chen Yuan opened his palm, and the biochip inside had stopped glowing at the moment. The Reverse Cross is the Reverse Cross, the Reverse Star Society is the Reverse Star Society. If you are willing to join the Reverse Star Society, the authority of the Reverse Cross can be directly upgraded to the oxygen level, along with many privileges.
The bald head patiently explained. Can you tell me a little bit about what the Reverse Star Society does?
I need to think about it before I decide to join or not.
Chen Yuan continued to ask, trying to extract some useful information.
However, the bald guy was simply terrifyingly honest, and one sentence made even Chen Yuan feel shocked in his heart. The core philosophy of the Reverse Star Society is to overthrow the tyranny of the Star Federation.
Chen Yuan, ? Overthrowing Starlink tyranny? Not. That's straight out of the gate? No cover at all? How did this Reverse Star Society survive until today?
Sorry, allow me to refuse.
Chen Yuan decisively refused. Are you kidding? Who dares to add to this Reverse Star Society?
Chen Yuan, trust me, in the future you will understand the atrocities of the Star Alliance. At that time you are destined to become our companion. Why don't you join us now and save yourself a lot of trouble? You're destined to do great things, so you should join our Reverse Star Society and do great things together. The bald guy's attitude was sincere, it was the content revealed in his words that was really amazing.
I don't know about the future, at least for now I'm pretty sure, not joining. Chen Yuan's attitude was decisive.
Well, trust me, you'll join us.
The bald man nodded, then slowly backed away, his form disappearing into the darkness. This organization. Inexplicable.
Every appearance and exit of the Reverse Cross, or rather the Reverse Star Society, caught Chen Yuan a little off guard. Of course, he didn't ask for trouble and chose to stab the matter of the Reverse Star Society over to the Star Alliance.
There's no need for that. The next day. Blue and White Star, Interstellar Harbor.
A small silver-white shuttle ship slowly landed, and two people slowly stepped out of the shuttle ship.
It was clearly Fan Yaosheng and Chen Yuan. Once we go this time, we won't know how long it will be until we meet again. Fan Yaosheng couldn't help but lament.
Chen Yuan did not reply, his eyes still searching over the principal constantly.
Where's the surprise we talked about earlier? Where is it? If he doesn't get it out, he's going to have to get on a spaceship. You boy.
Fan Yaosheng feigned anger, but he still touched the personal terminal in his hand, and a box about the height of an adult's knee appeared very abruptly in front of Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan could feel that the inside of the box was filled with all kinds of cultivation resources, rich energy filled it, and a faint medicinal fragrance was faintly emitted.
Take it, I knew you were waiting for this. Fan Yaosheng waved his hand. Principal, your terminal.
Chen Yuan's tone was tinged with doubt. This means that the principal had inadvertently displayed was somewhat like the storage bags and Sumeru rings in the immortal cultivation novels. It's just a carry-on subspace. When you go to Star Abyss University, their people will update your terminal, and this function will definitely be added at that time. There's no need to envy me. Fan Yaosheng said with disinterest.
Chen Yuan sniffed and asked no more questions.
He opened the chest in front of him straight away, which was unsurprisingly filled with many cultivation supplies. Potions, herbs, and nutritional creams. Obviously, it was all prepared by Principal Fan Yaosheng specifically for Chen Yuan. They were all relatively common continental goods, but there were quite a few of them.
Thanks a lot, Principal.
After Chen Yuan thanked him in front of Fan Yaosheng, he stuffed a handful of the cultivation materials in the box into his mouth and swallowed them directly without chewing. Before half a minute was up, a box of cultivation materials were all consumed by Chen Yuan.
It's a real-life version of a gulp.
The school was quite a bit more generous than he had imagined, and the lifespan eventually went up by 200 years, and at the moment Chen Yuan had a total of 1,000 years of lifespan.
What an enviable physique.
Although Fan Yaosheng had long guessed Chen Yuan's physique, he still couldn't help but feel emotion when he saw this terrifying absorption ability with his own eyes. No wonder the legendary Taotai divine body grows at an astonishing rate. With this kind of absorption ability, as long as there is no shortage of cultivation materials, you can't even think about being fast.
Taotai divine physique? And what special physique is that?
Chen Yuan's face revealed some surprise, while he could not help but mutter inwardly. It seems that the cover-up I purposely made worked. Even the principal thinks that this is my so-called Taotai divine body.
But what the heck is the Taotai divine body?
Forget it, let them guess slowly. Seeing that Chen Yuan's expression moved slightly, Fan Yaosheng thought that it was because he had dismantled the other party's physique, so he said in a serious tone. Star Abyss University has always been unique in its development of special physiques. You're right to choose there. You'll surely be able to utilize your Taotai divine body to the utmost. You also don't have to worry about the special physique leaking out and others grabbing you for research. With such a rare Taotai divine physique, those scientific research maniacs at Star Abyss University are too precious to wait.
I know, Principal.
Chen Yuan was not entangled.
Taotai divine body, let it be Taotai divine body. From now on he will be the authentic Taotai divine body.
Star Abyss University is not like a small place like Blue White Star. Go there and try to cause as little trouble as possible. Obscene development is the main thing.
Fan Yaosheng waved his hand, signaling that Chen Yuan could get on board. I'm leaving then? Chen Yuan turned around.
Go on, this time, I won't expect you to make the world's jaws drop. Practice martial arts at ease. Staying alive is most important.
Fan Yaosheng nodded his head. Is living the most important thing?
The big boss also has concerns in this regard. It seems that universities in the interstellar age are not absolutely safe. Chen Yuan sighed with emotion, then walked up to meet his starship. The interstellar voyage remained somewhat boring, mostly in endless darkness, except for the beginning when you could see the multitude of stars. Only when he saw the stargate that spanned the top and bottom of the universe, as if it was a cosmic spectacle, could it slightly revitalize Chen Yuan's spirit.
Passed through 2 stargates in a row. A dazzling star cluster suddenly shone in the deep space of the dark and boundless universe.
An intelligent soft female voice came from the room of the starship. Attention all passengers, Starfield, this is it.
Chapter 76, Hashiguchi University.
The most important reason why the Star Abyss Starfield was named Star Abyss was because of the existence of one of the 3 most famous universities in the Star Union, Star Abyss University. The martial artist mecha system, the earliest proposer of the Stargate, and many new types of Dan formulas and hybrid medicinal herbs all came from Star Abyss University. The only other 2 universities with the same name, Imperial University and Dongyao University, are comparable. The address of Star Abyss University does not exist on a planet, but rather in a vast, extremely unique subspace carved out for it by the Star Alliance alone.
At this moment, in Chen Yuan's eyes, a brilliant dark purple aura hung very abruptly in the deep space of the universe.
It looks mysterious with the dark and infinite background of the universe. At the same time, there were constantly many starships and shuttlecraft traveling to and from the halo, as if it was a stargate that had shrunk countless times.
The airship that Chen Yuan was in similarly plunged headlong into the dark purple aura. Inside and outside of the halo, the environment has changed dramatically.
Behind the airship, a dark purple halo spanned the sky, as if a magnificent rising sun had been magnified hundreds of times, which was mind-blowing. Ahead of the ship, tall buildings stood in the air, shuttle ships that seemed to be busy like swarms of bees sailed recklessly, and large commerce ships took off and landed with a roar.
This is Star Abyss University. Chen Yuan's mood could not hide his excitement. This was the interstellar background he wanted.
Although the blue and white planet had also seen a number of technologies that Chen Yuan had never seen before, it was actually more similar to Earth in his previous life.
The interstellar flavor was ultimately far worse than that of Star Abyss University.
Stepping down from the airship, the feeling of having his feet on the ground caused Chen Yuan's spirit not to be slightly revitalized, and at the same time, a slightly nervous voice sounded behind Chen Yuan.
"Hello, may I ask if you're this year's new student of the Martial Academy, Chen Yuan?"
Behind him, a boy with a thin figure and black hair and eyes stared at Chen Yuan, and although it was a question, his tone was very certain.
Chen Yuan nodded. "It's me, and you are?"
"My name is Meng Xinghan, a sophomore in the mecha manufacturing department, and I'm in charge of being your usher, taking you to familiarize yourself with the various areas of Star Abyss University." Meng Xinghan slowly explained.
"The usher?"
"It's kind of like college in a previous life, with the older students who pick up the freshmen." Shen Yuanqingzhong silently compared them, and then was somewhat puzzled.
"Why is it not easier to put you older students in charge of picking up the slack instead of just using intelligence?"
According to what Chen Yuan had seen and heard along the way, nowadays Starlink intelligence was extremely developed, and anthropomorphism was very outstanding, and could even achieve the effect that apart from abstract concepts such as emotions, the rest of the parts were almost the same as ordinary people. It's only right that intelligence is perfectly capable of this kind of task under these conditions. And as Meng Xinghan was clearly aware of why Chen Yuan had this doubt, he continued to explain. "First of all, there are credits for picking up new students, which promotes the internal circulation of credits on campus, which would be severely impeded if everything was left to intelligence. Of course, the most important thing is that the abuse of intelligence is strictly prohibited in this school, and our principal even proposed the regulation on the strict control of intelligence 3 years ago at the Federation of Star Associations, asking for the strict control of the use of intelligence, but it was unfortunately rejected in the end."
"So it is." Chen Yuan drifted off. Afterward, Meng Xinghan began to take Chen Yuan on a tour of Xingyuan University.
Starbucks University, with a resident population of about 8 million people, of which students make up 50% overall, with the remaining 50% containing faculty members and their families, public officials, and a variety of unrelated people.
Just Star Abyss University alone has 4 million students?
Chen Yuan secretly smacked his lips, then curiously asked, "How many students does the Martial Academy have in total?" Meng Xinghan didn't even think about it and blurted out, "The Martial Arts Academy maintains around 10,000 students per session, so altogether there should be around 80,000.
"Only 80,000.
Chen Yuan was surprised. 4 million suddenly becomes 80,000.
That's a bit of a big drop.
But if you think about it, 80,000 talented martial artists like Hirsch and Dongfang Shuo weren't really that few. Of course, the Martial Arts Academy has a little less talent, and it's also very burned out, and it's not like Star Abyss University is just a martial arts academy, all kinds of specialties abound, our mecha manufacturing specialty, a grade level is nearly 50,000 people."
Meng Xinghan laughed.
In addition to the population, Star Abyss University now covers an area of 10 million square kilometers, but that's not the limit of the subspace. As the population increases, the school will gradually expand the continent's area as well.
Speaking of which, Meng Xinghan made an analogy.
It's as simple as filling the land with sea reclamation, using force field machinery to capture free matter from the universe to fill it, and that's how the continental plates you're using in your Martial Arts Academy's university exams this term were created. Trying to create an ecosystem from nothing is a difficult problem than creating a continent made of inorganic matter.
Meng Xinghan seemed to know quite a bit of information about the Martial Arts Academy, and spoke with a straight face.
10 million square kilometers, it's about as big as the country in my previous life. Chen Yuan secretly thought in his heart. Nearly several hours passed.
After Meng Xinghan's extreme introduction, Chen Yuan finally had a preliminary understanding of Starry Abyss University.
By the way, seeing as your terminal version is a bit old, it should be from a more remote starfield, remember to go over to the Martial Arts Academy to update it. Meng Xinghan smiled and continued, after the update, not only can you get access to 100 cubic meters of carry-on subspace, but you can also connect to the Starlink network, making it convenient to do anything.
Is this the Star Abyss University's newbie pack? Chen Yuan looked at the terminal on his wrist.
That's a good way to describe it. Let's go, there's one last place left.
Meng Xinghan nodded his head, and then led Chen Yuan onward. The two of them walked into the territory of the Martial Arts Academy, and everywhere they looked, they could see powerful martial artists. Meng Xinghan looked at the incoming and outgoing martial artists, his expression revealing a wave of envy. Back then, I also wanted to become a martial artist, but unfortunately, I didn't have the talent for it. For a million students at Star Abyss University and only a mere 80,000 at the Martial Academy is enough to illustrate how difficult it is to achieve martial arts. Driving around, the two came to a vast area of buildings. At this moment, the further forward the buildings got, the less buildings there were, but the number of onlookers in front of each building was increasing, and a number of martial artists could even be seen fighting on the spot. Chen Yuan, you can only rely on yourself for this step. Meng Xinghan said as he pointed ahead. What do you mean? Chen Yuan asked.
Meng Xinghan stared at Chen Yuan's eyes and slowly spoke, the rules of the Martial Academy, everything is based on strength, even when choosing a dormitory. The freshmen of this class are almost all here, and they should all be scrambling for dormitories at this moment. From the best small manor in the former district, to the worst double standard room, everything is up to the martial artist to battle and fight. This is the Martial Arts Academy, this is a martial artist.
Chapter 77, The Real Genius. Even the dormitory, do you need to fight for it yourself?
Chen Yuan was pondering, the competition in the Martial Academy of Star Abyss University was much fiercer than what he had thought of. But
just what he wanted.
As Chen Yuan has always insisted, if you want others to invest in you, then you must let others see your talent or strength. The philosophy of the Martial Arts Academy of Xing Yuan University was the same as Chen Yuan's. What he wants, he will earn, not wait for someone else to give it to him.
So Chen Yuan said, let's go to the front area then.
Meng Xinghan hesitated for a split second, then nodded, good.
Hashiguchi University.
Martial Arts Academy Dormitory, front area. When Meng Xinghan brought Chen Yuan to the front area, it was already filled with many people, both martial artists and ordinary people.
Boo!
Accompanied by a muffled sound, a figure coughed up blood and flew out backwards, smashing heavily on the ground. The one who defeated him was a woman with gnarled muscles and white cloth wrapped around her hands. The woman raised her eyebrows upside down, looked around the room, and said in a cold voice, next, anyone. Among the onlookers, there was naturally no lack of veteran students of the Martial Academy, who were also nodding their heads and commenting at this moment. The quality of this class of freshmen is not bad. This peak Enlightenment realm martial artist has mastered 2 first-grade chemistry realm martial arts, 1 fist technique and 1 horizontal training. The strengths and weaknesses complement each other.
Remember, this woman is called Song Jiasun, right?
Her aura is majestic and her roots are solid, not bad. Peak cultivation of the Enlightenment realm and mastery of 2 realm of transformation martial arts, completely considered an expert amongst the freshmen. Dorm number 1 on the freshman side, this woman has a bit of a chance. At this moment, Meng Xinghan looked at Chen Yuan beside him. Of course he knew exactly why Chen Yuan had come to the front area. Or rather, every person who had been admitted to the Star Abyss University Martial Arts Academy was not a martial artist who was willing to fall behind others. But the reality is often quite hopeless, because the world is never short of geniuses. Chen Yuan, I'm not sure how strong you are, but what I must remind. Perhaps you've just entered Star Abyss University and are still high-minded, but every freshman class of the Martial Arts Academy has no shortage of martial arts geniuses that the regulars talk about. The Martial Academy has casualty targets every year, and there is no shortage of martial artists dying in the midst of the battles, and they are all uncompromising geniuses on every planet. Meng Xinghan understood Chen Yuan's mind. It was nothing more than wanting to fight for it. If he were a martial artist, he would likewise have the same thought.
However, Chen Yuan asked back, have you ever seen a true genius? Star Abyss University's Martial Arts Academy is full of geniuses. Meng Xinghan replied. But they are all inferior to me. Chen Yuan laughed. Rampant.
This was Meng Xinghan's first impression of Chen Yuan, the Martial Arts Academy of Xing Yuan University, where martial arts geniuses were as numerous as the river.
But Chen Yuan dared to say that they were all inferior to him? Kid, you're a freshman too? Breath is a bit big.
If you have the ability, don't hide in the back and force yourself, go up and beat up all the freshmen. I respect you, kid, as a man. The two were not alone, and there were not many martial artists with keen hearing present, so they naturally heard Chen Yuan's arrogant words. Most of the people present, either new students of the martial arts academy or old students of the martial arts academy, which one of them was not a high-minded and proud generation, how could they allow an obscure new student to boast here? Chen Yuan ignored them, avoiding the crowd and walking straight forward. Although Song Jiasen had just finished a fight, her physical strength and chi and blood had not been consumed much. At this time, when she saw that another person had come forward, she immediately raised an eyebrow.
You, to challenge me? Aha! Chen Yuan nodded slightly.
Song Jiasen had already lost 3 people in a row at this time, and her temper was in full swing. Don't blame me for not reminding you, martial arts strength is honored, and the loser
is the one who loses.
There's no need to waste time, just start fighting.
Chen Yuan interrupted her. Arrogant. Very arrogant.
Not only Meng Xinghan alone, all the students who were onlookers at this time couldn't help but have these 2 words pop up in their minds. When Song Jiasen heard this, her eyes narrowed slightly, a touch of sulk rising in her heart. But the huff didn't make her impulsive. There were no fools who could get into Star Abyss University, and the person in front of her dared to be so arrogant. Either that or faking it, trying to get her mind off of it. Either that or they really have the absolute strength to match this arrogance. Whether it was the former or the latter, at this moment, Song Jiasen's heart had already secretly raised a point of vigilance.
Then as you wish, come and fight.
Song Jiasen placed both of her fists in front of her body in a blocking stance.
Yes.
Chen Yuan spat out words under his breath, his left foot stepped forward, and in an instant, several cracks spread and appeared under his feet.
Buzz.
Meng Xinghan suddenly felt a slight tremor emanating from the ground, and even the fine dust on the ground floated up slightly. What a strong power! Chen Yuan must have cultivated a horizontal martial art that specializes in power. Of course, one cannot rule out the reason of being born with divine power and a special physique. Meng Xinghan was a little surprised in his heart. It was important to realize that this plot of land at the Martial Arts Academy of Star Abyss University had been constructed long ago with the extraordinary physical qualities and terrifying destructive power of martial artists in mind. So purposely using a force field that had been forcefully compressed, with a strength comparable to an alloy, it was meant to be used with the intention of being used as an improvised ring. This kid who just came here really didn't talk big, just the power displayed by this kick alone is comparable to that of a forging realm martial artist. He really does have strength. As I observe his physical body, he must have cultivated a horizontal martial art, and it looks like his specialty lies in strength. At this moment, a murmur had already flooded among the onlookers. The few who had just treated Chen Yuan with slight contempt could not help but slightly condense their eyes, their expressions solemnized by several points.
What a terrifying power!
Song Jiasen looked serious, a strong sense of crisis surfacing in her heart, while being glad that she hadn't been careless.
The power is strong.
But horizontal martial arts, I have the same. With chi and blood running throughout her body, Song Jiasen's skin instantly grayed out, and a layer of what seemed like a lime-like substance covered her originally wheat-colored skin in the blink of an eye. Feeling the strong flesh brought about by the horizontal martial arts of the first-grade transformation realm, Song Jiasen's heart was certain.
The next blow, no matter what, will definitely be blocked. Phew! Chen Yuan struck out.
The majestic power started from the legs and flowed through the whole body, eventually transforming into a simple and unadorned punch that blasted out.
Hybrid Dragon Elephant True Technique. This punch is 823 years of Kung Fu. Block? Can it be blocked? Boom! The mountain-shaking giant tilted with a roar.
Song Jiasen, who had her hands staged in front of her body, the confidence on her face at the moment had long disappeared.
Block? Couldn't stop it at all.
Song Jiasen's transformation realm horizontal training and strong physical body, which she was so proud of, collapsed with devastation at the very first contact under this huge force.
What kind of horizontal training is this?
Just as this thought flashed through her mind, Song Jiasen flew out backwards, knocking over several students watching the show along the way. Chen Yuan didn't feel happy for easily defeating one person. He tried to clench his fists, loosen them, and clench them again, and finally had to admit it. The strength of my physical body, after all, still limits the full power of the second layer of the mixed dragon elephant true technique. The problem was in front of him, but now was not the time for Chen Yuan to solve the problem.
He gazed around the room and spoke in a deep voice. Next. Chapter 78 Freshman First. 3 chapters posted, gifts added. Next. Along with Chen Yuan easily defeating Song Jiasen with a single punch, the cluttered murmurs around them suddenly fell silent.
Song Jiasun was not a weakling, on the contrary, with a peak cultivation of the Enlightenment realm, coupled with 2 first-grade transformation realms, both of which complemented each other's martial arts. Even amongst the freshmen of this class at Star Abyss University, it could be considered upper class. But it was such a top class that was easily solved by a single punch. The strength of this guy who suddenly appeared could be imagined. Against this person, no one of the freshmen present dared to pat themselves on the back and say that they were certain of victory.
No one?
If there's no one, dormitory number 1 will belong to me, Chen Yuan, so you guys grab and disperse. Chen Yuan deliberately said loudly. From the very beginning, Chen Yuan was there to make a name for himself. He didn't have the time to play the game of you fight me with a group of freshmen from Star Abyss University. How many cultivation resources could he gain? If you want a fight, it's with the older students and personally with the school. Therefore, Chen Yuan needed to establish himself as the number 1 freshman from the very beginning of his entry into the school. In this way, by virtue of his strength and the reputation of being the first freshman, he would be able to enter the vision of the higher echelons of Star Abyss University, paving the way in advance for obtaining cultivation resources afterwards. Chen Yuan's goal was clear. He had come to Star Abyss University with only one purpose. Resources. Resources. Still resources. Chen Yuan, you have underestimated the world a little too much. Let me, Zhang Jin, come and battle you. Among the surrounding freshmen, an inch-haired man slowly stepped out. Zhang Jin was an ordinary-looking man with a dark face and a long dark stick nearly 2 meters long on his back. His temperament and looks were ordinary, but no one present dared to underestimate him. Zhang Jin, a body-forging realm martial artist. Chen Yuan had never heard of this person, but someone in the crowd of onlookers recognized him. Mo Yunqing's first on the heavenly ladder. Zhang Jin, a body-forging realm martial artist, took first place with a crushing force, and received a perfect score of 1000 on the university examination. His strength is terrifying. I fought Zhang Jin in the final round right then and lost after 10 moves against each other. He's very strong. Entering the body-forging realm martial artist at this age. This son's martial arts roots are truly terrifying. He's definitely one of the top freshmen in this class. At this moment, the appearance of Zhang Jin, a body-forging realm martial artist, caused quite a stir among the new students. A body-forging realm martial artist? Now that's something. Chen Yuan's eyes moved slightly. He was lacking a qualified opponent. This Zhang Jin might be able to. Chen Yuan, come and fight. Yes. Both of them didn't have any nonsense, and after briefly signaling to each other, they blasted out. Chen Yuan struck out with a still familiar, plain and simple punch, but it contained the inexplicable power of the dragon elephant. Zhang Jin thought to himself that he was at the forging realm cultivation level and likewise wanted to compete with Chen Yuan, swinging his fist to meet him. However, he was careless. Boom! Both fists collided. Chen Yuan did not move at all, while Zhang Jin's face showed astonishment, and the tremendous force made him unable to resist taking a few steps backward. Chen Yuan withdrew his hand, a flash of disappointment in his eyes. Beginning to enter the body-forging realm? Aha! Zhang Jin nodded solemnly and drew the long dark stick he carried behind him. After that test just now, he admitted that in terms of strength alone, he, a beginner in the forging realm, was not a match for Chen Yuan. But the advantage of the body-forging realm over the enlightenment realm could be more than just strength. It was an all-around crushing. At this moment, Zhang Jin had treated Chen Yuan as an extremely strong opponent. It's his. Boom! Dang it! A sharp pain in his abdomen hit him, and the long stick in his hand suddenly fell off the ground. Zhang Jin's face twisted slightly, and he couldn't help but dryly cough a few times. I lost, Zhang Jin said in a hoarse voice. He knew that Chen Yuan had stayed his hand with this blade, or else he could have completely cut him off at the waist. There's no shame in losing to me. Chen Yuan withdrew his sword and his gaze once again fell amongst the crowd of onlookers. It wasn't enough. Zhang Jin wasn't strong enough. However, no one stood out this time. Even Zhang Jin of the forging realm was defeated. Wouldn't it be asking for trouble for their group of enlightenment realm to go up? No one made a sound. The unexpected silence was excessive. Is there anything stronger? Stronger than Zhang Jin? Chen Yuan slowly spoke. No one responded to him. Seeing this, Chen Yuan couldn't help but shake his head. I came out from a pretty remote planet, and I've long heard about the prestige of the Star Union's 3 greats, and I've always longed for them. But now that I've actually entered Star Abyss University, I realized that it seems to be a bit of a misnomer.
The huge Star Abyss University, with nearly 10,000 freshmen from the Martial Arts Academy, can't even find a decent opponent?
When these words came out, both the freshmen and the old students present were all indignant. However, strength of martial artists was respected, and a group of freshmen in the Enlightenment realm simply could not beat Chen Yuan. The old students are not weak, but they and Chen Yuan, the freshman hands, win no ding benefit in case they lose. If they lose, they will lose a lot of face. Just as the crowd was in a difficult position, a burly man with gleaming eyes stood out with his arms wrapped around him. Chen Yuan, I've heard of your solo battle against a group of heroes in the university examination, and I also know of your reputation for creating your own martial arts.
I even know that you wanted to be number one amongst the freshmen.
I didn't want to argue with you, and I didn't want to make a move at all, but what you said was a bit too much. An invisible aura slowly erupted from this person's body, and the aura of the body forging realm was displayed. Chen Yuan was instantly energized. He could sense that the person in front of him was definitely an expert and very strong.
Stronger than Jiang Jin. Much stronger. But not as good as him. Imperial Capital Star Region, Zhou Yuan. Second sky of the forging realm.
Without waiting for Chen Yuan to inquire, Zhou Yuan took the lead in introducing himself.
Introduced by a star domain name? Chen Yuan heard out, this Zhou Yuan is bound to be not small.
Generally people introduce themselves with the name of the planet they were born on, and those who could use the name of the star domain to introduce themselves were invariably the sons and daughters of prominent families in the Star Alliance.
Win me, and you'll be the number one freshman. Zhou Yuan's tone was confident. With these words, it was obvious that he was directly telling Chen Yuan that he was the strongest amongst the new students, and that as long as he was defeated, then Chen Yuan would be the deserved number one. And no one refuted it. Good. Let's fight then. Chen Yuan laughed. This Zhou Yuan's strength was enough. He knew that there was bound to be an expert at Star Abyss University who was good enough to become famous. Neither one is a fan of bull. Boom! The chi and blood exploded.
On Zhou Yuan's body, an invisible aura began to fill the air, and then it violently shrunk, all converging on his right fist in an instant. Second-grade martial art tilting heavenly fist. Ha! Second level of the body forging realm, second grade of the Mingli fist technique, that's more like it.
Chen Yuan suddenly laughed up in the air.
The black and white arcs of electricity were weaving back and forth between his palms, prancing and leaping, eventually transforming into a move that propelled his fists and palms from extremely slow to extremely fast. Second grade Yin and Yang transformation execution hands. Both of them didn't keep their strength, didn't have any trial and error, in order to decide the winner with a single move. Boom! Under the feet of the two, the ground that had experienced several compression of the force field and had a hardness comparable to that of metal, countless cracks spread in all directions, and a circle of visible agitation waves rippled in the air. Whoosh! Chen Yuan flew out backwards, his feet pointing at the ground dozens of times before he slowed his charge.
Zhou Yuan, you aren't bad. He couldn't help but marvel.
Step, step, step. Blood was seen at the corner of Zhou Yuan's mouth as he slowly retreated 3 steps, each step leaving a sunken footprint under his feet.
Defeat. Good move.
Zhou Yuan wiped away the bloodstains at the corner of his mouth as he asked excitedly, is that your self-created martial art?
What's the name?
Yin Yang Transformation Execution Hand.
Chen Yuan nodded his head.
Zhou Yuan wasn't someone who couldn't afford to lose, so he immediately arched his hand and said, now, you're the deserved number one freshman. P.S. Tomato, a book's score limit is based on the number of ratings to decide. The number of ratings is too small, all 5-star reviews are only 7 points or less. So readers give a 5-star, it doesn't matter if you have written a book review or not, I'll give you all a raise when I get to 8, thanks on my knees.
Chapter 79 Terminal Update. Chen Yuan, now you're the well-deserved number one amongst the freshmen of Star Abyss University. Zhou Yuan arched his hand and said. Chen Yuan smiled faintly at his words, are you so sure? Maybe there are crouching tigers and hidden dragons amongst the freshmen, and there are even stronger experts than me? Other than you, there is no opponent for me amongst the freshmen. Zhou Yuan's confidence was extraordinary. A total of less than 10 seconds or so had passed between the two of them from start to finish, so fast that people didn't even react before it was all over. Meng Xinghan's sight fell on Zhou Yuan. He was just an ordinary person who couldn't see the exchange between the two at all, and didn't even understand why Zhou Yuan was suddenly defeated. However, he knew of the person Zhou Yuan, whose name had long been familiar to those with a heart of gold. Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan of the Imperial Capital Star Region. The second heaven of the Forging Realm's flesh refining, mastering the second-grade martial art tilting Heavenly Fist, and making a splash in the university examination, he has beaten many young experts in the Imperial Star region without losing a single round. Zhou Yuan. He actually lost to Chen Yuan? Meng Xinghan was very eager for martial arts, and knew the information about the many experts in the Imperial Star region this time, especially Zhou Yuan, who was Meng Xinghan's idol. But it was precisely because he knew Zhou Yuan's strength extremely well that Meng Xinghan was more and more shocked that Zhou Yuan would lose. Defeated at the hands of a fellow freshman, Chen Yuan. At this time, Meng Xinghan suddenly remembered what Chen Yuan had said to him earlier when he looked around at the many experts. They are all inferior to me. Previously, it was thought that Chen Yuan had just entered the university and was high-minded and unwilling to be subordinate. But it wasn't until Zhou Yuan of the Imperial Capital Star region was defeated in Chen Yuan's hands that Meng Xinghan truly understood the gold content of Chen Yuan's words. Because Chen Yuan was a student from a more remote star field, the people who watched the university exams were basically limited to the 3 planets of Blue-White Star, Black Shattered Star, and Mocha Star, so the ones who knew Chen Yuan's roots were, on the contrary, the higher-ups of the school. At this moment, the students present basically knew nothing about this person, Chen Yuan. But from Zhou Yuan's mouth, it was not difficult for them to come up with a message. The martial art displayed during the battle between Chen Yuan and Zhou Yuan was actually a self-created martial art? An enlightenment realm creating their own martial arts and walking out their own martial path? What kind of heaven-defying martial talent is this? Self-created martial arts? Worthy of being one of the Star Union's top 3, Star Abyss University, I was also number 1 on the heavenly ladder in my own hometown, a genius in the eyes of the world. But after entering Star Abyss University, I realized that genius is just the threshold to meet Chen Yuan. To be able to walk out of one's own path so early, as long as one continues to perfect it, wouldn't one go all the way to Earth Martial Saint? This talent is truly terrifying. Not only Meng Xinghan was shocked, at this moment, from Zhou Yuan's mouth to learn that Chen Yuan created martial arts, basically know a little bit of martial arts or clear about the horror of the words create your own martial arts. Chen Yuan really did stay his hand. Zhang Jin and Song Jiasen looked at the scene at the moment, and the two of them knew that they hadn't lost unjustly. Exhale suction. Zhou Yuan took a deep breath. The injuries on his body had already healed most of the way, but he suddenly moved his expression and immediately waved his hand towards Chen Yuan, his tone hurried. Having just fought you, I suddenly realized the inspiration for the pouring power Heavenly Fist to break through to the subtle. After I find a quiet place to break through, we'll fight again. Freshman number 1 is yours to keep for now. I'll come back for it in a few days. Without waiting for Chen Yuan to reply, Zhou Yuan's figure quickly swept away. That's a breakthrough? Chen Yuan's expression was slightly stunned. This fight to comprehend the opportunity for a martial arts breakthrough, Zhou Yuan was worthy of being the one who dared to call himself the number 1 freshman. This kind of martial talent was truly worthy of Zhou Yuan's strength. Chen Yuan looked at Zhou Yuan's departing back and secretly said in his heart. But compared to my heavenly faculty endowment unity, Zhou Yuan is still quite a bit inferior after all. Now that he has lost to me, there will be no chance of catching up to me. I'll take this freshman first forever. After this battle, Chen Yuan had completely established himself as the number 1 freshman, and no freshman dared to come forward to challenge him. And so the number 1 dormitory on the freshman side, Chen Yuan was at peace with himself. Of course, Chen Yuan's name, the name of his self-created martial arts, began to circulate wildly within Xingyuan University. The configuration of the first dormitory is really not blowing, although the name is dormitory, but it is completely a small manor. After all, Star Abyss University has enough land, not enough to even continue to expand. It's not even close to this little bit of land. Main house area, martial artist workout area, recreation area. Various venues, basically everything. Not only that, the number 1 dormitory is even paired with more than a dozen intelligence service robots inside, although the degree of intelligence is not high, but usually used to wrap up simple cleaning and organizing services, or very easy. After Chen Yuan briefly familiarized himself with the environment of dormitory number 1, he did not stay long before walking out of the dormitory once again. After Meng Xinghan's introduction earlier, Chen Yuan also had a preliminary understanding of Xingyuan University, so his first step was to prepare to solve the problem of personal terminals. The blue and white planet was so remote that the version of personal terminals was even at an extremely low level. It was naturally completely enough on the blue and white planet, but put it in a lively, developed place like Star Abyss University, it would be completely insufficient. Not only could he not link to the public network of the Starlink, He could not even link to the campus network of Star Abyss University. Moreover, after updating the version, you can also give away a portable subspace similar to the function of the Sumeru ring in the novel. Therefore, Chen Yuan was a little curious, as well as impatient. Martial Arts Academy, Facilities Management Building. Chen Yuan looked up at the tall building, then stepped into it. There was a front desk on the first floor of the Equipment Management Building, which allowed Chen Yuan, who was here for the first time, not to be confused. The receptionist, a girl with long yellow hair who was currently looking down at the terminal in her hand, quickly looked up when she heard the commotion and asked in a gentle tone. "Excuse me, what business do I need to take care of? I'm a freshman in this session of the Martial Academy, and I need to update the version of my personal terminal." Chen Yuan simply explained. At the same time he removed the personal terminal from his hand and handed it to the other. The yellow-haired girl took the terminal and said while checking it out, "You'll need to wait about 2 days then, school just started recently and a lot of new students are getting their terminals updated." 2 days, that long? Chen Yuan frowned slightly, he had thought that it would be resolved in a few minutes. He still needed to pick the martial arts to break through the forging realm afterward, and there were also some other things he was in a hurry to do, all of which required the use of the updated. "You're Chen Yuan from the Martial Academy? Chapter 80, name? You're the Chen Yuan of the Martial Academy? Chen Yuan who defeated Zhou Yuan and became the recognized #1 freshman in this term of the Martial Academy?" The yellow-haired girl said in an astonished tone. "News travels so fast?" Chen Yuan had long anticipated that his name would quickly spread in Star Abyss University, after all, that was his original purpose. But how long has it been since he and Zhou Yuan fought? It's not even an hour. As a result, a random person he met had actually received the news at this moment, knowing that he, Chen Yuan, had defeated Zhou Yuan and become the #1 freshman in the Martial Arts Academy. Before Chen Yuan could speak, the yellow-haired girl muttered to herself, "It's you. You are definitely Chen Yuan. I definitely won't be mistaken." Then she raised an inexplicable smile on her face, glanced from side to side with stolen senses, and lowered her voice. "Let's make a deal, shall we?" "What deal?" Chen Yuan was a bit puzzled. "I'll plug you in, the update to your personal terminal will only take half an hour to complete, and in exchange, you'll sign 10 autographs for me, a good deal." The yellow-haired girl, with a smile on her face, subconsciously rubbed her hands together and seemed to feel that it wasn't quite right, hurriedly stopping her hand movements and waiting with anticipation for Chen Yuan's answer. "Want an autograph? And 10 more, looks like you're going to sell them? My signature is worth so much?" Although there were a few moments of surprise in his heart, Chen Yuan barely hesitated before agreeing to the yellow-haired girl's request. 10 signatures were nothing more than a handful for him, but in exchange for the benefit of updating his personal terminal in half an hour, it saved him a great deal of time. Chen Yuan is not a pedantic and stubborn person. Hard work for the name, this time do not use, wait for a better time? If he hadn't defeated Zhou Yuan and gained the first place among the freshmen, Chen Yuan would undoubtedly have to queue up honestly and finish updating his personal terminal 2 days later. But for now, half an hour is enough. The name that he had been laying down and fighting for since he had entered Star Abyss University was playing its proper role, dripping in flavor, right now. "You accept. Then you sign first, and I'll be the first to update your personal terminal for you." The yellow-haired girl pulled out a lot of things from under the table, a wooden knife, a book, an extremely abstract-looking painting. Finally, she handed Chen Yuan a pen. "That's all of them, sign an autograph on each one, easy enough." "No problem." 10 names only, Chen Yuan but a few seconds to sign, and then watched the yellow-haired girl with a face of excitement on the desktop as she picked up and put back under the table to hide. Then the yellow-haired girl sharply picked up Chen Yuan's personal terminal and walked towards behind her, while twisting her head and smiling at Chen Yuan. "Hey, one hand pays, one hand delivers, you wait over there for a while, I'll finish updating you right away." It was only half an hour, Chen Yuan could naturally afford to wait. Casually finding a seat and sitting down, Chen Yuan's mind thoughts surged like waves. After the terminal update is complete, I can start working on breaking through the forging realm. Now that I still have 1,000 years of life left in me, breaking through the forging realm can be considered more than enough. In addition to that, the shortcomings of the mixed dragon-elephant true technique must also be resolved in some way. By all accounts, the huge power provided by the second layer should not be too far off from the peak of the body forging realm, but the power I'm exerting right now is only at the level of a beginner at the body forging realm, and at most it's slightly higher. With my current physique,
Even if I'm carrying a Taotai of the first grade transformation realm that doesn't move, I simply can't exert the full power of the second layer of the mixed dragon elephant true technique, so it's indeed a bit of a waste. The mixed elements dragon elephant true technique, even a true heavenly pride like the dragon elephant martial god had only cultivated to the 9th layer of the realm. Its cultivation is about gradual progress, there is no such thing as a bottleneck, and there are only 2 conditions for wanting to cultivate. One is a long life, the second is that the martial arts talent is absolutely strong, so strong that one day tops other people's 10 years or 100 years of hard training. Chen Yuan talent in the blue and white star can only be considered average, placed in the entire star alliance as a grain of dust, but cannot help him lifelong awe. The mixed elements dragon elephant true technique was simply customized for him, it couldn't have been a better match, there was no way Chen Yuan would give up on this martial art. The only shortcoming now, the one that limited the utilization of the dragon elephant power, was the strength of the physical body. The mixed Yuan dragon elephant true technique, it only rises in strength but not in physique, it's really a bit evil. Chen Yuan always felt that there was something awkward when practicing this martial art. Afterwards, we can check the information on the mixed dragon elephant true technique, if there is no solution to the shortcomings of the physical body, perhaps we can only harden our dislike of horizontal martial arts. Horizontal martial arts that specialized in physical strength, such as Taotai immobility, could be extremely effective in supporting the tremendous power of the dragon elephant true strength increase. However, a first-grade transformation realm could balance the first layer of the dragon elephant true technique, while a second-grade transformation realm's martial arts could not necessarily do so. Chen Yuan had a premonition in his heart that if the Taotai of the second-grade transformation realm did not move, it was likely that he would still not be able to afford the complete second layer of the dragon elephant power. And the further back you go, the more obvious this situation is bound to become. The speed of the horizontal martial arts to increase the strength of the flesh was far from being able to catch up with the speed of the hybrid dragon elephant true technique's increase in enormous strength. It really can't be done, it can only be done by constantly stacking horizontal martial arts, that is, the cost-performance ratio was really too low, extremely wasteful of lifespan, not until the end surely don't use this method. Chen Yuan finally made a decision. The strength of horizontal martial arts is not a simple math problem, not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Between the two horizontal practicing martial arts, there must exist most of the similarities, and at most, depending on the type, there were different focuses. For example, some boost arm strength more, others focus more on boosting leg strength. That's why the stacking of horizontal martial arts has a gradually diminishing effect. For example, practicing the first horizontal martial art could raise it from 0 to 0.8, and the effect was extremely significant. However, practicing a second horizontal martial art would only raise it from 0.8 to 0.9, or maybe even only about 0.85, and the more martial arts one practiced, the weaker the effect would be. This was also known as the marginal diminishing effect of similar martial arts, and was the reason why a martial artist would basically not master several martial arts of the same type at the same time. But if in the end there was really no way out, Chen Yuan could only have more kryptonite and learn a few more horizontal martial arts, and the cost performance was almost as good as it was. Just as Chen Yuan was pondering over the follow-up plan, he suddenly sensed that someone was coming his way. P.S. Happy New Year's Eve to everyone. The past 2 days of the new year is busy, so can only maintain 2 daily, but after the new year will be free, and soon you can pay back the 2 chapters owed to everyone. Rating 8 points a chapter, as well as gifts full 100 a chapter, will not forget. Chapter 81, 500,000. Are you Chen Yuan? The visitor was a broad, hard-faced, burly man with blonde hair. At this moment, Chen Yuan's instincts as a martial artist were already frantically reminding him that the person in front of him was very strong. Very strong. Ridiculously strong. Freshman of the Martial Academy, Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan nodded his head and acknowledged his identity. The blonde strong man, on the other hand, was quick to introduce himself. My name is Zhang Maniacal Lion, one of the many instructors of the Star Abyss University Martial Academy, a Jindan realm. When Chen Yuan first heard about it, his heart shook fiercely. But... and that's about it. Teacher Zhang, I would like to ask you, what are the benefits of becoming your student? Or rather, what are your advantages compared to other tutors? Chen Yuan didn't hot-headedly and directly agree to it in one bite, but instead asked in return. If the other freshmen heard Chen Yuan's words, they would definitely be shocked. What a great honor it is for a mentor to take the initiative to seek you out as a student, and you even ask what can be gained from it. What are the advantages of a mentor? Inverted Big Dipper. Great inversion of the Big Dipper. When Zhang Mad Lion heard this, his expression was slightly stunned. He had thought of many responses, either rejecting or accepting, but he had never thought that it would be such a situation.
You've become a mentor interviewer?
However, Zhang Maniacal Lion smiled unconcernedly, as he had always been extremely tolerant of geniuses.
So after a light cough, Zhang Maniac Lion said his resume in front of Chen Yuan.
First of all, there aren't many Jindan realm instructors in the Star Abyss University Martial Academy. There are only 6 in total, and I'm one of them, with the strongest real-world combat ability of them all. Secondly, I have many students under me, and my teaching experience is among the best, so you can learn quite a lot by following me, especially in terms of practical combat experience for martial artists.
It's even my absolute strong point.
Lastly, I'm a generous person, and my lineage of schools gets a lot of funding every year, so I definitely won't let you suffer. Zhang Maniacal Lion said a lot of things, and Chen Yuan briefly summarized it.
Generous. No loss.
Chen Yuan's eyes lit up. He liked generous tutors.
Then, Mr. Zhang, how many credits can you give me in a year? Chen Yuan couldn't wait to ask.
Credits are basically the common currency of the university, and all the world's cultivation resources can be purchased, even mechs and small interstellar warships.
This was strictly controlled equipment by the Starlink military.
Chen Yuan had roughly converted it, by using the credits to exchange for the most common cultivation materials and then converting them into lifespan. Roughly 10 credits would add a year of lifespan.
This number?
Zhang Maniacal Lion extended a palm. Of course, this is a number that can only be reached with better performance. If you kid didn't have some skills, it would still be a bit lower.
50 million credits?
Chen Yuan said in an uncertain tone.
50,000 years of life. Hooray, hooray, hooray. This can be had. 500,000? Zhang Maniacal Lion was exasperated by Qing Yuan's sentence and laughed.
Other people say that Lao Zi is like a lion and usually likes to open his mouth big, but when I see you today, I realize what it means that there are people outside of people and mountains outside of mountains. You have a bigger mouth than Lao Zi. Old me's yearly allocation is only 5 million credits, which also includes what I need for my own cultivation, plus the food and drink of the hundreds of students under me.
And all kinds of research investments. You want 1/10 of a ing mouthful?
It can be seen, Chen Yuan casually. 500,000 set out, can be Zhang Crazy Lion to the angry, poise or no longer.
That 50,000 minions.
Chen Yuan scratched his head somewhat awkwardly.
50,000.
That's only if you do well. A few of the seniors under me only get a little more than that every year.
They won't be happy if you don't get some good grades. And I'll be labeled as biased.
Zhang Maniacal Lion said without any good humor.
50,000 credits. 5,000 years of lifespan, a bit less.
Chen Yuan was a little disappointed, but he could see that the conditions given by Zhang Maniacal Lion were indeed considered generous.
It's just that he's a little more demanding.
In the end, Chen Yuan sighed. Teacher Zhang, allow me to think about it for a few days before I give you an answer. How about it?
Kid, it's good to have a big appetite, but be careful not to prop yourself up. Zhang Maniacal Lion wasn't too angry, but more somewhat speechless.
He still decided to remind once more. I value your martial arts roots and martial arts talent, but the most important point is still that your kid's character is to my liking.
There won't be a more generous mentor than me.
Think about it for a few days, and if you decide, come find me.
Yes.
Chen Yuan nodded his head with a solemn expression. To be honest, Zhang Maniacal Lion's character was also quite to his liking, decisive, flamboyant, and domineering.
Of course, generosity can't be understated.
But as far as Chen Yuan was concerned, he knew exactly why Zhang Maniacal Lion had sought him out, and that was the talent he had displayed, as well as the reputation he had made as the #1 freshman, was coming into play.
Otherwise, why wouldn't a Jindan realm tutor take the initiative to look for those students with weak talent?
Why did he take the initiative to come to him, Chen Yuan, wanting to take him in as a student? For Chen Yuan, mentors and whatnot were instead secondary. His kryptonite relied on cultivation resources, and the role of mentors was inversely weakened quite a bit. How could one obtain more cultivation resources? How could one obtain more lifespan kryptonite? This was what Chen Yuan valued the most. Otherwise, relying solely on a tutor to teach, and with no supply of cultivation resources, how long will it take for Chen Yuan to become a starry sky martial god?
Zhang Maniacal Lion left dryly.
But not long after he left, a tutor walked over in front of Chen Yuan.
Hello, may I ask if you're Mr. Chen Yuan? Are you interested in being my student? Chen Yuan only had to repeat again, what about the advantages? What about the advantages? New mentor, ? Are all students so arrogant nowadays? Chapter 82 Forging Body Realm.
Waiting for half an hour for the personal terminal to update, including Zhang Maniac Lion, Chen Yuan actually stumbled into 5 tutors, all of whom took the initiative to find him as a student. However, only Zhang Maniacal Lion was at the Jindan realm, and all the other tutors were a bit weaker. The conditions offered were even more heavenly, and were completely inferior to the Zhang Maniacal Lion. Of the 6 Jindan realm tutors, only one, Zhang Maniacal Lion, came to me.
Looks like Mr. Zhang didn't lie. It's not just my talent that he values, it's more about the right personality. Look again. Chen Yuan shook his head and didn't continue to think much. The half hour passed quickly. Chen Yuan, your personal terminal update is complete.
The updated personal terminal didn't look like it had changed much from the outside, but its functions had changed quite a bit, and it was also automatically connected to the campus network of Star Abyss University. At the first glance, Chen Yuan saw the top 10 posts in the heat on the campus forum, and one of them was exactly that.
Shocked.
Chen Yuan of the Martial Arts Academy has defeated Zhou Yuan, and has officially ascended to the throne as the #1 freshman.
On top of that, there are some hot ones in the low teens.
Chen Yuan, Enlightenment Realm self-created martial arts, stepping out of their own martial arts path, an unknown secret about Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan's other identity, the illegitimate son of the star martial god.
Chen Yuan, ?
He finally realized why his fame had spread so quickly, and these catch-all posts definitely contributed to it. Without wasting time on this, Chen Yuan began to test another important function.
100 cubic meters of carry on subspace.
Chen Yuan casually picked up a stone from the side of the road, threw it into the subspace, and then took it out again, and so on for several times before the novelty passed.
It's about as practical as space equipment in metaphysical fiction.
But next, it's time to break through the body forging realm.
Hashiguchi University, Library. Among the many buzzwords that represent Hashiguchi University, Research Nut is definitely among the top 3.
Its collection of books of all kinds has been countless, even to the extent that the library alone has been completely unable to store them. More than that, it still relies on online storage, paired with assisted intelligence to make the picks. However, it is said that the original martial arts contains the martial will of the martial artist himself, so if one were to view the original directly, the spirit would resonate with the original author's martial will, and learning would be much more efficient. Unfortunately, martial arts were originally scarce in number and troublesome to produce, and after the martial will contained in them is consumed, they are even no different from ordinary books. It's still a bit more convenient for the network to reproduce the book. Chen Yuan couldn't help but sigh softly as he looked at the library that had frequent entrances and exits.
He then strides into the library.
With the update of his personal terminal, Chen Yuan could finally pick the right martial art for breaking through the forging realm. In Blue White Star Mountain City #1 Middle School, there was only one martial art for breaking through the body forging, or the one that the principal practiced, called the copper skin body forging method, which was completely unsuitable for Chen Yuan's cultivation. This also led Chen Yuan to wait until he entered Star Abyss University, which was when he started working on breaking through the body forging realm. With his personal terminal directly linked to the library auxiliary intelligence, Chen Yuan started picking it out without stopping. Heart ape body forging technique. After achieving great success, it can mold the body of a heart ape, with blood flowing like a spring, and all-around physical qualities skyrocketing. Nanmu body forging method. After achieving great success, you can mold a wood-flexing body, prolonging your life and appearance forever. Naturally, there was no need to mention the body forging techniques of Star Abyss University, which were almost all-encompassing, causing Chen Yuan to be dazzled. The forging realm was divided into 6 heavens, which were also 6 forging sub-realms. Sharpening the skin, refining the flesh, forging the bones, easing the tendons, containing the organs, and washing the marrow, the 6 heavier days of forging the body, that is, the peak realm of forging the body. It can also be called the small golden body of a martial artist. The body forging realm was also one of the most important realms in the early stages of a martial artist's life, as he could reshape his physique, and the effect of reshaping his physique was different depending on the cultivation technique. The body of the heart ape and the body of the wood quiver were 2 of them. The former could enhance the all-round improvement of the physique, which was of little use to Chen Yuan. After all, he had learned horizontal martial arts and his own physique was extremely strong. The latter's so-called wood-flexing body had the effect of prolonging life, but Chen Yuan had lived an extra 20 to 30 years when he took a closer look at the introduction. It's not enough for him to stuff his teeth. It's better to continue choosing the Thunder Radiant Martial God's body forging method, and subsequently adding in your own comprehension. Chen Yuan did not hesitate too much. In fact, long before he came, he already had a definite goal.
After a simple search through the auxiliary intelligence, the Lei Yao Martial God's body forging method was quickly presented before Chen Yuan's eyes.
Thunder Refinement Body Forging Technique. After reaching the grand completion, one can shape the Thunder Extreme Body, with amazing explosive power and speed as fast as thunder.
Just it. Chen Yuan decisively entered.
There are many benefits to the university, and the full royalties have been paid for the best martial arts of all types of star martial gods and earth martial saints. This also allowed students like Chen Yuan to learn as much as they wanted without spending a single credit. After choosing the forging method, Chen Yuan quickly drew away and returned to dormitory number 1.
Name, Chen Yuan. Martial Arts, Enlightenment Realm. Lifespan, 1000 years. Martial Arts. Metamagnetic Vomiting 361. Mixed Elements Dragon Elephant True Technique 2nd Level. Yin and Yang Thunder Transformation Blade Grade 2. Yin and Yang Execution Hands 2nd Grade. Tao Tai Immobility 1st Grade Realm of Transformation. 1000 years of life. Let's see what realm we can break through to.
Sitting casually on the ground, Chen Yuan secretly murmured.
Brother Unity, start the Kryptonite. The bottleneck of the forging realm, give me open. Derivation, begin.
In the first year, you attempted to break through the bottleneck of the body forging realm and failed. Your body was traumatized and you recuperated to recover. In his 13th year, he continued to break through, failed again, his body was damaged, and he recuperated to recover. In the 50th year, the successive failures have given you a sudden realization that breaking the boundary is the most testing aspect of a martial artist's talent, but you're not worried about it, enough lifespans to give you enough cost of trial and error. In the 120th year, after 10 failed attempts to break the boundary, you have not been discouraged, for each experience of breaking the boundary has increased your familiarity with breaking the boundary by 1 point. As long as you persevere, sooner or later you will succeed in breaking the boundary. In the 150th year, constant failure, constant accumulation, quantitative change finally causes qualitative change.
Body forging realm, finally accomplished. Deduction, over. 150 years to break the boundary.
But this is far from over.
Brother Unity, continue with the Kryptonite.
Chen Yuan shouted in his heart. It was only a mere 150 years, and he still had 850 years left in his lifespan, which was completely enough.
Straight up Kryptonite to the end. P.S. I wish you all a happy new year and a healthy mouth and teeth. Chapter 83, Strong. Strong Na. Deduction, continue.
The thunder refining and forging method, through absorbing the cosmic energy of the thunder and electricity attributes in the universe, quenches the body and strengthens the sinews and bones. But unlike qualitative changes like breaking the realm, the process of forging the 6th realm only requires quantitative accumulation, and with only constant effort, one can always succeed. You know that this process is bound to be extremely long, but your mind is prepared for it. In the first year, you began experimenting with the dermabrasion realm with little effect and slow progress.
180th year, the realm of skin grinding is complete. Begin refining the flesh. It took another 295 years for the flesh refining realm to be completed. Bone forging begins. It took another 370 years to complete the bone forging. Derivation, over. Body forging realm triple sky. Bone forging complete. Changes. Chen Yuan's body was undergoing drastic changes. Sharpen the skin. Refine the flesh. Forge the bones. Each small realm of the forging realm, even for the talented students in the Martial Arts Academy of Star Abyss University, required constant accumulation, spending much time and effort, and ultimately improving the physique one step at a time. However, at this moment, it was extremely condensed on Chen Yuan, going through the entire process in an instant. Skin, muscles, and bones all underwent a shocking change in an instant. The skin is like tough bronze armor, the muscles are taut as if they were refined steel, and the bones are as white and moist as jade, as if they were works of art. And weight gained again. Chen Yuan estimated his mass at this point. I'm afraid that it had exceeded 5 tons. Generally speaking, the mass of a martial artist of the forging realm was only about 1 to 2 tons in weight, and this weight would continue to increase as the realm increased. Chen Yuan had clearly exceeded this threshold, and most of it was attributed to the mixed dragon elephant true technique.
Every time this martial art was upgraded, it would drive Chen Yuan's flesh density to pull up by leaps and bounds, and the effect was extremely remarkable.
Strength, reaction, chi and blood, and physique.
All-round terrifying enhancement, and that's just the third heavenly bone forging. The third realm of the martial Dao, the body forging realm, it deserves the name of Little Golden Body. It's really strong na. In an instant, he had walked the path that many talented martial artists had taken years to complete. Even Chen Yuan had to sigh in admiration. My talent, when it's really as terrifying as it is. Moreover, breaking through the body forging realm has made my fleshly body a little stronger again, and the body forging realm's skin sharpening and flesh refining is pretty much the equivalent of coming with a first-rate horizontal martial art that specializes in defense, which is extremely strong. This also makes the upper limit of power that can be utilized by the mixed dragon elephant true technique a lot more as well, and the battle power increases very rapidly. Chen Yuan was very satisfied with this enhancement. Although it had cost him 995 years of life, this cost was completely worth it.
Name, Chen Yuan.
Martial arts, body forging realm, third heaven bone forging.
Lifespan, 55 years. Martial arts.
Thunder refinement body forging method bone forging.
Yin and Yang thunder transformation blade 2nd grade. Yin and Yang execution hands 2nd grade. Tao Tai immobility 1st grade realm of transformation. Breaking through the body forging realm has increased your lifespan by 50 years?
Chen Yuan looked at his personal panel and let out a sigh of emotion in his heart. 1,000 years of lifespan, consumed 995 years, at this moment there were still 55 years left, and the extra 50 years would inevitably be the increased lifespan from breaking through the forging body realm.
Let's just say it's better than nothing.
If Zhou Yuan was only one step weaker than me before, then now 10 Zhou Yuan tied together wouldn't be a single match for me. After all, my goal can't be to reign supreme within a group of freshmen. With such amazing talent, I still need to aim for the long term.
Let's just go for a first place in the Martial Arts Academy of Star Abyss University.
Chen Yuan made a decision in his heart and prepared to compete with the group of older students and impact the number one in the Martial Arts Academy before saying anything.
After all, how many credits can that be when you're competing with a bunch of freshmen? Chen Yuan doesn't see it at all. The next day,
Chen Yuan was eating breakfast in the cafeteria. Star Abyss University's room and board are not required to pay fees. The Martial Arts Academy's dormitory based on the strength of their own to fight, the strength of the strong to live in a single villa, and even the small manor where Chen Yuan lives today. Weaker students also have double dorms to keep them in, they're just not very comfortable. As for food, the most basic subsistence package costs no extra credits and is even free for unlimited refills. However, if you wanted to order something else, such as certain particularly precious ingredients, then you would need to spend credits, and the price even ranged from a few hundred to tens of thousands of credits.
Although it is expensive, it is still chosen by many students who choose to spend exorbitant credits to order a taste of it.
This is the meat of a ferocious beast that roams the universe, the green-horned heavenly bull. Eating a piece of it will raise your chi and blood, and eating a meal will raise your realm.
I have to try it.
That won't work for you. Even though the green-horned heavenly bull has the bloodline of a starry sky beast, that bloodline is too far apart to be of any use. It's far inferior to my heavenly abyssal fish.
Someone bragged as they ate.
In the universe, the Star Alliance, the starry 10,000 races, the starry beasts, and the extraterrestrial evil gods were all extremely active figures. But why are star giants said to be active when their numbers are so rare? That's because the star beast reproduces a huge number of offspring, also known as ferocious beasts. The bloodline of the star beast flowed within the fierce beast, and the purer the bloodline, the more powerful and intelligent it would be. However, ferocious beasts like to reproduce, and with each generation, the bloodline belonging to the star beast would be weakened by 1 point. This also led to most of the ferocious beasts roaming the universe to be of low intelligence, basically only able to act on instinct, with manic and impulsive savage personalities.
The name Fierce Beast is also derived from this.
Many merchant ships hire martial artists for protection. In addition to guarding against interstellar pirates, another important reason is to guard against ferocious beasts, and that is also an existence that gives many merchant fleets an extreme headache. Chen Yuan did not have a single credit on his body, and he naturally ate the subsistence package, which was large and filling. Right at this moment, a figure outside the cafeteria suddenly appeared, and after scanning the week, his eyes landed on Chen Yuan, who was eating, and shouted,
"Chen Yuan!" Chen Yuan looked up. Zhou Yuan?
The one who came to find Chen Yuan was clearly Zhou Yuan, who had lost to him earlier. At this moment, Zhou Yuan rushed towards Chen Yuan with an excited expression on his face, opening his mouth and saying, "Chen Yuan, let's fight again."
Chen Yuan, ? Then shaking his head, no fight. Why don't you fight? Zhou Yuan cocked his head in disbelief. Martial artists are born for battle. It is in the midst of battle that one can achieve true growth. Martial artists who haven't experienced many deadly battles are doomed to not be able to step into the realm of the starry sky martial god. Chen Yuan can be considered to see out. This Zhou Yuan is clearly a rash martial arts obsessive. He mulled it over for a moment, then slowly explained. Look, if I fight you, I win nothing. It's a waste of effort if I lose. The number one position for freshmen will be taken away from you instead. You see, it fits that I'm going to lose no matter if I win or lose, so why am I fighting you? Have nothing to do after eating your fill? Zhou Yuan thought about it and felt that it made some sense, so he couldn't help but nod his head. Seeing this, Chen Yuan smiled and said, but it's not impossible to fight. How? Zhou Yuan asked curiously. Without hesitation, Chen Yuan asked in a low voice, how many credits do you have on you right now? Chapter 84, Gaining Credits for Nothing. Chen Yuan this word out, think of what anyone knows, almost as clearly on the face, not a little cover up the meaning of awe. Zhou Yuan just had a rash personality, but he wasn't stupid. He blurted out, you're trying to cheat me out of credits? Lied? Where did I cheat you? Chen Yuan's tone was impatient, I have 300 credits on me, if you can offer 500 credits, I'll bet with you, whoever wins the fight the credits go to whoever wins. Zhou Yuan thought about it, Chen Yuan was originally the number one freshman, no matter if he won or lost, there was no benefit, and he did suffer a bit. 300 credits and 500 credits of your own to gamble with is fair enough. Of course, what drove Zhou Yuan to make his decision still stemmed from his self-confidence. He, Zhou Yuan, this time would win. Chen Yuan, come and fight then. Okay. Chen Yuan nodded, put down his chopsticks sharply, and stood up to face Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan glanced at Chen Yuan's just half-eaten plate and said in a hesitant tone, why don't I wait for you to finish your meal? We'll find a spacious place to fight again? The cafeteria wasn't that big, and there were already many people sitting down to eat, and by now there were already quite a few people with curious gazes, staring right at the two of them. Zhou Yuan still decided it was better not to affect others. At least until Chen Yuan finished his meal. There is no need for that, strike. Chen Yuan shook his head, there really was no need for that nowadays. Yes. Zhou Yuan wasn't a procrastinator either. Just after the word good was uttered, Zhou Yuan's aura suddenly became generous, but in an instant it contracted into one place converging on his raised right fist. Throughout the entire process, apart from Chen Yuan who was directly opposite him, there was not even an extra person who felt the rapid change between the closing and releasing of this aura. This fist, without a sound, slammed down towards Chen Yuan. Tilted power heavenly fist. Chen Yuan's gaze moved, the qi and blood in his body quietly operated, and a black and a white arc of electricity appeared on top of his palms, violently probing out. The power of the dragon and the elephant. As well as yin and yang scattered hands. Intending to strike Zhou Yuan before one of his punches landed striking his midstream. Chen Yuan, you underestimate me. Zhou Yuan's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. You're the one who underestimated me. Zhou Yuan. Chen Yuan's face remained unchanged as he met Shang Yuan's full-force punch. Exhale. When they made contact, a soft breeze spread out from around the two of them. What? Zhou Yuan suddenly realized that the force and momentum of his all-out punch had really been cut off midway by Chen Yuan. What are the circumstances that make it possible to get behind the wheel and take control of the field? A. When the gap between the combatants is too wide and the battle has been completely controlled by one side. Zhou Yuan was in such a situation at this time. This all-out punch of his seemed to strike the air without making a single ripple, and it was just cut off by Chen Yuan and disappeared without a trace. He was, once again, defeated. An even more desperate defeat than the last time, Zhou Yuan couldn't even see why he had lost. A second grade into the subtle martial arts, to break through in such a short period of time, you are truly a genius. Chen Yuan silently felt the other party's strength and could not help but vocalize his feelings. When Zhou Yuan fought him yesterday, this pouring potential heavenly fist was still in the second grade Mingli realm. However, after a night's gap, this martial art had broken through into the subtle realm. Zhou Yuan's talent, it was truly terrifying. It was worthy of the title of the number one young man in the Imperial Star region. What kind of genius am I, Chen Yuan? You are the real genius. Compared to you, I'm still far behind. My family's old ancestor is right, there are mountains beyond the mountains, there are people beyond the people,
there are countless heroes in the world, my path of martial arts will never be lonely. Zhou Yuan was not surprised but delighted, he was lacking an opponent like Chen Yuan. In this battle, although he lost in an unknown manner, he was exuberant inside, and even suddenly comprehended another point of inspiration. Although it wasn't enough to make his tilted heavenly fist break through from the entry level to the realm of transformation, it could still be taken a step further to the next level. Defeat to me is not unjust. Chen Yuan's originally collected aura was suddenly revealed. Body Forging Realm. Or Triple Heaven. Zhou Yuan's face was astonished, and it was instantly clear to him that he really hadn't lost unjustly. Chen originated from the university examination, under the eyes of the public to create their own martial arts. Yin and Yang put to death hand, step out of their own way, martial arts talent would have been heaven. Nowadays, the martial realm was even the third sky of the body forging realm, and the martial roots were so terrifying. With the two on top of each other, he's really not a bad loser. But why was he still at the peak of the enlightenment realm before? How come he's suddenly in the third heaven of the forging realm after not seeing him for a day? Originally it was the third sky of the body forging realm, only deliberately hidden, or was it a succession of breakthroughs in a single day that accomplished such a realm? Zhou Yuan thought about it and still felt that the former was a bit more reasonable. Breaking through from the peak of the enlightenment realm to the third sky of the forging realm in a single day, even if one's talent was doubled by 100 times, Zhou Yuan didn't believe that he would be able to make it this far. When the starry sky martial gods were young, they couldn't do this, could they? Willing to gamble, Chen Yuan, terminal add a friend, 500 credits will be transferred to you immediately. Zhou Yuan did things crisply. Since he lost, he admits it. Thanks for your patronage, next time you want to fight, you can still look for me. Chen Yuan laughed, and at the same time added friends with Zhou Yuan. A random fight, the whole thing didn't take more than 3 seconds, and you've earned 50 years of life for nothing. It's as good as picking up these 50 years of life. Just after adding friends, 500 credits arrived in Chen Yuan's account. Chen Yuan smiled and said, "You're always welcome to fight me again." At this time, Zhou Yuan had the hindsight to stare at Chen Yuan and asked sullenly, "Do you really have 300 credits?" Who knows? Maybe there is, maybe there isn't? Chen Yuan did not answer clearly. But in reality, he didn't. There are no newbie packs at all at Starbucks University, and the initial is 0 credits. As for why Zhou Yuan had credits, it had to be mentioned that Star Abyss University supported the exchange of star coins for credits. Only this exchange ratio is exponentially higher. For example, at the beginning of the exchange, star coins and credits are exchanged 1 to 1 based on value, but after 100 credits, this multiplier grows to 1 to 10. After that, the multiplier continues to double exponentially for each additional 100 credits exchanged. 1 to 100, 1 to 1,000, and even 1 to 10,000. Any more family money can't withstand so much gripping, so generally very few people use star coins to exchange credits. The cost effectiveness is really too low. Of course, Zhou Yuan does not necessarily use star currency exchange credits. After all, the power behind him is not small. Star Abyss University is not a lack of acquaintances, the first to get some credits transition easy. Still being lied to. Although Chen Yuan didn't say it explicitly, Zhou Yuan could still see that there were no credits at all in this guy Chen Yuan's body. Empty gloves. Losing and defeating, Zhou Yuan was not angry, only being cheated made him a little angry. But he couldn't beat Chen Yuan and could only sulk by himself. Chen Yuan, wait for me to make a breakthrough and we'll fight again. Zhou Yuan decided that when he broke through the third sky of the bone forging realm, plus the tilting heavenly fist broke through the transformation realm, he would fight Chen Yuan again, winning back his 500 credits. I'll be waiting for you. Of all the freshmen at Star Abyss University, you are the only one worthy of being my Chen Yuan's opponent. Chen Yuan had a serious expression and nodded slightly. More coaxing. Don't take the credits for nothing. Good. It's a deal. This scene, which seemed like a predestined duel, caused Zhou Yuan to not let his blood boil. This was the fight he wanted, the duel of fated rivals. Countless inspirations erupted one after another within Zhou Yuan's mind, making him wish to fight Chen Yuan again right now. But can't beat it now, it's not the right time. Chen Yuan, see you next time. Zhou Yuan left a sentence and hurriedly left. Chen Yuan looked at Zhou Yuan's rapidly departing figure and couldn't help but scratch his head. It's weirdly embarrassing. P.S. Getting ready to start paying off the 2 chapters 10 in the next few days, key to come. Chapter 85 First Encounter with Li Shadong. Defeated Zhou Yuan, Chen Yuan did not have much pride. After all, winning is normal, losing is the devil. Martial realm suppression, martial arts suppression, Chen Yuan. If this is all reverse felled, he simply lie down and forget about it, but also practice a fart of martial arts. Winding up the remaining meals on the table, Chen Yuan got up and left. He was now going to do another important thing, and that was to meet that mentor that the big boss held in high esteem, Li Shadong. Chen Yuan had actually searched and queried the same person, Li Shu, on the terminal before he set off, and there was not much relevant information, but there was still a little bit of it. Li Shadong, Jindan Realm martial artist, one of the 6 Jindan instructors of the Star Abyss University Martial Arts Academy, with high martial talent but basically no record of strikes. The Zhang Maniac Lion, who is the same name as Li Shadong, is a different story, and the personal introduction column is all about which year and which day he defeated someone. Or was defeated by someone. He was a real battle maniac. However, Li Shadong also has a famous place, that is, its academic achievements, personal introduction column written quite a lot, that is, Chen Yuan is not very readable. But there was one item, the Lei Yao martial god had approached Li Shadong alone to discuss martial arts. With this one, the gold is pulled full circle. If Li Shadong can agree to that one condition of mine, it would be good to talk about everything, even if there is nothing to gain, there is nothing unavoidable in being his student. It's also a condition that only Li Shadong has some possibility of agreeing to. If it were any other tutor, it would be absolutely hopeless. After all, Li Shadong is the only one whose situation is not too good, and I happen to have the talent to reverse his situation. Chen Yuan had long been prepared, and although he did not know much about Li Shutong's information, it was completely sufficient. As long as Li Shadong was willing to agree to Chen Yuan's conditions, then he was Chen Yuan's chosen mentor without any surprises. If not, it would be good to find Zhang Maniacal Lion as a mentor. Chen Yuan himself quite liked Zhang Maniacal Lion's character and felt that he should get along. Li Shutong Residence. The residence of the Jindan Realm tutor was even a circle larger than even the number 1 dormitory where Chen Yuan was, with a large circle of black iron guardrail of about 3 meters around the outside. The thing about guardrails, though, was that they had more symbolic than practical significance in the martial arts academy. After all, with a martial artist's ability, a guardrail of this height would casually go over, and it wouldn't be able to stop anyone at all. Defense against gentlemen, not against villains. However, the inside of the residence but the Jindan Realm powerhouse, the general public did not have the guts to trespass, in which the Jindan Realm powerhouse is not with you to joke. A slap will be able to call the death of a piece of the forging realm martial artists. Dare to break in and die, no kidding. Chen Yuan looked inside for a few moments and didn't see anyone, so he directly pressed the ringing bell at the door. However, after waiting for almost 10 minutes or so, no one came out. Not at home? Or something else? Chen Yuan wondered in his heart. At this time, an icy cold voice sounded behind Chen Yuan. "Kid, what are you doing running to my door?" Chen Yuan was shocked in his heart. He actually didn't notice anyone behind him at all? When did it come? The one standing behind Chen Yuan, needless to say, was naturally Li Shadong. Li Shutong's appearance was similar to the photo that Chen Yuan had inquired about on his terminal: short hair, dark eyes, poker face, and his figure was not sturdy. On the contrary, it was a little bit thinner. Chen Yuan seldom saw martial artists with slim bodies, not to say strong as a cow. Generally speaking, the size and shape of a martial artist basically have to be bigger than an ordinary person. Of course, the most different thing between Li Shadong and other martial artists did not lie in the physical appearance, but in the mental outlook that was displayed. Normally, martial artists were extremely energetic and vigorous because of their long-term cultivation. The mental outlook they present tends to be high-spirited and glowing, and it's rare to find the kind of martial artist who was frail and sickly. But Li Shadong gave Chen Yuan his first impression, that is, void. Very false. Chen Yuan was having some difficulty believing that he had seen the word void from a Jindan Realm martial artist. But now was not the time to think about that, Chen Yuan said bluntly. I have some important matters to discuss with Mr. Li Shadong. You? What do you have to talk to me about? You? Li Shutong's face was expressionless, but when his gaze landed on Chen Yuan's face, his eyes couldn't help but move slightly after a few glances. You are the new student of this year's Martial Arts Academy. Chen Yuan from the Blue and White Star? It's me. Chen Yuan nodded. Okay, come in with me. Li Shadong remained expressionless, his tone numb and cold as he led Chen Yuan into his residence. Chen Yuan followed behind him and looked around at the interior of the residence, but surprisingly, he did not see the shadow of an intelligent robot. There isn't a single service-type intelligent robot, and it's hard for Li Shadong to do the cleaning and sanitation himself. The expression on Chen Yuan's face didn't fluctuate much, but he just couldn't help but be surprised in his heart.
The two of them arrived before a house that was somewhat old. Li Shudong pushed open the door straight and walked in. Chen Yuan followed closely behind, closing the door in the process. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Li Shudong suddenly turned around to face Chen Yuan. His expression changed, and finally the corner of his mouth pulled out an odd smile. There were so many people outside just now, I didn't have the heart to say it. He yanked Chen Yuan's hands and clasped them tightly with a miserable expression. Chen Yuan. Be my student. If I can't recruit students this year, the school really won't give me any funding next quarter. Without funding, my research is stuck at the most critical point. Chen Yuan. I promise you, no matter what the conditions are, be my student this year. Chen Yuan, oh? I'm playing with contrasts here, aren't I? Inside the door and outside the door, Li Shudong this attitude change, in order not to be too rapid. Zero frame starts and leaves Chen Yuan on the defensive. Although he knew that Li Shudong's current situation was not optimistic, but this was too miserable, and he had begun to actively beg for students. Teacher Li, I came to you this time to be your student. Chen Yuan immediately stopped beating around the bush and said directly. Really? Li Shudong snapped his head up, his eyes astonished. Of course it's true, but let's talk about the terms first. As long as Teacher Li agrees, I, Chen Yuan, will be under your tutelage today. Chen Yuan patted his chest and said. Good talk, good talk. Li Shudong sniffed and nodded his head repeatedly to assure, don't say 1, if you come to be my student, 10 would be no problem. Chen Yuan was not in a hurry to be happy, because his conditions were not simple, at least Zhang Maniacal Lion, these normal tutors, that could never agree. According to his observation, the only one who had the slightest possibility of practicing it was Li Shudong. Chen Yuan deliberated for a moment before slowly speaking. Mr. Li, my terms are. I'll take at least half of the allotment issued by the school for the first semester of freshman year. Chapter 86, Betting Against. First semester school grant, at least half? Li Shudong sniffed and his expression went cold again. Are you kidding me? He was supposed to have a dwindling grant from the school side, which is why he had to find a way to recruit a few talented students to cope with his duties and avoid the school's grant to him dropping to 0 eggs next semester. As a result, Chen Yuan was actually going to steal the school's funding from him? And at least half? Kid, do you know exactly what you mean by that? I know that your brat carries the Taotai divine body, and I also know that you've practiced the mixed dragon elephant true technique, and that you've even created your own martial arts, displaying extraordinary martial arts talent. But wanting half of the school's allocation for a semester? That's a big mouth, but a peak enlightenment realm martial artist, do you think you can eat it? Li Shudong sat with a poker face and returned in a less than friendly tone. Chen Yuan did not care about this, because his conditions were indeed a bit insatiable, and could even be said to be inverted against the Big Dipper. If he were himself, I'm afraid his attitude wouldn't see much better when faced with such a student. But still, in the world of martial artists, strength is the only thing that matters. Mr. Li, the information you have is a bit outdated. Chen Yuan smiled blandly, his cultivation no longer made the slightest concealment and revealed himself. Body Forging Realm Triple Sky. The martial Dao realm that surpassed all new students, the supreme talent of creating his own martial arts, and the amazing talent that was combined together was where Chen Yuan's self-confidence lay. HM? You've actually reached the 3rd level of the forging realm? When did that happen? It wasn't a good habit for a martial artist to recklessly probe the roots of the other party's strength without their consent, so Li Shudong hadn't paid any special attention to Chen Yuan's strength. Li Shudong's face, for the first time, revealed a more obvious color of surprise. Without waiting for Chen Yuan to reply, he flashed, grabbed the back of Chen Yuan's neck, lifted it up, and weighted a few times in his hand. Judging from the weight, it's the 2nd layer of the mixed elements dragon elephant true skill, right? Copper skin, jade bones, strength really breaks through to the 3rd level of bone forging? Li Shudong's tone was one of undisguised skepticism. Then he murmured to himself, I told you where all the cultivation materials you absorbed during the university examination went. It turns out that the Taotai divine body is also capable of temporarily storing the energy it absorbs within its body and choosing to use it after a period of time. A hint of madness surfaced between Li Shudong's complexion. It's worthy of being the Taotai divine body that has only been heard of but never seen by anyone. It is truly extraordinary. Chen Yuan saw Li Shudong as if he was crazy. He could only keep his face expressionless, otherwise he was really afraid that he would not be able to strain himself. Taotai divine body, just from the name you can hear that it's related to eating, it's similar to your own system.
Both the principal and Li Shudong seem to be convinced of my so-called Taotai divine body. But since they think so, then I am the Taotai divine body.
Ah yes, from today onwards I am the Taotai divine body. What can Chen Yuan do? Just have to accept the setup.
In the future, however, any faster upgrades could be pushed to the so-called Taotai divine body.
Don't ask. Ask and it's the Taotai god body powering up.
On the other side, Li Shudong looked Chen Yuan up and down, as if he was looking at a rare treasure, seeing Chen Yuan's goosebumps rise. However, Li Shudong still shook his head and said, Chen Yuan kid, his strength is not bad, but if you want to share half of it, it's not enough. From the moment Chen Yuan displayed the third heaven of the forging body realm, Li Shudong's tone had softened considerably again. This was the benefit of displaying one's talent.
If you are strong and gifted, the world will treat you gently. If you like to play the pig and pretend to be weak, then don't blame the world for being full of malice towards you. Teacher Li, how about we make a bet?
Chen Yuan had long had a reason to convince Li Shudong.
Oh? Tell me about it?
Li Shudong clasped his hands in his arms and came to have some interest.
As far as I know, Teacher Li's school allocation for the last semester was only 200,000 credits, right? Chen Yuan asked.
Star Abyss University is funded on a quarterly basis, 2 quarters per year, somewhat similar to the so-called summer and winter vacations, though there are no vacations at this side of the university. The university will determine the amount of funding to be allocated to a mentor based on overall performance during the quarter.
That's right, it's 200,000 credits.
Li Shudong didn't have a single bit of embarrassment on his face and directly admitted it, then added. The amount of school funding is implicated in overall performance, which is divided into 2 parts, teaching achievement and mentor contribution. I basically didn't contribute much to the school the previous year, and the few students I managed to recruit were also transferred to other instructors because I didn't care much about them and because there were too few resources, and eventually, after the school regulated from that, they also transferred to other instructors. Teaching accomplishments and mentor contributions are 0 balls, resulting in my grant amount being pitifully small compared to their mentors. This is also the reason why Li Shudong is so anxious to recruit students this year. If he doesn't take in a few more students to fill the doorway, his allocation for the next quarter will be zeroed out. And it's stuck at a critical moment in his research, so he can't afford to fall off the wagon at this point. Chen Yuan, give up the idea of splitting the grant with me and be a good student of mine. By the time my research is successful, your name will be passed down with me for a long time under the stars. I can guarantee that at that time, you and I will never be less famous than the proposers of the Mecha Martial Artist system and the Stargate program. It had to be said that Li Shudong's words were very tempting. But Chen Yuan, likewise, had the words to tempt Li Shudong. Teacher Li, 200,000 credits is still too little after all. What's the point of fighting for this amount of credits? How about we make a bet? Chen Yuan laughed. What kind of bet? Li Shudong had already somewhat guessed what Chen Yuan wanted to do. Sure enough, Chen Yuan's next words proved his guess. I'll be responsible for the teaching achievement portion. I alone can pull this portion of performance full. As for the mentor contribution part of the performance, that's on Mr. Li. 2.5 million credits a semester, split equally between the two of us, that's 1.25 million. Isn't that better than that 200,000 credits? If I can't do it, I, Chen Yuan, won't take a single cent. If we do, then we will share the big money equally between teacher and student. This was the plan that Chen Yuan had been planning all night. What's the point of competing for hundreds or thousands of credits? To play big, a hand of pokies to earn a lot of money to feel. Stargate University's annual allocation is 5 million, 2.5 million per semester. Zhang Maniac Lion is the full amount. Li Shudong's expression became serious. Chen Yuan, you have to think clearly. Other tutors' teaching achievements can be pulled off because others have hundreds of students under their hands. I don't have the time to bring so many students. The so-called teaching achievement is the sum total of the achievements of the students under the mentor, including the amount of assignments taken, contributions made to the school, etc. Naturally, it's only advantageous to have more students. And how could Li Shudong believe Chen Yuan's implication that he was the one to fulfill the quota of hundreds of students? Talent is just talent, and it can't be immediately transformed into combat power. That still needs time to be realized. Just me alone is enough. Chen Yuanxin said. P.S. Let's start with 2 shifts today, 3 tomorrow, and the day after with a bit of plot coherence, and hurry up and pay off the 2 chapters you owe. I'll add an extra chapter even with a rating of 9, so click on the 5 stars, it doesn't matter if there's a book review or not. Chapter 87 The Mystery of the Dragon Elephant. In the end, Li Shudong agreed. Because regardless of whether or not Chen Yuan could really do it, it wasn't a loss for Li Shudong. Chen Yuan cannot do, Li Shudong also do not have to share the school's allocation with Chen Yuan equally. In vain, received Chen Yuan such a gifted student. If Chen Yuan really did it, even if he shared it equally with Chen Yuan, it would be a full 2.5 million credits for a semester, and 1.25 million split, much better than last quarter, and he would have earned it in turn. Then I'll gamble with you, and you'll be my Li Shudong student from now on. Li Shudong smiled with a somewhat stiff expression. Teaching one Chen Yuan could be much easier than teaching a group of students, and he usually didn't have so much time to waste. Then from now on, you are my Chen Yuan's teacher. Chen Yuan similarly laughed. Just as he thought, the only tutor who could accept this unreasonable condition of his was Li Shudong. 1,250,000 credits, totaling 125,000 years of life. He, Chen Yuan, was determined, and no starry sky martial god could stop him. At this time, Li Shudong rubbed his hands together and said, Chen Yuan, you become my student, why don't you lend me your Taotai divine body to study? Research? Wouldn't want me to cut some meat off, right? Chen Yuan didn't think there was any problem, a little bit of flesh was just a bit of skin. Don't use it. No need. Li Shudong quickly waved his hand, a few drops of blood, plus a bit of hair will do. I've never seen a Taotai divine body before, this time I've met the real thing, I have to study it properly before I can do so. Simple. Chen Yuan forced out 9 drops of blood from his index finger and then pulled 3 more hairs down from his head while asking. Teacher, do you understand the Taotai divine body? Can you introduce me to it? So many people thought that Chen Yuan was a Taotai divine body that he didn't bother to object. Might as well learn more about it and act more like it later, or explain the anomalies in him. An invisible force forced its way out from Li Shudong's body, wrapping around Chen Yuan's blood and hair, slowly coming in front of Li Shudong. Li Shudong carefully portioned it out before looking up and explaining. The Taotai divine physique can absorb most of the matter in the heavens and earth and transform it into a unique energy that can be utilized. This type of physique first appeared from the dragon elephant martial god, and it is said that only the Taotai divine physique is capable of practicing the mixed elements dragon elephant true technique to its great completion. That's why many people have speculated that the dragon elephant martial god is the Taotai divine body, because he's the only one who has practiced the mixed dragon elephant true technique to the 9th level. Is that dragon elephant martial god a Taotai divine body? Chen Yuan asked curiously. I'm not sure. Li Shudong shook his head, but the bizarre martial art of mixed elements dragon elephant true skill, if it wasn't for the Taotai divine body in the dragon elephant martial god's mouth, it's almost unlikely that a normal person would want to practice it. If it weren't for a heaven-defying martial arts route like the Taotai divine body, no matter how high your kid's martial arts talent is, you wouldn't be able to practice this mixed dragon elephant true skill. This bizarre martial art is not meant to be practiced by normal people. Martial arts roots, martial arts talent, aren't these two one thing? Aren't they both describing martial talent? Chen Yuan froze, his mind suddenly not turning a corner. Li Shudong glanced at Chen Yuan and spoke quietly. Martial roots and martial talents are not connected, and in the pre-martial arts stage, the two aren't even related. Martial roots and bones are more of a display of a martial artist's talent for martial realms, such as the blood transformation realm, the enlightenment realm, and the forging body realm to cultivate faster. Martial talent, on the other hand, is the comprehension of martial arts, martial Dao, such as learning sword techniques faster, or even creating one's own martial arts, sensing certain abstract ideas faster, etc. The farther you go in martial arts, the more indistinguishable the two talents will become, and if you want to climb to the top of the martial arts path, you can't have one without the other. In Li Shudong's eyes, Chen Yuan was carrying the Taotai divine body, his martial realm had progressed rapidly, and now he was an expert at the third sky of the body forging realm. In the university examination, he was able to create his own martial arts with the cultivation of the enlightenment realm, and his martial arts talent is also top-notch. With both, his student, Chen Yuan, was already a star martial god. That's what qualified him to be his Li Shudong student. The previous ones were so crooked that it didn't feel good to teach them at all, so just run away. So that's how it is. There's still this difference, in that case, my martial arts roots and martial arts talents are both the best in this world. Chen Yuan came to a sudden realization. Li Shudong had nothing to say, Chen Yuan's talent was indeed good, but how could anyone praise themselves like that? What's the point? Don't you blush? Seeing that Li Shudong seemed to be interested in the Taotai divine body, Chen Yuan said yes in advance. Teacher, if you can't research anything, don't come and blame me. Can't study it?
Li Shutong's eyes suddenly glared. How do you kid think your martial arts talent is? There are countless heroes in this world, but in terms of martial arts talent, none of them are as good as me. Chen Yuan's confidence was extraordinary. Good. Not bad. Take this confidence of yours and multiply it by more than 10 times, that's how confident I am in my brain. Li Shutong pointed at his head and said with more confidence than Chen Yuan. Although he was clear about Li Shutong's authority in this regard, Chen Yuan was still a little speechless at this kind of presentation that boasted about himself. What's the point? Don't you blush? You don't believe it? Li Shutong was furious when he saw Chen Yuan's face. Calling him shameless and saying that his martial arts talent was average, he was able to ignore it and laugh it all off. The only thing that is questionable about one's martial arts theories and academic achievements is that it is absolutely not allowed. Seeing that Chen Yuan was silent, Li Shutong was ready to take out some means to make this newly accepted student have a bit of the respect he deserved. Kid, after cultivating the hybrid dragon-elephant true technique to the second layer, you should have discovered the drawbacks of this martial art as well. Chen Yuan's expression moved slightly and he said uncertainly, teacher is saying that the strength of the physical body limits the drawback that the mixed elements dragon image true technique is able to generate power? It seems that you have also noticed that just relying on horizontal martial arts to quench your physical body, as usual, will not be able to meet the requirements of the mixed elements dragon-elephant true technique. The later it gets, the more so. Li Shutong nodded his head and admitted. The creator of the mixed elements dragon image true technique is bound to be a wise man no less than me. The martial art has no bottleneck to speak of, and as long as one persists, even an ordinary person can cultivate it and achieve something. But it has two drawbacks. One for the time-consuming, if not Taodai divine body. Ordinary people want to cultivate successful, it's at least 100,000, or even millions of years to count, is not a human being to learn the stuff. Back then, when the dragon-elephant martial god made the hybrid dragon-elephant true skill public, it also created quite a fervor, but no matter how supreme your martial arts talent is, you'll have to honestly simmer for a while in front of this martial art. The dragon-elephant martial god could have practiced up to the 9th layer, and if it weren't for the Taodai divine body, even I wouldn't know how he managed to practice this stuff in thousands of years. The second is that the physical body restricts the limit of force, because this martial art is not complete. Not exactly? Chen Yuan was puzzled. Li Shutong explained, only rising strength, not physique. Don't you think that the mixed dragon-elephant true technique is a bit evil? Anyone can see the abruptness. By the way, strength and physique complement each other, how can there be a reason for only one of them to go up? I suspect that the dragon-elephant martial god deliberately released half of it back then, and the other half of the martial arts that solved the drawbacks and complemented the mixed dragon-elephant true technique, he didn't even take it out. Chapter 88 Bipolar Yuan Magnetic Body. Dragon-elephant martial god. Chen Yuan has some difficulties. The god of martial arts can not just want to see, and the actions of the dragon image god of martial arts always let him this Taodai god body, some inner uneasiness. If it wasn't necessary, Chen Yuan really didn't want to touch the dragon elephant martial god. Wouldn't it be even better to wait until he had cultivated to the realm of the starry sky martial god and then go to the dragon elephant martial god to borrow a bit? However, seeing Li Shutong's old and calm appearance, Chen Yuan knew that he must have compensatory measures and could only ask in a low voice. Is there anything the teacher can do? Since you asked in good faith, then naturally there is. Li Shutong's tone was somewhat smug. You've obviously cultivated the mixed dragon-elephant true technique and gained so much weight, why hasn't the strength of your flesh changed even a little bit? Do you know why? Chen Yuan had figured out the temperament of this teacher of his, so he asked smoothly, why? Because the weight just isn't added on top of the physical body physique. Li Shutong didn't play dumb and quickly explained. The source of power of the mixed elements dragon-elephant true technique is not realized through constantly beating up the body as in traditional horizontal martial arts. More akin to an exoskeleton in an abstract sense, cleverly bypassing the limitations of the practitioner's own natural talents and additionally attaching massive strength to the practitioner. The weight you have gained is actually this invisible and untouchable layer of exoskeleton, which you will actually be able to understand if you break through to the Jindan realm. Li Shutong explained. Exoskeleton? Chen Yuan understood, so that was how the principle of the mixed dragon-elephant true technique worked. He then asked. And what about what Sensei said, the solution to the drawbacks? The method is very simple. Since the mixed dragon-elephant true technique has given you an exoskeleton, then we'll add another layer of exoskeleton for stabilizing the physique in addition to the exoskeleton. Li Shutong smiled faintly.
If I'm not mistaken, what you opened in the university examination was the yin yang way. I'll help you modify the thunder refinement body forging method some more, and ultimately give up the thunder pole body and achieve the bipolar yuan magnet true body instead. The two extremes of yin and yang stabilize the core, supplemented by the power of yuan magnetism to constrain it from there, and it will certainly enable you to exert the full power of the mixed elements dragon elephant true technique. Bipolar yuan magnetism true body. Li Shudong said what seemed to be very simple, but this was like customizing a set of body forging methods for Chen Yuan that best suited him. How can it be easy? Teacher, how long will this process take approximately? Chen Yuan then asked. If it took too long, he had achieved the Thunder Extreme body at the forging realm and was preparing to break through the Blood Furnace realm. Whether he could use it or not was one thing. It's just a small thing, it'll be sent to your terminal in 2 days. If it weren't for the fact that I can't stop my research, I'd have it done for you in a couple hours. When it comes to this aspect, Li Shudong can be described as a remarkable self-confidence. His look and tone are even more arrogant than what Chen Yuan has shown. Li Shudong keeps referring to his research. Chen Yuan wasn't very clear on what exactly its research was, but he wouldn't ask if Li Shudong didn't take the initiative to say. There was still a long time after that, and the two were in a teacher-student relationship, so when Li Shudong felt that he should know, he would always know. Looking at the fatigue on Li Shudong's face, Chen Yuan could not help but remind him. Teacher, your body is too weak, it's better to rest for a while. To be able to make a Jindan realm martial artist show such obvious fatigue, Chen Yuan really didn't know how long it had been since Li Shudong had rested. 1 year? 2 years? I'm afraid it's more than that. I'm a Jindan realm martial artist with an indestructible golden body, can I still exhaust myself to death? Li Shudong waved his hand unconcernedly. Go, I'm quite busy too. I don't have much time to teach you during the week, so you can go over to Big Lion's side to dabble in the class, just say you're my student. He won't kick you out. Okay. Chen Yuan actually didn't have much to teach his mentor. With enough cultivation resources, his martial arts cultivation and martial arts realm would be kryptonite all the way up, not much of a problem. At this time, he also got up and prepared to leave. Right. Li Shudong suddenly called out to Chen Yuan and slowly spoke under his puzzled look. The teaching achievement part, just do your best and it's okay if you can't do it. If you can't do it, half of the school's allocation definitely can't be divided among you. After all, I don't even have enough for my own research, but there's still no problem with dividing 1/10 of it among you, so don't be under too much pressure. Chen Yuan sighed at his words. Teacher, you're still underestimating me a bit. I can't see that 1/10, it's not enough to stuff my teeth. I'll take half of what I say, just wait for my good news. Looking at Chen Yuan's figure that left in large strides without the slightest hesitation, Li Shudong shook his head helplessly. Rather, I'm 7 or 8% as confident as I am, I just don't know if I have my strength. The so-called 6 heavens of body forging, sharpening the skin, refining the flesh, forging the bones, refining the tendons, containing the organs, and cleansing the marrow, and ultimately realizing the little golden body. After this, martial artists begin to involve themselves in the realm of martial will. The will of martial arts is the condensation of a martial artist's spirit, philosophy, and perseverance. A strong enough will of martial arts is enough to shock the hearts and minds of thousands of living beings and interfere to distort the real world. And after forging the body, it is the martial blood furnace realm. If you want to break through the blood furnace realm from the body forging realm, and forge a furnace of chi and blood within the human body, you need to use the will of the martial arts path as a guide, and the chi and blood as a salary, to ignite the fire of the martial arts. The first and foremost task of a peak forging realm martial artist is to find their own martial will. Zhang Maniacal Lion was in the process of sorting out the top priority of breakthroughs for the students under him. Many of the students under him were stuck at the peak of the forging body realm and were slow to make any progress, unable to find a direction to break through. But just then, his eyes slightly glanced and saw an unexpected figure outside the classroom. Why did this kid run to me? Can't it be that he's finally figured it out? Thinking of this, the corners of Zhang Maniacal Lion's mouth rose slightly, and after a brief word with the students, he walked out of the classroom. And the moment he left, the originally silent classroom suddenly resounded with buzzing low conversations, followed by a gradual expansion of the sound. Holy, why did the big lion just suddenly and inexplicably laugh? It gave me some creepy feelings. You're really not afraid of getting your ass kicked, the teacher hasn't gone far yet, and you're calling him by his nickname, not afraid he'll come after you later? Teacher seems to have just seen someone he knows outside? Otherwise, he rarely interrupts the teaching steps in the middle of the lesson. Chapter 89 Dabbling in Class 3 more have been sent. This chapter is a gift plus. After Qin Yuan left Li Shutong's place, his first step was to come and find Zhang Maniacal Lion. Two reasons: one is to tell Zhang Maniac Lion that he has already chosen a good tutor, and the other is that Li Shutong told Qin Yuan that he can come to the Big Lion to take lessons here, just report his name, so he came to see what the situation is first. The Big Lion is naturally refers to the Zhang Crazy Lion. I have to say that it is quite apt. After all, Zhang Crazy Lion looks a bit Golden Lion King appearance. Zhang Maniacal Lion, on the other hand, walked out of the classroom with gusto and came in front of Qin Yuan, saying happily,
Qin Yuan, you finally figured it out.
If you become my student, you'll be guaranteed to eat good food and drink hot water, a bunch of senior brothers and sisters will protect you, and you'll walk horizontally in Star Abyss University.
No one will dare to mess with you. However, Qin Yuan's sentence silenced Zhang Maniac. You mean, picking someone else as a tutor and then coming to dabble in my class? Qin Yuan nodded.
Seeing Zhang Maniacal Lion's expression change again and again, with his fur showing signs that it was somewhat about to stand on end, Qin Yuan hurriedly added a sentence. My teacher is Li Shutong. He's the one who told me to come to Mr. Shang's place to dabble in class. Zhang Maniacal Lion's expression eased as he heard this, and inquired.
Li Shutong. Even if it was in the past, now that you're the only student, he doesn't have time to teach, can't he?
He said he's very busy and that the research has reached a very critical point.
Qin Yuan explained for his teacher.
Hearing the word research, Zhang Maniacal Lion's eyebrows immediately furrowed together, then looked Qin Yuan up and down and said,
Qin Yuan brat, what conditions did Li Shutong give you that made you willing to be his student?
I can offer twice as much. You come be my student and forget about it. Anyway, the probability is that I'll be the one teaching you in the future.
Twice.
It was obvious that Zhang Maniac Lion really liked Qin Yuan quite a lot, and even wanted to pry Qin Yuan from Li Shutong to his own men.
However, Qin Yuan knew that twice as much was impossible.
Teacher Zhang, you won't agree to my conditions. Qin Yuan shook his head and then carefully explained the matter of his bet with Li Shutong.
A parley agreement? You boys actually want a piece of the school funding for the next quarter? To ask for half in one breath, 1,025,000 credits, that's quite bold.
Surprisingly, Zhang Maniacal Lion did not rebuke Qin Yuan for being bold and delusional. On the contrary, Zhang Maniac Lion's eyes revealed appreciation as he patted Qin Yuan's shoulder and said, You kid really does have enough guts and a wild personality.
I rather like you more and more. It's only right that you should be my Zhang Maniacal Lion student.
Although you didn't choose me as your tutor, I'll recognize you as half a student of my Zhang Maniacal Lion.
Come to my class from now on.
Dabble in classes as much as you want, no one dares to kick you out. Don't blame Li Shutong for not caring about you, that guy's burden is much heavier than mine, his decades of hard work, future, and ambition are all poured into that matter, he really can't be distracted.
I can understand that.
Qin Yuan did not really care much about whether Li Shutong had the time to teach him. After all, the only thing that affected him the most was the cultivation resources. As long as there were enough cultivation resources, everything was fine. And it could be seen that it was bound to be a very important research that could make Li Shutong, a Jindan realm powerhouse, so emaciated that he couldn't even take time out to rest. Furthermore, it wasn't as if Li Shutong hadn't taught him about the bipolar Yuan magnet true body in a couple of days, and that was one of the things that Qin Yuan currently needed the most.
That alone is enough to trump many teachings.
That's good. Let's go, just start today and listen to one lesson first. Zhang Maniac Lion laughed and then led Qin Yuan inside the classroom. Then he graciously introduced himself to the students below. His name is Qin Yuan, and he will be your junior brother from now on. Trouble is, recognize him clearly and don't hit the wrong person in the future. The students on the stage returned.
Wow, there's another junior apprentice brother. But why is this name so familiar? Qin Yuan.
Creating his own martial arts in the university examination, this term's well-deserved Newcomer King.
You don't even recognize this.
I knew that with this kid's character, the teacher was bound to take him as a student, and it was not what I expected. Zhang Maniacal Lion did not tell his students that Qin Yuan was not his student, but rather a student of Li Shutong. Qin Yuan naturally wouldn't make a fool of himself by deliberately pointing out this relationship. The senior brothers and sisters were also very enthusiastic about Qin Yuan. After all, an exceptionally gifted junior brother, it was only natural for them to befriend and make good relations in advance. Moreover, looking at Zhang Maniacal Lion's attitude, it was obvious that he was very defensive of Qin Yuan. It made them, the group of students who had been working under Zhang Maniacal Lion for several years, a little jealous. The topic of this lesson was the forging realm breaking through the blood furnace realm, which was not far from Chun Yuan, and he had gained something. At the end of the course, Zhang Maniac Lion mentioned,
Chen Yuan, aren't you going to rely on one person to pull off Li Shutong's teaching achievement performance? Remember to perform well in the freshman conference tomorrow.
Chen Yuan's gaze moved slightly as he heard this. Zhang Maniacal Lion had almost made it clear that if he performed well tomorrow, he would be able to brush up on his performance of teaching achievements.
Chen Yuan is missing this. So he nodded and said, Teacher, I know.
P.S. Yards, tomorrow there are 3 chapters as a cool point. 3 chapters should just hit the end. No savings feel people are yards numb.
Chapter 90 Martial Arts Academy New Student Conference. The next day. The weather was clear and sunny.
Chen Yuan raised his head and glanced up. In the sky above this continent under his feet, an artificial miniature star stood tall, hanging in mid-air.
The true size is certainly no better than a star in the universe, if not far worse.
But as far as subspace surviving humans are concerned, the effect has been similar to that of a real star. The sky is round and the stars on the sky are like a backdrop, controlling day and night, just like a scene from a flood myth. Sometimes when Chen Yuan looked at this scene, he couldn't help but think, is it possible that the characters in the myths are a group of aliens who control the cutting-edge technology in the stars? After all, with Chen Yuan's current body forging realm cultivation, the invulnerability of the Vajra and the invulnerability of fire and water were trivial matters, and if he were to go to a civilization that had never touched the Star Alliance, he could not help but be treated as a divine figure who had attained immortality. Conventional firearms shells basically cannot hurt the forging realm martial artist. If then with a suitable mech, it is instantly transformed into a killing weapon. Ordinary civilizations' conventional weapons have been difficult to contain this horror of war power. But divine figures and whatnot, if I were willing, an immortal who has spent his life pursuing immortality may not have a longer lifespan than I do. Unfortunately, I am not seeking immortality, and martial artists do not seek immortality for the sake of immortality, but rather, they seek to have all the greatness returned to themselves, and pinch their destinies firmly in their own hands. For now, it's better to go and see the so-called Martial Academy Freshman Conference first. Just as Zhang Maniacal Lion had said yesterday, early this morning, Chen Yuan received a message from the school authorities, summoning the new students of this year's Martial Arts Academy to participate in the Martial Arts Academy's new student conference. The location is in the Martial Arts Academy Assembly Hall, which is the central area of the Martial Arts Academy area. Located in the center of the Martial Academy's Assembly Hall, even from a distance of more than 10 kilometers away, Chen Yuan could clearly see its rough outline. The Martial Arts Academy Assembly Hall was not so much a building as it was a man-made mountain, towering into the sky. The overall shape is pyramidal, and the body is made of a special silver-white alloy that shines under the illumination of artificial miniature stars. Not to mention fitting in the 10,000 people of the new students of the Martial Academy, even if they were to accommodate the 8 grades of the Martial Academy, a total of 80,000 people, that would still be a more than enough thing. At this moment, there were already quite a few freshmen who had arrived early and were curiously surveying their surroundings. Is this the Martial Academy Assembly Hall? It's really magnificent. It's easy to fit our 10,000 freshmen. I was worried about crowding before.
That said, I'm from a remote planet. What does this freshman conference do? Listen to the leaders of Star Abyss University lecture? That's a bit pointless.
Hey, there are too many geniuses at Star Abyss University. I only barely managed to snatch a single standard room dormitory. Only those freshmen at the Forging Realm can snatch the deluxe dormitories for the first few dozen numbers. And at the edge of the Martial Academy's Assembly Hall, at this moment, quite a number of old students of the Martial Academy who had come to watch the spectacle had gathered, and were exchanging words in low voice as they talked. Not to mention, Yuang Chuanji are really that kind of person.
Zhouya clasped his hands together and spoke out.
You two couples even teamed up to frame me. I'm going to report to the school, to the principal. I'm going to report you two for embezzling the funds from the Martial Arts Academy Student Union and taking money. Your conscience is very bad. Wang Chuan Crazy raised his hand and kept yelling. Most of the other older students were not surprised to see this scene, although they felt that Wang Chuanji was quite noisy and a bit distracting.
But they couldn't beat Wang Chuanxian either, there was no way.
Martial strength is honored. This is the first law of the martial arts world.
Be quiet. Don't you want to know which one my brother is? Cackle. The one sitting at the front.
Zhouya said somewhat helplessly. When Wang Chuanji sniffed, he immediately shut up and looked over in the direction Zhouya said. Among the 10,000 new students, the strength stratification is very obvious, standing in the more front of the strength of the stronger, and at this time the most front of a person, his eyes tightly closed, quietly sitting on the ground. For the surrounding noise and chaos, this person was actually not disturbed by the slightest bit.
It seems. In cultivation? This person was clearly Zhou Yuan.
Wang Chuan crazy put away the playfulness on his face, his expression became serious for a few moments, and he couldn't help but praise, under such an environment, still able to maintain an extremely pure heart of martial arts, your brother's talent is even better than yours. That's for sure, my family's old ancestor even praised my brother's martial arts qualifications.
Zhouya's mouth smiled and his tone was proud.
Wang Chuanji was a little tired of seeing Zhouya in this state, always wanting to tease a few times.
You say that your big-name Zhou family in the imperial capital Star region, how come the two geniuses in your family are all heading to Star Abyss University? Especially your younger brother, the principal of the imperial capital university is going to cry in the toilet when he misses out on him, isn't he? Your brother can basically sweep all the freshmen in the college tournament in a while, right? And how are the other two big ones going to play this year? Your brother's talent is still too terrifying. Among the freshmen this year, there should be no one stronger than him?
Yes, there is, past the crazy, there is. There is another freshman who is stronger than my brother this year.
Zhouya's eyes signaled the doorway of the Martial Academy's assembly hall. Isn't that coming? Chen Yuan slowly stepped into the Martial Arts Academy assembly hall.
There might be those amongst the older students who did not recognize Chen Yuan, but amongst the new students, Chen Yuan's reputation had long gone without saying.
It's Chen Yuan. The guy who defeated Zhou Yuan.
Peak of the Enlightenment realm, opening the way in the university examination and creating his own martial arts.
Martial talent against the heavens.
Without needing to be reminded, numerous freshmen made way for Chen Yuan. This is the world of martial artists, where naked strength is the only thing that matters. And at the end of the road, Zhou Yuan slowly opened his eyes, and the only person in his vision was his arch-enemy.
Chen Yuan, you're finally here.
P.S. This chapter was mistakenly posted early, there are 3 more chapters behind it. One plot chapter is still being written, the plot is coherent, so it's not undeveloped, but it'll have to wait a bit longer, probably posted together around 1 p.m.
Chapter 91 Prongs.
From Zhou Yuan's perspective, among the peers he had experienced before, there were those weaker than him, those close to him, but only those who had not surpassed him.
The people who are better than him have just lived a little longer than him.
Zhou Yuan believed that given the same amount of time he had, he could do better than those people. Even if he became a starry sky martial god, Zhou Yuan had confidence. That is, until he's at Star Abyss University, where he meets the arch-enemy of his life, Chen Yuan. It was the first time in his life that he had lost.
And it was a defeat to someone his own age.
But Zhou Yuan lost with great pleasure. It was because of his defeat to his peers, to Chen Yuan, that gave him a goal to chase, and his motivation had never been so abundant. The heart of martial arts had never been so strong.
Chen Yuan, you're finally here.
In Zhou Yuan's eyes, the other freshmen were more like blurry-looking NPCs, and only Chen Yuan deserved his attention because it was his arch-enemy.
I'm coming. Chen Yuan didn't know what to say for a split second, and could only reply in a smooth manner. He wouldn't have fooled Zhou Yuan, would he? He wasn't like this before. He's not that stupid, is he?
Of course, Chen Yuan felt quite embarrassed, but in the eyes of others, the two of them, Chen Yuan and Zhou Yuan, sympathized with each other as rivals. Then the atmosphere fell silent. After Zhou Yuan greeted Chen Yuan, he reclosed his eyes tightly and started cultivating again. Tiny whispers of conversation began to ring around them again, buzzing like mosquitoes. Until, the president of Star Abyss University, a middle-aged man with half-white hair and a somewhat pale face slowly walked onto the stage, and everything quieted down again. All eyes were gathered on this person. That was the president of Star Abyss University, Dai Wusheng. Dai Wusheng didn't use a sound amplification device because he was a martial artist himself, and although it wasn't very strong, it was enough. He looked around the room and spoke slowly. I'm glad you all chose Star Abyss University, whether you regret it in the future or not, at least it's your own choice. Every advancement of a martial artist is a leap in the level of life, where even the lowest level of genes are altered, creating reproductive isolation from ordinary people. But no matter what, martial artists are still human beings. I have seen many martial artists who have forgotten that they are human, who treat mortals as livestock and slaughter them without a care in the world, and the strongest among them, who slaughter groups of people and destroy species with a wave of their hands, and the people of a planet become tools for their pleasure. I am a martial artist, and so are all of you. We all know exactly what it feels like to have greatness returned to you, and it seems normal to gradually forget the identity of one's own people. But I don't want that to happen, and neither does the Star League. That's why there are universities for martial artists, martial academies for martial artists. Not only teaching you the martial way, but also attempting to set the anchor point for your martial humanity. That's the most important meaning of the university.
Dai didn't talk for long, just 3 minutes.
Then, a person familiar to Chen Yuan took over the position of the principal and walked onto the stage.
It's Chang the Mad Lion.
Zhang Maniacal Lion's voice was loud and clear, just like shocking thunder. I hope you remember the principal's words. If you do something wrong in the future, don't blame us, the group of teachers, for not showing any mercy. I know you're all geniuses, but the last thing the Star Alliance lacks is geniuses. Even if you are 1 in a billion geniuses, the Star Alliance still has millions and millions. Now, begin your first lesson as martial artists.
Polish the arrogance of you geniuses.
Along with the fall of Zhang Maniacal Lion's words, the old students at the edge of the Martial Academy's assembly hall walked out.
300 body forging realms. Join forces, Chen Yuan.
Zhou Yuan's expression was serious. No matter how strong his martial heart was, he couldn't cultivate at this moment and directly jumped up in place. Without having to say much, Chen Yuan could naturally understand what was going on. It was nothing more than letting this group of Forging Realm veterans sharpen the edges of their group of freshmen. Don't look at the 10,000 new students and only 300 old students, but among those 300, all of them were body Forging Realm experts. Among the new students, there were only 30 or so at the Forging Realm, and basically all of them were still at the beginning of the Forging Realm. This situation is like the ancient battlefield where 10,000 unarmed and poor people took on 300 heavily armored cavalry on the plains.
Don't look at the crowd, a wave will give it away.
At this moment, the old students whose numbers were inferior, in turn surrounded the 10,000 new students, each one rubbing their fists and looking excited.
Don't blame us, we were like this back in the day. We'll get over it.
A single enlightened realm freshman is worth 5 credits. It was so hard for me to snatch this opportunity, those blood furnace realm don't have the qualifications to do so.
5 credits? 10,000 freshmen, wouldn't that be 50,000 credits and 5,000 years of life?
Shen Yuan was somewhat tempted to switch to the old students' camp and harvest the 50,000 credits from the new students. This group of Enlightenment Realm freshmen, he must not slap several of them away.
But there's credit for older students beating up freshmen, and freshmen can't beat up older students for nothing, can they? Chen Yuan's heart was dumbfounded and he directly asked Zhang Maniacal Lion, Mr. Zhang, eliminating old students gives credits, right?
Zhang Maniac Lion grinned, give.
Beat up more, give more, you kid, cheer up. I'm optimistic about you.
What Chen Yuan said was heard by everyone present.
It's trying to get down and dirty. It's not like this hasn't happened before, on the contrary, it basically happens every year.
After all, there was no shortage of geniuses amongst the freshmen every year, and the heart of resistance was strong to the extreme.
It was impossible to stand obediently and be beaten.
But the results?
It's not good. Kid, want to earn our credits? How can it be that simple?
Chen Yuan, we know your background, the newcomer king of this term, peak of the Enlightenment realm, and self-invented martial arts. You are indeed strong in battle, but we are not going to be fair with you and play a game of one-on-one singles with you. The older students weren't careless, after all, it wasn't impossible for the strongest of the freshmen to defeat them. At this moment, a dozen or so experts were separated from the old students to keep a special eye on Chen Yuan alone, such was the importance they attached to Chen Yuan, the newcomer king. No one would underestimate a true heavenly pride like Chen Yuan. If they were underestimating Chen Yuan, then what were they? Are they not underestimating themselves? Chapter 92 The Big Mess 8 points plus. As for Zhou Yuan beside Chen Yuan, after hearing Chen Yuan's words, at this moment, his blood was also boiling and his battle intent was high. It was only with such confidence that he was worthy of being his Zhou Yuan's archenemy. Chen Yuan, then let's compare who eliminated more old students.
Just bet 100 credits. Zhou Yuan only had 100 credits left on him.
As the words fell, he actually exploded with chi and blood, taking the lead and charging into the midst of the group of old students. The veteran students had investigated Chen Yuan, and naturally, they had also investigated Zhou Yuan. They similarly did not dare to be careless, and separated some more veteran students to pester Zhou Yuan. Then the big battle was on the horizon. The old students were like a head of hungry wolves with green eyes, headlong into the 10,000 new students, as if a large truck ran over the dense crowd. Just after the contact, there were dozens of new students were instantly eliminated. A dozen old students had surrounded Chen Yuan at this moment, rushing up from all sides at the same moment. Directly opposite Chen Yuan, an old student with slightly yellow hair instantly doubled in size, his huge muscles ripping through his shirt, revealing his extremely robust upper body.
His cultivation level of the second sky of the forging realm even exploded out with an appalling aura. Chen Yuan, let you try my running thunder fist, remember my name.
However, before he could even say his name, Chen Yuan's punch had already arrived at this person's face, physically interrupting the words that came out of his mouth.
Hybrid Dragon Elephant True Technique.
Even with the limitation of flesh strength, the power exerted by the mixed Dragon Elephant True Technique was only one step weaker than a peak forging realm powerhouse, so how could it be blocked by a person at the second level of the forging realm?
A punch.
An old student of the second sky of body forging realm suddenly flew backwards a dozen meters away, instantly losing his ability to fight.
Jibber jabber, now it's good, the name isn't even spoken.
Chen Yuan skimmed his mouth.
At the same time, Chen Yuan's feet were as if they had taken root, twisting and rotating his body. His blood chi instantly rippled around him, and the wind between his fists and palms was so loud that a white airflow was visible to the naked eye as it crisscrossed between his fists and palms and swirled back and forth. The two oldest students who were closest to him were instantly struck by the fists and palms, and even if they had already defended themselves, the moment they were hit by the majestic force, they were instantly jerked away and lost the ability to fight again. Chen Yuan is the third sky of the forging realm. Which brainwashed person gathered the information? Quickly retreat. Retreat.
The dozen or so old students who surrounded him instantly felt the majestic power of chi and blood in Chen Yuan's body, which was the peak of the enlightenment realm. It was clearly the third sky of the body forging realm. Chen Yuan, who was at the peak of the enlightenment realm, had to be dealt with carefully, not to mention the fact that now Chen Yuan was even at the third heaven of the forging realm, so these dozen or so of them were still playing a fart.
Want to run? Too late.
How could Chen Yuan let go of this group of mobile credit bundles? He violently twisted his body and leapt out, his arms flung like whips, throwing out a trail of residual shadows, emitting sharp and extreme air-breaking sounds.
Snap.
Another old student who didn't have time to retreat far, was hit by Chen Yuan's hand whip in the abdomen. His eyes immediately surged with dense blood, like a shrimp generally covering his abdomen, collapsed to the ground.
2 seconds, 3 moves, for eliminations.
Chen Yuan did not even utilize any entry-level martial arts, merely summoning the tremendous power of the second level of the mixed elements Dragon Elephant True Technique, plus an ordinary yin-yang scattered hands.
Isn't this brat Chen Yuan at the peak of the enlightenment realm? How did he suddenly become a body forging realm triple sky again?
Although Zhang Mad Lion had long expected Chen Yuan to be strong. However, he never expected that the information clearly recorded that Chen Yuan was at the peak of the enlightenment realm, so why did he become the third sky of the forging realm again after only a day or two? Although Jindan realm martial artists were able to probe the roots of lower realm martial artists, Zhang Maniacal Lion did not do so to Chen Yuan because it was the most basic respect for a student.
Is the Taotai divine body that strong? But strong is strong, if this kid is stronger, I'll have some face on me.
Zhang Maniacal Lion had never cared about these details, as long as the student did not believe in the extraterrestrial evil god and forcibly took control of a power that did not belong to him or her. He did not care if the student harbored certain secrets. The time had come for Chen Yuan to try to say that it would speak for itself. It's just a pity, if only this kid was with me, it's cheap for that guy Li Shadong. I wish I could beat him up. Thinking that he didn't act as Chen Yuan's mentor and had to help Li Shadong teach Chen Yuan, Zhang Maniacal Lion hated his teeth. Naturally, Zhang Maniacal Lion was not the only one who knew about the commotion that Chen Yuan had made, most people had observed it. Zhouya, your brother's defeat to Chen Yuan wasn't really unjust. Tang Yuxia looked at Chen Yuan defeating the 4 veteran students in 3 moves and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Bad. Bad. There's such a fierce guy amongst the freshmen, Zhouya, you're not destined to be free again. Wang Chuan Crazy smiled with a thieving smile. Everyone knows that true geniuses are not peaceful characters, and are bound to make trouble and do great things. When the time came to sweep up the work, it would inevitably have to be handed over to Zhouya, the student council president of the Martial Arts Academy. When he thought of Zhou Cliff's anxious appearance, Wang Chuanji felt a sense of exhilaration in his heart. It was simply better than a breakthrough. Zhouya ignored these two, although he was also paying attention to Chen Yuan, the recognized rookie king. His gaze still fell more on that younger brother of his. Zhou Yuan was not his real brother, but the two had a good relationship since childhood, more than a blood brother. At this time, Zhouya looked at Zhou Yuan's gaze, but could not help but bring a touch of worry. Although Zhou Yuan's talent is stronger than mine, it's not as terrifying as Chen Yuan's.
I don't know if I can break out.
Yes, at this moment, Zhou Yuan seemed like a trapped beast, surrounded by 9 old students. Tilted Power Heavenly Fist. The Imperial Capital Star region, one of the Zhou family's family martial arts, melting the momentum in the fist, the power is inexplicable. With the second grade Inceptions tilting Heavenly Fist, even this group of veteran students didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless, and were fully focused on resisting and blocking, before switching to continue circling and fighting with Zhou Yuan. As long as they continued to grind on, they would be able to exhaust Zhou Yuan's blood and stamina without any injuries and finally eliminate him.
It's not enough. It's not enough. I can be stronger.
Chen Yuan was able to slay amongst a dozen or so old students. There's no way I'm trapped in a coalition of 9 old students.
Qi, realm, martial arts. All of them can still be improved.
Zhou Yuan has been a heavenly pride since he was a child, and his martial arts roots and talents are among the best in the Imperial Capital region.
He was unrivaled among his peers.
Some say he was just lucky, but things like talent are God-given, so what could he do?
Zhou Yuan was never ashamed of his amazing talent, and he understood the same reasoning of heaven giving and not taking.
Now that he had met his arch-enemy Chen Yuan, he would be even less likely to think nonsense. Because he went from being chased to being the chaser.
The aura can still go up. Absolutely can. Easily.
Countless inspirations collided in his mind, constantly deriving new inspirations and epiphanies. Zhou Yuan's aura soared once more, and his martial arts were refined by another point. The surging aura of his body shrunk violently, and was clenched into Zhou Yuan's fist as he blasted it in front of him. Tilted power heavenly fist.
Blasting a veteran with one punch, Zhou Yuan finally eliminated the first veteran. Becoming the second freshman to successfully eliminate the older students after Chen Yuan. Chapter 93 No More Enemies Extra, thanks to Sure G1 Big Brother's Great God certification.
The 10,000 freshmen weren't losers either, standing there quietly waiting for the older students to flush them out. After carrying through the first wave, even though they didn't know each other well at all, the freshmen formed an alliance in an instant to fight against the older students.
It just doesn't work very well. How can a Forging Realm veteran fight?
The talent is no worse than ours, the realm is higher than ours, and the mastery of martial arts is stronger than ours, so this is still a fight. A freshman who had been punched in the face by an older student and helplessly eliminated couldn't help but curse in a low voice. A veteran student of the 2 or 3 heavens of the Forging Realm was enough to press dozens of freshmen of the Enlightenment Realm to fight, and there were freshmen who were being eliminated from the game almost every moment. Except for Chen Yuan's side, because the situation on his side was diametrically opposite. All the other freshmen were relying on their numerical superiority and were struggling under the older students on Chen Yuan's side. It was the older students who were relying on their numerical superiority and were struggling under Chen Yuan. The situation is horribly chaotic.
Oh my god, this rookie king is a bit too fierce, isn't he? What's wrong with that power? It loses when it touches? Does it hurt when it grazes? Come on, more people. Is it so hard for you guys to solve that group of freshmen?
Hurry up and draw a few more people to surround Chen Yuan together, this side won't be able to hold out much longer. Chen Yuan and the crowd were constantly flickering, sprinting, making sharp stops, and then moving in the opposite direction, with speed and articulation so fast that it was dizzying.
Backing off what? I asked, what are you retreating from?
I'm worth 5 credits as a freshman, don't you guys want it? Chen Yuan flung his whip and sent one person flying. Looking at the rest of the old students who stormed back, he couldn't help but shout. At this time, the old students who were besieging Chen Yuan had reached as many as 29, most of them were at the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd level of the Forging Realm, and there were also a few experts at the 4th level of the Forging Realm. Veteran students below the 3rd sky of the Forging Realm almost didn't dare to get tough with Chen Yuan, as there were already more than a dozen veteran students who had proven it with their elimination before. It was hard to touch, and it simply couldn't touch Chen Yuan. The only old students who could still get through a few moves under Chen Yuan without being seconded in one move were the old students at the 4th level of the Forging Realm. The so-called face of Chen Yuan's strength, instead, they kept avoiding battle and retreated at most with a single blow, not daring to be greedy at all. The veterans of the Martial Arts Academy of Star Abyss University don't even dare to take a move from a freshman like me? Chen Yuan continued to taunt, trying to provoke the group of old students. He didn't have the time to chase down eliminations one by one, it was too much of a waste of time. It's not as cool as letting the older students swarm themselves and keep a watchful eye. At this time, a bald burly man on the other side who was frantically eliminating groups of new students saw this situation, so he simply gave up on the new students in front of him and headed straight for Chen Yuan.
It's Big Brother Guantian, we're saved.
Big Brother Guantian is the 5th heaven of the body forging realm, and he also has a second-grade horizontal martial art in his possession, so he can definitely suppress Chen Yuan's strange power. I'll see how arrogant he can still be. Big brother Guan Tian will be the main attacker, will feint and harass from the side, Chen Yuan will surely be defeated. Guan Tian's chi was majestic, a tiger's wind between one line and one movement, and at this moment there wasn't a single word of nonsense, and he smashed down hard on Chen Yuan's head with a fist. Chen Yuan, you then come and try to receive a punch from me. Why not? It's good to be here. Chen Yuan laughed up to the sky, not dodging or avoiding, and fully mobilizing the power of the dragon elephant. His 5 fingers wide open, white airflow in the right palm convergence, followed by 5 fingers slowly clenched, as if to pinch the air explosion general, out of the air explosion. Greeting Guan Tian, he slowly launched out. Boom! Amazing airwaves spread wildly outward around the two men, and many freshmen retreated to avoid being caught in the crossfire. These two, what terrifying pure power! Accompanied by the spreading of airwaves, both Chen Yuan and Guan Tian were shaken back by the other party's chi. Chen Yuan, something. Guan Tian's entire arm was slightly tingling, he hadn't felt anything just looking at it, until he personally squared off with Chen Yuan. He didn't understand the horror of this huge force from the other side. Special horizontal training technique? Or maybe it's the hybrid dragon elephant true technique? It is said that Chen Yuan has practiced this martial art, but is this thing really practiced by anyone? Guan Tianhan was extremely gifted in practicing, and had once tried to cultivate the mixed elements dragon elephant true technique, but as a result, he did not break through the first layer for several years, and had no choice but to give up. Nowadays, he was still skeptical as to whether Chen Yuan had succeeded in his cultivation. It was because he had practiced it himself and understood the difficulties involved that Guan Tianyi had doubts about whether Chen Yuan was practicing the mixed elements dragon elephant true technique. Geniuses cultivated other techniques to become stronger more efficiently. There was no need to cultivate the hybrid dragon elephant true technique, it was too ribbed. Only ordinary people with mediocre qualifications would spend many light hours cultivating the power of the dragon elephant because there was no bottleneck in the hybrid dragon elephant true technique. A second-grade transformation realm horizontal martial art? Not bad. Chen Yuan's right arm at this moment was covered with densely packed wounds as if it had been cut by countless sharp blades. This was not an injury by Guan Tian, but rather the price of the full strength of the mixed dragon elephant true technique. The physique did not resist this huge force and began to show a tendency to collapse. The veteran students watching the battle didn't know so much, they saw with their own eyes that Chen Yuan. The blink of an eye. A fist and a palm, from extremely slow to extremely fast, with the power of the dragon elephant, pushed out horizontally. The yin and yang transformed the executioner's hand. In an instant, more than a dozen old students all coughed up blood and flew backwards, and were actually instantly eliminated from the game by Chen Yuan. This is Chen Yuan's full strength. This is his self-created martial art. Guan Tian similarly showed defeat under the yin-yang transformation execution hand. Even though he was at the 5th level of the body forging realm and had the 2nd grade transformation realm horizontal martial arts to protect him, he could not carry Chen Yuan's full force strike. The only way to defeat Chen Yuan at this time is to attain the 6th sky of the body forging realm and achieve the little golden body. Guan Tian knew this in his heart. However, a peak forging realm martial artist would not appear here at all, because that would undoubtedly be a descending blow for this group of freshmen, a bit too bullying. Forget it, Chen Yuan's power has been realized, it's still important to fish for credits. Guan Tian's heart moved, and he no longer chose to fight hard with Chen Yuan, but instead turned around and ran towards the remaining freshmen. Without the Forging Realm 5th heavenly body to stop him, it was easy for Chen Yuan to defeat this group of old students. Up to this point, he had no more enemies. P.S. From yesterday code to today, last night also mistakenly posted a chapter, was scheduled to 3 chapters to end the plot, the results of 3 chapters is not enough, this morning to expedite the code again a chapter, the plot coherence sum, a total of 4 chapters. Chapter 94 Settlement. At this moment, the scene inside the Martial Academy Assembly Hall was extremely peculiar. A bunch of old students chased after the new students to beat them up, while Chen Yuan chased after this group of old students to beat them up. He had already eliminated nearly 50 to 60 old students, but the remaining old students were too slippery to go head-to-head with Chen Yuan. When Chen Yuan chased after one of the older students, the rest of the older students would be able to bypass Chen Yuan and eliminate the remaining freshmen. As if cutting leaks, 10,000 freshmen fell one crop after another, leaving less than 500 in the blink of an eye. How easy it was for Chen Yuan to beat up the older students, it was several times easier for this group of older students to beat up the freshmen. Okay. It's about time.
call it a day." Seeing this, Zhang Maniacal Lion shouted. The old student who was being chased by Qin Yuan, all of a sudden, his entire body directly lay on the ground, gasping for breath and not getting up. Chen Yuan also withdrew his hand in due time. In fact, his qi, blood and stamina were almost exhausted. After all, the older students could all be experts in the forging realm, and their martial arts attainments were not low. Chen Yuan was not infinite in qi and stamina, and he was exhausted from eliminating 50 to 60 old students one after another. Looking back, there were only hundreds of freshmen left on the field still standing. Most of them were lying on the ground, and there were even quite a few who were directly knocked out. But they are all minor injuries, no injuries too serious. Freshmen, lying down for a few days will naturally be fine. On the one hand, the older students knew how to be gentle with their hands, and on the other hand, there were dozens of martial arts instructors like Zhang Maniacal Lion keeping an eye on them, so nothing could go wrong. Not bad, to actually have hundreds of freshmen left. The overall quality of your class of martial artists is quite a bit better than I thought. For the freshmen who weren't eliminated, the school side will reward each of you with 200 credits, which will be hit on top of your personal terminals in a while. Your teacher's side shouldn't be stingy either. Go find your teacher and ask for the reward yourself. Zhang Maniacal Lion looked at the hundreds of new students still standing in front of him and couldn't help but nod slightly. Although part of it was due to Chen Yuan eliminating many of the older students, the fact that the new students were not completely washed out also proved that the overall quality of the new students of this martial arts academy was too good. Among them, the one that satisfied Zhang Maniac Lion the most was Chen Yuan, followed by Zhou Yuan. Chen originated from his, needless to say, is almost unique, realized the perfect downward spiral, beat a group of old students holding their heads and scurrying. As for Zhou Yuan, the martial arts talent displayed in this battle was truly terrifying, improving almost all the time under the heavy pressure, each move stronger than the last. Hey, confiscated to Chen Yuan as a student. In fact, Zhou Yuan, this kid is also good, although the nature is a bit rash, but when I student is also quite suitable. Unfortunately, it's someone from the Zhou family of the Imperial Star region. Zhang Maniac Lion had some regrets in his heart. The two most valued talented students in this term had not chosen him as their mentor. But fortunately, it's not nothing. Chen Yuan counts as half of my students anyways. Zhang Maniacal Lion didn't say how many credits Chen Yuan had earned, but everyone present knew that it was definitely quite a lot is all. The old students who were eliminated by Chen Yuan were looking for the other old students to settle their credits at this moment, and at this moment, there was a lot of commotion, and many of the old students were complaining in their tone. How come it's only 100 credits? Although we agreed to block Chen Yuan for 100 credits before, but before you guys were talking about the peak of the Enlightenment realm, and now Chen Yuan is in the third level of the forging realm. It's not like you guys are fighting Chen Yuan, you're all bullying that group of freshmen in the Enlightenment realm. How do you know how powerful this Newcomer King is? Must add some credits, at least 300 off. That's right. You guys got a kick out of beating up the freshmen, but we've been beaten up by Chen Yuan, so we have to pay more. We're not allowed to leave the Martial Arts Academy Hall until we pay up. If you guys aren't convinced, go find Chen Yuan and fight. If you guys can win, I'll even admit it. Actually, this credit is not a big deal for this group of older students. But they signed up for this event because they came to beat up the freshmen, and they ended up getting beat up by the freshmen themselves instead. If they don't get more credits, they are blocked. Chen Yuan, how many older students have you defeated? Zhou Yuan's situation was much more miserable than Chen Yuan's. Not only was his qi and blood depleted and he had very little stamina left, even the injuries on his body were quite a lot. Didn't keep track, 50 or 60, right? Chen Yuan's tone was also uncertain. Zhou Yuan had long known that he would definitely not be able to beat Chen Yuan this time, so he was not discouraged in the slightest and laughed at his words. I eliminated 9 older students, surely not as many as you did, and 100 credits have been sent to your. Just as he was about to introduce Chen Yuan to Zhouya, he was interrupted by Zhouya. With a smile on his face, Zhouya extended his hand to Chen Yuan and said, I'm Zhouya, the president of the Martial Academy Student Council. Chen Yuan, I've heard a lot about you. I don't think my brother has caused you any trouble. Chen Yuan reached out and shook Zhouya's hand. Nothing. I'm Wang Chuanji. I'll take you out next time. Take you to see the land of void. Wang Chuan crazy scowled towards Chen Yuan. Tang Yuxia, vice president of the Martial Academy Student Association. Tang Yuxiao nodded slightly and said. The three didn't say anything, but simply introduced themselves. Zhouya then instructed Zhou Yuan for a few moments before leaving the Martial Academy Assembly Hall with Wang Chuanji and Tang Yuxia. Zhouya knew about his brother's bet with Chen Yuan and losing credits on it. But the strength is not good enough to complain. Moreover, with an opponent like Chen Yuan, his exceptionally gifted younger brother, on the contrary, was even more motivated to cultivate. Progress was soaring. Compared to this benefit, and a few hundred credits is just a few hundred credits, not even a hair on the head, Zhou Yuan is happy. Chen Yuan, I'll withdraw first as well, I'll come back for you after I make a breakthrough. Zhou Yuan finished and left in a hurry, the inspiration opportunity in his mind. If he delayed for a long time, the feeling could fade. On the other side, Zhang Maniacal Lion signaled Chen Yuan to follow him. Chapter 95 Harvest Realization. Chen Yuan followed behind Zhang Maniacal Lion step by step. Seeing that Zhang Maniacal Lion hadn't said anything, he couldn't help but ask. Teacher, did I do well enough this time? Quite well. I'm quite surprised by the strength you've displayed. Zhang Maniacal Lion nodded slightly. What about credits? How much does the school give? Chen Yuan hemmed and hawed. Can't help it? A smirk surfaced on Zhang Maniac Lion's face. I've long since done the math for you. You've eliminated a total of 58 older students this time. Among them, there are 12 at the first sky of the body forging realm, 21 at the second sky of the body forging realm, 18 at the third sky of the body forging realm, and 7 at the fourth sky of the body forging realm. Combined, the school can give a total of 3,800 credits, and I'll add a little more for you to round it out, for a total of 4,000 credits. Are you satisfied? 4,000 credits. Calculated that an old student is almost worth 68 credits, but according to the level of the martial realm, the old student value of credits must be different. But Chen Yuan is also too lazy to ask in detail. He nodded, satisfied. Satisfied. After all, just casually spend some time to beat up the old students, and then easily have 4,000 credits into the account. Chen Yuan is not greedy, he is really satisfied. He'd be more than satisfied if there was an event like this every so often. The kind of opportunities that come with a college test can be hard to come by. After all, most of the resources for the university examination were actually compensation given to those who had failed the university, but most of them were just put into Chen Yuan's own pocket. Sydney the world and serve a body, this is the real portrayal of Chen Yuan at the time of the university examination. Zhang Maniacal Lion nodded at his words and then said. In fact, apart from the rewards from the school side, logically speaking, your performance this time has earned Li Shudong a lot of performance for teaching achievements, and it's only right that he should give you a portion of the rewards as well. After all, part of the school's allocation is to give back to the students. But you know how he is, he's poor as hell and most likely doesn't have many credits left for you. It's fine, I can understand. Chen Yuan said somewhat indifferently. If Li Shudong wasn't really poor at this point, the bet between him and Li Shudong wouldn't have been reached so easily. Compared to this meager reward, it was still the 1,250,000 credits that was more enticing. However, Chen Yuan still had some doubts, and it was just as well that Zhang Maniacal Lion was around to help him out. You guys keep saying that my teacher is working on a very important study. If it's really important, why doesn't the school invest some credits in my teacher? The school's allocation for the last quarter was only 200,000 credits. Zhang Maniacal Lion seemed to have anticipated that Chen Yuan would have such a question and explained without any hesitation. If Li Shudong can really complete his research, or even just show the crowd a glimmer of hope for success, there will be no lack of so-called investment. But ideals are rich and reality is cruel. His research began 17 years ago, when the school, and quite a few high-powered people in the Star Alliance, all put their chips on Li Shudong's body, because they all believed in your teacher's mind. But the reality proved that they gambled wrong. 17 years of time, Li Shudong even failed to give a little result. All the investment has become a bleeder, did not make a little wave. After 17 years of sleeplessness, Li Shudong is still persevering, and in the first few years, he even faked the results and cheated a lot of people, and although he cheated a lot of investments, he also completely stunk up his own reputation, so much so that he can't even get out of the subspace gates of the Star Abyss University now. To be honest, the school last quarter can still give freeloaders, nothing to do. Li Shudong left 200,000 credits, even I am a little surprised, mostly or the principal's credit, he is always still willing to give Li Shudong a share of trust. Chen Yuan silently listened to Zhang Maniacal Lion's explanation, and although he wasn't clear about the details, he probably understood the causes and consequences. He couldn't help but sigh, so teacher has such a twisted experience. Zhang Maniacal Lion laughed. I was also a genius student of the Imperial Capital University Martial Arts Academy back then, and now I am also a Jindan Realm powerhouse. But don't forget that your teacher, Li Shudong, is also a Golden Dan Realm powerhouse. Many people will always subconsciously overlook the fact that Li Shudong's talent lies in his mind, a mind that even the starry sky martial god envies. Martial talent is actually not something he is good at. But it's precisely this martial arts talent that he's not very good at that he's able to equal me, a genius student from Imperial Capital University who has invested all his energy and time in martial arts. That's the most terrifying fact. That's one of the things I admire most about him. Chen Yuan was silent. He actually heard from Zhang maniacal lion's mouth an undisguised envy for Li Shudong, as well as a hint of jealousy. This is the tutor of Stargate University, an outstanding Jindan realm powerhouse. His future achievements are unlimited, and he may not be unable to achieve Earth Martial Saint, a martial arts powerhouse that would be treated with great courtesy on any planet. This made Chen Yuan couldn't help but think of Li Shutong's wild words earlier, and vaguely understood where his bottom line was. Chen Yuan had to admit that Li Shutong's confidence at that time was indeed comparable to his own, who possessed amazing talent. Then he thought of the bipolar Yuan magnetic true body that Li Shudong had said, and was immediately enthusiastic. Being able to solve the problem of limiting the strength of his physical body would allow him to increase his combat power by 1 point. And there were many benefits for continuing to cultivate the mixed dragon-elephant true technique afterward. Chen Yuan exchanged all the credits in his hand for a kind of cultivation material called agar liquid, which was a very cost-effective cultivation material that he had tested. According to the information, the agar liquid comes from a planet called Mangan, which is a kind of cultivation material taken by the local people to temper the body. However, for Chen Yuan, what the effect was and where it came from, none of it mattered. It wasn't like he was going to use it anyway, but rather convert it all into lifespan. The ratio of credits to lifespan conversion, through the agar solution, has stabilized at roughly 10-1. No? Classmate, 4,500 credits, you exchange all of them for agar liquid? The person in charge of the resource exchange office stared with wide eyes, his tone filled with disbelief. Who the hell uses so much agar liquid at once? Animal? Change them all. Chen Yuan replied affirmatively. The extra 500 credits, which Zhou Yuan had lost to him in a bet last time, added up to a total of 4,500 credits, which Chen Yuan chose to use up at once. After all, earning credits is to spend them, and if you don't spend them, the credits are just a bunch of lonely numbers with no real purpose other than to look at them. As for the 100 credits that Zhou Yuan had lost this time, Chen Yuan kept it for a rainy day, saying that it wouldn't come in handy. In the end, Chen Yuan collected nearly half a ton of agar liquid and quickly left the place amidst the shocked and amazed gazes of the crowd. At this point, the lifespan was once again increased by 450 years to 505 years. Chapter 96. Chen Yuan doesn't know. Chen Yuan occasionally went to Zhang Maniacal Lion's place to dabble in classes over the past 2 days, and then spent most of his time soaking in the library side of the Martial Arts Academy. He was preparing in advance for the future when he would deduce his way of yin and yang transforming all things, to the 3rd grade. At that time, whether it was the yin-yang transformation execution hand or the yin-yang transformation thunderblade, they could both be instantly deduced to the 3rd grade martial arts, and their power would greatly increase. And because it was a martial art that he had comprehended himself, there was no such thing as a minor realm such as the beginning or transformation realm, but rather a complete realm of 10%, capable of giving 100% of its effect. Strong martial arts may not be as strong when placed on different martial artists. The only martial art that suits one's needs and can bring into play 10% of the full realm is truly the strongest martial art. Self-created martial arts are not castles in the air. There must be enough accumulation in order to more efficiently deduce and perfect one's own martial arts. If I have enough reserves, then with Kryptonite, I will surely be able to greatly reduce the lifespan consumed. Chen Yuan flipped through the martial arts created by other martial artists one after another, from basic martial arts, 1st grade and 2nd grade martial arts. He would go through them all carefully. Martial talents were not unimprovable, and as they were accumulated, a martial artist's horizons became broader. Just as high school students are more than elementary school students, high school students have the process of learning and accumulating a lot of knowledge related to math. Elementary school math problems that used to plague them are now casually verbalized at a high level. With my current martial talent, if I continue to learn a martial art similar to the 8 Extreme Thunderblade, a few days would be enough to go from a minor accomplishment to perfection. Ever since he had realized his own way of transforming everything into yin and yang, Chen Yuan had noticed an improvement in his martial arts talent. He was now learning other people's martial arts, not seeking to master them, but merely complementing them with his strengths and completing his own accumulation. The 2nd grade's Yangji Transformation Thunderblade is basically a numerical enhancement of the 1st grade's base, while additionally strengthening the explosive speed of the outgoing blade. The Lei Yao martial god should have wanted to follow the Yuan magnetism path in the beginning. it's just that I don't know why, but in the end, he still followed the Thunder Pole path, taking Lei Yao as the name of the martial god. A second-grade Yangji Thunder Transformation Blade, Chen Yuan had only spent 2 days comprehending its mysteries. However, it was not that he had mastered this martial art, he had simply comprehended the advantages of it and turned it into his own accumulation. Wanting to thoroughly master the second-grade Anode Transformation Thunderblade, Chen Yuan would need to spend quite a bit of time, but it wouldn't be of much use. After all, a Yin-Yang Thunder Transformation Blade that suited one's needs could be much better than the Thunder Radiance Martial God's Yang Extreme Thunder Transformation Blade. In my personal terminal, I have a total of 56 basic martial arts, 24 first-grade martial arts, 18 second-grade, and 3 third-grade martial arts stored, but unfortunately that's the upper limit of what can be loaned out, but it's enough for me to study for a while. There's also the Mixed Elements Dragon Elephant True Technique. Star Abyss University also only has layers 1 through 6. In the future, if you want the whole book, it seems that you have to be able to know the Dragon Elephant Martial God for a while before you can do it. It had to be said that Star Abyss University really made Chen Yuan feel great. Learning all martial arts without royalties gave Chen Yuan a very great help in accumulating the open path. Then, Chen Yuan couldn't help but think of another thing. That was what Li Shudong had promised him, the modification of the forging method. According to reason, teacher should have sent the revised forging method to my terminal yesterday. Is it possible that something has gone wrong? Chen Yuan knew that this teacher of his was very busy, so even though he didn't receive the revised forging method yesterday, he still waited patiently for one more day. But today, there has been no movement until now. Right at this moment, Chen Yuan's terminal rang, and it was a voice message from Li Shudong. Hurry up and come over to my side, there's something for you. Li Shutong Residence. Chen Yuan has long been given access by Li Shudong. According to Li Shudong, don't shout at him to open the door every time, just come in directly, so as not to waste time. Teacher, what happened? Chen Yuan had just opened the door when he saw Li Shudong, who had a chicken nest head and a pudgy face. He was even more depressed than he had been a few days before, looking even more frail than before, his eyes staring blankly at the floor, his thoughts completely unsettled. It wasn't until he saw Chen Yuan walk in that Li Shudong blinked his dry eyes and muttered repeatedly under his breath. It's not right. Something's not right, nah? Teacher, is it hard to believe that there's a problem with the modification of the forging method? Why don't you take a little more time? It's actually not very urgent on my side. Chen Yuan softly comforted. Body forging method? What body forging method? Li Shudong froze, then suddenly realized, oh. I remember, the body forging method that I modified for you, the one that accomplished the bipolar Yuan magnetic true body. That stuff is trivial, it was done in less than 2 hours, didn't I send it to you originally? I didn't receive it anyway. Chen Yuan spread his hands, somewhat helpless. That thing will be sent to you later, now let's talk about a more important matter. Li Shudong waved his hand. Snap. He then slapped himself violently on the face to make himself look a bit more refreshed, then surrounded Chen Yuan while sizing him up and said in a tone filled with doubt. Something's not right. I've been studying this Taotai divine body of yours for so many days, and I haven't come up with a single fart. It's good to encounter even a little problem, it's just that there's no problem at all, your kid is just like a normal person, that's the biggest problem. Li Shudong circled around Chen Yuan, thinking about it, he couldn't help but pause his eyes and said suspiciously. Chen Yuan, you kid won't lie to me for fun, you don't have a Taotai divine body at all. Compared to believing in Chen Yuan's Taotai divine body, Li Shudong trusted his own rational deduction more, and although there were still many various doubts, he could only think so. Although he was dismantled, Chen Yuan was not the least bit alarmed, the expression on his face did not even change in the slightest, he just nodded his head in agreement. Ah yes. I'm not a Taotai god body, I'm just an ordinary person. I would have never said that I was some kind of Taotai divine body, these can be the conclusions that the teacher has come to on his own. Before this, I didn't know what a Taotai divine body was. Seeing Chen Yuan so righteous, Li Shudong began to doubt himself again. Can it be that it's really true that my abilities are limited and I didn't see the end of the Taotai divine body? For the first time, Li Shudong was skeptical of his own abilities. That's not right, how could I have limited abilities, it must be this brat Chen Yuan. Yes, it's bound to be this brat Chen Yuan who has a problem. Chapter 97 Don't ask, asking is the Taotai divine body is marvelous. Chen Yuan, come and demonstrate live. Li Shudong had long thought of a way to prove it, it wouldn't be enough to let Chen Yuan try it in front of him, and then he would be able to take a closer look at the mechanism of the Taotai divine body's action. He couldn't believe that he really couldn't research something. Who is he? He's Li Shudong.
Shen Yuan didn't care and looked around. Then teacher, you get some cultivation resources, preferably the more expensive kind, so that the effect might be a bit more obvious. Li Shudong thought about it and realized that it made sense. The more energy it contained, the longer the Taotai divine body would function, and he would have more ample time to observe the details.
Wait, I'll get you something good.
Li Shudong signaled Shen Yuan to wait a moment, then walked to the corner and rummaged through the box, finally turning out a small object that seemed like a white dice. This is the Enlightenment Dan, refined with Tianyi stone as the main ingredient and with many precious herbs that condense the mind and calm the qi. It can effectively enhance concentration. I used to eat one before researching, more or less. Back then, when the Coast Group gang heard that I had a need, they sent over a dozen boxes in one go, almost 1,000 of them, and all that was left by me was this one, which is just the right one for you to try. Li Shudong said, handing the Enlightenment pill to Chen Yuan.
Tianyi stone is the main ingredient, so this stuff is really edible.
Shen Yuan remembers that before he was in the university examination, he had gotten a small piece of Tianyi stone, which transformed a whole 100 years of life to come. It should not be considered unusual goods. Afterward, in Li Shutong's wide-eyed gaze, Chen Yuan stuffed the Enlightenment pill into his mouth in one gulp, rolled his throat a few times, and directly swallowed it.
Let me take a closer look.
I don't believe that this Taotai divine body is really that mysterious.
As Li Shutong's words fell, an invisible wool penetrated and enveloped Shen Yuan's body.
In an instant, Shen Yuan felt like he was being looked at all over his body, from the inside out.
This is Sensei's martial will.
Martial will, which approximated a spiritual power, fused a martial artist's perception, spirit, will, and philosophy, which was one of the prerequisites for a martial artist to break through the blood furnace realm. However, Chen Yuan wasn't worried at all. Feeling the Enlightenment Dan pass through his throat and arrive at his stomach, he transformed it into. He hadn't even reacted yet, and the Enlightenment Dan had just disappeared without a trace right under his nose.
Transferred directly to another space? Surprisingly, even I can't detect the slightest bit of it.
Li Shudong frowned, puzzled. Teacher, isn't the process too fast? Why don't you give a few more Enlightenment pills, and I'll show you a few more times?
Chen Yuan said smilingly. You kid trying to trick me into eating the Enlightenment elixir? This is the only one I've got. I really don't have any more. The Coast Group hasn't bothered me much since then. Last time, I was ready to find them to cheat. To pull a little investment, but in the end, they didn't even let me into the planet's atmosphere.
Li Shudong pierced through Chen Yuan's plot with a glance and said helplessly. If there is really a surplus, he is not a stingy person. Casually rewarding Chen Yuan with 100 or 80 pills is a small problem. After all, Enlightenment damn this thing, he was also one the sugar beans to eat, mood to eat a good, bad mood also eat a, not a precious thing. The key point is that he's really poor right now. There really isn't any no even if there isn't, has the teacher researched anything yet? Seeing this, Chen Yuan changed the topic. Although it was a question, Chen Yuan was clear that this teacher of his was bound to be confused as well. He wasn't afraid of leaking, and anyway, no matter how he was asked, he couldn't tell. Don't ask is the credit of the Taotai divine body.
Chen Yuan, can you detect where the Enlightenment elixir has gone?
Of course, it's fine if you're not comfortable talking about it.
Li Shudong asked after a moment of deliberation.
I don't know, I only know that the more cultivation materials I consume, the more benefits that are fed back to me. Chen Yuan explained greatly. At the same time, he was also a bit puzzled.
Teacher, hasn't the Taotai divine body appeared before?
It looks like you've never touched it before. When Li Shudong heard this, he immediately gritted his teeth and said, there is. At that time, when the dragon elephant martial god brought up the Taotai divine body, quite a few people who claimed to possess the Taotai divine body popped up one after another. Even the dragon elephant martial god was startled for a moment. As a result, when I ran over there in a hurry and was ready to do some proper research, I realized that was nothing more than an ordinary martial artist who could eat very well and had very good digestion.
This is called the Taotai divine body?
And it's not just this one, many Taotai divine bodies have popped up behind them, and as it turns out that each one of them is an imposter, there are really quite a few people who believe in them.
And made this kind of joke.
Chen Yuan had also grown in insight. However, it is normal to think about it, he is not Taotai divine body, but he is still considered to be Taotai divine body by a lot of people. After all, no Taotai divine body had ever appeared, and it was currently doubtful whether the dragon elephant martial god was a Taotai divine body. There wasn't a clear standard for Taotai divine bodies, leading to the fact that anyone with a bit of resemblance could be labeled as a Taotai divine body, just like Chen Yuan.
Forget it, let's not talk about it.
Li Shudong waved his hand. Even I can't study it, you should be the Taotai divine body undoubtedly, leave me a few more drops of blood later, I'll make a few more control groups to see the effect.
No problem.
Chen Yuan readily agreed, it's only a few drops of blood, teacher, remember to pass on the modified forging method to me, I'm going to go out for a trip in a few days.
You're getting ready to go out and take on a mission?
Li Shudong immediately asked. That's right, picked up a mission in passing, but mainly to go out and have a look.
Chen Yuan laughed.
He had already familiarized himself quite a bit with Star Abyss University, but Chen Yuan had never forgotten the scenery in the universe, so he took on a quest in passing and prepared to take a look along the way. With the presence of the Stargate, a round trip would only take 4 or 5 days if things went smoothly. Li Shudong sniffed and after thinking for a while, he wrote a long list and handed it to Chen Yuan. Go out and don't say it's my students, the forces written on this remember to avoid them when you see them, that year they looked for them to cheat.
Pulled a lot of investment.
As a result, there are no results, I'm afraid they will retaliate against you. But I'm still more or less a bit of face, they know you're my student, at most they'll beat you up a few times to take out their anger, they won't jeopardize your life, just be careful yourself. Chen Yuan looked at his hand filled with a long list of terms. Finally, he spoke, from now on, I'll tell everyone that I'm a student of Zhang Maniacal Lion.
Good idea. A great man can bend and bend.
Li Shudong nodded rather approvingly. P.S. Anyone who has read Global High Martial knows that the protagonist is going to make a copy to earn resources.
If you don't get into trouble, you'll be sorry for the identity of the protagonist.
I've been updating 2 chapters a day for the past few days, and I'm really burned out from not having a stockpile. I'm keeping everyone's gifts in mind, so when I slow down one of these days, I'll continue to add more for everyone.
Chapter 98, The Four Heavens. Star Abyss University, Martial Arts Academy. Freshman Dormitory Area, Dormitory 1.
Chen Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground, and was intently flipping through the body forging method that Li Shudong had helped him modify. The unmodified version of the Thunder Refinement body forging method, culminating in the 6th sky of the body forging realm, achieving the Thunder Extreme body. And teacher's modified version is simply a customized body forging method for me, using the yin-yang way as the core, supplemented by the Yuan magnetic force constraints to achieve a bipolar Yuan magnetic true body, which is enough to greatly stabilize the state of the physical body. Although it's a bit of a cure, at least for the first 3 layers of the mixed elements Dragon Elephant True technique, there's basically no need to worry about the strength of the physical body. Finally, I can fully utilize the power of the Dragon Elephant. It took half a bell for Chen Yuan to memorize Li Shudong's modified body forging method, everything was ready, just needing to be added. Brother Tuzi, add some of this new body forging method. Chen Yuan secretly said in his heart. Derivation, begin. In the 15th year, you practiced the bipolar Yuan magnetic body forging method, recovering the 3 stages of the previous thunder refining body forging method of skin grinding, flesh refining, and bone forging, eliminating the meaning of the thunder pull therein, and reconstructing the reasoning of yin and yang, and Yuan magnetism. In the 495th year, breaking through the 4th level of the body forging realm gene. Deduction, over. The moment the deduction ended, Chen Yuan sensed a change in himself. First of all, it was the 4th sky of the forging realm, where the chi, blood, and body were once again strengthened, and more importantly, the human body's large tendons were even tougher, strengthened from the deepest level to the extreme, enough to be able to afford this forging realm physique. Of course, more importantly, it was still practicing the bipolar Yuan magnetism body forging method. Even before completing the bipolar Yuan magnet true body, Chen Yuan could feel that he could already exert the power of the 2nd layer of the mixed elements Dragon Elephant True technique at full strength. It was enough to rival the power of the peak of the body forging realm, or the martial Tao's little golden body. A power that was even better. The depths of the body were mostly occupied by yin and yang qi, while there was a weak Yuan magnetic field covering the surface of the flesh. This feeling was like a disabled person who had lost his legs and finally got a wheelchair. It's not a perfect match, but it's good enough. And this is only the body forging method that my teacher modified in a few hours. This kind of mind, it's really scary as hell. Chen Yuan couldn't help but be secretly surprised. No wonder even Zhang Maniacal Lion praised Li Shudong's talent. It took Chen Yuan half an hour just to memorize it in his mind, and this was just something that Li Shudong had spent more than 2 hours revising out. I once heard that what an ordinary person studies for years is nothing more than a contraption that a genius tinkers with in an afternoon, and how is that not true of this teacher of mine? The subsequent breakthrough of the blood furnace realm, and the deduction of martial arts, the same must find the teacher to explore some. The effect is bound to be excellent,
absolutely can bring me many inspirations, just do not know if the teacher has time? Shen Yuan thought so in his heart, with such a good teacher, it would be a waste to not use him. On the path of martial arts, blood exchange, opening of the orifices, forging of the body, blood furnace, chi penetration, and storage of the gods, before one could get to the Jin Dan realm powerhouse. A Golden Dan realm powerhouse, containing the Golden Dan of martial arts within, possessing an indestructible golden body, and having a physical body and spiritual will that are all at the top of the world. Even without a mecha, he is a powerful man in the universe. Unless it was a large-scale group of cosmic warships, weaving a fire net with saturated artillery fire, constantly covering and bombarding, one could only rely on the firepower to gradually wear down the golden body of a Jin Dan realm powerhouse, causing it to completely fall. Otherwise, several universe battleships alone, not to mention simply unable to hit a Jin Dan realm powerhouse moving at high speed. Even if a Jin Dan realm powerhouse stood still and let it bombard them, the repair speed of the indestructible golden body was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people, and they simply couldn't die. One must at least reach the Jin Dan realm to be considered a strong person in the universe, in order to be able to do the job of crossing the universe with just their physical body, traveling recklessly, and not having to worry about too many accidents. I don't know how much time it will take for me to reach the Jin Dan realm, but with my amazing talent, it will only be a year or two. Name, Chen Yuan. Martial arts, 4th heaven of body forging realm I Jin. Lifespan, 210 years. Martial arts. Bipolar metamagnetic body forging method I Jin. Yin and Yang thunder transformation blade 2nd grade. Yin and Yang execution hands 2nd grade. Shen Yuan silently estimated it, but the subsequent breakthroughs required more and more cultivation resources, so he could not accurately predict it. The speed of his strength increase was ultimately affected by the speed of earning cultivation resources. Therefore, for the Star Abyss University's allocation for the next quarter, which was as high as 1,250,000 credits, Shen Yuan became more and more covetous. Never mind, get ready to do the quests. After all, the amount of quests can also add to the performance of teaching achievements. Shen Yuan had taken on an escort mission for a scientific research team that was said to be heading to a planet on the edge of the Star Abyss starfield, and was also transporting a number of living materials. The round trip was only 4 or 5 days, which wasn't long. Shen Yuan had just stepped out of the door when he heard someone shouting at him, and he could hear who it was just by listening to the voice. Naturally, it was Zhou Yuan. Shen Yuan twisted his head to look, and suddenly noticed that Zhou Yuan's aura had changed slightly compared to before, and was surprised. You've broken through the 3rd sky of the body forging realm? Zhou Yuan hadn't hidden anything and laughed at his words. I was already on the verge of a breakthrough, and after the battles of the past few days, isn't a breakthrough a matter of course? Shen Yuan, let's fight again. This time, I'll definitely let you fight to your heart's content. He struck a pose, a look of long-awaited impatience on his face. This time the martial realm was the same, and he was confident that he could have a back-and-forth fight with Chen Yuan. It's okay to fight, so I won't bet this time. Although Chen Yuan was quite busy, it was only a matter of one move or so, and it didn't take much time. Moreover, the recent grips were a bit hard. Zhou Yuan's only remaining 100 credits were gripped away last time, so this time Chen Yuan didn't bother to gamble with Zhou Yuan for credits. Let's keep it for a while. Good. Zhou Yuan nodded in delight. In his opinion, Chen Yuan, who regarded money as his life, obviously did not have the certainty of victory in this engagement, so he did not make a bet. He has a chance to win. Come on. I'm in a hurry. Chen Yuan slowly raised his right fist. After being tempered by the bipolar Yuan magnetism body forging method, his flesh was already strong enough to carry the dragon elephant force of the 2nd layer. Come and fight. Zhou Yuan's martial intuition was suddenly alerted, and a few moments of discomfort surged in his heart, but he never feared battle. Similarly clenching his right fist, the rushing chi was tightly pinched in his fist. Tilted power heavenly fist. This move was Zhou Yuan's big move. It was also his flat A. Then the fists clashed. Zhou Yuan gave a knee. I lost again. When did you break through the 4th level of the body forging realm? Although Zhou Yuan lost again, but he did not have much discouragement in his heart. Losing is losing, he is not dead, continue to chase his. As long as he got up more times than he fell, he never lost. Shen Yuan laughed and said, I just broke through, you just happened to come up and give me some practice. You didn't even use your own martial arts this time, did you? This strange force. It should be the mixed elements dragon elephant true technique? And it's at least the 2nd layer that has such strange power.
it's no worse than a peak forging realm martial artist.
Zhou Yuan couldn't help but lament.
Back then, he had also practiced this martial art, but it turned out that the first layer would require him to work for at least a few years, and the more time it took to get to the back, the more time it would take, and the benefits were really disproportionate, so he decisively gave it up. Chen Yuan did not hide anything and nodded his head dryly, acknowledging Zhou Yuan's conjecture. After all, the power increase provided by the second layer of the mixed elements Dragon Elephant True skill was too obvious, and others knew that he must have practiced the mixed elements Dragon Elephant True skill after a little bit of thinking, so he simply couldn't hide it, right? And as long as he improves fast enough, other people's intelligence will always be behind. That's the timeliness of information.
Chapter 99, Intergalactic Mercenaries. I'll fight you again in a few days.
I'll go back and ponder over my martial arts.
Zhou Yuan said.
The martial realm definitely couldn't be raised in a short period of time, so Zhou Yuan was going to start with martial arts and carefully think about how to become stronger. He actually wanted to create his own martial arts to come, but at the moment there was only a little bit of a clue, and it would take some time to perfect it, and then he would certainly be able to go up against Chen Yuan for a few moves.
A few days? I've taken on a mission. If you're looking for me to spar, you shouldn't be able to find me in 5 days. Chen Yuan reminded. You took the assignment? So short on credits? Why don't I lend you some? I actually have quite a few credits on me. Zhou Yuan said smilingly.
Engage in this to get Chen Yuan or a little embarrassed wool-gathering him, he shook his head. No, the credits are one thing, the other reason is to see the universe, you know, I'm from a small place.
Seeing the scenery,
That's fine, I'll take you to the Imperial capital Starfield sometime later to have some fun, it's the center of the Star Union, it's definitely worth a stroll.
Zhou Yuan laughed. No problem, I also want to see the famous Imperial Starfield.
Chen Yuan nodded his head and agreed. After parting ways with Zhou Yuan, Chen Yuan quickly found his way to the research team to butt heads.
You're Chen Yuan, the newcomer king of Star Abyss University this term, aren't you? I've heard a lot about you.
There were more than 100 people in the research team, and the leader was called Mushu, a middle-aged man with half-white hair. At this moment, he greeted Chen Yuan with an amiable attitude, even with a few moments of respect. Who in Starlink didn't know that there wasn't a single punk coming out of the Big Three? After all, those were the top talented monsters on every planet. What's more, Chen Yuan was also the newcomer king of this session of Star Abyss University Martial Academy, that was even more of a talent monster amongst talent monsters, just like being hung up. The scientific research team was not someone from Star Abyss University, but a team from another research organization, and did not dare to neglect Chen Yuan. I'm Chen Yuan, so there's no need for too many introductions or mutual compliments, let's do things crisply. Chen Yuan said bluntly. Mushu smiled and nodded. Good, this time we're going to a mangled planet, Mr. Chen Yuan only needs to escort us to our arrival, at that time you can follow the spaceship back, we'll have our own arrangements for the return trip. According to the promised remuneration, it was originally 500 credits, but since it was Mr. Chen Yuan who took on this task, I'll take the liberty of adjusting it to 1,000 credits for you. Chen Yuan heard out, the other party is interested in making friends with himself, the meaning of a good relationship.
That's the beauty of fame. No problem. Chen Yuan didn't refuse and directly answered.
This is not a favor at all, and Chen Yuan will not take this credit as a favor, not for nothing. Do not accept. Mushu may also think wildly, privately, that Chen Yuan looked down on him, except the other side of the heart may instead be more comfortable.
Then let's get ready to depart.
Mushu's smile became a little more sincere, and then led the many researchers, as well as Chen Yuan, into the airship behind him. The airship wasn't as big as the kind that picked up candidates for university exams, it was a whole lot smaller. But the environment inside this spaceship is too much better. To make an analogy, it has been similar to the gap between an 8-room school dormitory and a 5-star gaming hotel. The lounge area of the airship was a circular bar surrounded by a dozen sets of hovering seats that were playing soothing music. This did not appeal to Chen Yuan, who was more interested in the observation deck in the front cabin. The observation deck was large, covered with a transparent dome that seemed to be non-existent, and stood like the bow deck of a cruise ship. Compared to the ship from the previous university test, one was just working and the other was focused on comfort and enjoyment now. The voyage of a starship, after the initial novelty, is still more boring and tedious, and proper decompression is necessary to maintain psychological normalcy. Most of the people in the Star Alliance are actually ordinary people and don't have as strong a spiritual will as a martial artist. Mushu came to Chen Yuan and slowly explained.
I know. Chen Yuan was certainly clear.
Martial artists were strong in all aspects, both physically and mentally, far beyond ordinary people, and the two couldn't even be considered a species anymore.
Make way a little. Make way.
At that moment, a cacophony of noises came from the rear.
Chen Yuan glanced behind him, only to see 7 fully equipped martial artists slowly boarding the ship as he asked, "You also hired interstellar mercenaries?"
Feeling that this seemed a bit wrong, a bit of a complaint, Chen Yuan added another sentence.
"I don't mean to mind, but I wanted to ask why we didn't recruit a few more veterans from Star Abyss University?
They're no less powerful than these few mercenaries."
Mushu was a bit embarrassed. The mercenaries ask for a much lower price, and in terms of experience in dealing with interstellar pirates, they're actually not bad at all. Each one of them is a good fighter, and to be honest, I didn't even expect that there would be a student from Star Abyss University who would take on this mission. Chen Yuan drifted off.
Mushu didn't stay over here for long, but went to talk to the group of intergalactic mercenaries that came later. It didn't take long for Chen Yuan to detect a subtle humming sound, the sound of the ship's engine starting to run. At the same time, the scene beyond the dome began to speed past, heading for the vastness of the stars. Chen Yuan's attention was still focused on the group of interstellar mercenaries behind him. In fact, with a simple glance, Chen Yuan roughly guessed the realm of strength of these 7 interstellar mercenaries. 2 Enlightenment realm, 5 Body Forging realm. As for exactly how many heavens of the Body Forging realm, Chen Yuan couldn't tell, he could only find out after the fight. Don't underestimate a Forging realm martial artist. Placed on an ordinary planet, it's enough to become the principal of a college. The principal of Chen Yuan's Mountain City No. 1 Middle School, Fan Yasheng, was actually a martial artist of the 2nd heavens of the Forging realm, and in the past, when he had fought against Shang Guanji, he had even marveled at the power of the principal's Forging realm.
It's only been a month or 2 now?
He's been able to hit hundreds of principals at once. The general small, roaming around interstellar pirates, most of them are ordinary people with guns, only a small portion of them are martial artists. The martial realm is even more low, Forging realm martial artists' escort is already enough. So Chen Yuan didn't have much to worry about. P.S. I'm going to whip myself into shape for 3 more tomorrow.
Ignite. Chapter 100, The Double Act.
Mushu briefly introduced Chen Yuan's identity to the Star Mercenaries. After all, both the Star Mercenaries and Chen Yuan were their hired escorts. Mushu naturally wanted to try to avoid the two parties at conflict. He focused on the fact that Chen Yuan was from Star Abyss University, and was also the recognized Newcomer King of this term's martial arts academy, with notable strength.
So it's a senior student from Star Abyss University.
Xinhu, as the captain of the Star Tiger Squad, heard about the reputation of Star Abyss University and could not help but raise a few points of importance to Chen Yuan.
"Boss, so what if he's a senior at Star Abyss University? Didn't you hear that, old man?"
"That guy is still a freshman at Star Abyss University, a fledgling kid. Don't get us into trouble when the time comes is considered good. Star pirates do one job and run away without a trace, and don't care what college you're a student at." Xinhu's team members, a yellow-haired boy, said in a bad tone.
Xinhu whispered and scolded, "Keep your voice down. After all, Chen Yuan is a senior student of Star Abyss University, or the rookie king of this term of the Martial Arts Academy. Even if he's just a freshman, his strength is not to be underestimated. You kid, be quiet and don't cause trouble for me. Or don't blame me for beating you to death." Xinhu greeted the 6 team members and said, "Let's go, follow me over to say hello," and everyone lower their posture a bit. "Don't make trouble." "No need, I've already come over," a voice said quietly behind Xinhu.
Chen Yuan didn't know when, but he had already arrived behind the crowd. Xinhu was shocked in his heart, but immediately piled a smile on his face, arching his hand and smiling.
"You are Chen Yuan, the senior student of Star Abyss University, right?"
"I'm Xinhu, captain of the Star Tiger Squad, and I was just about to bring my team over to get acquainted." Chen Yuan did not speak, staring straight into Xinhu's eyes, looking at Xinhu feeling a little uncomfortable all over. Only then did Chen Yuan speak. "You don't have to play a double act with me, one singing red face and the other singing white face. I don't find it interesting to listen to it."
"Isn't it just to test my strength?"
"Just say it directly. I don't have much time, but after all, it's just a matter of one move." To be honest, at first, Chen Yuan didn't really see that Xinhu and Huang Mao were doing it on purpose. These two people's acting skills were really not bad. But that yellow hair is obviously also Forging body realm martial artist, saying bad things about others completely without lowering their voices, for fear that Chen Yuan cannot hear the same. Obviously there is a problem. With a little bit of brain power, one could guess what these two men were fighting for.
"Since you've seen it, let's speak openly." Xinhu also no longer hid it and said bluntly.
Since we're all doing escort missions, we can't get your strength, and when we meet the interstellar pirates, we won't be able to arrange for you to be in charge of which of.
However, Shinhu did not dare to be the slightest bit contemptuous because he had already sensed the aura of the fourth heaven of the body-forging realm from Chen Yuan. Worthy of being the newcomer king of Star Abyss University, breaking through the fourth level of the body-forging realm at a young age. Shinhu was shocked in his heart. Are all the newcomer kings of the Star Union's 3 universities this fierce? This caused a touch of frustration to rise in Shinhu's heart, who as a child had actually been called a genius in his planet's high school. Although he failed the final university examination, he still got out of the martial arts path on his own. Not only did he break through the body-forging realm, he had fought for many years in the interstellar world, and had even formed an interstellar mercenary squad that was entirely his own. However, it was only at this moment of meeting Chen Yuan that Shinhu profoundly understood the huge gap between the geniuses of the Star Alliance's top 3 and the martial arts geniuses of ordinary planets. It was like a heavenly moat. But I didn't spend these 100 years eating for nothing. Who's strong and who's weak, we'll have to fight to find out after all. The chi and blood in Shinhu's body surged, and his martial realm was immediately revealed, and it was actually the same as the fourth sky of the body-forging realm. Chen Yuan, one move will determine the winner. Let me see the strength of a senior student of Star Abyss University. Shinhu let out a low roar and raised his fist to swing out. No weapons were used because he was the one who majored in boxing, and his 2 fists were his strongest weapons. The power of chi and blood seemed to be transformed into a big wave, surging around Shinhu, one wave stronger than another, instantly superimposed to the strongest state. The waves are threefold. Shinhu's best second-grade martial art. Good timing. Chen Yuan deeply felt Shinhu's blazing battle intent, making his blood boil a bit. Hybrid dragon-elephant true technique. Without using martial arts, merely utilizing 5 points of his dragon-elephant power, Chen Yuan clenched his right fist and chose to go head-to-head with Shinhu. Bang! The 2 fists collided with each other, and only an inaudible muffled sound rang out. Even the strong wind did not produce the slightest bit. Both of them deliberately controlled the leakage of force to avoid affecting the starship that was sailing under their feet. Right at the moment of confrontation, Chen Yuan felt the power of Shinhu's all-out punch, and his face couldn't help but change a few points. This Shinhu of the fourth sky of the forging realm, how come he's so weak? In the next moment, Shinhu did not have the slightest resistance and was blown away by Chen Yuan's punch, smashing over several levitating stools and chairs along the way. Boss! Are you okay? Boss! Seeing this, the Star Tiger squad members immediately stepped forward and slowly helped the dumbfounded Shinhu up. This great commotion caused the researchers on the ship to look sideways and whisper in conversation about what was happening. Mushu quickly came forward, ready to ask about the specifics. He was just afraid of such an accident. It's okay. It's fine. It's just a simple sparring session between me and little brother Chen Yuan. Small matter. It's just a small matter. Shinhu felt some air tightness in his chest, but still smiled and explained. It's good that it's fine, it's good that it's fine. Mushu nodded slightly and stopped asking too many questions. Chen Yuan similarly did not expect, he obviously have collected the force, how still almost a punch to send Shinhu away. Intergalactic mercenaries, that's too weak. Chapter 101 Easing the Atmosphere. A martial artist at the 4th level of the body-forging realm turns out to have mastered a martial art that is only at the beginning of the 2nd grade. Is this reasonable? Is it normal? This thought flashed through Chen Yuan's mind. Generally speaking, a martial artist at the 4th sky of the forging realm should have mastered a 2nd grade Mingli martial art anyways. For example, Zhou Yuan, when he was at the 2nd heavenly stage of the forging body realm, he had already mastered the 2nd grade subtle tilting heavenly fist, and his battle power was outstanding. As a result, Shinhu's wave triple fold was not a profound martial art in itself, at least it was far worse than Zhou Yuan's tilting heavenly fist, but mastery was only at the beginning of the 2nd rank, a weak mess. But soon, Chen Yuan reacted. He himself had been at Star Abyss University for a long time, surrounded by the top geniuses of the Star Alliance, completely ignoring the group of martial artists outside of Star Abyss University who hadn't been admitted to the university. Shinhu, this is the performance of ordinary martial artists. Star Abyss University's Martial Arts Academy even casually pick out a bottom put outside, martial arts talent that is also hanging a large number of existence. It was indeed a bit too bullying to compare himself to Zhou Yuan. It's a good thing that only 5 points of force were exerted, or else something really would have happened. Chen Yuan looked at Shinhu, who still looked a little confused, and could not help but lament. At this time, Xin Hu also gradually came back to his senses. He broke away from his companion's support and came in front of Chen Yuan and said, "Little brother Chen Yuan is worthy of being a senior student of Star Abyss University. The Newcomer King. The strength is truly the best of our time. I'm convinced of my loss. The arrangement of this escort mission, our Star Tiger squad will rely on little brother Chen Yuan to make all the decisions." Saying that, Qin Hu also called his companion over and repeated what he said. Brother Qin is polite. In terms of escort and experience in dealing with interstellar pirates, I'm definitely not as good as you guys. I should be the one to listen to your arrangements. Showing strength is also just to minimize some unnecessary trouble. I hope Brother Qin and all the brothers won't mind. Chen Yuan wasn't being modest, just telling the truth. He had never done escort missions, and had never seen the so-called interstellar pirates with his own eyes, and on the experience of dealing with various emergencies, it was simply far worse than that of an old geezer like Qin Hu. When Qin Hu heard this, his expression was slightly stunned, and then he smiled broadly. "Ha, junior brother Chen Yuan is joking, it's just a matter of wasting 100 years, it's no match for a Starlink heavenly pride like junior brother Chen Yuan." Qin Hu originally thought that Chen Yuan would be a lonely, difficult to get along with people. The results are not at all well. Talking nice made him feel much better inside. If junior brother Chen Yuan has any questions or doubts, just ask me and I promise to know everything. Qin Hu laughed. It just so happens that I have quite a few questions in my mind that I need brother Qin's help in answering. Chen Yuan similarly said. In the darkness of the deep sky, countless stars, like fine diamonds, sprinkled down on the deep canopy, glittering with cold dazzling light. Gaseous nebulae of purple, blue, and pink colors seem to intertwine like clouds, forming swirling bands of light that unfold in the infinite darkness. Within the transparent dome, Qin Hu sat beside Chen Yuan, although he had long lost his freshness to the scenery of the cosmic stars. But since Chen Yuan was willing to watch it, he would just accompany him. Interstellar pirates are actually divided into many categories: small roving groups, small, medium, large, and super large interstellar pirates, with varying strengths. Large and super large interstellar pirates are basically supported by many forces of the Star Federation behind them, specializing in helping these large forces secretly deal with some unseemly things, but we generally don't have to think about them because we can't meet them at all. Like this escort mission for the research team, what you need to watch out for instead are small groups of roving interstellar pirates, all of whom are traveling in small shuttlecraft that are fast and nimble. The firepower of a normal small merchant ship is basically incapable of inflicting an effective hit, and it's easy for this group of interstellar pirates to stick up to them and end up as a gangway battle. Chen Yuan quietly listened to Qin Hu's explanation. His heart still consisted of quite a few questions. Then why don't merchant ships add more firepower? That would get to the root of the lack of firepower problem. Qin Hu laughed. First of all, the Star Alliance has strict limitations on the modification of merchant ships, and if they are caught loading too much, they will be severely punished. The railguns and Star Annihilator cannons are all military equipment, so they can't be loaded at all and don't dare to be loaded. Secondly, this is a merchant ship. This kind of starship wasn't built for war from the start. What do you want to do with all those guns? Go to war? That's why there's a need for interstellar mercenaries. Martial artists are the most sought-after existences in this situation. Understood. Chen Yuan nodded his head and then asked, then, does Brother Qin think that we will encounter interstellar pirates this time? Qin Hu thought for a moment before he slowly spoke. It's anyone's guess, but there's basically nothing to worry about when the curvature engine kicks in. The only time the star pirates will be in a position to strike is after the curvature engine is turned off, and there will be a reminder at that time, so little brother Chen Yuan doesn't have to worry too much. And the general interstellar pirates are actually not that strong. There are ordinary people and martial artists among them, but one or two forging realm and the martial artists are considered more than enough, and they can all be solved easily. In fact, there was no need for Qin Hu to say that Chen Yuan himself did not worry too much about the issue of interstellar pirates. With the ship entering the Stargate, the dome beyond was once again plunged into pitch blackness. Chen Yuan, on the other hand, flipped through the terminal, the many martial arts he had stored in advance, which were now suitable for Chen Yuan to use to pass the time. Second-grade turtle breath mythic technique, normally concealing biological scent, but also allowing the body to be in a state of pseudo-death at critical moments, and when fatally wounded, it can hold out for a while longer, waiting for the rescue team to come to the rescue. This martial arts control of breath can be referenced to reduce the leakage and flow of energy from the yin-yang executioner's hand, but there's no need to learn it. I, Chen Yuan, am upright and domineering, and I don't learn this kind of sidetracks. 8-step avalanche fist. The force is accumulated in the body through 8 steps and eventually converges in one place to explode, injuring the outside as well as the inside.
combining the external and internal forces, and the power is not bad. The way this power works is also worth learning. The voyage through the Stargate did not last long before the ship exited through another Stargate. However, Chen Yuan was so immersed in the study of martial arts that he didn't even realize that the ship had already sailed out of the Stargate. Until, that is, an ear-splitting alarm was pulled. Qin Hu's voice immediately came from outside the door. "Little brother Chen Yuan, aren't you quite curious about interstellar pirates? It's not lucky that we just happened to run into them." Chapter 102 Complete Realm. Gift Plus, thanks to the Great God certification sent by Difficult Prophecy. Star Pirates. As soon as Chen Yuan heard this news, he instantly became energized and hurriedly closed his personal terminal and followed Qin Hu to the bottom of the dome. Through this transparent dome, hundreds of purple rays of light could be seen amidst the darkened cosmic backdrop emanating from the merchant ship at their feet, eventually disappearing beyond Chen Yuan's field of vision. He didn't see anything. Qin Hu explained, "The interstellar pirates are still a bit far away, but the optical radar has caught their trail, so let's try to see if we can shoot them down remotely first. But basically don't get your hopes up, that's a lot of firepower to look at, but it's not really enough at all. Get ready for a gangway battle, and listen to me when it's time." Chen Yuan nodded, then his gaze once again fell outside the dome. In the darkness of deep space, all that could be seen was the humming of the ship's gunports, and hundreds of rays of light quickly dissipated without a trace in this darkness, without making a single splash. Several minutes passed. Within Chen Yuan's field of vision, a slight difference began to appear. 5 small black and white shuttlecrafts were racing at an extremely fast speed, constantly approaching the airship at Chen Yuan's feet. "It doesn't seem to be working. Ping, go greet that group of fellows and hide in the back. Later I will try to communicate with the Star Pirates first, if I can do so without fighting." The Ping in Qin Hu's mouth is the yellow hair who sang a duet with Qin Hu and played the white face before. After contacting Chen Yuan also found out that Ping is actually quite an introvert. If not for Qin Hu's request, he would not have said those words before. At this time, upon hearing this, Ping also immediately organized the researchers to retreat to a safe place, lest they become a liability and get in the way during the fight in a while. Beyond the dome, 5 small shuttlecraft had traveled to the edge of the ship, and at the moment, as if they were the tentacles of an octopus, they were clinging to the top of the ship's outer wall with a death grip. Boom! 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 Blast after blast went off and a group of exaggeratedly dressed intergalactic pirates walked in. 21 men, 11 ordinary men in vivisection suits with guns, but not enough to worry about. 10 martial artists, 3 of them at the Enlightenment realm and 5 at the body-forging realm. A string of data flashed through Chen Yuan's mind. If it was him alone, the group of star pirates across the street would be a third dead by now. However, Qin Hu had reminded Chen Yuan that there was no need to rush out, so Chen Yuan held his tongue to see what Qin Hu was going to do. Qin Hu stepped forward and arched his hand at the leader of the star pirates, a bald man with a full face. "I'm Qin Hu, captain of the Star Tiger Squad. Which path is the brother on?" The bald man looked Qin Hu up and down and laughed willfully. "Enough money?" Qin Hu sniffed and reached out to gesture a number, and the bald man looked at it and shook his head. Qin Hu frowned slightly and recalculated a number, this time the bald expression, although still somewhat dissatisfied, still nodded slightly. "That's good." Qin Hu kicked the box at his feet to the bald guy's side, and the bald guy's little brother checked it out before nodding toward the bald guy. Ping explained in a whisper in Chen Yuan's ear at this time, "This money is not from us, don't worry." Chen Yuan did not say anything, only nodding slightly. If he said that direct action is it, a group of interstellar pirates only, killed on the kill, not a big problem. However, from the perspective of Qin Hu's group of interstellar mercenaries, life preservation comes first, making money comes second, and problems that can be solved by spending a little bit of money are not worth risking their lives for. Seeing the bald man accepting the things, the smile on Qin Hu's face grew a bit more intense. However, the bald head was not in a hurry to leave, but smiled and said, "We are still short of a few women over there, let us catch a few women." Qin Hu had already heard that something was wrong, and a few moments of anger could not help but rise in his heart, knowing that he would not be able to stop today. But, even faster than him, was a flash of black and white electricity arcing around the blade. Yin and Yang Transformation Thunder Blade. The bald man still had a smirk on his face, but his head was already flying high. Knock knock. The head landed with a crisp sound. "Good to hear, it's a good head." Chen Yuan held the power-armored saw blade, and the blood stains on top of the blade were instantly vaporized into gas by the terrifying heat, dissipating into the air. From the moment he heard the bald man say that he was short of women, Chen Yuan knew that it was time to strike.
The bald man was at the 4th level of the forging realm, about the same strength as Qinhu, but it was a pity that his name wasn't even uttered before he was killed by Qin Yuan with a single slash. Damn! There are experts. Retreat! Boom! 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 Intense gunfire erupted, and countless bullets poured out. Chen Yuan could dodge, but there was no need. Clanking sound. The bullet struck Chen Yuan's body, actually ringing out like the sound of steel hitting steel. A black object landed in front of Chen Yuan in a parabolic line, and was gripped by him and clutched tightly in his hand. Boo! White smoke drifted up from Chen Yuan's fingers. What age is it, still playing with traditional firearms? Chen Yuan said with a ghostly gaze while his figure flickered slightly. In the next instant, the heads of the 5 gun-wielding interstellar pirates flew high, their eyes revealing bewilderment, as if they hadn't reacted to what had happened. The whole process, but in the blink of an eye. Go! Kill them all, and remember not to spare a single one. Qin, who wasn't ambiguous either, taking the lead and rushing out, instantly blasting the head of an Enlightenment realm with a wave triple stack, before quickly battling another Forging Realm martial artist. Compared to the Star Tiger squad, Chen Yuan's side was a complete one-sided slaughter. None of the body Forging Realm martial artists on the Star Pirate side could catch Chen Yuan's slash. Whether they dodged, attacked, or fled, black and white arcs of electricity flashed, and a head was destined to land with a thud. A withered-faced Forge Realm Star Pirate broke down a bit, pulling his companion beside him and threateningly saying, "Don't move or I'll kill her." Chen Yuan, ? Threatening your enemies with your own companions. Are all interstellar pirates this abstract? The man continued to threaten as he ripped off the vixen suit of the person in front of him, revealing the face of a panicked, snotty woman. This guy was captured by us halfway across the world, not an interstellar pirate, but a Star League citizen. Let me go and I can spare her. Tisk. Qin, who came to Chen Yuan's side, ready to strike. But Chen Yuan was faster than him and did not hesitate for a second. Yin and Yang Transformation Thunderblade. Remember, he's the one who killed you, not me. Chen Yuan did not hold back with this blade, it was running to chop these two together. He didn't have the time to negotiate a hostage rescue scene with this guy, not to mention that Chen Yuan couldn't be sure if that woman was an interstellar pirate or not. Why don't we chop them up together? Fall clean. Grass. Seeing this, the interstellar pirate's hair stood up in sweat, and he directly pushed the woman towards Chen Yuan's blade, then instantly stormed back, rushing towards the small shuttlecraft behind him. If only can get to that place. However, Chen Yuan turned his sword into a fist in a matter of moments, and the entire process was round and free, without the slightest bit of stagnation, as if he had been throwing punches from the very beginning. This is the martial art of the complete realm. A self-created martial art of complete mastery. The yin and yang are transformed into execution hands. Boo! Like a watermelon crashing to the ground, the interstellar pirate's head exploded, splattering red and white liquids all over the place. At this point, all of the star pirates were dead except for this last one, whose true identity was unclear. Most of them were killed by Qin Yuan. Chapter 103, Landing. Everything falls. Chen Yuan couldn't wait to start searching the corpses. He started with those few star pirates in the Forging Realm, then the Enlightenment Realm, and finally the group of star pirates who were just ordinary people. Then, empty-handed. No, this star pirate is too poor, doesn't he have anything? Chen Yuan was incredulous with his empty hands. The yellow-haired Ping slowly walked over, lifting a corpse to a corner and stacking it up, waiting to be dealt with afterward, sniffing with a surprised look and asking, "Brother Chen, what do you want to search out? Pills? Martial arts secrets? Or star coins?" The pills were either eaten a long time ago or hidden in an unknown place. It's impossible to put them on your body. As for the martial arts secrets, I heard that the university has already paid the royalties for most of the martial arts. That stuff shouldn't be in short supply at Star Abyss University, right? As for the star currency, star pirates are not considered Starlink citizens, so they can't use star currency. They have their own currency system, or other star pirates in exchange for goods. We get their currency is also useless. Chen Yuan was actually clear. After all, interstellar pirates were originally a profession with their heads tied to the waistband of their pants, with the risk of death at any time, and with good things either used long ago or well hidden. How could they possibly carry them on their person? There is nothing to say alive, but dead these good things all go to the enemy. Star pirates are not NPCs in the game. But this fighting a bunch of small monsters, the experience is basically nothing.
A little bit of did not explode, the heart somehow has a feeling of blood. Once the authentication is not reaccessed for a long period of time, the small shuttlecraft will activate a self-destruct program, so don't count on that, Chen.
Okay, let's do it for nothing.
Chen Yuan was somewhat helpless, while completely giving up the idea of scavenging cultivation resources from such roving interstellar pirates. All over, all clean, this group of star pirates is really poor, ah. On the other side, Xin Hu and the others were interrogating the female star pirate, and had already arrived at a result.
Brother Qin, what's the situation with this woman? Chen Yuan asked in a low voice. Xin Hu said bluntly, it's basically certain that this woman named Jinhees is indeed a Star Union citizen and not an interstellar pirate.
Supposedly, they were caught in the middle of that group of interstellar pirates, and then forced to join them, only to break in with them to us not long afterward, and you know all about what happened after that.
And how is this situation handled? Chen Yuan is not good at dealing with these things, it is better to leave it to professionals like Xin Hu.
Xin Hu was also quick to give an answer. Generally speaking, it's fine to notify the Star Union of such matters, they'll find a way to verify the identity and then go back from wherever they came from.
But first, let's listen to Mushu's advice.
At the back of the airship, Mushu and the others had already learned of the results from the airship's surveillance, and at this time, they walked out cheerfully, saying non-stop under their breath. Mr. Chen Yuan is worthy of being the rookie king of the Star Abyss University Martial Academy, his strength is truly impressive. It's really powerful. From their point of view, Chen Yuan was almost like chopping melons and cutting vegetables, solving the many interstellar pirates in a few breaths. 1,000 credits to hire such an expert, it's a bloody good deal. Mushu's gaze then fell on the blonde woman in front of him. From the surveillance he had actually figured out what was going on. He said to Qin Hu, the spaceship is not far from the destination planet. After landing, Brother Qin Hu can take her on the returning spaceship, and just contact the official personnel to deal with it then.
Could be.
Qin Hu didn't mind the trouble and nodded his head in agreement. From the time of departure to the approaching destination planet, the time was almost exactly 1 day or so, which was quite a bit earlier than Chen Yuan had expected. Through the dome, a snow-white planet appeared in Chen Yuan's vision. The silver-white ship cut through the silent deep space, slowly heading towards the planet that was as white as if it didn't have a trace of impurity. As the ship entered the atmosphere, it rubbed violently against the planet's air, its shell glowing a fiery orange-red, as if it were a falling meteor. As the altitude dropped extremely fast, Chen Yuan finally got a full view of the planet. The scene that met his eyes was white, the whole planet was covered with snow and ice, cold and lonely, with no sign of life. Chen Yuan actually had a bit of treasure hunting in mind before, but now it was completely extinguished. This planet didn't look like it had any cultivation resources present, and it might not even have evolved a single cell yet. And Mushu's next words proved Chen Yuan's conjecture. This planet, located at the lower left edge of the Star Abyss starfield, is an extremely remote lifeless planet that has never been explored by the Star Union before, and is simply included in the Star Union's star map. The entire planet is covered by a thick layer of snow, with average daytime temperatures around -50 degrees Celsius and plummeting to -80 to 100 degrees Celsius at night. We've been here a few times before and set up an improvised life support station, so we'll go straight to the life support station and land there later. The airship landed slowly, raising a storm of snowflakes that seemed to cover the sky. Many researchers put on their heavy life suits and slowly stepped down from the ship. Even Jinhees, who had temporarily become a captive, was assigned a life suit and followed behind the crowd. As for Chen Yuan, Xin Hu, and their group of martial artists, they could quickly adapt down to the simple low-temperature environment, and they didn't need the protection of the life suits at all. Sometimes I really envy you martial artists. If I had this kind of strong body, I could go to all kinds of tough environments. It would definitely be a lot easier to do research. Mushu looked at Chen Yuan and the others who were wearing thin clothes, but their faces were as normal as ever, and the envy on his face simply cried out. However, practicing martial arts is something that is extremely concerned about talent. If there is no talent for martial arts, even if an ordinary person practiced for a lifetime, they would only be fighting at the 3rd or 4th level of the blood transformation realm, which is not very meaningful at all. Aren't martial artists still working for you guys? There's not much difference. Xin Hu laughed. That too. Mushu nodded. The life support station was not far from the ship, almost 200 meters away. But it was still quite difficult for ordinary people to walk. After all, the snow had covered up to the waist of adults, and it was a bit of a struggle to move forward. Chen Yuan and Xin Hu, several martial artists, each carrying a huge box of supplies, followed Mushu. Ouch, dig the groove. Ping's voice suddenly rang out. The crowd looked back, but suddenly realized that they had lost Ah Ping's figure in their vision.
Chapter 104, Seeing the Reverse Star Society Again. Down here, I'm down here. There's a hole here, I fell in. Ping's voice came from underneath the layer of snow. Immediately afterward, he saw Ping pop right out, his lower half reinserting itself into the snow layer. Behind him, a dark cave with a diameter of about 1 meter and a depth of nearly 3 meters appeared in the eyes of the crowd. Underneath this cave is connected to other caves, but it takes a turn. I wonder where it leads to? Ah, Ping said with an obscure look on his face. This planet's terrain is like this, forming numerous natural pits. I forgot to remind you of this. Mushu suddenly remembered and hurriedly explained. This depth is just a little bit. We are all martial artists. Even if we fall down, it won't be a problem. Pay attention to yourselves. Shinhu said to Mushu and the group of researchers. A martial artist falling down is just that, not to mention 3 meters. Even if it's 30 meters, it's impossible to graze a bit of skin. But an ordinary person would be less likely to get hurt. It's just a hiccup. However, the crowd was obviously a lot more vigilant, every step to make sure that the foot is not a pothole, only to make sure that it is the ground, which dares to step down on the solid. More than 200 meters away, a group of people walked hard for more than 10 minutes. Si Chen Yuan would like to carry them straight to fly over. The Vixen station was almost the size of 4 soccer fields and stood like a black fortress on the surface of the white-capped planet. Entering the life support station, the temperature, oxygen concentration and other environments suddenly changed, and people took off their heavy life support suits, only to feel alive again. Vivisection suits can ensure that ordinary people survive in harsh environments, and even have good protective properties, but the feeling of wearing them for a long time on the body is really not something that normal people can tolerate. Chen Yuan placed the supplies box on the ground, his eyes curiously observing the surroundings. You go to the central control tower to check on the situation, and take 2 more people over to the ecological garden to see if any problems have arisen. The warehouse supplies were depleted last time, so it's a good time to replenish some of them. Mushu spoke clearly, line by line, ordering his men to get down to business. At the same time, he smiled apologetically to Chen Yuan and Shinhu. This material box still needs your help to carry it over to the warehouse, otherwise we really can't move it. Small matter. Chen Yuan grinned. Recarrying the supply crates, Chen Yuan and Shinhu and the others followed a researcher and filled the warehouse with all the supply crates in one breath. Then, Chen Yuan said to Shinhu, "This is the first time I've seen a vivisection station, so I'm going to stroll around and take a look first." Good. It's an hour before we return, so feel free to hang out. Remember not to exceed the time, or you'll have to wait for the next trip. Shinhu laughed. He knew that Chen Yuan had come from a small place and it was only normal for him to be curious about these things. When he first stepped into the starry sky, he had been equally curious about all sorts of rare contraptions that he had never seen before. However, after so many years, Shinhu's insights have long been different, while the acceptance of all kinds of rare contraptions are far less than these young people. After separating from Shinhu and the others, Chen Yuan declined a researcher's offer to show him around, and paced slowly inside the life-supporting chamber by himself, looking here and touching there. A central control tower, a habitation module, a laboratory, and a small eco-park, a sparrow's nest, but it's got all the essentials. Mushu and the others must have a complete set of automatic building programs, otherwise relying on that little bit of manpower alone, without the help of transcendent powers like martial artists, wanting to build a life-supporting station in this icy sky and snowy land, that would be a bit delusional for the sake of avoiding it. Chen Yuan was in a good mood. He was always happy to accept the unknown. The unknown may be uncomfortable and frightening, but it never stops some people from exploring. It would be better to say that he had come out this time just to see the scenery, whether it was the vastness of the universe's starry sky or this planet's 10,000 miles of ice. All of them were doubly pleasing to Chen Yuan. Until, that is, he meets Kim Hess. Chen Yuan put away the smile on his face and asked expressionlessly, "Say, what are you looking for me for?" He intentionally sidetracked Shinhu and the others and acted alone, apart from having the idea of visiting the Vitality Station itself, but the more important reason was still Jean Hesse's previous secret gesture. At this time, the two were in a position where there was no one and in a dead zone of surveillance, so no one could detect the movements of the two of them. Seeing Chen Yuan in such a tight formation, Jean Hesher couldn't help but sigh and say, "Chen Yuan, believe it or not, I didn't come here specifically to look for you. Meeting you was purely an accident. I fled that place under the guidance of the Reverse Star Society, but my escape went sideways and I was captured by a group of interstellar pirates. Afterward, someone from the Reverse Star Society reconnected with me, gave me the coordinates of your ship's voyage, and told me to steer the Star Pirates your way so I could get out of my predicament. To be honest, I wasn't sure what the Reverse Stars would be thinking at first, until I heard that your name was Chen Yuan. Until coming to this planet. I finally got a glimpse of what the Reverse Star Society was thinking. Which place is that place? What was your identity before? What was your identity afterward? If you continue to riddle people, don't blame me for making up for the cut I missed before. Chen Yuan's right hand was gripped above the hilt of his sword, and his expression was already somewhat impatient. The fact that the Reverse Star Society's people could grasp his movements was something Chen Yuan had originally guessed long ago. After all, the biochip was still in his possession. Just before thinking that he had been staying within the Star Abyss University, and the Reverse Star Society had not shown any malicious intent, this biochip could not be kept and could not be used at any time. Both sides pretend they don't know about this and both are happy. But today, this series of coincidences, all the inverse star will be in the secret promotion, inevitably some unorthodox the inverse star will be the first to poke through the layer of this layer of paper is as thin as cicadas When Jean Husher saw Chen Yuan's action, the corner of her eyes couldn't help but twitch. She was truly convinced that Chen Yuan would make a move. Just like before on the spaceship, when the Star Pirate had threatened Chen Yuan with her, if the Star Pirate hadn't eventually wimped out first, Chen Yuan's slash would have definitely decapitated her and the Star Pirate together. There are no exceptions. That place refers to the Tyrannical Eclipse Order. I was a member of the Tyrannical Eclipse Order before, and after that I might, probably, should join the Reverse Star Society and help them out. Kim has finished her sentence in one fluid breath, and she finally decided that it was better to follow her inner instincts. Chen Yuan sniffed, his expression remained unchanged, only the right hand holding the hilt of the sword was slightly loosened. He liked to talk things over with people who knew what they were doing. As for the Riddler? All deserve to die. P.S. Thanks to the Linjiang Wangshu, a big brother sent 3 big god certification but I really do not have the manuscript are the day before the code out, the next day is now sent. Let me slow down and pack an extra chapter for the big guy in a couple days. Chapter 105 stays. The Tyrannical Eclipse Order, another cult that believes in extraterrestrial evil gods. Chen Yuan is not just crossing the Rash Young, Star Abyss University, although not stay on for a long time, but he also flipped through a lot of information. Extraterrestrial evil god, this important information, he naturally will not let go. The extraterrestrial evil god that the overreaders believe in is the Kabata, who is the lord of overreading, the king of devouring, and the god of entropy reduction. Of course, the name Kabata was a substitute name given by the Star League itself, not the real name of this extraterrestrial evil god, and no one knew his real name. The other extraterrestrial evil gods were likewise the same. Extraterrestrial evil god in the real world does not have entity, more inclined to a kind of concept of nothingness, or a kind of high-dimensional projection, seemingly illusory, but the bad influence caused by it is really real. All sorts of cultists and dependents of evil gods go around causing trouble and atrocities, and even the Star League has a headache about it. There might be a nook or cranny where the cultists could suddenly pull off a big surprise for the Star League. So, what are you trying to express? Chen Yuan continued to ask. Jinhe's pondered for a moment, seemingly organizing her words before slowly speaking. Chen Yuan, the matter of you possessing a Taotai god body is equally known to the higher echelons of the Tyrannical Eclipse Order, and this is the key. You yourself may not be aware of the importance of the Taotai divine body, but not too long ago, the Order of Tyrannical Eclipse held a meeting of the Council of Elders, and the Patriarch formally recognized your status as a holy son on the basis that you are the son of Tyrannical Eclipse in the canon's prophecy. You are, right now, the meat and potatoes in the eyes of the Order of Tyrannical Eclipse, and you might be sacrificed to their great Lord of Tyrannical Eclipse at some point. Me? The holy son of the Order of Tyranny? Chen Yuan was truly a bit confused when he heard this. How did he become a saint again? Originally, he thought that disguising a Taotai god body was just a matter of upgrading faster by eating cultivation resources, and as a result, because of this, he had inexplicably become the holy son of a cult? After thinking for a long time, he finally stifled a sentence. Since I'm the saint son of the Tyrannical Eclipse Order, if I ask the people of the Tyrannical Eclipse Order for some cultivation materials, will they give them to me? But looking at Kim Hesse like she was looking at a little cutie. Like eyes, Chen Yuan knew it was impossible. Don't expect to reap benefits from this identity, they just need your identity as a holy son, not you as a person. If you are captured by the people of the Order of Tyrannical Eclipse, the first step is to be twisted in your mental will and become a puppet that group of human cultists can manipulate at will. At that time you will no longer be you, so be careful yourself. Jinhe's eventually couldn't help but warn. I'm done with my business, so what's this planet you're talking about? How is it? What's different about this planet? Chen Yuan pointed at the land under his feet. Jinhe sighed. This brings us to the plan that the Order of Tyrannical Eclipse has been planning for a long time. Little brother Chen Yuan, you're not going to return with us?
And Jinhees, your identity problem hasn't been recognized by the Star Alliance yet. Shin Hu said with some surprise. He and his teammates waited for Chen Yuan to return to the ship, but it turned out that he didn't know what was going on, but Chen Yuan suddenly said he didn't want to go, and so did Jinhees. Brother Chen, you know that I'm from a small place. This time when I took up the escort mission, it was meant to be a look around, and now I feel that the environment of this planet is quite interesting, so I'm prepared to stay for another day or two. Chen Yuan opened his mouth to explain. As for Kim Hess, her identity was actually largely established. She was indeed a Starlink citizen, and now she just lacked official recognition and re-registration from the Starlink. At this point, she also made a random excuse. Chen Yuan can stay if he wants to. It just so happens that if something unforeseen happens, with Chen Yuan, a senior student from Star Abyss University, our safety can be more or less guaranteed. Mu Shu said smilingly. He couldn't wait for Chen Yuan to stay a little longer. It didn't cost him any more credits anyway. Shin Hu didn't say anything more, but only gave the two a deep look. Then after a brief goodbye, he boarded the airship and left this place. The airship didn't never return. After sending Shin Hu and the others to the nearest staging area, the airship would come back again, and the round trip would only take a few hours. After this, Chen Yuan spoke to Mu Shu and then left the Vitality Station alone. He was going to find out if what Kim Hess had said was true. It was getting late. Bone-chilling wind wrapped with beans of snow particles, swirling in the air, issued a wool whistling. However, before the snow particles even approached Chen Yuan's body, they were instantly melted by the massive heat flow and dissipated in an instant. Chen Yuan ran furiously all the way. The nearly 1 meter thick layer of snow was treated as if it was nothing, and it did not affect his speed in the slightest. It had been running out of the Vitality Station 10 kilometers away. Only then did Chen Yuan stop. His right hand drew his sword out and swept it towards the thick snow around him. Thumbs up! The powerful chi energy suddenly scattered in all directions, and large chunks of snow were thrown into the distance by the strong wind wrapped in the long blade. The snow in a radius of more than 10 meters around Chen Yuan was swept away, revealing the planet's black-brown mud, but this layer of mud was not as soft as other planets, but rather, it seemed to be as hard as a layer of ice. No. Chen Yuan frowned slightly. He changed places again and repeated the previous maneuver again, trying 8 times in a row. It was a deep, bottomless cavern, somewhat similar to the one Ping had fallen into before, but this was bigger and deeper. The bottom of the cave was so pitch black that you couldn't see the bottom at all. Chen Yuan did not hesitate and jumped straight down. Tread. After almost 3 seconds, Chen Yuan's feet finally touched the ground. Almost 40 meters deep. He estimated in his mind. The personal terminal on Chen Yuan's wrist emitted a circle of dim light, a light that he had deliberately adjusted to be enough for Chen Yuan to see his surroundings. The bottom of the cave is not the end of the line. There is another dark tunnel that slopes downward and continues to extend. Chen Yuan hunched over, but was barely able to enter this tunnel. At first it was quite narrow, but as Chen Yuan went deeper and deeper, the tunnel became more and more spacious to come. Finally, the end of the tunnel opens up. In front of Chen Yuan's eyes, a cave of several hundred square feet appeared. So much gold. Chen Yuan took a few steps forward and inserted his fingers into the hard layer of mud, casually pulling out a large piece of dog head gold that was covered in mud. Inside this cavern, there was countless amounts of gold, most of which was even directly exposed beyond the layer of mud. Unfortunately, in this day and age, gold is worthless, and that is not the purpose of my trip. Casually throwing the dog's head gold aside, Chen Yuan did not even look at it for more than a second, without a hint of lingering thought. For civilizations that have not made it out of their home planet, gold might be extremely valuable because of its scarcity and difficulty in replication. But in the Star League, gold has long been unusual, having only a practical value as a metal in its own right, with nothing extra attached to it. For example, this planet that Chen Yuan was currently on, the gold content in the crust was ridiculously high, and the gold had reached the point where it could be seen everywhere, and there was no essential difference between it and minerals commonly found on other planets. Chapter 106 Bugs. The cave was like a crossroads. Besides the tunnel behind Chen Yuan, there were 3 other tunnels, 2 facing down and 1 facing up. Chen Yuan casually found a downward-facing one and continued to go deeper. After passing through several more large caves in a row, Chen Yuan estimated that he was already at a place 1 or 2 kilometers below the surface. Eventually, at the 5th cave, Chen Yuan finally found what he was looking for. The interior of this cavern was much wider than what had been seen before, with a towering dome of rock hidden in the darkness. There was a pungent odor in the air, like the smell of a corpse that had been rotting for months. Faint light emanated from the terminals of his wrist, reflecting a dense bump on the cave wall, like a mark left by some kind of creature. As Chen Yuan moved closer, he sensed what these bumps were. The floor, the walls, and even the dome of the cave were covered with countless giant eggs. These eggs took on a translucent texture, covered with a layer of viscous liquid, and dark shadows could be vaguely seen writhing inside. Jinhees really didn't lie to me. Underneath this planet, there really is a bunch of insect clans hiding. Chen Yuan's scalp was also a little numb when he saw this scene. The truth is that there are too many eggs. In this one cave alone, the eggs are already a densely packed swath, tens of thousands to say the least, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. If the entire planet was given to the bug race to occupy and become a breeding ground for the bug race, as Jinhees said, then how many bugs would the race have to be? But according to Jinhees, these bugs are all dormant today, so there's no need to worry about anything happening. Chen Yuan carefully approached an egg and reached out to touch its surface, an icy cold, as if leather ball-like elastic touch came from his fingertips. Having ascertained the authenticity of the insect race's existence, Chen Yuan did not choose to continue deeper, but instead followed the markings he had made earlier and retraced his steps back the way he had come. The night is low. The countless stars seem like stardust sprinkled above the night curtain, vast and boundless. How? I was right, wasn't I? The worms are the superior dependents of the Lord of Tyrannical Eclipse, Kabata, and this planet has long been hollowed out by the worms as a nest for its reproduction. Jinhees had been waiting for Chen Yuan to return for a long time. Recalling the scene he saw in the cave, Chen Yuan couldn't help but nod his head. The insects are indeed troublesome, their numbers are less than 1 billion. Jinhees skimmed her lips. The insect race on this planet is also just a first-class insect mother bred out of it. The real primordial mother insect is still in the hands of the Tyrannical Eclipse Order. That's the real big trouble. Chen Yuan was non-committal. Anyway, the sky is falling, there is a taller person to hold the roof. The Star Alliance is so strong, it will always find a way. Chen Yuan was more concerned about another matter as he looked at Jean Hesse and said, "So have you contacted the Reverse Star Society? Since they want me to do something, they'll have to offer an equal condition to do so." Jean Hescher sniffed and nodded. "During the time you were away, the Reverse Star Society contacted me, and now I'm considered to have officially joined the Reverse Star Society and become a member of it." "I'm not interested in what identity you have." Chen Yuan interrupted her rambling. "No need to talk about that. 2 points, what's it going to be? What are the benefits?" Jinhees had no choice but to say briefly, "The Reverse Star Society needs the original genetic code of this first-grade female insect, and the task is for you to step in and help me. This time when the matter is done, as a favor, the Starry Sky Martial God of the Reverse Star Guild can strike once for you. Star Valkyries." Chen Yuan was instantly energized when he heard this word. The Reverse Star Society still has Star Martial Gods? He was amazed in his heart. "Don't ask me, I also just joined the Reverse Star Society, so I might not be as familiar with them as you are." Jinhee shook her head while waving her hand. "That's what the Reverse Star Society said anyway, I'm just repeating it as it is." "Good. This commission. I'll take it next." Without any hesitation or thought, Chen Yuan immediately replied. "Star Valkyries. Starlink's single most powerful fighter." This kind of good thing that fell from the sky, Chen Yuan could hardly find a reason to refuse. But there's a bit too big a gap between the difficulty of this and the rewards. Can it be that the Reverse Star Society is showing me their depth and strength? And then so that I can agree to join them, can't it? Chen Yuan couldn't help but guess in his heart. Risk was equal to reward, and he'd always trusted that saying. He was nothing more than an ordinary Star Abyss University rookie king, a Tautai divine body at the 4th level of the body-forging realm. His outburst could be exchanged for the outburst of a Starry Sky Martial God? Chen Yuan never felt that his face was this big. But Chen Yuan didn't bother to think too much. Not sure if it was true or not, he couldn't possibly refuse this mission, he had to give it a try. The gold content of the Starry Sky Martial God was too high for Chen Yuan not to be moved. The big deal is to be cheated once. Jean Hess definitely has to be chopped up. The Reverse Star Association, I must not be able to beat them now. Wait until I become a Star Martial God in the future and then look for them to trouble me. When the time comes, I'll just end them all in one pot. Chen Yuan glanced at Jean Hess beside him and thought silently in his heart. And Kim Hess felt chills in her heart for some reason. To be honest, she was also a bit confused in her mind right now. It was so hard to escape from the Tyrannical Eclipse Order, and then she was captured by interstellar pirates in the middle of the journey, and then she met Chen Yuan. Now that she had to obtain the original genetic code of a female insect, she always felt that she had jumped from a big pit called the Overreading Order into another big pit called the Against the Stars. But there was nothing Kim Hess could do about it. She barely had a leg to stand on without the Reverse Star Society. she was not a martial artist, just a mediocre researcher of the Order of Tyrannical Eclipse, and although she was a member of the Council of Elders, she was only more knowledgeable about certain aspects of the Order of Tyrannical Eclipse. No wonder Reverse Star chose to help me out of my predicament. It turns out that she wanted the genetic code of a first-class female insect, which is part of what I'm good at. Jinhee sighed. And Chen Yuan didn't think about it so much. Since he had made a decision, he immediately got up and said to Jinhee, "See. Go. Act now. Grab the genetic code of whatever mother bug that is." That fast? Jinhee's was surprised. The night is long. Chen Yuan has always been a man of action. He will hesitate and ponder before deciding. However, once a decision is made, he will never be confused, and will exert himself in one direction. Leaving the vivisection station with Jinhee, who had put on her vivisection suit, Chen Yuan was thinking about another thing at the same time. The thousands of Star Alliance star martial gods, each one of them is registered with a name and a surname, which can be known with a single check on the terminal. I wonder which one of them will be the Starry Sky Martial God of the Reverse Star Association. P.S. This storyline is really a bit of a pain in the ass and still a bit hard to write. I need to bury a few pads, but I'm going to end this storyline with 3 more chapters straight away tomorrow, and I'm going to say sorry in advance for any readers who don't like what I'm reading. The battle coolness continues in the back. It's still good to write about battle cool in college. Chapter 107. The two had just walked out of the Vitality Station when Chen Yuan suddenly asked out loud, "You know the location of the mother worm?" "That's for sure." Involved in her area of expertise, Kim has confidently returned. "That's good. You point the location and direction." Chen Yuan clamped Jinhee's in his cackling nest with one hand, then ran with all his might on the snowy ground. Jinhee's was just an ordinary person, still wearing a heavy set of vivisectors. If she were to move forward in this waist-high snow by herself, her speed could be said to be not much faster than that of a tortoise. "First, go to the cave you found earlier. Since you were able to meet the eggs there, it proves that it must ultimately lead to the mother bug's lair." Jinhee's voice buzzed in a way that was due to the layer of vivisection suit separating them. The direction was set, but in just over a minute, Chen Yuan arrived at the location of the previous cave, and then dove in headfirst. Following the route in his memory and passing through several small caves in a row, Chen Yuan led Jinhee's to the large cave that was covered with a single creepy bug egg. At the edge of this large cavern, there were a total of 24 other intersections, as if it were a maze, making it impossible to figure out what was going on. Anyway, Chen Yuan didn't know which of the many intersections was the correct one leading to the mother worm. Jinhee's borrowed the dim light and carefully surveyed everything around her. She was even bolder than Chen Yuan, and even dug out an insect egg and placed it on her hand, carefully observing it. Bugs are actually very much like ant colonies, right down to the construction of their nests, only a little bit bigger. Jean Hex said, seeming to have discovered something, then led Chen Yuan to one of the intersections and warned with a serious expression. "Go this way. There will be a few undormant bugs roaming around, so avoid them if you can, but if you can't, make sure you do it fast. If you wake up the bugs, you shouldn't need me to tell you how serious the consequences will be." "There's even an insect race patrolling?" Chen Yuan was surprised. He thought that all the insect races were dormant, not reacting to the outside world at all. Jinhee's explained, "You can't look at the bug race separately, but rather you should look at it as a whole. The bug mother is the brain, and the other bugs each have their own functions. Even if the bug mother is in slumber, she still has her own protective mechanisms. Simply put, just think of us as invading bacteria that trigger the body's white blood cells' automatic defenses. But don't worry, the individual bugs are actually not considered strong. Your strength at the forging realm, being careful is definitely enough." Without further ado, Chen Yuan once again pinned Jinhee's in her cackling nest and followed the direction she pointed in, continuing to go deeper. As he went deeper and deeper, the temperature around him began to gradually rise, and even the air became more and more fishy and sticky. All up and down in all directions were rows and rows of bug eggs that were enough to kill a dense phobia on the spot, and the deeper you went, the more there were, making it difficult to even find a place to land. Suddenly, Chen Yuan's footsteps lurched, directly throwing Jinhee's aside, and almost at the same instant, he had leaned forward, his right hand gripping the hilt of the power-armored saw blade and slashing in front of him. Clank! The blade slashed down vertically along the suddenly appearing insectoid, cutting it in half as easily as if it were tofu. The dark green pungent liquid splashed out at once, and when it landed on the ground it emitted a sizzling white smoke, obviously having strong corrosive properties. The speed is around the peak of the Enlightenment realm, while the strength of the flesh is several chips weaker than the peak of the Enlightenment realm. The individual strength is indeed not considered strong, but the number of them, if they get up, it can be said that they can't even be killed. Chen Yuan sighed in his heart.
He then looked at the insect race in front of him that had been split in half. The overall silhouette of this insectoid bore a slight resemblance to a praying mantis, though it was much larger, with a body length of nearly 2.5 meters or so. The head is triangular in shape, flanked by a pair of compound eyes the size of green beans, and the forelimbs are like two enlarged scythes covered with a layer of sharp, fine barbs. Bugs are not static, on the contrary, they evolve incredibly fast. Depending on the needs, the next generation's evolutionary direction then creates changes according to the needs. Jean Hescher didn't think there was anything wrong with Chun Yuan's actions just now. She was very pragmatic, and the main one was just able to stay alive. Does the tyrannical eclipse order have other places other than this planet where they have dropped the bugs? Chen Yuan inquired to Jinhees. A lot. The tyrannical eclipse order has been plotting for this plan for at least several decades, so how could they possibly drop only this one first-class female bug? I don't know how many planets are hiding dormant bugs under the ground today. The tyrannical eclipse order is waiting for an opportunity. I'm not sure what that opportunity is, but as soon as it arises, these bugs lurking in various parts of the Star Federation will completely awaken, and even the Star Federation will have a headache then. Kim Hershey did answer the questions without the slightest idea of hiding anything. She was no longer a member of the tyrannical eclipse order now, and she didn't bother to hide these hidden secrets. Even if Chen Yuan didn't ask, after she was completely safe, Jean Hess was prepared to secretly report to the Star Alliance and publicize the information about the tyrannical eclipse order, which naturally included the information about the bug race. At that time, the tyrannical eclipse order was bound to be focused on by the Star Alliance, and the more miserable and chaotic the tyrannical eclipse order was, the less energy it would have to search for her, Kim Hesse. After a brief conversation, Chen Yuan continued to take Jean Hesse deeper. And the number of times he met the patrolling bugs increased, from the fast mantis bugs at the beginning, and the giant shield bugs whose forelimbs evolved into huge shield-like structures afterwards, to the fire beetles whose shells seemed to be cloaked in a layer of lava. However, none of their individual strengths were strong, and were easily resolved by Chen Yuan with a single slash. We're almost at the mother bug. The more of these autonomous defense insects there are, it proves that we're closer to the mother insect. Jinhee said with a slightly anxious face. Chen Yuan smothered his head and hurried on, only a few moments faster. Along the way met the patrolling insect race. Chen Yuan face to face as a full-force knife, without the slightest reservation, even do not care to hide the breath. Because he could feel that his feet were starting to vibrate slightly. The bugs, it seemed, were slowly awakening because of his intrusion. Chapter 108: The Mother Worm's Lair. In the end, after decapitating dozens of bug races in a row, and after not knowing how many kilometers he was already at the bottom of the earth, Chen Yuan finally passed through the last tunnel. Tread. This is, at that time, the number of hundreds of millions of insects. Chen Yuan's scalp was a little numb just thinking about it. The genetic interface of this female insect should be right around here. Just leave the rest to me. Jinhee said without looking back, and was even in the mood to comfort Chen Yuan. Don't worry, although we've made quite a commotion, it takes a long process for the mother bugs to awaken from their dormant state, and without the mother bugs awakening to take command, the swarm is just a bunch of brainless things. Then you screw fast. My intuition tells me that something is not right. Chen Yuan nodded as he sniffed. Professional things were left to professionals, and the matter of the female insect genetic code could naturally only be operated by Kim Hesse, a professional. If Chen Yuan were to help in a haphazard manner, he would instead be prone to causing problems. With nothing else to do left and right, he began to circle around the mother bug and scrutinize it. This look really made Chen Yuan look for something good. Every 100 meters or so, a translucent film the size of a faceplate would appear on the body of the mother bug, inside of which flowed a light blue liquid. These liquids, they are also considered a cultivation resource? Chen Yuan was actually able to sense certain information because of the system, such as whether certain substances could be transformed into lifespans, whether the percentage of such transformation was low or high, and so on. The light blue liquid on the mother bug in front of him was a liquid with an extremely high percentage of transformed lifespan, far exceeding the qi and blood pills and other cultivation resources that Chen Yuan had used in the past. On the other side, Jinhees had already found the genetic interface, it just needed a bit of time to extract it. Seeing Chen Yuan staring at the light blue liquid, and thinking of the appetite of the Taotai divine body, she instantly guessed what Chen Yuan was thinking, so she hastily reminded, that's the nutrients stored in the mother worm's body, so don't mess around with it. It's very easy to cause the mother worm to riot. Chen Yuan smiled at his words, don't worry, I know the weight. Although he was very greedy for the light blue liquid in front of him, Chen Yuan was not yet smitten by the benefits, and safety was still the most important thing at this time. It would be a big loss if it led to people being planted on this planet for this benefit. At this time, a few insects suddenly rushed into the space underneath, but they were instantly chopped into several pieces by Qin Yuan. However, instead of sighing in relief, Jinhee's face changed drastically. Something's not right. It's absolutely impossible for any other insect race to break into the dormant nest of a mother bug when it's dormant. Unless the mother insect is about to completely awaken. Chen Yuan said for her. Looking at the swarms that keep pouring into the underground space, 1, 10, 100. More and more. He looked grave. Did you get the genetic code? How long do we have? Immediately, 7 seconds at most. Cold sweat broke out as Jinhees quickly replied back, and then he was fully focused, not daring to be careless for a single second. 7 seconds. Chen Yuan's body flashed with black and white arcs of electricity around him, and the power mech saw blade in his hand emitted an astonishing amount of heat, and since the university examination, the blade had once again performed beyond its limits. Looking at the swarm of insects that came flying in front of him, a dense swarm, Chen Yuan's chi and blood exploded with full force, and his martial arts were instantly stacked and released, transforming into a sword that slashed out. Hybrid Dragon Elephant True Technique. Yin and Yang Transformation Thunder Blade. Boom! With a full push, Chen Yuan could be said to have reached his strongest slash to date. In just an instant, at least 100 swarms of insects were chopped into pieces by Chopper 1, and the dark green blood was like a fountain gushing wildly, constantly corroding the frozen soil under his feet. If one were to look down from above, the swarm of insects surrounding Chen Yuan had hardened into an extra ring-shaped gap at this point. However, after 2 seconds had passed, the gap was quickly bridged by the swarm behind them, swarming towards Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, go! At that moment, Jinhee shouted out. Although she had said 7 seconds before, it had actually taken less than 5 seconds, which was a lot faster than Chen Yuan had imagined. It was also at the moment when Jinhee was finished, the mother worm behind Chen Yuan suddenly erupted with a sound as if a pressure cooker was spewing air, but the movement was 100,000, or even 10,000 times more than that. Blazing steam extruded and erupted from the mother worm, instantly raising the temperature of the space underneath by more than tens of degrees. Mother worm, waking up! Chen Yuan and Jinhees were appalled in their hearts. Wake up! There will be no need to tie your hands. In an instant, Chen Yuan quickly reacted, thrusting his hands straight into the light blue liquid on the mother worm. Transformation. Transform. Transform. The ownership does not belong to Chen Yuan, but snatching it is Chen Yuan's. In just a matter of moments, this one spot of nutrients on the mother worm was transformed by Chen Yuan. And his lifespan then instantly skyrocketed by 5,000 years to a staggering 5,210 years. A full 5,210 years. Just by transforming one of the places on the motherworm, it had a lifespan of 5,000 years, and such a storehouse of nutrients on the motherworm was less than 100 in number. Woo! As if sensing that a mole was stealing from her, the motherworm let out a deafening hiss of anger. Rumble! The planet is shaking, and that's not hyperbole, it's really shaking. As if the swarms had gone crazy, not only the tunnel entrance, but even within the rock wall there were swarms of insects breaking through the wall and rushing towards Chen Yuan. Withdraw! Chen Yuan's gaze only lingered on the motherworm for a little while, and immediately after, he shouldered Jinhee's and rushed towards the path the two of them had come from. There, hundreds of swarms of insects huddled together in a huge swarm. Chapter 109 Success. Brother Unicorn, Kryptonite, Kryptonite, come on, 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 come on. First deduce the martial realm, then deduce the third layer of the mixed elements Dragon Elephant True Technique. A full slash barely unfurls a path, but the gap is quickly filled again by the rest of the swarm. Chen Yuan did not have the slightest idea of conserving his lifespan. After all, life was earned to be kryptonite, not to mention this time of crisis. Derivation, begin. In the 520th year, the viscera have been cleansed. In the 1100th year, the marrow is cleansed. Martial realm, end of deduction. Consuming 3,600 years, the third layer of the mixed elements Dragon Elephant True Skill, complete. Mixed Dragon Elephant True Skill, end of deduction. Kryptonite was just a moment's effort, and Chen Yuan didn't know how to describe his state at this moment. Blood is like a spring, bone marrow is like mercury, body is like a diamond, self-made human body great cycle. At the peak of the body forging realm, the realm that martial artists call the little golden body, Chen Yuan had become a success. At the same time there was also the bipolar Yuan magnetic true body. Chen Yuan only felt that he had never been in such a good state before, as if he had transcended heaven and earth and did not pretend to be in the realm of things. Terrifying power seemed like a monstrous, horrifying wave, emerging, superimposing, and rushing through the body in a single strand. If it was before, this power would definitely become a burden to this concrete prana, but for Chen Yuan, who had already accomplished the bipolar Yuan magnetic true body at this time, it was just right. Yes, it's just this so skillfully just right. It seemed as if Li Shudong had calculated it in advance. Now, definitely punch out. Chen Yuan looked at the overwhelming swarm of insects in front of him, clenched his fist, and slammed it down towards his body. Hybrid Dragon Elephant True Technique. This punch, the only thing that was pure to the extreme was power. Boom! Huge air currents, accompanied by this punch, reverberated and rolled, rushing into the middle of the swarm. With just one punch, hundreds of bug swarms that could be comparable to a peak Enlightenment realm martial artist suddenly turned into pieces and dissipated in front of Chen Yuan's eyes. Strong. This casual punch was actually stronger than the previous full force, several or tens of times stronger. As for Jean Hess, who was carried on Chen Yuan's shoulder, she was likewise a bit confused when she saw this scene. Although she was not a martial artist, she probably knew some information about martial artists. Is this still a forging realm martial artist? How did Chen Yuan suddenly become so much stronger? However, she instantly thought of the nutrients that Chen Yuan had devoured from the mother worm before, plus the Taotai divine body that even the tyrannical Eclipse Order valued so highly. No wonder the sect leader was so serious when he mentioned the Taotai divine body at that time. This is the Taotai divine body highlighted on the first page of the canon? It's worthy of being the son of overreading. Simply terrifying. Thoughts churned in Jinhee's mind. However, she was instantly excited again. Now that this was the case, she couldn't wait for Chen Yuan to directly break through the star martial god and sweep across the insect race. The stronger Chen Yuan is, the safer she is. However, although Chen Yuan was strong, there were really too many swarms of insects, and the gap that had just been punched out was bridged by the swarms again in a split second. Front and back, left and right, up and down in all directions were all shadows of insect swarms, and even as time passed, insect clans comparable to body-forging realm martial artists gradually began to emerge. One breath, punch out. Chen Yuan's body once again flickered with black and white electric arcs, and at the same time, there was also a circle of strange force field added within a 10-meter radius around him. That was the additional Yuan magnetic field after achieving the bipolar Yuan magnetic truth. The current Yuan magnetic field was still very weak, but it was enough to become Chen Yuan's eyes for exploring the environment, and it was of great use in this underground space. Yin and Yang Transformation Thunder Blade. Black and white arcs of electricity swept in front of him, hundreds of swarms were chopped into pieces, and the aftermath spread out, blasting over large swarms. Chen Yuan grasped the opportunity, the earth crumbled under his feet, and his figure catapulted out like a cannonball, drilling into the tunnel with a brain. However, even the not-so-broad tunnel was crowded with all kinds of swarms. Chen Yuan didn't say anything, he just swung his sword and chopped again. Swinging his sword while moving forward, Chen Yuan wasn't even sure how many swarms he had decimated, at least tens of thousands? However, swarms in front of us were still countless, without the slightest sign of decreasing, and along with the vibration of the earth, it seemed to be continuing to become more. This forward movement was far easier than if he had killed his way through the swarm. Although bugs emerged from the rock walls from time to time, a few dozen of them were no threat at all to Chen Yuan. Open! 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 Chen Yuan fists and knives together. At this moment the power-armored saw blade, due to overuse, has basically been in a state of obsolescence. In Chen Yuan's hands has been about the same as a burning stick. The hard rock wall that blocked the way ahead was like fragile and soft tofu in Chen Yuan's hands, shattering at the touch of a button, with countless stone chips bursting into flames, and finally affected by the gravitational force, falling towards the slanting bottom. Apart from drilling upwards at the beginning, Chen Yuan had been carving out a path diagonally upwards after that, and the swarms behind him kept chasing after him before being decimated by Chen Yuan. While driving the road, he decimated the swarm of bugs chasing behind him, and at the same time, he had to keep an eye out for a few bugs that suddenly appeared in the rock walls around him. Chen Yuan had never felt so busy before, wishing to grow a few more arms to deal with several things at once. Just when he felt that his chi, blood, and physical strength were about to be depleted. Finally, a punch was thrown, and snowflakes flew in front of his body. The bright stars in the night curtain overhead were once again reflected in Chen Yuan's eyes. The earthquakes beneath his feet grew stronger and stronger, and there were constantly insects drilling out of the ground from the bottom of the earth, one accompanying the other, as if they were endless. How many swarms are hiding underneath this planet? Chen Yuan is not sure. All he knew was that he had to pull out now. Chapter 110 Starry Sky Martial God. It was nearly a dozen kilometers away from the Vitality Station, but at the moment, under Chen Yuan's full speed, it took but a minute to rejoin the place. A few hundred meters or so away, Chen Yuan saw the rising airship, which seemed to have seen Chen Yuan and the two of them as well, and the airship traveled over to their side. The yin and yang transformed the executioner's hand. The black and white arcs of electricity spread out, and the insect race around Chen Yuan immediately exploded and scattered, turning into a streak of broken flesh and blood. With a move that cleared the surrounding pursuing insect clans, Chen Yuan's legs crumbled the earth as he violently rushed towards the airship in mid-air. At his feet, countless bugs regrouped as if they were stacked towers, rising up to the ground at an astonishing speed. Unfortunately, it still failed to keep Chen Yuan. At this moment, Chen Yuan had already boarded the airship and was gasping for breath as he looked down at the pursuing swarm of insects. Mu Shu's figure appeared in front of the two and slowly inquired. "Where have you guys been? Not long ago the planet suddenly started having violent earthquakes, and then lots and lots of bugs came out of the ground. I was looking all over for you too, but I couldn't find you after a while. There were just too many bugs, so I had no choice but to start the ship. It's a good thing I found you guys at the end, otherwise with the number of bugs, you two would more than likely be." But in the end, Chen Yuan still tried it briefly, lest he really got it wrong. Mu Shu smiled at his words and didn't continue the act. "So you knew all about it? Then Jean Husher looked like she guessed it as well? It's the first time I've played this kind of role, and I ended up getting dismantled so quickly. It's really no fun." Seeing that Chen Yuan and Jean He did not speak, Mu Shu added, "The genetic code of the female insect should have arrived, now hand it over to me." Jin He spoke out at this time, "I will only give you the genetic code of the mother insect once I am sure it is truly safe." She still had some trust in the Reverse Star Society, and she had only joined verbally before, so she really couldn't do anything about it. Chen Yuan, on the other hand, was in no mood to pay any attention to them. Although he had already boarded the ship and the altitude was slowly rising, his gaze still fell above the planet at his feet. The danger, it's not lifted. The earth cracked, glaciers dissolved, and snowflakes rolled up in a storm that shot straight into the sky. In just a few breaths of time, countless insect clans crazily emerged from the ground, completely occupying the surface of the planet. The originally white-colored planet was basically covered by endless bugs at this time, taking on a dark brown color. 1 billion? 10 billion? Hundreds of billions? Or more and more? Chen Yuan couldn't count. From his perspective looking down, the entire planet was covered by countless insects, as if a black wave was writhing and churning on the surface of the planet. "We're almost through the atmosphere, should we be okay?" Jinhees looked at the scene with a lack of confidence. "Hard to say," Chen Yuan said in a deep voice. As the words fell, an insect race as tall as a small mountain appeared, the first-class female insect that had previously parasitized this planet. Woo! The mother bug hissed her head at the airship in mid-air, and countless bugs began to move, a black wave continuously converging and stacking up, climbing onto the mother bug's body. As if it were an extremely precise part, countless swarms of insects were stacked on top of the mother insect's body. The bug mother's body at this moment expanded and drew up at an astonishing speed. It took time for the airship to start up and accelerate, and the speed at which the mother bug expanded and drew up was actually several steps faster than the airship. It was as if the planet had stretched out a huge black and brown arm, slowly reaching out into mid-air, constantly approaching this spaceship where Chen Yuan and the others were. Compared with this insect hand that covered the sky, the several kilometers long ship was like a headless fly that could be destroyed with a wave of the hand. Bad. Dead this time. At the sight of this ghastly sight, Jinhees despaired. Without waiting for the ship's speed to pick up, this bug hand would certainly be able to catch up with the ship they were traveling in and shoot it down as if swatting a fly, and all the people on board would have to die by then. The vastness of the starry sky seemed to have become a huge backdrop in Chen Yuan's eyes. The visitor appeared at some point and seemed to have been there, all along. "This is Starry Sky Martial God," Chen Yuan whispered. Chen Yuan, the Reverse Star Society is not some kind of villainous organization. The Star Federation knew of the existence of the Reverse Star Society but did not do anything about it because the Star Martial God, the Star Federation's top brass, and the 10,000 patriarchs. Many of them are our members. The Star Federation has been dominating the stars for too long, so long that it has become a hindrance to most people in as little as 1 year, or as much as 3 years. The Star Federation order will surely crumble, and chaos will rise then. Chen Yuan, with a Taotai divine body, you're bound to be a key player in this, you need to get in line ahead of time.
The Frost Martial God is one of the many starry sky martial gods of the Reverse Star Association. It is also the starry sky martial god who has agreed to fight for you once. This is the attitude of the Reverse Star Society. Seeing the starry sky Valkyrie appear, Mushu laughed freely, and Jinhee sharply handed over the insect genetic code, so everything was already settled. The Society Against the Stars. Chen Yuan murmured softly as he realized that he had indeed underestimated this organization. Chapter 111 returns. Every starry sky martial god is the existence of a divine dragon, although basically cannot see its figure, but the legend about the starry sky martial god is everywhere. Starlink's single strongest combatant, a legendary martial artist strong enough to resist, suppress, and decimate star giants, and a seeker in pursuit of the ultimate. There are many martial seeds in the Star League, but very few martial gods. The Earth Martial Saint, coupled with the honorific title of the Earth, signified that he was invincible above the Earth. The Starry Sky Martial God, crowned with the honorific title of Starry Sky, signified that it was invincible under the stars. Absolutely powerful. Extremely powerful. Recognized as powerful. The invincible swarm of insects that resembled the hand of a planet had collapsed and retreated in fear the moment the Frost Martial God appeared. But the next moment, countless frosts began to spread, expand, and cover the entire planet from the front of that giant hand until it froze the entire planet. Buzz. Just like graffiti on paper being erased by an eraser, everything in front of Chen Yuan's eyes transformed into dots of fine ice crystals in the universe, collapsing and dissipating with a bang. It was as if a silent grand firework had passed by in a flash. It was as if the previous hideous swarm, and the planet with all its holes, had never existed. Everything is fixed here. Strong. Unreasonably strong. This is the Starry Sky Martial God. Chen Yuan looked at this scene and was silent. This kind of powerful force that seemed like a descending blow was far more shocking than the star annihilation cannons of the Star Alliance battleship group. It even makes the mind feel powerless. Chen Yuan looked once more, but the Frost Martial God's figure was lost in his eyes. I don't know when I'll come, I don't know when I'll go. This is the Starry Night Martial God. Jinhee took the initiative to hand over the genetic code of the mother insect to Mushu the moment the Frost Vulcan appeared, because the appearance of the Starry Sky Vulcan made the so-called safety without any surprises. Now, Jinhee had completely decided that she wanted to join the Reverse Star Society. Chen Yuan, think about it. The Reverse Star Society is now waiting in vain. But we aren't going to wait forever. Mushu said with a serious expression. Chen Yuan, the Taotai divine body, was an extremely important part of the Reverse Star Society's future plans. This time, apart from obtaining the Mother Bug genetic code, one of the more important purposes of the Reverse Star Society was to show the strength belonging to the Reverse Star Society in front of Chen Yuan. They are not some secretive organization or rats hiding in the shadows, but rather a grand power in the hall. Allow me to think about it. Chen Yuan made a perfunctory remark while estimating in his mind the approximate time for him to become a Starry Sky Martial God. Previously, he thought that as long as he achieved the Jindan Realm Martial Artist, he would be able to walk horizontally under the stars and swim in the vastness of the starry sky. But after meeting the Starry Sky Martial God today, Chen Yuan suddenly changed his mind. The only way to achieve the Starry Sky Martial God was to have true freedom, the freedom to not do anything if you didn't want to. After this time, the probability is that the people from the Star Alliance's Faith Research Department will come to you for questioning, but it's not a big problem, so just say that you're not aware of it. Mushu reminded. Faith Studies. Chen Yuan suddenly remembered that the last time Huang Su had brought himself into the Black Mountain, he had been brought in by the people from the Faith Research Department to ask questions once after that. This was the Star Alliance's department specializing in the beliefs of extraterrestrial evil gods, and its power was not small. Name, Chen Yuan. Martial Arts, 6th level of Body Forging Realm. Lifespan, 510 years. Martial Arts. Mixed Elements Dragon Elephant True Technique 3rd level. Bipolar Metamagnetic Body Forging Method Peak. Yin and Yang Thunder Transformation Blade 2nd grade. Yin and Yang Execution Hands 2nd grade. To break through the blood furnace realm, it is still necessary to use the martial will as a guide and the martial artist's chi and blood as a salary to ignite the first strand of the martial artist's will fire, and ultimately achieve the casting of the chi and blood furnace. But with a lifespan of 510 years, it's surprising that you can't break through the blood furnace realm either. It seems to be due to the lack of a martial will that belongs to you. This thing is a bit of a waste of life if you only rely on kryptonite. It's a good thing that I'm not in a hurry to break through. After all, I still need to go back to my teacher to discuss the subsequent techniques that will inevitably be more suitable for me. I can also ask my teacher about the martial will, and it won't be too late to make a breakthrough then. Chen Yuan was no longer with Mu Shu and the others at this time. He chose to disembark halfway through a transit station. This mission was only 2 days long, but the psychological impact it brought to Chen Yuan was undoubtedly huge. Whether it was the insect race that had caved through an entire planet, or the appearance of the star martial god, and the coming chaotic world that the Reverse Star Society had spoken of. All of them caused a sense of urgency to rise in Chen Yuan's heart, urging him to continue to become stronger in order to be able to take his place in that so-called chaotic world. As for joining the Reverse Star Society, Chen Yuan's strength was still too weak at the moment, and joining it would be nothing more than a puppet to be manipulated. And let's not forget that what the Reverse Star Society needed was a Taotai divine body. What the hell Taotai divine body? Only Chen Yuan himself knows clearly. He really isn't. If he hurriedly agreed to join the Reverse Star Society, if he really used the Taotai divine body in any way, wouldn't he be immediately dismantled? At that time, when the two sides were staring blankly at each other, the Reverse Star Society would not be able to find him to settle the score? The Reverse Star Society is too strong, but they don't seem to want to force me, so let's drag it out as long as we can, and develop it for a while longer. With my talent, it shouldn't take many years for a starry sky martial god, and then I'll see what kind of crooked ideas this Reverse Star Society is up to. Chen Yuan made up his mind. This time, he must go back to the obscene development for a period of time before saying. But this time, although there were many crises, the harvest was also quite a lot. That up to 5,000 years of lifespan allowed Chen Yuan to break through to the peak of the body forging realm, and even the hybrid dragon elephant true technique broke through to the third layer. The nutrient fluid on that mother bug, I still only transformed one of them. If all of them are transformed, there shall not be a lifespan of hundreds of thousands of years. I just don't know if I still have a chance. For the resources on the mother worm, Chen Yuan could be said to be unforgettable. If there was another opportunity, he would definitely make a good profit and transform them all into lifespan. From the transit station, he took a trip on a spaceship to Star Abyss University, and Chen Yuan, a student of Star Abyss University, even saved the money for the ticket, and the whole trip was free. After spending another day, Chen Yuan once again returned to Star Abyss University. Then, he saw an acquaintance, the very same person who had been his guide when he first came to Star Abyss University, Meng Xinghan. By Meng Xinghan's side, he was followed by a group of people, who were all walking in the direction of the Martial Academy at this moment. Meng Xinghan, you know the Martial Academy best. Who is the most capable fighter among the freshmen of the academy? Of course it's Chen Yuan. Could it be me? Then can he beat those old students? I heard that the older students have found quite a few good fighters and set up the ring. This is clearly to give the new students a kick in the pants. P.S. The battle continues tomorrow. Cool. Chapter 112, The Ring. Older students setting up a ring to give the freshmen a run for their money? Chen Yuan was originally prepared to go to his teacher Li Shudong to ask some things to come, did not expect to just return to school to hear this explosive news. But the old students dismount. Wasn't it already given once during the Martial Academy Freshman Conference? What's the situation this time? Chen Yuan has some doubts in his heart. This Martial Arts Academy's old students can't find things to do all day long, catching new students training every day, is it? He happened to bump into Meng Xinghan, so Chen Yuan directly went up to him and asked. That thing you guys were talking about with the old students setting up the ring, can you tell us more carefully? Meng Xinghan was first stunned, then when he saw the visitor clearly, he was surprised. Chen Yuan. Why are you here? The old student's side challenged you by name. Where am I if not here? Chen Yuan looked at him like a little cutie. Staring at Meng Xinghan like that. Meng Xinghan also sensed that his question was a bit silly. Since Chen Yuan had asked this question, he was obviously not clear about what had happened. Moreover, through Chen Yuan's appearance, Meng Xinghan instantly guessed that Chen Yuan should have just returned to Xingyuan University. As for whether he was out on a mission or simply out for a stroll, he was unsure. He scratched his head and said, I'm not really sure about the specifics. It said that the old students' side set up a ring directly over the fighting arena because of the problems with the last Martial Arts Academy Freshman Conference, inviting all the freshmen to come forward and challenge them. They even let it slip before they set up the ring, waiting for Chen Yuan to challenge them. There should have been a fight over there for a while now, and my classmate and I are on our way to check out the situation. This is some defiance after being beaten up by me last time. Chen Yuan could sort of see what this group of Martial Arts Academy veterans were playing at. It was nothing more than the last Martial Arts Academy Freshman Conference, being chased by him, a freshman, and not being able to lose face. This time he purposely came to retrieve his face. Last time, the fifth sky of the forging realm wasn't even my opponent. This time they must have found quite a few experts, and the peak of the forging realm is definitely there too. Unfortunately, they are too slow to update their intelligence. Chen Yuan's speed of getting stronger is the same every few days, which is also the reason why he is too lazy to cover up his strength, and this effort is not as good as earning more cultivation resources and continuing to get stronger with kryptonite. There was no way for outsiders to judge Chen Yuan's exact strength, because by the time they received the news, Chen Yuan's strength had already been updated several times.
However, Chen Yuan still had one more question as he inquired to Meng Xinghan. The old students set up the ring and invite the new students to fight? This is a bit of a reversal of the Big Dipper. If the old students don't give some favors, which headstrong freshman would dare to fight? Meng Xinghan sniffed and immediately explained, yes, there is. The older students said that if the freshman can win against one older student, they'll give 200 credits. It does have benefits. However, Chen Yuan wasn't much happier. After all, the old students knew that he had at least the strength of the fifth sky of the body forging realm, and it was impossible to send a bunch of weaklings to give away credits for nothing. If Chen Yuan were to take the field, with his peak forging realm strength on display, at most he would fight for about 3 games, and the older students might not dare to fight on. How many credits is that? A mere 600 credits, 60 years of life expectancy only. Stuffing teeth. Chen Yuan is too little. But a mosquito is meat even if it's small. Go and take a look at the action. Chen Yuan thought to himself, then looked at Meng Xinghan and said, come on, let's go together and see the fun. Star Abyss University, Martial Arts Academy Fighting Stadium. At this time, inside the fighting arena, there were already quite a few people converging intermittently, among them the veterans of the Martial Arts Academy, freshmen, and quite a few students from other academies who had rushed to watch the fun. Ordinary people's eyes couldn't keep up with the speed of martial artists, but the fighting arena had equipment specialized in capturing martial artist fights, and as long as it was linked to a personal terminal, it was possible to turn on a high and slow playback to watch the details of a martial artist's fight. Joe Cliff, you guy, leaving it all to Tang Yuxia and sneaking around on your own to watch the older students teach the new students a lesson, right? Wang Chuan crazy suddenly tapped Zhou Ya's shoulder from behind. Zhou Ya was a bit helpless. The job I gave you hasn't been done yet, right? How dare you come to me? Don't you want your credits? Wang Chuan crazy immediately changed the topic. You say this group of old students, not just last time to lose face, so anxious to find back? Before being chased by a freshman to beat up, and now rushing to make up for it, do not mind the shame? It is indeed quite embarrassing. Zhou Ya nodded. Wang Chuan crazy looked toward the ring and whispered, this freshman is going to lose. Boo! Zhang Jin was instantly knocked out from under the ring by his opponent's punch. Although there was still some reluctance in his eyes. If he had practiced for the same amount of time, he would never be weaker than the older student in front of him. Definitely stronger. But a loss is a loss, and at this time, no matter what reasons are said, they will only embarrass themselves, Zhang Jin admitted. I lost. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It seems that none of you will be able to take these 200 credits. Shui Chao, the old student on the stage, hemmed and hawed. He was at the second level of the forging realm. Beating this freshman who was new to the forging realm was simply a handful. There was no difficulty at all. Afterwards, Shui Chao's gaze swept over the freshman present and arrogantly said, where's Chen Yuan? Quickly tell Chen Yuan to come out. Isn't he very strong? Why doesn't he dare to come out now? Did you know you couldn't beat him and found an excuse to hide? Doesn't he like credits? One of our old students is worth 200 credits. They say this freshman class has a good base. I played several games here and I feel like it's not as good as my class. He knew he couldn't beat Chen Yuan, but he wasn't the only one among the older students. He was merely here to make a start, while drawing out Chen Yuan, and as long as Chen Yuan was willing to show his face, there would naturally be experts who would step in to deal with Chen Yuan. If they don't get back their honor, how can they subdue the newcomers in the future? Won't the newcomers of this term have their tails up in the air? Zhang Jin, well fought. Zhou Yuan nodded towards Zhang Jin, then looked towards Shui Chao in the ring. I told you, Chen Yuan went out to take on a mission? You guys picked the wrong time to set up the ring. And the fact that you were able to win is just a period of extra training. If you are proud and complacent because of that, your martial arts is nothing more than that. He couldn't look at the older student's little credits, but the way the older student was acting, he couldn't help but stand up for himself. I'm not sure what you're talking about. All I know is that the news has been put out that Chen Yuan didn't come, is that he's weak-minded and doesn't dare to fight. The old student pulled out his ears and said with a disdainful expression. It's not for nothing that they sent you on first, whether it was on purpose or not. You guys are indeed shameless and disgusting enough that even I can't help but want to beat you up. Zhou Yuan frowned slightly. He had always disliked arguing over such matters. His time was not to be wasted in the midst of such an argument, and with this time he might as well do more to ponder his martial arts. Chapter 113, next. What? You want to get on? I've heard that you're quite powerful as well. How about another opponent for you? Of course Shui Chao knew Zhou Yuan, the number one youth in the Imperial Star region. Whether it is the martial arts roots, or martial arts talent is the top choice, only the wind was Chen Yuan this freak suppressed only. But that didn't mean Zhou Yuan was weak, but rather Chen Yuan was too strong. The old student knew that although he and Zhou Yuan were both at the second level of the body forging realm, the probability was that he would not be able to beat them, and that he would have to replace them with a more powerful old student to be able to do so. Indeed, you are too weak. Get a stronger older student to battle me. Zhou Yuan sniffed and nodded with a serious expression. The veteran students, freshmen, and even some people from other academies who had gathered around could hear that Zhou Yuan did not have a mocking tone, merely stating a fact in all seriousness. Your brother is so arrogant. I like it, much more interesting than you. Wang Chuan crazy heatedly laughed. Arrogant? He's just stating the facts. Stating facts very seriously. Zhou Ye knew Zhou Yuan very well. However, Zhou Yuan's attitude as if he was talking about a trivial matter that was nothing more than normal happened to make it even more difficult for Shui Chao in the ring. He is at least a forging realm 2 days of martial arts. Shamelessness should also be divided into time. If this time really retreat, his martial arts really will be abolished. Zhou Yuan, get in the ring and let me see how much you weigh. Yes. Zhou Yuan didn't say anything and immediately jumped into the ring. A few seconds later, Shui Chao was defeated in exactly the same way as Jiang Jin, and was similarly blasted under the ring with a punch. Zhou Yuan is actually at the third sky of the body forging realm? When did he break through? Although Shui Chao had predicted in his heart that he would most likely lose, he had not expected that the gap between himself and Zhou Yuan would be so large. He was a junior, having practiced martial arts for 2 more years than Zhou Yuan, but he was defeated by freshman Zhou Yuan with a single punch, losing completely. Zhou Yuan ignored him and instead looked at the veteran students present, saying seriously, please come with a stronger one, or else it won't even count as a warm-up. Your brother is a lot stronger than he was at the freshman conference. Wang Chuan crazy didn't laugh playfully this time. He truly felt that Zhou Yuan's martial talent was a bit terrifying. It's only been a few days, and Zhou Yuan has become stronger with the naked eye. I remember I said before that Zhou Yuan's martial arts talent is far better than mine, right? You don't believe me? Zhou Ye laughed. I didn't believe it before, but now I do. Wang Chuan crazy put away his playful smile and nodded his head. Before, he didn't believe in it. That was because Zhou Ye was the number one person in Starry Abyss University, a peak Qiguan martial artist. Even he, Wang Chuanji, was pushed down by a head, a person of supreme talent. However, the martial arts talent that Zhou Yuan was displaying at this moment was actually a few points more terrifying than Zhou Ye. There's no need to rush. Later on, when the older students get a bit of pressure on their side, you'll realize why Zhou Yuan has become so strong so quickly. Zhou Ye gestured for Wang Chuanji to continue looking down. The ring. The old student's side discussed the matter and once again sent out an opponent. It was Guan Tian who had fought with Chen Yuan once at the Martial Arts Academy's freshman conference, the fifth heaven of the forging realm, armed with the second grade of the realm of transformation horizontal martial arts, and with outstanding battle strength. Where's Chen Yuan? Let Chen Yuan come up, I want to fight him again. Guan Tian immediately inquired when he got on stage. He had gone back to think for a long time this time, and had finally figured out how to break Chen Yuan's moves, and was preparing to use them perfectly when he went up against Chen Yuan this time. Who knew that Chen Yuan didn't show up, but Zhou Yuan did? Zhou Yuan's right fist was raised high, his aura suddenly released. Now, your opponent is me, Chen Yuan's archenemy Zhou Yuan. In the next moment, the chi was exhaled, and the mixed elements were as one, collected and released. Tilted power heavenly fist. Just the third sky of the body forging realm. Guan Tian didn't care, but he wasn't careless either, and with the addition of his horizontal martial arts, every strike he made was powerful. How could a freshman at the third level of the forging realm be his opponent? The two of them were at war. Boom! 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 At first, Zhou Yuan retreated again and again, his power completely suppressed by Guan Tian. The whole person was like a boat swaying in the middle of a storm. The transverse physical body of the second-grade transformation realm and the suppression of the fifth heavenly realm of the body-forging realm gave Guan Tian an advantage in this kind of melee physical combat. It was almost a total crush. However, instead of being happy, Guan Tian became more and more alarmed. Because he sensed that Zhou Yuan was actually getting stronger in battle? Even the fist technique that housed his aura was slowly changing in some way. He wasn't sure exactly what was going on with that change, but knew that Zhou Yuan was getting stronger. Only a martial artist with higher vision could clearly know what the changes in Zhou Yuan's body meant. Wang Chuan Crazy's expression was slightly condensed. "Zhouya, this little brother of yours isn't simple nah. This is trying to borrow a battle to open the way. He is no longer satisfied with your Zhou clan's tilting heavenly fist and wants to add something of his own in it." Zhouya nodded his head as he sniffed. "This step was much earlier than I thought. At that time, you and we were both at the blood furnace realm and stepping out of our own way. It seems like Chen Yuan is putting too much pressure on him. But Zhou Yuan wanting to use a battle to open up the path is ultimately impossible. But it can be used to glimpse that opportunity, and the road behind will be much better. It's just a matter of taking some time." How is it impossible? When Chen Yuan was at the peak of the enlightenment realm, didn't he use the heavy pressure to open his way? Wang Chuanji instantly retorted. Zhouya was speechless, but he was clear that not everyone was a freak like Chen Yuan. In the ring, in the face of Guan Tian's stormy attack, Zhou Yuan's heart was screaming, "It's not enough. It's not enough. Not enough." Yes, he was trying to take advantage of the pressure of the older students and get out of his own way just like Chen Yuan. He had caught the glimmer of opportunity, but was still a long way from opening the way. Zhou Yuan's brain kept turning, constantly adding all sorts of new ideas, thoughts, and inspirations, all into his tilting heavenly fist. Each punch swung out contained more momentum than the previous one. Stronger. Damn it, what's the situation with this freshman class? Chen Yuan in front, Zhou Yuan in the back. What's wrong with each and every one of them? Guan Tian felt bad in his heart. If he really let Zhou Yuan make a breakthrough in the battlefield and reverse felled him, then he would really lose face. We can't drag this out. Next, one move to decide the winner. The horizontal martial arts that Guan Tian had learned could compress and explode extremely strong power for a short period of time, but it did not last long and required a period of time to recover from its use, making it a masterstroke that he had pressed the bottom of his box. What's a stunt? A move used only in desperate situations. After using the stance, either the enemy loses or you lose, there is no second choice. Muscles, overclock me. Guan Tian's right arm violently swelled by a large circle, and the entire person looked extremely incongruous, but that appalling sense of extreme power was instantly shocking to the many new students. Is it going to be a showdown? Zhou Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, knowing that the decisive moment was coming. Although it's not yet up to the point of creating your own martial arts, I'll let you try my improved tilting heavenly fist. The aura, as if contracted at one point, exploded in Zhou Yuan's clenched fists. The two of them went toe-to-toe and bombarded each other in battle. Boom! A figure fell into the ring. It's Zhou Yuan. I'm defeated. Zhou Yuan laughed slightly. I won. Guan Tian's face was bitter. The loser is smug, the winner is disappointed. It's a pity, it was just a little bit too close. Zhouya sighed. Wang Chuan Crazy sniffed and jumped to his feet. Pity my ass, this time go back and settle down for a few days. This Guan Tian will immediately be no match for Zhou Yuan. And at that moment, an incomparably familiar voice came from behind Zhou Yuan. A good fight worthy of my arch-enemy. It was wonderful. Zhou Yuan didn't turn around, but just finally sighed in relief. You're finally back, otherwise it's not going to end well back there. Chen Yuan had actually brought Meng Xinghan and the others to the fighting arena while Zhou Yuan and Guan Tian were fighting. He didn't have to deal with it this time. Zhou Yuan did fight well. Chen Yuan, I thought you were going to continue hiding and not fight. Unfortunately, I can't fight you now. Guan Tian's right arm hung feebly at his side. His victory over Zhou Yuan was extremely grueling, and just that much closer, he would have been truly felled by Zhou Yuan against his will. Chen Yuan shook his head. No matter, I'll give you time to recover. How long will it take to recover to full strength? Half an hour is enough. Guan Tian was proud. Yes. Half an hour later. Guan Tian slowly opened his eyes, once again returning to his full strength, even more perfect than before because of the vicious battle he had just experienced. His mind, never before, had been so focused and concentrated. His martial spirit is burning. This perfect state, combined with the experience I've gained from studying Chen Yuan for so many days, it's absolutely possible to win. Guan Tian was incomparably excited and couldn't help but shout. Chen Yuan, come and fight. Yes. Without any nonsense, Chen Yuan jumped into the ring. The moment the timer ended, the muscles in Guan Tian's right arm swelled once more, actually starting a jutsu. But this was only a false move. After this move, he had prepared a killing move for Chen Yuan. That was his real killer weapon against Chen Yuan. Ha, Chen Yuan, try the continuous killing move I prepared especially for you. Facing Guan Tian's surprise attack, Chen Yuan simply raised his right hand and slapped it. Hybrid Dragon Elephant True Technique. In the next moment, Guan Tian was slapped out of the ring as if he was a fly, losing consciousness in the blink of an eye. Silence. The room was dumbfounded. They had thought that Guan Tian would lose, but they had never thought that it would be so simple and inexplicable, leaving them at a loss for words. Chen Yuan didn't care about that. His gaze fell among the older students and said indifferently. Next. Chapter 114 Another Defeat. However, Chen Yuan defeating Guan Tian with a single move was not the thing that shocked and amazed the crowd the most. Peak Body Forging Realm, how is that possible? Wang Chuan crazy rubbed his eyes, but the martial realm aura emanating from Chen Yuan was the authentic peak of the forging body realm. At this point, Wang Chuanji would definitely not feel wrong. He couldn't help but mutter, something's not right now. Something's not right. When Chen Yuan was at the Martial Academy's freshman conference a few days ago, he was still only at the third level of the body forging realm. How did he suddenly break through the three realms of Yi Jin, Yin Diao, and marrow cleansing in a row, and achieve the peak of the body forging realm? Chen Yuan, this kid, will not open it? This ING bag opened Joe Cliff is not much better than Wang Chuan crazy, at this time frowned tightly, the heart thought continuously, forging body realm pinnacle? Is this some kind of encounter outside? It was no wonder that they were so astonished. It had only been a few days in total, and for Chen Yuan to suddenly become the peak of the body forging realm, anyone would have to be taken aback. Zhouya boasted of being a genius, and among his peers, the only ones who could compare to him were those two from Imperial Capital University and Dongyao University. But now that Chen Yuan had traveled his nearly 1 year's path of martial arts in a few days, it really made him a bit puzzled. Along with Chen Yuan's strength at the peak of the forging realm being displayed as he resolved Guan Tian with a slap on the face, there was an explosion within the older students. Who gave the fake news, stand out and get beaten? What about the promised forging realm triple sky? What about the promised just a little more strength? Is this a matter of having more strength? Guan Tian has been slapped unconscious, who will be sent to the ring afterward? Anyway, I'm sure I won't go up, I'm only a 5th heavenly body forging realm. Going up is just giving away credits for nothing. Where is the peak of the forging realm? Where did our peak of the forging realm run off to? It's not like he didn't come, right? However, among the older students present, there were many who had witnessed Chen Yuan's strength during the previous Martial Academy freshman conference, but at this moment, it was a bit hard to believe. A red-haired older student stepped forward, his expression serious as he addressed his companion. I saw it with my own eyes. Chen Yuan was at the 3rd level of the body forging realm at the Martial Academy freshman conference. I just don't believe that he can really break through 3 realms in a row in a few days. He's reached the peak of the body forging realm. There's bound to be something fishy present in it. I'll go and try and test Chen Yuan's bottom again. There's definitely something wrong with him. You guys take a closer look and find out what the problem is. With that, he slowly walked up to the ring. Seeing another old student on the field, the onlookers could not help but try to stare wide-eyed, ready to take a closer look at Chen Yuan's bottom line again. Is it really the peak of the forging realm? Or some kind of blindfold? A unique martial art that changes the breadth of the martial realm? It was no wonder that they were so skeptical, but any martial artist with normal cultivation could not help but have such doubts when faced with the Chen Yuan at this moment. It's like ordinary people diligently picking water to drink up the mountain every day, and Chen Yuan? Directly connected to the tap water. The speed of this breakthrough was not in the same dimension as everyone else anymore. The red-haired old student walked up to the ring with a grave expression and faced Chen Yuan directly. If before, they were setting up the ring as old students, confidently meeting the challenge of the new students. And now, facing Chen Yuan, it was as if the older students were the challengers. The red-haired old student was the first to introduce himself, Sunbai, 5th sky of the body forging realm, 3rd-year student of the Martial Academy. Please enlighten me. Good. Chen Yuan nodded slightly. Sun Bai did not get angry because of Chen Yuan's careless attitude. It was still the same saying, martial artist strength is honored, you are strong and you are justified. As the timer reset to 0, Sun Bai blatantly struck out. There was no carelessness, no hint of contempt, and the outburst was a full-strength sword, just to test Chen Yuan's foundation for the veteran students who came on the stage after him. However, Chen Yuan was exactly the same as when he had faced Guan Tian, still slapping down at his body. For a moment, Xuanbi was a little breathless. It was as if the air around him was forcefully compressed by a huge force, his whole body's muscles were tense, and his whole body was as if he was imprisoned by the air. He finally realized why Guan Tian, who was carrying the second-grade Transformation Realm horizontal exercise, had been defeated so quickly. What a terrifying power! Sun Bai let out a sigh of relief, then was similarly slapped and sent flying, falling out of the ring. His situation was a bit worse than Guan Tian's. After all, Guan Tian was at least a great achiever in horizontal training, and his fleshly body was extremely resistant to beatings. And Sun Bai's bones, in the moment she was hit by Chen Yuan's slap, she didn't know how many of them were broken. The difference between the peak of the body forging realm and the fifth heavenly body forging realm wasn't just a difference of one realm. This difference of one weight could almost be equivalent to a person who was new to the forging realm meeting an opponent who was at the fifth level of the forging realm. At the peak of the body forging realm, with the achievement of the little golden body, the human body's internal body formed its own great cycle, and its dependence on the external environment had been reduced to an extremely low level, and it was even enough to survive for a long time in the vacuum of the universe just by relying on the physical body. What's more, Chen Yuan had also practiced the third layer of the mixed dragon-elephant true technique. Even he wasn't quite sure what level his power was at today. Chen Yuan was only clear that his strength was far stronger than the peak of the forging realm, and much stronger. Still resolving Xuanbi with a slap, Chen Yuan swept his line of sight over the many old students one by one and continued. Next. Far away. Joya, your eyes have always been better than mine. Can you see clearly what's going on with this kid Chen Yuan's martial realm? Is he really at the peak of the forging realm? Wang Chuan Crazy's tone was serious as he confirmed once again. Joya sniffed and nodded silently. That's right, Chen Yuan is already at the peak of the body forging realm, and his little golden body has become a reality. And that monstrous power, the rumors are indeed correct, Chen Yuan has really practiced the mixed elements dragon-elephant true technique. Really hell! Wang Chuanji cursed. And among the old students who had set up the ring, at this time, the crowd looked at me and I looked at you, no longer knowing what to say. How about it, do you guys see the problem with Chen Yuan? I feel that it is indeed the peak of the body. Why don't we send another person up to test the waters? Someone suggested. There's no need to try, Chen Yuan is the actual peak of the forging realm, without a hint of adulteration. Just as the many old students were deliberating, a low voice suddenly sounded. Then, a man with shoulder-length black hair, but with special red pupils walked out. It's Lai Wu Tian. So the peak of the forging realm at the bottom of the pocket is talking about him. He actually came here as well. The older students exclaimed when they saw the visitor. Lai Wu Tian looked at this group of incompetent old students with a somewhat impatient expression and waved his hand. I'm on next. If I lose, this farce is over. You guys can go wherever you want. What a disgraceful contraption. Chapter 115, Another Victory. Lai Wutian, peak of the body forging realm. Lai Wutian slowly mounted the ring and looked at Chen Yuan. Win against me, and those disgraceful things won't dare to trouble you again. Defeat me, and this matter will be skipped over, so don't continue to count on it. Yes. The arrival of Lai Wutian at the peak of the forging realm caused Chen Yuan to be slightly warlike. This was a good opponent to test his strength. After all, beating up a group of guys at the fifth level of the forging realm was similar to swatting a fly to death for Chen Yuan at this time. Simply by utilizing the power of the dragon elephant, he was able to easily dispose of them. Even Chen Yuan had to deliberately restrain his strength, lest he slap them to death and be in trouble at that time. However, although Lai Wutian made him ignite a little bit of wariness, it was nothing compared to the life and death pressure brought to Chen Yuan by the insect race that was spread all over the entire planet, as if it was endless. Chen Yuan, I know that those few losers just now couldn't satisfy you. That's why I'm going up myself. Come. Come and fight. Lai Wutian was like a volcano that was about to erupt at this moment, and it seemed that at the slightest point, it would erupt with a power that would destroy the heavens and the earth. The terrifyingly vast chi and blood was as if it had condensed into substance, and even the air appeared incomparably sticky under this chi and blood, as if it was struggling to move forward in a piece of blood plasma.
At this moment, it seemed as if a hideous blood beast appeared in front of Chen Yuan's eyes, opening its bloody mouth to bite down at him. Second grade transformation realm blood sea red whale technique. Joya whispered. This is a functional martial art of refining and storing qi in blood. Not only is the qi in blood pure to the extreme after practicing this art, but it can also form blood packs in the body that store qi in blood. The second grade transformation realm's blood sea red whale kung fu, there should be 12 blood packs stored in the body. Opening them all at once can raise 1.2 times the amount of qi in blood for a short period of time. Wang Chuan crazy likewise saw it clearly. Looking at this situation, the 12 blood packets in Lai Wutian's body have all been opened. It seems that the pressure Chen Yuan has put on him is quite great. Lai Wutian was shrouded in extremely dense qi and blood, and at this moment, he could not help but roar lowly. Chen Yuan. There's more to me than that. There's also second grade realm of transformation Vorpal Vajra body. Lai Wutian's size instantly swelled and soared, and with that monstrous qi and blood, it was really like a ferocious blood beast appearing in the world. 2 gates of the second grade transformation realm, not bad. Chen Yuan laughed up to the sky, his body covered with a layer of light blue fluorescent glow that seemed to be star-like, while there were black, white, and blue fine electric arcs flickering between his skin. That was a sign that the bipolar Yuan magnetic true body was operating at full strength, meaning that Chen Yuan was about to utilize 10% of his dragon elephant power. Come on! Lai Wutian let out a low roar and violently flew up. His body was like a swimming dragon, bringing up a strong wind and ruthlessly pouncing on Chen Yuan. In the next moment, the two crashed together with a bang. Lai Wutian's physical combat skills were extremely outstanding. His fists, palms, and legs blasted out one after another, using all of his life's most winning killing moves on Chen Yuan. It was actually another second-grade transformation realm technique martial art. Lai Wutian had mastered a total of 3 second-grade transformation realm-level martial arts. Countless fist shadows were like discharged cannonballs bombarding Chen Yuan crazily, but each time, they were gently flicked by Chen Yuan, and the seemingly strong attacks were instantly turned into silences like shadows. In the face of Chen Yuan's punches, Lai Wutian felt his body's qi and blood surging with the signs of not being able to support himself with every hard-received move. How is that possible? I'm a second-grade transformation realm crosser, my qi and blood are like the sea. I've always been the only one to suppress others with my power, but today I was actually suppressed by a freshman in terms of power? After receiving another hard punch from Chen Yuan, Lai Wutian's face flushed red as he voluntarily retreated 100 meters and opened his mouth to ask. You've practiced the mixed dragon elephant true technique? Lai Wutian could only guess so. He had always heard that Chen Yuan had practiced this miraculous skill, but he had never believed it. But now that the facts were in front of him, there was no way for him to disbelieve them. Nice! Chen Yuan did not hide it and graciously nodded his head in acknowledgement. Good, good. Let me try your mixed dragon elephant true technique, just how strong it is. As the words fell, within Lai Wutian's body, an inexplicable power surged out, enveloping the ring in an instant. It was a power that was different from aura, killing aura, or something like that. It was a spiritual power, if you ask me. Enough spiritual power to affect the real world. Martial will. Chen Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he murmured in a low voice. Martial will. The most important part of a forging realm martial artist breaking through the blood furnace realm. One must first comprehend the martial will that belongs to him or her before a martial artist can use his or her own qi and blood as a salary to ignite the first flame of the qi and blood furnace. And Lai Wutian, who had long ago made it this far. It was even a step away from breaking through the blood furnace realm, and it was only a matter of time. Joya exclaimed in a low voice, worthy of being the most gifted among the last freshmen. With 3 second-grade chemistry realm martial arts under his belt, he has also comprehended his own martial will. As long as he wants to, he can break through the blood furnace realm at any time. But that's impossible. Wang Chuanxian heatedly laughed, but any martial artist with a bit of ambition would want to grind here for a while in order to achieve a stronger qi and blood melting pot. If my guess is correct, Lai Wutian, like the two of us, is still preparing to harbor at least half a year at this level before preparing for his final breakthrough. That's not bad. After all, it's about the ultimate martial Dao Golden Dan, so one has to be careful. Joya nodded his head in disbelief as he heard this. Under the ring. Chen Yuan, catch the sword. Zhou Yuan snatched the freshman's long sword beside him and threw it hard at Chen Yuan in the ring. Thanks a lot. Chen Yuan received the long sword with precision and nodded towards Zhou Yuan. Although at his point, there was not much of a gap between ordinary knives or not, he thanked them in advance. Originally, I was prepared to win by relying on the mixed dragon elephant true technique, and try the limits of the dragon elephant power in the process,
But since the sword is in my hand, let's end this battle with the yin-yang transformation thunderblade.
In the next moment, black and white electric arcs filled and swept across the entire ring, instantly breaking the suppression of Lai Wutian's martial will.
Yin and Yang Transformation Thunderblade. And Mixed Dragon Elephant True Strength.
The ring, whose hardness was comparable to the deck of a star battleship, actually let out an unbearable groan. In the next moment, accompanied by a deafening explosion of airflow, Chen Yuan actually crossed the barrier of the speed of sound in an instant, slashing at Lai Wutian.
Again!
Lai Wutian roared explosively and similarly swung his strongest, most proud, fist that had condensed the essence of his life's martial arts.
Boom boom boom.
A chopping scar led from Lai Wutian's right shoulder to his left abdomen, and bright red blood splashed out from the ghastly wound, surfacing above the ring.
Ah, a good fight.
Chen Yuan, thanks for staying your hand at the end. Lai Wutian sat on his butt on the ground, controlling his muscles to tighten and stop the bleeding while laughing freely and dashingly.
It's a small matter, it's not like it's a life and death foe.
Chen Yuan let out a light laugh as the long sword in his hand instantly disintegrated into hundreds of fragments, scattering sporadically above the ring.
Chen Yuan, another win. Chapter 116. Lai Wutian was even defeated? At the hands of this year's freshman, Chen Yuan? What should we do? If Chen Yuan shouts next again, who do we send on?
An old student said with a somewhat numb look.
How can this be a fight? How else can this be fought?
They had now regretted setting up this ring, and now that they had ended up in a situation where it was difficult to ride the tiger, the shame was really great.
With Lai Wutian having lost, there is no longer any opponent for Chen Yuan within the Forge realm. We can't let a Blood Furnace realm veteran on, right?
We would be willing, but the other Blood Furnace realm veterans can't afford to lose this person.
We'll be lucky if they don't beat us up at that time. So what do you guys say? If Chen Yuan yells next again, who's on? Anyone? No one.
At this time, the old students were anxious like ants on a hot pan. Chen Yuan had not yet opened his mouth, but they themselves instead quarreled first. If Chen Yuan still wanted to continue, they could only harden their hearts and continue to send people up to be beaten. Of course, they could just stop fighting, but who would say it? Whoever dared to open his mouth and admit defeat voluntarily, he would inevitably have no face in the coming period of time. You'll have to be made fun of for today and the future. Chen Yuan stood on top of the ring, his line of sight slowly swept over the crowd of veteran students, and the veteran students who were stared at by his line of sight all involuntarily lowered their heads, not daring to meet Chen Yuan's eyes. At the same time held his breath, waiting for Chen Yuan's next. However, Chen Yuan didn't continue to shout anymore because there was no need for that. His gaze eventually landed on Joya, the Martial Academy Student Association president, while his lips moved slightly, a short-range covert sound transmission technique between martial artists. I'll have those old students give me 3,000 credits later, and we'll call it a day. Joya froze slightly, then nodded without moving. Seeing this, Chen Yuan directly walked out of the ring, ignoring the group of freshmen who asked him why he didn't continue to fight, as well as the group of old students who had celebratory looks on their faces. He left the fighting arena straight away, without a moment's hesitation. Wang Chuanji glanced at Chen Yuan with a curious face, then stared at Joya fiercely, and finally rubbed his hands together and laughed. Ha ha. What did that Chen Yuan kid whisper to you? Quickly tell me. Joya did not hide it from Wang Chuanji, and directly repeated what Chen Yuan had said to him as it was. TCH, another 3,000 credits earned for this kid. It's a good hand at making money. Wang Chuan Crazy's eyes twirled around, not knowing what he was thinking. He then asked, then why didn't he just talk to the old student? And find you a middleman? Not afraid that you Joya middleman to earn the difference in price ah. You think I'm you? Joya was speechless. He wasn't simply skipping work to see the fun, as Wang Chuanxian had said. As the president of the Martial Academy Student Association, he had specially come over to watch the battle this time in order to harmonize the relationship between the older students and the newer students, and to prevent things from going to an irreversible point. Whether the end result was a win for the older student or the freshman, he was going to have to step up and be the peacemaker. Between the two of them, Chen Yuan and Lai Wutian, no matter who won or lost, Joya would step in to end this farce. What only made Joya somewhat surprised was that Chen Yuan, who seemed to be an extremely domineering character, did not choose to continue the fight. Instead, he saw fit to save Joya some effort. Joya, do you think the older students will be reluctant to give these 3,000 credits? What are you going to do then? You can't just pat it yourself, right? Wang Chuanji asked with a bad smile on his face as he had a sudden thought.
No?
Zhou Ya laughed. He was the president of the Student Association of the Contemporary Star Abyss University Martial Academy, a peak Qiguan martial artist. It was just a group of peak forging realm veterans who would dare not to give it. The strength of a martial artist is honored, the old students can suppress the new students, so it's okay for him, a big 8-old student who was about to graduate, to slightly suppress the younger siblings, right? Give or take a beating. Beat it until it gives. Chen Yuan did not take the lead and choose to return to his dormitory, but instead came straight to Li Shutong's residence. Chen Yuan knocked on the door for half a day and waited for a while before he saw Li Shutong, who had a listless face as if he was about to die, slowly open the door. Chen Yuan, your kid's mission is complete, quite fast. Li Shutong sized up Chen Yuan for a couple of moments. There was no particular reaction. Teacher, have you heard of the Reverse Cross and the Reverse Star Society? Chen Yuan asked as he opened the door. Li Shutong's expression moved slightly as he asked in a low voice, you went out this time and came into contact with them? Chen Yuan nodded, and then went over the contents of the details of this mission, including the insect genetic code, the tyrannical eclipse order, the Reverse Star Society, and the last appearance of the Frost Vulcan. Reverse Star will be whole like a hidden organization, inside is also full of riddlers. Chen Yuan cannot have time to play this, directly choose to ask their own mentor Li Shutong. Isn't that one of the uses of college to ask teachers when you have questions? And looking at Li Shutong's reaction, it was clear that he knew quite a bit about the Reverse Star Society. Teacher, I would like to ask about the information on the Reverse Cross and the Reverse Star Society, and why they have been trying to invite me, a Taodai god body, to join them? Chen Yuan finally spoke bluntly. Li Shutong was not a riddler, and after pondering for a moment, he directly spread his palm in front of Chen Yuan. Then, Chen Yuan saw something very familiar. That's Reverse Cross's biochip. Teacher has also joined the Reverse Cross? Chen Yuan looked surprised. Li Shutong nodded his head before explaining, Reverse Cross is just a semi-public platform. You can simply think of him as a quest commissioning platform or another kind of black market that many people are actually a part of. Especially those interstellar pirates. Basically everyone is a member of the Reverse Cross, taking black jobs everywhere to earn resources. I received invitations when I was young, and I made a lot of extra money by taking many scientific missions on the Reverse Cross. But the Reverse Cross isn't important, it's just a platform for a mission for us, that's all. That's precisely why so many people are willing to join the Reverse Cross. It's just as good as nothing, it's just one more mission channel. When Chen Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but nod his head. When he met Jin Hixi before, he thought that the biochip had the function of positioning, and that it was only because of this that the Reverse Star Society was able to arrange for all sorts of coincidences. Later, he realized that this was not the case, and that it was only because of Mu Shu, the insider, that so many coincidences had occurred around Chen Yuan. So much so that Li Shutong's words prove it once again. Li Shutong continued, the Reverse Cross is just an intelligence platform held by the Reverse Star Society. The most important thing is the Reverse Star Society itself. Chen Yuan perked up, knowing that the most important thing was coming. The Reverse Star Association, in fact, from the name, you can tell that they exist to overthrow the Star Alliance. Li Shutong said slowly. Doesn't the Star Alliance care? Chen Yuan asked. Pipe? The Star Federation is all on its own. Li Shutong bristled, who do you think the Reverse Star Society is all about? Star Federation executives, starry sky martial gods, leaders of all races, almost every existence that is dissatisfied with the Star Federation is a member of the Reverse Star Society. Chapter 117, The Path of Invincibility. The Starlink situation, is it bad? Regarding the Starlink situation, Chen Yuan really couldn't see any problems. It had been strong, so strong that there was only the sound of Starlink under the starry sky, a thriving landscape. Li Shutong smiled, the Star Union has dominated this starry sky for too long, nearly 10,000 years. Divided for a long time, united for a long time, there is no eternity in this world? You look at the Star Federation as incomparably prosperous and strong, but that's because the Star Federation is so strong. But even the strongest fortresses are often the first to break from the inside, and so it is with the Star Alliance. You may not be clear, within the Star Federation there is actually a hierarchy of citizens, from the highest special class downwards, in order, there are first class, second class. And even ninth level citizens, different Star Alliance citizens have completely different statuses. Citizenship rank? This was really the first time Chen Yuan had heard of such a statement. There was no such information present on the terminal at all.
Then what level of citizen is the teacher and what level of citizen am I? Chen Yuan hurriedly inquired. I am a second-level citizen, as for you.
Li Shudong glanced at Chen Yuan. When you didn't enter Star Abyss University, you should be considered a level 8 citizen, but nowadays, you are a level 5 citizen.
I was only at level 8 before. Wouldn't that be the bottom?
Chen Yuan pointed at himself and said.
The bottom?
The 8th level is considered good. The main body of the Star Union is still the human race. Even the Hierophants are counted within the human race. You have never seen the 9th level of the Star 10,000. They don't even have the qualifications to enroll in the Star Union University. Li Shudong hemmed and hawed, waving his hand and saying, not much more about the Star Alliance's internal conflicts. That's too big for us to manage. Anyway, you just need to know that the Star Federation is blocking the path of many people, and there are so many internal conflicts that it might disintegrate one day. That's why the organization Reverse Star Society was born. But martial artists just get stronger. If you break through the realm of the Star Martial God, no matter what the Reverse Star Society or the extraordinary citizens, they will all be blown away. If you can't solve the problem, can't you solve the person who created the problem?
Chen Yuan's heart was enlightened when he heard this. Yes, why do you think so much? Whether the Star Alliance blows up or not, it's none of his business. What's the use of worrying so much now?
He had such a heaven-defying talent. As long as he developed properly, within a few years, there might not be a place for him, Chen Yuan, in the Earth Martial Saint, or even the Star Martial God.
Then, teacher, do you know why my Taotai divine body is so sought after?
Whether it's the Reverse Star Society or the Tyrannical Eclipse Order, they all seem to be eyeing my Taotai divine body.
Chen Yuan had an innocent look on his face.
Li Shudong sniffed and stared at Chen Yuan for a while, straight to the bottom of his heart.
The
Taotai divine body, perhaps it's the key to unlocking something, but that's just my guess. Li Shudong spoke. There's also the Dragon Elephant Martial God side, who should be hiding something about the Taotai divine body as well. But you don't have to worry, the reverse stars obviously need the Taotai divine body to actively work for them, so it shouldn't be so bad as to harm you.
Finally, Li Shudong said quietly, moreover, are you really a Taotai divine body?
I think.
Right?
Chen Yuan scratched his head and laughed. Li Shudong was still puzzled. In the past few days since Chen Yuan had left, he had set aside quite a bit of time every day to study the Taotai divine physique, but no matter how he looked at it, Chen Yuan was undoubtedly an ordinary physique. It's so common that any random planet can find billions of big differences in that kind of common.
He ultimately had to choose to trust his judgment, that Chen Yuan was just an ordinary person.
But today, it was also learned that the Tyrannical Eclipse Order and the Reverse Star Society all believed that Chen Yuan was a Taotai god body, so what exactly was the basis for that? This caused Li Shutong's originally firm judgment to be somewhat shaken.
Can it be that? Is it really because he, Li Shudong, did not learn the art well?
At this time, Li Shudong suddenly heard Chen Yuan say, Teacher, let's not worry about these troublesome matters first. I am now at the peak of the body forging realm and want to break through to the blood furnace realm, so I want to ask about the will of the martial Tao.
Peak forging realm?
Li Shutong's expression was stunned. Just now Chen Yuan had not said this to him. Then, Chen Yuan was lifted up again by the neck, weighed a few times, and was let down a few seconds later.
Bipolar Yuan magnetic true body. It's really the peak of the forging realm. And this weight change, the third layer of the mixed dragon elephant true skill?
At this moment, Li Shudong was truly a bit confused.
No, it's only been a few days, right? How did Chen Yuan reach the peak of the forging realm? That's not scientific, is it? The Taotai divine body is so awesome?
With so much evidence in front of him, Li Shudong had to disprove the fact that Chen Yuan was an ordinary person. How could any ordinary person break through 3 realms in a row in a few days? Suddenly remembering that he seemed to be making a bit of a fuss, Li Shudong coughed lightly.
Peak forging realm, that's not bad.
Back then, the Lei Yao martial god also had a miraculous encounter, and breaking several realms in a row isn't a rare thing. Then he decisively changed the topic, martial will. You're asking the right person if you ask me about this. The so-called martial will is the process of implementing a martial artist's beliefs, the first step in the metamorphosis of a martial artist's spirit. From here on out, the martial will interfere with and distort reality, becoming an indispensable aid to the martial artist. Generally speaking, this process takes a long time as it relates to the eventual achievement of the martial Tao Golden Dan.
Chen Yuan heard Li Shutong's other meaning, what about unusual? Li Shudong smiled brightly and asked rhetorically, what are martial artists made for? Born for war. Chen Yuan blurted out. This is the first lesson for almost all martial artists. Martial artists are born for battle, and for almost all questions about everything, you can find the appropriate answers in the midst of battle. Martial will likewise has its highs and lows, and spending time to harbor it is merely to make one's own martial will more sufficient and stronger. But this is only the path of ordinary people. For true geniuses, they can completely realize their martial will in the midst of battle. The true will of invincibility. Li Shudong pointed out the way. How is the battle? Chen Yuan pursued. Simple. Li Shudong laughed out loud. Fight unrivaled at the same level, step out on the path of invincibility, and the momentum of invincibility will seek you out. Chen Yuan was thoughtful. It turns out that comprehending the will of martial arts is so simple. Star Abyss University, Imperial Capital University, and Dongya University, just challenging the strongest forging realm experts of these three universities will be enough for you to develop the strongest martial will. In that case, the blood furnace can be completed. Li Shudong said so. Chapter 118 Savings. Don't underestimate the other peak forging realm experts, some of them in order to raise the strongest martial will. This group of people deliberately stayed at this stage for several years, all kinds of martial arts blended together, and among them, there are even many strong people who have mastered the third-grade martial arts. Seeing Chen Yuan's confident look, Li Shudong had to remind him. According to what teacher means, with my strength today, there is still a risk of overturning the car? Chen Yuan had always listened to advice, and therein lay the difference between confidence and arrogance. I know that your kid has practiced the third layer of the mixed elements dragon elephant true skill, but just the strength as strong can represent nothing. Martial arts will, martial arts mastery, practical combat skills. Many aspects are enough to make up for the gap in strength. Li Shudong thought for a moment and added, of course, if you suddenly practice the fourth layer of the mixed dragon elephant true technique in a few days, the previous words will be treated as if I didn't say anything. Chen Yuan was actually aware that he had broken through too quickly in his martial realm, causing his accumulation in all aspects to be somewhat weak. The powerful battle strength he displayed at the peak of the forging realm today was more due to the fact that the third layer of the mixed elements dragon elephant true technique empowered him with a power that far exceeded his own martial realm. Relying on absolute power to crush, this allowed him to run rampant at the peak of the forging realm. If he did not have the third layer of the mixed dragon elephant true skill, Chen Yuan really did not have much of an advantage per se when comparing himself to other peak forging realm experts. Even the martial arts that he had comprehended, the Yin-Yang Transformation Execution Hand and the Yin-Yang Transformation Thunderblade were actually still at the second grade stage. Placed at the time of just breaking through the forging realm, this was a great advantage. After all, this was a self-created martial art, a realm of complete mastery, and the power was not bad. However, nowadays, with Chen Yuan achieving the peak of the forging realm, the opponents he encountered were basically armed with several second-grade transformation realm martial arts, and the advantages of self-created martial arts were no longer so prominent. Unless he had extrapolated his self-created martial arts to the third grade. Self-created martial arts, as long as the derivation is successful, there is no question of the degree of mastery. It is directly the complete realm, able to play 100% of that martial art. Teacher, I want to deduce my martial arts to the third grade these days, and I still need your help. This was one of the reasons why Chen Yuan had come to Li Shudong. The role of Li Shudong, the teacher, then manifested itself at this moment. Relying on Chen Yuan to figure it out on his own, the various difficulties he encountered in it would totally consume a lot of his time, but for Li Shudong, it might simply be a question that could be answered casually. Of course, all the preparations are actually to reduce the consumption of life expectancy, and in the end, it is definitely still necessary to rely on the system to force the deduction is. Small matter, I'll set aside half an hour every day, just ask whatever questions you have. Li Shudong put his hands behind his back and said with extraordinary confidence. But first things first, creating your own martial arts is your own business. I can only help you with some of the details. The core concept of the martial arts still needs to be constructed by you. Otherwise, when this martial art was created, it wouldn't be surnamed Chen, but Li. I understand. Chen Yuan nodded slightly. He was merely preparing in advance. In the end, it was still Kryptonite, directly forcing the martial arts to the third grade. After leaving from Li Shutong's residence, Chen Yuan basically didn't linger and re-borrowed many third-grade martial arts from the library of the Wudao Martial Academy. At the same time, Chen Yuan also found Zhang Maniacal Lion and explained that he wanted to deduce his self-created martial arts to the third grade. As a Jindan realm powerhouse, Zhang Maniacal Lion was himself a martial artist who had walked out of his own path, and under the high roof, instructing Chen Yuan was of course a trivial matter. Zhang Maniac Lion naturally accepted with pleasure, stating that if he had any questions, he could feel free to ask him.
And with the guidance of Zhang Maniacal Lion and Li Shadong, Chen Yuan's process of deducing martial arts could be described as unhindered, and was being perfected with the naked eye almost every day. At the same time, the older student side also put together 3,000 credits, not secretly making any small moves, but just letting Zhou Yuan transfer it to Chen Yuan. There was also the settlement of Mushu's escort mission, which totaled 1,000 credits, and even though the entire process was a secret mess by the Reverse Star Society, they were still quick to give this 1,000 credits. At this point, with 4,000 credits in hand, Chen Yuan's lifespan had increased by another 400 years, coming to 910 years. Chen Yuan, I already have a clue about my self-created martial art. In less than 10 days, I will be able to use the pouring potential Heavenly Fist as the basis to create a martial art that belongs to me, Zhou Yuan, myself. We'll fight again then. Let's show you my martial arts way. Zhou Yuan transferred 3,000 credits to Chen Yuan with this message. Chen Yuan of course agreed casually. He didn't expect to earn credits from Zhou Yuan. After all, it was only a matter of a few hundred credits. Think of it as a daily cut with a friend. At the same time, Chen Yuan found certain unique tasks on both the task release interface of Star Abyss University and the biochip of the Reverse Cross. Phantom Blue Star, Bug Extermination Mission. Judging by the size of the bugs, there are at least 5th level mother bugs, while there are members of the Elder Council of the Tyrannical Eclipse Order secretly manipulating them. Star Abyssal Domain. Most of Sunlin Star has been eaten up by the bugs. The biosphere is on the verge of collapsing, requesting support from students and faculty of all major universities. Just in the last day or two, all sorts of quests about the bugs have popped up, and it seems that what the Order of Tyrannical Eclipse calls the time has come, so they're starting to get things going. Of course, Chen Yuan thought of the fact that Jean Hess had said that she would definitely send a portion of the Tyrannical Eclipse Order's information to the Star Alliance if it was safe. Perhaps the Star Alliance, who had received the news, had pushed too hard, causing the Tyrannical Eclipse Order to have to lift the bottom card of the bugs ahead of time. Nowadays, within the various star fields of the Star Union, the hidden danger about the bug race has suddenly erupted, causing no small amount of chaos. Whether it was the Reverse Cross, or the mission platforms of the major universities, quests to exterminate the bugs could be seen everywhere, with benefits given based on contributions. The reward for the mission is not bad, but unfortunately, my main task at the moment is still to walk out of the invincible path, strike the invincible momentum, and comprehend the martial will that belongs to me. If I wait until I break through the blood furnace realm and the insect race is still ravaging the area, then I can take on these quests and try to make a big fortune. Chen Yuan remembered the nutrient solution on the bug mother. He had risen 5,000 years of life by simply transforming one. If he transformed more, wouldn't it be heavenly? However, even if he had broken through the blood furnace realm, it wasn't easy for him to get close to the bug mother. After all, the danger level of a dormant bug race and an awakened bug race were not the same thing at all. If there is no certainty, Chen Yuan will not risk approaching the mother of worms. After all, the life expectancy is more, that also have to be alive to spend out. Dead. Any of your life expectancy of 10,000 years is also useless. Just when Chen Yuan had wasted his sleep and energy in deducing martial arts, a few people in blue uniforms came to Star Abyss University and asked to see Chen Yuan by name. 119, Ministry of Faith Studies. The Department of Faith Research, the corresponding department created by the Star Alliance when it first encountered the extraterrestrial evil god, is used to prevent the spread and proliferation of the evil god's beliefs. All matters involving extraterrestrial evil gods, cult beliefs, can be under the Ministry of Faith Research. Essentially, the Department of Faith Studies is a fully empowered counterpart to the Ministry of Education with a lot of power. At this moment, inside a conference room of the Martial Arts Academy, several people wearing blue uniforms were facing Chen Yuan, asking with a serious expression. "You're Chen Yuan? Aha! Not long ago you took an escort mission from the Star Abyss University mission platform to escort a scientific research team, and the person leading it was named Mushu, correct? Aha! And the planet you went to had an outbreak of the bug plague, which was finally resolved by the intervention of the Frost Valkyries, correct? Aha! Not long ago, Chen Yuan had received news from the school that someone from the Faith Research Department had come to Star Abyss University and asked to see him by name, claiming that there were some matters that required his cooperation in the investigation. That's when he knew that the last bug incident was bound to be involved. The leader of the Faith Research Department is a person called Yuan Xing, whose appearance and temperament are somewhat similar to that of Mo Hua of the university examination, with a kind of immortal air. At this point, after briefly inquiring a few questions, he said to himself, "I now suspect that Chen Yuan is connected to the Tyrannical Eclipse Order. Take them away. Slow." Before Chen Yuan could speak, Zhang Maniacal Lion standing behind him immediately stepped forward and stopped the people from the Faith Research Department from taking Chen Yuan away.
What does Teacher Zhang mean by this? Yuan Qing said expressionlessly. Zhang Maniacal Lion grinned. I would like to ask you, what does this mean? A few inexplicable questions and you want to take away my students? You guys don't have that much power, do you?
I've already said that I suspect that Chen Yuan is related to the evil god Faith, and I need to bring him to the headquarters for some interrogation. If Chen Yuan has nothing to do with the evil god Faith, we will naturally release him back then.
Yuan Chang's face was unhappy as he warned. Teacher Zhang, obstructing our Faith Research Department from doing its job is a Star Alliance felony.
Your set is useful to others, but only to me, Zhang Wild Lion. The smile on Zhang Maniacal Lion's face slowly disappeared, and the pressure belonging to a Jindan realm martial artist began to emerge. Yuan Chang and the others couldn't help but change their faces. Although they were also martial artists, they were merely body-forging realm martial artists, and were far from being a match for Jindan realm martial artists.
Zhang Maniac Lion, you want to make a move to obstruct our law enforcement? Yuan Chang's tone was vaguely threatening.
So what if they were Jindan realm martial artists? They were from the Faith Research Department, so they didn't believe that Zhang Maniacal Lion really dared to make a move. Star Alliance laws could not be violated even by a Golden Dan realm martial artist. It's true that I won't make a move, but you won't be able to take Chen Yuan away either. Zhang Maniacal Lion said in a domineering manner. Very well. Yuan Chang's face changed, but in the end, he waved his hand and greeted his men. Let's go. The Zhang Maniacal Lion of the Jindan realm wanted to forcefully protect Chen Yuan, and for them to take him away under its nose was simply a pipe dream. But just because they couldn't bring Chen Yuan away, it didn't mean that Faith Research couldn't. Throughout the entire conversation, Chen Yuan did not have a chance to intervene, but he knew that Zhang Maniacal Lion was inevitably protecting him, so he did not interrupt without permission. Only after Yuan Cheng and the others left did Zhang Maniacal Lion slowly speak. Recently you try to minimize going out. The Faith Research Department has a lot of tricks up their sleeves. Once they take you away, you'll be shedding layers of skin even if you don't die. And Yuan Cheng is a man with a bad reputation. There are a few cases of people bending over backwards to accomplish a task, so try not to give them a chance to catch them. Of course, if you meet outside, run if you can't beat them, and if you can, do it cleanly so no one catches you. Bending over backwards? The Star Alliance doesn't care? Chen Yuan was slightly surprised. With regards to the belief aspect of the evil god, the Star Federation enforces a policy that it is better to kill 1,000 people by mistake than to let one go. And the Star League has so many internal problems that it doesn't have the time to worry about that, so take care of yourself. The Ministry of Faith Theory and the Ministry of Star Union Education are on equal level. Within the boundaries of Star Abyss University they can't control you, but when you're out of Star Abyss University, you might secretly use some means, so you have to be on guard. Zhang Mad Lion slowly explained. Alright, I'll make a note of it. Chen Yuan nodded with a grave expression. Just after leaving Star Abyss University, Yuan Qing's men complained. Boss, Chen Yuan's position in Star Abyss University is quite a bit higher than what we found out, so it seems like it's not easy to catch him. This time, the above urged us to have a result in a short period of time. Now that we can't catch Chen Yuan, what should we do next? Yuan Qing's face sank slightly. He also felt that it was a bit tricky. This time, the bug thing, their Faith Research Department bore the brunt of the pressure. Originally, Chen Yuan's identity, not too high and not too low, was also involved in the first batch of insect outbreaks, which just happened to be able to be captured as a scapegoat. However, he never expected that Zhang Maniacal Lion would strive to protect Chen Yuan, which made things a bit troublesome. What about the others? There were a total of 3 participants in this first bug incident, Chen Yuan, Mushu, and Jean Hess. Did the other 2 find out anything yet? Yuan Qing asked. No, both of them are Starlink citizenships and have people behind them to protect them, so they can't be moved at all. The henchman said bluntly. That only leaves Chen Yuan, and we can only start with Chen Yuan. Yuan Cheng pondered for a moment before, wait for Chen Yuan to leave Star Abyss University, and then find an opportunity to. Just then, Yuan Cheng's terminal suddenly rang. Yuan Cheng's face changed slightly after glancing at the message on the terminal, then he said to his subordinates. Damn it! Surprisingly, there's a senior Star Alliance member protecting Chen Yuan? Yuan Qing really didn't know what to say for a moment. How could Chen Yuan, a person from a remote planet, have the Star Alliance's top management make a move to protect him? For a moment, Yuan Qing only felt some coldness behind his back, The water behind this incident was somewhat terribly deep, and it seemed that it was not something he could get involved in.
So boss, what about our mission? The henchman asked. Yuan Xing thought about it and could only say, let's take one step at a time. What happened in the Faith Research Department did not affect Chen Yuan much. Star Abyss University wasn't a vegetarian either. If they let their students be taken away, where would Star Abyss University's face go? And let's not forget that the Reverse Star Society had guaranteed that they would take the initiative to resolve the aftermath of this incident and would not affect Chen Yuan. With the Reverse Star Society intervening to apply pressure, the Faith Research Department simply couldn't move Chen Yuan in the slightest. A few days later, inside the first dormitory, Chen Yuan had been saving up for many days, and finally today, he felt the opportunity to deduce his self-created martial arts to the 3rd grade. After one's self-created martial arts have been deduced to the 3rd grade, one can complete the path of invincibility and break through the blood furnace realm as soon as possible. Now, begin to deduce. Chapter 120 Derivation, 3rd grade. Derivation of martial arts was a slow process. One needed to constantly refer to other martial arts to complement one's strengths and weaknesses, and wait until one had enough accumulation before one could break through in one breath and deduce the martial arts to a higher grade. But for Chen Yuan, which was so troublesome. System, deduce martial arts and start Kryptonite. Derivation, begin. In the first year, you began to continue to ponder the way of yin and yang transforming all things, and because of sufficient preparation, your progress in the early stages was quite stable. In the 378th year, you perceive that even after studying hard for dozens of days, your own accumulation is still too shallow, and your progress in martial arts is slow to progress. In the 690th year, the 2nd grade martial arts have been perfected, and are only one step away from a breakthrough. In the 860th year, you finally deduced the way of yin and yang transforming all things to the 3rd grade. Derivation, complete. In an instant, countless information on ascetic drilling flashed through Chen Yuan's mind. Martial arts 3rd grade. And my martial arts talent seems to have risen quite a bit in the process of deduction, and the past dilemmas that have plagued me for so many hours now suddenly feel simpler when I look back. Chen Yuan's eyes flashed with brilliant light, and when he thought about various types of martial arts issues, inspiration struck him and he was able to quickly come to a conclusion. If Chen Yuan was still a junior high school student before, he was now almost at the level of a senior high school student. But even with my advanced preparations, it still took 860 years. If I hadn't chosen to accumulate a period of time beforehand, if I wanted to forcefully deduce it to the 3rd grade, it would have taken at least 1,000 years. Kryptonite is like water. It's time to figure out how to earn resources to convert into lifespans again. Chen Yuan could not help but lament. Li Shutong residence. Teacher, I'm getting ready to go on the invincible road. Do you have any suggestions? Chen Yuan looked at Li Shutong, who was somewhat less focused, and asked in a low voice. Well, it's good to take the path of invincibility. Li Shutong subconsciously replied back, then suddenly reacted, your martial arts have been deduced to the 3rd grade? It's already 3rd grade. Chen Yuan nodded his head and acknowledged. 3 pints. It's only been a few days? How did you break through to the 3rd grade? Li Shutong suddenly realized a problem. Other people's breakthroughs were all about accumulating and re-accumulating until they reached the peak, which led to a successful breakthrough in one breath. And Chen Yuan? It seems to skip the accumulation process altogether and just break through, very unreasonably. As for the matter of Chen Yuan spending 10 days drilling before his breakthrough, that wasn't even called accumulation before a breakthrough, it was clearly a temporary huddle. Yes, this was Li Shutong's view of Chen Yuan's vigorous study over the past 10 days. This is the efficacy of the Tao Tai divine body? Completely skipping the time-consuming accumulation process, no wonder it's said that only the Tao Tai divine body is capable of practicing the mixed elements dragon elephant true technique, and no wonder the Reverse Star Society are also attached to it. It's a pity that I really don't have time lately. When the research is completed sometime later, I'll definitely study this kid's Tao Tai divine body. I don't believe that I won't be able to study something. Li Shutong was astonished in his heart, becoming more and more curious about Chen Yuan's Tao Tai divine body. He coughed lightly a few times and continued, take the invincible path. You are going to find someone else to fight after all. Don't make a big deal out of it, so that no matter who loses or wins in the end, the face will pass. If it becomes public knowledge that people don't want to fight you, won't you be completely helpless? What if they just don't want to fight me? Chen Yuan asked. Don't worry, those who can stay at the peak forging realm for a long time are all ambitious people, and defeating the opponents who challenge them will do them a lot of good. As long as you invite the battle the right way, basically no one will refuse. Li Shudong laughed. In that case, I'm relieved. Chen Yuan let out a sigh of relief. This self-confidence is not bad, keep it up and the path of martial arts will surely be courageous and refined. Seeing this, Li Shudong faintly smiled. Then I'll take teacher's good advice. Chen Yuan arched his hand and said. Just as Chen Yuan was tightly planning how to take the path of invincibility, Zhang Maniacal Lion suddenly approached him. I heard Li Shudong say that you kid is preparing to take the invincible path? Do you want me to help you out? I can help you contact the student unions of the imperial capital and Dongyao universities, and at that time, they will be responsible for arranging suitable opponents for you. Zhang Maniacal Lion opened the door and said. To be honest, Zhang Maniacal Lion was somewhat unable to understand Chen Yuan. Inexplicably the peak of the forging realm, inexplicably ready to walk the invincible road, this is a total of only a few days the first month of the new students have not yet passed, right? What's that Taodai divine body, so fierce? Really? There's such a good thing? Chen Yuan was originally worried about this, after all, he did not have the human resources in this area. If he went straight to the two universities in the imperial capital in Dongyao and said that he wanted to take the invincible path, it was one thing if people cared about him or not. Zhang Maniac Lion nodded, of course it's true, but there's a condition. On what terms? Zhang Maniacal Lion immediately said, 3 months from now will be the League of Schools, divided into the Freshman Tournament and the Peak Tournament, and all the universities in the Star Alliance will have to participate by then. The school side has already pulled together a team of freshmen and is preparing to take them out for some practice, while seeing if they can probe the bases of the imperial capital and Dongyao universities, so that they can be prepared in advance for the Freshman Tournament when the time comes. The school side is also afraid of making a fool of themselves, so they're going to bring you along, just in case. Got it. Chen Yuan nodded his head. Wasn't it that he was afraid that this freshman class couldn't beat others, so he pulled him on, at least there was a guarantee. As long as he made a move, there was no such thing as a single enemy in this class of freshmen. Star Abyss University's face, that's definitely saved So what's in it for you? Benefits? Aren't the benefits just contacting the student councils of other schools for you and arranging opponents? At most, it'll count some teaching performance for your teacher, Li Shudong. And odds are that you won't be needed to make a move. Zhou Yuan has also stepped out of his own path now, his battle power isn't weak. Zhang Maniac Lion said helplessly. Actually, if you ask him, this freshman class is basically nothing. Just Chen Yuan alone was able to keep Xingyuan University firmly in the #1 spot. However, Headmaster Dai Wuxing still maintained the usual practice of previous years, having to pull a team in advance, and he also purposely excluded Chen Yuan, seemingly not having the idea of letting Chen Yuan compete at all. When the time comes, you go your way to invincibility, and the freshmen play pre-game warm-ups on their side, so there's no mistaking the two. That works too. Without much thought, Chen Yuan agreed without hesitation. As Zhang Maniacal Lion said, it was just something along the way anyway, and with the school stepping in, it would be much easier for him to find an opponent. Chapter 121 The Schools League. The League of Schools, an annual university competition of the Starlink University Martial Arts Academy, was divided into two parts, the Freshman Tournament and the Peak Tournament. The Freshman Tournament, as the name suggests, is a competition between the current class of freshmen in the Martial Arts Academy for first place. The Pinnacle Tournament, on the other hand, does not distinguish between freshmen and old students. As long as you are a college student status, you can participate, and the competition is far more fierce than the Freshman Tournament. The former could show the potential underpinnings of a university, while the latter showed how powerful a university's martial arts academy was today. Zhang Mad Lion brought Chen Yuan to the fighting room. At this time, 5 people had already arrived here, 3 men and 2 women. Among them, there were 2 people Chen Yuan recognized, one was Zhou Yuan and the other was Zhang Jin, both were people who had fought with Chen Yuan. Zhou Yuan, Zhang Jin, Wang Langlang, Fu Mingyue, Chen Xianxiu, together with you, there are just 6 members, and this is the freshman team of this session of my Star Abyss University. Zhang Mad Lion introduced Chen Yuan. Zhang Jin, Wang Langlang, Fu Mingyue, and Chen Xianxiu, 2 males and 2 females, were all at the first heavenly level of the forging realm. Obviously, Chen Yuan wasn't the only one making progress during this period of time, the other freshmen also had their own breakthroughs. Zhou Yuan, needless to say, was in the 3rd heaven of the body forging realm, and had heard that he had already comprehended his own Tao, while also perfecting his self-created martial arts. If it wasn't for Chen Yuan, Zhou Yuan would be the deserving Newcomer King this term. Chen Yuan. The first time Zhou Yuan saw Chen Yuan, he was instantly battle-hardened and wanted to try his self-created martial arts with Chen Yuan.
If it wasn't for the immense pressure Chen Yuan had put on him, it would probably have taken months for him, Zhou Yuan, to get to this point. Zhou Yuan, you'll be the captain of the squad this time. Seeing this, Zhang Maniacal Lion grabbed the lead and said. When these words came out, not only Zhou Yuan was confused, the rest of the four were equally a bit confused. Shouldn't the captain be the strongest person? Zhou Yuan Chang was strong, but amongst this class of freshmen at Star Abyss University, the one who was recognized as the strongest was Chen Yuan, which was clear to everyone. Ha? Me? Zhou Yuan's battle spirit dissipated, and he said with some disbelief, I'll be the captain, what about Chen Yuan? He has other things on his mind. This time, it's mainly based on the performance of the five of you. If you all lose in the end, then only then will we have to send Chen Yuan out. Zhang Mad Lion explained. Chen Yuan also has no opinion on this, the captain when it does not matter, after all, what benefits or not. He was mainly taking the path of invincibility this time, comprehending the will of the martial way, and it wasn't much fun to fight with a group of freshmen, like bullying a group of children. You guys fight better and fight beautifully so that I don't have to make a move. Chen Yuan said to the five people in front of him. With me here, there's no need for you to make a move. Zhou Yuan proudly said. He also did have the capital to be arrogant. He was originally the number one person of the young generation in the Imperial Star region, and now he had come to Star Abyss University to meet Chen Yuan. Under the tremendous pressure, he progressed at a rate that felt frightening even to himself. Among the freshmen of this session of Imperial Capital University and Dongyao University, there was absolutely no opponent for him, and there was bound to be no need to trouble Chen Yuan. If he lost even this, he, Zhou Yuan, would not be worthy of the title of Chen Yuan's archenemy. Very good. Seeing the confidence of the crowd, Zhang Maniacal Lion could not help but nod his head before saying. Then we'll leave tomorrow. For now, the five of you will fight Chen Yuan first, just as a warm-up. By the way, familiarize yourselves with each other. Ha? I beat Chen Yuan? The four of them, Jiang Jin, instantly lacked confidence. What strength could they have to fight with Chen Yuan, even the strongest veteran student of the last session, the peak martial artist of the body forging realm, the Lai Wutian who had mastered 3 second-grade chemistry realm martial arts and martial will, was defeated in Chen Yuan's hands. Zhang Maniac Lion is now asking them to fight Chen Yuan? What a joke! Zhou Yuan was the only one whose aura and battle spirit had not decreased at all, and was actually getting stronger and stronger. Chen Yuan, just in time to try my new trick. Come on, Zhou Yuan. Show me your self-created martial arts. Chen Yuan smiled calmly and struck a pose. He was equally curious about Zhou Yuan's self-created martial art, not knowing if it was better or worse than his own yin-yang transformation execution hand at the second grade. The next moment, without the slightest bit of nonsense, Zhou Yuan violently rushed up. A heavenly aura, accompanied by countless spiraling air currents, converged above Zhou Yuan's right hand at this moment. Compression! 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 The suppressed to the extreme aura, as if it had turned into substance, rotated continuously above Zhou Yuan's fist, like an unstoppable drill, attacking Chen Yuan, whose face had not changed in the slightest. And in the face of Zhou Yuan's terrifyingly loud move, Chen Yuan simply clenched his fist and met it head-on. Fight the weak with the strong. What's the point of talking about technique? Mang is done. Before even touching Zhou Yuan's fist blade, Chen Yuan felt a tearing force, as if it was a sharp razor, constantly cutting into Chen Yuan's skin. Chen Yuan had to admit, a very strong move. Zhou Yuan's punch, from the original simple gathering of momentum, had successfully comprehended the control of momentum, and there began to be a slight change between the punches. Moreover, it was obvious that it had just been created not long ago, and this move actually still had quite a few loopholes and shortcomings, but it had already displayed an extremely strong power. But it's still a bit weak. Chen Yuan murmured. Zhou Yuan is too much weaker than today's Chen Yuan in all aspects, martial arts realm, martial arts realm. It was almost an all-round crushing. Although Zhou Yuan tried his best to go further, he was deadlocked by Chen Yuan and could not move. Seeing this, Zhang Maniacal Lion's gaze fell on the four Jiang Jin who were frozen in place. What are you four still looking at? You don't think I'm going to let you all go up one by one to fight Chen Yuan one-on-one, do you? Oh Jiang Jin and the others instantly reacted. Then they all struck out in unison, attacking Chen Yuan without a word. However, how could they possibly be Chen Yuan's opponents? The gap between the first sky of the body forging realm and the peak of the body forging realm was like a rift in the sky, and there wasn't the slightest difference between a few more people and a few less. The forging realm and one sky, was not something to be trifled with. After all, when Chen Yuan had just made his breakthrough, he didn't know how many insect clans comparable to the forging realm he had killed. In an instant, the four Jiangjin who had just rushed forward were instantly blown away in the same way again, unopposed. And although Zhou Yuan still had an unyielding will to fight and a fighting spirit, he had to lose in the face of this huge gap.
Chen Yuan, you've gotten stronger again. Zhou Yuan exclaimed.
Originally, when he was in the imperial capital Star region, he was the one who heard others praising him like this, but now, it had changed to him describing Chen Yuan like this. Almost every time they met, when he felt himself getting stronger, Chen Yuan was likewise getting stronger. And the speed of getting stronger was far faster than his Zhou Yuan. Much more fiercely. It's as if it never ends. You're not so bad. Chen Yuan marveled. Zhou Yuan's self-created martial arts was actually a little bit worse than his own yin-yang transformation execution hand. After all, he had comprehended it in just a few days, and hadn't had time to fix the details of it. However, it was believed that in a few days, Zhou Yuan would be able to perfect it to an even stronger point. Alright, you two stop bragging about each other. Chen Yuan, suppress your qi and blood to the point where you are at the first level of the body forging realm. You are not allowed to use the mixed elements dragon elephant true technique, and your martial arts are also suppressed to the second grade. Continue to fight the five of them. Zhang Maniacal Lion waved his hand and said. No problem. Chen Yuan gave a valiant smile. The qi and blood were suppressed at the first level of the forging realm, but the small golden body was still there. The martial arts were suppressed at the second grade, but the third grade vision was still there. When Chen Yuan fought these five people, only Zhou Yuan could go through two more moves with him. Jiang Jin and the others were still as powerless as toddlers when facing Chen Yuan. Chapter 122 Dongyou University. The next day, Zhang Maniacal Lion led his group on a spaceship bound for the East U Star domain. Each planet actually has its own university that exists to cultivate geniuses native to their planet, but that kind of university is not officially recognized by the Star Alliance. There are a total of 160 universities officially recognized by the Star Federation, recruiting students for the entire Star Federation, and those who can get in are all the planet's top geniuses. Among the 160 of these universities, the three universities of Imperial Capital, East-U, and Star Abyss are at the head of the list. The status of the three universities cannot be shaken by any other university. So, our opponents are only Imperial Capital and Dongyou University. The other schools are not enough to fear, and the top three of the freshman tournament will be nothing more than among the three Star Alliance universities. We'll go to Dongyou University first on this trip, and then to Imperial Capital University. Zhang Maniacal Lion was introducing the general situation to the crowd. As it was said, without considering the exception of Chen Yuan, the only two universities that could pose a threat to Zhou Yuan and the others were the Imperial Capital and Dongyou. This battle is mainly to let you all realize that there are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of the sky, lest one of you think that you're untouchable just because you got into Star Abyss University. Zhang Maniacal Lion smoothly said the same set-in-stone platitudes from previous years, but after looking at Chen Yuan, then Jiang Jin and the others, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. That would have been fine in previous years, but the occasion didn't seem right in this year's situation. Teacher Zhang, we've known for a long time that one mountain is higher than the next. Jiang Jin and the others glanced at Chen Yuan and could not help but laugh bitterly. When they first arrived at Star Abyss University, they were indeed spirited and always felt that nothing could be difficult for them. Even thinking about relying on his own ability and talent, even in a place like Star Abyss University where geniuses gathered, he was still able to rise to prominence. But only after meeting a true genius like Chen Yuan did he realize how completely wrong he was. The so-called pride and complacency had long since vanished without a trace, and with it came a deep sense of powerlessness. Of all the people present, the only one who was still able to maintain his courage and refinement after going up against Chen Yuan was Zhou Yuan. After a day of sailing, the crowd arrived at the East U Star region without any accidents on the way. After all, even a large interstellar pirate group would not be able to find a ship with the markings of the Star Abyss University, risking a huge amount of money with no benefit. Star pirates are also to make money well. They are the most profit-chasing group of people, no benefit of things they will not take the initiative to do. Just after getting off the airship, Chen Yuan saw that there were already two people waiting outside. One of the leaders raised a smile on his face the moment he saw Zhang Maniacal Lion. Big Lion, how come you lead the team every year? Is your Star Abyss University running out of mentors? Pu Sanglong, speaking as if Dongyou has changed people every year, it's not still you every time. Zhang Maniacal Lion laughed. Pu Sanglong and Zhang Maniacal Lion chatted while turning his head to the person beside him. the Great Lion and I haven't seen each other for a long time, so you can just arrange the rest." The two then left in pairs.
Dongyao University Martial Arts Academy Student Association President, Li Yang.
"You guys can just follow me next, things have already been arranged." Li Yang introduced himself with a smile on his face.
Star Abyss University, Chun Yuan. Star Abyss University, Zhou Yuan. After a brief introduction, the crowd followed Li Yang as he slowly left the place. "By the way, how is Zhouya from your Xing Yuan University?"
Almost a year has passed since I last saw him."
Li Yang casually found a topic to inquire about. "Everything is fine with my big brother." Zhou Yuan smiled back. "Zhouya is your elder brother?"
Li Yang was slightly stunned, he was just casually looking for a topic, he didn't expect Zhou Yuan to be Zhou Cliff's younger brother. "I did hear about it before, he's been bragging about having a brother with better talent than him for a while now, and by the looks of it would be you."
"That's me." Zhou Yuan didn't know anything about modesty and directly admitted it with alacrity.
He accepted the compliments of others wholeheartedly, and the insults of others equally wholeheartedly, but neither praise nor disparagement had any effect on him.
Li Yang only felt a little strange.
It was because even though the apparent captain of this Star Abyss University squad was Zhou Yuan, he still had a vague feeling that the crowd was all led by the man named Chen Yuan.
Chen Yuan? Seems like I've heard of it somewhere.
Li Yang was usually busy with martial arts and didn't really care about the things that happened in other schools, but still, he vaguely felt that the name Chen Yuan, it seemed a bit familiar.
Without dwelling on it for too long, the crowd quickly arrived at the fighting room of Dongyao University.
Martial artists always did things cleanly, and the people from Star Abyss University had come to challenge, not to take a vacation at Dongyao University. Li Yang was clear about this, so he didn't make too many courtesies with the people from Star Abyss University, but directly brought Chen Yuan, Zhou Yuan, and the others to the fighting room.
"Wait a little while, the people are all still on their way," Li Yang explained.
Chen Yuan and the others, on the other hand, found a corner and gathered together, muttering and conferring in whispers.
"Which one of us will go first later?"
Zhou Yuan had a face that was eager to try. If it wasn't for the need to consult the crowd, he would definitely be the first to go on. He had actually fought against Chen Yuan for the majority of his sparring matches since entering Star Abyss University, and was on the verge of somewhat forgetting what level a normal freshman was at. Zhang Jin was the first to yell when he heard this, "I'll do it. I'll do it. I don't know what's going on across the street, why don't you let me be the first one to go? I'm cautious by nature, so I'll help you guys scout the way." Fu Mingyue said with her hands clasped in front of her chest. At this point, almost everyone wants to start. The order of battle couldn't be decided in any way.
"Why don't we listen to what Chen Yuan has to say?" Zhou Yuan suggested.
The gazes of the crowd immediately focused on Chen Yuan's body. This proposal from Zhou Yuan was just what they wanted. Because anyone who wants to play the first round, only Chen Yuan does not have this need, so he will not even fight with them. It was more than appropriate for Chen Yuan to decide the order of battle. Chen Yuan also didn't expect that, going around and around. Obviously Zhou Yuan was the squad leader, but as a result, the troublesome things should be bothered by himself instead. But he is not a mother-in-law character. After a little thought, immediately said, "Zhou Yuan finale, Zhang Jinyu for strength is similar, just draw a sign random order. First things first, try to give everyone a chance to get in the ring, win or lose in the end, one person pretty much gets a round, and they come down on their own after a maximum of 2 rounds.
"No problem," the crowd responded.
Chen Yuan nodded his head and said, "Anyway, with me holding up at the end, you guys let go of your guts and fight, winning or losing doesn't matter. The point is to fight with vigor. I'm sure I won't have anything to say if you're humiliated, but the big lion won't necessarily spare you." The crowd revealed a heartfelt smile, and then began to draw the lots. Chapter 123 War. As time passed, the fighting room of Dongyao University gradually saw the arrival of some people who had heard the wind in advance, most of whom were veteran students. Meanwhile, some others are members of the student union, responsible for maintaining order at the scene. However, there weren't many people, and it was obvious that Dongyao University's side tried to control the number of people watching the battle as much as possible to avoid causing other troubles in the aftermath. After all, no matter which side wins or loses, it can be controlled not to spread widely, and the participants on both sides can be distracted. After almost 5 or 6 minutes, the people who were arranged to be on the stage on Dongyao's side had also finally arrived.
"I'll go first then."
Zhang Jin laughed out loud. He was lucky to draw the first stick to go on.
"Get on it.
You guys hurry up and finish the fight so you can switch to me."
Zhou Yuan skimmed his lips. Zhang Jin doesn't say anything and walks straight to the ring. And across from him, students belonging to Dongyao University slowly walked up. Dongyao University. Nia Chenghe. Star Abyss University. Jiang Jin. The two briefly reported their identities, and as the timer went to 0, the two instantly exploded in chi and battle to a standstill. All of them are at the first sky of the body-forging realm martial arts realm, and the difference in the martial arts they have mastered isn't too big, so it seems that the opposite side doesn't have any debut ace cards either. Zhou Yuan laughed. It's not an official match, the major universities are just pulling a team in advance to practice, just as a warm-up and experience. Shen Yuan said back. On the other side, a long-haired man came to Li Yang's side and whispered. President, this Chen Yuan you're talking about, he defeated Zhou Yuan when he first entered the school, and is the recognized rookie king of this session of Star Abyss University. And? Li Yang continued to ask. The captain of Star Abyss University was Zhou Yuan, and by all rights Zhou Yuan was the one who should be the strongest. However, Li Yang always felt that something was wrong. This squad, on the surface, was led by Zhou Yuan. However, in reality, the 5 people, including Zhou Yuan, were actually vaguely led by Chen Yuan. Li Yang had always believed in his intuition, so he quickly ordered his men to check Chen Yuan's roots. The long-haired man shrugged helplessly. That's all, the time is too short. If you give me even half an hour more, I guarantee that I can even find out Chen Yuan's front and back desks in elementary school. However, among the freshmen of this session of our school, there is a freshman who took the same exam as Chen Yuan. I've brought him over, you can ask. Letting Zhou Yuan be the captain to attract attention, but it turns out that the ace is someone else. Star Abyss University's little scheme is a slap in the face. The probability is that he's not going to expose Chen Yuan and is preparing to catch us in the group from the Imperial capital off guard during the freshman match of the school's league. Li Yang was about to agree with this idea when he suddenly received a message from his mentor, Pu Sanglong. After briefly glancing at the content of the message, Li Yang couldn't help but look grave. The long-haired man also sensed something was wrong and asked, "What happened?" "We all got it wrong." Li Yang shook his head. "Mistake? What mistake?" The long-haired man was a bit confused. What had they gotten wrong? Chen Yuan. That guy just didn't come here for the freshman tournament. Li Yang looked at Chen Yuan on the other side of the ring, and as if he had sensed his gaze, Chen Yuan smiled slightly at him. That guy just wasn't here for the freshman game. The long-haired man was confused, so what's he doing here? Li Yang's expression was serious as he said word for word, Chen Yuan, he wants to take the path of invincibility. In the ring, Jiang Jin got his first win by a narrow margin. He actually quite wanted to fight the second match, but unfortunately, his chi, blood, and physical strength were already exhausted. If he forced the second match, he might have to completely lose before even exchanging a few rounds, and then it would be dishonorable instead. So Jiang Jin decisively retired of his own accord and replaced Chen Xianqiu in the ring. As for Chen Xianqiu, he was not so lucky. His opponent's martial realm was the second sky of the body-forging realm. When placed in the outside world, the students of the Star Alliance's 3 major universities were actually each able to challenge each other across the ranks, but that also depended on who their opponents were. Both sides were students of the Star Alliance's top 3 universities, and the mastery of martial arts was not too different, and a small difference in martial arts realm was a great break. Not to mention the one realm, one heavenly body-forging realm. Chen Xianqiu is defeated. Having just exchanged dozens of moves, Chen Yuan spoke bluntly. Just as the words fell, Chen Xianqiu was pierced through his shoulder by a sword and fell off the ring. "I'll do it." Wang Langlang raised his stick and went up. 2 minutes in and Wang Langlang is kicked out of the ring in a clean loss. However, his opponent wasn't in the best of shape either. Having lost 2 tough opponents in a row, he had very little chi, blood, and stamina left, so he also voluntarily conceded defeat. "Watch me." Fu Mingyue stood with her sword and laughed valiantly. However, her opponent was actually still a forging realm second sky, and after trying to hold on for 3 minutes, Fu Mingyue lost. Fu Mingyue smiled awkwardly. "You guys are all setting up your flags one by one." Chen Yuan couldn't help but lament. The opposite side had only put up 3 people, and their side had already lost 4, so the overall gap was pretty big. "Let me. It's my turn at last." Zhou Yuan didn't care about the flag, he jumped straight onto the ring, and his aura of the third sky of the forging realm was no longer hidden, revealing itself. Worthy of being Zhou Cliff's younger brother, third sky of the forging realm, his talent is truly impressive. Li Yang slightly sighed.
As for the long-haired man, the vice president of the student council, he had already disappeared and left the fighting room by now. The geniuses of the Star Alliance are truly endless. Beside Li Yang, hers was infinitely emotional. It wasn't until he entered Toyo University that hers truly understood this. Past accomplishments worthy of his pride abounded in Dongyao University, if not stronger. At best, he was considered to be in the middle of the pack. At the same time, hers looked at Chen Yuan. Although he knew the terror of the other party's talent as early as the university examination, it was not until today that he felt Chen Yuan's dreadfulness even more. Chapter 124: The Path of Invincibility. The quality of the freshmen from Star Abyss University this term isn't good. All of them are at the first level of the forging realm, far inferior to our Dongyao University. After all, it's just a bunch of researchers. When it comes to the cultivation of martial artists and the enhancement of their battle power, it's naturally far inferior to our Dongyao University. After Fu Mingyue's defeat, the surrounding area resounded with the rustling sounds of Dongyao University. After all, Star Abyss University's side had lost 4 people in a row, while the third person on Dongyao University's side was still on the field, so how do you look at them? They were all on their Dongyao University's side. The voices were not loud, but who was present who was not a martial artist? Chen Yuan and the others naturally heard all these arguments clearly. However, along with Zhou Yuan coming onto the field, the martial Dao realm of the third sky of the forging realm completely dumbed down this group of students watching the battle on the side of Dongyao University. A punch. Just one punch. The expert who defeated Fu Mingyue, who was at the second level of the body forging realm, was instantly blasted off the ring, and even standing up was difficult. Next. Zhou Yuan said excitedly. After waiting half a day, it was finally time for him to come on. This Zhou Yuan, can it be that he's the ace of Star Abyss University? What strength? The crowd couldn't help but look slightly sideways. On the side of Dongyao University, the fourth player was sent to the court. First sky of the forging realm? Zhou Yuan slightly frowned. How the opposite to him, Dongyao University suddenly pulled. He was still ready to meet his opponent's ace. Again, still a punch. Winning and losing. Toho University, known for its martial arts prowess, is that all? Come on, an expert. Next. Zhou Yuan said in a deep voice. Zhang Jin sniffed and first looked at Zhou Yuan for a moment before pretending to glance at Chen Yuan without thinking. What are you guys looking at me for? Chen Yuan was puzzled. Not only Zhang Jin, even the other 3 were staring at him, rather puzzled. Nothing. Zhang Jin hastily shook his head. He and the other 3 glanced at each other, all seeing each other's meaning. Zhou Yuan. How come it looks more and more like Chen Yuan? In the second ring, Dongyao University sent their 5th person, a man with long white hair. Wu Wen, third sky of the body forging realm. Zhou Yuan, if you lose me, there's no need to fight in the subsequent rounds. This one will be considered a win for you, Star Abyss. Wu Wen said indifferently. He was the newcomer king of this session of Dongyao University, and there was another person in the first heaven of the forging realm following him, but if he had lost, the difference between the 6th person on or not would not be that big. In Wu Wen's opinion, Zhou Yuan was the ace of Xingyuan University, while he was also the ace of Dongyao University, and this battle was the key battle to determine the victory of both sides. Well. Finally a somewhat powerful one. Zhou Yuan instantly laughed. The 2 of them immediately battled together, and for a while they actually fought back and forth. Seeing this, the students on the sidelines began to whisper. Wu Wen ah! A person from the Wu family of the Eastyu Star Domain, the newcomer king of this freshman class of Eastyu University, his strength is truly impressive. It's true that the latter wave pushes the former wave. The freshmen of this term have even forged the body realm 3 heavier days. I've stayed in Dongyao for 2 years now, but I've only forged the body realm 3 heavier days, and if we really fight, most likely we won't be able to catch these 2 for 10 strokes. This Zhou Yuan isn't weak either. Star Abyss University's martial arts academy has always been ranked at the bottom amongst the big 3, and there's such an expert amongst the newcomers of this term? Star Abyss University's rookie king Zhou Yuan is indeed powerful. This should be the deciding round. Who will win between Dongyao and Star Abyss depends on these 2 in this battle. Listening to the buzzing chatter of the older students around him, Li Yang's face grew darker and darker. He really wanted to tell the group to shut up and just watch the game in silence. There was a lot of bull. Only he knew that this battle was doomed from the start and that no surprises were possible. Whether it's Zhou Yuan or Wu Wen, they're all fairly normal, but this Chen Yuan is really a freak. Li Yang glanced at Chen Yuan and thought silently in his heart.
And above the ring, the battle between Wu Wen and Zhou Yuan also saw a crucial scene. Second grade transformation realm. 9 Heavenly Dragon Tackle. Wu Wen shouted violently, his figure instantly leaping up and attacking Zhou Yuan. A second grade realm of transformation martial art is not bad. But far inferior to me. This thought flashed through Zhou Yuan's mind, and invisible qi began to entwine in his hands, and compared to the previous battle with Chen Yuan, his self-created martial arts were now a few points more subtle. The same is true of Mighty. Boom! In the next moment, invisible airwaves exploded in the center of their engagement. Zhou Yuan won. Chen Yuan smiled faintly. Wu Wen lost. Dong Yao lost. Upon noticing Zhou Yuan's self-created martial arts, the spectators could not help but sigh. Zhou Yuan, martial arts talent is as terrifying as this. Once you create your own martial arts, who will compete with you? I've long heard that Zhou Yuan is the first person of the young generation in the Imperial Capital Star region, an authentic star martial god seed, and when I see him today, he is truly gifted. I'm afraid there's no one at the Imperial Capital University who can deal with him. In this edition of the Universities League, Star Abyss University has Zhou Yuan, and the probability of taking first place has increased greatly. At this moment, this warm-up battle before the freshman tournament was considered to have come to a complete end, along with Zhou Yuan of Star Abyss University defeating Wu Wen of Dongyao University. Although there was still one person left on both sides, the crowd actually understood in their hearts that it no longer mattered whether they fought or not. Cool. Zhou Yuan's heart was unimpeded. The only person who was stronger than him at Star Abyss University was Chen Yuan, but fighting Chen Yuan always gave him the feeling that the more he chased instead, the further away he got. But if he didn't fight with Chen Yuan, he had no rival to speak of amongst the same class, and was completely unable to raise his fighting spirit. Today's fight with Wu Wen, using his full strength to defeat Wu Wen, could be considered one of the most enjoyable fights that Zhou Yuan had fought in recent times. Star Abyss won. Zhou Yuan retreated from the ring of his own accord, and neither side chose to send out their last man. Hey! The fight is over, the fight is over. Last year we won at Dongyao, this year Star Abyss won. It's good to have a back and forth. Both sides won't lose face. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Today's new students are getting more and more powerful, and I have to hurry up and break through to the Blood Furnace realm as well. Now that the current situation is getting more and more turbulent, it's still important to work hard to improve our strength. I'm going to go to the Blue Planet to sweep out the insect race. Is there any team together? The Blue Planet is generous, and the reward is very substantial. Just when the crowd thought that the good show was over and were ready to evacuate the fighting room, they realized that another person had ascended to the ring. There's still an expert in our freshman class of Dongyao? Or a female one? Freshman my ass. Please wipe your eyes, that's our junior Li Yunha from Dongyao. He's an expert at the peak of the body forging realm. Isn't today the annual warm-up program for the freshman game? What is Li Yun doing in this? You can't afford to lose and you want to bully the little ones? I can't afford to lose. At this time, the veteran students of Dongyao University suddenly realized that Star Abyss University this side similarly also walked out of a person, slowly mounted the ring. It was clearly Chen Yuan. Chapter 125 A Single Blow, Defeat. You guys be quiet, keep your eyes open and watch well, that kid from Star Abyss University is going to go invincible. A voice with no emotional ups and downs resounded behind the many veteran students. President. The crowd greeted. Call me Vice President. Remember to bring the word vice, or else Li Yang will think that I'm going to usurp the throne, and then he'll have the peace of mind to leave all the work to me and resign and run away. Lang Yuanjia had to patiently remind him. Vice President, you just talked about the Invincible Road. What is the Invincible Road? A veteran student asked out loud. Lang Yuanjia was not surprised by this. After all, the Invincible Road was merely the privilege of a small number of heavenly prides, and the general public would simply not take the initiative to understand it, nor was there a need to do so. Although it was said that those who were able to get into the Star Union's top 3 were geniuses, the Invincible Road was not meant for ordinary geniuses. That is the so-called genius by countless so-called pyramid. The top group of people have the privilege. So he explained, if the peak of the forging body realm wants to break through the blood furnace realm, it is necessary to comprehend and harbor the martial Tao will. The stronger the martial Tao will, the more favorable it will be for achieving the Golden Dan in the future. And while harboring the martial Tao is a very time-consuming process,
for a very small number of people, they can rely on the invincible path to omit this process and harbor the strongest martial duel in a short period of time. The path of invincibility, to fight all the same class, to forcefully open up the invincible will with the invincibility of reality, such a martial will is far stronger than one that takes time to comprehend. And much stronger. So, this one coming out of Star Abyss University is here to challenge experts of the same realm in our Eastern Yao. I thought it was a freshman from this class. It scared me. The old student who had asked the question earlier was also relieved at this moment. When Lung Yuanjia heard this, his face looked odd, but he still nodded. You didn't think wrong, he is indeed the freshman of this session of Star Abyss University Chen Yuan. Numerous older students? If they hadn't heard correctly, the Invincible Road was for peak forging realm martial artists, right? Wouldn't that mean that this freshman named Chen Yuan in the ring was at the peak of the body forging realm in terms of his martial arts realm? Is this dam still a normal Star Alliance human race? The vice president wouldn't have received false information, would he? The next moment, however, they believed it. Star Abyss University, Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan said indifferently. Dong Yao University, Li Yunha. An imperceptible smile appeared on Li Yunha's neutral-leaning face. Nurturing the martial will was not something that could be accomplished by sitting around all day. This process required constantly challenging opponents, and in the midst of battles, constantly beating and refining the self, so that the martial will could be continuously refined. Chen Yuan wanted to walk through the path of invincibility by defeating them, so why couldn't they borrow Chen Yuan to polish their martial will? Especially if they met two heavenly prides that were also on the path of invincibility, the invincible momentum that the losing party had painstakingly accumulated would instead become the winner's craft. In the next moment, both sides' chi and blood erupted at the same time. Second grade transformation realm wind and cloud dazzling blade. Li Yunha held his twin swords, and countless air currents entwined around his body and traveled around his swords. Double knife chopping actually seems like a flower that is about to bloom. Colorful flower. Double knife seems to be chaotic. Extreme bully blind chop, actually chaotic in order, kill moves hidden in it. Chen Yuan hadn't said a word since he introduced himself. Madaka. The long sword behind him was drawn out in response. Chen Yuan's body vigorously flourished around him. The ring seemed to groan underneath his feet, the extreme power pushing the extreme speed. It made it seem like a stream of light, instantly spanning across the ring, wrapped in a stern blade light, and chopped at the top of Li Yunha's head with a knife from top to bottom. Hybrid Dragon Elephant True Technique. In the next moment, the dazzling flowers were chopped off with a single slash. Li Yun and the twin swords strained to protect the top of their heads, but they only felt as if a mountain was falling on their heads. It's going to be impossible to block. Li Yunha thought to himself as he gritted his teeth. Right at this moment, she suddenly felt her hands loosen, followed by a sharp pain coming from her abdomen, and her entire body instantly flew backwards, being kicked off the ring by Chen Yuan with a whip kick. Absolute power crushing. You guys better not look at me as a newcomer who just broke through to the peak of the forging realm. Replace me with a powerful one up here. Next. After resolving Li Yunha with a single slash, Chen Yuan did not look much happier. The power of invincibility was to defeat enough strong people of the same realm so that the martial artist could be convinced of his invincibility. Is Li Yunha weak? Peak of the forging realm, at least one second-grade transformation realm blade technique in his possession, and quite a few undercards that he had not used. If he did not compare it to Chen Yuan himself, it definitely could not be called weak. Is Li Yunha strong? In fact, the moment they exchanged hands, Chen Yuan sensed that Li Yunha's strength should be on par with Lai Wutian's, and might even be a shade weaker. Among the peaks of the forging realm, it definitely could not be called strong. Don't blame them. It's me who is too strong. Chen Yuan had a realization in his heart. He didn't even know how to lose the third layer of the mixed elements Dragon Elephant True Technique, the third grade self-created martial art. A knife. Defeated Li Yunha with one slash. At this moment, the veteran students of Dongyao University who were watching the battle no longer dared to underestimate Chen Yuan's status as a freshman. This guy, Chen Yuan, how come he's not in the same picture as all the other freshmen? Senior Li Yunha. I heard that she has been harboring at the peak of the body forging realm for a long time, and as a result, she was defeated by Chen Yuan with a single slash? Hers, who was watching the battle on the side, was even more incredulous than this group of veteran students because he had fought against Chen Yuan in the university examination. How long had it been since the university examination? A month at most, right? And how did Chen Yuan reach the peak of the forging realm? And it wasn't just any peak forging realm, it was definitely one of the strongest. As for Star Abyss University's side, when they heard what Chen Yuan said after winning, Zhang Jin and the others couldn't help but glance at Zhou Yuan.
What are you looking at me for?
Zhou Yuan frowned slightly, always feeling that these people were bad-mouthing him behind his back.
Nothing.
Zhang Jin hastily shook his head. At the same time, he locked eyes with the other three, and the meaning he wanted to express in his eyes was very clear. You see, Zhou Yuan is really becoming more and more like Chen Yuan.
Under the ring.
Li Yunha stood up a little confused. She still had second-grade martial arts that she hadn't used, and martial will that hadn't erupted, and as a result, she had lost so easily?
Again.
She was about to fight again when her shoulders were pressed by someone behind her.
You can't beat Chen Yuan, give up.
Li Yang could not help but bring a touch of gravity between his brows. Chen Yuan was much stronger than he had previously imagined. After briefly pacifying Li Yunha, Li Yang asked behind him, Zhang Xian, Li Yunha has already tried his hand for you. How does it feel now about Chen Yuan's strength?
What can you tell when you lose in one move? Chen Yuan is strong?
Zhang Xian shook his head. I only know that Chen Yuan is indeed strong, but to what extent, I am not sure.
Then send a few more people to probe Chen Yuan? Li Yang inquired.
No need, I originally thought that Chen Yuan was just an arrogant person with an empty realm, that's why I didn't bother to make a move, but now it seems that he does have the strength to walk the path of invincibility, and it's worth it for me to make a move.
I'm on next.
Zhang Xian stood up boldly and slowly walked towards the ring.
Chapter 126 Battle. Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian.
It's Zhang Xian coming.
Zhang Xian unexpectedly came as well.
With his strength, he can definitely secure a win over this arrogant kid from Star Abyss University. Peak Forging Realm, harboring a whole year's worth of martial will. Since Zhang Xian is prepared to make a move, then I can count on my peace of mind, and the face of our Dongyao University has been saved. No matter what, the veteran students watching the battle were also students of Dongyao University, and even though Chen Yuan was no matter how talented he was, it was still a challenge that had come to their Dongyao University. Now that Li Yunha had been chopped down below the ring by Chen Yuan with a single slash, although the old students of Dongyao did not say anything on their lips, they were actually holding their breath in their hearts. After all, being forced to this point by a freshman from Star Abyss was really unpleasant in their hearts. Not to mention that the attitude Chen Yuan displayed was really a bit arrogant. Under the gazes of the crowd harboring anticipation, Zhang Xian slowly ascended the ring.
Dongyao University, Zhang Xian. Star Abyss University, Chen Yuan.
Chen Yuan came to a few points of interest, measuring the man in front of him like a suppressed to the extreme, about to completely erupt like a volcano. Zhang Xian was nearly 2 meters tall, with an ordinary appearance, unperturbed eyes, and a physique that resembled a magnificent mountain peak, bringing a sense of broadness and stability.
Strong. Very strong. It was at least one notch or more stronger than the likes of Lai Wutian and Li Yunha.
Chen Yuan could feel that as long as Zhang Xian was willing, he could break through to the blood furnace realm at any time, igniting the first strand of blood furnace fire within his body. The first step to achieving the blood furnace. Moreover, this first strand of blood furnace fire was vigorous enough to expand and burn rapidly, forming the final chi and blood furnace. Spending many hours to harbor martial will was not a waste of time. Quite the contrary, the stronger the martial will at the time of breakthrough, the easier the subsequent cultivation would be, which was why most martial artists were stuck at the peak of the forging realm. Because they all wanted to raise a strong martial will.
This is the so-called thick and thin. But I am definitely stronger. Not to mention that he was still only at the peak of the forging realm. Even if Zhang Xian now broke through the blood furnace realm, Chen Yuan was completely confident that he would definitely be able to win. With the mixed elements Dragon Elephant True Technique and the third-grade self-created martial arts in his possession, he had long been strong to the limit of a body forging realm. Along with this thought, Chen Yuan suddenly felt that he seemed to be slightly able to understand the invincible momentum. He already had one foot on the road to invincibility. At this moment, in the fighting room of Dongyao University, many spectators were holding their breaths and concentrating, impatient to know the duo above the ring. Who is strong and who is weak? And along with the timing returning to zero, a martial will that was strong to the extreme instantly enveloped the entire ring. That was the martial will that belonged to Zhang Xian. A whole year's worth of martial will had been stored up. Zhang Xian didn't dare to underestimate Chen Yuan and struck out with a big move.
Around Chen Yuan, a martial will of his own similarly erupted. This martial will was extremely weak, but it was exceptionally tough, and even carried a domineering thought of looking down on everything.
Invincible potential. This is the martial will that I comprehended when I walked on the path of invincibility? Teacher really didn't lie to me, it's too fast. Chen Yuan silently felt this martial will and couldn't help but feel emotion in his heart. If he relied on himself to slowly simmer down the time, just the initial comprehension of the martial will would take at least a few hundred years. The speed at which the Invincible Road comprehended the martial will, as Li Shudong had said, was simply ridiculously fast, and it was indeed suitable for Chen Yuan nowadays. Unfortunately, although this martial will is strong, it's too weak, and compared to Jiang Xian's, it's like the difference between a lake and an ocean. Feeling his martial will suppressed to the point where it could only climb to the surface of his skin, the surrounding martial will belonging to Jiang Xian occupied the entire ring. Chen Yuan felt as if he was located in the water at the moment, and there was a pinpoint resistance in every move, forcing him to consume more blood and stamina, and his strength was instantly suppressed by 3 points. This was a sparring match of martial will, and Chen Yuan lost unsurprisingly. But so what? Chen Yuan's blood was surging like a tide, and even those outside the ring could clearly hear the sound of blood clattering. The appalling qi and blood around his body surged and bulged, emitting a sound like a tiger's roar. Buzz! The mixed elements dragon elephant true technique, operating at full power. In an instant, the suppressive force of Jiang Xian's martial will disappeared without a trace. Or rather, with the dragon elephant giant power, this suppressive force had become insignificant. The sparring match of martial wills, it's me who wins. The thought had just flashed through his mind when Jiang Xian felt the ring under his feet tremble slightly, and countless fine dust was instantly swept into midair. In the next moment, Chen Yuan seemed to be unaffected in the slightest, furiously surging forward, already blasting a fist at his face. In his haste, Jiang Xian subconsciously threw a punch to counterattack. However, the moment he paired fists, Jiang Xian couldn't help but change his expression. Boom! Back! 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 Unable to stop his impulse to retreat, Jiang Xian's face was horrified. After the battle with Li Yunhe, he had already tried to overestimate Chen Yuan's power as much as he could, but when he actually went up against him, he realized that he had still underestimated Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan didn't ride the wave of victory as he asked out loud after slightly clenching his fist. Third grade horizontal martial arts? With this mixed dragon elephant true technique under his full power, Jiang Xian was surprisingly not defeated by a single punch head-on, but only slightly decimated in power. Come to think of it, the only explanation was the horizontal practice of martial arts. Moreover, the grade is definitely not low. Third grade into subtlety vigorous Vajra body. Jiang Xian nodded slightly, his skin radiating a faint golden glow as if he were a golden-bodied Lohan. Because of the reason of harboring martial will, his martial realm had remained at the peak of the body-forging realm. However, martial realm and martial arts mastery were not meant to be a one-to-one relationship, and certain people with special physiques could even master third, or even fourth, grade martial arts when they were in the blood transformation realm. There were also those who had an empty martial realm of the forging body realm, but had only mastered the basic martial arts, and were countered by the enlightenment realm martial artists. And in the year that Jiang Xian had been harboring his martial will, his martial mastery naturally wasn't just spinning in place, but he had pushed it to the point where he was at the third rank of subtle. It's better this way. If you were to be settled by me with a single punch, then I would be quite disappointed in Dongyao University. Chen Yuan grinned. With a slight flash of his figure, he actually arrived in front of Jiang Xian in an instant. Boom! The sound of air exploding spread out immediately afterward. Jiang Xian's eyes locked onto Chen Yuan's figure, and at this moment, his pupils could not help but shrink slightly, his body taking a step faster than his thoughts as he swung his fist and blasted in front of him. Bang! 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 Every time the two exchanged blows, it was as if hundreds of war drums were beating in unison, shaking the ears of the crowd watching the battle slightly. If it was an ordinary blood transformation realm martial artist, just facing the aftermath of the two men's battle, their internal organs would instantly suffer damage and lose their ability to fight in an instant. This is the martial artist, where greatness is vested in oneself. Chapter 127, Chen Tai Lai True Strength. Bang! 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 Hell's heart couldn't help but beat to the rhythm of the two men sparring in the ring. The blood stirred and accelerated, and his heart thumped. Phew! 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 Countless densely packed blood filaments began to fill her eyes, and hers stared straight into the ring, his mouth slightly open, gradually feeling a little breathless. A hand rested on top of his right shoulder, and gentle true energy was transmitted from this hand to hers all over his body, and the intense discomfort instantly faded away like a tidal wave. Who? Hers looked back and, not surprisingly, it was Chairman Li Yang. Don't force yourself if you can't see clearly, you haven't broken through the body forging realm yet, your physique can't withstand the resonance of the frequency of those two men's engagements, just close your eyes if you feel uncomfortable, and force yourself not to be brought into their rhythm. Li Yang's gentle voice rang in hers ears. Thank you, President. Hells thanked him heartily. At the same time, he closed his eyes and his mind couldn't help but start to recall the scene during the university examination when he fought with Chen Yuan. At that time, both of their martial realms were still at the peak of the Enlightenment realm, and although Chen Yuan was stronger than him, it was far from the heavenly difference that it is today. He was still agonizing over breaking through the forging realm, but Chen Yuan was already at the peak of the forging realm, and was even starting to walk on the path of invincibility. Perhaps the first time we met was the only time I had the slightest possibility of defeating Chen Yuan. Hers suddenly came to a realization. But then he was amused by his own thoughts, but even though I didn't beat Chen Yuan during the university examination, but how can I say that I did beat him back and forth, so it's still something to show off. Discouragement was not to be expected after all. Hers had long recognized the fact that there were countless geniuses in the Star League when he entered Dongyao University. It was just that the fact that it happened to Chen Yuan, whom he knew and had even fought before, made Hershey feel a little emotional. Boom! 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 Jiang Xian didn't know for what purpose, perhaps unwillingly, perhaps out of necessity. In the face of Chen Yuan's extremely strong attack, he actually did not flash or dodge, but instead swung his fist and fought it hard. His feet were like rice plants, plowing deeply into the ring underneath his feet, and had already disappeared into the knee area. Keep in mind that the ring hardness of the Starlink 3 is basically set up like the deck of a starfighter, with extremely expensive specialty alloys. General peak forging realm martial artists engaged in battle, breaking the sky of the ring also at best rubbed out some scratches, simply unable to cause effective damage to the ring. This is a peak forging realm martial artist? What a terrifying battle power! If this was placed on an ordinary planet, wouldn't it be possible to blow up a mountain with a single strike? Some third and fourth heavenly body forging realm martial artists couldn't help but exclaim. However, in the ears of the other peak forging realm martial artists, these words only felt a stinging sensation, and they could only explain helplessly. An ordinary peak forging realm martial artist wouldn't last a single move in the hands of Chen Yuan and Jiang Xian. Don't compare an ordinary peak forging realm to these two. I myself am at the peak of the body forging realm. If I were to face one of Chen Yuan and Jiang Xian, being able to catch one of their moves would be enough to brag to others. On Star Abyss University's side, Jiang Jin narrowed his eyes, but still had some trouble keeping up with the movements of the two men in the ring. Among the five, only Zhou Yuan was able to see part of it. Zhou Yuan explained to the crowd in a low voice at this moment, Chen Yuan's martial will is getting stronger. Yes, Chen Yuan's martial will was becoming stronger. As he began to suppress Jiang Xian, the power of invincibility began to manifest itself in Chen Yuan's body. At the same time, originally, under the suppression of Jiang Xian's martial will, the martial will belonging to Chen Yuan could only climb on the surface of his body. But at this moment, it is expanding outward, 1 meter, 2 meters, 5 meters. As if it was a hungry taotai, it kept nibbling, encroaching, and expanding. Jiang Xian! Hurry up and use whatever moves you have, or else you won't have a chance. Chen Yuan raised both of his fists high, his dragon elephant true strength erupted all of a sudden and smashed down heavily. Chen Yuan didn't come here to defeat Jiang Xian and the others, otherwise he would have gone all out when he struck, and who could have blocked him for a single move? His purpose was very clear and unique, and that was to strike an invincible momentum and harbor the strongest martial will. Regardless of the opponent's undercard, he had the confidence to break and win. This was the heart of invincibility, the power of invincibility. It was also this mentality that caused Chen Yuan's martial will to become more and more exorbitant and exuberant, and the speed of its containment exceeded expectations. Jiang Xian raised his arms in a desperate attempt to block, the golden light around him growing dimmer and dimmer. Especially after receiving this heavy hammer blow from Chen Yuan, the muscles between his arms were torn apart, and several channels of blood shot out tens of meters away as if they were blood arrows. The previously extremely strong third-grade inferior vigorous Vajra body, at this moment, was even letting out a groan of imminent collapse, and the physique was already unable to support it. However, Jiang Xian's face did not show a hint of movement as he raised his head slightly, a flash of light flashing in his eyes as he spoke in a deep voice. Chen Yuan, then as you wish. Come and taste your own mixed dragon elephant true technique. Yes, Jiang Xian had already seen the root of this huge force of Chen Yuan's. It must be that mixed elements dragon elephant true technique that had made it difficult to defeat the countless heavenly pride of the Star Alliance.
It was only the majestic and gigantic power granted by the mixed elements Dragon Elephant True technique that would cause even his third-grade Inception vigorous Vajra body to be dimmed and unable to resist. In the next moment, the majestic power that had been stored up for a long time and belonged to Chen Yuan's mixed elements Dragon Elephant True technique was forced out from Jiang Xian's body. The strong physical body was like a fragile porcelain at this moment, spreading out countless cracks, and the vigorous Vajra body completely collapsed at this instant. The third-grade entry-level horizontal physique actually began to disintegrate itself while striking this punch that contained the power of a dragon and elephant. This was Jiang Xian's last card, storing the enemy's power within his body, superimposing his own and his opponent's power, and transforming it into a supreme strike. Third-grade realm of transformation Qian Kuan Tai Lai True technique. Is this your bottom card? The power of your opponent coupled with a strike that you gave up your life to fight to the death is indeed extremely strong. Chen Yuan knew that this was Jiang Xian's final move for a decisive victory. Jiang Xian struck the Dragon Elephant Force, and he didn't have the bipolar Yuan Magnet True body that Li Shudong had customized for him, so his flesh couldn't hold up to the force. To put it simply, by throwing this punch, it was unknown whether the opponent died or not, but Jiang Xian was definitely dying anyway. But if that's all there is to it, Jiang Xian, you will lose without fear. As the words fell, countless black and white electric arcs instantly forced their way out from Chen Yuan's body, filling the entire ring in the blink of an eye. Left palm and right fist, extremely slow to extremely fast, pushed out horizontally. Third-grade yin-yang transformation execution hand. Boom! Lurid arcs of electricity and terrifying waves of air erupted unchecked. Li Yang's figure flickered, instantly taking the trance-induced Jiang Xian out of the ring, while Li Yang's voice reached Chen Yuan's ears. Jiang Xian of Dongyao University, admit defeat. Chapter 128, Victory. Chen Yuan, winning. The moment Li Yang personally stepped in to save Jiang Xian, it was clear to everyone that Jiang Xian had already been defeated. Defeated at the hands of Star Abyss University's freshman of this term, Chen Yuan. Jiang Xian actually lost? How could he lose? And lost at the hands of a freshman from Starfound University? There was still a part of Dongyao University that had trouble believing this extremely absurd fact. That's Jiang Xian, the strongest body forging realm recognized by everyone at Dongyao University. Even Li Yang, the president of the Dongyao University Martial Arts Academy's student council, had once openly stated that in the future, as long as Jiang Xian was willing, he would surely be able to take over the position of student council president. But it was this Jiang Xian. Still lost. Defeated at the hands of a freshman in this class. Just now, if I wasn't mistaken, Chen Yuan's last move used a self-created martial art, right? And that kind of might, obviously it can't just be a second grade, it must have been deduced by Chen Yuan to the third grade realm, otherwise it would never be this strong. Not only that, don't forget that Chen Yuan didn't use this move before and was still able to suppress Jiang Xian, who was burdened with the third grade inferior vigorous Luohan body. Chen Yuan must still have a bottom card, which is that majestic force from an unknown source. That force is too powerful. Just now I seem to have heard Jiang Xian say that it was the mixed dragon elephant true technique? But how is that possible? Can anyone really practice that evil martial art? The veteran students of Dongyao University were not low in vision, and at this moment, they were all whispering and speculating about Chen Yuan's roots. The third-grade self-created martial arts, as well as the majestic power that was suspected to be like the mixed elements dragon elephant true technique, was the fundamental reason why Chen Yuanjian was able to overwhelm Jiang Xian. From the very beginning, Jiang Xian's only advantage was that martial will that was strong to the limit. It was only the opening exchange of martial wills that Jiang Xian was able to gain a slight upper hand, and from that point onwards, Jiang Xian was suppressed by Chen Yuan from beginning to end, ultimately losing with regret. At this moment, everyone present could faintly perceive that an extremely dazzling new star was slowly rising before their eyes. If he hadn't fallen in the middle of the journey and kept growing until the end, Chen Yuan would definitely be able to become one of the many supreme powers under that starry sky. This fellow, Chen Yuan, has actually deduced his self-created martial arts to the third grade. Zhou Yuan similarly couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. Originally, he thought that he had worked hard to open up the path and create his own martial arts, so how could he say that the gap between him and Chen Yuan should have narrowed a bit? But after watching Chen Yuan and Jiang Xian battle today, Zhou Yuan had to admit that the gap between himself and Chen Yuan not only had it not narrowed, but it had gotten wider and wider. Third grade self-created martial arts. Complete realm, complete mastery, several orders of magnitude stronger than the third grade transformation realm. Among the forging realm martial artists, who could be Chen Yuan's opponent? What my teacher said was really good. For me, taking the path of invincibility is the most suitable choice.
The martial will that surfaced around Chen Yuan was a world away from before.
During the battle with Jiang Xian, Chen Yuan's martial will had been continuously rising, especially when he finally defeated Jiang Xian. Chen Yuan's martial will had hardened and skyrocketed by as much as 2 times. If this momentum continued, this martial will would quickly reach its peak, and then it would be the time for Chen Yuan to break through to the blood furnace realm. For martial artists in the early stages of the martial realm, the most important is the forging realm, because the martial will is the most crucial step in the future condensation of the martial golden Dan. However, for Chen Yuan, this step was instead the simplest of the many breakthroughs he had encountered so far.
It doesn't even have to be kryptonite.
It's like a bucket full of water that still keeps adding water, and the water overflows on its own.
At that time, breaking through the blood furnace realm would be considered a watery success. The next moment, it's Imperial University. Drone.
Several intelligent machines head to the top of the ring. After the battle between Chen Yuan and Jiang Xian, the ring, whose hardness was comparable to the deck of a battleship, was at the moment also covered with pitted depressions, as well as densely packed cracks. Placed in Star Abyss University, for this kind of situation would directly issue a repair task and give it to the students to carry out the repair. However, in Dongyao University, there was no such trouble. Several intelligent machines were constantly operating, and in less than 10 minutes, the ring was repaired as before, with not a single trace of the battle visible.
Other side. Li Yang stuffed a few pills into the breathless Jiang Xian, and the breath around Jiang Xian stabilized in an instant.
When martial artists spar, injuries are commonplace, and as long as they are not killed on the spot, they can be saved. Jiang Xian's injuries were also more due to the fact that he had used the Qian Kuan Tai Lai True technique, and the power built up in his body exceeded the limit of what his vigorous Vajra body could withstand, and his body was severely damaged by the final punch. However, Li Yang stepped in at the crucial moment and didn't let Jiang Xian and Chen Yuan face off for the final move. After all, Chen Yuan's third-grade Yin-Yang transformation execution hand was not for show. If he waited until both sides had finished their strongest move, by then, the probability was that it would already be too late for Li Yang to save Jiang Xian.
Thanks to Brother Yang, it's okay. Jiang Xian took a few breaths, his spirit finally recovering.
The third grade of the subtle vigorous Vajra body, not only did it greatly increase in both strength and defense, even the recovery speed of his physique was equally perverse. Thinking back to that last move of Chen Yuan's, Jiang Xian still couldn't help but tremble in spirit, his hair standing on end, with the feeling of facing death. This time he could be said to have been defeated. There is no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts.
If you can't beat it, you can't beat it, and Jiang Xian didn't bother making any excuses. Crap. Of course I know you're fine. With a third-grade horizontal training body, you're bound to have thick skin and flesh, and you're resistant to being beaten up to the extreme.
Li Yang laughed slightly. But if I don't make a move in the end, then you'll really be in trouble. That Chen Yuan guy's third-grade self-created martial arts, you're bad enough to keep a whole body. When Jiang Xian heard this, he couldn't help but sigh as well. A third-grade self-created martial art. No wonder my third-grade realm of transformations Qian Kuan Tai Lai True technique is far inferior. Hybrid Dragon Elephant True technique, third-grade self-created martial art. Who can be Chen Yuan's opponent in the peak of the forging realm? This invincible path of his is not yet complete, but it is indeed considered to have been traveled. When I break through the blood furnace realm, it's time to get started on the opening of the Tao.
Finally ready to break through the blood furnace realm? Li Yang was not surprised by this. It's about time.
Jiang Xian nodded, a smirk appearing on his face. The martial will I've been harboring was already almost at its limit, and although I lost this battle with Chen Yuan, I gained just as much, so this is the best opportunity.
Li Yang similarly laughed, you're not at a disadvantage.
But Chen Yuan's road to invincibility is at best half traveled, the other half is still on the side of the Imperial Capital University. You don't lose out, but they're going to lose out on their side.
Brother Yang is right.
It's going to be a disaster on the side of Imperial Capital University. Chen Yuan is not a peaceful master. Jiang Xian instantly understood what Li Yang meant, and the two of them looked at each other and couldn't help but smile.
Chapter 129 The Union of the Schools.
While hundreds of meters away from Dongyao University's fighting room, Zhang Maniacal Lion and Put Sanglong were walking in company, but at this moment, their footsteps were slightly lurched.
That student of yours, he actually beat Jiang Xian. Put Sanglong was greatly surprised.
Originally thought that Chen Yuan was just a big lion brought to see the world, and the so-called invincible road was just a walk in the park, but I didn't expect to actually win.
Ha, you didn't expect it.
Zhang Maniacal Lion was secretly happy in his heart. He and Pu Sanglong were friends, but also competitors. Since college, there has been a constant rivalry between the two, with martial arts realms, martial arts mastery, and real-world combat abilities. And after college, Zhang Maniacal Lion had joined Star Abyss University as a tutor, while Pu Sanglong had joined Dongyao University, and both of them were actually quite different in every aspect. Whether it was the martial arts realm or martial arts mastery, it was hard to tell the difference. Even in actual combat, there were losers and winners. So for a long time, the two were actually comparing the students they taught to see who taught the stronger students and accomplished more. And this time, there was no doubt that it was definitely the Zhang Maniacal Lion who had won. Indeed, I didn't expect it. Pu Sanglong let out a sigh of emotion. The mixed elements dragon elephant true technique, and a self-created martial art that has been extrapolated to the 3rd grade, this student of yours called Chen Yuan, should be the one who possessed the Taotai divine body that was rumored to have come out before, right? Not bad, Taotai divine body. Zhang Maniacal Lion nodded with a smile. Regarding the matter of Chen Yuan's Taotai divine body, there was no need to hide it. After all, quite a few people knew this information, and it was nothing. Sure it's not false? Pu Sanglong confirmed once more. Ever since the dragon elephant martial god said that the Taotai divine body existed in the world, many so-called Taotai divine bodies had sprung up. However, those who were interested in checking it out realized that it was either fake news, or it was a bit of a shadow of the Taotai divine physique, but in reality, it was a completely unrelated physique. At first, the Star Alliance also specially fabricated a Taotai divine body, which made a lot of noise and fooled many of the deeply hidden elders of the tyrannical Eclipse Order. Even Star Swallower Stravala, the superior dependent of the Lord of Tyrannical Eclipse Kabata, was summoned by the Tyrannical Eclipse Order. The result was ambushed by the Star Alliance martial artists who had long been ambushed, batches and batches of killings, batches and batches of deaths of the cultists, and the Star Swallower Stravala also suffered the same heavy damage, and did not see its traces appearing for 100 years. As a result, the once strong and powerful Order of Tyrannical Eclipse has since been greatly injured and has fallen into disarray. This time it should be true. Zhang Maniac Lion's tone was a bit uncertain. He was truly unsure of what kind of physique Chen Yuan had. After all, there had never been an example of a Taotai divine body before, and without an exact reference, how could one state that Chen Yuan was really a Taotai divine body? Unless the dragon elephant martial god himself came to make a decision, but this starry sky martial god came from a mysterious background, and usually no one contacted him since he was not seen by the dragon. However, since Li Shudong said that Chen Yuan had a high probability of being a Taotai divine body, then Zhang Maniacal Lion thought so as well, as he had always been too lazy to think about such chores. Regardless of what kind of god body, as long as he knew that Chen Yuan was his student, and that he had a strong talent, and that his heart was fine, that would be enough. Who can't hide a few secrets under the starry sky? Truly, a chaotic world is about to begin, and there are many demons. Pu Sanglong sighed and then asked. Big Lion, the Star Abyss side sent you here this time. I don't think it's just for the pre-game warm-up for the school's league, right? That's natural. The principal sent me here this time. One of the main purposes is still to discuss specific matters regarding the union of the schools. Zhang Maniacal Lion's expression became a few points more serious before he said. I'm sure your side should have also received the news released by the Reverse Star Society. Less than a year, more than 3 years, chaos is bound to come. The world will be divided for a long time and united for a long time. Even with the strength of the Star Alliance, it cannot escape this truth. What's more, the martial god's palace did not speak out to refute it. They were silent. Silence is approval, and I even suspect that there was no less pushing from them. What's all this talk about the star races hating the Star Union for a long time? The star races count for nothing. All of them together aren't enough for the Starry Sky Martial God to kill. If it wasn't for the secret authorization of the Starry Sky Martial God, which of the star tribes would dare to say a word? Pu Sanglong hurriedly blocked Zhang Maniacal Lion from continuing, and after carefully looking around, he hastily changed the topic. The schools are united. Let's say the schools unite. What are you afraid of? The big deal is death. Zhang Maniacal Lion bristled, but still spoke of the union of the schools as Pu Sanglong wished. To put it simply, in order to face that illusory and chaotic world, President Dai Wuxian wants to unite the many universities together to form a single power. Pu Sanglong sighed at his words. It's easy to say, but it's hard to do. With 160 universities, each so far apart, how can we make common cause when it takes a lot of time just to get there? Zhang Maniac Lion said, there is a natural solution to this point. 160 universities in this sea of stars is like 160 isolated islands. The principal's idea is to build small stargates to connect these 160 islands, to support each other and watch over each other.
A small stargate? Which star martial god struck? Pu Sanglong immediately asked.
The Stargate technology was mastered by all three of the Starlink universities, especially Starfound University, where the Stargate technology was originally proposed and hosted by people from Starfound University. But the technology is there, the Star Valkyries are not, and that's what matters.
I'm not sure about that either.
Jean Maniacal Lion spread his hands helplessly, but after thinking about it, he still aggravated his tone. But the plan wasn't suggested by our principal, he just conveyed it on his behalf and stepped in to host it.
Got it. Pu Sanglong sniffed, nodded, and didn't continue to ask who actually brought it up.
He said seriously, the matter of all the schools joining together will be seriously considered on Dong Yao's side, and there's also the Imperial Capital University side to consider, are they willing to join?
And what about the other universities?
Zhang Maniacal Lion returned, it's still mainly the three parties, Xingyuan, Dong Yao, and Imperial Capital University. As long as our three parties take the lead, the remaining 157 universities will naturally take the initiative to join in. As for the Imperial Capital's side, it has never given a clear attitude. After that I will personally go and inquire once again, and then I will be able to know what they think. But I'm just telling you in advance, the matter of the union of the schools will be brought up in the League of Schools at that time, when the presidents of the 160 universities of the Star Alliance are present, so it's good to talk about it.
Pu Sanglong couldn't help but nod his head. The League of Schools is really a good opportunity to discuss the union of schools. Well, that's for when the varsity leagues come around.
Yes. Chapter 130, The Angelic Race.
The news of Chen Yuan's victory over Jiang Xian had already spread by now.
Even though there weren't many Dongyao students who had watched this battle, the news of a freshman from Star Abyss University's unprecedented victory over Dongyao's Jiang Xian was still too shocking, causing the news to spread extremely quickly. However, Chen Yuan was not aware of this, and even if he knew, he would not take it seriously. They only stayed at Dongyao University for the duration of one day before stepping onto the airship once more under the leadership of Zhang Maniacal Lion and heading to Imperial Capital University. Tudor University, one of the most special of the 160 universities in the Starlink. The 159 universities, including Dongyao and Xingyuan, were all built in separate subspaces, so that no matter what kind of situation they faced, as long as the entrance to the subspace had been closed, it was a natural barrier that was almost unbreakable. The exception to this is Imperial University, which, because of its extremely political and geographic location, is built directly in the center of the Imperial Starfield, as well as the center of the Star League.
Finally, we're going to the Imperial Capital Starfield. Gentlemen, are you interested in going to my house to have some fun? Zhou Yuan looked a little excited.
After all, he was considered a local snake in the Imperial Capital Starfield, and now that the crowd had come to the Imperial Capital Starfield, he definitely had to do his best as a landlord. Let's go to Imperial Capital University first and finish playing.
Chen Yuan was indifferent.
However, business must definitely be done first. He could feel that as long as he finished battling the Imperial Starfield's Forging Realm experts, his path to invincibility would be almost complete, and the momentum of invincibility would naturally be complete. With absolute invincibility, he pushed the martial will to skyrocket, and the Blood Furnace realm was expected. This time, it's a good idea to try breaking through on your own, and save a lot of your lifespan. Chen Yuan thought in his heart.
Star Abyss battle Imperial Capital, absolutely no problem. Zhou Yuan had plenty of confidence in this battle for Imperial Capital University.
He was already the number one person of the younger generation in the Imperial Capital Star region, and now under the intense pressure given by Chen Yuan, his rate of progress was even faster. In Zhou Yuan's opinion, amongst this class of freshmen at Dongyao University, there was still a Wu Wen holding up the stage anyways.
And among the freshmen of the Imperial University, that's exactly not a single one that can fight. With him Zhou Yuan a package win. Honk. Just then, the ship's intelligent alarm suddenly went off. Interstellar pirates? So bold that they dared to come and rob Star Abyss University?
Chen Yuan stood up with an astonished expression.
Zhou Yuan, Jiang Jin, and the others similarly flashed a few moments of surprise on their faces, but did not panic much.
Let's not forget that on this airship, there was still a peak Jindan realm martial artist.
Not star pirates, rebels.
Zhang Mad Lion appeared behind the crowd and said in a deep voice.
Rebels? Who rebelled?
The crowd was a bit confused, but the Star Alliance hadn't fallen yet.
Who dares to rebel? Isn't it obvious that you're looking for death? Aren't you afraid of being exterminated?
It's the Angel Clan's people. Just now the Star Union's military department has released the news that 2 days ago the Angel Clan split internally and war broke out, in which the pro-Star Union's royal lineage has been slaughtered cleanly by the rebel faction. Nowadays, the main force of the Angel race's rebel army has just been suppressed by the Star Union, but there are still quite a number of them fleeing outside, mostly some stragglers that don't have a climate. What we encountered ahead of us was one of the fleeing forces of the rebellion, and they were followed by an entire Starlink fleet. Now that this fleeing force is speeding towards us, it should have recognized us, the exclusive ship of Star Abyss University, and wanted to capture us as hostages to force the Star Alliance fleet behind us to give up their pursuit. Zhang Maniacal Lion briefly spoke to introduce the situation while heading towards the hatch at the back of the airship.
Teacher Zhang, what are you doing?
Seeing this, Zhang Jin couldn't help but ask.
Zhang Maniacal Lion waved his hand and said, the leader of the Starlink fleet over there is a friend of mine. I'm going to help him hold back the rebel forces. I'll be back in a while. After taking a few steps, Zhang Maniacal Lion looked like he thought of something and turned back to Chen Yuan. In a while, I'll let a few Birdman clan members come over to give you some practice. Remember to do it sharply. Don't roll over.
Don't worry, teacher, take care of yourself. Chen Yuan was actually quite curious about the angelic races. He hadn't seen many of these alien races in person in reality yet.
The angelic race is the official name of the Star League, though the Star League human race is generally accustomed to calling them the bird people.
Buzz. The hatch opened and the Zhang Maniacal Lion stepped into the center node pod while the hatch closed.
In the meantime,
Chen Yuan and the others looked through the dome toward the front of the airship, where hundreds of small dots of various sizes had already appeared. It was the ship of the Angelic Rebellion, approaching rapidly toward the ship at the feet of the crowd. Suddenly, a gorgeous golden-colored mecha flashed past the heads of Chen Yuan and the others, but it made a deep impression on the crowd. The mech as a whole is golden yellow, but the detailed parts are embellished with blue and white carvings, and the shape is rugged, looking flamboyant and majestic. That was the exclusive mech that belonged to Zhang Maniacal Lion. Starlink mechs are divided into standardized mechs and exclusive mechs, and it goes without saying that for individuals, exclusive mechs are naturally more appropriate and stronger at the same time. But accordingly, the exclusive mech consumes the same is also extremely high. Especially for Jindan realm martial artists, ordinary mechs were instead a liability for them, completely unable to fit the power of a Jindan realm powerhouse. And it was likewise extremely difficult to create mechs suitable for Jindan realm powerhouses. The requirements for all aspects of materials, production processes and energy are extremely stringent. Although it was said that Jindan realm powerhouses were strong enough to run amok in the cosmic space, the right mecha still had a huge increase effect for Jindan realm martial artists. At this moment, the golden mecha worn by Zhang Maniacal Lion was like a dazzling golden meteor that cut through the dark deep space universe, leaving behind a long golden trailing trail at an astonishingly fast speed. Although the spaceship under Chen Yuan and the others' feet was traveling at a slow speed, the speed was still far from being comparable to the regular craft on the planet. However, Zhang Maniac Lion's speed was even faster. Much faster. The distance between the golden meteor and the angelic race ship was now rapidly approaching at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just when Chen Yuan and the others thought that Zhang Maniacal Lion was preparing to board the other ship and go on a killing spree, a series of silent but brilliantly unusual fireworks exploded before the eyes of the crowd. The Zhang Maniacal Lion showed no signs of stopping at all, but instead pierced right through several airships and had no intention of stopping. Those hundreds of angelic race ships, as if they were sugar gourds strung up by a golden-colored stick, exploded one after another.
Countless shells, lasers, electromagnetic railguns.
At this moment it seemed like a large net, fired from the angelic race's spaceships, tilting wildly. However, it was simply unable to hit the figure of Zhang Maniacal Lion, failing to cause even a tiny bit of damage. At this moment, the so-called hole in the mouth of Zhang Maniacal Lion had become a one-sided crush.
This is a Jindan realm martial artist?
Chen Yuan looked at this scene and several emotions rose in his heart. He then promised himself,
at most 1 year, I will become a Golden Dan. Chapter 131 Kill.
A Jindan realm powerhouse with a lifespan of 1,000 years, moving mountains and reclaiming the sea is just a minor skill, and when this kind of powerhouse is placed on a planet of a planetary-level civilization, in less than an hour's time, they will be able to plow the entire surface of the planet, destroying the entire ecosystem, with no opponents to speak of. It's only a matter of time before it destroys a planet.
Zhou Yuan introduced himself from the sidelines.
Zhou Yuan came from the Zhou family in the Imperial Star region. His eyesight was naturally extraordinary, and he had seen many Jindan realm martial artists. Chen Yuan knew what the planetary-level civilization Zhou Yuan spoke of stood for, that is, a civilization that could only stay on top of its home planet and could not achieve alien colonization. The world of his previous life could then be seen as a planetary-level civilization. As for a Jindan realm martial artist, even without a mech, if he wanted to destroy a planetary-level civilization, it would take less than an hour at the most, on a full count. The martial arts path is difficult to follow, the Golden Dan is difficult to achieve. If we want to get to this step of Teacher Zhang Maniacal Lion, even if we are students of Star Abyss University, I'm afraid that we won't be able to get to this step without hundreds of years of time. Zhang Jin couldn't help but sigh. For them to be able to enter the Star Union's top 3 universities and at the same time become members of the freshman tournament of the Star Abyss University Schools League, their martial arts talent was already extremely strong. But the road of martial arts is long and endless, the talent is strong, so what? Want to climb to the top of the martial arts, still can only slowly forward, one step at a time to climb to the top. There were even quite a few talented martial artists who had fallen halfway through and died with hatred. Even Zhou Yuan couldn't help but fall into silence when Zhang Jin said this, and he thought darkly in his heart. Even for me, if I want to enter the Jindan realm, it will take at least 20 to 30 years. What about Chen Yuan? Chen Yuan couldn't afford to wait, nor did he want to. At this moment, after seeing with his own eyes a Jindan realm martial artist like Zhang Maniacal Lion, traversing between universes, his heart for the pursuit of martial arts became stronger and stronger. In particular, the Reverse Star Society had repeatedly emphasized to Chen Yuan that the Star Alliance was not far from collapsing, and that there would inevitably be great chaos at that time, and that strength was the basis of everything. Bug outbreaks, divisions within the angelic race, rebellions. All are signs of chaos. The storm is coming. Don't look at Chen Yuan Kryptonite so readily, as if he wasn't afraid of death at all. In fact, Chen Yuan was quite shy about his life. He wanted to stay alive and witness the many wonders under the stars, and even the ultimate wonders of the universe. It was for this reason that his Kryptonian life was like running water, because the strong strength of a martial artist was the only guarantee of staying alive. It's like keeping a fortune, but if you don't turn it into your own strength, what good is it? My neighbor is my granary, and my neighbor is my gun. This is not a joke, but a maxim. Chen Yuan, look ahead, there are a dozen or so small shuttlecraft traveling our way. Zhou Yuan suddenly voiced out a reminder. Chen Yuan had actually discovered this a long time ago first. Hundreds of airships and thousands of escorting fighters couldn't help Zhang Maniacal Lion, and were even massacred by him side by side, so how could a few small shuttlecraft escape Zhang Maniacal Lion's control? Obviously, this was what the Zhang Mad Lion had said earlier, deliberately giving Chen Yuan a test run. None of you have achieved the little golden body, you won't be able to stay in the outside world for long, so don't think about helping me, just stay in the airship. Chen Yuan solemnly instructed. Not afraid of God-like opponents, but afraid of pig-like teammates. He was truly afraid that Zhang Jin and the others would get carried away in the heat of the moment and run out to help him, and then Chen Yuan would have to be distracted to protect these people. Go on, if you can't even handle this situation, you can't be my Zhou Yuan's arch-enemy. Zhou Yuan laughed. Don't worry, we're not stupid. Zhang Jin and the others also patted their chests and assured. When Chen Yuan saw that all the people had made assurances, he carried his sword and came to the hatch. Buzz. The hatch opened. Chen Yuan walked into the node pod, the hatch behind him slowly closed, the hatch in front of him slowly opened, and a powerful suction force suddenly came. Cold, no oxygen, low pressure, silence, and countless invisible radiation particles trying to destroy human cells. This was the first time that Chen Yuan felt the universe for himself. The good thing is that the peak body forging realm martial artist, the small golden body the human body has become a great cycle, for the requirements of the external environment, has been reduced to a very low level. At least for a short time exposed to cosmic space without fear for his life. Jumping onto the top of the airship, Chen Yuan looked at the dozen or so small shuttlecrafts in the distance, which seemed to have seen Chen Yuan as well, and these shuttlecrafts were heading towards Chen Yuan. Large airships, against such small, extremely flexible shuttlecraft, actually had a pretty tough time. That's why general universe warships are accompanied by small escort fighters that specialize in dealing with these small shuttlecraft. But if a martial artist existed, it wouldn't have to be so troublesome. Because powerful martial artists are, in themselves, the best escorts. The first shuttlecraft landed on top of the ship, and a device underneath that seemed to be like a suction cup held it firmly to the exterior of the ship, and the hatch of the small shuttlecraft quickly opened. However, Chen Yuan's knife was even faster. One foot heavily stepped on top of the airship underneath his feet, and the power of the dragon elephant erupted violently. At this moment, Chen Yuan's speed instantly surpassed the speed of sound. Hundreds of meters of distance, but swept by in the blink of an eye. The small shuttlecraft that had just landed, before the hatch was fully opened, was chopped in half vertically by Chen Yuan's blade. At the same time, black and white electric arcs flashed and erupted crazily. Yin and Yang Transformation Thunder Blade. Boom! A silent explosion played out before Chen Yuan's eyes. The Birdman clan inside the small shuttlecraft, naturally, was not spared, and was similarly decapitated in an instant, their eyes confused before they died, as if they hadn't yet reacted to what had happened. The bird people look like humans with limbs and heads, but are more bird-like. The skin is covered in channel folds and tiny bumps, the head has a short and sharp black beak, the limbs are clawed, the eyes are large and sharp, and behind them is a pair of small, shriveled, fleshy wings. The bird people are not hierophants, but a separate race. The hierophants are a race of people who have a slight animal trait race, but who are genetically in every way not too far removed from the Starlink people, and who have not even created a reproductive isolation from the regular Starlink people. At one time the Greeks were not Starlink people, but were incorporated into the human race later, and are now considered a branch of the Starlink people. Has some animal features, but is human in nature. But not the Birdman race, they were not a race at all like the Starlink human race, so they were divided into the Starlink 10,000 races. At least, as Chen Yuan looked at the corpse in front of him, it was hard to connect it with the human race in his heart. Chen Yuan's outburst attack was also only effective when the first small shuttlecraft landed. The next moment, a dozen shuttlecraft landed one after another. A constant stream of Birdman figures, one after another, quickly ran out of the hatch. The Birdman clan, who had just come out, saw the miserable state of their fellow clan members who were the first to land, and their eyes glared round, their expressions hidden behind their life suits were unusually furious, and their beaks were opening and closing, as if they were breaking into a fit of cursing. However, in the next instant, he realized that his vision was gradually drifting away, while being unable to control his body. He has already been decapitated by the human in front of him, decapitated with a single slash. Chapter 132, Clearing the Battlefield. When Dongyao University fought in the ring, what Chen Yuan needed was the momentum of invincibility, what he needed was to comprehend the strongest martial will. That was why he didn't mind fighting with Jiang Xian for a little while longer, as he needed to build up his invincible momentum and sublimate his martial will in the midst of battle. Winning is not the goal, the will to martial arts is. While dealing with the Birdman clan rebels at this moment, comprehending the martial will through battle was not the goal, killing the other party completely was. If you don't kill the other party, you will be killed by the other party. This was something that Chen Yuan knew very well. Therefore, Chen Yuan did not have the slightest bit of nonsense, nor did he have the need to keep his hand, and he made a killing move. Chen Yuan didn't say anything because in a vacuum, talking was a waste of effort, so he just kept swinging his sword. Yin and Yang Transformation Thunder Blade. Together with the Vitality Suit, another Birdman clan was instantly decapitated, but because of the vacuum, the head couldn't fall to the ground, but maintained its floating in mid-air. At the same time, Chen Yuan's left palm appeared to slowly launch out, but it instantly blasted at the other approaching Birdman. The Yin and Yang transformed the executioner's hand. Snap! As if exploding a watermelon, the Birdman's body exploded from the inside, and the broken limbs and arms quickly drifted in several directions and away. The Birdman race did not cultivate the human martial way, or rather, none of the star races cultivated the human martial way, and they had their own unique cultivation methods for enhancing their individual strength. But while there are millions of paths in pursuit of the word, there is only one end. In other words, the difference is the same. Chen Yuan simply converted from the reaction speed and flesh strength of the few Birdman race he had killed. The 3 Birdman race he had killed were only at the 6th or 7th level of the blood transformation realm. It's a bit stronger than the lemming cat on the blue and white planet, but it's limited in strength. After all, it still needed to rely on a life support suit in order to survive and act in the vacuum of the universe, and it wasn't strong enough to be strong. Boom! 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 The Birdmen were not standing still. At this time, the electromagnetic guns in their hands had already finished charging, and the special armor-piercing projectiles with extremely high initial speeds were fired out with a bang at this moment. Anum! Buzz! However, the high-speed projectile, which was sufficient to blast through more than a dozen centimeters of special armored steel, suddenly slowed down as it approached Chen Yuan's range of about 50 meters. It was as if it had been shot into a mass of water and met with great resistance, and its kinetic energy was cut down sharply. It eventually hovered around Chen Yuan and stopped advancing. Martial will. A 50-meter radius of martial will. Chen Yuan could have dodged, but there was no need to, as the martial will of a martial artist was simply the nemesis of these types of intensive kinetic weapons. In the next moment, Chen Yuan's figure began to flicker. A birdman suddenly felt bad and stomped his legs, wanting to immediately pull away. However, a martial will that was strong to the extreme instantly crushed it to the ground. Overbearing, strong, and sharp, this martial will possessed an extremely aggressive nature that made one's liver and guts tremble. The body seemed to be burdened with tons of weight, and the usually simple lifting of the hand to pull the trigger was exceptionally difficult at the moment. Biological force field. It's a peak human forging realm martial artist, scatter. Disperse. He only had time for one reminder in the team language. In the next instant, the lingering light of the blade flashed, and the bird's human head was instantly separated. The strength, speed, and nerve reaction of a martial artist could already be called inhuman, and if not for individuals of equal strength, an ordinary person would still be useless even if he or she held a powerful weapon. What's more, even if the electromagnetic gun hit, Chen Yuan would at most scrape his skin a little bit, not even a minor injury. This is the martial artists of the Star Alliance. At this time, Chen Yuan's speed was getting faster and faster, and at the same time, he was getting more and more adapted to the vacuum and gravity-less environment. The 50-meter radius of martial will allowed Chen Yuan to move more and more flexibly without losing his point of origin when his feet left the hull of the airship, and from then on, he fell into the deep space of the universe. This was also one of the reasons why only peak forging realm martial artists were fit to enter the universe alone to fight. At the same time, Chen Yuan's circumference was currently covered with a light blue fluorescent glow, which was the Yuan magnetic field granted by the bipolar Yuan magnetic true body. This Yuan magnetic field was not strong, but Chen Yuan could rely on it to realize tiny changes in his body movements. The martial will and Yuan magnetic field cooperated with each other, and Chen Yuan was getting more and more comfortable with fighting in the cosmic environment at the moment. It's a peak human forging realm martial artist, spread out and pull away, don't be suppressed by his bioforce field or you'll surely die. Hold him back. This person is bound to be a student of that Jindan realm human powerhouse, so as long as we capture him, we can use him to threaten that human Jindan realm powerhouse. Hold it for a few more seconds, the captain is right behind us. The Birdman race's team language was constantly encouraging each other, and they knew that the human race's peak forging realm powerhouse was not something they could deal with either. But as long as they held on for a few more seconds, when the captain of their squad descended, they would surely be able to reverse the situation and capture this person alive. By then, the crisis on the fleet side could be easily resolved. They, too, would become heroes of the pack. It was a long story, but in reality, less than 2 seconds had actually passed from the time the first small shuttlecraft landed to the time Chen Yuan had killed several Birdman races in a row. Not far away, there were several other small shuttlecraft, one in front of the other, preparing to land. Kind of interesting, I told you that the teacher couldn't possibly release these, generally small soldiers that only have the strength of the blood-changing realm over to me for practice. So the big fish is still back there. Chen Yuan could sense that inside these small shuttlecraft behind him, there was an expert of the Birdman race whose life level was also around the peak of the forging realm. After briefly and quickly looking around, Chen Yuan murmured in a low voice, "There are still 12 left, it's too troublesome to kill them one by one, let's settle it in one breath." He's going to clean up the battlefield. Countless black and white electric arcs began to emerge and spread. This was not a real arc of electricity, but was essentially the two paths of yin and yang that Chen Yuan had comprehended, only manifesting itself in the form of black and white arcs. At this moment, in the eyes of many bird people, countless thick black and white electric arcs like a giant python filled their eyes. Phew! Electric arcs interspersed with the light of knives poured down like mercury. Third grade Yin Yang Transformation Thunder Blade. This knife, Chen Yuan is not chopping to one of them, but to their own center of the circumference of 360 degrees, within the field of vision of all the birds, all included in the chopping range. The electric light was horrifying, the knife's strength pierced the bones, and in an instant, before the 12 bird people had time to make a move, they were instantly turned into a puddle of blood foam and flesh. This was Chen Yuan's true full-force outburst. Before striking out, although he used his self-created martial arts, the power was deliberately controlled by Chen Yuan, using the basic martial arts of qi, blood, and physical strength consumption, the extreme cost-effective exchange of battle results. However, sensing that there were also experts on the other side, Chen Yuan no longer conserved his qi and blood and only sought to pass quickly. After clearing the battlefield in an instant, Chen Yuan's feet powered up and violently rushed towards one of the small shuttlecrafts that hadn't yet had time to land. The masters of the Birdman clan were among them.